I was just an ordinary person, as ordinary as could be. Until that day, I mustered up the courage to confess my love to my lovely schoolmate. And then, she stabbed me with a knife. Warm blood gushed out of the wound, and I fell to the ground, looking at her eyes looking down at me. There was a strange blood-red light burning deep in her pupils. She was not human, and I, at the moment when my life was about to end, awakened memories that did not belong to this world. Who am I? What am I? Vampires, demons, transformers, awakeners, dimensional creatures, extraordinary technology. This world is far more chaotic and dangerous than I had imagined. But this time, I am no longer an ordinary person who can be bullied by others. When the SSS-level monster power awakens in my blood, the rules of the entire world will change because of me. For my only relative, for my sister, anyone who dares to threaten my existence will pay the price. No matter you are a peak level 10 awakener or the strongest monster in the extraordinary world, I will blow up anyone who dares to stand in my way. The evening breeze in June brushes against my face, like willow leaves by the river gently brushing across my cheeks, bringing a touch of warmth. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on my body, giving me the illusion that my soul is sublimated. I was walking on the path home from school, and there was a cute girl next to me. This afternoon, she confessed her love to me, a pretty schoolgirl 1 grade younger than me. I was so excited that I felt like I was about to burst out of my skin. My face felt slightly hot, and my steps were a little stiff. This was the first time I had ever been alone with a girl. Although it was a date, it was more like a normal walk after school. I glanced at her secretly. Her profile was so delicate that it looked like it was painted. "Hey, classmate Subai." Her voice was soft and pleasant, like a wind chime that made people feel numb. Yeah. I responded subconsciously. Hee. Actually, there's no need to be so nervous. She tilted her head playfully and looked at me with a smile on her lips. Her bright big eyes seemed to be able to see through people's minds. My heart skipped a beat uncontrollably, as if drawn by some kind of magic. She was really beautiful, like an angel. Gradually, I began to relax and took the initiative to find topics to talk about. We asked and answered questions, and the chat was surprisingly harmonious. The glow of the setting sun lengthened our shadows, casting them on the gravel path, inexplicably revealing a hint of indescribable tenderness and melancholy. Ahead, at the end of the path, there appeared a fountain sculpture. The angel on the stone sculpture was bathed in the last rays of sunset, emitting a sacred glow. "Hey, it's at the end," she murmured softly, walking slowly forward with her back to me. I glanced at the sky, which was beginning to get dark. Just as I was about to say goodbye, she suddenly turned around strangely in an instant, with a speed that was beyond the limits of a human. Puff! A severe pain suddenly attacked my abdomen. I felt my body stiffen and cold sweat instantly soaked my clothes. I looked down and saw a ferocious claw piercing my stomach. My body suddenly spasmed, my legs became weak, and I almost fell to the ground. The severe pain made it almost impossible for me to think. I looked up tremblingly, and the familiar girl was still in front of me, Nanako. The smile on her face was still sweet, but now it seemed to have a weird and extremely distorted feeling. Nanako, my voice was so weak that I could barely make a sound. "Wow, classmate Subai, you actually called me a monster. You really have such a mean heart." She pouted and pretended to be coquettish, but the sick smile in her eyes made me tremble. "Devil, you are a devil." I gritted my teeth, my voice trembling so much that it almost broke. "Oh, classmate Subai is really," she chuckled, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, but her tone was cruel. "What a pity." Puff! The next second, she suddenly pulled out the claw that pierced my abdomen, and warm blood gushed out, staining the ground red. I fell to my knees uncontrollably, the pain leaving me with almost no strength left. My consciousness began to blur, my limbs felt cold, and the smell of blood filled the air, making me feel sick. Wow, this sound is so pleasant. Nanako narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she was enjoying some beautiful melody. The smile on her face became brighter, and even a little excited. I gasped with difficulty, blood kept flowing out of my mouth, and the world in front of me began to shake. She slowly squatted down, got close to me, and said in a soft and sweet voice, "Student Subai, I'm so hungry now. What should I do?" She stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, looking as playful as a simple girl. However, in my eyes, she was already a complete devil. I have given up the idea of running away. This is simply not something humans can contend with. Perhaps, from the moment she confessed her love to me, I have already become her prey. My vision gradually blurred, my limbs grew colder, and the voices in my ears grew farther and farther away. Am I going to die? In his mind, memories surged like a tide, emerging like a revolving lantern. Ding! The host's memory awakening is detected, and the daily system begins to activate. Activating 1%. I was lying in a pool of blood, and I should have lost all consciousness. But at this moment, I felt something stirring inside me, like something that had been dormant for a long time was finally awakened. Nanako stood not far away, with surprise clearly visible on her face. Her monster-like pupils shrank slightly, and she was obviously shocked by the scene before her. I can feel the wounds in my body healing at an unimaginable speed. The torn flesh grows rapidly, as if invisible threads are quickly mending the bloody holes. The blood flows back, the broken bones reconnect, and everything is repairing itself frantically. Nanako took a step back in shock, slipped, and fell to the ground. As my body recovered, my hair color quietly changed, from its original black to a layer of cold silver, as if a cold winter was coming. After a few breaths, I slowly got up from the ground. Although my body was still a little weak, the wounds that should have been fatal had completely healed. An invisible aura spread from my body, and a terrifying sense of oppression spread to the entire space, and even the air seemed to be frozen. I can feel that something sealed inside of me is awakening. Nanako's face turned pale, and her eyes revealed incredible horror. Monster! Monster! Her voice trembled, as if she had forgotten that she was a monster. However, I had no time to pay attention to her fear. Puff! The next second, my back was suddenly torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. Along with the severe pain, a ferocious white dragon head emerged from my back. Ugh! I groaned, arched my body, and gritted my teeth to endure the tearing pain. Roar! A low dragon roar echoed in the air, and as the flesh and blood continued to break, a giant silver dragon over 30 meters long coiled out. Its entire body is covered with fine white dragon scales, and it has a slender body, majestic and powerful, just like the mythical Chinese dragon. It lowered its head and rubbed my cheek affectionately, its eyes revealing a tenderness of reunion after a long absence. My mind suddenly exploded. Memories came flooding back like a tide. I remembered. I slowly raised my hand and gently stroked Bailong's forehead, murmuring in a low and hoarse voice, "Xiaobai, long time no see." Bailong responded with a low hum, his eyes still gentle. I took a deep breath, and my eyes fell on Nanako, who was slumped on the ground not far away. Her body was shaking violently, and her eyes were full of fear. Yu. Her voice had become broken, as if she was facing some incomprehensible existence. I just smiled lightly and took back my palm. Okay, now you go back first. I still have things to deal with. Upon hearing this, Bailong nodded slightly, then without hesitation turned into a silver-white light and merged back into my body, as if he had never appeared. Nanako's whole body was stiff, as if she had lost all her strength. She stared at me blankly. You? Who are you? I didn't answer, but slowly raised my head and looked at the distant night sky. A cold light flashed in my dark pupils. Time flies. 2 years have already passed. Xiaoxi. I clenched my fists slightly, and as my memory awakened, more truths emerged in my mind. I was captured by the gene modification company to be used as a genetic research subject. I am an SSS-level genetic modifier, codenamed Extreme Generation White Dragon. I am the best adapter and the strongest transformer in the 16th genetic modification experiment. This is not an illusion or a dream, but my real memory. At the same time, I slowly raised my right hand. Crack! The flesh and blood exploded, and my arm was instantly devoured by a violent alien force, turning into a huge and ferocious white dragon bone claw. The huge dragon bone claw is larger than my body. It exudes a suffocating feeling of oppression, as if it can tear everything apart. I looked down at my arms, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and my voice was hoarse. I really miss it. Nanako's body trembled violently again. Her pupils contracted violently, and she was so frightened that she could not move at all. No, don't kill me. Please, Master Subai, I was wrong. I didn't know you were such a powerful monster. She had completely collapsed. She finally understood that I was not a prey that she hunted casually, but an existence that was countless times more terrifying than her. I walked up to her calmly, looking down at the trembling girl with an ambiguous smile on my face. Although you wanted to eat me, but you unexpectedly helped me awaken my memory and strength. So, I should return the favor a little. Before Nanako could react, the next moment, puff. Under the cover of night, I slowly left, leaving Nanako collapsed on the ground. She dragged her scarred body and slowly crawled towards the grove not far away, the corners of her mouth trembling constantly. She looked down at her left chest, where there was a huge wound deep enough to see the bone. Although the pain was unbearable, at least she was still alive. She gritted her teeth and whispered, still terrified in her heart. What kind of monster did I provoke today? She finally understood that Su Bai's strength was far beyond her imagination and even beyond her understanding of monsters. I'm afraid this guy's power is not that of an ordinary A-level monster. No, he is definitely above S-level. Nanako's body trembled violently again. She finally confirmed one thing. In Qingfeng City, there really is an SSS-level monster active. She staggered and quickened her pace, eager to escape from this place. As night fell, the darkness completely swallowed up the light in the sky and enveloped the entire city. I strolled along the gravel path, feeling the cool breeze on my face. I just completed the memory fusion, and my dragon bone claws and silver-white hair have returned to normal, but I am still a little uncomfortable with this sudden change. The memories that emerged in my consciousness were like waking up suddenly after a deep dream, making me feel like I was in another world. So that's how it is. I whispered softly, my eyes gradually focused, and the corners of my mouth raised a meaningful arc. Back then, it was that lightning awakener who attacked me secretly, which caused me to lose my memory. When I thought of this, I couldn't help but smile. However, given the situation at the time, amnesia might not be the worst outcome. It has already happened, and there is no point dwelling on it now. At least, my memory and strength have been restored. During the escape 2 years ago, everything was going smoothly until the last critical moment. An accident happened. But I don't have time to dwell on memories right now. There are more important things to do. I don't know. How is Saucy doing now? Her image appeared in my mind, with long golden hair, a cute smile, and always a little stubborn. My eyes turned from indifference to tenderness, a mixture of longing and pampering. But it shouldn't be long before she can find me, right? Sushi is also a genetically modified person, and there is a special connection between us. As long as my evil white dragon gene is active, she can sense my location. She once jokingly called this ability the sixth sense for finding her brother. Since I can't find her, let's wait for her to come find me. I continued along the familiar road, heading towards the residence I remembered. 2 years ago, I fled to Qifeng City in a mess. Not only did I lose my memory, but even my identity information was completely erased from the internet, making me like an illegal resident. Fortunately, a relief organization found me and not only settled my life, but also allowed me to enter Beiluan University and become an ordinary high school student. I can also receive a living allowance of 2,000 yuan every month until I graduate. For the past 2 years, I have been living in a simple rental house in Beiluan Community. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of Beiluan Community, I walked into this familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar place, came to Building 6 with ease, and stopped in front of the door. I took out the slightly worn key, turned the door, and walked in. The familiar air rushed towards me, and an inexplicable sense of security arose, which slightly dissipated the irritability in my heart. Heh. I chuckled. This relaxation of my body was a habitual reaction I had developed over the past 2 years. This was also the first time that I felt completely relaxed both mentally and physically. Without thinking too much, I casually took off my shoes and clothes, fell on the bed and closed my eyes. I was tired. I was always tired. From the family tragedy, to escaping from that cage, to the 2 years of groping for survival, I never really stopped to rest. So this night, I slept particularly soundly. The next morning, the morning sun shines through the window. I slowly open my eyes, stretch, and feel refreshed. Sure enough, it's a good sleep I haven't had in a long time. After a simple wash, I carried my school bag and prepared to go to school. Although I have restored the memory and power of the SSS-level white dragon gene, I am still a sophomore student at Beiluan University, and my life will not change for the time being. Walking on the way to school, I walked with a relaxed pace and my mind was more peaceful than ever before. However, something seemed to be different. Perhaps it was the power after awakening that changed my aura, or perhaps it was my calm and confident mentality that invisibly influenced the people around me. The students around me began to look at me frequently, and some even stopped to look back. Some boys were whispering, and more girls, their eyes were shining, and they followed me with a little shyness and excitement on their faces. Wow, who is that? So handsome. Wait, why do I feel like he looks familiar? Is he the new transfer student? No, isn't this Su Bai from our school? In an instant, the whispers around me exploded. Me? So my presence has been so low in the past 2 years. But when I think about it carefully, it is true. I used to be taciturn, withdrawn, and never actively socialized. Even though I was good-looking, few people paid attention to me. I am afraid that the changes today are what really make me stand out. Beiluan University, grade 2, 3. As soon as I stepped into the classroom, all eyes were focused on me. Especially the girls. Their eyes were filled with surprise and passion, and the sound of whispers could be heard constantly. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Is this really Su-bai from our class? Why does he feel completely different? I walked towards my seat with a dark face, the corners of my mouth twitching slightly. Is my sense of presence really that low before? Sitting in the seat by the window, my desk mate, Yang, seemed to be having a headache because of the discussions around her. She had 2 black ponytails and wore an exquisite black Lolita dress. She had delicate facial features, fair skin, and exuded a sense of mystery. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting at the back desk, poked Yang's shoulder fiercely and whispered excitedly, "Xiaoying, look, that handsome guy seems to be from our class." Ying rolled her eyes at her, her lips twitching slightly. "Idiot, that's obviously Su-bai." "Huh? Su-bai?" Zhang Xiaoman widened her eyes, looking incredulous. How? How is it possible?" Just then, I happened to walk up to them, glanced at Zhang Xiaoman indifferently, and then sat down. Zhang Xiaoman stared at me blankly, her mouth slightly open, eyes full of astonishment. Su-bai. I responded casually. Zhang Xiaoman's face flushed instantly, and she waved her hands quickly. "No, nothing." Yang on the side chuckled and quickly covered her mouth, but the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. "You're still laughing." Zhang Xiaoman reached out and pinched Yang's arm in embarrassment, and the two of them immediately started a fight. I looked at them and wanted to look away without paying any attention to them, but the next second, my gaze paused slightly. This girl with twin ponytails, Ying. I suddenly realized that she exuded a kind of aura that did not belong to ordinary people. She was not an ordinary person. As if she felt my gaze, Yang stopped moving suddenly and her face quickly turned red. She coughed lightly, her tone arrogant but a little shy. "Su-bai, why are you looking at me?" Before I could answer, I heard Zhang Xiaoman whisper jokingly from behind, "Maybe classmate Su-bai is looking at me." Several black lines crossed Yang's forehead and she turned around abruptly. "Xiaoman." Zhang Xiaoman instantly got scared and waved her hands with a wry smile. "Huh, it's just a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously, Xiaoying?" Yang crossed her arms, snorted coldly, and put on the arrogant attitude of a little swan. I looked at her and couldn't help but wonder, is this still the Yang I know? Is her Sundara attribute so strong? Searching through my memories, Yang was indeed the recognized campus beauty, with a prominent family background, and was said to be a young lady. But in the past 2 years, I have been very quiet and have hardly talked to her. Why didn't I use such a good resource? I was really a failure in my life. "Hey, Su-bai." Ying suddenly took the initiative to speak. "You seem a little different today." I raised my eyebrows slightly and looked at her in surprise. This seemed to be the first time she took the initiative to talk to me. "Oh, what's the difference?" Yang looked at my face, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. I just felt that I was more confident and attractive than before. She hesitated for a moment, but finally didn't say it. The bell rang, and the teacher walked into the classroom. I looked away and sat upright. The class was as boring as usual, and Yang was listening attentively. I suddenly remembered something, turned my head slightly, and glanced at her with my right eye. The next second, something strange happened. The pupil of my right eye suddenly turned into a vertical white gold pupil, and like a wild beast, the alienated power awakened. White dragon eyes, open. Yang's figure changed in my eyes. A stream of bright red blood spread from her body, and a pair of gorgeous black wings appeared behind her. As expected, she was not an ordinary human. My white dragon eyes have a special feature, realization, which can reveal all disguises and reveal the most essential truth of things. And now, Yi Ying's extraordinary identity has been exposed in my eyes. I quickly retracted my power and smiled in my heart. This world is far from being as ordinary as it seems. Monsters, extraordinary people, genetically modified people, all exist in reality, and I am one of them. For the past 2 years, I have hidden my identity and tried to blend in with ordinary people, but now, I no longer need to pretend. Yang is obviously one of the extraordinary people, and the Nanako I met last night was the first time I saw the existence of an extraordinary person with my own eyes. It seems that I have to get some useful information from my arrogant deskmate. I glanced at Yang, and she happened to glance at me secretly. The moment we looked at each other, she turned away like a kitten caught in a bag, pretending to concentrate on the class. But her ears were quietly flushed. The bell rang, and the classroom became lively. I leaned back in my chair and thought, and finally made a decision. "Xiaoying, classmate." I called out. Yang was stunned for a moment, as if she was not used to my sudden change of words, and her eyes revealed a subtle complexity. "Come out with me for a moment." Without waiting for her response, I took her hand and walked straight to the rooftop of the teaching building. Yang was obviously stunned, but she didn't break free. Instead, she let me pull her forward. The classroom behind me was already in an uproar. "Fuck." Yang was dragged away. Who's that guy? So handsome. Wait, don't you think that's Subai from our class? How is that possible? Hasn't Subai always been an unknown person? I heard these discussions, but I didn't pay attention to them. Now, the most important thing is to figure out the extraordinary truth of this world. Yang's mind was full of my actions, and she even began to have wild thoughts. What should I do? If Subai wants to confess to me, should I refuse? Damn it. No. How can I be conquered by a nobody? However, the next second, her fantasy was interrupted by the rooftop door that I kicked open. She suddenly came back to her senses and looked at me standing domineeringly in the middle of the rooftop, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Ying, stop pretending. My eyes were calm, yet sharp and unquestionable. Who are you? Yang looked at me in surprise, obviously not expecting that I would suddenly bring her to the rooftop. I pulled her against the wall, supported the wall on the side of her face with one hand, and looked down at her. I have something to talk to you about. Ying froze instantly, her cheeks flushed red, like a kettle about to boil, as if white steam would come out in the next second. Her breathing became rapid, and her eyes were erratic. Is this Sawaldong? Oh, so violent, but so handsome. Seeing her blushing face, I realized belatedly that I had gone too far. I coughed lightly, let go of her hand, and took a step back to ease the embarrassment. I was a little reckless just now, don't mind it. I said with a smile. Ying was stunned for a moment. The blush on her face slowly faded. She bit her lower lip lightly. It seemed that she had not recovered from the emotion just now. But soon, she returned to normal and looked at me in confusion. By the way, you just said you had something to talk to me about. What was it? I smiled and stopped beating around the bush. I hope you're not scared, I said with a hint of meaningful amusement. Yang was obviously stunned for a moment, and the blush that had just faded away on her cheeks reappeared. Her eyes were evasive, as if she was imagining something she shouldn't think about. Well, go ahead. Her voice was a little vague. I stared at her, my eyes sharp as if I could see through everything, and slowly said, Xiaoing, you are not an ordinary human, right? The air froze instantly. Yang nodded subconsciously, then suddenly reacted, raised her head, and looked at me in surprise. What? What are you talking about? Her pupils suddenly contracted, and the shock on her face was beyond words. Wait, isn't Subai confessing to me? No, how did he know? I never revealed any flaws. When did this guy find out? Her mind was racing, and she even began to doubt my identity. You are not Subai? She suddenly said in a firm tone. Huh, this time it was my turn to be confused. Xiaoying, if I am not Subai, then who am I? I spread my hands speechlessly. Ying opened her mouth, but found that she had no way to refute. After a moment of silence, she suddenly snorted coldly, and her eyes became sharp. Humph, now that you've discovered it, I won't pretend anymore. As she finished speaking, a pair of gorgeous black wings suddenly spread out behind her. In the sunlight, she looked like a noble black angel, and her scarlet pupils looked particularly captivating under the light. Yes, I am not an ordinary human. She raised her head proudly, crossed her arms, and spoke with a natural sense of superiority. I am a vampire, a powerful vampire. I raised my eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect her to admit it so straightforwardly. But this is not surprising. After all, my white dragon eyes have seen through her true nature, so there is no need for her to continue hiding it. Oh, I narrowed my eyes and asked meaningfully, aren't you afraid of being discovered by me? Afraid? Ying chuckled, her tone full of confidence. When you see my true identity, you only have two choices. What choice? Yang raised her lips slightly, revealing a dangerous smile. Her aura gradually became stronger, and her vampire blood was completely released. A faint sense of pressure appeared in the air. Either surrender or be silenced. Ha ha ha, tremble, be afraid, kneel down and be my servant. Yang was secretly proud of herself and prepared to use the exclusive ability of vampire blood transformation. Anyway, Subai is so handsome, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to make him my vampire follower, right? However, I snorted lightly, looking at her expression as if I was watching a child showing off. Ying was stunned for a moment and realized something was wrong. Wait, why didn't Subai react at all to my pressure? This is not the reaction of an ordinary person. Could it be that? Oh, you just realized it now? I looked at her gradually changing expression, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Yang's pupils shrank slightly, and her tone finally carried a hint of uncertainty. You are also a transcendent? I shrugged and said calmly, of course. Otherwise, do you think that an ordinary person can be so calm as to invite his deskmate to the rooftop after discovering that she is a vampire? I looked at her with a hint of ridicule. Yang's expression changed slightly, and she began to look at me seriously. What is your purpose? She didn't pretend anymore, but went straight to the point. Put your wings back first. I reminded him, otherwise it will be troublesome if someone sees you. Yang hesitated for a moment, but finally folded her wings obediently, and her pupils returned to their normal color. Okay, can you tell me now? She crossed her arms and said in a cold tone, why did you bring me to the rooftop? I smiled, my tone gentle but with some deep meaning. Don't be nervous. I have no ill will towards you. I said lightly, there is no conflict or conflict of interest between us. Since we are all extraordinary people, we should help each other, right? Ying raised her eyebrows and chuckled with some disdain. Heh, you mean, you want me to help you? She sneered, you are not so naive as to think that just because we are desk mates, I will help you unconditionally, right? I spread my hands. At least, I prefer cooperation to hostility. Ying snorted coldly, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. Okay, since we're desk mates. She paused and added, of course it's not because you're handsome. Tell me, what do you want to know? Yang looked proud and said that she was willing to help, but from her condescending attitude, it was hard to tell how happy she was. I laughed secretly in my heart, always feeling that her personality was somewhat similar to that of my long-lost sister. I want to know from you about the extraordinary people and the extraordinary things in this world. I went straight to the point. Yang was stunned for a moment. A puzzled look appeared on her face, looking unexpectedly cute. But I simply ignored her cuteness and continued to explain. Anyway, I just recently discovered my extraordinary identity. Oh, so that's how it is. She nodded. It's okay to tell you, but you have to tell me first. What kind of extraordinary person are you? I frowned slightly, not quite understanding what she meant. The extraordinary people in this world can be roughly divided into two categories. Yang raised her finger and gestured. One is the awakened, who have awakened special abilities, and the other is the monster, who has innate or acquired abnormalities. She paused and looked at me seriously. Which one are you? As some people call me. I'm a genetically modified person, I said casually. Yang's expression instantly became surprised. What? Transformer? What's the problem? I raised my eyebrows. Transformers are usually artificially created and are basically experiments involving dark forces or even illegal research. She looked solemn. This kind of behavior is expressly prohibited in the current supernatural world. Moreover, the Transformers are considered dangerous by SOD. She whispered. Sod. This was the first time I heard this word. Yang looked at me incredulously. You don't even know SOD? She held her forehead and sighed, then patiently explained. SOD is an official supernatural organization established by our dragon country. It is dedicated to supernatural beings and is also responsible for maintaining order in the ordinary human world. It can be understood as the police in the ordinary human world and the corresponding agency in the supernatural world. I nodded thoughtfully, basically understanding what she meant. So, why are the Transformers listed as dangerous by them? I'm not too sure. Yang thought for a moment. Maybe it's because the appearance of the Transformer itself violates the normal supernatural rules? In short, in Sod's blacklist, the Transformed are almost all hunted down, unless they are a few individuals registered on the white list. Otherwise, once exposed, they will be hunted down by them. What are blacklists and whitelists? I asked. It's a system that SOD uses to distinguish extraordinary people. Ying rolled her eyes. Now we live in a society ruled by law. Even among extraordinary people, there are legal and illegal ones. People like me are on the white list of extraordinary people in the Qingfeng City SOD record. As long as we don't actively attack humans or cause impact on society, we won't be hunted down. I nodded slightly, and I roughly understood the extraordinary order of this world. By the way, I suddenly thought of a key question. Have you heard of the gene modification company? Yang was stunned for a moment, took out her cell phone to check, and showed it to me very quickly. Is this it? The screen showed a world-class multinational company that mainly engaged in biological and genetic research, with many subsidiaries and abundant funds. I glanced at it and shook my head. That's not it, I said calmly. They are secretly conducting extraordinary experiments and various forbidden research. Yang's expression changed. You mean, they are secretly conducting genetic modification experiments? I didn't answer, but just looked at her expression. Obviously, she had realized the seriousness of the problem. This is illegal. Genetic modification is taboo and violates the rules set by SOD. She bit her lip, with a hint of hesitation and worry in her eyes. Then how do you know all this? She suddenly raised her head and looked at me warily. Hey, I chuckled. It seems you're not that stupid. Hey, what did you say? She glared at me, gritting her teeth. I was too lazy to continue explaining. She would understand sooner or later anyway. So, you came to me to ask me to help you? She frowned and asked with a hint of uncertainty on her face. Are you afraid that someone from the gene modification company will come to your door and plan to seek protection from me? I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. Seeking asylum? That's not necessary, Duck. I shrugged. Are you kidding me? I am the white dragon of the ultimate generation, an SSS-level genetic engineer, and the nightmare of the genetic engineering company. I once faced 3 top SSS-level engineers and was able to escape unscathed. How could I be afraid of them? The Great Escape that year was planned and successfully executed by me. All the 16th batch of reformers successfully escaped from the cage because of my plan. The only regret is that at the last moment, I was ambushed by the lightning awakener who came to support me, fell into the sea, lost my memory, and drifted to Qifeng City. Thinking of this, the fire of revenge in my heart burned. However, now is not the time. By the way, I continued to ask, how is the overall strength of the extraordinary world divided? For example, what level of existence is SSS level? Ying rolled her eyes. As far as Qifeng City is concerned, the strongest one at present is the level 7 orderer of the SOD branch. As for other extraordinary forces, basically no one above the S level has appeared. As for the SSS level you mentioned, the corners of her mouth twitched. That's a legendary, super powerful person. Not to mention our Qifeng City, even the entire northern province may not have one. I frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised. SSS level, is it so rare? Yang continued. Of course, this is just the scope of my knowledge. The specific situation may be more complicated. So what is the level of a level 7 order? I asked. SOD uses a numerical rating system, she explained, from low to high, divided into 1 to 10 levels. Level 1 corresponds to E-level extraordinary, level 2 corresponds to D-level, and so on. Level 10 is SSS level. She spread her hands. In simple terms, a level 7 orderer is equivalent to an A-level extraordinary. After listening to her explanation, I nodded thoughtfully. If what she said is true, the strongest in the SOD branch is only A-level, and I am an SSS-level extreme transformer. It seems that I don't have any real rivals in this city. Yang looked at my thoughtful expression and suddenly became alert. You're not SSS level, are you? She swallowed, her tone filled with disbelief. I smiled meaningfully and didn't answer. Ring, ring, ring. I wanted to ask Yang more about the extraordinary world, but the class bell rang. I shrugged indifferently. I could skip the class at any time anyway, so I should continue talking about more important things. But Yang was obviously a good student. Seeing her expression that said, go back to the classroom quickly, I had to give up. Okay. As soon as the two returned to the classroom, the whispers around them immediately increased. Where did Yang and Subai go just now? Are they together? Is this true? That's Subai. I ignored the whispers and went back to my seat. Yang blushed slightly, as if she had heard the rumors, and sat down quickly. Hey, Xiaoying, where did you go just now? Yang had just sat down when Zhang Xiaoman behind her couldn't help but lean over and asked with a gossipy look on her face. We didn't go anywhere, we just chatted about some personal matters. Yang said casually, but it was obvious that she didn't want to say more. However, to Zhang Xiaoman, this sentence was no different from, the more you try to hide, the more obvious it becomes. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she came right up to us with a wicked smile. What's the matter? She blinked, as if saying, if you don't tell me, I will keep pestering you. I was a little speechless. Are all girls so gossipy? Ying directly reached out and pressed Zhang Xiaoman's head back. Okay, Xiaoman, it's time to go to class. Zhang Xiaoman obviously didn't give up. Judging from her expression, she would continue asking questions after the get out of class. The morning classes ended quickly, and when school was over at noon, Yang finally got rid of Zhang Xiaoman with great effort. Are all you girls so difficult to deal with? I watched the entire battle from the side and felt a little emotional. Humph, it's all because of you. Yang looked at me angrily. Now not only Xiaoman, but even everyone in the class is gossiping about us. As she spoke, she shook her twin ponytails angrily. Her hair swayed with her movements, which made her look quite cute. Okay, let's finish talking about those extraordinary things first. I don't bother with these rumors. Compared to this, I am more concerned about more information about the Hunter Association and the extraordinary world. Yang looked at me speechlessly, her lips twitching. Can't you talk to a beautiful girl about something else? She muttered. The lunch break was over and the afternoon classes were quickly finished. I packed up my things and prepared to go home. However, just as he reached the door, Zhang Xiaoman's voice came from behind him. Subai, have you heard? A murderer has appeared in Beluan district recently. I stopped, and Yang's expression instantly became serious. Murderer? I wasn't too interested in this kind of thing, so I continued walking out. Hey, aren't you curious at all? Zhang Xiaoman pulled my sleeve and said in a low voice. It is said that the deceased is a student of our school. I tilted my head slightly, and Yang's expression was not as casual as before, and she seemed to care a lot about this matter. Moreover, when that student died, his heart was gone. Zhang Xiaoman lowered her voice and said with some fear, "There are rumors that it might be done by a supernatural monster." Ying spoke at this time, her tone a little solemn. "Xiaoman, where did you hear this? Do I need to hear this? The entire Beluan University is spreading the news now," Zhang Xiaoman said. "It is said that the incident happened at night, and our student was killed on his way home from school." I pondered for a moment, said nothing more, turned around and left the school. On the way home, I recalled what Ying said to me before I left. The murderer was actually a Class B monster that had been active in Beluan district recently. Due to violating SOD's rules, he has been listed as a wanted target by SOD, but that guy doesn't seem to care about being hunted down at all. Instead, he hunts ordinary people more and more frequently, frantically improving his own strength. Yang told me to be careful recently, because extraordinary monsters can sense each other, and the purpose of the murderer hunting ordinary people is obviously to evolve into a stronger form as soon as possible. But these are not the main point. The main point is that this murderer is on the hunting list of the Hunter Association, and the bounty is as high as 100,000 yuan. The Hunter Association, the second largest supernatural power in Qingfeng City, is a branch of a world-class organization. It is not an official organization, but a completely independent supernatural organization, and even other countries have their branches. Although its status in Dragon Country is not as high as that of SOD, its influence is still not small. The Hunter Association has very few members, and there is only one position called Hunter, and each hunter is very strong. They would issue hunting missions, usually targeting some dangerous monsters or targets with special research value. Moreover, the Hunter Association does not care who the hunter is, whether you are an ordinary awakener or a monster. As long as you complete the task, you can get the bounty. This is an opportunity for me now. After all, what I lack most now is money. After returning home, I lay on the bed and took out my phone. The screen was so cracked that I couldn't bear to look at it. But I had no money to buy a new one, so I had to make do with it. Open WeChat and find Yang's profile picture. "Subai, Xiaoying, are you there?" Yang: "Yes? What's wrong?" Subai: "Do you have the Hunter Association's hunting list?" Ying: "You don't want to hunt those dangerous monsters, do you?" Ying: "That murderer is a B-level monster. Even if I fight him, I may not be able to escape unscathed." Ying: "Oh, right? You haven't told me yet. What level of strength are you at?" I looked at her question, thought for a moment, and then typed a reply. "Subai, I am an A-level extraordinary person. Beluan district, in a luxurious villa." Yang was sitting on her big pink bed, holding her cell phone. When she saw the word Greta, I sent her. She was stunned. You know, in Qifeng City, A-level transcendents can almost be regarded as top powerhouses. The strongest fighter of their Yi family is only an AR-level vampire, and I am actually an A-level? No wonder he could find out my disguise. Ying muttered to herself, staring at the phone screen with complicated eyes. I got up as usual, washed, changed into school uniform, tidied my messy hair, and prepared to go out. When I walked to the street corner and passed by the uncle selling pancakes, I stopped. "Boss, give me a pancake." "Okay. How much do you want?" the uncle asked without raising his head while spreading the pancake skillfully. I glanced at the price list next to me, and thinking of my limited living expenses, I hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll just give me something that costs $5. "Okay, I'll be right there." Soon, I took a simple pancake with only fruits and fried dough sticks and ate it while walking. When we find the murderer, kill him, and get the bounty, we will definitely buy a deluxe meal with 2 eggs and meat. In the classroom of Beluan University, as soon as I stepped into the classroom, the whispers of my classmates around me suddenly increased. "Have you heard? Subai attacked Goddess Yi yesterday." "What? Ah, asshole. I didn't even have time to confess." "Haha, you should look in the mirror first." "What do you mean? Isn't Subai just a little bit more handsome than me?" "Haha, I'm too lazy to pay attention to these gossips. Now my attention is completely focused on the murderer." When I sat down, Ying and Zhang Xiaoman were already there. They were chatting happily, laughing like silver bells from time to time, and they seemed to be in a good mood. "Subai, you're here." Ying and Zhang Xiaoman took the initiative to greet me. "Yeah." I responded indifferently. Hey, do you know that you are a famous person now?" Zhang Xiaoman came over excitedly. "Huh?" I frowned. "What's wrong?" "Hey, it's all because of you and Xiaoying," Zhang Xiaoman said with a sly smile. I didn't bother to pay attention and just flipped open the textbook. The class bell rang. "Hey, Subai," Ying whispered. "Didn't you want the Hunter Association's hunting list yesterday?" "Yeah." I looked up. Ying waved her phone. "Check WeChat." I took out my pineapple phone. The screen was so broken that I couldn't bear to look at it. I opened WeChat and found that Yang had just sent a message. I clicked it and saw a website address, www. I clicked it casually, and the page jumped to a website called Super Official Website. Huh. I immediately became interested. Anyway, the class was quite boring, so I might as well study it. This website is similar to an extraordinary forum, with a wide variety of information categories, such as today's topics, SOD official releases, extraordinary exchanges, and hunter associations. I clicked directly into the Hunter Association page. The page was very simple, with only a hunting list and a background introduction of the association. I clicked on the hunting list and found that there were as many as 47 extraordinary monsters wanted in Qingfeng City, ranging from the lowest C level to the highest AR level. Clicking on the highest level AR monster, I found that I had to pay to view its detailed information. My goodness, is the extraordinary world so tight-lipped about information now? I closed the paid page with a gloomy face, continued to look through the hunting list, and finally found the murderer in Belun District. I tried to click on Detailed Introduction, but a prompt popped up. Please pay 1,000 yuan to view detailed information. Me. So even information about monsters is charged? This hunter association is truly a pure commercial business model. But the problem is, I am penniless now. I can only order a simple pancake for $5 for breakfast. Where can I get the money to buy information? Just as I was thinking about how to get the money, the bell rang. After class, I looked at Yang and said, Xiaoying, can you lend me 1,000 yuan? Yang was stunned for a moment. Why do you want to borrow money? By the detailed information of murderer, I said directly. Yang was speechless. You are not really planning to hunt him down? Yeah. Yang didn't say anything for a moment, then snorted. No need. I have his detailed information. As she spoke, she operated on her phone skillfully, and soon, my WeChat received the file she sent. Thank you. I looked up at Yang and said sincerely. Yang felt slightly uncomfortable with my sudden thanks. A faint blush appeared on her face. It's just a small thing. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Zhang Xiaoman suddenly leaned over. Yang was startled and turned around to play with Zhang Xiaoman. I was too lazy to pay attention to them, so I opened the file and looked at the detailed information of the murderer. Target: Zhang Dehuai, B-level monster. Ability analysis. When releasing the ability, an evil black magic energy will emanate from his body, which is suspected to have the negative effects of fear and corroding the mind. He can mutate his left and right arms, greatly enhancing his combat power. He has a high level of combat awareness and fighting skills, and is suspected to have received professional training. There is a possibility of fighting against opponents of higher levels. I carefully looked at the information and analyzed it one by one. Overall, Zhang Dehuai is indeed a tough opponent, but his abilities are relatively simple, and he does not have any extraordinary skills. B-level peak. Strength is roughly equivalent to ordinary A-level. This surprised me a little. After all, I am SSS-level. Theoretically speaking, this guy would not be my opponent. But I never underestimate the enemy. I have survived until now because caution is my survival rule. Looks like I can go hunting tonight. I whispered to myself, with a slight smile on my face. Chapter 10, Night Sakura Gossip. After reading the murderer information given by Yang, Su-bai said that he was just a rookie. Then Su-bai looked at the key point, which was the recent activity location of the murderer. Su-bai looked at the data on his phone and saw that the last time the murderer appeared was a day ago on Fengxiao Road in Belun District. Fengxiao Road. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang, and all classes for this morning were over. Yang stood up and wanted to invite Su-bai to have lunch together. It's my treat. When Su-bai heard Yang say that she wanted to treat them, he agreed without hesitation. Okay. The two of them walked all the way to the cafeteria, and Yang said they could order whatever they wanted. Su-bai was also not polite and directly ordered twice his usual price. Of course, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Yang, a young lady. The two found a quiet spot near the window and sat down. Yang took the initiative to invite Su-bai this time, of course, not just to treat him. Su-bai, are you really an A-level transformer? While eating, Yang asked about the real purpose of her trip. A-level extraordinary beings, whether they are awakened or extraordinary monsters, are all extremely powerful beings. They are often the core fighting force in a city. However, the extraordinary world in the city is not as harmonious as it seems. Although there is official SOD suppression from Dragon Country in the supernatural world. However, there will always be some small conflicts and frictions between extraordinary people, especially some supernatural forces in the city. Without powerful supernatural people in charge, they will be swallowed up by other powerful supernatural forces. It is difficult for weak and helpless extraordinary people to survive in the extraordinary world of a city. The vampire family that Yang belongs to is a powerful supernatural force. Moreover, in the entire Qingfeng city, their family's extraordinary power can be ranked among the top 5. Therefore, Yang's real purpose is to win over Su Bai, the powerful A-level transcendent. Well, I'm A-level. Su Bai naturally didn't know what Yang was thinking, so he responded casually. Xiaoying, you don't think I'm lying to you and getting free food and drinks, do you? Su Bai made a casual joke. Yang, who was sitting opposite, waved her hand awkwardly and explained. How is that possible? We have been desk mates for such a long time. What's wrong with treating you to a meal? Yes. Su Bai didn't have time to chat with Yang. The dishes in the cafeteria were all delicious and he had never tasted them before. Now Su Bai turned into a foodie and started to eat the food. Yang on the opposite side looked at Su Bai, who was eating voraciously and was speechless. Hey, why do you look like you haven't eaten in 10 days? Nonsense. Su Bai rolled his eyes in his heart and didn't explain too much to Yang. Before Su Bai had any memory, he had always been living in the cage of the genetic modification company. There, these genetically modified experimental subjects had no normal food to eat and could only absorb nutrients and fortifying fluids every day. In the 2 years since he escaped, Su Bai has been in a state of amnesia. So, to be precise, Su Bai hadn't eaten normal food for at least 4 years in his memory. So it's normal for Su Bai to eat so voraciously now. Su Bai finished the last bit of food on the plate and smiled at Yang to express his gratitude. Yang looked at Su Bai's handsome and charming smile and was mesmerized by it for a moment. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Su Bai stood up and indicated that he was leaving. Hey, wait. Yang grabbed Su Bai, who wanted to leave. A few friends who were eating nearby felt so fed up with dog food when they saw this scene. Fuck, is that our school's night Sakura goddess? Who is that handsome guy who looks so elegant? Why have I never heard that the night goddess has a boyfriend? I don't know. Looks like there's another wave of material to be released. As he spoke, one of the boys skillfully took out his P50 mobile phone and started clicking at Yang and Su Bai. Looks like a professional school paparazzi. Yang felt the light of the flash beside her and felt unwell. Let's go somewhere quieter first. Yang directly pulled Su Bai and walked out of the cafeteria. There were lights flashing behind me from time to time. We arrived at a small corner of the school where there were not many people. Su Bai only then opened his mouth to ask, is there anything else you want to tell me? It's about that murderer. When Yang mentioned this matter, her expression suddenly became serious. Actually, after you sent me the message last night, I asked my dad to send someone to investigate the matter of that murderer. Seeing Su Bai giving her a strange look, Yang pouted her lips and looked arrogant. Of course I'm not investigating this specifically for you. It was just that I was very curious about the murderer incident that occurred in our school at that time. I asked my dad to send someone to investigate. The girl explained somewhat forcefully. Her face slightly flushed, and her slightly flustered eyes did not look at Su Bai, full of tsundere attributes. Su Bai felt amused and thought it was unnecessary, but he was still touched by Yang's kindness. According to reports from my men, the murderer Zhang Dehuai seems to have been hunted down by hunters from the Hunter Association and orderers from SOD for some time. He was in Gouda district before, but now he has been hunted down to our Bilin district. It is also said that he killed several groups of extraordinary people who were chasing him. Originally, Zhang Dehuai's danger level was defined as only C. Later, because a B-level awakener also died in the hunt for him, Zhang Dehuai's danger level was raised to B-level. Su Bai was also slightly surprised when he heard the news given by Yang. I feel that Zhang Dehuai is not a simple person. According to the report from my father's men, Zhang Dehuai has killed dozens of people from Gouda district all the way to our Bilin district. Moreover, every victim had his heart removed and died in a miserable way. Such a dangerous supernatural being has not yet been captured by the Sod's order keepers. They must be difficult to deal with. Yang originally wanted to suggest Su Bai to give up the hunt for the murderer. But when Yang met Su Bai's confident and disdainful eyes, as if everything was under his control, the girl swallowed the words in her mouth. Anyway, you better be careful when you act. Yang reminded. Well, don't worry. Su Bai said it was no problem, waved his hand, and left. After school in the afternoon, Su Bai was walking on the road. But this is not the direction home, but the direction to Fengxiao Road. That's right, Su Bai's pocket has made him eager to hunt down that murderer. Then go to the Hunter Association to exchange for the 100,000 yuan bounty. Fengxiao Road. Should this be it? Chapter 11 Zhang Dehuai, the pig-eating tiger. Su Bai looked at the navigation on his phone, which indicated that the road he was on was Fengxiao Road. He stopped and looked around. There are not many shops nearby, so there are relatively few pedestrians on the road. Most of them are students passing by on their way home from school from nearby universities. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and since Su-bai didn't know the way, he wasted some time. Now the sky has begun to darken, and there are fewer and fewer students going home in groups of 3 or 4. When Su-bai was bored, he found a wall by the roadside and leaned against it. He was waiting for Zhang Dehuai to appear. With the perception ability of his SSS-level evil white dragon gene, he can instantly sense any extraordinary energy fluctuations around him. This is also one of the derived skills of Su-bai's body singularity, perception. As time slowly passed, the sky around had completely darkened. The adolescent female students around who had been stealing glances at Su-bai from time to time have also left. Su-bai felt that he had been leaning on the bed for too long, so he stood up and planned to stretch his body. Just at this moment, a weak energy fluctuation appeared within Su-bai's perception range. Finally here, Su-bai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He had been waiting for a long time. After Su-bai confirmed the exact location of the energy fluctuation, his figure immediately disappeared from the spot, on a small road somewhere in the neighborhood. At this time, a man wearing a black sweatshirt and a hood on his head was following a girl. The girl was wearing Sakura High School's iconic short skirt uniform and was obviously a student of the nearby Sakura High School. She walked in front with an anxious pace, while the man in the sweatshirt behind her walked neither fast nor slow. The girl turned her head and secretly glanced at the man in the sweatshirt behind her. The man had the hood of his sweatshirt on, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. This makes the girls even more nervous and uneasy. She couldn't help but think of the recent murderer incident that had been making the rounds in Bailuan district. Why does the person behind me keep following me? It's over. Could it be that I have met the murderer from Bailuan district? Just when the girls feel helpless and uneasy, suddenly a handsome figure appeared in front of her. The person coming was Su-bai. At this moment, Su-bai looked relaxed and carefree, with his hands in his pockets, his handsome face and a hint of unruly in his eyes. He walked in the opposite direction of the girl, which was the direction of the man in the hoodie. Because of Su-bai's handsome looks, the girl signaled him not to go over with her eyes. But Su-bai just gave her a faint confident look without stopping. When the girl saw that Su-bai did not listen to her warning, she hesitated for a moment, then quickened her pace and walked quickly forward. Su-bai didn't care about girls. His eyes were always on the man in the hoodie opposite him. Wait until the girl behind you has completely left the path. Su-bai's faint questioning voice sounded. You look similar to the photo. It seems you were Zhang Dehuai. The man in the hoodie was not at all flustered when he heard Su-bai's questioning, as if he had already expected that Su-bai was here to hunt him. It's me. The man in the sweatshirt took off the hood on his head, revealing a handsome face. Zhang Dehuai also showed a faint smile on his face, as if he had met a good brother who had been lost for many years. I didn't expect another pursuer to come so soon. Are you a hunter or a man of order? Or are you also a supernatural monster? Zhang Dehuai's tone was equally light and his expression was calm, as if he was not being chased by anyone. Su-bai looked at the other party's calm and composed appearance and became interested. You seem to be very confident. I'm here to hunt you. Hunting. Ha ha ha. When Zhang Dehuai on the opposite side heard Su-bai mention hunting, he suddenly burst into laughter. Zhang Dehuai laughed as if he had heard a funny joke and even covered his stomach with his hands. Su-bai felt that things were becoming more and more interesting. He still maintained that confident and calm smile on his face and asked Zhang Dehuai in confusion. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Of course I am laughing at the ignorance and naivety of you hunters. Ha! It's just a scam I randomly planned, but it can attract you rubbish superhumans to hunt me down one after another? I thought those guys from the Hunter Association and SOD would be aware of this. Su-bai listened to the other party's laughter and words and seemed to have guessed something. Are you pretending to be strong? Zhang Dehuai had regained his normal composure by this time, and he patted his sleeves gently. It seems you are not so stupid. Unlike the guy before, he still had a shocked expression when he died. As Zhang Dehuai spoke, a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes became unfriendly. You dare to hunt me alone. It seems that your level is at least B level, right? In this case, after I eat your heart, my injuries will almost be fully healed. Zhang Dehuai spoke coldly to himself. Su-bai now completely understood what the other party meant. This guy is completely faking his strength, playing dumb to attract other extraordinary people to hunt him, and then kill them in return. The purpose should be to obtain the hearts of those extraordinary people, right? Yang had told Su-bai before that the bodies of extraordinary people are more nutritious than those of ordinary people. A trace of alertness rose in Su-bai's heart, and the next moment he opened the white dragon eye in his right eye. As the platinum pupils appeared, in Su Bai's vision, black mist was emitting from Zhang Dehuai's entire body, as if it was about to turn into substance. His arms and legs were also twisted in a devilish manner. Seeing this, Su Bai's mouth corners slightly raised. According to his white dragon eyes, Zhang Dehuai's breath fluctuations were at most equivalent to that of a peak AR level genetic modifier. Only AR level. Su Bai still had a hint of disdain in his heart. I just saw Zhang Dehuai bragging about how powerful he is, hiding his strength, and seducing other extraordinary people to hunt him down. Su Bai even thought that the other party was also some SSS-level extraordinary monster, hidden in the city. What a waste of my feelings. What did you say? Zhang Dehuai didn't pay attention to Su Bai's whispering. He looked at Su Bai and said coldly, "Humph, it's too late to ask for help now." Su Bai, when did I want to ask for help? Zhang Dehuai no longer wastes time. He planned to show his true strength in front of the opponent as he did before, crush the opponent, and make the opponent die in deep shock. Ha 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 ha. I am now at the peak of AR level. Even if I were in the entire Qingfeng city, I would be one of the top extraordinary people. Give me fear. Zhang Dehuai raised his lips into an arrogant and slightly crazy smile and rushed towards Su Bai. Zhang Dehuai thought that Su Bai would definitely not be able to react to his speed. But the next moment, Zhang Dehuai's eyes widened. Chapter 12. Yes, I did it for the 100,000 yuan. Because Su Bai's figure was right in front of him just now, but the next moment there was no one there. Later, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Zhang Dehuai's back, and his body turned direction rapidly. Empty. But there was no one behind Zhang Dehuai. Hiss. Zhang Dehuai did not hesitate and quickly jumped backwards. Bump. Zhang Dehuai fell from the air and stomped his feet hard on the ground. A drop of cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. The scene before him shocked him, because in front of him, Su Bai just stood there quietly, as if the other party had never moved. This is impossible. Zhang Dehuai didn't believe that Su Bai didn't move. He was clearly rushing towards his position just now. Huh. Su Bai opened his lips slightly, with a sneering tone. I didn't move at all from beginning to end. Hearing Su Bai's voice, Zhang Dehuai's face instantly showed a look of disbelief, and extreme horror was revealed on his face. This guy is very strong. Zhang Dehuai's pupils dilated, and he stared at Su Bai intently, breathing heavily through his nose. Zhang Dehuai was already starting to feel uneasy. Impossible. Even if my strength has not recovered to its peak state, I still have the combat power of AR level peak. Except for the Hunter Association and those guys from SOD, there are no extraordinary people above AR level in Qingfeng City. Who is this kid? Why? You're not going to continue the attack. Su Bai looked at Zhang Dehuai, who did not dare to act rashly, and sneered softly. Damn it. After hearing what Su Bai said, Zhang Dehuai's vigilant heart became restless again. How is it possible that I, with my extraordinary strength at the peak of AR level, can't even touch this kid's body? The other party must have used some extraordinary technology. Super technology, a powerful weapon that combines super strength and modern technology. This extraordinary technology not only has powerful attack power, some even have all kinds of magical and strange special abilities. For example, Su Bai's ability to teleport just now, Zhang Dehuai believed that Su Bai was using some kind of extraordinary technology. Thinking of this, Zhang Dehuai became even more certain that Su Bai had just used some kind of extraordinary technology. Oh! Zhang Dehuai roared, and the next moment the clothes on his arms burst apart. A twisted black muscle was growing and expanding rapidly on his arm, visibly to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Dehuai's two arms were twisted into a pair of hideous and huge monster arms. The disgusting black tissue on it was coiled and crisscrossed, looking like little snakes, which was a bit scary. After the two arms completed the transformation, wisps of black air emanated from Zhang Dehuai's body, lingering around his monster arms. Zhang Dehuai laughed fiercely with some complacency. I'm going to tear you apart completely. The next moment, Zhang Dehuai rushed towards Su Bai's position again. This time, Zhang Dehuai's attack was even more ferocious. The two huge monsters stretched their arms forward, like two unstoppable demons. Zhang Dehuai watched as the distance between himself and Su Bai got closer and closer, but Su Bai's body did not disappear. He roared madly, "Die for me!" The next moment, Zhang Dehuai came in front of Su Bai, with two thick and ferocious monster arms raised above his head. Then, with the help of his jump, he slammed down from midair towards Su Bai's position. Bump! Boom boom! The surrounding space seemed to be shaking slightly. The dust on the ground was blown up by the strong impact of the airflow, and there was some smoke and dust in the air for a while. But Zhang Dehuai looked horrified. Wow, what? At this moment, Zhang Dehuai's body was still in the state of being smashed in midair. The two huge monster arms stopped in front of Su Bai, unable to move forward an inch. Zhang Dehuai's face became ferocious with gnashing teeth. Because Su Bai blocked his full-strength punch with just his index finger. This is impossible. This is impossible. Zhang Dehuai murmured in disbelief, and the next moment he exerted force with his arms again. But the monster's arms suspended in midair didn't move at all. Zhang Dehuai had already used all his strength at this time, and the black muscle tissue on his arms was wriggling. This means that Zhang Dehuai has exerted his strength to the limit. If he continued to exert force, his arm might collapse due to the excessive force load. Zhang Dehuai was not a fool. He chose to retreat temporarily. Bump! Zhang Dehuai's body did a half flip in the air, and his feet landed firmly on the ground. At this time, Zhang Dehuai was slightly bent over and breathing heavily. The punch just now took a heavy toll on his body. Why, that won't work. Su Bai's frivolous and sarcastic tone came. Zhang Dehuai's heart tightened, and he raised his dark eyes, which had turned into monsters, and looked at Su Bai. At this moment, Su Bai had a calm face and was looking at himself with a slight smile on his lips. You, what level of transcendent are you? Zhang Dehuai was shocked and a little panicked at this moment. Just now, Su Bai could easily block the full-strength punch from his transformed monster arm with just one index finger. Su Bai's level is at least S-level. What is the concept of S-level? This is already considered high-end combat power in the extraordinary world. Although they are not considered top combat forces, S-class transcendents are also rare. In such a small city like Qingfeng, there is actually a powerful extraordinary monster, like you. I really miscalculated. Zhang Dehuai looked a little unhappy. If he were at his peak strength, he might be able to compete with Su Bai. But now, with his AR level peak strength and his injuries not yet recovered, this battle is probably in jeopardy. What level am I, and why should I tell you? Su Bai's voice came faintly, and he also put the hand he had just stretched out back into his trouser pocket. He is simply the leader in the world of pretending to be cool. Zhang Dehuai saw Su Bai acting so cool, but he could only give an embarrassed and flattering smile on his face. My brother, since you are so powerful, you must not be hunting me down for the mere 100,000 yuan reward, right? Zhang Dehuai naturally thought that Su Bai, with his S-level strength, would come to hunt down a B-level monster on his list, and his purpose was definitely not for that small bounty. You are wrong. Su Bai's indifferent tone continued to sound. I really came here to hunt you down for that $100,000. When Zhang Dehuai heard this, he felt as if he was petrified and struck by lightning, and he felt terrible. No way. A powerful S-class transcendent is actually short of 100,000 yuan. You have to know that people with this level of combat power are basically big guys who have no shortage of money. If you are willing to join the official SOD organization and become a level 7 orderer, then the annual salary is at least hundreds of millions. Chapter 13. Encounter with SOD Division Chief, Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Dehuai's face was extremely ugly at this time, and he forced a smile. Brother, I was actually an S-level transcendent before. But later, he was attacked by other extraordinary monsters, which caused him to be seriously injured, and his strength has declined to the current AR level. I had no choice but to hunt those humans because I wanted to recover my strength quickly. When Zhang Dehuai spoke, he deliberately raised the voice of S-level, a little to attract Su Bai's attention. If you can let me go this time, I promise I will never attack humans again, and I will also give you some financial compensation. Zhang Dehuai kept a flattering smile on his face, but he felt a little nervous. If Su Bai still wanted to hunt him, then he would have no choice but to fight to the death. Su Bai listened to Zhang Dehuai's weakness and flattery without changing his expression. The monetary compensation is really exciting to me. Zhang Dehuai was about to show joy when he heard this, but Su Bai's next words froze his expression. But I won't go against my own will just for some material things. Su Bai looked a little dazed, as if he was recalling the scenes of his previous stay in the cage. He was betrayed by his trusted partner just because he was promised to give him an extra bottle of strengthening liquid every day. Thinking of this, Su Bai's whole aura changed drastically, and a terrifying energy wave spread out from him. The strong energy fluctuations seemed to materialize, causing the hood behind Zhang Dehuai to whistle. Feeling the terrifying pressure and aura emanating from Su Bai, Zhang Dehuai's face was filled with complete despair. Damn it! Zhang Dehuai cursed in his heart. As an S-level transcendent, he also had dignity and blood. Since you won't let me go, I will do whatever it takes to break one of your arms. As Zhang Dehuai uttered these vicious words, his legs began to change strangely. Bang! Two sounds of pants bursting were heard, and Zhang Dahuai's legs were twisted into a monster of black muscles. This is his full strength. Mutation points everywhere. For all the pursuers he encountered before, he only showed the abnormal points of his arms. Now facing Su Bai, whose level is at least S-level, Zhang Dahuai has to use all his strength and give it a try. Roar, roar. The roar in Zhang Dahuai's mouth seemed to turn into a monster-like roar. After strange changes occurred all over his body, his reason and character also began to slowly change towards that of a monster. So far, Su Bai has never used his mutations and singularities. Although Zhang Dahuai's current strength cannot reach the S level of his peak period, but with his body that has undergone many changes and his AR level peak combat power, Zhang Dahuai thought that he could still barely fight with Su Bai in his current human form, because the strongest combat power of the extraordinary monsters lies in their mutations and uniqueness. Roar. After the next roar, Zhang Dahuai rushed towards Su Bai on all fours like a mad beast. Bang, bang, bang. The concrete floor was cracked like broken glass under the strong stomping of Zhang Dahuai's transformed legs. Zhang Dahuai was fighting at a very fast speed at this moment, even faster than his previous attack on Su Bai. But Su Bai seemed to be in a trance at this moment. His eyes were empty, and he was completely unprepared for the fierce Zhang Dahuai. Good opportunity. Zhang Dahuai cried out in his heart and looked at Su Bai fiercely. The next moment, Zhang Dahuai exerted force with his limbs, leaped suddenly into the air, and then pounced towards Su Bai like a vicious tiger. Go to hell. Zhang Dahuai's monster attacked Su Bai with all four limbs at the same time, as if it could tear Su Bai's fragile body into pieces in the next moment. Puff. Tick. A drop of blood slowly dripped from Su Bai's arm. As Su Bai retracted his arm, the body of Zhang Dahuai, who was pierced by his arm, fell to the ground with a thud, making a dull sound. And in Su Bai's palm, he was holding Zhang Dahuai's heart. Su Bai's expression at this time also recovered from the memories he had just recalled. There was a hint of ferocity in his eyes as he crushed Zhang Dahuai's heart. Of course, this fierce hatred was not caused by Zhang Dahuai, but it was because of the betrayer he just recalled. Su Bai's eyes were not on the dead Zhang Dahuai, but he murmured softly, "Tearbird, I wonder if you are dead now. Don't let me die like this." Just when Su Bai was immersed in the memory that made him angry. On another road at the end of this path, an old man walked slowly by. When the old man reached the intersection, he suddenly stopped. The old man looked to be at least 60 years old. He was a little short and slightly hunched. His head of white hair and goatee on his chin were neatly trimmed. If Yang saw the old man here at this moment, she would definitely open her mouth in shock. Because the old man who appeared at the intersection was the minister of Qingfeng City SOD, Zhang Tianlong. At this time, Zhang Tianlong walked slowly towards the location of Su Bai and Zhang Dahuai's bodies with somewhat unstable steps. He came with his hands behind his back, but his thin body seemed full of strength. Step by step, until they arrived in front of the bodies of Su Bai and Zhang Dahuai. Zhang Tianlong had his eyes slightly narrowed when he appeared. He came to Zhang Dahuai's body and checked it. After confirming that he was dead, Zhang Tianlong said with some surprise, "Really dead?" Zhang Tianlong appeared on Fengxiao Road just to hunt down the murderer Zhang Dahuai. Because according to Saad's recent investigation, there is a problem with the danger assessment level of murderer Zhang Dahuai. A total of 7 attempts to hunt for extraordinary beings failed, and no one survived. Zhang Dahuai's actual combat power level is far from B level. It is very likely that he has reached AR level. This incident also alarmed him, the minister of Qingfeng City SOD. Therefore, when Zhang Tianlong received the news today, he came to Fengxiao Road specifically to hunt down Zhang Dahuai. But at this moment Zhang Dahuai was already dead, and it was most likely that he was killed by the guy in front of him. Zhang Tianlong shifted his gaze from Zhang Dahuai's body to look at Su Bai standing beside him. "What's your name, young man?" Although Zhang Tianlong's voice is not loud, it has strong penetrating power. Su Bai was also brought back to reality by Zhang Tianlong's voice. This old man. Although Su Bai had noticed the old man when he appeared, he had never paid any attention to him. Only now did Su Bai formally look at the white-haired old man in front of him. Su Bai's white dragon eyes opened instantly, but Su Bai did not find anything unusual on the old man. Ordinary people? No, if ordinary people saw this scene, they would have been scared away. This should be the awakener that Sakura-san mentioned. Su Bai retracted the transformation of white dragon eyes. This was also the second time he encountered an awakened person, and he became interested. The first time was when he was beaten to amnesia by the lightning awakener. Zhang Tianlong naturally also caught the changes in Su Bai's pupils. Are you also a supernatural monster? Chapter 14 Minister Zhang's Test. Aren't you afraid of me? Subai did not directly answer Zhang Tianlong's question, but instead said with a smile. After hearing this, Zhang Tianlong was completely certain in his heart that Subai was undoubtedly a transcendent person. Zhang Tianlong asked again, "Did you kill Zhang Dehuai?" "You're asking even though you already know the answer?" Subai still did not directly answer Zhang Tianlong's question. Under normal circumstances, as Zhang Tianlong is the minister of SOD in Qingfeng City, anyone who dared to speak to him like this would probably have cried and begged for forgiveness. But now Zhang Tianlong is very interested in Subai in front of him, smiley face. "As far as I know, Zhang Dehuai's strength is far more than B-level, but AR level. I didn't expect that there is a hidden, powerful, extraordinary person like you in Qingfeng City. Your strength should have reached S-level, right?" Subai listened to Zhang Tianlong's analysis, did not respond, but raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Good boy, you are still so unreasonable in front of me. It seems that I need to help you change this bad habit." Zhang Tianlong's slightly narrowed eyes gradually opened, and his whole aura changed, and a powerful aura swept around. In fact, Zhang Tianlong's idea was to test Subai's true strength. After all, Subai is a transcendent who is not registered on the Qingfeng City SOD list. It is a supernatural monster of unknown danger level. Because Zhang Tianlong has an impression of all registered extraordinary people of AR level and above, Subai remained calm in the face of Zhang Tianlong's overwhelming pressure and kept his hands in his trouser pockets. "Old man, I advise you to eat rats for juice. Omega. As the director of Qingfeng City's SOD branch and a peak level 7 awakener, when has Zhang Tianlong ever been subjected to such insults from others? Humph, you are so stubborn." The next moment, Zhang Tianlong's thin figure flew towards Subai like an arrow. A straight punch suddenly hit Subai's head. The air around seemed to explode at this moment, making a whistling sound. The corners of Zhang Tianlong's mouth curled up. Even if he only used 70% of his strength in this punch, it was still better than a full-strength punch from a peak AR-level warrior. However, Subai just smiled slightly when he saw this, as if he was disdainful and mocking. Bump. The next moment, the two fists faced each other, and the airflow generated by the collision of power between the two rushed in all directions. But now Zhang Tianlong's face looks very ugly. Because the fist that Subai faced was actually just the other person's index finger. Zhang Tianlong's eyelids were drooped, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Good boy, you really have some strength. It seems that I underestimated you." Subai uttered a word in a neither light nor light tone. "Well, and then I'll let you try my own boxing style." As Zhang Tianlong spoke, a white aura began to emanate from his body. Subai could feel that Zhang Tianlong's body was filled with explosive power. In an instant, Zhang Tianlong moved. His body seemed to teleport to above Subai's head. This speed is totally different from the speed of the punch just now. Subai was also slightly surprised, but based on this speed, it was still too slow in his eyes. Bump. Wow. Subai once again blocked Zhang Tianlong's punch with his index finger. Zhang Tianlong moved behind Subai again without stopping the next second. He pulled back his right fist, quickly accumulated strength, and then punched out with great force. With such an extremely fast combo speed, Zhang Tianlong thought that Subai would never be able to react and block his punch. Next moment, bump. Subai did not turn around, but the index finger of his right hand twisted and stretched out from his shoulder to block Zhang Tianlong's powerful attack. What? Zhang Tianlong finally felt a strange emotion in his heart. There was a hint of shock on his face. Zhang Tianlong leaped backwards quickly and landed steadily on the ground. At this time, Subai slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Tianlong, who had a serious expression on his face. Zhang Tianlong asked Subai warily, "Who the hell are you?" "I." A faint smile appeared on Subai's lips, like a handsome passerby. "I'm just a superhuman who wants to hunt superhuman monsters for bounties." However, Zhang Tianlong obviously didn't believe such words. Zhang Tianlong's face turned cold and his aura changed again. "In that case, I'll have no choice but to use my superpowers." Superpower. When Subai heard Zhang Tianlong's voice, he couldn't help but become curious. So far, he has not seen any other superpowers except the lightning superpower of the lightning awakener who had amnesiacized him by surprise. "Come on then. Good boy." Seeing Subai looking ready to be attacked, Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Arrogant." Zhang Tianlong slowly stood up, and his back, which was originally slightly hunched, became straighter. The skinny flesh on the body began to swell rapidly. His figure was growing taller quickly, and his originally gray hair began to turn black. In less than a moment, The short old man who was less than 1.6 meters tall turned into a strong man who was 1.9 meters tall with explosive muscles all over his body. Subai was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. What is the principle behind this? Is this the old man's superpower? It seemed that he saw the curiosity and surprise on Subai's face. Zhang Tianlong grinned and explained. My awakened superpower is called Power of Time. I can use this superpower on myself to achieve the effect of returning to my physical peak. At this moment, Zhang Tianlong's body is emitting a terrifying and powerful sense of oppression all the time. It was as if Zhang Tianlong standing there at this moment was a large ferocious beast. However, to Subai, this is no different from his previous old man form. Both are weaklings, Omega. Seeing the fluctuating expression on Subai's face, I thought that he was a little scared. Zhang Tianlong laughed. Haha, kid, even if you beg for mercy now, I will beat you up. Who told you to be so rude to your elders just now? Subai was speechless when he heard Zhang Tianlong's smug laughter. Old man, make no mistake. Who told you I asked for mercy? Well, take my fist. Zhang Tianlong's eyes were sharp, and his aura began to gather. My power of time can not only be used on myself, but also on the surrounding space. In this way, I can slow down the flow of time in the surrounding space, thereby increasing my own flow of time. Zhang Tianlong proudly explains his awakened superpowers. The next moment, his figure rushed towards Subai's position like a beast. Zhang Tianlong's figure began to move back and forth in the space around Subai at an extremely fast speed. A normal person might not even be able to see his afterimage here. Look at my combo, the time-based punch. Zhang Tianlong began to punch wildly, and each punch was unstoppable, as if it had the momentum of thousands of pounds of force. Bang, bang, bang. There were continuous explosions in the space around Subai, as if bombs were exploding on Subai. Chapter 15. Mr. Zhang, who beat you like this? But under this powerful attack, Subai stood still. No matter how fast Zhang Tianlong swung, he felt like he was hitting an invisible barrier. It felt like my fist couldn't even touch Subai. That's the only way. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the sound of the explosion, Subai's voice accurately reached the ears of Zhang Tianlong, who was attacking frantically. Subai's indifferent voice came, and this voice completely angered Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong is a peak level 7 awakener, and possesses the super powerful power of time. How could he possibly tolerate such provocation from Subai? Boy, you forced me to do this. Zhang Tianlong shouted coldly and suddenly jumped away from Subai. Next I will unleash my strongest attack. It's a killer punch that is a combination of the boxing skills I've practiced for many years and my time ability. As Zhang Tianlong spoke, he had already begun to stand firmly in a horse stance, and the white energy in his body became increasingly strong. Slowed down the flow of time in the surrounding space to the limit, mobilize my muscle density to the peak, and release all my strength. Zhang Tianlong roared and rushed towards Subai like a cannonball. The moment his footsteps left, the concrete ground exploded and shattered. The flow of time around seemed to slow down, but at this moment, Zhang Tianlong only had Subai's figure in his eyes. Remember, kid, this move is called Secret Time Explosion Fist. The speed of Zhang Tianlong's punch seemed to break the speed of sound, and a loud explosion was heard in the air. There were strong gusts of wind in the surrounding space, and Subai's hair was blown slightly up. But Subai's expression remained calm and composed. It was as if Zhang Tianlong's fatal punch was not aimed at him. Bump. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Zhang Tianlong's explosive punch hit Subai's body, the surrounding walls and ground began to collapse and dent. It was as if some invisible force crushed them at that moment. But the ground under Subai's feet remained intact, without any cracks. Smoke and dust rose up, covering the scene, making it impossible to see the outcome for a moment. After a while, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. Subai's indifferent voice came. That's all. What? Crack. Before Zhang Tianlong could even get shocked, a crisp sound of bone breaking was heard the next second. Zhang Tianlong only felt a sudden sharp pain in his right arm when he hit out. The next moment his body seemed to be hit by a truck. Puff. Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and fell heavily on the electric pole at the end of the path. Bump. Due to the strong inertial impact of the body, the electric pole was also broken. The few people passing by were shocked when they saw it. They thought it was a fight between thugs and quickly walked away in fear. Zhang Tianlong was breathing heavily, and drops of cold sweat were already dripping down his forehead. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shift out of place, and the intense pain made his face look hideous. Well, Zhang Tianlong wanted to raise his hand, but the next moment he found that his right arm had lost sensation and was hanging straight down on the side of his shoulder. Zhang Tianlong was horrified. This guy's strength is definitely not just S-level. Zhang Tianlong endured the pain in his body and slowly stood up, leaning against the half-broken electric pole. Leaning against a telephone pole whose injuries were similar to his, Zhang Tianlong felt a little frightened. You are not a transcendent from Qifeng City. Who the hell are you? He knows any extraordinary monster with S-level strength or S-level awakener in Qifeng City. Before today, he had no idea about Subai. I've already said that today I just want to hunt down the B-rank murderer Zhang Dehuai and exchange it for the bounty from the Hunter Association. Subai was speechless. The old man kept asking him the same question, which made him a little impatient. That's what the awakened are like. Subai muttered quietly in his heart. In his opinion, an S-level awakener was just SOSO. I just don't know what level the lightning awakener who ambushed me was. I don't know anything about him, so it seems difficult to take revenge. Subai thought to himself and started walking towards the location of Zhang Dehuai's body. Watching Subai turn around and drag Zhang Dehuai's body with one hand and leave. Zhang Tianlong was shocked. Won't this guy kill me to silence me? Boy, are you just going to let me go like this? There was shock and a hint of confusion in Zhang Tianlong's tone. Why should I kill you? From the moment I first spotted you, there wasn't a single hint of murderous intent in you. That is to say, you have no ill will towards me at all, and I am not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Subai looked at Zhang Tianlong's broken body and added, Of course, since you love to show off so much, I should teach you a lesson. After hearing Subai's last words, Zhang Tianlong's face turned dark and he felt unwell. I had just wanted to teach Subai a lesson, but I didn't expect that I would end up being taught a lesson by Subai. I was really showing off and got slapped in the face. What's your name, young man? You haven't joined the supernatural forces yet? You are so strong, you should come to our SOD, punish evil and promote good for the people, and maintain the extraordinary order. If you would. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. Why did this old man suddenly change his tone and become such a chatterbox? No, I like to be idle. Subai walked straight to the other end of the path as he spoke, completely ignoring the SOD branch chief who was trying to win him over behind him. Hey, don't go. You haven't told me your name yet. Zhang Tianlong looked at Subai whose figure disappeared around the corner of the path, a trace of helplessness showing on his face. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful, extraordinary person in our Qifeng City. It feels like the supernatural world in Qifeng City is about to change. Puff. While sighing, Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but spit out blood again. Zhang Tianlong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. That boy is really ruthless. After recovering for a moment, Zhang Tianlong took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket. Fortunately, this new mobile phone was not damaged. Zhang Tianlong quickly dialed a number and the call was connected. Xiao Huang, come to the intersection of Fengqiao Road. Mr. Zhang, you went to hunt down that murderer, and now? Stop talking nonsense, little brat. Drive over here right now. Xiao Huang on the opposite side heard Zhang Tianlong's tone was a little irritable, so he hurriedly agreed. 10 minutes later, a small black car slowly stopped beside Zhang Tian. The man in the black suit in the car got out in a hurry after seeing Zhang Tianlong in a dishevel. Mr. Zhang, who beat you up like this? Chapter 16 Hunter Association. Ahem. The weak should not ask too much about matters between the strong. Zhang Tianlong was naturally too embarrassed to speak, as he was beaten into such a miserable state by a young guy. Xiao Huang also understood Zhang Tianlong's embarrassment and naturally would not ask any further questions. Mr. Zhang, you should get in the car first and go back for treatment. In order not to attract the attention of other passersby, Subai bought a large sack on the roadside. Besides, it was already dark now, and no one would notice Subai and the big sack he was dragging. Subai did not go home. He took out his pineapple phone and sent a message directly to Yang. Subai, I have killed that murderer. How can I find the Hunter Association to exchange for the bounty now? After a while, Subai's phone vibrated, and then Yang's message came. A little Sakura, aha. A little Sakura, so fast. A little Sakura, Subai. Where are you now? I'll come find you first. Subai, I am on XX Road, next to a telephone pole on the side of the road. A little Sakura, okay. Wait, I'll be there soon. 10 minutes later, a low-key black flying car slowly drove up to Subai. The glass window on the driver's seat rolled down, revealing Yang's delicate little face inside. It still looked a little red, as if it had just taken a bath. Get in the car. Subai didn't waste any time. He threw the big sack containing Zhang Dehuai into the trunk and got into the passenger seat. Is that really the murderer? Certainly. After Subai ended the topic, Yang stopped talking, stepped on the accelerator, and the little flying man drove quickly forward. Should we go directly to the Hunter Association? Well, the Hunter Association usually has extraordinary hunters on duty 24 hours a day. Subai nodded slightly. Dozens of minutes later, Yang drove the flying man to a somewhat remote neighborhood. Arrive. The two men got out of the car, and Subai dragged the large sack containing Zhang Dehuai in one hand. Yang led the way. The two walked through a small street and came directly to a place called Rose Bar. Subai asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. The Hunter Association is here? Well, the Rose Bar is only a disguise for it. In fact, there is an underground space beneath this bar, and that is where the Real Hunter Association is. As she spoke, Yang had already brought Subai into the Rose Bar. Although it was already 6 or 7 in the evening, there were still quite a few people in the Rose Bar. Most of them are young and pretty people. They are either drinking or chatting. The atmosphere seems harmonious and makes people indulge in it and unable to extricate themselves. As soon as Yang came in, she was approached by a man in a suit and tie who looked like a successful man. Hey miss, would you like a drink? I know a drink that would be perfect for you. Yang replied coldly with a straight face. Unnecessary. The man was also tactful. When he saw Subai following him, he did not continue to pester her. Yang walked towards the depths of the Rose Bar, and Subai followed behind her dragging a large sack. Yang walked all the way to a basement of the Rose Bar and stopped. There are no normal customers around here anymore. There are 2 grim men in suits guarding the entrance to the basement. Please show me your identity information. Yang took out a card and handed it to one of the men in suits. The man in the suit took it, verified it briefly, and then handed it back to Yang. All right, you too, that's it. Yang nodded slightly, and Subai successfully entered the basement of the Rose Bar under the guidance of the girl. After walking up more than 20 metal steps, Subai's view in front of him suddenly became clear. The surrounding space suddenly expanded, and warm yellow light shone into this underground space. This is the Hunter Association. Subai looked around and saw that the surrounding decoration was very luxurious, not at all like the shabby appearance that a basement should have. All kinds of high-end sofas, coffee tables, chairs, etc. are available. There is a bar counter at the front, but this bar counter is much more high-end than the one outside. Anyway, the decoration around can be summed up in one word: luxury. Subai couldn't help but ask Yang in front of him, is the Hunter Association so rich? Rich? Not bad. After all, the Hunter Association is also a world-class supernatural force. This decoration is pretty ordinary, right? When Subai heard the girl's answer, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Is this considered normal? Okay, follow me. Yang led Subai and continued walking forward. There are also some extraordinary people scattered around. Some of them came here to take on some commissioned tasks, while others, like Subai and his friends, came here to exchange for bounties. Yang went straight to the bar of the Hunter Association. Sitting at the bar was a beautiful blonde. Long time no see, Sakura. The blonde beauty seemed to know Yang and greeted the girl enthusiastically. Who's that handsome guy next to you, Sakura? Is he your boyfriend? Chishawa looked at Subai with a smile on her face. I have to say that Subai's appearance is really lethal now. Even she, a veteran hunter, felt amazed when she saw Subai. No, Sister Hua, please stop teasing me. Seeing a blush appear on Yang's pretty face, Chishawa stopped joking. So you're here to take a commission this time? But your Yi family is not short of money, right? Actually, I'm here to help my friend Subai submit a commission. Yang turned sideways to show Subai and introduced him to Chishawa. Subai, my classmate, is also an A-level transcendent. Huh, it's actually A-level? Hearing Yang's voice, Chishawa on the opposite side was a little surprised. A-level extraordinary people are rare, especially since Subai looks so young, about the same age as Yang. Chishawa's eyes began to become charming, and she stared at Subai with a hint of temptation in the corners of her eyes. Hey. When Yang saw Chishawa, with a lustful and infatuated look on her face, looking at Subai, she immediately moved forward to block him. Sister Hua, let's talk business. Tisk, Sakura is so stingy, it's not enough to just take a look. Yang's face turned a little red and her eyes became a little vague. Okay, then tell me. What commission are you here to hand in this time? The hunting mission of that murderer. Huh. When Chishawa heard about the mission to hunt the murderer, there was a barely noticeable pause of a few tenths of a second on her face. This hunting mission has been put aside for a long time, and some extraordinary people have tried to hunt it before. But in the end, all those extraordinary people were killed by the murderer and later alarmed SOD. Of course, Chishawa also knew some inside information. Did you really kill that murderer? Certainly. Now it's Subai's turn to appear. He took a step forward and handsomely threw the corpse of the murderer that he was dragging behind him out of the sack. Chapter 17 Daily System Activation. Chishawa at the bar looked at Zhang Dawai's body. She took out her cell phone, opened the Chaofin official website and carefully compared the photos of the two. Yes, it is the body of the murderer Zhang Dawai. Chishawa then called 2 burly men to drag away Zhang Dawai's body. Subai looked at the corpse being dragged away and couldn't help but feel a little curious. What do you need the corpses of these extraordinary monsters for? Hearing Subai asking, Chishawa replied with a smile on her face. Of course. I took it to Slice for research. Chi Xiaohua deliberately answered Subai in a threatening tone. I originally thought that Subai would show an expression of shock or fear on his face. But the result was not Omega. Okay, why does this handsome boy look so stable? Bounty. Subai didn't waste any words. Now that the body of the murderer has been taken away by the Hunter Association, it's time to collect his bounty. Student Subai, don't be anxious. Take your time. If you go too fast, I can't handle it. Listening to Chi Xiaohua's charming voice, an ordinary person would probably be overwhelmed at this moment. Yang had a frown on her face, but luckily she glanced at Subai beside her. Well, I wasn't tempted by this fairy, not bad. At this moment, Subai was already thinking about how to spend the 100,000 yuan. Well, let's replace this broken screen phone with the latest model of manhwa phone. And for tomorrow's breakfast, I'm going to have the most expensive pancake set for $10. Xiaoying, why have I never heard you mention classmate Subai before? While Chi Xiaohua took out her cell phone to transfer money to Subai, she looked at Ying in a puzzled tone. Yang could only laugh awkwardly twice. Ding dong. 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your card. Subai looked at the latest news and instantly felt that everything was fine. A handsome and gentle smile appeared on his face. A voice sounded in Yang and Chi Xiaohua's hearts at the same time. So handsome. Subai's smile made Chi Xiaohua feel itchy. Damn it. Sakura got the upper hand on such a handsome guy. When Subai was about to leave, Chi Xiaohua did not forget to give him a hint with her eyes. After walking out of the Rose Bar, Yang said to Subai, how about I take you back? Since he could take a free ride, Subai naturally did not refuse. More than 20 minutes later, Yang's little flying man stopped at the gate of Bailuan community. Subai got out of the car and said goodbye. By the way, he transferred 1,000 yuan to Yang as a reward for providing him with information about the murderer in the past 2 days. Although Yang didn't lack the 1,000 yuan, she still accepted it. See you tomorrow. On the way back, a female mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Subai's mind. Ding. Daily system activation completed. The system's voice startled Subai. What the hell? What the hell? Host, please don't make a fuss. This system is a daily system and has been successfully activated. Thank you for your care in the future. Carrot carrot. Subai's face was filled with astonishment. System? Is it really a system? Subai naturally knew what the system was. I didn't expect that something like this that only existed in fantasy actually existed. Subai quickly calmed down his excitement. Subai asked the system with his thoughts in his mind. You call it the daily system, right? So what abilities do you have, system? The host system is very capable, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The host can use consciousness in his mind to open the system panel. Subai heard the system's guidance and felt the system panel in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment a virtual screen panel appeared in front of Subai. Moreover, with Subai's powerful, white dragon eyes, he could sense that this virtual panel was projected directly from his mind. In other words, this system panel should only be visible to him, and no one else can see it. Is this true? System. That's right. Just as the host analyzed, the system panel is projected directly into the host's mind, and other creatures cannot see it. The host is really too smart, Omega? Being praised by the system, Subai just smiled indifferently. Subai focused his attention on the system panel that appeared. This is a cyan-blue translucent virtual screen, somewhat similar to modern virtual projection. There are daily tasks and system lottery on it. Huh? There are only 2 functions? Subai's expression froze instantly. And looking at the names of these 2 functions, they seem to be just the most basic ones? How come the system only has 2 functions? Intersection, underscore. Intersection? Hearing Subai's question, the system's somewhat arrogant voice sounded. Host, don't underestimate me because I only have 2 functions, but they are both very powerful. Oh, carrot. Oh. Subai was embarrassed. Why did the system seem to have a Tsundra attribute? Okay, can you first tell me what abilities the daily tasks and system lottery have? Daily tasks, as the name suggests, are the tasks of this system. The system will randomly release daily tasks for the host to complete. After completing them, you can get system points, which can be used for system lottery. System lottery, as the name suggests, is the system's lottery function. The host can participate in the lottery with the points obtained, and each lottery consumes 10 system points. That's it. That's all. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched slightly. He felt that the system seemed a bit useless. The host is so greedy, he's not satisfied with 2 such great functions. Subai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch when he heard that. Never mind. He wanted to complain something in his heart, but in the end Subai didn't say it out loud. How do I use this system panel? Just click it. The host can touch it with body parts, or control it through brain consciousness. Subai reached out and clicked on the system lottery that occupied most of the screen on the system panel. In the center of the panel is a huge disc, which is somewhat similar to an ordinary lottery game. However, The types of lottery items are extremely diverse. Skills, weapons, armaments, life, medical care, medicine, technology, knowledge. Subai tried to pull them with his hands, but found that there were too many types and he couldn't pull them all. Subai even saw a variety of lottery items in it, including those related to cultivation of immortals. This book does not talk about cultivation of immortals, transformation, and so on. Moreover, each major category of items can be further divided into a large number of small categories, and then further divided. It's like infinite nesting dolls. Subai's originally indifferent expression gradually turned into shock. This system lottery is simply omnipotent and has everything. Abbreviation, NYOPI. Chapter 18 System Functions and Superb Official Website. Subai looked at the powerful lottery items above and his heart was already agitated. He looked at the draw button. Host, a system lottery requires 10 system points. After hearing the system's voice, Subai felt a little disappointed and he quit the system lottery. Click on the System Tasks column. But now it's still empty. Why is there no task in the system? Host, don't worry. This system has just been activated and daily tasks are randomly released every day. I suggest that the host walk more and communicate with others more, so that it will be easier to trigger daily tasks. In addition, daily tasks are randomly released every day. Each task can be kept for up to 1 week. Unfinished tasks will be replaced by new tasks. Yes, I understand. There are no tasks in the system yet, and points are required for the lottery. Subai directly closed the system panel and continued walking towards his community building. While walking on the road in his spare time, Subai couldn't help but feel confused. System, why did you choose me? Choose a host? Didn't you? This system is a product derived from the host's body and is somewhat similar to the white dragon in the host's body. Derived from my body? That's right, host. This system is produced by the host's body. To put it simply, it can be understood as a superpower of the host. Subai was shocked again. It was the first time he knew that the superpowers of a transcendent could exist in the form of a system. So, I'm also an awakened one. I don't know. Omega. Hearing the system's answer, Subai's mouth twitched. He always felt that his daily system seemed a little unreliable. When I returned to my room, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Subai simply washed up and then lay down on the bed. Subai opened the Chaofan official website and started browsing it. Although only a small number of people know about the Chaofan official website. But even so, there will still be a lot of extraordinary content updated every moment. Subai thought of the genetic modification company and tried to use the search function on the Chaofan official website. Then a striking prompt popped up. Please spend $1,000 to unlock the search function. Subai's face turned dark instantly. Which bastard developed this extraordinary official website? Why'd I have to spend money to unlock everything here /////? Author, Aju. When it comes to information about the genetic modification company, Subai can only be ripped off by this sinister official website this time. After recharging 1,000 yuan, Subai chose to spend 1,000 yuan to unlock the search function. You have successfully purchased 10 search functions. Happy searching. Subai, oh, winky face-o. Subai tried his best to keep calm. He was now a man with a savings of 100,000 yuan. Just $1,000. But when Subai thought that he could only search 10 times for 1,000 yuan, he felt like he was losing out. In total, it would cost Subai 100 yuan to use the search function on the Chaofan official website once. After adjusting his mindset, Subai began searching for genetic modification company. After some searching, as expected, there was a lot of information about the genetic modification company on the Chaofan official website. During this period, Subai changed many keyword searches. However, this information only contains some basic information. Although it also mentions extraordinary things, the content is not much. Subai used 7 search opportunities, but only obtained some insignificant information. It seems that it is no longer possible to learn about the genetic modification company on the Chaofan official website. Subai gave up searching and spent all the $1,000. When Subai thought that he had wasted $1,000 and still hadn't found any useful information, he felt /////. Subai closed the search bar and looked at other sections of the Chaofan official website. Subai randomly entered a supernatural communication module and browsed through it. Flander, one of the 12 holy knights of the Nut Kingdom, wiped out an evil organization with special S-level extraordinary people at 3:10 this afternoon and eradicated the opponent's underground base. It is rumored that some kind of supergiant lizard-like monster has appeared in the sea area near the small island country, and it is suspected to be over 100 meters in size. The small island country is in danger. At 12 noon today, the Holy Spirit Church of Asen Country discovered an SSS-level dimensional rift in the southwestern wilderness. This is what has been discovered so far. Hysilin Technology Company officially announced today that it has successfully developed a human body strengthening drug that can improve the physical fitness of ordinary people, and the effect is even more significant for extraordinary people. An SS-level extraordinary person who infiltrated from abroad is suspected to have appeared on the southern coast of Dragon Country. Subai looked at the eye-catching topics marked in red on the screen of his mobile phone. There is no doubt that these are all related to international supernatural forces or powerful supernatural beings. Of course, Subai also watched with great interest, and Subai couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, "Special S-level can be included in the topic of super extraordinary official website." Most of these latest extraordinary topics are from abroad, so Longwas seems a little quiet. Subai continued browsing for a while and found that there were very few incidents involving SSS-level extraordinary people. Subai remembered what Yi Ying had said to him before. There may not even be an SSS-level extraordinary person in our entire northern province of Dragon Country. Subai clicked on the search function of Chaofan's official website again and entered the keyword SSS-level. The scene jumped, which surprised Subai a little. The first piece of information that came into view was actually the introduction of an SSS-level transcendent. SSS-level, the highest level of supernatural beings currently classified. Because supernatural beings who reach the SSS-level are so rare, they are called legendary existences. Every SSS-level extraordinary person has the combat power to easily destroy a city and is as dangerous as a human-shaped nuclear weapon. There are currently 19 SSS-level extraordinary people announced internationally, and they are. Subai was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the number of SSS-level extraordinary people was so small. Then wouldn't it be that I, an SSS-level genetic modifier, am almost invincible? However, when Subai saw the list of SSS-level extraordinary people, he found something wrong. There is only one SSS-level extraordinary person on the list, who is from the Genetic Modification Company. But when Subai launched The Great Escape 2 years ago, he single-handedly fought off 3 SSS-level transformers in the Genetic Modification Company. Subai understood instantly. It seems that the SSS level on this list is only a part of the extraordinary world, and the data is not accurate. For example, a powerful supernatural force like the Gene Modification Company hides the true number of SSS-level supernaturals. In addition, the Genetic Modification Company is one of the world's top supernatural forces, but it is very low-key to the outside world. Chapter 19. I was actually laughed at by the system. Then Subai entered Qingfeng City Community. Subai clicked on Qingfeng City's Extraordinary Communication module. The extraordinary topics in Qingfeng City are not as hot as those in the International District. But what surprised Subai was that there were quite a few extraordinary topics in Qingfeng City. Subai looked at the extraordinary content about Qingfeng City. Attention! Dark creatures are suspected to have appeared in Qingfeng City recently. The vast number of extraordinary people in Qingfeng City. Please report to SOD immediately if you find them. Secretly filmed. It seems that Minister Zhang of Qingfeng City SOD was seriously injured. The murderer on the Beiluan District hunting list, number 27, has been hunted down. The hunter actually. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. He actually saw some extraordinary topics related to him. Subai clicked on it with interest. It contains some recent information about the murderer and his cruel behavior. The last one is an interface showing that the murderer mission has ended. There are a lot of messages in the comment section below, most of which are cheering and applauding, saying that it is a good death, a wonderful death, and a terrific death. After all, most of the extraordinary people nowadays are relatively law-abiding. Extraordinary people like the murderer, who wantonly kill ordinary humans, will still be resisted by everyone. Subai browsed through the extraordinary topics of Qingfeng City for a while, then turned it off and went to sleep. The next morning, the bright and pleasant warm sunshine shone through the window beside Subai's bed. Subai opened his black eye sleepily. Today is the weekend, so Subai doesn't have to rush to class. It's just right that I can go get a new phone today. Subai got up, washed and went out. When he came downstairs, Subai saw the familiar breakfast cart. Subai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked towards the stall selling pancakes. "Boss, give me a pancake." "Okay, what's the price range?" Subai didn't even need to look at the price list and spoke directly. "I want the most expensive $10 set meal." The boss looked at Subai with some surprise. He still had some impression of Subai. What a heroic young man. The boss couldn't help but brag about Subai. After all, customers are God. Giving them the best experience when they buy goods is the only way to retain customers. Subai took the pancake with all the ingredients and continued walking while eating. As far as he could remember, there was a mobile phone store in the Beiluan neighborhood. Subai walked leisurely to the mobile phone store. Subai had already decided which mobile phone he wanted to replace it with, so he didn't waste time talking to the salesperson. Give the money, take the phone, and leave. Subai quickly changed to a new mobile phone, and his mood became happier. Subai did not go back directly after changing his new phone. Now that he has a huge sum of 100,000 yuan, Subai is definitely going to spend a little bit. Subai walked into clothing stores and shoe stores, and even changed the old school bag that he had been carrying for 2 years. After all the operations, Subai only spent less than 1 or 2% of the huge sum of money. Subai was in a good mood. He finally experienced what it was like to be a rich person. At noon, Subai returned to his small house of several dozen square meters. Looking at the old and small room, Subai checked the balance on his mobile phone. 100,000 yuan is indeed a huge sum of money for ordinary people. But this is far from enough to buy a better house in Qingfeng City. Even the Bailuan community where Subai lives now relies on relationships with relief agencies. It seems that I need to hunt more extraordinary monsters in exchange for more bounties. Subai was thinking this in his heart, when suddenly the system voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Daily tasks released. Task name, I want to make money. Task requirements. Please earn at least 100,000 yuan within a week. Mission reward, 1 system point. Subai was stunned. The mission came right away. Seeing the task details displayed by the system, Subai's mouth twitched slightly. Is this what the system calls a daily task? But this is exactly what I want. I just want to make a little more money recently. At least we need to improve this rather poor quality of life. Subai is full of confidence. Having already made 100,000 yuan once, Subai knew that if he wanted to make another 100,000 yuan in a short period of time, he could only do so through the hunting mission of the Hunter Association. Subai curled up the corners of his mouth slightly and turned on his newly bought mobile phone. Entered the Qingfeng City and Hunter Association page on the Chaofan official website. Subai began to browse the extraordinary monsters on the hunting list released by the Hunter Association. Subai directly clicked on the extraordinary monster, ranked first in bounty. Name, Zhang Xiaowai. Gender, female. Age, 22. Extraordinary category, monster, mutant. Danger level, AR level, tentative. Detailed introduction. Please spend 100,000 yuan to unlock more. Subai was completely confused when he saw the detailed introduction. Why does it cost different amounts to view information about monsters of different levels? And this Zhang Xiaowai actually needs 100,000 yuan to unlock it. Subai said, this is a bit outrageous. Subai's current savings is less than 100,000 yuan, so it is impossible for him to spend 100,000 yuan to unlock it. Next, Subai hesitated for a moment and directly skipped the top 20 on the hunting list. Subai looked at the bounty mission ranked 21st on the hunting list. Name, Li Daniu. Gender, male. Age, 24. Extraordinary category, monster, gene species. Danger level, B, tentative. Detailed introduction. Please spend 3,000 yuan to unlock more detailed information. Subai thought that the 3,000 yuan was still within an acceptable range. Subai recharged 3,000 yuan and directly unlocked the detailed information of Li Daniu. Detailed information. Li Daniu was once a subject of a genetic experiment in a research institute. Because he could not withstand the power of genes, his mind has been distorted. He then escaped forcefully. He has an extremely cruel personality and has killed several extraordinary people and ordinary humans. He is on Saad's blacklist, monster. Ability analysis. According to a superhuman who has fought with it, the opponent's mutated genes are suspected to be some kind of evil bovine creature. There are 2 mutation points on his body, the horns on his head and the right arm. After the mutation, his strength is extremely great, comparable to the peak of Class B, but he has no combat skills. Recent situation. Li Daniu has no active locations recently. Subai. When Subai saw the last sentence, no active locations recently, he felt terrible. Subai spent 3,000 yuan to unlock Li Daniu's detailed information just to get his whereabouts. In the end, there was no result. Subai, there's something fishy in my mind, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Ha 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 ha, greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to /. System, you are laughing, right? Host, this system doesn't have that. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched wildly. Not only did he waste 3,000 yuan, but he was also laughed at by his own system. Chapter 20. This human is so powerful. Subai finally understood this sinister, super official website. Subai said that he was in a bad mood now. He simply closed the website, opened some entertainment software, shook himself, and began to relax. Time flies, and it is already evening. Subai had been watching the shaking for the entire afternoon without realizing it. Fuck. This thing is really harmful. It directly wasted my precious time. Subai was shocked. He was originally thinking about how to earn the 100,000 yuan from the system task. Suddenly, the system voice sounded in Su Bai's mind. Master, you're clearly watching with great interest. Omega? System, shut up. Su Bai's face turned black when he heard that, and he turned off the shake. Feeling that it was almost time for dinner, Su Bai ordered a luxurious takeout directly on his mobile phone. Half an hour later, Su Bai was eating the delicious takeout, which smelled so good. How come this thing tastes better than the dishes in the school cafeteria? This was Su Bai's first time eating takeout, and he sighed in a somewhat unclear voice. After dinner, Su Bai got up and was about to go out for a walk. Suddenly his mobile phone lit up. Su Bai opened his cell phone and saw a WeChat message from Yang. A little Sakura. By the way, Su Bai, you haven't registered your extraordinary information with SOD yet, right? A little Sakura. I happen to be free tomorrow. I can take you there to register your extraordinary information. Su Bai, why do I need to register my information? In a high-end villa complex in Qingfeng City, Yang was sitting on a soft big bed in loose black gauze pajamas, her perfect white skin revealing a spring glow. She rolled her eyes on her pretty face. Then control the phone and type. A little Sakura. You are indeed a newbie extraordinary person who knows nothing. A little Sakura. As long as you take the initiative to register your extraordinary information at SOD, you can be defined as an extraordinary monster on the whitelist by SOD. A little Sakura. In this way, not only will she not be hunted by the SOD orderers, but she will also be protected by them. Su Bai. This is not necessary, and I don't need their protection. Su Bai. Of course, if they are blind enough to want to hunt me, I will let them know why the flowers are so red. Inside the luxurious villa complex, the girl was stunned as she looked at the messages sent by Su Bai on her phone. A little Sakura. Brother, don't make a mistake. You are A-level, not S-level. A Sakura. Although A rank is also very strong, it is not enough to fight against the SOD of the entire Qingfeng City. Su Bai didn't plan to continue discussing this topic with Yang. He put his cell phone in his pocket and prepared to go downstairs for a walk. Came downstairs to the community. Su Bai strolled along the dim gravel path. Although this Belouin community is an old residential building with a long history, but the environment and scenery here are quite good. Su Bai felt relaxed as he walked forward. Occasionally, a few residents from the community would pass by. It's also nice to take a walk in the neighborhood after dinner, *sigma. Just as Su Bai was thinking this in his heart, he suddenly sensed an evil energy fluctuation. Su Bai raised his eyebrows. He sensed this evil energy fluctuation very suddenly, as if it appeared out of nowhere. A hint of interest appeared on Su Bai's face, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Interesting, I just happen to be free right now. Su Bai raised his foot and changed direction, slowly walking towards the source of the evil energy fluctuations that he sensed. Although there are not many residential buildings in Belouin community, the green area within it is quite large. Su Bai continued to approach the source of the fluctuation, and gradually the shouts of some people could be heard around him. Thanks to Su Bai's hearing ability, he could still hear the shouts clearly even though they were dozens or hundreds of meters apart. Help! Monster! There's a monster! Someone come quickly! There is a monster in our neighborhood. Run! Su Bai looked towards the place where the sound came from. It's very close. Su Bai couldn't help but feel curious. What on earth could have appeared in our neighborhood? Su Bai began to speed up, and almost the next moment he arrived at the location where the cry for help came from. Su Bai looked at a man slumped on the ground in front of him. Looking at the expression on the other person's face, it seemed as if he was about to cry out of fear. Su Bai was speechless. He was a real man after all. How could he be so weak? The man in front of Su Bai only felt a gust of wind blowing, and the next moment there was another person in front of him. He looked at Su Bai and shouted loudly, "Handsome guy, there's a monster here, run." The man's shouting also made Su Bai notice a green area not far ahead of them. There, a black, ferocious creature that looked like a cat and a tiger and was as big as a tiger was looking at them greedily. What is this? Su Bai frowned. His knowledge was extraordinary for a newbie. Facing the big black cat that looked like a tiger, Su Bai was completely confused. Handsome guy, what else could this be? Even an idiot can tell it's a monster. The man lying on the ground in front of Su Bai was about to cry. Such a terrifying creature. Su Bai is still wondering what it is. Dagwa, now is the time to study this. Su Bai looked at the man on the ground again. At this time, the man had been frightened unconscious by the big black cat monster that was slowly crawling towards them. Well, Su Bai was speechless for a while. He was really a little timid. The host is just showing off. You are a powerful, extraordinary person, so of course you are not afraid. The corners of Su Bai's mouth twitched him. He feels that there are some issues with this system. The system retorted to Subai and said that the experience was great. Subai questioned the system in a bad tone in his mind. System, what did you say? However, the system has been hung up. Subai's face was full of black lines, and he looked at the big black cat monster in front of him with unfriendly eyes. The moment Subai's death gaze was cast upon the big black cat monster, it actually let out a terrified cry of ah, as if frightened by something. It makes people feel pity when they hear it. The next second, the big black cat monster turned around and ran away, because it just saw endless death and great crisis in Subai's eyes. The instinct for survival made it run away subconsciously. But how could Subai let it run away? Subai grinned and stared in the direction where the big black cat monster fled. The next second, Subai's figure flashed at an extremely fast speed. Subai's speed was so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye, and only a figure flashing continuously could be seen. In less than a moment, Subai was standing at the edge of the community's green belt, holding the big black cat monster in one hand. The big black cat monster in Subai's hand was trembling at this moment, looking with fear at the handsome man in front of it, who made it tremble in its heart. This human is so powerful. Chapter 21, Dimensional Rift, Dimensional Creatures, Xiaohe. Subai looked at the big black cat monster that he was carrying like a chicken, and his face was full of curiosity. Subai had never seen a dimensional rift, so he didn't understand dimensional creatures. At this time, Subai and the big black cat were staring at each other. Forget it, just kill it directly. After hearing what Subai said, the big black cat seemed to understand the meaning. It began to struggle in Subai's hands. Ouch, ouch, ouch. If someone who didn't know the truth was here, he might even accuse Subai of mistreating the cat. Subai also looked at the big black cat with surprise and said in a surprised tone, You can understand me? Woo-woo. The big black cat felt that he still had a chance of survival, so he nodded and bowed hurriedly to Subai to show that he understood. Subai was very upset. Can you speak, Vin? The big black cat's face changed when he heard this. Isn't this making things difficult for cats, Omega? Seeing the big black cat keep silent means agreement. Then just kill him. The big black cat's legs went limp with fear when he heard this. Subai thought for a moment, and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised. How about this? I, Subai, am not a bad person. As long as you think you can be the master, I will let you go. How about that? The big black cat has no choice now. Of course, staying alive is the most important thing. Woo-woo. The big black cat hurriedly nodded towards Subai to show its agreement. It even wanted to shake its head off to show its sincerity. System, do you have any function that can help me identify the loyalty of this black cat? No. Waste. Subai knew that the system didn't have it, and he sneered in his mind with disdain. Okay, from now on you'll be called Xiaohe. Subai casually put Xiaohe on the ground. Xiaohe felt a little depressed when he heard the name, but he didn't dare to bargain with Subai now. Xiaohe called out twice, seemingly agreeing with Subai and saying that this was a really good name. But only Xiaohe himself knows. Xiaohe feels wronged and very sad. This name is too rustic? Subai looked at Xiaohe Dao. Why did you appear out of nowhere in our neighborhood? And what the hell are you? When Xiaohe heard the second half of Subai's words, his cat face was speechless. Woo-woo. Of course I'm a living thing. However, Subai could not understand Xiaohe's calls. Subai frowned slightly as he looked at Xiaohe, who was calling out anxiously. Does the system have a function that allows me to understand the language of other creatures? After Subai's ridicule last time, the system did not directly answer no this time. The host can obtain relevant skills and talents through the system lottery. Subai suddenly understood after hearing the system's answer. Yeah, I almost forgot about the system lottery. Subai knew that there were a lot of good things in the system lottery, but he has no system points now. Suddenly, Xiaohe in front of him walked in one direction and turned around to signal Subai to follow. Where are you taking me? Subai was puzzled, but followed anyway. Xiaohe walked through the green bushes without getting a single leaf on him. Subai followed behind it slowly. Soon the man and the cat arrived at a remote woods in Baloan community. And Subai also saw a huge black crack in front of his eyes, like a black hole. Subai narrowed his eyes and uttered a puzzled sound. What's this? He had not sensed this abnormal energy point before. But now Subai can feel the strong energy fluctuations when he gets closer. Subai suddenly thought of Yang. He took out his mobile phone, took a photo, and sent it to Yang for inquiry. After a while, Yang sent a reply. A little Sakura, what? Subai, you actually discovered a dimensional rift. A little Sakura, Subai, stay away from that black hole first, it's very dangerous there. A little cherry blossom, Subai, tell me where you are now. Looking at the series of messages sent by Yang, Subai felt helpless. Subai, what exactly is the dimensional rift? A little Sakura. I don't know when it started, but black hole cracks began to appear in various places on our blue planet. The International Supernatural Alliance calls this kind of crack a dimensional crack. A little Sakura. These dimensional cracks seem to be connected to another space that does not belong to the blue planet. And the creatures over there can come to our side through the dimensional rift. A Sakura. Some of those dimensional creatures are extremely dangerous, and there may even be S-level dimensional creatures. A Sakura. It is not yet clear what level of danger this dimensional rift you discovered is, but it looks like it has just appeared. Subai. Well, I think so. I am in our Bailuan community now. Subai, what are you going to do? A little Sakura. Of course, we will report it to our SOD in Qingfeng City. Let them send someone to deal with this dimensional rift. Subai ended the message conversation with Yang. Subai looked at Xiaohei. You mean you came out of this black hole? Woo-woo. Xiaohei nodded to indicate that this was correct. Then I should understand. Subai thought in his heart. It seems that Xiaohei should be the dimensional creature that came out of the dimensional rift. Have other creatures ever come out of here? Woo-woo. There were a few before, but none of them were as strong as me. I forced them to come here to serve as the vanguard. They are all cannon fodder to explore the way for me. Xiaohei shouted with a proud look on his face. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. He couldn't understand Xiaohei's cry, and the other party kept calling, _. Xiaohei suddenly reacted. It's over. I've been shouting for so long, but it's all just talking to a cow. From your expression, I think you have them. Can you find them now? Woo-woo. Xiaohei nodded to indicate that it was no problem, as there was a trace of scent connection between creatures of the same dimension as them. Seeing Xiaohei nod, Subai was also happy. He didn't expect it to really work. This kind of monster that escaped from the dimensional rift should be able to be exchanged for a lot of bounty from the Hunter Association, right? At worst, we can hand it over to SOD. They should also need this kind of alien biological slice research, right? Subai thought happily in his heart that he had already seen the reward points for completing the systems. Earn 100,000 yuan task. Then help me find them. I'll reward you with a big chicken drumstick when I find them. Although Xiaohei didn't know what chicken legs were, they sounded very good. The next second, Xiaohei closed his eyes and began to sense the breath of his own kind. Subai looked at its solemn face, which seemed very reliable. After a few seconds, Xiaohei opened his eyes and called out to Subai. Woo-woo. Then Xiaohei started running wildly in one direction. Subai did not hesitate and accelerated to follow. Chapter 22. Xiaohei's True Form, Black Prison Cat. Under the guidance of Xiaohei, Subai came all the way to the outside of Bailuan community. 10 minutes later, Subai and Xiaohei stopped in front of an abandoned old factory. Xiaohei signaled to Subai, indicating that his kind were hiding here. Subai took a step forward and concentrated on sensing the energy reaction within the factory. 3 in total. In Subai's perception, the energy reactions of these three-dimensional creatures are roughly between C and B. Subai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and was about to make a move to hunt. Suddenly, Subai glanced at Xiaohei, who was looking at him excitedly. Subai seemed to have thought of something. Xiaohei, you're not planning to take advantage of me to deal with your fellows and then take the opportunity to escape, right? Xiaohei felt a chill down his spine when he saw Subai's half-smile. Xiaohei, who had a strong desire to survive, bent his front legs. Woo-woo, woo-woo, Xiaohei shouted excitedly, saying that he would never betray Subai. Subai looked at Xiaohei, whose nose was about to burst into tears, and the corners of his mouth twitched. It's a pity that this guy doesn't become an actor. Then help me get rid of those of your kind and bring their bodies back to me. Subai looked at Xiaohei with a faint smile on his face. Although Xiaohei was not very strong in Subai's perception, his energy fluctuations were at least around S-level. There will definitely be no problem dealing with a few C-level and B-level minions. This also saves Subai from having to hunt it himself. Hearing Subai's voice, Xiaohei howled loudly to show that it was no big deal. The next moment, Xiaohei rushed into the abandoned old factory. A few minutes later, a black figure jumped out from a factory building. However, Xiaohei's appearance at this time has undergone a drastic change. Originally, Xiaohei was just a big black cat as big as a tiger. And now Xiaohei, it is as big as a truck, and its fur is shiny silver black, and it seems to be faintly glowing silver under the night light. It's just like doing hair care. Its appearance is completely different from the previous silly black cat. It looks more majestic and domineering, even better than tigers and lions. Xiaohei's eyes were as black as ink and flashed with cold light. It holds 3 of its own kind in its mouth, and its sharp teeth are so ferocious that people would believe it if it could bite a Tyrannosaurus Rex to death with one bite. Subai said subconsciously in surprise. Is this still Xiaohei? Woo woo. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei threw away the 3 demon dogs in his mouth and whimpered at Subai. The next second, Xiaohei's body suddenly changed. His size instantly began to shrink, and in the blink of an eye, he turned back into the big black cat he had before. Subai was a little surprised when he saw Xiaohei's transformation. Fuck, it can even switch between big and small forms at will. Subai felt that he had made a great profit by picking up this pet. Woo woo. Master, this is just my disguise. The mighty, domineering, cool, and awesome form before is my real appearance. As Xiaohei shouted, a smug look appeared on the cat's face. Okay, even if he can transform, he's still my Xiaohei, so don't have any bad thoughts. Subai warned Xiaohei with his eyes. Xiaohei also has self-knowledge in his heart. Although his true form is very handsome and cool, his strength is still at S-level. He is no match for Subai at all. Woo woo. Master, rest assured. Xiaohei's loyalty to you is like the yellow river flowing from the sky to the sea. I will never have a rebellious heart. Xiaohei knew that Subai was very powerful. More powerful than the strongest creature it has encountered in that world. If I could be a younger brother of such a powerful being. Xiaohei thinks this is a good choice for it to make a name for itself in this world. Subai went forward to check the corpses of the same species that Xiaohei had brought. They look somewhat similar to the transformed Xiaohei, but it is smaller in size and not as domineering and cool in appearance as Xiaohei. I don't know if these 3 corpses can be exchanged for money. Subai took out a mobile phone from his trouser pocket, took a photo of the corpses of the 3 little black cat monsters, and sent it to Yang. Subai, Xiaoying, do you know what kind of monsters they are? Yang replied almost instantly. A Sakura, what? Could this be the dimensional creature that escaped from that dimensional rift? After several dozen seconds, a little Sakura, I asked Sister Xiaohua. They are called devil dogs, a kind of demon-like dimensional creature with high intelligence. A little Sakura, what level are Subai's devil dogs? Subai, 1 C rank and 2 B rank ones. Subai, can these 3 devil dogs be exchanged for bounties? Or can they be sold to SOD for money? In the luxurious villa complex in Beiluan district, Yang, lying on a luxurious big bed, looked at the message sent by Subai with a twitching mouth. Why is it that Subai's mind is filled with money? A Sakura, sure, and the price of this dimensional creature is not low. A Sakura, a C-level 1 can be exchanged for about 1k to 10k, and a B-level 1 can be exchanged for 10,000 to 100,000 yuan, depending on the specific situation. Subai, so valuable. Subai didn't expect that the corpses of these monsters would be so valuable. A Sakura, if it were a living dimensional creature, it would be even more valuable. When Subai saw the message sent by Yang, the smile that had just appeared on his face froze. Fuck, if I had known I would have let Xiaohei live. Subai regretted not asking Yang about these things earlier. But now that they have been hunted down, there is nothing more to say. Subai, I am at this abandoned old factory on Beiluan 9th Road. On the luxurious bed, the girl's mouth twitched slightly. You really are not polite at all. A little Sakura, I know. Subai, you will be rewarded. More than half an hour later, Yang's little flying man stopped beside Subai. The girl got out of the car and looked at the 3 corpses of devil dogs beside Subai. You killed all these? There was a hint of surprise on Yang's face, because she saw obvious tear marks on the 3 demon dogs. It doesn't look like it was caused by an attack from a supernatural being. If not me, who else could it be? Of course, Subai made up the story without blushing or getting nervous. Subai had already asked Xiaohei to go back first. Before leaving, Subai asked Xiaohei to deepen his camouflage so that his body would be the size of a normal house cat. And all the monster-like features on his body were hidden, so that it won't scare other ordinary people on its way back. The bodies of these 3 devil dogs are too big for my little flying man to fit in. How about you give them to me first, and I'll find someone to take them to the Hunter Association for you to dispose of them. Okay, then thank you for your help. Chapter 23, Community Blockade. Walking on the path back, Subai rested his head on his pillow and leisurely enjoyed the evening breeze. As Subai walked, he was thinking about the dimensional rift and the demon dogs. Since Xiaohei and the others are of the same species, then it should also be a demon dog, right? Subai was curious, but he thought that Xiaohei's domineering appearance was completely different from the 3 demon dogs. Forget it. Let's just go back and ask Xiaohei directly. Subai quickened his pace. He was very interested in the dimensional creatures he met tonight. As for that dimensional rift, I'll have to ask Yang about it when I have time tomorrow. 10 minutes later, Subai was already not far from Beiluan community. But before entering the Beiluan community, Subai heard the shrill sound of sirens and the noise of some people. Subai frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. Someone must have called the police. Soon Su-bai arrived at the gate of the community, which had been blocked by a cordon. There were 2 people at the door wearing uniforms with the SOD logo, and it didn't look like they were just serving tea. Su-bai was a little confused, but then he thought of the SOD orderer that Yang mentioned. Are they the orderers of SOD? Su-bai walked over with a calm expression. Su-bai came to the 2 order guards guarding the gate and asked, "Excuse me, what happened here? Also, who are you?" The 2 orderers were a man and a woman. Both of them were relatively young, looking to be in their 20s. The boy looked ordinary and had no special features. It's different with girls. They are very beautiful, at least 90 points in Su-bai's eyes. They have a high ponytail at the back of their heads and look cool and energetic. Su-bai's question attracted the attention of the 2 people, especially the female orderly, whose eyes flashed with a strange light. Although it is nighttime and the light around is dim, Su-bai's handsomeness cannot be hindered by these. "Hello, my name is Mu Xiaowai. We are from the Qingfeng City Special Operations Department, and the Bailuan community has been closed off now." As Mu Xiaowai spoke, she took the initiative to shake hands with Su-bai with a smile on her face. The orderer Xiao Chao next to him was surprised when he saw it. Mu Xiaowai usually looks aloof and keeps strangers away in their department. As a partner of the order at the same time, he seemed to be indifferent. Xiao Chao shed tears in his heart, thinking miserably, "Is this the charm of handsome guys?" Su-bai was no longer surprised by Mu Xiaowai's enthusiasm. Normally, as long as he takes the initiative to talk to girls, no girl will refuse him. Su-bai felt a little proud. The host is really shameless. "Su-bai, system, wait for me to come back and see how I deal with you." Su-bai did not argue with the system. It was more important to find out the situation clearly now. Su-bai pretended to be a neighborhood homeowner who had just returned from a walk and continued to ask in surprise, "I am a resident of Bailuan community. May I ask why our community was blocked by you?" "Well, we can't reveal the specific reason, but you are a resident of Bailuan community, so you can enter." Seeing Mu Xiaowai let Su-bai in like that, his partner, the orderer Xiao Chao, was a little dumbfounded. "Sister Mu, we haven't verified his identity information yet." "Humph, he doesn't look like a bad guy. How could he lie to me?" Partner Xiao Chao, _ winky face. Su-bai walked all the way towards his residential building. On the way, he kept seeing some special people who were in a hurry. No need to guess, these should all be SOD people, but some of them are not wearing uniforms with the SOD logo. It seems that there are not only order-oriented people in SOD. Hey, stop wandering around the neighborhood and go back to your rooms." "That one over there, yes. I'm talking about you. Go back quickly and stop wandering around the neighborhood." Su-bai saw SOD personnel maintaining order. Now cordons have been set up in many places in the community, and you cannot cross them even if you are a resident. On his way back, Su-bai deliberately passed by the location where he had discovered the dimensional rift before. Really? Su-bai narrowed his eyes. That location was not only surrounded by a large number of cordons, but also covered by layers of darkness. Since there were SOD people patrolling everywhere, Su-bai didn't stay for long. Su-bai returned to his building. After returning to his floor, Su-bai suddenly saw an agile black shadow lying at the door of his house. Su-bai was a little surprised. Lying at the door was a little black cat, which was also the pet he adopted tonight, Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, how do you know I live here?" Su-bai came to the door and opened it. "And if you just stay here with me, those guys outside won't find you, right?" Hearing Su-bai's confusion and worry, Xiaohei also kept calling out, "Woo-woo, master, I found this place based on your scent. In addition, my camouflage ability can not only disguise my true self, but also my aura. There's no way those idiots could find me." Su-bai listened to Xiaohei's cries at his feet, but he didn't quite understand what he was saying. But it seems that Xiaohei should be fine. Su-bai opened the door and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Xiaohei also pounced over when he saw this. Crack, click, bang, bump. The old sofa couldn't withstand the powerful impact of Xiaohei and finally collapsed under the weight. Su-bai sat on the ground, looking at Xiaohei Oming, beside him with murderous intent. Xiaohei on the opposite side was also sitting on the ground. He turned his head and stared at Su-bai. The next moment, Xiaohei's confused expression instantly turned into trembling. Xiaohei bent his hind legs, raised his front legs, and knelt down to beg for mercy towards Su-bai. "Woo-woo, master, I didn't mean it. Woo-woo, woo-woo." Su-bai looked at Xiaohei, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and the murderous intent in his eyes slowly dissipated. He sighed softly. "Forget it, it's time to replace this sofa. Anyway, we're not short of money right now, so let's go out and buy a new one tomorrow." Woo-woo. After seeing that Su-bai no longer pursued the matter of it breaking the sofa, Xiaohei looked as if he had survived a disaster. "I got into trouble right after arriving at the master's house, and almost lost my life. Okay, you can sleep here in the hall tonight. Remember, don't break anything in the house again. Otherwise, I will sell you for money. When Xiaohei heard Subai's warning, he looked reassured. Ah. After taking a shower, Subai returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed like a salted fish. I wonder how much the corpses of those 3 demon dogs can be exchanged for. I wonder if I can get 100,000 yuan to complete the task of shutting down the system. After thinking about it for a while on the bed, Subai suddenly thought of something. He called upon the system in his mind. System, don't I have any initial rewards or welcome gifts? Chapter 24 Belated System Gift Pack, Protagonist Information. Yes. This system almost forgot about this Sigma. Subai, Sigma, winky face. How could you forget something like this? Subai felt like he was not feeling well. If he hadn't asked the system about this, would the system have hacked his gift package? Subai forced himself to calm down his anger. Now that he hadn't received the reward yet, he couldn't offend the system. Subai had a slightly cold smile on his face. Then, my dear system, what is my gift package? The host can be so gentle. Dear system, stop talking nonsense. The host needs to call System Baby to trigger the system gift package. The corners of Subai's mouth began to twitch unconsciously, and the arc of his squinting eyes became wider and wider. The whole person's face has begun to turn dark, and Subai feels that he is on the verge of going crazy. Upon seeing this, the system quickly restrained itself and dared not tease Subai anymore. Haha, this system is just joking. Host, please don't take it so seriously. Quick, give it to me. Bite. After the daily system is born, you will have 30 system original points, and you can participate in 3 system draws unconditionally. The free system lottery function is now open for 3 times. Please participate in the lottery. Subai was delighted when he heard this. System lottery. Subai knows that there are many good things in this system lottery. What powerful skills, weapons, equipment, items, etc. Subai couldn't wait to call up the system panel and choose to enter the system lottery. Subai looked at the lottery wheel, and it really showed that a draw was available. Then I'll start smoking. Subai stretched out his finger with some anticipation. He did not choose the mind lottery. After all, it feels better when you use your hands. The lottery roulette started to spin at high speed after Subai clicked it. The colorful grids of items were crossed one by one. Ding. The skill Eye of God was drawn. Ding. The skill God's Eye begins to merge. Ding. A similar skill, White Dragon Eyes, has been discovered. The host's White Dragon Eyes has now evolved into Eyes of the White Dragon Emperor. The crisp reminder sounds rang out, shocking Subai's heart. Eye of the White Dragon Emperor? Subai was completely shocked. Skill fusion? Although he didn't know the specific capabilities of this, Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Subai felt that it was very awesome just by hearing the name. The system presented the skill introduction to Subai. Eyes of the White Dragon Emperor can examine all creatures and all origins in the world, ignore rules and laws, and can spy at will. Subai, I can understand every word of the introduction, but why can't I understand it at all when it's put together, degree? System, simply put. Host, the so-called Eye of the White Dragon Emperor can be understood as an analysis panel in the game. It can peek into the essence of any creature or object and present everything about them in the most real and intuitive data form. Host, you can try the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor now. Subai began to concentrate, just like he usually did when using White Dragon Eyes. The next second, the color of Subai's pupils began to change gradually. The original black slowly turned into platinum, which looked extremely cool and powerful. And Subai also felt the power of the new skill, Eye of the White Dragon Emperor. Subai looked through the room at Xiaohei outside the door, and the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor was activated. The next moment, a scene that shocked Subai appeared. Name, Xiaohei. Gender, female sign. Category, dimensional creature, demon species, black prison cat. Level, S-level, high-level demon. Skills, camouflage, scent detection, hellfire. Current state, bored, thinking. Subai's golden pupils gradually enlarged. Is this the so-called Eye of the White Dragon Emperor skill effect? The astonishment on Subai's face immediately turned into a hint of excitement. This, Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, is simply a bug-like skill. It can actually see through all the information of others. Suddenly Subai thought of something and a hint of curiosity arose in his heart. By the way, can I see my own information? Subai started trying it as soon as he thought about it. He changed the target of the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to himself. The next moment, the same analysis panel appeared in Subai's mind again. Name, Subai Host. Category, extraordinary, genetically modified. Gene modification, the evil white dragon. Level, SSS. Skills, White Dragon Emperor's Eye, super fast regeneration, limit release, dragon might, giant dragon claw. Singularity 1, Brain, derived skills, biological perception, energy detection, extreme reaction, thinking overclocking, strong will. Singularity 2, Hair, derived skills, black and white transformation, energy release, aura hide. Spine, derivative skills, dragon bone thorn, dragon bone spear. Singularity 4, Left Eye, derivative skills, piercing, dragon power, dynamic vision, prediction, realization. Singularity 5, Right Eye, derivative skills, piercing, dragon power, dynamic vision, prediction, realization. Singularity 6, Body, derived skills, super fast regeneration, limit release. Singularity 7, Left and right arms, derived skills, dragon claw. Singularity 8, Right arm, derived skill, dragon claw. Singularity 9, Left leg, derivative skills, dragonization, dragon scale armor, sharpness, explosion. Singularity 10, Right leg, derived skills, dragonization, dragon scale armor, sharpness, explosion. Extreme Singularity Companion White Dragon skills, White Dragon light wave, dragon cannon, entanglement, strangulation. Subai was a little surprised when he looked at the large amount of data he had analyzed. Although he knew he was very strong, he didn't expect that he possessed so many skills. And basically, they are all derivative skills. The so-called derivative skills are the skills brought about by the genetic alienation of his body. And singularity, as the name suggests, is the part of the body of these transformers that can produce genetic mutations, changes, and other monstrosities. Normally speaking, ordinary genetically modified people only have 1 or 2 singularities. Their alienated parts are mostly arms or legs. This kind of mutation is only mild alienation, and their bodies can still maintain basic human characteristics after alienation. Those who have more than 3 singularities are basically at least AR-level transformers. This level of mutation has already resulted in the creature becoming half human, half monster, and is also known as semi-complete alienation. There are 5 singularities, and the starting level is all powerful S-level transformers. Alienation of 5 or more areas is also called complete alienation. Once the transformer enters complete alienation, the body will completely fall out of the human category, and its strength will increase dramatically, turning it into a terrifying monster-like form. Therefore, the transformers will also be called monsters among the extraordinary people by the SOD officials. This is because the more powerful the transformer is, the more its true form looks like a terrifying monster. After all, the ultimate goal of genetic modification is to allow the modifier to fully stimulate the potential and true form of the genes, thereby gaining unparalleled power. Subai currently has a total of 10 singularities and also has 1 extreme singularity. This is unique in the history of transformation experiments of the entire genetic modification company. Therefore, after Subai escaped, the genetic modification company has been sending people to search for Subai's whereabouts because they are afraid of Subai's revenge and want to study the reason why Subai has extreme singularity. Chapter 25, 3 Lotteries of the System. Subai retracted the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and continued to look at the system's lottery panel. There are still 2 chances to win the prize. Subai clicked the lottery wheel again with excitement. The colorful roulette wheel began to turn slowly. Subai stared at the system lottery in front of him without blinking. Ding! Gained the ability Infinite Consciousness. A crisp system prompt sounded, and Subai's heart was shocked. Sounds like a good ability. What is the ability of the system Infinite Consciousness? What is the difference between abilities and skills? Infinite Consciousness is a spiritual ability, an auxiliary ability. It has many functions and is very complex. This ability still requires the host to slowly study, develop, and use it in the future. The so-called distinction between abilities and skills is simply the difference between passive and active. Skills require the host to actively release, perform, and manipulate them. The ability is integrated with the host's body and is in effect all the time. After listening to the system's explanation, Subai didn't quite understand. Host, you can try more in the future, and you will understand. Well, let's continue with the last lottery. As Subai spoke, his eyes were already looking at the lottery panel in front of him. Subai muttered softly to himself. There's one last time. I hope it's good. Then Subai pointed his index finger, and the system lottery wheel started spinning again. Ding. The host gains the ability Dimensional Space. Dimensional space? Subai was surprised when he heard the system prompt. Could this be the kind of storage space in novels that can store things remotely? No. But the host's guess is pretty much right. The function of the dimensional space is similar to the storage space in the host consciousness, but it is more advanced than them. Dimensional space has no size limit and does not require external objects such as rings to maintain it. It is one of the host abilities. Now the dimensional space has been connected to the host consciousness. The host only needs to think to connect to the dimensional space. Subai listened to the systematic explanation and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Awesome. This is so awesome. There is no space limit. Can I just put the entire blue planet into this system?" System. The system's ruthless attack sounded. "The host is not strong enough now. Please stop daydreaming." "Okay, just imagine it. So, if I am strong enough, can I really achieve this?" "That's right, host. Delta. Trust the system and trust yourself." Subai, _ Subai's 3 free system lotteries are over, and he has also obtained very good skills and abilities. Subai's lips curled up slightly with a hint of confidence. Only now did he discover the true power of the daily system. That's the system lottery. This is the correct way to use the system. Just 3 system draws allowed him to acquire such powerful skills and abilities. If he fired dozens or even hundreds of rounds, wouldn't he be invincible? Well, although with his current strength he is basically invincible. But Subai also knew that his SSS level was not the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Most extraordinary people think that SSS level is the pinnacle of extraordinary people. But when you truly step into the SSS level, you will find that the SSS level is just a beginning, a starting point for contacting the extraordinary reality. Above the SSS level, there are even more powerful beings. This is also why Subai is an SSS level genetic modifier. When faced with the genetic modification company, the only thing they can do is plan their escape instead of just wipe them out. It's not just because they installed a self-destruct chip and a control chip on Subai. Also because Subai knew that the genetic modification company was not as powerful as it seemed. Their true strength is definitely enough to defeat SSS-level extraordinary people. If Subai wants to go back for revenge, he must have strength that at least exceeds the SSS level. Only by becoming stronger can his revenge succeed. It seems I have to work hard on the system tasks and accumulate points for the lottery. Subai has now thought of his next goal. That is to temporarily develop in Qifeng City, complete tasks to earn points and draw prizes, and by the way, wait for his sister Sushi to find him. Subai's only relative now is his sister Sushi. At this moment, Subai's heart was filled with confidence and motivation. Now that he has the daily system, he will definitely become stronger quickly. Become a powerful existence beyond SSS level or even stronger. Subai exhaled and slowly closed the system panel. He began to digest the skills and abilities he had gained from the previous 3 draws. I, the White Dragon Emperor, is equivalent to a reconnaissance skill, which allows me to clearly understand the nature and all data of the opponent. Infinite consciousness. The consciousness in Subai's mind has now become infinite consciousness. Subai slowly closed his dark eyes. He began to seriously feel this consciousness, which was vague, somewhat illusory, profound, and complicated. The Master's Nest is really rubbish. It's small and boring here. There's nothing here. There's no good food either. Subai suddenly opened his eyes, and his dark pupils instantly locked onto Xiaohei outside the bedroom door. This. Subai was extremely surprised. What he just heard was actually Xiaohei's inner voice. To confirm, Subai got up and went to the living room outside the bedroom. Subai asked Xiaohei, who was staring at him in surprise. "Did you just complain about my nest?" "Ugh, my house is small and uncomfortable." Hearing Subai's question, Xiaohei nodded subconsciously. But after it reacted, it quickly shook itself into a rattle. "Woo-woo. Master, no, absolutely not." However, while Xiaohei was meowing, he also subconsciously expressed his inner thoughts. As expected, Subai understood. I didn't expect that this infinite consciousness would have this ability. Is this how the system's infinite consciousness ability is used? No, host. There are many other uses for infinite consciousness. This ability to directly read the thoughts of other creatures is just one of them. The host can also communicate and exchange with your Xiaohei directly in consciousness. After hearing the guidance of the system, Subai began to try to understand Xiaohei's consciousness. Does Xiaohei understand? Fuck. Master, why can I understand your voice? That's it. I have an ability that allows me to communicate with other creatures without distinction. Xiaohei, Sigma, degree. Xiaohei looked at Subai with horror. Subai also noticed the change in Xiaohei's expression. Then the master couldn't have heard all my previous thoughts, right? The corners of Subai's mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint and gentle smile on his face. He looked at Xiaohei, who had a horrified look on his face, and walked over slowly. Xiaohei, don't come over here equals epsilon, sad face? Chapter 26 Going Out. The next morning, Subai got up from bed early and went to wash up. When I came to the living room, I saw Xiaohei nodding and bowing to me and greeting me enthusiastically. A faint smile appeared on Subai's lips. He had given Xiaohei a good lesson yesterday, so he shouldn't have any other ideas now. After Subai finished tidying up in the morning, he prepared to go out. Today is the last day of the weekend, so Subai can buy some new furniture. The little black one behind him also followed actively. He was also very interested in this world. Xiaohei wagged his tail excitedly and followed Subai downstairs. Subai went downstairs and arrived at the community. Although it was only a little after 6 in the morning, the entire Bailuan community was bustling with activity. The reason is nothing but the dimensional rift that appeared last night. Hey, have you heard? It seems a monster appeared in our neighborhood last night. What? Our neighborhood is ordinary. How could a monster suddenly appear? How could something like this happen to our community? Yes, someone from a special department came to seal off the neighborhood last night. Not only did a monster appear, but someone was killed last night. TSK, TSK, TSK. It is said that the death was very tragic. Ouch, whose family is this? So miserable. It seems to be the iron pillar of Building 6. Oh, what a miserable life. Ouch. Okay, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I have to go home and tell my son to be careful. Well, I have to go back and talk to my family too. Subai listened to the discussions of the people around him and continued walking slowly forward. Subai recalled some basic information about the supernatural world that Yang had explained to him before. In fact, most ordinary people in this world know that monsters exist. These monsters occasionally appear in the public eye, killing humans and even destroying social harmony. But afterwards, people from the official special department will come to deal with it. Therefore, the appearance of a monster in the Bailuan community and the blockade of the community by special departments did not cause much shock among ordinary people. Because such things happen frequently in society, they have long been accustomed to them. Ordinary people are at most frightened and uneasy. This matter may fade away after a while. Of course, there are still some differences between these monsters and the extraordinary monsters among the extraordinary people. The monsters here refer to those creatures with low intelligence, cruel temperament, and extremely dangerous to human society. For example, the dimensional creatures that appeared in the dimensional rift. The extraordinary monster among the extraordinary people is just a title. It is a nickname for those extraordinary people whose bodies can become like monsters. The former is more dangerous than the latter and is also the key hunting target of the SOD department. Once a monster is discovered, SOD will immediately send people to investigate and hunt it, and calm the crowd in time to ensure the safety of ordinary people's lives. Subai walked through the crowd along the way and was asked about his partner by several uncles and aunts. Young man, you look so good and handsome. You must not have a girlfriend yet, right? Do you want your aunt to introduce you to one? Handsome boy, my daughter looks about your age. How about her? Are you interested in meeting her? Young man, auntie is actually quite young. Subai rejected all kinds of uncles and aunts along the way, and he was overwhelmed by all the questions. He quickly walked through the noisy crowd and finally arrived at the entrance of the community. Xiaohei behind him also looked shocked. Master, is he very popular in this world? No. I have to work hard too, and strive to become like my master. Xiaohei's mind is full of fantasies, and he has already started to imagine a better future. Subai sensed Xiaohei's inner thoughts, and his face was filled with black lines. He discovered that Xiaohei really likes YY. Subai was walking on the road and saw a familiar pancake stall. Subai walked over and ordered a deluxe meal for $10. He looked at Xiaohei, who was standing at his feet with an expectant look on his face, and remembered what he had promised Xiaohei last night. Boss, give me another one. $5. Okay. When Xiaohei, who was standing nearby, heard Subai's voice, he wagged his tail excitedly. It had already smelled the fragrance of the pancakes. Woo-woo. Master is awesome. Subai muttered to himself. Well, let's just keep Xiaohei's loyalty like this. Soon 2 servings of pancakes were ready, and Subai threw the slightly flat one to Xiaohei. Xiaohei excitedly caught it in one gulp, and then started eating while walking with Subai. Whoa. Master, this is so delicious, isn't it? It was the first time that Xiaohei ate the pancake from Blue Planet. The delicious taste experience brought him to the peak of his cat life. Don't you have this kind of food over there? Subai felt curious. By the way, I still don't know what's on the other side of the dimensional rift. What is it like over there? Woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. Master, our place is a vast desolate place. There is nothing but a forest. There are only various strange plants and creatures, as well as demonic creatures like us. I usually can only hunt creatures that are weaker than me to eat. I have never tasted something this delicious. As Xiaohei was explaining, his tail was wagging wildly with excitement. When Subai saw Xiaohei's scene, he was speechless. If I give you my $10 deluxe set of pancakes, won't your tail spiral up to heaven? A man and a cat walked towards Bailuan's second road. Subai needs to purchase a new sofa today to replace the one that was crushed by Xiaohei last night. Well, there's also the refrigerator. The door should be replaced. There are holes in it. Now that he has money, Subai will definitely improve his quality of life. As Subai walked, he was thinking about the furniture he was going to buy next. Just then, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Subai took out his mobile phone. It was a WeChat message from Yang. Subai clicked on it and found that what Yang sent was a transfer message. It should be the money from selling the 3 devil dogs' corpses last night, right? Subai was thinking in his mind, and his finger had already clicked to collect the payment. Your Weixin wallet has received 100,000 yuan. Subai was surprised. He didn't expect Yang to transfer so much money. Then the other party sent another message. A little Sakura, I have already asked someone to deal with the 3 devil dogs last night for you. The total is 100,750 yuan. I will give you an integer and charge you 750 yuan for the handling fee. Subai looked at the information above and understood. But he didn't expect that the 3 devil dogs would make so much money for him. What a pleasant surprise. Just when Subai was feeling happy, suddenly the system prompt sounded. Ding. The host completes the mission. I want to make money. Mission reward, 1 system point. Subai was happy again. The money earned from the corpses of these 3 devil dogs actually helped him complete the system's task. Chapter 27. I am actually training my sense of immersion. Subai spent several thousand yuan to buy a new sofa, a refrigerator, and a very prestigious wooden door on the commercial street of Beiluan Road. They asked the boss to send a delivery truck to the vicinity of their community, and Subai and Xiaohei also took a ride back. When Subai returned to Beiluan community, he found that more and more people were gathering around the community. Many of them are residents of surrounding communities or passers-by who come to watch the fun. Of course, Subai also found a large number of people from special departments among them. Subai even saw several orderers wearing SOD logo. These are all extraordinary beings. Subai began to feel doubtful. Why does the situation seem more serious today? Subai felt a little puzzled. The next moment, Subai used his infinite consciousness to sense one of the orderers wearing an SOD uniform. Subai also directly sensed the inner thoughts that the other party was expressing at this moment. I didn't expect that another S-level dimensional rift would appear in Qifeng City this time. Why would you send a weak level 2 orderer like me to guard such a dangerous dimensional rift? An S-level dimensional creature must be at least S-level dangerous, right? Shouldn't we at least send our deputy minister-level order keepers to guard here? If one really rushes out, not only us, the rulers, but everyone in this entire community will probably be doomed. So please don't let S-level dimensional creatures appear. At this moment, Subai could hear the panic in the heart of this order maker. Subai also showed a look of realization on his face. The S-level dimensional rift is defined based on the appearance of a dimensional creature like Hei who has reached S-level strength. Subai thought in his heart and looked at Xiaohei who was following behind him. Xiaohei was suddenly noticed by Subai, and his originally nonchalant demeanor immediately straightened up. Subai was speechless. Mr. Su, it seems that my car can't deliver these things into the community. Suddenly, the truck driver next to him said to Subai. Subai responded calmly. Then unload these things here, and I'll move the rest myself. The driver was a little surprised when he heard this, but he had nothing else to do, so he helped Subai unload the furniture. Subai looked at the sofa, refrigerator, and door on the floor, and thought for a moment. Then he prepared someone to move them back. Although it might attract some attention, it's not too intrusive. At this moment, a lively and clear female voice sounded. What a coincidence, little brother. Subai looked up and saw a pretty girl wearing a special SOD uniform walking towards him with some joy. Next to her was an ordinary-looking male order keeper. The visitors were Mu Xiaoai and her partner Xiao Chao. Subai's tone was a little surprised. What a coincidence. Looking at Subai's actions, Mu Xiaoai suddenly stepped forward to help Subai. Little brother, are you going to move some things? It must be difficult for you to move so many things by yourself, right? Mu Xiaoai said softly with a smile on her face, but she was thinking in her heart. The opportunity has come. Of course, Subai also heard what the other person was thinking, and the corner of his mouth twitched inadvertently. Do you need help? Okay. Mu Xiaoai responded with a smile on her face. But the next moment, she felt that this conversation was a little strange. Hey, change of tone, shouldn't I be the one asking the questions and answering them? But Mu Xiaoai immediately shook off these thoughts. Subai came to the heaviest refrigerator and motioned Mu Xiaoai to help lift it. Mu Xiaoai walked over happily. The only ones left there were the dazed Xiaohei and the orderer Xiao Chao. Xiaohei and Xiao Chao looked at each other, and the next second Xiaohei followed happily, intending to lead the way for Subai and the others. The orderer Xiao Chao stood where he was, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. They came here today to guard the dimensional rift in the community together with other order keepers. Why did you help people move furniture? After thinking for a few seconds, the orderer Xiao Chao had no choice but to follow and plan to help Subai move with Mu Xiaoai. There were only 3 pieces of furniture in total, and the 3 of them were not ordinary people, so it only took more than 10 minutes to move them all. Call. After Mu Xiaoai moved the last wooden door, she let out a long breath and looked out of breath, but there was no trace of sweat on her face. Subai knew very well in his heart that Mu Xiaoai was not tired at all and could even be said to be relaxed. Mu Xiaoai smiled sweetly at Subai and said somewhat implicitly, "I've already helped you move the furniture, but I still don't know your name?" Subai. Subai just answered simply. Mu Xiaoai was not angry when she heard this. Mu Xiaoai started chatting actively. He simply ignored Xiao Qiao, who was standing aside. After a few minutes, partner Xiao Qiao finally couldn't help but speak. "Sister Mu, we still have other tasks to complete today." Mu Xiaoai was also stunned when she heard this. She almost forgot about the important matter. "I almost forgot. There are still a few escaped dimensional creatures that need to be captured." Mu Xiaoai waved goodbye to Subai. Then Subai, "See you next time." Subai looked at the two people's backs as they left and began to ponder. It seems that creatures from another world will continue to appear in this dimensional rift. Subai also didn't know how SOD would solve this dimensional rift. He returned to his room, took out his mobile phone, and called a door installer through the maintenance app. Not long after, the master came to help Subai install his brand new high-end wooden door. It looks very prestigious. Subai was very satisfied. The maintenance master expressed his feelings to Subai before leaving. "I don't know what happened to your community, but it was suddenly blocked off by people from some special departments. I almost couldn't get in just now, but luckily a pretty girl let me in when she heard that I wanted to install a door." Subai listened to the door installer's sigh and his lips twitched. "It seems that Mu Xiaoai also helped me a little." Subai came to the new sofa, sat down on it, and began to experience the new soft feeling. Xiaohei next to him also excitedly lay down on the sofa beside him and rolled around after Subai's signal. Subai looked at Xiaohei, who was like a dog, and thought speechlessly. Is this guy really an S-level dimensional creature? Why does it look like an ordinary pet? Xiaohei, who was rolling on the sofa, seemed to have noticed Subai's contemptuous gaze and thoughts. Xiaohei shouted at Subai. "Woo-woo. Master, this is called training immersion. Now I am disguised as a pet, so I need to imitate the normal behavior of a pet more. Woo-woo. Yes, that's it. Asterisk Sigma, Sigma." Chapter 28, New Mission and How to Close the Dimensional Rift. Happy weekends are always short-lived. On Monday morning, the gentle and bright sunlight shone into Subai's bedroom. Wake Subai up from his sleep. Subai got up and looked at the time. It was just past 6 o'clock. He got out of bed, washed, and prepared for school. For Subai, going to school now is actually more like an experience. Experience going to school and what normal boys of his age would do. When Subai went out, Xiaohei wanted to follow him, but was stopped by Subai. "Just stay in your room and guard the house. Remember, don't move." Subai gave Xiaohei a warning look. The latter said seriously that it was no problem. Subai turned and left, walking down the stairs towards the outside of the community. Subai looked at the situation in the surrounding community. It was still as serious today. People from various special departments were coming and going all around, including some extraordinary order makers. They look busier and have serious expressions, as if there is some big crisis. Subai didn't care about these and walked straight towards the school. All the way to my classroom. Subai arrived relatively early today, and there were not many people in the classroom. However, his deskmate, Yang, arrived earlier than him. "Good morning, Subai." Seeing Subai coming, Yang greeted him with a smile. Subai waved in response, put down his school bag and sat in his seat. "Subai, how's your Bailuan community doing recently? I heard that the dimensional rift in your neighborhood is an S-level one," Yang said in a serious tone. When Subai heard Yang mention this, he also became interested. "Is the S-level dimensional rift very scary? I see that there are a lot of SOD people coming to our community recently, but their strength is not that good." Upon hearing this, the girl showed a speechless expression on her pretty face / is identical to is identical to equals. S-level dimensional rift. S-level dimensional creatures will appear in it. That's an S-level dimensional creature. You should know that the strongest orderer in our Qifeng City SOD, Zhang Tianlong, the head of the SOD branch, is only a peak level 7 orderer. Yang said in a somewhat exaggerated tone. Once the S-level dimensional creatures inside appear, it will definitely cause a bloody storm and even a massacre. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, I know everything you said. Subai raised his hand to signal that it was enough. He almost forgot that he and Yang were not in the same dimension of strength. Then tell me how the SOD people will deal with the dimensional rift next. Well, each of the S-level dimensional rifts is extremely dangerous. SOD will probably remove residents from your community and implement a complete blockade later. Then send a large number of order bearers to clear out the dimensional creatures inside until the crisis is completely resolved. Hey, in that case, where should I live? Seeing Subai looking anxious, Yang looked disgusted. Don't worry, SOD will still let you sleep on the street? However, having said that, Subai doesn't want to just move to another place to live so casually. After all, he has lived in this Bailuan community for nearly 2 years. What's more, he just bought new furniture yesterday and hasn't had time to experience it properly. Ding. Daily tasks released. Just as Subai was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded. Mission released. Defend Bailuan community. Task description. How could you be forced to move out of the community where you have lived for a long time just because of a mere S-level dimensional rift? Please, host, destroy the S-level dimensional rift in the community within a week and close it so that you can continue to live in Bailuan community. Mission reward. 1 system point. Subai was surprised when he heard this system task. This was exactly what he was thinking, and then the system triggered the daily task. Could it be that the content of this daily task is somehow related to my inner thoughts at the time? Subai felt like he had discovered something key. Hey, Subai, why are you suddenly in a daze? Yang in front of Subai waved her fair little hand in front of him in a somewhat strange manner. You know what? These little hands are so wide and smooth, it's no problem to play with them for a few years. Ahem, I just suddenly thought of something. Subai just made up an answer. He continued to question Yang. By the way, do you know how to close the dimensional rift? Well, the only way to close the dimensional rift is to enter it and hunt down a large number of creatures inside. This will trigger the protection mechanism of the dimensional rift, and it will automatically close. Of course, this method is very dangerous. Generally, SOD will send order beings with higher levels than the rift to hunt. Of course, there is a second method, which is to fight a long war. Slowly consume the dimensional creatures on the other side of the dimensional rift, so that as time goes by, the dimensional rift will automatically close. Subai listened to Yang's story and roughly guessed in his heart that SOD might engage in a long war. It seems I still have to close that rift. Subai's heart trembled. Just in case, Subai continued to ask Yang. The dimensional creatures in the S-level dimensional rift are at most S-level, so there won't be higher-level creatures, right? Well, in theory, that's the case. After all, SOD has special detection equipment, and there have been very few cases of detection errors over the years. That's good. Well, why are you asking that? You'd better try not to get close to the dimensional rift in your community. After all, you were just lucky last time to encounter 3 C-level and B-level dimensional creatures. If you were unlucky and encounter an A-level, AR-level, or even the strongest S-level creature out there, you were done for. Looking at Yang's earnest words, Subai knew that it was for his own good. But miss, you may not know that I can easily beat an S-class opponent with my strength. Yeah, I see. Subai agreed verbally. But I have already started thinking about what to do tonight. There must be a large number of SD order guarding the dimensional rift there now. How can I get in? Alas, I didn't know I could go in directly at that time. Otherwise, I would have gone in and destroyed it. Subai felt a little disappointed. Perhaps he knew too little information about the supernatural. By the way, Sakura-san, besides the C-rank and B-rank monster corpses, how much can the other ranks of monsters be sold for? Yang explained after hearing Subai's question. The corpse of an A-level monster is worth between 100,000 and 300,000 yuan, while that of an AR-level monster is worth more than 500,000 yuan. As for the more advanced S-class, the starting price is at least 1 million. But S-level monsters are rare, even in our Qingfeng city. Subai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he thought of the dimensional rift in the community. There's money walking in there. If I can destroy the dimensional rift in the community, will I become rich instantly? Subai felt excited when he thought about it. Chapter 29, Entering S-Class, Dimensional Rift. Soon, classmates arrived one after another, and the classroom, which was originally for 2 people, became lively. Wow, look at our school's forum. Hey, what? Don't ask, just look. Oh my god, isn't this the night goddess from our class? Who is that guy next to her? Keep your voice down, idiot. The person next to Goddess Yi is our classmate Subai. What? That little transparent one. Bang. Hey, why did you hit me? I'm knocking on you. You were still an unknown person, but now I'm a handsome guy. I don't know what method he used, but he suddenly became handsome and elegant. Looking at the photos, it was our night goddess who took the initiative. Wow, 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 my first love is gone. Umph, our Subai is so handsome. He is more than a perfect match for Ying. That's right, if it were me, I would take the initiative too. Crack. Listening to the discussions of other girls in the class, the boys in the class felt as if their love was broken. Subai and Ying naturally also heard the discussions and gossip of their classmates. Asshole. It must be the bespectacled guy who secretly took the photo of us that day. Yang also remembered the P50 boy she met in the cafeteria before. Wow. Sakura, you guys are popular again. Zhang Xiaoman behind them also joined in the fun, looking at Yang and Subai with a warm expression. Yang's face turned red when Zhang Xiaoman looked at her. Subai acted indifferent and waved his hand. It's up to them. Soon the school bell rang, and it was time to study hard again. Now there is less than a month left until the end of the semester, so the students in the class are listening very carefully. The only person who was there was Subai, who was sitting in the window row. Subai looked bored at this moment. He took out his mobile phone, opened the Chaofan official website, and started browsing it. A beautiful day ends. Subai was walking on the way home from school. Arriving at Bilowan Community, Subai frowned slightly. There is already a special patrol team and maintenance personnel guarding this place. It seems that we must shut down that S-level dimensional rift as soon as possible. Subai didn't know when SOD would relocate the residents of their community, but judging from the looks of it, it will be soon. Subai quickened his pace and walked towards his building. When passing by the door, I ran into Mu Xiaoai and her partner Xiao Chao again. Subai complained speechlessly in his heart. Could this guy be waiting for me at the door on purpose? Subai was shocked when he thought of this, and felt as if he had met a nymphomaniac. Mu Xiaoai saw Subai coming over and greeted her enthusiastically. Subai, what a coincidence, we meet again. This action made Xiao Chao behind him secretly unhappy, but he could only watch. Subai responded with a wry smile on his face. What a coincidence. After a verbal battle, Subai finally got rid of Mu Xiaoai. Subai returned to his room, called Xiao He, and prepared to go downstairs. While heading towards the dimensional rift, Subai suddenly asked Xiao He under him. Xiao He, what level of strength do you have in your world? Woo woo, I'm almost the strongest, but it seems there's someone even more powerful than me. But it seems to be sleeping all the time, and I dare not get close to it. After hearing Xiao He's answer, Subai felt more at ease. The man and the cat soon arrived near the place with the dimensional rift in the community's green space. But this place is guarded by Saad's order keepers. The next second, Subai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to check. The 18 extraordinary beings are basically awakened ones, and their energy levels fluctuate between C and A. Subai thought about it for a while, and then came up with a solution. Xiao He, just change back to your original form and lead them away. With your strength, they won't be able to catch up. Lead them away, and then come back into the dimensional rift to join me. Woo woo. Okay, master. Let's get started. Subai gave instructions. The next moment, Xiao He turned back into his majestic and domineering black prison cat form. As soon as the black prison cat, which was as big as a truck, appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the order keepers present. What is that? Oh no, it must be a dimensional creature from the dimensional rift. Everyone be careful, a dimensional creature has appeared. Be prepared for defense. Team 1 and Team 2 will surround it from the left and right sides, and the rest of you will provide cover fire. Subai hid in a pile of green grass, looking at the order enforcers who were on high alert. Some of them even had some strange-looking weapons in their hands. Yang had told him before that some orderers rely mainly on weapons and use superpowers as a supplement. Soon, all kinds of dazzling superpower attacks and weapon attacks were launched towards Xiao He. As an S-level dimensional creature, Xiao He easily dodged the attacks of these orderers. Then Xiao He pretended to be defeated and ran in one direction of the community. Quick! Team 1, Team 2, follow up, don't let it escape. The orderer with the highest energy fluctuation level on the scene shouted. He is also the temporary supreme commander guarding this dimensional rift, Huang Tian. Soon, most of the 18 guards were led away by Xiao He's acting. Seeing the situation, Subai immediately flashed. With his SSS-level strength, he rushed into the dimensional rift before the few remaining order members could react. When Subai's body touched the black barrier of the dimensional rift, he felt like he had entered a mirror in water. His body suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, which was fleeting. The next second, Subai found himself standing in a wasteland with a dark sky. Subai slowly turned around and looked at the new things around him, and felt like he had come to another space. This is the world on the other side of the dimensional rift. This was also the first time Subai encountered such a situation, and he was a little shocked. A few seconds later, Subai felt the dimensional rift behind him fluctuate slightly again. Then Xiao He's huge figure jumped out from the dimensional rift. Xiao He made a handsome leap in the air, and the next moment he was next to Subai. Woo woo, master, I'm coming. Subai looked at Xiao He who had arrived, and his heart moved. Xiao He, you should be familiar with this place, right? Woo woo, then you will lead the way from now on. Take me to find the strongest creatures here first. Woo. When Xiao He heard this, he also let out an excited cry. Although its strength is at S level, reaching the highest level in this dimensional rift, it is not the strongest creature in this space. There are also some powerful creatures living here. There is even a being with a very terrifying aura. After hearing that Subai was going to do a big thing here, Xiao He was also very excited. Chapter 30 Black Land and Black Forest. Subai rode on Xiaohei's back, and Xiaohei ran quickly forward. In his spare time, Subai also began to look around the space. This is a world made up of dim yellow and gray-black. There seems to be no sun or white clouds here, and the whole sky appears a dusk red color. On the ground was a strange black soil that looked dry and cracked. It looks like it hasn't received any rain for a long time. Everything around seemed desolate and dead silent. There are no animals or plants in the place where Subai and the others are now. Only endless wasteland like a desert. Subai asked Xiaohei under him. Xiaohei, are you sure there are other creatures in this space? It's not that Subai didn't believe what Xiaohei said, but the scenes he saw around him made him hard to believe it. Xiaohei called out in a firm tone. Woo-woo, master, believe me. It's just that there are fewer creatures in this black land. Not far ahead is a black forest, where there will be many demonic creatures like me. Soon, as Xiaohei ran at high speed, Subai also saw a hint of green and black on the distant horizon. Xiaohei under him saw it and shouted, Woo-woo, master, the black forest ahead is what I mentioned. A few minutes later, Subai rode Xiaohei to the edge of the forest. Subai looked around. The trees in this forest are completely different from the trees on their blue planet. Strange dark green lines, dry and cracked bark, and tall tree trunks that are at least tens of meters high. These trees are all species that Subai has never seen on Blue Planet. Quack, quack. Suddenly, on the tree trunks at the edge of the forest, several strange creatures the size of eagles were frightened by Xiaohei, flapped their wings and flew up, making a sound similar to that of a crow. Subai instantly opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and went to check. Name, Dead Bird. Category, Dimensional Creatures, Demons, Dead Birds. Grade, B. Skills, Soul Capture, Sound Wave Interference. Current state, Frightened. Subai looked and saw that the 3 undead birds were all B-level demon monsters. Woo-woo, master, let's go in and find those powerful guys. Xiaohei didn't pay attention to the undead birds above his head. Because they cannot fly, they are often helpless against these creatures. Subai didn't care. It was just a B-level dimensional creature and posed no threat to them at all. Soon Xiaohei began to move into the Black Forest. On the way, Xiaohei also explained to Subai, this Black Forest is very large, and it is basically the gathering place for most of the surrounding creatures. Based on Xiaohei's description, Subai also roughly figured out the situation here. The place where Xiaohei lived before was in this Black Forest, and outside the Black Forest was the Black Wasteland at the beginning. As for the other side of the Black Soil Wasteland, Xiaohei said it had also been explored. But the area of the Black Soil Wasteland is so large that it seems impossible to get out. Subai started thinking in his heart. At this moment, Xiaohei suddenly stopped. At this time, Subai also sensed the presence of an aura that was no weaker than Xiaohei's, slowly approaching them. Is it an S-level dimensional creature? Woo-woo, Xiaohei under him said that was right. Soon, a creature that looked like a crocodile slowly crawled out in front of them. The other party was crawling on all fours, its body length was over 10 meters, and its pair of scarlet eyes stared at Subai and Xiaohei. However, most of the other party's attention was on Xiaohei. Subai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor. Name, Deep Earth Reptile. Category, Dimensional Creatures, Demons, Deep Earth Reptiles. Level, S-level. Skill, Death Boiling. Current status, Alert. Woo-woo, Master, this fellow is the big insect that I mentioned, one of the 5 S-level creatures in the Black Forest. Big Bug. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched when he heard this. This should be the name Xiaohei gave to this guy. Then can you communicate with each other? Woo-woo. Of course, Master. But we don't communicate with each other. If we meet, we will just fight for a while, then get hurt and leave. Upon hearing this, Subai exclaimed, Wow, who is stronger between you and this guy? Xiaohei under him obviously hesitated when he heard this. Subai continued, Forget it, just let me move around for a while. Subai moved and jumped lightly off Xiaohei's body. It landed on the ground with a thud, which attracted the attention of the abyss reptile on the opposite side. Because Subai concealed his own energy fluctuations, the other party did not feel any danger from Subai. Subai slowly walked towards the enlarged version of the crocodile-like abyssal reptile. There was disdain in the other party's scarlet eyes, and his limbs immediately began to crawl at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Subai's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes were calm. The next second, Subai stretched out his right arm. Bang, bang, bang. The entire right arm began to swell rapidly, and the outer sleeve was directly burst by the abnormality of the arm. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of bone-cracking sounds, Subai's right arm quickly turned into a hideous white dragon bone claw. An extremely terrifying aura wave emanated from Subai's right dragon bone claw. The rushing abyss reptile also felt this terrifying breath, and it wanted to stop rushing forward. But Subai has already moved. The next moment, a 2-meter-thick dragon bone claw pierced directly into its head, splashing blood. Subai slowly got off the back of the abyss reptile and calmly retracted his right dragon bone claw. Xiaohei on the side was stunned. The master is so strong. Subai glanced at Xiaohei beside him and raised the corner of his mouth. Xiaohei came to the corpse of the abyss reptile with some trembling. Woo-woo. Hey, he's dead already? The abyss reptile is a dimensional creature of the same level as it, but it was killed instantly by Subai. Xiaohei's admiration and fanaticism for Subai at this moment is simply indescribable. Subai controlled his unique skill, dimensional space. The next second, the corpse of the abyss reptile on the ground disappeared out of thin air, which scared Xiaohei. Woo-woo. Master's body, the body is gone. Yeah, I know, but I took it away. Subai responded casually, then jumped directly onto Xiaohei's back and patted it gently. Let's keep looking for the next one. Woo-woo. Xiaohei was startled by Subai's slap and responded weakly. But the emotion in its heart was extremely excited. Because Subai, who is so powerful, is its master. And all those dimensional creatures with the same strength as it will be finished today. The 5S-level creatures in the Black Forest usually fight with each other, and their relationship is like that of mortal enemies. When Xiaohei thought of this, he felt a kind of gloating pleasure. Then it turned around and ran towards the territory of the next S-level dimensional creature. Chapter 31: The 4 S-class creatures of the Dark Forest. Xiaohei ran in the Black Forest for more than 10 minutes and encountered the second S-level dimensional creature. This is a creature that looks like a brown bear. The opponent's body is 6 or 7 meters tall, at least 3 or 4 times larger than an ordinary brown bear on the blue planet. It's obvious that Xiaohei can't beat this guy. Then Subai took action and killed the bear-like monster. Then there was the third, a demonic creature of the serpent type. After a fight between Xiaohei and it, Subai gave the opponent the final blow. Next is the last S-level dimensional creature. According to Xiaohei, this S-level creature is also the strongest among these 5 S-level dimensional creatures. Soon Xiaohei brought Subai to the opponent's territory. Then Xiaohei's provocation directly led to the last S-level dimensional creature. Name: Tyrannosaurus. Category: Dimensional creature, subdragon species, Tyrannosaurus. Level: S-level peak. Skills: Tyrannical aura, deterrence. Current status: attack. Subai was slightly surprised when he saw the other party's analysis panel. The other party turned out not to be a demonic creature like Xiaohei and the others. According to the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, the Indominus Rex is actually a subdragon creature. Moreover, the opponent's strength is also at the peak of S-level, much stronger than Xiaohei and the others. Subai jumped off Xiaohei's back and let Xiaohei just watch from the side. Xiaohei naturally knew that he was no match for this Indominus Rex, so he just lay there and watched the fight. Subai instantly transformed his right dragon bone claw. A domineering and terrifying aura spread from his dragon bone claw arm. The Tyrannosaurus standing opposite naturally also felt this terrifying breath fluctuation. However, the Indominus dragon did not choose to escape directly, but stared at Subai with serious eyes. A strong aura of oppression began to emanate from its body. It's a pity that for Subai, this kind of pressure is just like child's play. Subai's lips curled up slightly. Although your strength is not good, your aura is good. Subai also admired this Indominus Rex a little bit. Its unyielding character was very good. Even though he knew it was impossible to defeat the enemy in front of him, he still didn't plan to escape. Roar! The Indominus Rex seemed to understand the meaning of Subai's words, and it let out a long roar towards Subai. Then the Indominus Rex stomped its feet forcefully on the ground and began to charge. It pointed its sharp claws at Subai's body, trying to tear him to pieces. Subai looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex that was charging towards him fiercely and whispered to himself, "Your unyielding character deserves my recognition, but it is also your fatal weakness." Subai's body moved the next second, and his feet moved so fast that the Indominus Rex couldn't react. Puff! Subai's right dragon bone claw directly sank into the side abdomen of the Tyrannosaurus. Pierce it with one claw. The white dragon bone claw pierced out a little from the other side of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. Roar! At this moment, the Indominus Rex also let out the most miserable scream of its life. Hearing this made the little black boy's hair stand on end, and he felt a little uneasy. "Master, you won't kill me like this in the future, right?" Subai simply raised his right dragon bone arm and lifted the entire body of the Indominus Rex off the ground. Roar! The Indominus Rex began to struggle with its limbs, waving them wildly, trying to get Subai's white dragon bone claws off its body. But all this is in vain. Subai also had no intention of torturing this Tyrannosaurus. The next moment, Subai slightly twisted the right dragon bone claw that was inserted into the body of the Indominus Rex. Puff! Crack! The sound of bones and flesh being stirred came from the Tyrannosaurus body, and a large amount of blood began to flow out of its body. Subai gently pulled out his right dragon bone claw and restored it to a normal arm. Woo-woo! Xiaohei looked at the dead Indominus Rex and let out an excited cry. It seems like he is cheering and praising Subai. Subai casually put the body of the Indominus Rex into the dimensional space. Okay, now the four most powerful S-class dimensional creatures in the Black Forest have been dealt with. Subai looked towards Xiaohei's position. Xiaohei's heart tightened when Subai looked at him. Master, are you sure you think I'm worthless and want to kill me too? Woo-woo. Master, please don't kill me. I am your pet, and I still have many uses. I can be your mount and help you deal with those weaker noobs. If it really doesn't work, well, I can still warm the bed for the master. Subai's infinite consciousness sensed the thoughts expressed in Xiaohei's cry. A black line crossed his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard the following. Stop. When did I say I was going to kill you? I, Subai, am not the kind of person who would kill the donkey after it has done its work. Besides, I don't want one that's the size of a truck. Ugh. Subai looked at Xiaohei's tall and mighty body and didn't know how to describe it. Anyway, let's continue hunting other dimensional creatures below S rank. Subai simply dropped the topic and came to Xiaohei. Xiaohei was relieved when he heard this. He was just scaring himself. Xiaohei lowered his head obediently and let Subai step on him and ride on him. Soon Xiaohei's figure began to move freely throughout the Black Forest. Subai opened up his powerful perception ability, sensing the possible existence of higher dimensional creatures around him. Subai remembered that an A-level corpse of a dimensional creature was worth 100,000 to 300,000 yuan, and an AR-level corpse started at 500,000 yuan. Under Subai's command, wherever Xiaohei went, all kinds of primitive creatures died. Soon Subai hunted down dozens of dimensional creatures ranging from C-level to AR level. However, Subai began to feel confused. How come after hunting down so many advanced dimensional creatures, this dimensional rift is not about to close yet? Master, the strongest dimensional creature here has not been hunted down yet. Suddenly the system's voice appeared, surprising Subai. The strongest dimensional creature? Isn't it the Indominus dragon from before? That's not the case, Master. The system sensed an energy fluctuation in this forest that is more powerful than that of the Indominus, but this energy is more hidden. When Subai heard the system's answer, he directly asked Xiaohei under him. Xiaohei, are there any more powerful beings in your Black Forest that are stronger than S-level? Xiaohei was a little surprised when he heard Subai suddenly ask this question. He was about to answer, but the next moment he seemed to remember something. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. Master, there is indeed a more powerful being here, but I'm not sure. Okay, then take me there directly. Woo. Chapter 32. The Core of the Dark Forest, the Death Knight King. A huge black figure was moving quickly among the tall trees in the Black Forest. Xiaohei is now ready to take Subai to the core area of the Black Forest. Although these 5 S-level dimensional creatures are considered the top predators in this Black Forest. But in fact, in the core of this Black Forest, there is an even more terrifying existence. It is not only a restricted area for other weak creatures, but also a restricted area for them. Xiaohei had accidentally entered the core area of the Black Forest once before. It was different from the outskirts of the Black Forest. There were no tall, dead, old, and dilapidated trees. The core area of the Black Forest has beautiful scenery and feels like a paradise. At that time, Xiaohei also saw a terrifying figure there. The opponent's extremely powerful aura scared Xiaohei so much that he ran away. Fortunately, the other party did not intend to pursue him, otherwise Xiaohei might have been dead. Woo-woo. The master is just ahead. I encountered a very scary creature there before. After a few minutes, Xiaohei suddenly slowed down and there was silence all around. Woo-woo. The master is right there in front. Xiaohei could now feel a terrifying aura that made the cat's hair stand on end. Its legs were shaking, and it was a little afraid to go forward. Subai was speechless as he looked at the cowardly Xiaohei under him. What are you afraid of, Xiaohei? Even if there's an SSS-level dimensional creature inside, I can still defeat it. Xiaohei looked frustrated. It didn't want to, but the aura of oppression here was too strong and its body just wouldn't obey. Subai also noticed Xiaohei's condition. He jumped off Xiaohei's back and turned to say to Xiaohei, Okay, I'll go in alone next. You just stay here and wait for me. Woo-woo. Xiaohei said he understood. Subai didn't waste time since he had already determined the other party's position. Subai walked towards the core area of the Black Forest. A few minutes later, as Subai continued to go deeper, he felt more and more the terrifying pressure coming from the depths of the forest. No wonder I opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and found that there were no dimensional creatures around. It must be the influence of this pressure. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly and gradually became alert. Although he is very powerful, he is not arrogant enough to let down his guard when facing an unknown and powerful enemy. Subai asked the system in his mind. System, can you sense the strength of the other dimensional creature? Based on this pressure fluctuation, if the opponent is not hiding his strength, he is probably between the peak of SS level and SSS level. Subai was also shocked when he heard the system's analysis. This is when the other party does not hide his aura. If the other party hides the true fluctuations of his aura, then the level will only be higher. Subai's vigilance turned into a hint of solemnity. If the master is scared, you can give up this mission and go back now. Stop talking nonsense. We have come all the way here. How can we just go back like this? Subai was disdainful in his heart. Isn't it just SSS level? It's not like he had never killed anyone before in the cage of the genetic modification company. Because of the astonishing aura fluctuations that permeated the surrounding space, Subai's eyes have involuntarily entered a state of alienation. The platinum vertical pupils pay attention to everything around without blinking. As long as there is any change in the surroundings, Subai can definitely make an extreme reaction within 0.01 seconds. Seeing that Subai had entered a state of preparation for battle, the system's voice said no more. Subai walked step by step towards the deeper place ahead. Although he was walking, his speed was very fast. In less than a moment, he had walked hundreds of meters. The aura fluctuations around him continued to grow stronger, and it seemed that the closer he got to the front, the stronger the aura became. So much so that when Subai came to the real core of the Black Forest, even he felt a little pressure. This aura has definitely reached SSS level. Subai looked at the position in front of him. There is a cave. The entrance of the cave is not very big, and it looks dark and deep, so you can't see anything inside at all. Subai's golden-colored Eye of the White Dragon Emperor narrowed its vertical pupil slightly. It should be in here, right? Roar. Suddenly a low roar came from the cave in front. The sound is not very loud, but it has strong penetrating power and deterrent power. Subai's infinite consciousness instantly understood the meaning of the other party's roar. Subai's mouth curled up slightly. Would you like me to get out of here right away? Now that you are here, why don't you show up? As Subai shouted into the cave. The next moment, the entire cave seemed to begin shaking. Then there were dull thuds, like the sound of metal hitting the ground. Subai narrowed his eyes and stared closely at the cave entrance in front of him. As the sound continued to grow louder, a tall black figure slowly walked out of the cave. The opponent was at least 3 meters tall and was covered in a metal armor that looked very heavy. As he walked, the metal boots on his feet made a vibrating sound on the ground. At the same time, a feeling that made people want to crawl on their knees surged into Subai's heart. However, this thought was instantly destroyed by Subai's powerful consciousness. Subai looked at the other person and murmured softly. Spiritual skills. The next moment, Subai opened his platinum vertical pupils and looked at the other party. I, the White Dragon Emperor. Name Death Knight King. Category: Dimensional Creature, Demon Species, Death Knight King. Level: SSS level, Injured State. Skills: Death Spirit Flame, Burning Eyes, Fear Shock. Current status: Alert. Subai saw the other party's true level, especially the injured status after the SSS level, which shocked Subai. System: what does that injured state mean? It's exactly what it says. The opponent is currently in a state of injury, but his strength is comparable to that of an SSS-level dimensional creature. Hearing the system confirmation, Subai took a deep breath. Even when he is injured, he still has SSS-level strength. If the opponent was in his prime, his strength would have surpassed the SSS level. Subai's thoughts started running wildly as he began to think about the pros and cons and chances of winning the next battle. While Subai was frantically analyzing in his mind, the other party suddenly spoke. Human, how did you get here? Subai had been staring at the Death Knight King. When he heard him speak, he was a little surprised. This guy can actually talk. Wrong. The next second, Subai realized something. Is he communicating with me through his consciousness? Or rather, my infinite consciousness was activated passively. Chapter 33, Death Sword, Leg Alienation. Human, get out of here before I change my mind. The cold voice of the Death Knight King came again. The tone was icy and chilling, like a cold wind coming from the abyss, chilling one to the bone. Subai's mouth curled up slightly, and a platinum light flashed in his eyes. Seeing that Subai did not answer, the Death Knight King's eyes, shrouded by the black metal helmet, suddenly flashed a red light. An invisible and tangible energy shock wave suddenly emerged from his body. Strong energy waves swept around, making the trees and grass whistle, with a terrifying momentum. When the wave reached Subai, it was directly offset by the pressure from Subai. The next moment, Subai's arms began to transform into white dragon bone claws. The sleeves on both arms were also burst by the expanding and deformed dragon claws. A powerful wave that was no weaker than the aura of the Death Knight King began to emerge from Subai's body. Drink. Subai slightly arched his body, opened his double dragon claw arms to the left and right, and roared at the Death Knight King in front of him. A powerful energy wave burst out from Subai's body and rushed towards the position of the Death Knight King. The Death Knight King's armor began to shake slightly under the pressure of this energy. The red eyes under the Death Knight King's helmet began to become more and more scarlet. The Death Knight King stood straight, holding a huge black sword in his right hand, and inserted it across the ground in front of him. There was a muffled clang sound. "So, human, you're going to fight me? Stop talking nonsense," Subai shouted coldly. At this moment, he has entered the state of semi-complete alienation. Subai's mentality and demeanor are no longer the same as before. Subai didn't waste any words, even though the other party's current strength was at the same level as his. But even though they are at the same SSS level, there is still a huge disparity in strength. Subai has absolute confidence in battles of the same level. You have to know that he was able to fight against 3 SSS-level transformers from the Gene Modification Company alone and remained undefeated. Even if he was given more time, the 3 SSS-level genetic modifiers would have died. What's more, the Death Knight King is now showing injured status in the eye of the White Dragon Emperor. Subai felt that his chances of winning were even greater. In that case, I will let you know what true death is. The Death Knight King looked at Subai's fighting posture and murderous intent arose in his heart. He is the Death Knight King, one of the 12 demon kings under the Lord of Darkness. Now he is being challenged by a human whose strength is equivalent to that of a high-level demon. His majesty will never be violated by Subai. Oh, it's not certain who will die. Subai didn't continue talking nonsense with the Death Knight King. Since the battle had already been decided, there was no point in saying more. The next moment, Subai's body moved suddenly. There was a sound of air explosion on the spot, which was the result of the starting speed exceeding the speed of sound. The Death Knight King was also shocked when he saw this scene and did not dare to be careless. After all, in his perception, Subai's energy fluctuations were only equivalent to that of a superior demon. But now that he is injured, his strength is just this level. The Death Knight King instantly pulled out the black giant sword that was stuck in the ground in front of him and swept forward. The next moment, Subai's attack also came. Subai's body floated in the air in front of the Death Knight King. 2 giant dragon bone claws slashed towards the Death Knight King below. The dragon bone claws on Subai's arms slashed fiercely at the Death Knight King's giant sword. Bang! Jiang jiang! 2 sharp collision sounds were heard. The surrounding space seemed to be shattered by the impact force, and an unbearable buzzing sound was emitted. Bang! Bang! The ground under the Death Knight King's feet suddenly sank. The surrounding ground also showed spider-web-like cracks. The Death Knight King's arm holding the greatsword began to tremble slightly, and he was shocked. What a powerful force! The next second, the Death Knight King swept his giant sword at an oblique angle, directly forcing back Subai's attack. Jiang jiang! Bump! Subai's dragon bone claw drew a dazzling starlight on the Death Knight King's giant sword. Then he retracted his dragon claw attack and retreated to the ground. Subai landed on the ground and looked at the giant sword in the Death Knight King's hand with some fiery eyes. The skill, Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, will be activated the next moment. Name Death Greatsword. Category: Weapons. Skills: Death Coil, Soul Shock, Boiling Death, Indestructible. Introduction: It is made from a special or from the core of a certain abyss. It has very strong properties and can withstand the erosion of the evil spirits of the abyss without being destroyed. It can directly attack the enemy's soul. Subai was shocked when he saw the analysis panel that appeared. I didn't expect this giant sword to have such a great origin. It looks like it should be valuable, right? At this moment, Subai already regarded it as his trophy. Seeing Subai staring at his giant sword of death with fiery eyes, the Death Knight King lowered the giant sword to the ground, and a cold voice rang out. Human, my great sword of death is not something that low-level creatures like you can touch. Subai was just about to open his mouth to refute the Death Knight King's words. The next moment, the system's voice sounded in Subai's mind. Host, he is right. This giant sword of death cannot be touched by normal humans. Why? Subai did not doubt the system's words. Because the Death Greatsword is made from rare ores found deep in the heart of the abyss. The ore there has been corroded by various horrible and twisted evil spirits for years, and it already has the attribute of death. If a normal person holds this great sword of death, the aura of death on it will devour the soul of the owner. Subai felt a little nervous when he heard the system's explanation, but fortunately he was just thinking about it. Subai would never really use such an ugly giant sword as a weapon. The alienation and singularity of Subai are his best weapons. It seems that I still need to show some strength to deal with you. Subai grinned, revealing a row of fierce sharp teeth. The next second, Subai's legs began to change, and the white substance was growing and expanding wildly. In the blink of an eye, Subai's pants had completely burst open, revealing a pair of white keel legs that were more than twice as big as before. However, the alienation of the legs is somewhat different from that of the arms. The dragon bone claws on Subai's arms are in complete bone claw form, without a trace of flesh and blood on them, only the white dragon bone material. The transformation of his legs was a physical dragon. Fine white dragon scales covered the white dragon's legs, emitting a long silver glow in this somewhat dark forest. Subai stomped the ground with his two ferocious and domineering white dragon feet. The next second, the ground shook, the land collapsed, and the crack spread several kilometers away. Subai's vertical pupils had turned into platinum, and he looked at the Death Knight King with high fighting spirit. Okay, the alienation is complete, so let's continue fighting. Chapter 34: Subai vs. Death Knight King. Subai's two white dragon legs were slightly bent and arched. Bump. The ground at the original location exploded instantly, and gravel flew everywhere. The next moment, Subai jumped up and arrived in front of the Death Knight King in the blink of an eye. The speed that Subai was now displaying was so fast that even the Death Knight King was horrified. So fast. Subai didn't give the Death Knight King time to react. Arriving in front of the Death Knight King, Subai made a pounce gesture. Two ferocious dragon bone claws swung towards his head. Giant dragon claw attack. Clang. A loud collision sound was heard. At the critical moment, 1 second before Subai's dragon claw hit the Death Knight King, a huge black sword blocked Subai's attack. Snort. Subai's figure was in midair, the corners of his mouth were slightly twitched, and he let out a soft sound through his nose. The next second, Subai flipped over and retracted his right dragon claw. With the help of the inertia of his body flipping rapidly in the air, Subai instantly swung out his left dragon claw again. Bump. This time, Subai's dragon claws slammed heavily on the Death Knight King's death sword. The Death Knight King felt a powerful force coming from his arm, as if it was about to crush him. The next moment, he couldn't help but retreat 3 steps in a row. 3 huge footprints with deep depressions were left on the ground, and the last step directly created a huge pit. Thump, thump, thump. Bang. The Death Knight King took 3 steps back before he managed to steady himself. Subai also withdrew his attack at this time, flipped over and landed on the ground about 10 meters away from the Death Knight King, standing steadily. Asshole. After the Death Knight King blocked the attack, his face was shrouded in the dark armor and his expression could not be seen. But from the sound he made, Subai could sense that the Death Knight King seemed very angry at the moment. You can't win, so you're getting angry? Subai did not continue to attack. With an inexplicable smile on his face, he looked at the Death Knight King opposite him. At this moment, the Death Knight King was indeed very angry. He is the Death Knight King, one of the 12 demon kings under the command of the Dark Knight Lord of the Demon Continent. A powerful demon of level XX, impermeable level. His strength and status are second to none. But now he was defeated in just 2 moves by Subai, whose strength was only equivalent to that of an upper-level demon. The Death Knight King instantly felt humiliated and extremely humiliated. Hateful. If I wasn't seriously injured, how could I have been beaten by someone like you? Looking at the irritable Death Knight King, Subai was a little confused. What's wrong with this system? I just pushed him back a few steps. I didn't chop off one of his arms or half of his head. Is there any need to be so excited? Host, you better be careful. After all, the opponent's combat power at his peak is above SSS level. Yes, I understand. Subai looked at the Death Knight King with his cool golden vertical pupils. Even though the opponent is seriously injured now, his strength is still comparable to that of an SSS-level extraordinary being. Don't underestimate. Then I'm going to get serious. Subai's platinum-colored eyes gradually narrowed, and finally formed a platinum-colored slit. Terrifying energy ripples began to emanate from Subai's body, and it seemed that the space around him was shaking. The next moment, Subai's body disappeared out of thin air. The Death Knight King on the opposite side also instantly noticed Subai's changes. He raised the sword in one hand and took a vigilant defensive stance. The Death Knight King's heart suddenly became firm, and another scarlet eye under his helmet flickered. No, I can't die here. Lord Dark Knight still needs my help. Damn it. I was planning to recover my injuries in this black forest before going back. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful human here. The Death Knight King took a slight step forward and looked around for possible locations where Subai might appear. Next second, bump, a sound of metal collision was heard. Subai slashed the black armor on the shoulder of the Death Knight King with one claw, making a dull sound. Subai looked slightly surprised, and the next moment his figure disappeared from the side of the Death Knight King again. Damn it! The Death Knight King also turned around at the same time, raised his giant sword, and slashed towards Subai. It's a pity that he was a step too slow and his attack missed. At this time, Subai's figure appeared on a large dead tree trunk nearby. He looked at the black armor on the Death Knight King with surprise. The next second, Eye of the White Dragon Emperor is activated. Name, Death Armor. Category, Armed. Skills, Deathly Entanglement, Gravity Blessing, Extreme Hardness. After seeing the 3 additional skills of the Death Armor, Subai understood. No wonder I felt the gravity around me increase when I approached him and attacked him before. It turned out to be the effect of the armor. And that, extreme hardness. Subai narrowed his golden eyes slightly and began to think of a strategy. In the open space ahead, the Death Knight King's voice came in an angry tone. Human, are you still afraid to fight me head-on? Originally, the Death Knight King thought that Subai would continue to fight him secretly by making sneak attacks. But unexpectedly, the next second, Subai's figure slowly walked out from the woods beside him. Don't dare. Subai's lips curled up in a playful arc, with a hint of disdain on his face. I was just testing you just now. You. The Death Knight King was enraged by Subai's answer, and his 2 scarlet eyes began to fluctuate. Human, I will kill you. I will devour your soul to nourish my wounds. The Death Knight King shouted loudly. The next moment, his figure rushed towards Subai quickly, with a cold light flashing on the blade of the giant sword of death. Although it seems that the Death Knight King is wearing a heavy set of death armor. But in fact, this set of armor is as light as a feather, and not only does it have extremely strong defense, it can also provide a constant increase in death energy to the Death Knight King himself. At a distance of more than 10 meters, the Death Knight King arrived almost instantly. Ho! The next second, the giant sword of death swung towards Subai with great force, causing a loud bang in the air. Seeing the situation, Subai remained calm and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Boom boom. A 2-meter-long dragon bone claw blocked Subai's body. Easily take the Death Knight King's powerful blow of the Death Greatsword. Snort. Subai's face under the giant dragon bone claw uttered a soft sound, his expression calm. That's it. As Subai whispered, Subai's figure flashed instantly and came behind the Death Knight King in the next second. Sharp dragon kick. Subai bent his right leg backward to accumulate strength. On the right calf of Subai, an extremely sharp keratinous substance suddenly grew out. The next moment, Subai exerted force with his right leg, flipped his body sideways, and moved backward to take the relay. Boom! A loud noise like an explosion came from behind Subai and the Death Knight King. Chapter 35 Killing the Death Knight King. A tall black figure flew out backwards. The Death Knight King's body slammed heavily into the woods nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Giant trees several dozen meters tall were snapped one by one as the Death Knight King flew backwards. The Death Knight King finally stopped after smashing dozens of black trees that were tens of meters high. Bump! The Death Knight King finally crashed into a big black tree, and his body slowly slid down. The Death Knight King groaned in pain. He endured the injuries on his body and slowly stood up, holding on to the black tree behind him. A shocking and terrifying crack appeared on the death armor behind the Death Knight King. This is exactly the full-strength dragon leg whip that Subai had just used with the added sharpness. The originally indestructible death armor, which looked like the black armor of the god of war, was actually broken through by Subai's kick. The Death Knight King also felt a burning pain on his back, as if being cut by a knife. He was also as horrified as the wound on his back. His death armor was actually broken by a human whose energy fluctuations were only equivalent to those of a high-level demon. Are you kidding me? Only at this moment did the Death Knight King truly feel the powerful strength of Subai. It is far beyond the reach of ordinary upper-level demons. An ordinary high-ranking demon would have been killed by that kick just now. His strength is definitely not just at the level of a high-ranking demon. The Death Knight King's mind was racing, trying to come up with a solution. But there is an absolute gap in strength between him and Subai. In the face of such a gap, any strategy of the Death Knight King is powerless. What are you going to say before you die? Followed by a light voice. Subai's figure also slowly walked out from the Dao mark that had just been smashed by the Death Knight King. At this time, Subai's arms and legs had completely turned into a monster-like appearance. The height of the body also increased to about 2 meters as the legs turned into white dragons. But it looks like there is absolutely no sense of incongruity, as if these alienated parts are Subai's skeletal armor. Instead, it gave him a bit more domineering and coolness. Subai walked towards the Death Knight King's position step by step, looking relaxed, as if he was only dealing with a small minion. This also caused endless anger to surge in the Death Knight King's heart again. Human, don't underestimate me. I am one of the 12 demon kings under the Dark Knight Lord, in charge of countless low and middle-level demons. Stop. Subai suddenly interrupted the Death Knight King's speech. Don't say these useless things. What the hell is this Lord of the Night, or the 12 Demon Kings? You are now just my hunting target, a guy who is about to die. Subai spoke each word with great emphasis, not giving the Death Knight King any face at all. The Death Knight King felt angry and aggrieved when he heard what Subai said. But what Subai said was right. He was indeed just Subai's hunting target now, a loser who was about to be hunted by the other party. Damn it, I won't accept this. If I hadn't been attacked by those bastards, causing me to be seriously injured and my strength greatly reduced, how could I have been killed by you? The Death Knight King's tone suddenly became somewhat weak, as if he had already accepted his fate. His scarlet eyes looked at Subai calmly. Human, you are strong. But if you kill me, you will be marked by the Dark Lord's revenge and be hunted endlessly. Subai's expression remained unchanged when he heard this, and he said lightly, Are you threatening me? No, I'm just stating a fact. I bear the mark of the Great Lord of Darkness. Once my life force dissipates, this mark will automatically activate and lock onto you. Then you will be hunted down by my lord, the Dark Knight Lord. Subai's heart trembled when he heard the words of the Death Knight King. He was not sure whether the Death Knight King was targeting him with these words. But judging from his appearance, he probably wasn't lying. System, is there any way to help me get rid of this mark? Host, don't panic. This system can help you block any tracking abilities. However, this kind of shielding requires the host to actively consume system points. After hearing the following words from the system, the corners of Subai's mouth, which had been gradually curling up, suddenly stopped. It requires consumption of system points. But after thinking about it carefully, Subai felt that it would not be a big loss. Anyway, if I can get rid of the Death Knight King in front of me, this dimensional rift should be closed. By that time, when he is on Blue Star, he doesn't believe that the so-called Dark Knight Lord can find him. If that's the case, Subai won't have to do anything then. Those powerful supernatural beings on their blue planet will definitely launch an attack on this damn Dark Knight Lord as soon as possible. Subai thought this in his heart and felt that he had already grasped it. Besides these, do you have any other last words? Seeing that Subai still wanted to kill him, the Death Knight King simply stopped talking nonsense. If you kill me, you will regret it. Subai also felt that he could not get any useful information from the Death Knight King. He took a step forward and swung his right dragon claw arm. The Death Knight King did not give up struggling either. Although he was kicked from behind by Subai and his defense was broken, he still had some fighting power. Even if I have to die, I will try my best. A human of your strength must die. The Death Knight King shouted coldly, and the next moment he took the initiative to rush towards Subai. Seeing the situation, Subai went straight forward. The two of them began to shuttle through the forest full of thick black trees as fast as two lightning bolts. There were continuous loud crashing sounds, and the tall trees around were breaking and cracking one by one. From deep within the core of the forest came a series of huge noises. The ground cracked, and trees flew over. The battle between the two directly turned the core of the forest into ruins. In the heart of the Black Forest, a top-level battle is unfolding fiercely. 10 minutes later, Subai's final attack, Dragon Claw, pierced directly into the Death Knight King's armor from behind. Subai exerted his full strength, and the Dragon Bone Claw directly penetrated the armor on the back of the Death Knight King. Bang! Puff! Break it for me! Subai felt the strong resistance of the armor in front of him and roared angrily. Crack! Puff! The next moment, Subai's ferocious and sharp dragon bone claws broke through the armor in front of the Death Knight King. He just lifted his entire 3-meter-tall body into the air. At this moment, the pair of scarlet eyes under the Death Knight King's helmet slowly went out. Death Knight King die? Subai casually swung the corpse of the Death Knight King on his right dragon claw to the ground beside him. And just as he said, a faint ball of energy flew out from the body of the Death Knight King and penetrated into Subai's body. Subai felt a chill in his heart as he watched the unavoidable tracking light ball penetrate into his body. Is this the tracking mark that the Death Knight King mentioned? However, it seems that there is no danger for the time being, so Subai will not worry about this matter for the time being. Subai leaned against a big black tree, breathing heavily. Although Subai had been crushing the Death Knight King in this battle, but the physical strength and energy he consumed were also enormous. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Death Knight King was seriously injured, he still had the SSS-level combat power to barely compete with him. Subai looked at the body of the Death Knight King, the Death Giant sword beside him, and the death armor on his body. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Chapter 36. What about our Minister Zhang? Host. I sense an abnormal fluctuation in the dimensional rift in this space. Host, please quickly pass through the dimensional rift and leave here. Otherwise, the passage will be closed and the host will be unable to leave. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Subai was also stunned. He didn't dare to waste time and quickly stepped forward to put the body of the Death Knight King and the huge sword of death into the dimensional space. The next moment, Subai quickly ran towards the core of the Black Forest. A few seconds later, Subai saw Xiao He guarding the periphery. At this time, Xiao He also looked surprised and confused, because it was not sure whether Subai could defeat the terrifying existence deep in the forest. Xiao He. When Subai's voice came, Xiao He, who was pacing back and forth in the woods, was also startled. The next moment, it called out to Subai with some joy. Subai instantly came to Xiao He's side. Change back to kitten form now. Meow. Don't ask, change quickly. Subai's tone was a little anxious, which scared Xiao He so much that he didn't dare to ask more questions. However, Xiao He saw that Subai didn't have any injuries, so the battle should be won. Thinking of this, the little black truck-like body turned back into an ordinary little black cat. Come up, we're going back. Subai called out softly, and without waiting for Xiao He to react, Subai directly took it into his arms. Xiao He is still confused. What is the master going to do? Asterisk sigma, sigma. The next moment, Subai's body began to move at super high speed. Xiao He only felt that the hair exposed outside was scratched and hurt by the strong air resistance. Woo! Xiao He quickly curled up his body and tried hard to get into Subai's arms. Subai also felt Xiao He's actions in front of him, but he didn't care about it at the moment. The system prompts that the dimensional rift will close in 3 minutes at most. Therefore, Subai must rush from here to the black soil wasteland where they first appeared within 3 minutes. If I let Xiao He lie on me, it would definitely be too late. That's why Subai chose to run over by himself. Although I say I ran over, at this moment I can actually use the word fly over to describe it, because Subai's current speed is so fast that it has completely deviated from the concept of running. Huff, 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 huff. A strong gust of wind was whistling in front of Subai. This atmospheric acceleration resistance had completely exceeded the flight resistance of a supersonic fighter. Even though Xiao He is an S-level dimensional creature, he feels as if his body is going to be blown apart by the fierce wind resistance. However, Subai's speed is still increasing. Subai's infinite consciousness began to run at high speed, calculating the direction and distance from where they came. And how fast do you need to be to get there in 3 minutes? Looking from a distance, it seemed as if there was a flash of white lightning in the dark forest at this moment, flashing in the dark forest with tall trees and disappearing in a flash. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The black trees that were dozens or hundreds of meters tall in the black forest broke and fell down one by one. They were rushed to all directions by Subai's powerful body moving violently at high speed. For a moment, it felt like a bulldozer crushing everything. Boom. As Subai advanced forward, all living things and trees were ruthlessly crushed and destroyed by him. In less than 30 seconds, Subai had reached the edge of the black forest. Several undead birds, frightened by the violent vibration sound, flapped their wings and flew into the sky, making strange cackle sounds from their mouths. Subai did not stop after he came out of the black forest. He continued to run wildly in the direction he came from. Wherever Subai passed, a row of trenches appeared on the ground, as if they were pushed by a bulldozer. Woo-woo! Xiao He, who was held by Subai, whimpered softly in his arms. Looking at the various scenes passing by so quickly around it, it felt like its brain was unable to function. A dazzling experience emerged in Xiao He's mind. This is the result of a mismatch between your own brain power and the speed at which the things you see move. 2 minutes later, a small black dot also appeared in the distance behind Subai. It was the dimensional rift here. The next moment, Subai's figure instantly appeared in front of the black spot. Subai dived in without hesitation. After a brief strange experience, Subai's sight came to the green belt of billowing community that he was familiar with. Subai acted without any hesitation and instantly rushed towards one direction of the community. The security guards around only felt a sudden gust of wind. It seemed as if a strong energy rushed out, but it disappeared in a flash the next moment. What's going on? Did something just fly out of the dimensional rift? Reporting to Captain Huang, there was indeed a powerful energy fluctuation that flashed by just now. At this time, an orderer holding an energy detection instrument trotted in front of Huang Tian. He handed the display screen of the energy detection instrument in his hand to Huang Tian for inspection. But the energy displayed above is not a specific level. Instead, It starts with the AR level display light, and everything after that is lit up. Huang Tian was also horrified when he saw this scene. The highest detection limit of this energy detection instrument is SS level. The energy display lights above start from AR level and are all lit. What does this mean? This means that its highest energy detection level is SS. Captain Huang, is there something wrong with the instrument test? The orderer at the side asked in surprise. Normally, there should only be one level displayed on the display screen of the energy detection instrument. And now all 4 levels are lit up in a row. Huang Tian quickly calmed down after hearing the analysis of this order person. According to the detection, this dimensional rift only has S-level energy fluctuations. Normally speaking, it is impossible for a special S-level dimensional creature to appear, and it is even more impossible for a SS-level dimensional creature to appear. Huang Tian also began to have doubts in his heart. Could it be that the detection equipment really malfunctioned just now? And just now they just felt a strong gust of wind blowing. There was no sign of any dimensional creatures at all. Well, step up your vigilance. Everyone, please pay close attention. Minister Zhu will come to deal with this dimensional rift tomorrow. Hey, Captain Huang, where's our Chief Zhang? There are 2 level 7 orderers in Qingfeng City SOD, namely Minister Zhang Tianlong and Deputy Minister Zhu Zhihao. It stands to reason that an S-level dimensional rift appeared in Beiluan Community, Qingfeng City. The 2 level 7 ministers should all come here to clean up the mess. Well, upon hearing this, Huang Tian also recalled Minister Zhang, who was currently recuperating in the hospital bed. Our Minister Zhang is busy with important matters right now, so he can't come for the time being. But isn't it a bit too dangerous for only a level 7 orderer to clear out the S-level dimensional rift? Yes, so tomorrow there will be a level 7 order sent by the SOD branch in the neighboring Dongmu City to help clear this S-level dimensional rift. Chapter 37, The Not-So-Simple Dimensional Rift. And in a green belt of woods somewhere in Beiluan Community, a handsome and calm figure slowly walked out. At this time, Subai had already changed the alienated parts of his body back to normal. Xiaohei followed behind Subai, and his steps were a little unsteady. When people who didn't know the truth saw Xiaohei, they thought he was drunk by Subai. The way he walks looks quite funny. _. Only Xiaohei himself knew that Subai's speed just now was really too fast. It was so fast that its legs were shaking and it couldn't stand steadily. Woo-woo, master, slow down. Subai was a little surprised when he heard the soft cry from behind him. You are an S-level dimensional creature, and you actually want me to walk slower? Meow. Xiaohei looked aggrieved when he heard that, and his 2 big black eyes seemed to be inlaid with 2 crystals, shining and dazzling. Subai met Xiaohei's bright eyes and felt a little soft-hearted for a moment. Oh, there's nothing I can do about you. Subai stopped, picked up Xiaohei from the ground with one hand, and put him on his shoulder. Then Subai continued walking towards his building. At this time, Xiaohei, who was lying on Subai's shoulder, was shocked. Master, how are you? Xiaohei rested his little head comfortably on Subai's shoulder. Subai felt Xiaohei's aggressive behavior on his shoulder, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But considering that it helped me a lot this time, I just let it go. Subai walked all the way to the door of his home. Looking at the brand new, handsome, and high-end wooden door, Subai opened the door with satisfaction. Walking into his room, Subai put Xiaohei on the newly bought sofa beside him. At this time, Xiaohei had actually fallen asleep on Subai's shoulder. Relying on his powerful control ability, Subai did not wake up Xiaohei. Subai went to the bathroom and took a quick shower, then returned to his bedroom to rest. The next morning, the first sound Subai heard when he woke up was the system prompt. Ding. Mission. Defending Beiluan Community has been completed. Ding. Mission reward. 1 system point. This beautiful sound early in the morning instantly made Subai energetic. Well, has that mission been completed? Subai rubbed his head and slowly opened his sleepy eyes. That's right, host. Not long after the S-level dimensional rift in your community was closed, the SOD personnel evacuated the Beiluan community. They also gave up on relocating residents within the community. Subai stood up, stretched, and walked towards the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, Subai saw Xiaohei, who was enjoying the warm morning sunshine. Meow. Good morning, master. When Xiaohei saw Subai, he made a cat sound towards Subai. He also climbed up from the sofa, stretched out his paws, and began to stretch his body. Subai was speechless when he heard Xiaohei imitating the meow of a cat. Xiaohei's true form is an S-level dimensional creature, the black prison cat. Xiaohei, why do you look more and more like a pet cat to me now? Subai suddenly noticed the word cat in Xiaohei's real name. It seems that black prison cat is also a kind of cat. Meow. Master, don't you like me to meow like a cat? Woo woo ah. There are many other names for it. What kind of sound does the master like? Su Bai's infinite consciousness, since the consciousness expressed in Xiao Hei's cry, and his face was full of black lines. Then you are imitating the meow of a cat. Meow. Master, I have actually traveled through the dimensional rift before and have been to your world several times. Hearing Xiao Hei's meow, Su Bai was shocked. You mean, you've been to this world before, and it wasn't through this dimensional rift in the community? That's right, Master. Seeing Su Bai's shocked expression, Xiao Hei also finished his stretching exercises, sat upright on the sofa, and looked at Su Bai seriously. Master, this kind of dimensional rift that can bring you to your world does not appear only once in the same place. In fact, this kind of dimensional rift has appeared in our Black Forest more than a dozen times before. Moreover, every time a dimensional rift appears, the world it connects to is different. This time it's your neighborhood, Master. The last time it was a place with a big river. Su Bai listened to Xiao Hei's expression, his thoughts racing. For a moment, he felt that this so-called dimensional rift seemed to be of great significance. Su Bai called the system in his mind to ask, System, do you know what dimensional rift is? The host system has only been in existence for a short time. How could it possibly know? Su Bai. However, according to the S-level dimensional rift that the host entered before, after systematic detection and analysis, this dimensional channel should be caused by some unknown reason. System, it's the same as if you didn't say anything, right? Su Bai stopped asking the system. He felt that the system knew nothing. Just pretending. Su Bai continued to look at Xiao Hei and asked, Then you have not been captured or hunted by our order here. Meow. Orderer. Master, do you mean those idiots in black clothes? You think you can catch me with that garbage? I'm just teasing them between my claws. 0. Su Bai's face was filled with black lines. This cat is too good at boasting. Be serious. Tell me everything about your previous experience traveling through the dimensional rift, and the information about the world you were in before. Woo. In this way, Su Bai listened to Xiao Hei's description of the information about the world he had been to before, and how it later came here through the dimensional rift. Before we knew it, it was noon. Some warm sunlight shone into the sofa in the living room of Su Bai's room. It also shone on his handsome and evil face. So much so that Su Bai just now remembered that he actually forgot to go to school today. Fuck! Su Bai suddenly exclaimed a fragrant sound. Xiao Hei, who was sitting next to Su Bai, was so scared that he jumped up from the sofa. Meow. What happened to the master? Su Bai's eyes were blank and the corners of his mouth twitched. The host should be able to catch up with the afternoon class if he goes now. Shut up. Shut up. Su Bai shouted in his heart and out his mouth at the same time. The system sensed Su Bai's somewhat irritable mood and stopped teasing him. Xiao Hei, who was sitting on the sofa, had a confused look on his face. Huh? Didn't the master tell me to say that before? Why are you telling me to shut up now? Su Bai ignored Xiao Hei, who was sitting alone on the sofa and feeling sad. He stood up, picked up his school bag, and left the room. I reminded Xiao Hei before leaving. Remember to look after the house. Chapter 38. He is handsome, so he will be forgiven even if he is late. Su Bai slightly sped up on the road. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the gate of Belouin University. When I walked into the classroom, it was just the last few minutes of the Chinese class. As expected, Su Bai was caught by the Chinese teacher, but also as expected, he was forgiven by the Chinese teacher. Suddenly, all the boys in the class looked indignant. Why can Su Bai be forgiven for being late? Yes, that's it. Why? I was made to stand in the corner last time I was late. That's right. Last time I was only 1 minute late. The teacher punished me by making me copy the textbook 30 times. This Su Bai is not considered late, right? He even missed 2 classes in the morning, right? Yes, the Chinese teacher is unfair. I want to protest. Protest. That's right. You can't do whatever you want just because Su Bai is a little more handsome. Suddenly, the boys in the class began to whisper to each other. As the pressure from the Chinese teacher was so strong, they only dared to talk in a low voice to show their protest. The Chinese teacher on the podium naturally heard the discussions of the male students below. There was a stern expression on her pretty face. Be quiet. Am I the teacher, or are you the teachers? Following the Chinese teacher's domineering shout, the male students in the audience instantly lost interest. There is no way. The Chinese teacher's aura is too strong. Is this what it means to be handsome? Even the Chinese teacher can be captured? Ah, he's so handsome, it's unfair. Although there were still a few male students who were secretly complaining, there were basically no more voices of dissatisfaction under the podium. Okay, Su Bai, please sit back and continue your class. Okay, teacher. Subai walked back to his seat with a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. He felt that from now on, he might become the public enemy of the boys in the class. Come to the seat. Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting at the diagonal table behind him, came over with an envious look on her face and whispered, Subai didn't expect that you could bribe even the Chinese teacher. Subai's face turned black when he heard this. Student Xiaoman, please don't talk nonsense to me. I can't help it. Who made our classmate Subai so handsome? If you are handsome, the teacher will forgive you even if you are late. Subai no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaoman behind him, turned back and started attending class, slacking off. You don't watch the classes during class. Subai said he has no interest in these things at all. Subai took out his mobile phone and started browsing the Chaofan official website. Soon the last Chinese class ended and the bell rang. This is also the last class in the morning, so school is over now. As the classmates stood up and left one after another, Subai and his friends were soon the only ones left in the classroom. Now that the get out of class was over, Yang, his deskmate beside him, couldn't help but ask Subai out of curiosity. Subai, where did you go this morning? Why are you here so late? Subai didn't know how to explain it after hearing this. I was delayed for a while by a cat. Athahaha. Subai, why don't you find a better excuse for lying? Can a cat waste your time like this? Could it be that cat is not an ordinary cat? Zhang Xiaoman smiled at first, then asked another question casually. Subai didn't care and replied directly. Well, it's definitely not an ordinary cat. After Subai finished speaking, he prepared to leave. But Zhang Xiaoman behind him had a look of deep curiosity on her face and wanted to ask something more. At this time, Yang also came up and took Zhang Xiaoman to the cafeteria to eat. Seeing Subai already walking to the classroom door, Zhang Xiaoman had to give up asking any more questions. Subai doesn't plan to have lunch at noon. As an SSS-level transformer, Subai would not be affected at all even if he did not eat for a month. After all, his current body can be said to have surpassed the scope of normal humans. Subai walked out of his teaching building and started walking towards Beiluan University. He planned to take a good look at this place where he had studied for more than a year. Beiluan University is a higher education institution located in Beiluan District. It is also one of the 3 major universities in Beiluan District. The other 2 universities that are as famous as Beiluan University are Linhai University and Sakura University. Of course, in terms of comprehensive strength, Beiluan University still ranks first. Subai strolled along the gravel path of the school, feeling the warm sunshine above his head. Some gardenias planted along the surrounding paths are in full bloom. Each flower is snow white, adding a touch of beauty to the school. A gentle summer breeze blew, allowing Subai to smell the scent of summer. Subai walked slowly along a road around the interior of Beiluan University. The school covers a large area and is worthy of being one of the 3 major universities in Beiluan District. It took Subai more than half an hour to walk the whole circle based on his walking speed. There are various high-rise buildings in the school, and there are also many entertainment and leisure places. After touring Beiluan University, Subai came to a park. Finding a wooden bench, Subai leaned back and planned to relax for a while. Subai sat on the bench, looking at the beautiful legs passing by on the path in front of him. Subai was in a very happy mood. Onaji. Summer is here, and flowers are blooming all over the school. This one is white silk. Well, this translucent black stocking is also good. Also, the legs look pretty good. I guess they've been exercising. Wow, this one looks great too. This. Subai's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the beautiful legs and black stockings that were getting closer and closer to him, he exclaimed in his heart, Isn't this too perfect? Those slender and straight legs, wrapped in a thin layer of semi-transparent black stockings, are simply breathtaking. Subai was admiring the beautiful legs of passers-by and had entered a state of ecstasy. So much so that even when the owner of the pair of beautiful legs and black stockings came in front of him, Subai was completely unaware. After a moment, Subai finally reacted. He looked up in surprise. I want to see what the owner of this pair of black stockings looks like. His looks are truly worthy of these legs. It would have been fine if Subai didn't look up, but as soon as he raised his head, he felt that his head was about to touch the girl's body. Subai couldn't help swallowing in his heart, thinking about the girl's boldness. It's about to fall on my head. Subai looked up along the pair of straight and slender black silk legs. The girl was wearing a pair of denim hot pants with black stockings underneath, showing off her long legs perfectly. The upper body is wearing a cool white cartoon t-shirt, which makes the round chest look more prominent, making people have strange thoughts. When Subai saw this, he swallowed his saliva again, because the scale was really huge. Then Subai continued to look upwards along the fair and tender neck, wanting to see the other person's specific appearance clearly. However, when he raised his head and continued to look upward, Subai was stunned. Chapter 39, Sushi's Attack, O, *greater than over equal to less than over equal to. The expression on Subai's face froze for a moment. In front of him, a clear, pleasant, and slightly playful voice came from a girl. Kiki, long time no see, bro. Subai came back to his senses from Sushi's voice. He stared blankly at the beautiful girl with a delicate face in front of him. Subai called out softly. Xiaoxi. Oh, brother, how come you stutter when you see your sister after not seeing her for 2 years? Could it be that you were attracted to your lovely sister? _. Is the brother finally going to take action against his lovely sister? Sushi said this while putting on a shy and cute look. This action stunned the male students passing by. Subai's face darkened when he heard that. He stood up and gave the girl a light slap. A beaming smile appeared on Subai's face. What nonsense are you talking about? Oh. Sushi pouted her lips with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Brother, you were just staring at my legs like an idiot, *sigma. Looking at the girl's bright black eyes, the next moment Subai directly embraced Sushi into his arms. Sushi's body also trembled slightly when it touched Subai's warm and reliable body. The next second, the girl could no longer hide the grievance and discomfort in her heart. Suddenly, all the emotions that had been pent up in Sushi's heart for some time were released at once. Brother. Whoa. Great. I finally found you. Subai hugged the girl tightly in his arms, feeling her soft and petite body, and inexplicable emotions surged in his heart. Subai knew that Sushi must have suffered a lot of grievances during this period. All his words turned into a soft call again. Xiaoxi. After the two hugged each other tightly for a while, Subai straightened the girl's body. Subai met Sushi's ruddy and misty eyes, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Brother, whoa. Do you know how I've been through this without you around for so long? Okay, let's go home first. Subai had already noticed the crowd of onlookers gradually gathering around him. He didn't want his brother and sister's reunion to become the subject of others' speculation. Sushi stretched out her little hand and cutely wiped away the crystals at the corners of her eyes. Sushi was holding Subai's hand, and the two began to walk towards the gate of Beiluan University. On the way, Subai asked Sushi curiously, Xiaoxi, why did you come to my school? School. Is your brother studying here now? Oh, I still remember my brother saying something like, I don't want to go to school anymore. Subai's mouth twitched when he heard this, feeling a little embarrassed. This all happened a long time ago. Haha, my situation is a bit complicated right now. I'll tell you slowly when I get back. By the way, Xiaoxi, how did you come to Qifeng City? Well, I was still in the Magic City hiding from those nasty guys, and then I suddenly felt the white dragon gene in my brother. Then I started to rush to my brother's location with all my strength. Subai heard Sushi's answer and said in surprise. The pursuer? Oh, brother, let's not talk about these things now. I ran all the way from the Magic City. My feet are all worn out. As Sushi spoke, she leaned directly on Subai who was walking in front of her, with an exhausted expression. Run over here? Why are you in such a hurry? Since you have sensed my location, it's only a matter of time before you find me. I just want to see my brother sooner. Okay, I'll carry you back. Facing Sushi, Subai was also unambiguous. My own sister must be taken special care of. Sushi seemed to have guessed it in her heart when she heard it, and said to Subai with a smile, Hee, bro is the best. Then Sushi pressed her 2 balls of soy milk up without any hesitation and hugged Subai's neck tightly. 2 beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings also circled around Subai's waist. Sushi buried her pretty face in Subai's back, took a deep breath with some enjoyment, and murmured, my brother's health is still so reassuring. Subai felt the softness on his back without any improper thoughts. There was just a simple smile on his face. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry that you've been wrong during this period. Let's go back first, and we'll talk about what happens next slowly. Sushi leaned on Subai's back and nodded her chin obediently. When Subai returned to the door of his community, he was just about to take out the key to open the door. The next second, the door suddenly opened by itself. Subai was still surprised, but Sushi on his back spoke first. Brother, why do I feel like there's another aura in your house? As she said this, Sushi snorted loudly, looking so adorable. Subai almost forgot that his sister Sushi was a transformed person with the death cat gene. As for cats, their sense of smell is generally much more sensitive. Subai replied lightly. Well, I adopted a pet cat before. I heard that Subai adopted a pet, and it's a cat. Sushi behind him suddenly lost his composure. Because her modified genes are also a cat, but it is a cat-like creature with very powerful genes. Oh my god, bro, have you fallen in love with someone else? Wow. Xiaoxi is so sad. Subai felt the fake crying of the girl behind him and felt speechless. His sister is also a real drama queen. Okay, come down first. Subai came to the sofa and put Sushi, who was carrying him on his back, on the sofa. Xiaohei, who had just opened the door and wanted to ask Subai for credit, was a little at a loss, because its owner brought back a strange and beautiful girl. Moreover, this girl was faintly emitting an aura that made it frightened. It seems to be slightly similar to it, but the aura of the other party is much stronger than it. This beautiful young lady that the master brought back is also a strong one. Xiaohei gave the sofa seat to Sushi without hesitation. Then he trotted to the window nearby and lay down to bask in the sun. Sushi narrowed her big black eyes and looked at Xiaohei and said to Subai with some surprise, "Brother, your pet cat seems to be a little unusual, right?" Well, Xiaohei is not an ordinary pet cat. He is an S-level demon-type dimensional creature. Huh? A dimensional creature? And an S-level one? When Sushi heard Subai's answer, she uttered a sound of surprise. Xiaoxi, do you also know about the extraordinary existence of dimensional creatures? You know? Aren't these just basic supernatural common sense? Subai slapped his head when he heard this. He almost forgot that Sushi did not lose her memory after escaping from the cage of the gene modification company. She must have learned a lot about the extraordinary things in this world in the past 2 years. Chapter 40 Return Home. Hey. Sushi looked at Subai with confusion, wondering why he asked such a question. Subai showed a helpless smile and slowly explained to Sushi about his amnesia over the past 2 years. Huh? Brother has lost his memory for 2 years? After listening to Subai's story, the girl stood up from the sofa with her beautiful pair of black stockings like a catapult. No wonder my perception ability can no longer sense my brother's aura after we separated that time. Sushi's tone sounded a little pitiful when she said this. Looking at Sushi's pitiful little eyes, Subai hugged her in his arms lovingly. While being held by Subai, where he couldn't see, Sushi showed a sly expression on her face, enjoying Subai's hug. Sushi couldn't help but start to fantasize, and she even seemed to be moaning in her heart. That's it. It's really comfortable when brother holds me greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. Subai's infinite consciousness is always in a passive state. Of course, he also sensed Sushi's thoughts at this moment. Subai had a strange look in his eyes and he pulled Sushi away. Okay, Xiaoxi, tell me what you have been through in the past 2 years? Subai pulled her out of his embrace. Although she felt a little reluctant, Sushi remained calm on the surface. Me. Brother, do you know how hard my life has been these past 2 years? When it comes to this, Sushi's tone becomes aggrieved. Before, she was completely alone, helpless, and without any support. But now it's different. She has found her closest brother Subai. Sushi was like a homeless vagrant who suddenly found his own harbor. The emotions that had been suppressed burst out again. Sushi took this opportunity to throw herself into Subai's arms again and burst into tears. This time she really cried. Subai felt the delicate body trembling slightly in his arms, and suddenly an indescribable feeling of irritability surged in his heart. The evil white dragon, Jin, in him began to riot unconsciously. A terrifying aura that made people's heart palpitate emanated from Subai. Everything in the surrounding rooms began to tremble inexplicably, as if there was an earthquake. Not only that, if you come to the outside of the building where Subai is at this time, you will find that the entire building where Subai's room is located is shaking. Sushi in his arms was aware of Subai's emotional fluctuations and called out softly, "Brother." When Subai heard Sushi's clear voice, he realized that his emotions were out of control. Subai gradually restrained the aura that was emanating from him. He touched Sushi's soft long hair somewhat dotingly. Sushi's golden hair seemed to be shining under the sunlight shining through the window at noon, which made Subai feel comfortable. "I'm sorry, I didn't control it just now and let my breath leak out. It's okay, bro." Sushi buried her little head completely in Subai's arms, and then added another sentence. "I like my brother the most, / greater than over equal to less than over equal to, / Subai listened to Sushi's words and just smiled faintly. On the other side, Xiaohei, who was lying on the living room window, was trembling with fear. The terrifying aura that Subai just emanated from was simply too terrifying. Xiaohei was shocked. What is the strength of my master? After letting the girl act coquettishly in his arms for a while, Subai felt that it was about time. Okay, Xiaoxi, tell me about your experiences during this period. Sushi then told Subai about her life in the past 2 years since she escaped from the cage of the genetic modification company. After Sushi separated from Subai from the Great Blue Sea, they wandered all the way to a nearby city in Dragon Country. After hiding there for a while, then we came to Magic City, one of the most prosperous cities in Dragon Country. After that, I started to stay in Shanghai for a long time. While Sushi was trying to find out the whereabouts of Subai, she was dodging the pursuers from the gene modification company. Since Dragon Country possesses the extraordinary official SOD, the killers sent by the genetic modification company are somewhat restricted. Although the killers sent by the other party were no weaker than Sushi, they still failed to capture Sushi. As Sushi spoke, a hint of murderous intent appeared on her little face. "Those annoying guys, I will kill them sooner or later." Subai rubbed Sushi's little head and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, your brother is here now. Whoever comes will die." When he said the last word, a strong murderous intent burst out from Subai's body. Are they the killers of the gene modification company? It's time to make them pay some interest. By the way, Xiaoxi, after leaving the cage, what about the others? When Subai and his friends escaped from the cage of the genetic modification company, there were many other people with Subai, except for those relatively low-level, genetically modified ones. Many of them were younger brothers and friends that Subai had met in the cage before. Well, because I escaped quite late, many guys had already left. When she thought of this, a hint of anger rose on Sushi's pretty face. Humph, those ungrateful guys. It was clearly my brother who fought desperately and gave everyone a chance to escape. But in the end, brother, you were ambushed by that bad old guy, and those guys ran faster than anyone else. When Sushi thought of this, her little face puffed up with anger, and she couldn't help but show her little fangs. That damn old man actually electrocuted my brother and made him lose his memory. If I meet him again, I will never forgive him. When Subai heard Sushi's voice, he couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. The cold wind howled at night and the moonlight in the sky was obscured by dark clouds. Subai, leading Sushi and a group of genetically modified people from the 16th batch, were running quickly forward in the dark. The crowd behind Subai was dense, and there were at least hundreds of people. And without exception, all of them are genetically modified. After seeing the silver-gray alloy wall and gate in front of him, Subai shouted behind him. The exit gate of this deserted island experimental base is in front of us. Everyone, hurry up. When everyone heard Subai shout, they cheered in the back. The cage that had imprisoned them for 2 whole years was finally about to be freed. Oh, everyone, go for it. Hope is right in front of us. I dream about this day even when I sleep. For freedom, for dreams. Charge. Wanna run? Don't even think about it. Chase them. We found their location. Calling headquarters, target location found, requesting high-end combat forces to come to support. Just when Subai and the others were about to break through the alloy door that separated the cage from the outside world, a group of fully armed warriors holding high-end energy weapons suddenly poured out from an underground passage on one side. The crowd of people in black gathered in the open space in front like a tide. They were intercepted right in front of the alloy gate. Subai and others also paused in their progress. Everyone looked at the last obstacle ahead with serious expressions. Everyone, kill. The exit is right in front of us. As long as we kill our way out, we will be free. That's right. We no longer have control over the self-destruct chip, and these people are just ordinary people with weapons. We are all genetically modified people who have experienced life and death battles. They can't beat us. Yes, don't be afraid of them. Let's charge. Even if I have a gun, I can beat 10 of them by myself. Let me show you how powerful I am. No one was discouraged by the sudden appearance of a large number of armed soldiers, because they themselves are extraordinary and powerful beings. And the leader in front of them is the most powerful man in their 16th generation, the White Dragon of the Extreme Generation. Chapter 41. Escape from the Cage Flashback. Subai narrowed his eyes and looked at the thousands of people blocking his way in front of him. After a brief standoff, all the genetically modified people on Subai's side were in high spirits and rushed towards the alloy gate excitedly. Thousands of genetic modification company soldiers holding high-end weapons in front of the gate were shocked. They are basically just ordinary warriors, although their bodies have been specially modified and strengthened by the company. But it can't be compared with those monsters on the opposite side. Why? What should we do? They don't seem to be afraid of us. What else can we do? If we retreat, we will die. We can only hold on now. Headquarters will definitely not let us waste our time here. What are you afraid of? We also have several top genetic modifiers sent by the headquarters. Charge. We must not let these 16th stage genetically modified humans escape. Kill. Don't let anyone go today. Da-da-da. 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 Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom. There was a sound of gunfire and physical fighting, and the two sides came into contact in an instant. A big melee is about to break out. The scene became very chaotic. This is a battle between prisoners and genetic modification companies. A battle for freedom by Subai and other genetically modified people. And on the edge of the battlefield, Subai's evaluation levels exceeded those of the S-level genetic modifiers before him. Dozens of genetically modified people who followed them stood confronting them. The difference is that they are all excellent genetic modifiers trained by the genetic modification company at different times. The gene modification company has installed self-destruct chips and control chips in their bodies, and they are now under the dispatch and control of senior management at the company's headquarters. The genetically modified people on both sides confronted each other. Among them, the weakest one is at S-level. The transformers on both sides confronted each other for dozens of seconds. Subai knew that these people were controlled by the chips of the gene modification company, and it was impossible to persuade them to quit. Dry. Subai shouted angrily and rushed directly towards the opponent's SSS-level transformer. Bump. The other person was a tall man. The two figures collided with each other in an instant, causing a violent energy collision. This SSS-level genetically modified person is no match for Subai at all. In the first collision between the two, the opponent was beaten back by Subai and could only barely stabilize his body. Seeing this, the SSS-level genetically modified man turned around and shouted to the two people in the crowd behind him. Let's go together. This time, the headquarters of the Gene Modification Company dispatched 3 SSS-level genetic modifiers to intercept Subai and other 16th-generation genetic modifiers who wanted to escape. Because the headquarters also knows how terrifying Subai's combat power is. Soon, 2 SSS-level genetic modifiers from the opposing crowd rushed towards Subai's position. Together with the original SSS-level genetic modifier, a terrifying battle broke out among the 4 of them in an instant. Subai also deliberately moved the battlefield to the side to avoid affecting his companions behind him. The remaining weaker genetically modified humans on both sides also began to fight. Among the 16th batch of genetically modified people, only Subai is an SSS-level genetically modified person. During the same period, there were also 4 SS-level and several special S-level. A battle of this level almost instantly shattered the Alloy Gate venue, the core of the battlefield. In just a short moment, 3 SSS-level genetic modifiers were injured repeatedly in the battle with Subai. The 3 of them were all shocked. They didn't expect Subai's fighting power to be so strong. The surrounding alloy gates were also destroyed in the fight between Subai and them. Of course, this was also something Subai did on purpose. Oh no, the door is broken. The 3 SSS-level genetic modifiers looked embarrassed and shocked in their hearts. They have all heard of the most perfect genetic modifier since the 16th phase of the training program called Gene Modification Company, the Ultimate White Dragon, Subai. Therefore, the headquarters also specially sent 3 SSS-level transformers of the same level to intercept Subai and others. But these 3 SSS-level genetic modifiers did not expect that Subai would be so powerful. He could actually fight against 3 people on his own and not be at a disadvantage. Fuck. We completely underestimated the enemy's combat power this time. Old Bear, go back and report to the headquarters and ask them to send more top support. What about you guys? We should stay here to stop them for now. At least we can't let this extremely powerful white dragon escape. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Good. The SSS-level memory transformer named Lao Xiong did not hesitate, and after escaping the battle, he quickly headed towards the inside of the base. When Subai saw that one of the other party had left, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. You 3 are no match for me, and now you dare to leave one of you to call for backup? Hearing Subai's arrogant voice, the 2 people opposite also felt a little dissatisfied. Great White Dragon, you are really as rampant as the rumors say. With our 2 SSS-level genetic modifiers, even if we can't defeat you, we can still stop you temporarily. Bang. As they spoke, the bodies of the 2 SSS-level genetic modifiers suddenly mutated. Both of them entered the complete genetic alienation form. In an instant, 2 tall humanoid monsters that looked like ancient beasts appeared in front of Subai. The 2 people's modified genes are ancient mammoth and 1,000-legged poisonous centipede. Looking at the complete genetic forms of the 2 people in front of him, Subai no longer held back. Suddenly, Subai's body began to change rapidly. The arms, legs, and the body are all changing towards an extreme state. Almost in the blink of an eye, Subai's body had exceeded 3 meters. The body also turned into a mighty form similar to that of a dragon man. Even Subai's face was covered with platinum scales, which gave him an exotic and domineering look. The pale hair added a bit of murderous intent to Subai. The next moment, something suddenly exploded behind Subai, and a huge white dragon with a body length of more than 30 meters emerged. After the ferocious and domineering white dragon had appeared, it looked up to the sky and roared towards the ancient mammoth and 1,000-legged poisonous centipede in front of it. The moment the white dragon appeared, Subai's momentum began to rise sharply. The next second, he surpassed the aura of the 2 SSS-level genetic modifiers in front of him. Is this the legendary extreme alienation? Seeing the ferocious dragon head suddenly appearing behind Subai, both of them were shocked. Subai's white dragon is different from other ordinary alienations on the body. It is an extremely special existence. The ultimate evolutionary direction of genetic modification, extreme alienation. This is the product of the perfect combination of modified genes in the body of an adapter. It is an existence far beyond ordinary alienation. Both of them began to feel a little uneasy. At this moment, Subai's eyes were completely focused on the platinum vertical pupils, and he and the white dragon behind him were staring at the 2 monsters in front of them. Hiki, today is the day you 2 die. Arrogant. We are both SSS level. Even if you have extreme abnormalities, we can't be killed by you so easily. Old centipede, let's go together. Good. Mammoth power. Thousand-legged strangulation. Two tall monsters rushed towards Subai and fought frantically. As they rushed over, they also used their strongest derivative skills. Seeing this, Subai simply grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth, and his platinum eyes revealed an endless desire for murder. Ha, come on. Today either you die or I die. Subai, who had transformed into a dragon, rushed towards the two of them madly, and the white dragon behind him also opened its ferocious mouth. Boom boom. Chapter 42 Powerful Support Memories. The battle between three SSS-level genetic modifiers is earth-shattering. All the surrounding areas were destroyed and collapsed in their battle. It is unknown how long the battle lasted. Suddenly, a clear voice with a hint of anxiety was heard. Brother, the gate is open. Let's go. Not far away from where Subai and the other two were fighting, a pretty figure called out to Subai. It was Sushi. At this time, Sushi has also entered the completely alienated state. Her modified gene is Death Cat. Entering the complete form of Death Cat, her entire body grew from a cute girl of 1.6 meters to at least 1.8 meters in height. However, Sushi's complete morphological transformation is not like that of Subai and the others, where there will be major changes in the body. Sushi's complete form, with only the black cat tail and ears behind and on top of her head, makes her look even cuter. Subai also came back to his senses from Sushi's call. The expression on his face at this moment was a little crazy. Now Subai has entered the killing state. The ancient mammoth and thousand-legged poisonous centipede in front of him were also beaten badly. Their monster-like bodies were covered with countless scars of varying sizes. Blood and mincemeat were scattered all over the ground. Both of them are now seriously injured. They felt that if Lao Xiong didn't come back with support, they might really die here. A voice of surprise and doubt came from the mouth of the ancient mammoth. Damn it, how can the extreme white dragon be so strong? We are both SSS-level genetic modifiers. Moreover, we have gone through a complete training cycle, and then we have undergone various super training and drug absorption. The equally embarrassed, thousand-legged poisonous centipede beside him smiled bitterly. Otherwise, how could the extreme white dragon be called the most perfect transformation adapter by those guys at the headquarters? When Subai heard Sushi's call, he didn't want to fight anymore. Although he was confident that he could kill these two SSS-level genetically modified humans if he continued to fight. But their purpose tonight is not to kill people, but to escape from this cage. After the next dress attack, Subai quickly dodged to the back. Coming to Sushi's side, Subai pulled Sushi with one hand, and the two of them rushed towards the alloy door quickly. Oh no, they're going to escape. The thousand-legged poisonous centipede looked a little disdainful when he heard this. What else? You rush over to stop them and then get killed. We are no match for him at all, and now we are seriously injured. Why do you want to risk your own life? Fortunately, he is very rational, otherwise we might have become two corpses now. The ancient mammoth also realized this and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He only wanted to stop Subai, but he didn't consider that Subai might really kill him, even though he is also an SSS-level genetic modifier. The two of them slowly released their transformed forms and sighed as they watched Subai and Sushi walking away. Just as Subai and Sushi were about to pass through the last alloy gate of this island experimental base, suddenly Subai felt an extremely dangerous energy fluctuation. Subai didn't hesitate. He picked up Sushi beside him with his arms and rushed directly to the open space on the side. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, a terrifying thunder dragon that seemed to penetrate the heaven and earth fell at the place where Subai and the others had just stood. The sound was so powerful, like a divine thunder falling from the sky. Not only the alloy gate, but also all the surrounding alloy building floors were all turned into nothing by this lightning, reduced to ashes. Everyone else who was still running or fighting around was shocked. They stopped their movements, their eyes revealing deep fear and anxiety. The scene at the alloy gate fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Only the powerful thunder dragon at the gate, which had not yet completely dissipated, was making a crackling sound. It proves that they had indeed been here and exploded. It's the old bear. And Master Tianlei. The ancient mammoth and the thousand-legged poisonous centipede were both shocked when they saw two figures standing on the high platform at the entrance in the distance. Support is coming. It's actually Tianlei, a level 10 peak lightning awakener. This time, the extreme white dragon won't be able to escape. Hey, we're almost there too. The thousand-legged poisonous centipede and the ancient mammoth dragged their broken bodies towards the old bear. At this time, Subai had already stood up from the ground holding Sushi's body. He raised his platinum glittering eyes and stared intently at the high platform on the wall above the alloy gate in front of him. There were two more figures there at this moment. One of them was the SSS-level genetically modified person who had fought with him before. As for the other one, he was an old man with gray hair and wearing a black cloak, whose specific features could not be seen clearly. Is it the enemy's support? The lightning attack just now should be launched by him, right? Subai murmured to himself, and he turned his head to look at the ground beside him. There, the place that had just been struck by the terrifying lightning had now turned into a ruined area flashing with lightning. Subai estimated that the alloy ground had sunk at least tens of meters. Moreover, the surrounding areas, including the metal ground where Subai was standing now, were affected to varying degrees. The gate location of the entire genetically modified organism training base was as if it had been hit by a meteorite. The huge metal pits and the lightning arcs flashing from time to time make people tremble. A hint of fear also appeared in Subai's golden vertical pupils. Shaoxi, please stand back and wait for me to finish off these two guys first. Subai placed Sushi 100 meters behind him. Then Subai long exerted force with his legs and easily jumped onto the high platform of the alloy gate wall that was dozens of meters high. Bump. Seeing Subai coming, Lao Xiong and Tianlei became a little wary. They thought that the sneak attack they had just launched could hit Subai and the other man. Even if we can't kill Subai, we can at least seriously injure him and bring him to the brink of death. But the result was that Subai and the others escaped. This was beyond the expectations of both of them. Brother Xiong, please help me hold him off for a while. I need some time to charge my ultimate move. Hearing the voice of black-robed Tianlei behind him, Lao Xiong's face turned a little ugly. But there is no other way now. Lao Xiong has to bite the bullet and face Subai. Subai looked at the old bear in front of him, and an extremely cold smile appeared on his face. How dare you sneak attack me? Crack, crack, crack. The next moment, the white dragon on Subai's body transformed again. The white dragon forms on the legs and arms became more hideous and ferocious. The original height of 3 meters increased to more than 5 meters at this moment. The whole person has almost reached the peak of completely transformed form. Subai had never used his full strength before. The next moment, Subai roared angrily and opened his 2 dragon arms to both sides with domineering power. Roar. Chapter 43. The Purple Thunder Dragon Falling from the Sky, Flashback. The next second, Subai rushed towards the old bear in front of him. The old bear did not dare to be careless and instantly transformed the genetic power in his body. Titan King Kong Bear. Boom boom. In an instant, the old bear's muscles and bones expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye his body was over 5 meters tall. He also turned into a giant humanoid bear monster. The old bear instinctively crossed his arms in front of him, and the brown fur on his arms faintly flashed with silver light. Derivative skills, skin turned into steel. Subai's attack also came instantly at this moment. Boom 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 boom. The two bodies collided instantly. The surrounding walls and platforms collapsed instantly at this moment. The two of them fell from the high platform on the wall to the ground. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. Subai began to attack the giant bear monster in front of him frantically and fiercely. The battle breaks out again. But this time there was only Titan King Kong, and he was no match for Subai at all. In less than a moment, a large number of blood holes appeared on the body of Titan King Kong, and blood was flowing all over. The originally shiny black and brown hair was also damaged on a large scale. Titan King Kong Bear is obviously seriously injured. Just when Titan King Kong Bear was about to give up. Get out of the way, old bear. The black-robed man on the high platform of the wall suddenly roared. The old bear jumped to the side and dodged without hesitation. And the moment Subai heard the other party shout, he also took a defensive stance. Subai used his perception to the extreme in order to avoid the impending attack. The next moment, a terrifying energy that made people's hearts palpitate appeared again in the sky. Subai was prepared this time and believed that he could block this thunder attack. But the next second, something unexpected happened. That terrifying thunder in the sky, its landing direction is not here. Subai's thoughts raced in his mind, and he instantly thought of a possibility. Oops. Damn it. Subai cursed twice, and then rushed towards Sushi's position 100 meters behind him without hesitation. Subai figured out the other party's intention. He wanted to use attacking Sushi to lure Subai over to take damage. The speed of this kind of thunder falling from the sky is very fast, almost comparable to lightning. Therefore, even if Sushi discovered it, it would be impossible for her to escape. So the other party bet that Subai would block this attack. Subai's figure almost instantly appeared in front of Sushi, who was 100 meters away. Subai picked her up with one hand and threw her out of the alloy door without hesitation. Call. As Sushi's body was thrown high into the air, Subai's voice came to her ears. You go first and don't come back. The next moment, Sushi saw a terrifying purple thunder dragon falling from the sky. The purple thunder dragon roared and violently bombarded the place where she had just stood. And there was a white figure that she was familiar with. Sushi's mind went blank, and 2 seconds later her body fell outside the metal fence. This was the place she and Subai had always dreamed of coming out of. However, now Sushi stood up from the ground. Her mind was a little dazed. Sushi's eyes were a little dazed, and she subconsciously wanted to run towards the inside of the metal fence. But suddenly a strong figure stopped her. Xiaoxi, let's go. But But brother is still in there? Sushi collapsed instantly. Tears began to drip uncontrollably. At this moment, several figures appeared around Sushi. These people are all genetically modified people who have a good relationship with Subai and others. Shashi, you have to believe brother Subai. He will definitely be fine. Let's go first. We can't waste the opportunity brother Su gave us. Sushi listened to the advice of her companions, her eyes somewhat empty. The next moment, Sushi's body exploded with alienation points, and her aura began to become violent. No, I want to go back to find my brother. Bang. The tall figure forcibly stopped the running away Sushi. This was what Subai had told him before he planned to escape tonight. If something unexpected happens, you must protect my sister even if it costs your life. The sturdy man thought of this and no longer hesitated, grabbing Sushi's body. He is the strongest genetically modified person here except Subai, and ranked number 2 in the 16th genetically modified person sequence, Howling Wolf King. The pinnacle of SS grade. Now he must protect the safety of the rest of the people. The sturdy man trapped Sushi directly and whispered to the genetically modified people around him. Let's go. The other Transformers around also looked depressed and unhappy, but if they went back now, they would just be committing suicide. In front of the SSS-level Transformers and the peak level 10 awakeners, they are still too weak. The sturdy man looked at the people around him who were not moving, and then shouted coldly, "We can't help Brother Su at all if we go back now. We have to believe that Brother Su can do it. I believe you don't want to go back and add burden to Brother Su." Finally, under the threatening persuasion of the sturdy man, everyone quickly moved away from here. Subai's memories also stayed on the terrifying Thunder Dragon at that time. Subai only remembered that the next moment after he threw Sushi's body away, he was hit by the opponent's Thunder Dragon attack. Even now, Subai still deeply understands that sour feeling. Fortunately, Subai had a strong physique at that time. Even though he was hit by the ultimate move released by the peak level 10 Lightning Awakener with all his strength, he still did not die. At that time, Subai also forcibly broke through the opponent's Thunder Dragon attack and escaped from the lightning column that was rising into the sky. At that time, Subai was just trying desperately to escape outside the metal fence. The thoughts in my mind are becoming fewer and fewer, and becoming more and more vague. So in the end, Subai's body rushed directly to the coast outside the base wall and fell directly into it. In the sea, the alienation on Subai's body began to fade away. Because Subai's brain was severely stimulated by lightning at that time, he temporarily lost his memory. The evil white dragon, gene in the body, also sensed the danger and autonomously entered a recessive state. After that, Subai kept drifting on the sea and unknowingly arrived at the sea area adjacent to Chifeng City. Then Subai woke up, but had lost all his memories, and his modified genes were completely hidden. Thinking of this, Subai's memories ended. Subai looked at Sushi with some doting eyes. Luckily, Xiaoxi escaped safely. Then Subai's eyes were filled with murderous intent again. Otherwise, I will definitely massacre the entire genetic modification company. Sushi said jokingly when she heard this. Hey, my brother is always bragging. At that time, a peak level 10 awakener came and almost killed me. When Subai heard Sushi say that he was not capable of it, his face turned black. Seeing Subai's embarrassed look, the girl next to him covered her mouth and laughed. Ha, brother? I'm not really right, am I? When Subai heard this, a violent character appeared on his head. Hey, brother, do you want to try it? Omega. Chapter 44 Lovely Sister. Just give it a try. Subai stopped talking abruptly halfway through his words. Subai's heart was twitching wildly. I almost got tricked by a little girl like you. At this time, Sushi beside him had already leaned forward towards Subai. The bright big eyes were staring at Subai, as if expecting something. Brother, how do you want to try? Sushi's delicate face was almost touching Subai's handsome face. Subai was already accustomed to the words coming out of his mouth. Subai helplessly grabbed the girl's shoulders and pushed her back to sit on the sofa. Okay, Xiaoxi, let me ask you something serious. How are Xiaodian and the others doing now? Seeing Subai's serious look, Sushi temporarily put aside other thoughts in her mind. She told Subai, well, they're all fine. I escaped from there with them. After that, we also went to the magic city of Dragon Country together. I came alone to see my brother this time, and I haven't told them yet. As Sushi spoke, she pouted her lips, looking very proud. Subai was a little confused when he heard this. Huh? Why don't you tell them? Humph. Who told them not to save you, brother? I wanted to rush in to find my brother, but was stopped by that stinky Xiaodian. Thinking of this, Sushi showed an unhappy expression on her face again. Oh, carrot. Oh. Her strength was not as strong as Xiaodian's, and she was easily subdued by Xiaodian at that time. When Subai heard Sushi's somewhat angry answer, he felt helpless and amused. It seems that guy is quite reliable. At least he protected Xiaoxi. Okay, Xiaoxi, Xiaodian was doing this for your own good. Besides, even if you all come back, you can't help me at all. On the contrary, it will distract me and affect my battle. Oh, I know. After a while, Subai and Sushi also had a general understanding of each other's current situation. Subai suddenly asked Sushi, who was sitting on the sofa, "Well, you probably don't have a place to sleep now, right?" "Hey, bro, now that I've found you, of course I'm going to sleep with you." Sushi returned with a puzzled look on her face. Ding. Mission released. Mission name: Welcome home, my lovely sister. Mission introduction: How could I bear to let my lovely sister drift away alone? Of course, my lovely little sister will be taken care of by Oni-chan. Please agree to Sushi's cohabitation request and take charge of her daily life and expenses from now on. Mission reward: 1 system point. Subai was stunned when he heard the sudden system voice in his mind. The system is trying to introduce me to German orthopedics. In fact, Subai also wanted Sushi to stay. After all, Sushi is his only relative now. Now that the two have reunited, Subai swears that he will never let Sushi get hurt again. Even if it is a god, as long as he wants to hurt Sushi, Subai will kill him. Okay, then you can live with me from now on. Ding. Mission: Welcome my lovely sister home completed. Mission reward: 1 system point. Subai felt happy as he listened to the system prompt sound in his mind. This was the first time he completed a task so quickly. Hearing Subai's words, Sushi, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. The girl had a sweet smile on her face that seemed to be able to touch people's hearts. Plus Sushi's golden hair. Under the warm sunshine at noon, Sushi was like an angel on earth, sacred, glorious, beautiful, and inviolable. Subai was stunned for a moment. Seeing Subai staring at her, the smile on Sushi's face turned into a sly look of complacency. Hey, bro. I'm pretty, right? Subai subconsciously expressed his thoughts. Sushi is indeed very beautiful. She can be said to be the most beautiful girl Subai has ever seen. The girl was very satisfied when she heard Subai's answer, and a smile appeared on her face. So, do you like it, brother? No, Xiaoxi, you were trying to trick me again. Subai nodded instinctively, but he reacted immediately. Subai stepped forward and rudely slapped Sushi in the face. Ouch. The girl raised her snow-white arms, covering the place where Subai had flicked her, and made a humming sound. Brother, you are so bad, why do you always criticize others? Subai didn't answer. Just complaining in my heart. It's because you always like to trick your brother. Okay, Xiaoxi, if you want to live here now, there are no daily necessities for you at home. Subai continued talking and was about to take Sushi out to buy daily necessities. Sushi interrupted Subai first. Brother, I actually brought my luggage with me when I came here. Sushi jumped up from the sofa and took out her cell phone from her pocket. I'll call the hotel right now and ask them to deliver my stuff. Subai was surprised when he heard this. Huh? You stayed in a hotel before? No, I just temporarily stored the luggage I brought with me at the hotel. As soon as I got here, I came to see you first. As she spoke, Sushi moved closer to Subai and made a gesture as if she was going to kiss him. 3. When Subai saw this, his face turned black and he directly rejected the girl's kiss. Wow, my brother is so heartless that he even refuses a kiss from his sister. Subai. It's because you are my sister that I refuse. We are brother and sister. How can we kiss? Sushi retorted angrily after hearing this. How could that be? Bro, we are not related by blood. It won't be a problem even if we get married in the future. Subai felt a little weak after Sushi's sudden series of attacks. What Sushi said is indeed correct. But, okay, brother, stop talking and follow me to the door to get ready to move the things. Sushi didn't give Subai a chance to refute. She just took Subai's hand and walked out the door. The two of them walked all the way to the gate of the community and waited. Sushi had already called the hotel, and the other party said that the car would be delivered to their Beiluan community within 20 minutes. Soon a black moving truck arrived. Subai was a little surprised when he saw the size of the car. Xiaoxi, you didn't bring much with you, did you? Upon hearing this, Sushi returned to Subai with a smile on her face. Yeah, brother, I didn't bring much. The smile was still that of a cute little sister, but Subai always felt that something was wrong. Soon the driver of the truck got out. He quickly exchanged information with Sushi and then came to Subai to ask, Sir, do you need our professionals to move your things? When Subai heard this, he thought that Sushi probably didn't have much. So he directly refused the truck driver's extra service. Chapter 45, Fatty Throws on Head. However, when Subai saw the items in Sushi's truck, he was dumbfounded, degree. Looking at Subai's shocked expression, Sushi beside him muttered softly, Not much, is it? Subai came back to his senses from his shock when he heard Sushi's voice. Subai pointed at the truck full of items and said to Sushi with a twitching mouth, I doubt if my house can hold all your stuff. Sushi curled her lips when she heard that. Tisk, bro, you're such a stingy guy. As the truck slowly drove away from Subai and the others, Su-bai and Su-shi were the only ones left at the gate of the community, and next to them was a pile of luggage that looked like a small mountain. Well, Su-bai finally sighed helplessly. Okay, Xiaoxi, you stay here, and I'll help you move your things back. Okay. Then Su-bai skipped the afternoon class. As for time, all it was used to help Su-shi move her luggage. More than an hour later, Su-bai finally moved Su-shi's last piece of luggage back to the room. At this time, Su-shi was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in a cute posture. The living room space was almost filled with Su-shi's luggage. Su-bai looked at the girl sitting on the sofa with a calm expression, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Su-bai pointed at the various items piled up around him and said speechlessly to the blonde girl, "Is this what you say, not much? Well, there really aren't many. Maybe it's because your house is too small, so it looks a bit crowded, right?" After Su-bai heard the answer from his lovely sister, he felt as if struck by lightning and his whole body burst open. The girl accidentally blurted out Su-bai's current situation. The house where Su-bai lives now is provided by the Qifeng City Rescue Agency. The area is indeed not large, only a few dozen square meters. Well? Su-bai was speechless. After a few seconds of silence, Su-bai continued. No, there are too many of these things, some of them must be thrown away. Seeing Su-bai's tough attitude, the girl on the sofa also gave in. Okay then, Omega. Su-shi got down from the sofa and started to organize her things. Su-shi opened a pile of luggage bags and suitcases of varying sizes and started rummaging through them. Su-bai stood by the window and watched with Xiaohei. Most of the luggage Su-shi brought were clothes and other items. Su-bai was speechless. Even if you change so many clothes every day, it will take several months to wear them all, right? Let's not take this one. And this one. Su-shi was searching while muttering to herself. The next second, Su-bai felt a piece of clothing flying towards him and hitting him directly on the head. Su-bai took off the small pleated skirt on her head and looked at Su-shi speechlessly. Xiaoxi, can't you pay attention when you throw it? Su-shi continued to search and responded. Hey, brother, I see you are standing there. Have you got anything to do? What's wrong with helping your sister collect the unwanted clothes? Su-bai was speechless. He was indeed free now. Okay, but don't take off your clothes. Su-bai hadn't finished speaking yet. Another piece of clothing hit Su-bai's head. A runaway character appeared on Su-bai's head. He reached out to take off the clothes on his head, but when Su-bai touched it, he felt something was wrong. Well, this dress is a little small and thin. Su-bai was dumbfounded when he saw what he took down. What Su-bai was holding in her hand was a pair of semi-transparent three-cornered panties with black lace edges. Su-bai was stunned on the spot. At this time, Su-shi had also turned around and saw the dazed Su-bai and smiled. Why are you so stupid, brother? Or has it been that you've never seen a girl's panties before? How did it feel to see your sister's panties for the first time? Were you excited? Su-shi had a foxy smile on her face and looked at Su-bai with a sly smile in her heart. Of course, she did this on purpose. Su-bai came back to his senses when he heard Su-shi's voice. Xiaoxi, you did this on purpose? Hey. No. After Su-shi replied to Su-bai twice, she turned around and continued to search for the luggage. Su-bai was left standing there, still holding Su-shi's black silk panties in his hand. Su-bai was just about to lower his head when a powerful will connected to his brain and stopped his next action. Su-bai took a suitcase that Su-shi no longer needed from the house and folded the pleated skirt and the panties into it. Call. Su-bai sat on the sofa beside him, intending to take out his mobile phone to relax for a while. Suddenly, another white bra flew onto Su-bai's face. Su-bai kept his body still and reached out to slowly take the thing off his face. Xiaoxi dash. On the other side, Su-shi turned around and playfully stuck out her tongue at Su-bai. Su-bai looked at his lovely sister, and most of the anger in his heart dissipated. Su-bai sighed helplessly. Well? Su-shi heard Su-bai's sigh, and when she turned around, an expression of success appeared on her face. Su-bai was no longer in the mood to look at his phone. He came behind Su-shi carrying the luggage bag. As long as the clothes the girl didn't want were there, he would help put them into the bag. And Su-bai also broadened his horizons while helping Su-shi get clothes. White stockings, cartoons, Hello Kitty, semi-transparent, rope-tied. Su-bai was dazzled by the sight. Hee, how about it, bro? Are these styles nice? Su-shi suddenly asked Su-bai beside her. Su-bai felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. How would he answer? Su-bai remained silent. Su-shi didn't care and continued to organize her things. Soon, most of the unwanted clothes were picked out. There are also various other bags, accessories, and so on. Su-bai looked at some of the luxury goods that looked gorgeous and couldn't help but be amazed. It seems that Xiaoxi has been doing pretty well recently. This necklace looks like it's made of pure gold, right? It must be worth tens of thousands of dollars, right? The more Su-bai saw what Su-shi took out, the more shocked he became. Su-bai asked Su-shi with some surprise. Xiaoxi, you don't want these things anymore? Well, Yeah, I can't use all these things, they just take up space. This time, Sushi did not mention the fact that Subai's house was small, for she was afraid of hurting Subai's self-esteem. If Subai knew what Sushi was thinking at this moment, he would definitely show off his worth in front of Sushi. That's right, Subai doesn't have much money now. But there are a lot of corpses of dimensional creatures in his dimensional space. And there are 4 S-level ones and 1 SSS-level one. The corpse of an S-level dimensional creature is worth at least millions. Subai didn't know how much an SSS-level dimensional creature corpse was worth, but the starting price was at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Chapter 46. You can use my brother's words at will. By the time Sushi had packed her things, there were 10 large bags of items to throw away. But even so, Subai still felt the room was a little crowded. By the way, brother, what are you going to do with these clothes? Sushi suddenly looked at Subai with a smirk on her face and said, Brother, you can use my panties as you like? Omega. Subai's face turned black when he heard this. Xiaoxi, don't talk nonsense. Do I, your brother, look like I would do something weird with my sister's panties? Sushi pretended to be skeptical. That's hard to say. After all, don't you guys all like to do that kind of thing? Subai no longer paid attention to Sushi's words. He stood up and walked to the pile of unwanted things that Sushi had sorted out. Subai directly used the ability of dimensional space in front of Sushi. The next second, the pile of items in front of Subai disappeared out of thin air. Sushi on the side was stunned. Where are those things, bro? Seeing Sushi's expression, Subai felt very satisfied. What he wanted was his sister's shocked look. Subai's mouth corners slightly raised. It was finally his turn to show off. Subai came in front of Sushi and spoke in a deep voice. This is a powerful ability that my brother has learned in the past 2 years. I call it dimensional space. Subai then briefly explained to Sushi the ability dimensional space that he obtained through the system lottery. Of course, the reason for obtaining it was changed to one's own understanding. After all, for extraordinary people like them, it is normal to accidentally comprehend a powerful ability. After listening to Subai's explanation, Sushi's face was full of envy. Wow bro, you're awesome. This ability sounds very useful. Subai listened to his sister's sweet praise and admiration, and couldn't help but feel a little happy in his heart. Then he continued to listen to Sushi. If only I could have this ability. Then I can put all my clothes in there and keep buying and putting away more. When Subai heard Sushi's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Give you such a powerful ability, and you use it to store clothes. And what the hell is this? Buying and releasing all the time. Subai said that he would never let Sushi gain this ability. Otherwise, his wallet will definitely be drained dry in the future. Then brother, is it okay to put my things in your dimensional space? The same suspicious expression appeared on Sushi's pretty face again. Sushi put her hands on her hips and looked as if she was examining Subai. The big, black, bright eyes stared at Subai. Brother, are you really not going to take out someone's panties and do something unspeakable and bad? Sushi pretended to frown slightly and looked so cute. Subai sighed speechlessly. Okay, Xiaoxi, stop teasing me, your brother. Seeing that Subai didn't want to continue cooperating, Sushi stopped pretending. The girl stretched out her inserted little hands and pulled Subai's arm. The scrutinizing expression on her face turned into a lively and cute look of a young girl. Hiki, just kidding. I don't even know what my brother is like. When Subai saw Sushi's personality change in an instant, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This face changing, it's like a magic trick. Suddenly Sushi, who was holding Subai's arm, spoke. Well, bro, let's go buy some clothes. Subai was a little surprised when he heard this. Didn't you bring a lot of things and clothes? As Subai spoke, he pointed at the pile of things in the living room. You still want to buy so much? Subai feels that it might cost a lot of money to raise his younger sister in the future. No, brother. The clothes I want to buy are not those, but... Sushi tapped the ground with her toes and pulled her upper body up so that she could put her mouth close to Subai's ear. Yes, I want to buy underwear. Sushi whispered in Subai's ear, and her voice came with a hint of temptation. After Subai heard the voice and the content, he instantly felt like his ears were dying. Looking at the changing expressions on Subai's face, Sushi covered her mouth and laughed secretly. This is exactly the effect she wants. Why, asterisk. Brother, I'm still in the growth stage. I feel like I've grown a lot. The clothes I wore before may not fit me anymore. Sushi said this while straightening her body with pride, making the hill in front of her look even more majestic. Subai inadvertently felt a wonderful experience, and a tingling electric current instantly spread throughout his body. Hiss. Xiaoxi, pay attention. Subai couldn't bear this feeling and quickly broke away from Sushi's embrace. He stood next to Sushi, keeping a little distance from her. When Sushi saw Subai's big reaction in action, her little mouth curled up slightly in displeasure. He snorted softly. Tisk, brother is such a coward. Subai felt unwilling to be called a coward by his own sister, but he couldn't do anything to his own sister. Subai felt that the atmosphere was a little strange and quickly tried to find other topics to talk about. Okay, aren't you going to buy some underwear? Uh-huh. Then let's go and see if you need anything else and buy it all together later. Good. Subai turned around and greeted Xiaohei on the window. Xiaohei, remember to look after the house. Meow. Then Subai took Sushi out of the room. Sushi was very clinging to Subai all the way, with her two smooth little hands tightly locking Subai's arms, as if he was afraid that Subai would run away. Subai did not stop Sushi from doing this. After all, he and Sushi had not been together for 2 whole years. I'm fine. Even though I've lost my memory, I don't feel worried or scared at all. But Sushi is different. During these 2 years, Sushi had always firmly believed that her brother Subai was not dead. But she couldn't sense the genetic aura from Subai at all. This also makes Sushi become very attached to Subai. When Subai faces Sushi now, he only feels love and pampering for her. Subai now has more than 100,000 yuan on him. Looking at the pretty and beautiful girl next to him, Subai went straight to a relatively high-end clothing store in their Qifeng city in a generous manner. My sister should wear the best underwear. Subai and Sushi entered this high-end clothing store together. The scale of this clothing store is also very grand, with one brand occupying an entire 5-story building. Subai and the other person walked in. Facing the high-end and luxurious decoration around her, Sushi just showed a calm expression on her face. On the contrary, as soon as Subai came in, he was dazzled by all the shiny decorations around him. Chapter 47, Taking My Sister to Buy Underwear. After Subai and Sushi entered the store, a sweet-looking sales lady came up to them. Hello, are there anything you need to buy? Subai looked at the enthusiastic young lady and asked to buy clothes. The sales lady smiled even more when she heard this. The sales girl looked back and forth between Subai and Sushi. Subai's handsome appearance made the sales lady take a few more glances. Sushi, who was beside Subai, suddenly became unhappy. Sushi leaned her body closer to Subai and spoke to the sales girl. Excuse me, where are the C-size underwear? Sushi told Subai the size of her cup without any hesitation. Although Subai's expression remained unchanged, he was a little surprised in his heart. I didn't expect Xiaoxi to have grown so big. Just when this thought popped up in Subai's mind, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Host, you don't have any weird ideas, do you? Subai. Omega. System, could you please stop eavesdropping on my thoughts? Not getting a response from the system, Subai simply ignored it. The sales lady in front heard Sushi's question and led the way directly ahead. Subai and Sushi followed quickly. Led by the sales lady, the two came to a display table filled with various types of underwear. The rows of underwear racks around are also filled with various types. The sales lady introduced the product. These are all C-grade underwear, and there are 233 types. All kinds of them are available. There is nothing you can't buy here, except what you can't imagine. Listening to the sales lady's exaggerated boasting, Subai was a little unconvinced. Sushi beside him also looked unconvinced. How is it possible that there are so many kinds of underwear? The sales lady's introduction was questioned, but she did not get angry. Instead, she explained patiently. Our Ocean Blue brand underwear is one of the best brands in Dragon Country. There are no less than 3,000 lingerie designers at the company headquarters alone. Basically, new clothing styles are released every day. The sales lady introduced a lot of information about the big company behind their clothing store. In short, the clothing company called Heiselin is awesome. It is also said that it is involved in all walks of life and is a multinational super company. Subai and Sushi didn't plan to listen any further. Otherwise, they might not be able to buy all the underwear until the evening. Sushi said to the sales lady, Then you go back first and let us make our own choices from now on. Hearing Sushi trying to drive away her consciousness, the sales girl's face showed some disappointment. She had originally wanted to take advantage of the time when Sushi was choosing underwear to find an opportunity to get closer to Subai and have some close communication with him. It seems I have no chance. The sales lady complained inwardly and then left. Subai and Sushi were the only ones left at the table. Subai said while looking at Sushi beside him. Then go ahead and pick one. Don't worry about whether it's cheap or expensive. Subai specifically emphasized that he was not short of money and told Sushi to buy whatever she wanted, just pick the good ones. Sushi smiled sweetly when she heard that and asked with a smile in the corner of her eyes. Well, I like. Subai stopped talking abruptly and the corners of his mouth twitched. I almost got tricked by Xiaoxi again. Subai hit Sushi's little head directly with a smack. Just buy what you like to wear. I know. Epsilon, asterisk, Omega. Sushi covered her little head and walked towards the lingerie world behind her. Subai didn't plan to go in with him. He felt that he would be considered a pervert. Subai waited outside for a while and suddenly Sushi's voice came from inside. But Subai remained unmoved. Sushi kept calling him from inside, and Subai saw that some people around him had already turned their eyes to him. Subai was helpless. Here it comes. Stop shouting. If you shout again, everyone will look at me. Subai lowered his head slightly and walked inside at a quickened pace. Passing through rows of underwear racks and various model decorations, Subai came to a changing room. Sushi's voice also came from here. What did you call me for? Subai was just about to ask Sushi inside. The next moment, the door of the changing room was opened, and a white little hand stretched out from inside and pulled Subai in. Subai was shocked. I quickly closed my eyes to avoid seeing anything I shouldn't see. Sushi's speechless and tender voice came from the front. Subai replied without opening his eyes. It's because her figure is so good that it's even more unbearable to look at. Subai seemed to hear a soft snort. Then Sushi's voice continued to be heard. Subai's mouth twitched when he heard that, and he couldn't help but complain while opening his eyes. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were wearing clothes? You didn't ask me? Subai. What caught my eye was a beautiful blonde girl with a perfect figure. At this time, Sushi was wearing the clothes she had selected, showing her perfect figure to Subai without reservation. She has a curvy figure, good looks, fair skin, and long legs. She has simply the perfect body. Subai was a little dazed by what he saw. The next second he came to his senses and shook his head to calm himself down. A girl in front of me asked with laughter. Subai looked at the white suspender bra and white string panties that Sushi was wearing and couldn't help swallowing. Ahem. It looks pretty good. Subai felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. After saying that, Subai turned around, opened the partition door and walked out, and closed the partition door for Sushi. Subai took a few deep breaths facing the dazzling underwear rack in front of him. Meanwhile, Sushi in the dressing room had a sly smile on her face, her eyes slightly narrowed, leaving a slit, which was very pretty. As she spoke, the girl began to change into her clothes, her eyes looking at the large amount of underwear she had already picked out. After a while, Sushi changed her clothes and walked out of the dressing room. The little hand patted Subai, who was facing away from her, and called out softly, I've already chosen it. Subai also turned around and saw that Sushi had changed back into her own clothes, and he was holding a big bag of. Subai's mouth twitched. Do you need to buy so much? Chapter 48, still not opened. Subai took Sushi to the counter to pay. When Subai saw the large number on the display, he was dumbfounded. A few pieces of underwear cost me 140,000. What's wrong, bro? No, nothing. I heard Sushi's puzzled voice beside me. Subai pretended to be calm and took out his mobile phone to pay. The clothes that Sushi bought cost him more than 140,000 yuan. These are not money, they are all his belongings. When Subai transferred the money, the smile on his face froze. When the two of them went home, Subai was still reciting to himself. Don't think about Subai, you are a billionaire with billions of assets. This little money is nothing. Subai thought of the corpses of the dimensional creatures in his dimensional space, and his heart suddenly calmed down a lot. Thinking this way, these hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing. Subai's somewhat unhappy expression gradually relaxed. Sushi, who was following beside him, had no idea that Subai was still very poor. Looking at Subai's constantly changing expression, he felt a little surprised. Brother, are you crazy? Why are you unhappy one moment and happy the next? Sushi suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but smile evilly in her heart. Is it because of the things I bought? You're so impatient and excited? All men are the same. Sushi thought of something strange in her mind, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The steps I take when walking become easier and more enjoyable. Subai usually did not take the initiative to find out what Sushi was thinking, so he did not know what Sushi was thinking at this moment. The two of them walked back to the community with happy faces. When they arrived at the door of their room, Xiaohei came out in time to open the door for Subai and the others. Seeing Xiaohei being so obedient, Sushi on the side couldn't help but become interested. Brother, how did you train it to be so obedient? Is this difficult? Xiaohei in the living room heard Subai's voice and couldn't help but think of that night. Subai looked at Xiaohei and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Xiaohei also lowered his head slightly due to Subai's gaze and did not look at Subai. Sushi, who was standing on the other side, looked at the flirting between the two with her eyes wide open, very confused. Okay, Xiaoxi, go take a shower first. Subai looked at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Shopping with girls is really time-consuming. Upon hearing this, Sushi took her change of clothes and went to the bathroom. Oh, what are we going to eat tonight? Suddenly Sushi turned around and asked Subai. Well, takeout. What do you want to eat? Sushi began to think after hearing this, and she looked so cute as she gently twisted her lower lip with her fingers. I want to eat. Well, I don't know. Brother, just order whatever you want. Subai replied after hearing this. Okay, I'll watch it then. Uh-huh. Sushi then turned around and walked into the bathroom. After a while, a girl's somewhat dissatisfied cry was heard from the bathroom. Hey, what kind of bathroom is this, bro? Why isn't there even a bathtub? And the area inside is so small. Subai was sitting on the sofa thinking about what to eat tonight. When he heard the girl's cry coming from the bathroom, his face turned black. Okay, Xiaoxi, when your brother has money in the future, I will buy you a big bathtub. Yeah. A girl's cheering voice came from the bathroom. After Subai heard this, he found it a little funny. His sister was still so lively. Subai looked at the food delivery app on his phone and started searching for it. He hadn't ordered takeout many times before, so Subai didn't know much about the takeout nearby. Forget it, just order something casual tonight. Subai casually placed an order on the food delivery app and then closed the app. While waiting for the takeaway, Subai was just about to open it and shake it. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up on the phone's message bar. Subai clicked in. It was a message from Yang asking about his absence from class this afternoon. A little cherry blossom. Subai, did you oversleep this afternoon? Why didn't you come to class? Subai was speechless when he saw the message sent by the other party. Who can sleep until 5 p.m.? Subai, I had something to do this afternoon, so I didn't go to class. A little Sakura. Oh, I have asked for leave from the teacher for your afternoon class, so you won't lose points. Subai, thank you. After finishing the message conversation with Yang, Subai was just about to continue shaking it. Suddenly, Sushi's voice was heard from the bathroom again. Brother, my clothes haven't been brought in yet. Can you pass them to me? Hearing this, Subai lamented Sushi's carelessness, and he also came to the bathroom. Seeing a piece of thin clothing placed on the chair next to the bathroom, Subai's mouth twitched. Brother, did you see the white one on my chair? I see. Pass it to me. As Sushi spoke, she had already half opened the bathroom door, and her playful little head popped out from the bathroom. Subai could see the girl's golden hair tied up with mist on it, as if she had just washed her hair. Suddenly, a warm and moist mist overflowed from the half-open door of the bathroom. Subai felt a burst of heat and a pleasant fragrance coming towards him. Brother, how long are you going to hold on to my xiaobai? Sushi's voice suddenly rang out. It also brought Subai back to his senses. Subai was a little embarrassed and quickly handed xiaobai in his hand to Sushi. Be more careful next time. I know. Sushi said, ho, to Subai cutely, then retracted her head and closed the bathroom door. Subai calmed down his agitated mood and sat down on the sofa in the living room. I was just about to take out my phone and shake it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door opposite the living room. Hello, your takeaway has arrived. Please open the door. Outside the door was the voice of the delivery man calling, and Subai felt helpless. Here it comes. Subai got up, walked to the door, and took the takeaway from the delivery man. Back on the sofa in the living room, Subai put the takeaway bag in his hand on the coffee table in front of him. Xiaohei, who was lying on the window nearby, seemed to have smelled the fragrance in the takeaway bag. It jumped down from the window and came to Subai obediently. Subai couldn't help but smile as he looked at Xiaohei. He opened the takeaway bag and took out a big chicken leg for it. Here, this is the big chicken drumstick I promised to give you as a reward last time. Meow. Master is the best. Xiaohei took the big chicken leg that Subai handed to him and ran to the ground to eat it. Subai looked at Xiaohei eating the chicken leg and found it more and more strange. Speaking of which, why is Xiaohei becoming more and more like a pet cat? Chapter 49 SS, Wind Dragon. Soon Sushi came out of the bathroom in her baggy pajamas. When she came to the living room and saw the takeaway that Subai had placed on the coffee table, she quickened her pace and walked over. Subai looked at Sushi, who was in dishevel, and was speechless. Xiaoxi, can't you put on your clothes before coming out? Sushi, a little bit. Sushi said there would be no problem if she was at home. Seeing this, Subai stopped caring about it. He opened the remaining takeout bag, took out the ordered takeout, and the two began to eat the takeout. After eating, Subai leaned back on the sofa and didn't want to move. Sushi beside him also lay on Subai's body like a salted fish, not wanting to move. Subai looked at Xiaohei who was lying beside him. Xiaohei, Subai called out. The lying Xiaohei looked at Subai and understood instantly. Xiaohei stood up and jumped onto the coffee table, sorted the takeaway boxes and put them into the bag, and finally walked out of the house with the takeaway bag in his mouth. Subai couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at Xiaohei's hardworking appearance. It's really nice to have a little black dog. After a while, Xiaohei came back after throwing away the garbage, but the expression on the cat's face looked a little anxious. Meow. Master, I just felt a strong energy fluctuation in the community. Hearing the meaning of Xiaohei's meow, Subai became confused. Sushi, who was beside him, felt Subai stand up and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong, bro?" Xiaohei said that he just felt a strong energy fluctuation in the community outside. Subai explained, narrowing his deep eyes slightly. "I'd better go out and take a look. It's a good opportunity to exercise." Subai got off the sofa, stretched his body, and prepared to go out. Sushi behind him heard this and said, "Wait, brother, I'll come too." Then he put on a coat and went out with Subai. Seeing this, Xiaohei also joined in the fun and followed. The two people and the cat slowly came downstairs to their community. Subai asked Xiaohei, who was at his feet, "Where?" "Meow." "In the direction in front of the master." While meowing, Xiaohei stretched out one of the kitten's black front paws and pointed it in a direction in front of him. Seeing this, Subai walked towards the direction Xiaohei pointed, and at the same time, he also expanded his infinite consciousness perception. Subai's mental power of perception instantly enveloped the entire Bailuan community. At the same time, Subai also discovered the other party's position. Subai stopped and did not move forward. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. Sushi stood behind Subai. She also felt a strong energy fluctuation coming towards them at a very fast speed. The next second, a black figure quickly rushed out from the green belt in front of them. The terrifying energy aura from the other party was unreserved and pressed arrogantly towards Subai and the others. Xiaohei felt the powerful aura emanating from the other party and couldn't help but shrink his body and came behind Subai's shoes. Subai saw that the visitor had a calm expression. The next moment, he opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to investigate. Name, Atano. Category, extraordinary, genetically modified. Gene modification, Wind Dragon. Level SS. Skills, Wind Dragon Leg, Dragon Claw Penetration, Wind Phantom. Singularity, left arm, left leg, right leg, back. Current status, hunting. When Subai saw the other party's analysis panel, he was somewhat surprised that the other party was actually an SS-level genetic modifier. Moreover, in the analysis panel of the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, the opponent's current status displayed is actually pursuit. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, having realized that things were not simple. "It's you, the swift dragon?" But Sushi on the side suddenly exclaimed. This also surprised Subai, and he asked the girl next to him, "Xiaoxi, do you know this guy?" "Yeah, man. This guy is one of the people sent by the gene modification company to hunt me down. SS class, genetically modified human. Wind Dragon. This guy must have discovered my whereabouts and followed me all the way here." Listening to the conversation between Sushi and Subai, this swift wind dragon on the opposite side, who had originally had a calm expression on his face, suddenly became a little surprised after hearing Sushi say, "Brother." "What? You are the brother of Death Cat?" "I remember that Death Cat didn't have any relatives." The swift wind dragon, standing opposite him, muttered to himself in confusion. Then he seemed to think of something incredible. He exclaimed just like Sushi just now, "What? Are you the #1 white dragon from the 16th generation of genetically modified sequence who escaped 2 years ago, Subai?" This time it was the wind dragon's turn to be shocked. Subai looked at the other person's embarrassed expression as if he had eaten shit and answered reluctantly, "Yes, it's me." "Impossible." Hearing Subai's reply, the corners of Wind Dragon's mouth began to twitch unconsciously. This is the facial muscle twitching caused by being too frightened. Didn't they say that the great white dragon disappeared in that big melee 2 years ago and was suspected to be dead? The great white dragon, rumored to be the strongest being among the 16th genetic modification experiment. The most perfect genetic modifier of SSS class. When Swift Wind Dragon thought of this, he suddenly panicked. Although it sounds like there is only one level difference between SS level and SSS level. However, only those who have truly reached this level of transcendence will understand how big the gap in strength between the two is. Moreover, it is rumored that Subai fought against 3 SSS level genetic modifiers and remained undefeated. Wind Dragon had already made a decision in his heart the next moment. He turned around and ran away without hesitation. He has no chance of winning against the SSS class Ultimate White Dragon. Seeing the Wind Dragon trying to escape, Subai had already been prepared for a long time. "Wanna run?" The next moment, Subai's body disappeared from the spot and appeared beside the Wind Dragon at such a speed that it seemed as if he had teleported. The next second, Subai kicked. The dragon leg on the right leg transformed in an instant. Bang! Boom boom. With just one kick, the body of the swift wind dragon seemed to be hit by a truck, and it flew backwards and smashed into the concrete ground beside it. Bang! Boom boom. Subai walked slowly towards the wind dragon, that had been smashed into a pit several meters wide. Su Shi and Xiao He also followed behind. No, don't kill me, Sigma, degree. The wind dragon in the big pit looked terrified and kept begging for mercy from Su Bai and the others. At the same time, Swift Wind Dragon was also convinced that Su Bai was the great white dragon who disappeared 2 years ago. With Su Bai's kick just now, Wind Dragon felt as if its entire body was about to break. Now his body couldn't even get up. Wind Dragon was shocked by Su Bai's powerful strength. At the same time, he now regretted why he accepted the mission to hunt down the Death Cat. Swift Dragon is actually named Adano and is a powerful genetic modifier of the 14th generation of the Genetic Modification Company. He is also among the top 5 in the 14th transformation sequence. At that time, Adano, who was only 18 years old, had already become a special S-level genetic modifier. After completing the 14th experimental training, he went directly to the headquarters of the Genetic Modification Company to receive various training and enhancements. After that, he even broke through and became an SS-level genetic modifier in the headquarters. Instantly become the high-end combat force of the Genetic Modification Company headquarters. He holds an honorable position in the company, and in the future he has the hope of breaking through to the legendary SSS level. He was full of energy and saw the pursuit mission from the headquarters. The suicidal Adano also heard about Su Bai's deeds at that time. Adano thought that he was not much worse than Su Bai. I saw that Kiyoshi no Haku's sister Death Cat was on the kill list. Wind Dragon accepted the task without hesitation. The purpose is to capture Kiyoshi no Haku's sister Death Cat alive and prove himself. Chapter 50, Intelligence of the Pursuer. Although Death Cat is also an SS-level genetic modifier like him, but Adano has inexplicable confidence in his own abilities. Of course, now there is only endless regret and sadness in Atono's heart. He never expected that the Cat of Death would actually find her brother, Hakuryu of Gokushich. I never expected that the Great White Dragon had disappeared 2 years ago. It actually appeared in the small Qingfeng city in Longhua. Adui, who was in the big pit on the ground, looked at Su Bai with fear. Facing the SSS-level Su Bai, there was no way he could escape. At this time, Sushi also came over from behind. Sushi walked up to Su Bai and told him the story like a child telling his parents. Brother, this guy has been chasing me for a long time, and he even said he would capture me and let those old guys do experiments on me. What? When Su Bai heard Sushi's words, murderous intent burst out from his eyes. The SSS-level terrifying aura in the body began to spread out. No, Auntie, I was just joking. Feeling the terrifying, hellish murderous aura from Su Bai, Adu's ambitions were dashed. Don't kill me. I can tell you the intelligence information of the Gene Modification Company, who are hunting down your 16th batch of escapees, as well as the top combat forces. As Su Bai listened to the words of Adano, who was lying in the pit, the murderous intent in his body gradually faded. Su Bai said in a somewhat cold tone, "Then tell me." After hearing this, Atono couldn't do anything now. When a person faces death, his brain will suddenly short-circuit. The mission to hunt down the escapees of the Genetic Modification Company was launched 2 years ago after you escaped. The mission is very clear: either capture the escaped 16th batch of reformers or bring back the bodies. Since 2 years ago, some of us genetically modified people from other periods have started to take on this mission. So far, the top combat forces of the Gene Modification Company have a total of 18 special S-level, 7 SS-level, and 2 SSS-level genetic modifiers who are chasing you. Among you, the 16th batch of reformers who escaped, there are still 110 people who have not completed their mission. Among them, there are 46 B-level, 37 A-level, 10 AR level, 10 S-level, for special S-level, 4 SS-level, and 1 SSS-level. Listening to Atono's story, Su Bai was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that 2 years had passed, and the Genetic Modification Company would still allocate so many high-end combat forces to hunt them down. Is it because they are afraid that we will leak their genetic experiments? Or is it because of the special bodies of us mutated people that we don't want to be caught and studied by other mutated organizations? Su Bai looked at Adui with indifference. So where are all of you pursuers now? When Atono heard Su Bai's question, he answered with some trepidation. I'm not sure about this. Many of our powerful genetic modifiers accept missions individually. I only know that we have presence in some large cities in Dragon Country. Well, then you can go to hell. Varied. Before Adano in the pit could finish his exclamation, Su Bai's figure had arrived in front of him as fast as the wind, and a dragon bone claw directly pierced through his body. SS-class, genetically modified human, Swift Dragon. From his appearance until his death, he didn't even use his modified genes and was killed instantly by Subai. Just because he wanted to capture Kiyoshi no Haku's sister Death Cat alive and bring her back to prove himself, he lost his life. Subai calmly withdrew his dragon bone claw and removed the alienation of his right arm. Sushi, who was standing beside the big pit, also opened her mouth in surprise. She also didn't expect that Subai would kill the wind dragon instantly after he finished telling her the information. Sushi stared blankly at Subai, who was standing proudly beside the corpse of Swift Wind Dragon in the pit. But brother is still as handsome as ever, /. Sushi looked at Subai's domineering and dashing figure with stars in her eyes. Subai then put the body of the wind dragon into his dimensional space. Subai looked at the ground and greenery around him that were destroyed by his attack, and his brows furrowed slightly. As if seeing the worry in Subai's heart, Sushi on the side spoke up. Don't worry about it, bro. When someone finds out, someone from the special department will come and deal with it. If someone happens to see what we are doing and reports it to the authorities or spreads it, they will also be dealt with by special departments. They will use a kind of memory-erasing super technology to erase the relevant memories. Subai was shocked when he heard the girl's words. There are actually these operations. I was so worried that I would be discovered by ordinary people. It was all in vain. Subai knew very little about this extraordinary information. After hearing what Sushi said, Subai felt relieved. But Subai suddenly thought of something. He turned around and stared at Sushi in confusion. Xiaoshi, how do you know all this? When asked by Subai, Sushi snorted. Of course it's because I fought more with those who were chasing us Transformers and gained experience. By the way, brother, I just released my own aura, covering the surrounding area. That way, the surveillance signals in the community will all fail, and we won't be afraid of being found by the SOD here. Subai was confused when he heard Sushi's explanation. Can energy aura also block surveillance signals? Brother, remember to cover the energy wave when you fight next time if you don't want to be caught by surveillance cameras. Okay, got it. As soon as she returned to the room, Sushi threw the coat she was wearing onto the sofa. Then the girl lay down on the sofa without any image. Nor do I care about the beautiful scenery that suddenly appears. Xiaoshi, please pay attention to your image. Well, there are no outsiders here, so you can talk casually at home. Just as long as brother doesn't squat down and peek at your sister. Subai's face darkened when he heard this. He is a good man. How could he do such a thing as peeking at his sister? Well, I'm going to take a shower first. Subai walked straight towards the bathroom. Sushi was lying on the sofa, looking over slightly to observe Subai. After Subai left, she sat up straight and took out her cell phone to play. It was almost 8 o'clock when Subai finished taking a shower. Subai was wearing a cool white short-sleeve shirt and a pair of beach shorts. At this time, Sushi crossed her long white legs and sat on the sofa playing a hero fighting game. At this time, the girl's pajamas had slipped down a little, revealing half of her shoulders and a bra string inside. Chapter 51 Sleep. We entertained ourselves on the sofa in the living room for more than 2 hours. Subai felt that it was almost time to go to bed. Think of sleeping. Subai stood up and looked at Sushi. Currently, he only has a master bedroom with only one bed. Subai suddenly realized this problem and felt it was a bit serious. Subai brought Sushi to his bedroom. Subai planned to let Sushi sleep in his bed, and then he would sleep on the floor for the time being. Looking at Subai, who was making a mat on the ground, Sushi stood behind him and spoke in a delicate voice. Well, can we sleep together? Subai's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he spoke in a firm tone. You sleep on the bed tonight, and I'll sleep on the floor. Hearing Subai's answer, Sushi pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph bro, you're such a wimp. Subai simply ignored Sushi's strange thoughts and continued to spread his quilt. Sushi sat on Subai's bed and rolled around cutely on the bed. With her small nose sniffing slightly, she could still smell Subai's scent on the bed. Subai had just helped her lay out the new sheets and quilt. Sushi lay on the bed and took out her cell phone to watch a show. Subai quickly spread the mat on the floor and lay down on it to rest. Subai said as he looked at Sushi, who was concentrating on watching a tomato drama on the bed. Xiaoxi, go to bed early and get up early for good health. Sushi on the bed said, oh, and nothing happened. Subai was speechless and turned off the bedroom light. The room suddenly became dark, with only a faint light shining from Sushi on the bed. Subai could see Sushi's delicate face through the light. Even though it was dark all around, Sushi's beauty still bloomed like a flower in the night. Subai took a look and ignored Sushi, preparing to go to bed first. More than 10 minutes later, Subai turned his head speechlessly and looked at Sushi lying on the bed. Xiaoxi, can you please stop stepping on me with your feet? underscore. Sushi had started stepping on the quilt that Subai was covered with her white and tender feet while watching the drama. Moreover, the girl seemed to be stepping out of rhythm, with her feet shaking back and forth. Subai couldn't sleep peacefully anymore. Sushi, who was lying on the bed, chuckled awkwardly when she heard this. Sorry, brother. I just feel it's comfortable to step on the quilt like this while watching a show. Sushi said sorry, but the little feet under her body did not retract, but continued to move rhythmically. Subai sat up with his upper body. Subai just looked at the girl like this. The two looked at each other for a moment. Just when Subai couldn't help but speak again, the girl finally moved her little feet away from the quilt on Subai reluctantly. Subai then continued to lie down and sleep. A silent night. The next morning, Subai woke up from his sleep in a daze. But he felt that his body was a little heavy today. Maybe it's because it's the first time I slept on the floor. Subai opened his eyes, raised his head slightly, and looked forward. He found that the quilt on his body seemed a little bulging. The next second, Subai discovered the problem. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he directly lifted the quilt from his upper body. Really? Subai was speechless. Subai saw Sushi. Although Sushi was lying on it, the girl's weight was exceptionally light, as if she didn't weigh much. This is also the main reason why Subai failed to discover it immediately after waking up. And now the most terrible thing is, at this time, the pajamas that Sushi wore last night were gone. What the hell? Subai exclaimed in his heart and turned his head to look at the bed beside him. The loose pajamas that Sushi wore last night were hanging there. But luckily there was only that one nightgown on the bed. Subai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Subai's movement of turning his head also woke up the blonde girl. Sushi slightly opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Subai in front of her in a daze. After saying that, the girl continued to lie down and sleep. Subai was speechless. Judging from Sushi's appearance, she probably slept very late last night. No, that's not the problem now. Subai stood up and woke up Sushi, who wanted to continue sleeping. Xiaoshi, weren't you supposed to sleep in my bed last night? Why is it in my quilt now? Sushi in front of him was being shaken by Subai's shoulders and could not continue sleeping. Don't hang around, bro. If you shake it anymore, it will fall out. What Sushi said, of course, was that her bra was about to fall off because of Subai's actions. Subai also noticed this situation and immediately stopped what he was doing. I felt too cold sleeping in bed last night, so I wanted to warm up together. Listening to Sushi's nonsense explanation, Subai was speechless. It's still summer, but why do I still feel cold when I sleep at night? Suddenly, an inexplicable smile appeared on Sushi's face. She looked at Subai mysteriously and said, Brother, I heard that boys have an energetic reaction in the early morning. Subai also realized something after hearing this. He felt the energy that Sushi talked about. Subai felt a little embarrassed and ignored Sushi. Subai quickly got out from under Sushi, then walked aside and put on his clothes, leaving the fragile girl lying alone in the bed. Sushi looked at Subai's back as he was getting dressed, and suddenly a sense of evil interest arose in her heart. Wow, brother is so bad. Is he just going to leave like this? Subai listened to Sushi's dramatic speech behind him, and a frown appeared on his face. If an uninformed person saw this scene, they would really think it was what Sushi said. Subai walked over and gave the girl a slap to make her quiet down. Okay, if you want to sleep, just sleep a little longer. There's a breakfast stall downstairs in the community. You can go buy some if you want. After Subai finished speaking, he prepared to walk out the door. Sushi asked with some doubt, Where are you going, brother? Go study. When Sushi heard Subai say that he was going to study, he suddenly became absent-minded in bed. She suddenly recalled that when she was a child, Subai gave up his studies and worked 2 jobs in order to support her studies. And I have to endure that man's demands and insults every day. All Subai did was because she wanted her sister to study hard and get into a good university. Thinking of this, the corners of the girl's eyes suddenly sparkled. The back of Subai as he left seemed a little blurry. Then you have to study hard, brother? Subai's response was heard from the door, and the sound of the door closing was heard. Chapter 52 Car Purchasing Mission. When Subai arrived at the classroom, it was almost time for class. Subai sat down in his seat and saw that the class had not started yet. Ying beside him suddenly came close to Subai and said, Has Subai heard about it recently? Listening to the question from the twin-tailed girl beside him, Subai looked confused. What did you hear? Don't you pay attention to our Qingfeng City's superb official website? Yang continued somewhat helplessly. I heard that there are many foreign extraordinary people coming to Qingfeng City recently. Subai was surprised when he heard Yang's voice. What does this have to do with him? Subai was thinking in his heart, while Ying beside him continued to speak in a low voice. They all seem to have come from Dongmu City, and they seem to be up to no good. Dongmu City? Well, recently there have been an increasing number of incidents of supernatural injuries in Qingfeng City. During this period, the SOD in Qingfeng City should have increased patrols, so be careful when you are active recently. Okay, got it. Seeing that Su Bai looked nonchalant, Yang didn't continue the conversation. Soon the bell rang and the class began. The somewhat boring classes in the morning ended quickly. There are only classes in the morning today, so all classes for today are over. Su Bai stood up from his seat and stretched his body. Su Bai, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat together? Yang and Zhang Xiaoman beside me sent invitations. Su Bai thought about sushi at home, then shook his head. No, I'd better go home and eat. Oh well. After saying goodbye to the two of them, Su Bai walked home alone. Su Bai thought about the embarrassment of sleeping last night and thought to himself, let's go buy a bed first. Su Bai planned to go home and call Sushi to go buy a bed with her. When I got home, it was still the hard-working Xiaohei who opened the door. Meow. Welcome home, master. Su Bai smiled and nodded at Xiaohei, then looked towards the living room, but did not see Sushi. Su Bai's mouth twitched. Is Xiaoxi still not awake? Su Bai walked quickly towards his bedroom. The moment I opened the door, what caught my eye was a delicate white body. Su Bai slammed the door shut in an instant. Sushi in the bedroom naturally noticed Su Bai's return. Brother actually peeked. Sushi's somewhat coquettish voice came from the bedroom. Su Bai, who was standing outside the door, had an awkward look on his face. How could he have thought that Xiaoxi was just getting dressed in the house? And I also changed into a new set of clothes. After a while, Sushi opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, Sushi was wearing a white, blue princess dress that was below her knees and just the right length. Her golden hair was spread out behind her, with the tips of her hair slightly curled at the end. She was wearing a set of long brown cartoon leather boots. Such a beautiful face in this gorgeous suit. At this moment, Sushi was like a fairy walking out of a dream, sweet, cute, and with a hint of playfulness. Sushi's little red lips have a slight curve, which perfectly shows her beauty. How's it going, bro? Does it look good? Sushi came in front of Su Bai, slightly lifted the hem of her lace skirt with both hands, and gently turned around in front of Su Bai. Su Bai heard the truth and said, Sushi is indeed very beautiful. Nice. He equals carrot smiley face. I'm just about to take you out. What are you going out for? Go buy a bed. Buy a bed? Yeah. Do you want your brother to sleep on the floor forever? Oh. After tidying up, Su Bai and Sushi walked out the door. Before leaving, Xiaohei also wanted to go out with Su Bai and the others. Well, after thinking for a while, Su Bai took Xiaohei away. The two arrived at the gate of the community, and Su Bai took a taxi directly. When taking a taxi, Su Bai also discovered the trouble of having no means of transportation. It seems that now that I have money, I must first buy a car for transportation. At this moment, the system voice in Su Bai's mind sounded after a long absence. Ding. Daily tasks released. Task name. I want to buy a car. Task introduction. As a brother, how can you always let your sister sit on your ditty? Please, host, have a million-class vehicle within a week to give my sister the most comfortable experience. Mission reward. 1 system point. Su Bai looked at the introduction of the task in his mind, with a slight smile on his face. The long-awaited system task is here again. Moreover, Su Bai felt that this system task was quite easy. As for the money to buy a car, Su Bai thought of the corpses of the dimensional creatures in the dimensional space. It seems like I need to go to the Rose Bar sometime. The last time Su Bai and Ying went to the Rose Bar to submit the murderer mission, the blonde beauty hunter named Qi Xiaohua gave Su Bai a pass to the Hunter Association. Soon the two arrived at the largest commercial street in Qingfeng City. There are all kinds of large supermarkets and shopping malls here, and there are high-rise buildings all around. For a moment, Su Bai had the illusion that he had come from the countryside to a big city. Brother, let's go. Su Shi, who was beside him, came to the commercial street, and her expression instantly became excited. The little white dress with floral patterns sways gently in the air, looking youthful and lively. Su Bai was held by Su Shi's arm and walked into the largest shopping mall here. Xiaohei, I feel like I've been forgotten epsilon, asterisk, omega. After some selection and comparison, finally, Su Bai and his friends arrived at the Heishelen brand furniture store. Su Bai was also a little surprised when he saw the name of this brand, because I also bought my underwear from this brand last time. It seems that the sales lady wasn't exaggerating. Hearing Su Bai mumbling to himself, Sushi beside him said with a look of alertness, What sales lady? Nothing. Let's buy the bed first. The two came to the bed they had chosen before. This is a large solid wooden bed worth 28,888. It is made of a precious wood, genuine material, exquisite workmanship, and has a large area. Subai didn't think it was too expensive and was about to pay the sales lady next to him. Suddenly, a sudden voice sounded. I want this bed. Subai, his companion, and the sales lady all looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a young man striding towards me with a good-looking girl. Such a cool look. Subai looked at the other person indifferently. The sales lady took a step towards the young man and quickly began to explain. Sir, these two people chose this bed first. When Lung Xiao heard the voice of the sales lady in front of him, he sneered and pointed at Subai and the other man in an extremely arrogant manner. So what? Who the hell would dare to? Before he could finish his arrogant words, a black shadow flashed over. Bang! Puff! Lung Xiao was knocked flying by Subai's lightning-fast punch. After his body suddenly fell to the ground, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then his head tilted, and he became motionless. Chapter 53, Subai's Mentality. The scene fell into a brief silence. The next moment, the girl next to the cold young man screamed. Ah! Kill, murder! The girl hurriedly came to Lung Xiao's side, squatted down, and checked on his condition. If anything happened to Master Lung, she would be finished today too. The sales lady also looked terrified. She quickly took out her cell phone and called an ambulance and the police. Because Subai's attack just now was too fast. So much so that no one present, except Su Shi, could see his attack. Even the mall surveillance might not be able to capture the action Subai just made. Subai and Su Shi stood there with the same expression, watching quietly. Subai said to the sales lady who had already made a phone call, I bought this bed, pay for it. Hearing Subai's tone that did not brook refusal, the sales lady did not refuse, nor did she dare to refuse. Subai had originally planned to buy this bed, and she also had performance records. Subai took out his cell phone, transferred money to the sales lady, and then asked the staff here to deliver the bed to their bellowing community. After doing all this, Subai prepared to leave with Su Shi, and Xiao He, who was wandering nearby, followed them. At this moment, the girl who followed Lung Xiao suddenly called out to them. Stop! You are not allowed to leave. It must be you. You must have killed Lung Xiao. The girl said this angrily. She stood up and walked in front of Subai and the others, her face full of resentment. Just now, Lung Xiao had some conflicts with Subai. If anyone were to name the murderer, the most likely person would be Subai. Subai's mouth corners slightly raised when he heard this. Did you see me hitting someone just now? The girl shook her head with an unpleasant look on her face when she heard that. Then what makes you think it was me who did it? The girl's face became even uglier. Sushi beside her was also a little impatient. Someone actually dared to block her and her brother's way. You know, in that cage, anyone who dares to block the way of these brothers and sisters will have only one outcome: death. Get out of the way. Sushi's voice was cold, but with a hint of murderous intent. The girl in front of him suddenly felt like she was falling into an icy cave. Her legs went limp and she sat on the ground. The girl murmured with a look of fear in her eyes. Well, that's scary. Subai and she continued to move forward. The sales lady next to her also looked at a loss. She didn't see Subai attacking just now, so she couldn't stop Subai and prevent them from leaving. She has no say in the matter and can only wait for official personnel to arrive and deal with it. When Subai and the other person arrived at the gate of the furniture mall, Subai suddenly looked at Xiao He, who was following him. Subai just felt a weak energy fluctuation from Lung Xiao's body. There is a high possibility that there is a supernatural force behind the other party. Xiao He, go follow that girl and see what their extraordinary background is like. Remember, if the other party wants to die, let them die completely. Although Subai didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. He hates trouble and is used to nipping trouble in the bud. This is the mentality that Subai developed after surviving in the cage for 2 years. There was a hint of deep meaning in Subai's words, and the clever Xiao He understood it immediately. After Xiao He left, Subai sighed softly. Sure enough, this place doesn't look like a cage. With the restrictions and discipline of the law, how dare the weak dare to challenge the strong? Hearing what Subai said, Sushi beside him echoed. Tisk, in that case, just kill them all. Just like when we fought in the cage, back then, we will kill anyone who comes to provoke us. When Subai heard Su Shi's words beside him, the corners of his mouth twitched. Xiao Shi, please don't mess around. It's not allowed to kill people here casually. Brother, what are you afraid of? You are an SSS-level genetic modifier. Even if all the Sods in Qingfeng City come, we are not afraid. Snort. Subai looked at Su Shi, who had a proud look on her face, and patted her head gently. You are still too naive, Xiaoxi. In this world, we are not truly invincible. Even if I, your brother, am an SSS-level genetic modifier, I can do whatever I want without restraint in ordinary people's society. Sooner or later, you will be hunted down by more powerful transcendence. Slightly, Sushi did not deny Subai's words. She stuck out her tongue at Subai in a playful way. In the past 2 years, she has been hanging around in major cities such as Dragon Country's Magic City and has gained some understanding of the real background of Dragon Country's SOD. That old man just killed that Lung Xiao. Subai did not answer. He began to think in his mind. Although he didn't want to get into trouble, but the suicidal words that Lung Xiao said just now really angered Subai. You must know, he, Subai, is the strongest cultivated experimental subject of the 16th phase of the Gene Modification Company. He stayed in that island cage for 2 whole years and fought with other monsters for 2 whole years. There, the strong are respected and the weak have no rights. Due to his previous amnesia, it can be said that Subai's mentality is still in the same state as when he just escaped from the cage. It seems that I still need to control my emotional fluctuations in the future. After buying the bed, Subai did not plan to go home directly. He took Sushi to the Rose Bar, the base of the Qingfeng City Hunter Association. Hey, why did you bring me to the bar, bro? Sushi looked at the Rose Bar that Subai was about to take her into, feeling a little confused. Sushi's face suddenly turned slightly red. Could it be that my brother? What are you thinking about? Subai turned around, gave the girl a slap on the face, and began to explain. This is actually the Hunter Association branch in Qingfeng City. When Subai mentioned the Hunter Association, Sushi instantly understood. Oh, Sushi has been hanging around in the Magic City for the past 2 years. As an SS-level genetic modifier, she has naturally also been to the Hunter Association branch in the Magic City. The two walked into the Rose Bar, and Subai went straight towards the basement. Sushi followed beside Subai, looking around. She was not surprised by the luxurious decoration around her, but was curious about the bar. After all, Sushi had never been to a bar. Would you like a drink, little sister? Suddenly, a young man with a scoundrel look at the bar counter saw Sushi walking in. Upon hearing this, Subai looked at the young man dangerously, with a warning look in his eyes. The young man looked at Subai with dangerous eyes, but there was no fear in his eyes. The young man still looked at Sushi fearlessly and walked towards Subai and the others with a suicidal attitude. Little sister, is this your first time here? Do you want your brother to show you around? The young man spoke his words in a frivolous tone, not knowing that this had already sentenced him to death. Bang! Boom! When the young man came to a position 3 meters in front of Subai and the others. The next moment, he seemed to be hit hard. His body flew backwards and slammed into the bar. This attracted the attention of other people in the bar around, and everyone gathered around to watch. Subai and Sushi did not go to look. They continued walking towards the basement. Sushi walked behind Subai, humming softly. Humph! A mere B-level transcendent dares to ignore my brother? That's right, this young man is actually not an ordinary person. He is a B-level extraordinary monster in Qingfeng City. And the one who just took action was Sushi. Sushi was very upset that he ignored his brother's warning look. Subai didn't say much. He took Sushi and walked towards the basement passage ahead. He handed the pass that Qi Xiaohua gave him last time to the 2 men in suits guarding him. After a moment, the other party signaled Subai and the others that they could enter. Chapter 54. Return to the Rose Bar and reveal your identity. Subai and the other person entered the Hunter Association in the basement of the Rose Bar. The surrounding vision gradually brightened. Warm yellow lights, high-profile decorations, and faint energy fluctuations all around. Subai took Sushi and walked straight to the bar they had been to before. Hey, isn't this little brother Subai? Suddenly, a charming voice with a hint of temptation was heard. Subai knew without hesitation that it was the hunter named Qi Xiaohua. Subai came to the bar with a gentle smile on his face. I came here this time to trade some corpses of dimensional creatures. Subai didn't say anything more and directly stated his purpose. However, Qi Xiaohua at the bar did not care about Subai's purpose, but looked at Sushi beside Subai. TSK, little brother Subai is really suave. Last time I came with Sakura. This time I just changed someone else. At the bar, Qi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Subai and the others with a half-smile, and her tone seemed a little angry. Subai listened without paying attention to Qi Xiaohua's tone, but Sushi beside him couldn't sit still. Hey, what do you mean my brother is so romantic? Sushi wanted to burst out with her aura, but was stopped in time by Subai's quick eyes and hands. Subai reminded Sushi in a low voice. Don't mess around outside, Xiaoxi. Upon hearing this, Sushi had no choice but to suppress the raging energy fluctuations in her body. She gave Qi Xiaohua a defiant look. Qi Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the actions between Su Shi and Su Bai, but captured the key words in Su Shi's words. Elder brother? Are you his sister? That's right. Su Shi returned with a proud look on her face. After hearing about the relationship between the two siblings, the anger in Qi Xiaohua's heart disappeared. Brother Su Bai, why don't you say it earlier? I thought brother Su Bai was some playboy. When Su Shi heard Qi Xiaohua's words, she spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. TSK, my brother already has a sister as cute as me. How could he still spend money? Looking at the two people having a strange conversation, Su Bai chose to end it. Stop. Okay, Xiaoxi, let's deal with the business first. Su Bai walked forward and pushed Su Shi aside. He looked at Qi Xiaohua and said, I came here this time to trade some corpses of dimensional creatures with your hunter association. Qi Xiaohua, who was serving food at the bar, heard this. Okay, I get it. Bring out the corpse of the dimensional creature you want to trade, and I'll find someone to give you a price assessment. But Su Bai on the opposite side did not move. Qi Xiaohua was a little confused. Su Bai continued. The corpses of dimensional creatures I want to trade may be of higher levels and in larger quantities. Let's go to a quiet place to trade. As Su Bai spoke, he looked at the extraordinary people around the bar. Qi Xiaohua also understood what Su Bai meant. She couldn't help but feel a little curious. However, Qi Xiaohua did not directly believe what Su Bai said. Tell me first. Su Bai did not hesitate when he heard this, and directly used his infinite consciousness to transmit a message to Qi Xiaohua. Qi Xiaohua sensed Su Bai's infinite consciousness ability and was shocked. This ability to communicate directly through thoughts can only be achieved by extraordinary people with extremely strong mental power. Just as Qi Xiaohua was surprised at Su Bai's powerful mental strength, she also heard Su Bai's voice. 4 S-class dimensional creature corpses, 3 AR class, 15 A class, 21 B class, and some lower class ones left. When hearing about the corpses of 4 S-level dimensional creatures, Qi Xiaohua's golden eyes suddenly shrank. Let's not talk about where Su Bai hunted the S-level dimensional creature corpse from. Isn't Su Bai's strength just that of an A-level transcendent? How did he hunt these dimensional creatures? Is he lying to me? Su Bai looked at Qi Xiaohua's constantly changing expression and smiled faintly. Let's go to a quiet place and talk in detail. Hearing this, Qi Xiaohua looked at Su Bai with some suspicion. After a moment, Qi Xiaohua said, Come with me. Qi Xiaohua walked out from the side entrance of the bar, and then led the way in front of Su Bai and the others. Qi Xiaohua walked deeper into the underground hunter association. Soon the three of them came to a room that was decorated like a box. This is the most advanced trading room of our Qingfeng City Hunter Association. We have advanced barrier and isolation technologies here, so we don't have to worry about being spied on by others. Qi Xiaohua looked at Su Bai and continued. Can you take out the corpses of those dimensional creatures and show them to me first? Su Bai smiled faintly when he heard this. No problem. Then Su Bai did not avoid Qi Xiaohua and took out the corpse of the S-level abyss reptile from the dimensional space in front of her. The 10-meter-long corpse of the abyss reptile suddenly lay across the trading room, occupying part of the area. Qi Xiaohua was first surprised at Su Bai's ability to take objects out of thin air, and then she was shocked again when she saw the corpse of the S-level abyss crawler. At this time, the corpse of the abyss reptile still exuded a strong aura of an S-level monster, which made people feel chilling. Only Su Bai's voice continued. As for the corpses of creatures from other dimensions, they may not fit here, so I won't take them out. How is it? Is this an S-level dimensional creature? Su Bai smiled faintly and looked at Qi Xiaohua. Qi Xiaohua's eyes were a little vague, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a few breaths, Qi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Bai. Who the hell are you? Feeling the faint hostility coming from Qi Xiaohua, Su Bai was speechless. Su Bai. No. The last time Sakura introduced you, you were just an A-rank transcendent. Don't tell me you killed an S-level dimensional creature by surpassing its level. And there are 4 of them. Hearing this, the corners of Su Bai's mouth suddenly raised. Okay, I'm laying my cards on the table. In fact, I am not an A-level extraordinary person, but an SSS-level extraordinary transformer. Codename, the Great White Dragon, Su Bai. Hearing Su Bai's words, Qi Xiaohua in front of him was completely stunned, especially when Su Bai mentioned the SSS-level extraordinary person and his codename, the White Dragon of the Ultimate Generation. What? Are you the Great White Dragon who escaped from the gene modification company 2 years ago? The number 1 genetically modified white dragon of the 16th generation? Qi Xiaohua's face was full of disbelief, and her voice was trembling slightly. The next moment, Su Bai released his own aura, covering Qi Xiaohua's body. In an instant, Qi Xiaohua felt an unprecedented powerful pressure locking her down. She had only experienced this terrifying feeling from the old director of the Southern Dragon Country Hunter Association. The old director of the Southern Dragon Country Hunter Association's division is a top SSS-level hunter. This, Su Bai's sudden reveal of his cards made Qi Xiaohua a little overwhelmed. She didn't know what Su Bai's intention was in revealing his true identity to her. Chapter 55. Being honest, the reason for being hunted. Humph. Now that I've revealed my identity, you shouldn't hide it anymore. Hearing Su Bai's voice, Qi Xiaohua in front of him trembled slightly. Qi Xiaohua looked at Su Bai in confusion with a look of fear and surprise on her face. What do you mean? Oh. Su Bai looked at the other party's superb acting skills and sneered. You are not just any ordinary hunter. It's just a hunter association branch in Qingfeng City. Do you think the hunter association will send an SS-level hunter to guard it? What? How did he find out my true identity? When Qi Xiaohua heard Su Bai's words, she was completely shocked. Asterisk? She was even more shocked than when she heard that Su Bai was an SSS-level ultimate white dragon, because she thought her disguise was perfect. She had done tests before, and even in front of an SSS-level extraordinary person, as long as she didn't expose herself actively, the other party would not be able to detect her at all. Su Bai teased as he looked at the other person's delicate face, the small mouth that was almost shaped into an O by shock. You seem surprised? Qi Xiaohua suddenly took a step back and put some distance between herself and Su Bai. She said to Su Bai warily, How did you find out my true identity? Seeing the other party's extremely alert attitude, Su Bai replied calmly, It's just one of my abilities. Don't worry, I don't have any ill will towards you. Otherwise I wouldn't have revealed my identity in front of you and exposed your disguise. Listening to what Su Bai said, Qi Xiaohua felt that Su Bai was right. The opponent is an SSS-level genetic modifier. If you want to kill her or do something bad to her, you can take her down in an instant. There's no need to waste time talking to her here. Seeing that Qi Xiaohua had let down her guard a little, Su Bai continued. Okay, now that we are honest with each other, it's time to talk about business. Hearing Su Bai's voice, Qi Xiaohua on the opposite side became fully alert again, ready to respond at any time. At the same time, there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. What business? Of course it's about trading the corpses of these dimensional creatures. Why else do you think I should reveal my and your identities? Qi Xiaohua's mouth twitched when she heard this. In order to trade the corpses of these dimensional creatures with me, you took the initiative to expose your identity as an SSS-level extraordinary boss. Qi Xiaohua was very puzzled. Show your identity. This is the fastest and easiest way to do business with you, and I may have other matters to discuss with your hunter association in the future. If I had revealed my true identity earlier, I could have saved myself a lot of trouble. Qi Xiaohua listened carefully to Su Bai's explanation. She nodded slightly. Indeed, these S-level dimensional creature corpses are difficult to trade. There are few people in Qingfeng City who can achieve this level. If Su Bai didn't want to reveal his true identity, it would be difficult to trade these high-level corpses of dimensional creatures. Aren't you afraid that I will provide your information to the people from the genetic modification company? Or spread your news to the Chaofan official website? You should know that the people from the genetic modification company are still vigorously clearing out you, the 16th batch of escaped genetic modifiers. Especially you, the white dragon of the extreme generation. You are the culprit who caused the 16th modification experiment of the gene modification company to be exposed to the public. Even on the Chaofan official website, you, the ultimate white dragon, are ranked 8th on the Chaofan monster hunting list. That's a hunting bounty worth 5 billion. Even Su Bai was a little surprised when he heard Qi Xiaohua talking about his hunting bounty. So many. Qi Xiaohua looked at Su Bai with some surprise. You do not know? This is the hunting bounty that the gene modification company posted for you on the Chaofan official website. As long as they catch you or bring your body to them, they will get a reward of 5 billion. Looking at Qi Xiaohua's somewhat excited tone, Su Bai said embarrassedly, Sorry, I really don't know that. The host is only the 8th one. It looks a bit fishy, doesn't it? At this moment, the system's complaints suddenly sounded in Su Bai's mind. Su Bai resisted the urge to criticize the system and continued to ask questions to Qi Xiaohua. If only hunting or capturing would get me those bounties, then why would you want to provide my information to the genetic modification company? Qi Xiaohua was speechless when she heard Su Bai's question. Please, I'm hunting for an extraordinary being like you on the list. Even if you only provide a little useful information to the client, you will get a huge reward. Su Bai looked as if he suddenly realized something when he heard this, and he whispered to himself in his heart. Now that I've said that, I feel like reporting myself. Oh, I have another question that I'm curious about. Why do the people from the genetic modification company want to hunt us down so much? They even went so far as to post a large bounty on the Chaofan official website and dispatch top Chaofan fighters. Before Chi Xiaohua could answer, Su Shi at the side answered first. Brother, are you stupid? When our 16th batch of genetically modified people escaped from the experimental base, it caused a sensation in the entire Blue Star International supernatural world. That was also the first time that the genetic modification experiments of the Gene Modification Company were made public. Originally, the image of the Gene Modification Company in the outer supernatural world was just a neutral and low-key world-class supernatural force. And ever since we escaped from that experimental base, many of the 16th generation genetic modifiers spread the news that they were controlled in the base, constantly fighting, training to become stronger, and mutated genes. This also led to the international supernatural community on Blue Star knowing all about the secret experiments of the Gene Modification Company. At that time, there was a subtle trend of international supernaturals uniting together to attack the Gene Modification Company. But in the end, it seemed like this matter was suppressed, and then it gradually calmed down. And the instigator of the whole thing, brother, do you think they will let go of those who spread the secret of genetic modification? So they keep hunting us down, not just because they're afraid that the secrets of our genetic modifications will be leaked. More importantly, a deterrent. The Genetic Modification Company wants to tell the extraordinary world and other generations of genetic modifiers how powerful they are. After hearing what Sushi said, Subai also understood. He was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that our escape at that time would have such a big impact. Qi Xiaohua continued on the side. That's right. Basically, some world-class supernatural forces know about the strongest genetic modifier of the 16th generation of the Gene Modification Company, the Extreme White Dragon. Even in our Hunter Association headquarters, there are some powerful SSS-level hunters who want to hunt you down and get the high bounty. Chapter 56 Double Deal. I trust you won't reveal my identity. Subai suddenly spoke and said to Qi Xiaohua opposite him. Qi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you so sure that I won't provide your current information to the people of the Genetic Modification Company for the bounty? Hearing Qi Xiaohua's doubts, Subai said calmly. As a top SS-level hunter, you came to a small city like Qingfeng. You must have your own purpose, right? If your identity is exposed, will other supernatural forces target you and disrupt your rhythm? Besides, even if you spread my information or tell the people from the Genetic Modification Company, I am not afraid of them. Subai's eyes showed confidence as he continued. And I promise that I will do everything I can to kill you first after that. Listening to Subai's threatening words, Qi Xiaohua remained silent. As long as Subai cannot be killed or captured on the spot, she, the information leaker, will die. Qi Xiaohua didn't know what she was thinking. After a moment, she suddenly took a deep breath. Okay, I promise not to tell anyone about you. Subai nodded slightly when he heard this. This was also within his expectations. After all, there are no conflicts between the two parties, and Qi Xiaohua even has some good feelings for him because of his appearance. Subai believed that Qi Xiaohua would not sell out her identity information for that little bit of benefit. Rather than offending an SSS-level extraordinary strong man, it is better to build a good relationship with Subai. And just now, Subai used his infinite consciousness to explore the other party's inner thoughts. If Qi Xiaohua had had any other thoughts in her mind just now, Subai would definitely have ended her life here. Okay, now that we've discussed the matter, let's continue the trade of these dimensional creature corpses. Subai brought the topic back to its original purpose. Qi Xiaohua was speechless after hearing this. She felt that Subai's transaction with the corpses of these dimensional creatures was more important than what happened between them. It stands to reason that for S-level trade commissions, it basically requires a hunter at the director level of the association to make the decision. But I have special rights and can help you arrange the transaction directly. Okay, then how much do you think I can get for the corpses of my dimensional creatures? Qi Xiaohua began to count the corpses of the dimensional creatures that Subai had just mentioned. Well, originally, the corpses of these monsters needed to be evaluated by professional appraisers. But I can give you the highest price at the transaction level directly. 4S class, 3AR class, 15A class, 21B class, a total of 30 million for you. When Subai heard the other party's offer, his heart began to beat a little. Subai nodded slightly with a calm expression on his face. Okay. Then Subai and Qi Xiaohua came to the storage warehouse of their Qingfeng City Hunter Association. Subai placed all the corpses of the dimensional creatures in the dimensional space on the floor of the warehouse. All right. Subai looked straight at Qi Xiaohua, causing the latter to roll her eyes. Qi Xiaohua couldn't help feeling speechless. When she was seducing Su Bai before, she never saw the latter show this kind of look. Soon Su Bai and Qi Xiaohua took out their cell phones. Qi Xiaohua directly transferred 30 million yuan to Su Bai's bank card. Ding! 30 million yuan has been deposited into your bank card. When Su Bai heard the notification tone from his mobile phone, he suddenly felt a sense of sudden wealth. Cool. Looking at the series of numbers displayed on the bank card with my information, Su Bai felt secretly happy. My younger sister Su, she beside me, also leaned forward with her little face. Su, she tiptoed slightly and looked at Su Bai's phone screen. Wow, bro, we are rich now. I can buy those expensive clothes and bags. When Su Bai heard the sound of his sister spending money, a frown appeared on his face. Ahem, let's go back first. Su Bai looked at Qi Xiaohua standing aside and said, then we have a deal. You help us hide our identities, and I will help you keep yours. Su Bai suddenly added with a smile on his face. And we will cooperate frequently in the future. Yeah, I understand. I won't tell anyone your identity. Also, even if you have nothing to do, you can always come to Xiaohua's place, asterisk, asterisk. Now that the matter was settled, Qi Xiaohua resumed her previous seductive attitude in front of Su Bai and spoke to Su Bai in a coquettish voice. As she said this, she threw a coquettish glance at Su Bai. Hey, my brother wouldn't come to you unless he's fine. Su Shi was very unhappy when she heard Qi Xiaohua seducing Su Bai. She came directly between the two of them, blocked Su Bai behind her, and looked at Qi Xiaohua with an unfriendly face. It looked like a little wild cat guarding its food, alert and vigilant. Seeing Su Shi's strong brother control ability, Qi Xiaohua also restrained herself. After all, she knew that the sister of Kiyoshi no Haku was also a powerful SS-class gene modifier. Gene Modification Company, Issue 16, Gene Sequence Ranking Number 4, SS-level Gene Modifier Death Cat. Qi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the pretty blonde girl in front of her. Okay, then I won't bother brother Xiao Bai and sister AI. Qi Xiaohua spoke to Su Bai and the others with a slight smile on her face. Su Bai also planned to leave here. He gave Qi Xiaohua an inexplicable smile and spoke lightly. See you next time. Looking at the backs of Su Bai and Su Shi as they slowly left, Qi Xiaohua's mouth corners slightly raised, and she couldn't help but murmur softly. Sakura, it looks like you've met a rival. Su Bai and Su Shi walked up the stairs and reached the upper floor of the Rose Bar. As soon as they came up, Su Bai and the others heard some noisy noises. Su Bai and the other man looked over and saw that it was the B-level transcendent who had been kicked half to death by Su Shi. At this moment, the bar over there was already surrounded by people watching the fun. Su Bai didn't care and continued to leave with Su Shi. Su Bai hailed a Didi and went directly to a large car shop in their Qingfeng city. It's still early now. Now that Su Bai has obtained 30 million, he must first arrange a $1 million luxury car. Complete the car buying task in the daily system. Hey, brother, are you going to buy a car? Su Shi saw the large car shop in front and couldn't help but ask curiously. Su Bai said shamelessly, well, your brother is so rich now, you can't let my sister ride on him anymore. In fact, the main reason why Su Bai bought a car was, of course, because of that system task. Su Shi, who was standing beside him, smiled happily when she heard this. She threw herself into Su Bai's arms and acted coquettishly. Oh my god, brother is the best. Chapter 57 Xiao He is injured. Came to this Pegasus car shop. Su Bai found the sales lady and directly purchased a high-end Pegasus from them. Su Bai generously paid the full amount in cash, which shocked the sales lady who received them. After quickly completing the car purchase procedures, Su Bai and Su Shi drove out of the car shop in the brand new and cool Pegasus. Ding. Mission. I want to buy a car completed. Mission reward. 1 system point. When Su Bai drove out of the car shop, a clear prompt sound from the system rang in his mind. After hearing this, Su Bai's mouth corners raised with pleasure and he felt happy in his heart. Let's go home. Yeah. After returning to Billowing Community, Su Bai parked his newly bought Pegasus in a nearby parking garage. Su Bai took Su Shi towards Building 6 where their home was. When they arrived at the door of their house, Su Bai suddenly sensed a faint smell of blood. As a modified death cat gene, Su Shi has an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Brother, do you smell it? Su Bai responded softly and walked towards the door at a leisurely pace. The faint smell of blood came from his room. Su Bai took out the key and opened the door. The next second after pushing open the door, Su Bai and Su Shi saw Xiao He lying on the floor of the living room inside the door. Su Shi's curious voice sounded. Little Black. Su Bai noticed Xiao He's abnormality at the first moment. Xiao He, are you hurt? Meow. Xiao He responded to Su Bai weakly. Master, I was injured by a human transcendent. Xiaohei's breath was a little weak now. He tried to get up, but failed. Xiaohei fell to the ground with a plop sound. Omega? Subai came to Xiaohei and picked it up gently. Didn't I tell you to follow that human girl? Why were you injured by a superhuman? And with your S-level combat power, there shouldn't be many extraordinary people in Qingfeng City who can hurt you. Subai looked at Xiaohei's weak appearance, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After all, Xiaohei is his pet, and it was Subai who sent Xiaohei to do this. Subai's thoughts were turning over in his mind. He thought of the young man who called himself Lung Xiao. Could it be that there is a powerful supernatural family or supernatural force behind that guy? Just as Subai was analyzing it in his mind, Xiaohei in his arms shouted, "Meow. Master, I followed that girl as you instructed." Xiaohei began to explain the situation at that time to Subai. After Subai finished listening to Xiaohei's story, he felt unhappy. It turned out that Xiaohei was not injured by the extraordinary power behind Lung Xiao. According to Xiaohei's description, it followed the girl to the family where Lung Xiao belonged. Xiaohei discovered that the other party was an extraordinary family located in a high-end villa area in Qingfeng City. Xiaohei followed the girl all the way to the interior of the villa area and discovered that the other family wanted to investigate the death of Lung Xiao. Xiaohei remembered what Subai had told me before. Once I find out that Lung Xiao's family wants to mess with me, I will just kill them and leave no one alive. Then Xiaohei directly changed back into his original form of Black Prison Cat, preparing to kill those extraordinary people from Lung Xiao's family in advance. Although the other party is a supernatural family, according to Xiaohei's observation, the strongest supernatural being on the other side is only at the AR level. Xiaohei can naturally destroy all the opponents easily. But just when Xiaohei was about to take action, an S-level transcendent suddenly appeared. The other party also discovered the hidden Xiaohei. The S-class extraordinary being, together with many extraordinary beings from the Lung family, launched an attack to kill Xiaohei. Xiaohei's strength is comparable to that of the S-class transcendent. Although the opponent had the assistance of the extraordinary people of the Lung family, they were unable to defeat Xiaohei for a while. Finally, Xiaohei was afraid that the other party would wait for external reinforcements, so he took the initiative to take the opponent's ultimate move and fled at full speed with injuries. Subai was naturally unhappy that Xiaohei was beaten up. Subai narrowed his eyes dangerously and muttered, "The Lung family." Subai let Xiaohei lie on the sofa to recuperate. He just wanted Xiaohei to investigate Lung Xiao's background and influence. I didn't expect that an S-level transcendent would appear. Subai then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and clicked into Yang's WeChat conversation. "Subai, Xiaoying asked you something." "A little Sakura. What's going on?" "Subai, do you know that there is a Lung family in Qingfeng City?" "A little Sakura. We do have a Lung family in Qingfeng City." "A little Sakura. And it's an extraordinary family like our Yi family." "A little Sakura. Why are you asking this suddenly? Did you meet someone from the Lung family?" "A little Sakura. The Lung family's extraordinary power is ranked among the top 10 in our Qingfeng City." "A little Sakura. Subai, you'd better not conflict with the other party." "A little Sakura. The Lung family has an AR-level extraordinary person." "Subai, does the Lung family have no S-level extraordinary people?" "A little Sakura. Well, this possibility is not high. Otherwise, the Lung family would have dominated the market and become the third largest supernatural force in Qingfeng City." "Subai, okay, I understand. Thanks." Subai ended the conversation with Yang. He also had a general understanding of the Lung family's information. The strongest extraordinary person is only AR level, just like what Xiaohei said. That S-level transcendent should not be from the Lung family. Subai suddenly grinned and said to himself with a cold look in his eyes, "I don't care who you are." Subai called out to Xiaohei, who was sitting on the sofa. "Xiaohei, how long will it take for your injury to recover?" "Woo woo. About half a day." "Very good. When your injuries are almost healed tonight, I will go and avenge you. Anyone who dares to hurt Subai's pet is doomed." Moreover, since Subai killed young Master Long, the other party would not be able to find out about this easily. Woo woo. When Xiaohei heard Subai's strong attitude, he felt inexplicably warm in his heart. This is its good owner. I, Xiaohei, was right about my master. Meow. And in another high-end villa area in Qingfeng City. This is exactly where the Lung family of Qingfeng City is located. The Lung family is not only the controller of a large real estate company in Qingfeng City, but also one of the top 10 extraordinary families in Qingfeng City. The members of the Lung family, who should have been in high spirits at this moment, now looked embarrassed, and their expressions were as if they had eaten shit. Now all the members of the Lung family have been gathered by the current head of the family in a villa square. At this time, nearly 100 members of the Lung family all stood solemnly. In the open space in front of them, there were several bodies covered with white cloth. Master, we must not let that monster go. Yes, it actually killed so many of our family members. Damn monster, why did an S-level monster suddenly appear in our Qingfeng city? Why would we allow such a dangerous monster to enter our villa area? Should we notify SOD to hunt down this terrifying monster? Chapter 58: The Ghost Alliance's Plan. Everyone was talking about it, and their expressions were all angry as they discussed it. These members of the Lung family were killed by Xiaohe when they were surrounding and attacking Xiaohe. The head of the Lung family, Lung Wanli, also had a gloomy face at this time. Next to Lung Wanli stood a young man with a lazy look. If Xiaohe was present at this time, he would definitely recognize that this was the S-class transcendent who injured it. After Lung Wanli simply dealt with the bodies of these Lung family members, he dismissed all the members of the Lung family and asked them to go back and deal with the damage caused by the monster attack. Then Lung Wanli brought the lazy young man to his villa. When he entered the room, Lung Wanli bowed slightly to the young man beside him and said, "Brother Guehu, thanks to you for coming to help this time. Otherwise, our Lung family might no longer exist today. Brother Wanli, you don't have to be polite. We have always been in a cooperative relationship. Of course I won't just stand by and watch that monster wipe out your Lung family." The young man called Ghost Tiger responded with a relaxed look on his face. Although he was being polite to Lung Wanli, his tone and expression did not show that he took Lung Wanli seriously. After all, he is an S-level transcendent, while Lung Wanli is only AR level. If he hadn't appeared in time this time and fought off Xiaohe, perhaps the Lung family will really be wiped out by Xiaohe and removed from the list of the top 10 supernatural forces in Qingfeng City. That's it. Brother Guehu is an S-level transcendent with extraordinary strength. Although that Black Tiger monster is also S-level, its strength is no match for Brother Ghost Tiger. Listening to Lung Wanli's flattery, Guehu was obviously very pleased and looked very flattered. It's a pity that it finally got away. Otherwise, the S-level monster corpse is also worth a lot of money. Guehu's tone sounded somewhat regretful, as if he really had the ability to defeat Xiaohe. Lung Wanli spoke to Guehu with some caution on his face. This time our Lung family was attacked by an unknown S-level monster, and the family residence was severely damaged. Brother Guehu, our plan may have to be delayed for some time. When Guehu heard this, his face looked a little unhappy, but he did not deny Lung Wanli's words. This time he came to the Lung family on behalf of the Ghost Alliance to discuss the next plan with Lung Wanli. It's a pity that the timing is not right. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Today, it happens that the Lung family is attacked by the S-level black monster. Now the Lung family is badly damaged and unable to carry out their plans. I hope that your Lung family can quickly adjust to the situation. We at the Ghost Alliance have limited time. You know, we, the Ghost Alliance, can completely abandon your Lung family and choose new partners from the extraordinary forces in Qingfeng City. Guehu said in a somewhat condescending tone. This gave Lung Wanli a great sense of oppression. Yes, I understand everything Brother Guehu said. We in the Lung family only want to rely on the Ghost Alliance. We don't ask for anything else. We just hope that the Ghost Alliance will unify the Qingfeng City supernatural world and give us a way out. Seeing Lung Wanli being so sensible, Guehu also showed a gratified smile on his face. Well, I feel relieved that Patriarch Lung thinks so. But it will only take 3 days at most, and then the plan will be launched. Understood. After sending the Ghost Tiger away, Lung Wanli's fake smile suddenly turned gloomy. He returned to the room. Someone come. Soon a member of the Lung family trotted in. Lung Wanli asked in a cold tone, "Who killed my son?" Lung Wanli was filled with anger at this moment, but because Guehu was present, he did not ask about this matter. The family was attacked by an S-class monster, and his son outside died tragically. Now that Guehu has left, the power of the head of the Lung Wanli family suddenly explodes. The member of the Lung family was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and spoke with a trembling voice. Back home, Master Lung was shopping with his girlfriend in the Heiselen shopping mall. Afterwards, Master Lung's girlfriend called us in a hurry to report that Master Lung had died in an accident outside. Lung Wanli's eyes became terribly gloomy when he heard this, and he asked in an angry tone, "Who on earth did this? Have you found out clearly?" He couldn't defeat an S-level monster, so he had to be respectful in front of the Ghost Tiger. Now that his son is dead, Lung Wanli instantly poured all his anger onto the murderer who killed his son. Reporting to the master, the surveillance camera did not find the murderer at the time. It seems that Master Lung was beaten to death out of thin air. But after careful observation by our Lung family, we found that it might have been done by a young, extraordinary person. It seemed like they had some minor conflict at the time. But we don't have any evidence right now, and we're not sure whether it was really that young man who killed him. Hearing this, Lung Wanli directly interrupted the Lung family member. No matter if it's him or not, kill all the suspicious targets. Even if I killed the wrong person, I will never let my son's murderer go. Lung Wanli's bone-chilling voice came. The Lung family member trembled slightly when he heard this and responded, "Yes, yes. Go down. This time mobilize an A-level family member and make sure to eliminate the murderer of my son." After the Lung family member left, Lung Wanli picked up his cell phone. After dialing one of the numbers above, Lung Wanli's tone changed instantly. "Hello, is this Minister Zhu? Isn't this Patriarch Lung? Is there something you want to talk to me about?" The number Lung Wanli called was the number of Zhu Zhihao, the deputy director of Qingfeng City SOD. "Minister Zhu." Lung Wanli recounted to Zhu Zhihao the incident in which the S-class monster invaded their Lung family villa. Zhu Zhihao also took it seriously after hearing this. This is most likely the monster that escaped from the S-level dimensional rift in the Bailuan community. Last time, the dimensional rift suddenly closed. I didn't expect there was an S-level dimensional creature left behind. Master Lung, rest assured, we at SOD will do our best to search for that S-level dimensional creature. We will never let this danger remain in Qingfeng City. I will send some people to your place to record some information. I hope that Patriarch Lung will cooperate. No problem. Lung Wanli ended his phone call with Zhu Zhihao, got up, and went to his room. Although my son had an accident, now is not the time to be sad about it. Lung Wanli remembered the deadline that Guihu had given him before. Lung Wanli murmured. 3 days left. 3 days later, he planned to provoke other supernatural forces in Qingfeng City. As for how to stir up conflict, when Lung Wanli thought of this, the corners of his mouth raised sinisterly. Their Lung family is the largest real estate developer in Qingfeng City. If you want to stir up disputes with other supernatural forces, all you have to do is make some moves in the business economy. Chapter 59. Destroy the Lung family and kill the ghost tiger. Night. The weather tonight is not very good, and the clouds in the sky are a bit heavy. Subai looked at Xiao He, whose injuries had almost recovered from the sofa, and spoke lightly. "How is your injury recovering, Xiao He?" "Meow. Master can now move freely." Subai sensed the meaning of Xiao He's cry, and the corners of his mouth raised. "Very good. You should know the way to the Lung family's residence, right?" "Meow." Xiao He shouted with some excitement. Then it jumped off the sofa, and Subai and Sushi followed Xiao He. The two people and the cat were very fast. The Lung family villa area is located dozens of kilometers away from the Bailuan community in Subai, but it only took them a dozen minutes to get here. Sushi looked at the high-end villa area in front of her and said hesitantly, "Brother, didn't you say during the day that we can't kill people at will?" When Subai heard Sushi's questioning beside him, he looked a little embarrassed. This is really a slap in the face. They can't kill people at will, but that doesn't mean they can hurt Xiao He. Besides, since young Master Lung died during the day, the Lung family will come to trouble us sooner or later. Instead of being passive, it's better to be proactive. As for those official sods, I believe they will not offend me for the sake of a mere Lung family. As Subai spoke, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. "Xiao He, I'll leave this guy in here to you." Subai looked at Xiao He beside him and said. He and Sushi had no intention of taking action. The strongest person in the Lung family is only an AR-level extraordinary person. Subai's target is the S-level transcendent. "Meow. Master, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll be back soon." Then Xiao He jumped into the Lung family's villa area and ran towards the depths of the villa area. Soon, all kinds of screams and fighting sounds were heard in the Lung family's villa area. A few minutes later, the little black boy with red dots on his hair trotted out of the Lung family's villa area. Subai said calmly upon seeing this. "Solved. Meow. Master, we have basically dealt with all those extraordinary people who besieged me during the day." Subai nodded slightly. He only let Xiao He kill the extraordinary people of the Lung family, and he didn't care about those ordinary people. Subai looked at Xiao He and continued to ask, "Can you still track down the S-class transcendent from the daytime?" "Meow. Master, let me try." As a black prison cat, Xiao He has a skill to track enemies. It had memorized the breath of the S-class transcendent during the day. Now Xiao He sniffs his little nose and starts tracking the opponent's position. Subai and Sushi also followed Xiao He's footsteps. Not long after Subai and the others left, The entire Lung family villa area became lively. At this time, the ground in the Lung family villa area had been stained red with blood. The corpses of some high-ranking members of the Lung family were everywhere, and most of them had bite marks on their bodies. Some servants of the Lung family discovered the situation and hurriedly called the police. Soon SOD also received the news, and Deputy Minister Zhu Zhihao rushed over in person. Zhu Zhihao looked at the bloody scene in front of him with a frown on his face. Damn it, is it the same S-level dimensional creature from before? Zhu Zhihao was not sure about the cause of the incident, and he looked at the subordinate orderer beside him. Xiao AI, quickly go and mobilize all the surveillance cameras around here. Yes. If Subai was present, he would definitely recognize these two people as the orderers Mu Xiaoai and Xiao Chao he had met before. The special department personnel led by Zhu Zhihao also quickly blocked the Lung family villa area and entered a state of alert. On the other side, Xiao He, who destroyed the Lung family, was still leading Su Bai and the others. Meow, the master is just ahead. Xiao He's voice sounded somewhat excited. Because I can immediately avenge the beating I got during the day? Su Bai and Su Shi behind him both looked indifferent when they heard this. Su Bai and the others did not take the S-class transcendent seriously at all. Xiao He walked through an alley and came to a dim intersection at a corner. At this time, a lazy young man was leaning against a telephone pole and smoking. The ghost tiger sensed Xiao He's arrival in an instant. He stood up from the electric pole and looked at Xiao He, who had come to the intersection with a puzzled look on his face. You are the S-rank monster from the daytime? After a brief hesitation, Guihu's expression became somewhat excited the next second. He didn't expect that Xiao He would dare to come to him on his own initiative. Humph. Even though you've changed into a black cat, I can sense your aura instantly. Guihu had a somewhat ferocious expression on his face. He walked slowly toward Xiao He and continued speaking. You ran away in a panic during the day. What? You want revenge now? The ghost tiger was not afraid of Xiao He's arrival at all, but rather seemed a little arrogant. He thinks that S-level Xiao He is no match for him. Just as Guihu walked toward Xiao He, two figures suddenly appeared behind Xiao He. Su Bai and Su Shi walked slowly out from the corner and stood behind Xiao He. Guihu was stunned when he saw the two people coming. Guihu released his spiritual perception and wanted to investigate the situation of Su Bai and the other person. Due to the huge gap in strength between the two sides, Ghost Tiger could not sense the energy fluctuations of Su Bai and the others at all. What? They are just two ordinary people. Guihu did not sense any energy fluctuations from Su Bai and the others, and felt disdainful in his heart. Hey, that man, get out of here. The woman can stay, When Su Bai heard the silver language from Guihu's mouth, his face instantly turned gloomy. Sushi is his taboo. You're looking for death. Su Bai shouted coldly. Upon hearing this, Guihu was just about to teach this ignorant young man a lesson. But the next second he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Because Su Bai had arrived in front of him without him knowing when. What's even more terrible is that Su Bai easily grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up. Big brother. Yes, good to say, go ahead. Guihu's voice was intermittent, and his eyes revealed endless horror. He didn't see how Su Bai made his move just now. Without a doubt, Su Bai is a very powerful transcendent. I was planning to ask you something, but damn you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bai exerted slight force with his palm. Guihu's neck was broken by Su Bai, and his head tilted. Guihu, a core member of the S-level Ghost Alliance, said die. Su Bai threw the ghost tiger's body to the ground beside him. At this time, Xiao He walked up and shouted towards Su Bai. Meow. Master, can I eat his body? Su Bai sensed Xiao He's meaning and was a little surprised. You want to eat the corpse of a transcendent? Meow. Master, I have eaten the flesh and blood of these extraordinary creatures, which can quickly increase my strength. After hearing Xiao He's story, Su Bai thought about it for a moment and then agreed with Xiao He's approach. Anyway, this kind of extraordinary monster is not on the Hunter Association's hunting list, and its corpse has no other value. Since I can feed it to Xiao He to increase his strength, that's pretty good. After getting Su Bai's consent, Xiao He came to the ghost tiger's corpse with some excitement. Xiao He turned back into his original form and swallowed up the ghost tiger's body in one gulp. Xiao He, crunchy, *****. Chapter 60 Backstep. Hick. Xiao He returned to his black cat form and burped in an ungraceful manner. After dealing with the ghost tiger, Su Bai and the others started to go back. On the way back, Su Bai received a call from the staff of Heiselen Furniture City, saying that his bed had been delivered to the entrance of the community. When Su Bai returned to Billowin community, the staff had already left. Subai took the bed that he bought for 28,888 from the guardroom. Carrying the bed, Subai returned to the door of his room and suddenly found a difficult problem. The problem is that the door of my house seems to be too small to accommodate this bed. Subai was a little confused, but he soon thought of a way. That is to put the bed into the dimensional space first, then enter the room and take it out. Fortunately, I have the ability of dimensional space. Subai cried out softly, otherwise he might have to continue sleeping on the floor today. Soon Subai used this method and successfully put the new bed into his bedroom. Since his room only has one bedroom, he and Sushi can only sleep in the same room. Sushi was very happy about this. Subai said helplessly, I'll move to a bigger house when I have time. Now he has nearly 30 million in savings, which makes him considered a wealthy class even in Qingfeng City. Sushi, who was standing by, seemed a little unhappy when she heard this. When the room is bigger and there is an extra bedroom, Subai will definitely not sleep in the same bedroom with her. Tisk, what's so good about a big house? Brother's little house is still more comfortable to live in. When Subai heard Sushi's voice, he didn't say anything. He just thought that Sushi said that because she didn't want to embarrass himself. Okay, I'll help you make your bed first. Subai said as he lifted up the 28888 bed with one hand. I have to say that this 28,888 wooden bed is really high-end. The bed area alone is twice the size of Subai's original bed. Subai placed the newly bought bed against the window wall of his bedroom. My original bed was placed opposite the wall inside the bedroom. Leave some space in the middle for walking. More than 10 minutes later, Subai finally put all the sheets, quilts, and pillows on the bed where Sushi slept. Subai felt like he was a caring brother. Call. Subai lay on his bed tiredly, feeling exhausted. Seeing this, Sushi came to Subai with a foxy smile on her face. Looking at Subai lying on the bed, an inexplicable curve appeared on her face. Thank you for your hard work, bro. Sushi said this and sat directly on Subai's back. Subai felt the movement and softness on his back and was speechless for a moment. Hey, Xiaoxi, what are you doing? A girl's voice came from behind. Of course I have to reward my brother. As Subai spoke, he felt a pressure on his back. Sushi was stepping on Subai's back at this time. How's it going, bro? Sushi asked jokingly while stepping back and forth on Subai's back. Does it feel good to have my sister's little feet step on my back and massage it? Subai under him didn't answer, but just buried his head in the bed, looking very happy. Sushi was very light, so she felt like a ball of cotton when she stepped on Subai's back. Moreover, the other person's feet are very soft and comfortable to step on. Yeah, Xiaoxi continue. More than an hour later, Sushi walked down in a somewhat gloomy manner. After helping Subai to step on his back for more than an hour, she felt that her feet were so tired. Subai felt comfortable, and his whole body felt sore and refreshed. Subai stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Then I'll go take a shower first. Oh, when he went to bed at night, Subai no longer slept on the floor. Lying on his bed, Subai felt that he could finally have a good sleep tonight. Good night, Xiaoxi. Good night. Sushi was lying on her big bed, watching some watermelon TV series and speaking casually. The next morning, Subai woke up in the morning and stretched his arms out of habit. But I encountered something indescribable. Subai. After a few seconds of daze, Subai reacted and jumped up from the bed. Sushi, curled up into a ball, looked at Subai in confusion. What's wrong, bro? Subai's mouth twitched when he heard this. What's wrong? Xiaoxi, why did you come to my bed again? Subai was speechless. Hadn't he already bought a new bed for Sushi? Well, brother, I don't feel safe sleeping alone at night. Sushi lying on the bed responded casually, then turned over and continued to sleep. Subai looked at this scene with a look of helplessness on his face. He put on his clothes, picked up his school bag, and prepared to go out to school. Xiaohei, who was lying on the sofa, also woke up. In fact, such a powerful S-level dimensional creature can usually go without sleep. I go to bed just because I'm too bored at night. Meow. Good morning, master. I'm leaving. Remember to take care of the house. Subai left the building and walked on the community road. Passing by a familiar pancake stall, Subai ordered a deluxe set meal for 10 yuan. Subai ate breakfast while walking towards Biluan University. Walking in the school, I was approached by all kinds of young junior and senior girls. Subai declined all of them with a smile. Hi, Subai. Suddenly, Subai heard the girls call from behind. He looked back in surprise. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman was jogging towards Subai with her swaying hands. Subai looked at the surging force and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Phew, I'm so tired. The girl ran to Subai, bent her upper body towards Subai, and placed her two little hands on her knees. Zhang Xiaoman was panting with a slightly flushed face. Subai turned his eyes away from the shaking, and for the first time he discovered that Zhang Xiaoman was very attractive. Subai said calmly to the girl, "Student Xiaoman needs to exercise more." "Well, I really need to exercise." There was a smile in Zhang Xiaoman's eyes. After resting for a while, she stood up and walked towards the classroom with Subai. On the way, Zhang Xiaoman took the initiative to talk about the topic. "Subai, have you heard? Yesterday, the Lung family in Qingfeng City, the real estate tycoon's Lung family, was said to have been attacked by an extraordinary event." Extraordinary event. This kind of thing rarely happens. It seems like a lot of people died. Zhang Xiaoman spoke with great interest. She seemed to be very interested in these things. Subai responded casually. When Zhang Xiaoman heard Subai's absent-minded response, a strange light flashed in her eyes. You have to know that the Lung family was attacked by supernatural beings. This kind of thing would definitely be blocked by SOD officials at the first time. So ordinary people would never know this information. Chapter 61. My sister came to pick me up from school. The two of them quickly arrived at the classroom where their class was located. After entering the classroom, Subai and Zhang Xiaoman sat in their seats. Yang had already arrived by now and was sitting in her seat, greeting the two of them. "Good morning." "Yeah. Good morning, Sakura." The boring class began, and Subai habitually took out his mobile phone, covered it with a book, and browsed the Chaofan official website. When Subai entered their Qingfeng City's extraordinary official website, the entire discussion area exploded. Shocked, the Lung family, one of the top 10 supernatural forces in Qingfeng City, was destroyed overnight. Horror. An S-class supernatural monster is suspected to have appeared in Qingfeng City. Everyone be careful. Qingfeng City SOD official statement. Subai looked at the extraordinary posts marked in red and felt a little bored. Most of these are related to the Lung family being massacred by S-level monsters. And the one who destroyed the Lung family's extraordinary power was naturally Xiaohe. Subai continued to flip through the pages, looking at some extraordinary events that had occurred recently in Qingfeng City. Subai suddenly saw a post that interested him. It is suspected that the core member of the Ghost Alliance, Ghost Tiger, appeared on Qingfeng 4th Road. The post also came with a photo, which was the S-level transcendent that Subai killed last night. It turns out that guy is a core member of the Ghost Alliance. Subai clicked on this post. He was also curious about what kind of force the Ghost Alliance was. Entering the post, the content is very simple, just a secretly taken photo of Guihu's side profile and a simple text. Damn, this guy seems to be the Ghost Tiger from the Ghost Alliance, the strongest supernatural force in the neighboring Dongmu City. Judging from the angle, it seemed that the Ghost Tiger was walking towards the person taking the photo. The post was filled with people asking how the poster was doing and whether he had died. However, the poster who took the secretly taken photos never responded to any messages again. Subai guessed that he might have been discovered when he was taking pictures of the Ghost Tiger. The result is predictable. This is a society without rule, but it is also an era of transcendence. Although most extraordinary people are kind and neutral, there are still some extraordinary people who do not follow the rules in society. The fighting between extraordinary people is too normal. Of course, these extraordinary people who do not follow the rules will be punished by the SOD extraordinary power afterwards. Subai exited the post and started searching for information about the Ghost Alliance. When Subai saw the recharge display pop up on the page, his face turned dark. He almost forgot about the evil setting of Chaofan official website. But Subai is rich now, so he directly recharged 100,000 yuan into his Chaofan official website account. Subai began to search. Soon a bunch of posts about Ghost Alliance popped up. Subai looked and found that most of these posts were extraordinary posts from Dongmu City. Dongmu City is a large city next to Qingfeng City. Both its area and economic development far exceed Qingfeng City. Therefore, the extraordinary strength of Dongmu City is stronger than that of Qingfeng City. The Ghost Alliance is the largest civilian supernatural force in Dongmu City. All the supernatural forces, big and small, in the entire Dongmu City are basically under the control of the Ghost Alliance. It is so powerful that only the SOD in Dongmu City can compete with it. Subai browsed through the posts containing information about the Ghost Alliance. There are not many members in the Ghost Alliance, but each of them is a powerful, extraordinary person. Moreover, its core members are all a special kind of supernatural being, ghosts. Subai searched for the so-called ghost on Chaofan's official website. They belong to the category of extraordinary monsters among the extraordinary people, and they often have a powerful ghost living in their bodies. When fighting, the ghost man can release the ghosts that are parasitic in his body to possess the body, thereby gaining powerful strength. There are a total of 7 ghosts in the Ghost Alliance, and each of them is a powerful S-level extraordinary monster. Among them, the Ghost Tiger was actually one of these 7 people. Subai thought about it and realized that the Ghost Tiger last night did not seem to use this kind of ghost possession. It must be because I attacked too quickly and he didn't have time to perform his move. Subai thought secretly in his heart. Ghost Alliance, I hope you won't come and provoke me. Otherwise. Subai's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. If those people from the Ghost Alliance dare to cause trouble for him, Subai doesn't mind getting rid of this Ghost Alliance. Ring, ring, ring. Soon all the classes for the day were over and the school bell rang. The students in the classroom began to pack their bags and go home. Yang and Zhang Xiaoman beside him also picked up their school bags and called Subai to go with them. Subai did not refuse. The 3 were just about to walk out of the classroom door when suddenly a melodious voice as pleasant as a clear spring came from beside them. Brother, but there seemed to be a certain smell of danger in this voice. Subai immediately recognized the voice as his younger sister Sushi's. Subai, Yi Ying, and Zhang Xiaoman all looked in the direction where the sound came from. Sushi, wearing a clean blue floral skirt, was looking at the 3 people with a smile on her face. The girl's eyes are penetrating, and the smile on her face makes people feel like a spring breeze. With her bright golden hair, she looks as sacred as an angel. The extremely beautiful Sushi appeared on the stage and immediately attracted everyone passing by in the classroom corridor. Wow, look at the goddess. Goddess, goddess. Whenever you see a pretty girl, you call her goddess. Do you have any other adjectives? Fuck, she's really a goddess. So pretty, even more beautiful than those beauties in our school. Who is this? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Wait, the goddess seemed to call Subai brother just now. Wow, Subai actually has such a beautiful sister. Not only is he handsome, he also has an angel-like sister. It's over. I'm a little jealous. Listening to the whispers of his classmates around him, Subai felt a little embarrassed and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yang and Zhang Xiaoman beside him also cast questioning looks. Subai, is this your sister? Subai's expression remained unchanged, and he still pretended to be calm. But I had already been complaining madly in my heart. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Sushi still had an angelic smile on her face. She pursed her lips playfully. Isn't it normal for a little sister to pick up her brother from school? Subai looked at Sushi's action and a frown appeared on his face. This is such a great actor. Zhang Xiaoman, who was standing next to her, completely fell after seeing Sushi's actions. Sushi's looks are attractive to both men and women. This is so unfair. Subai, you actually have such a cute sister? Why haven't I heard you mention this before? The 2 wanted to get closer to Sushi and have a close conversation with her, but they were stopped by Subai. Subai was speechless as he looked at the 2 women beside him who were gradually becoming excited. Others may not know, but he knows Sushi's character very well. SS-level genetically modified monster. If they accidentally angered her, both of them might be in trouble. For the safety of Yang and Zhang Xiaoman, Subai waved goodbye. Since my sister is here to pick me up, I'll leave first. After saying that, Subai took Sushi's hand and walked quickly towards the school gate, leaving behind 2 confused women. Zhang Xiaoman looked at the backs of Subai and the other man as they quickly left, muttering softly. Subai is so stingy that he won't even let his sister see him. Chapter 62 Braised Fish. After returning home, Sushi slammed the door shut. Even Xiaohei, who was lying on the sofa, was startled. Meow. Xiaohei felt that the atmosphere was not good, so he ran directly to the balcony to bask in the sun. The girl looked at Subai with a half-smile on her face and asked in a tender voice, Brother, what happened to those 2 women before? Sushi was naturally asking about Yi Ying and Zhang Xiaoman. Looking at Sushi, who looked like a devil's smile in front of him, Subai couldn't help swallowing. Xiaoxi, they're just my classmates. Hearing Subai's answer, Sushi looked at Subai with some suspicion. Real? Then why are you walking together? Sushi, stare. Subai looked at Sushi with a scrutinizing expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Isn't it normal to walk together after school? Sushi listened to Subai's explanation and looked at Subai's expression, which didn't seem like he was lying. Okay, then I believe in your innocence. Subai's face darkened. Why do you make it seem like I'm not innocent? Okay, Xiaoxi, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you suddenly come to our school today? Subai's face turned dark when he thought about the discussions among his classmates after school. Without thinking, I knew that the topic of gossip among classmates must be him again. When Sushi heard Subai's question, she answered as if it was a matter of course. Hey, as a younger sister, is there a problem with picking up my brother from school? As she spoke, Sushi put her hands on her chest and continued. Humph. I'm in a good mood today, and I want to go to school to pick up my brother and go home together. I didn't expect my brother to dislike me so much. Sushi's acting skills were fully activated at this time, and she directly turned into a sister who seemed to be abandoned by her brother. Subai had no ability to resist Sushi's performance. Okay, as long as you are happy. Subai threw his school bag on the sofa beside him and asked Sushi, "What do you want to eat tonight?" When she heard that it was time for dinner, Sushi stopped performing. She instantly returned to her lively and lovely self. I want to eat braised fish. Okay. Subai had just agreed to Sushi when a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Mission released. Mission, braised fish. Mission introduction. As a brother, how can you always let your sister eat those unhealthy takeout foods? Please make a braised fish for my lovely sister tonight. Mission reward, 1 system point. Subai paused just as he was about to open the food delivery app on his phone. Subai suddenly spoke without blushing or beating his heart. Xiaoxi, it's not healthy to eat takeout often. Let your brother cook for us today. Hey. Sushi looked at Subai's sudden change in attitude, with some surprise on her pretty face. So what are you going to cook tonight? You want to eat braised fish? Let me make braised fish. Although he said this, Subai was also speechless in his heart. Why does this strange task appear in the system? Is the system here? Answer me now. Subai was madly complaining about the system in his mind. Soon the system replied to Subai. Host, this system is a daily system. Is there something wrong with this kind of mission? Omega? Subai was speechless after hearing this. It seems that what the system said is also correct. Subai accepted this reality. But Subai has never cooked any dishes, let alone braised fish. Okay, Xiaoxi, I'm going out to buy ingredients now. You stay at home. After Subai finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. He heard the girl's encouraging voice behind him. Yeah, I look forward to your cooking skills. Subai left the community, came to the parking garage, and started his Pegasus. 10 minutes later, Subai arrived at a more standardized vegetable market in their area. Subai parked the Pegasus in a roadside parking space, got out, and walked towards a fish stall. After some negotiations, Subai bought 2 carps. Because there were no seasonings at home, Subai bought some cooking seasonings at a nearby supermarket. After buying the necessary ingredients and seasonings, Subai rode his beloved Pegasus back home. When Subai returned home, Xiaohei came over. After all, Xiaohei is also a cat, and he has an inexplicable love for fish. Subai felt helpless. After sending Xiaohei away, he went to the kitchen. Looking at the pots, pans, ladles, and spatulas above, Subai's mouth twitched slightly. It looked like he had never cooked before. Sushi's sweet cries were heard from the living room. Brother, do you need help? Subai's heart moved, and just as he was about to respond to Sushi, the next moment the system's voice sounded in his mind. Host, this mission must be completed by yourself. Subai resisted the urge to beat up the system and refused Sushi's help. Subai took out his phone and searched online for how to make braised fish. A few dozen minutes later, Subai's 2 carps only resulted in 1 braised carp. Omega? It seems a little dark? Subai calmly brought the braised fish to the dining table in the living room. Sushi saw the braised fish made by Subai and looked at Subai with disdain. Brother, are you sure about this braised fish? Why do I look more like braised black fish? Sushi uttered a merciless mockery, and Subai's face turned black when he heard it. But for the sake of the system's task, Subai forced himself to smile and came in front of Sushi. Okay, Xiaoxi, let's try it first. Sushi heard this, but with a smile on her lips, she looked at Subai with a wicked look on her face. Brother, feed me. When Subai heard this, an angry Jing character popped up in his head. But for the sake of the mission, Subai said with a long gritted teeth. Okay. Sushi didn't seem to hear the anger in Subai's voice at all. She opened her delicate little mouth towards Subai, looking as cute as a kitten waiting to be fed. Subai picked up a small piece of black fish meat and put it into Sushi's mouth. However, when the braised fish made by Subai entered Sushi's little mouth, the smile on the girl's face froze. Brother, are you sure you are cooking and not poisoning? After a lot of trouble, Subai finally completed the system's task. Ding. Mission, braised fish completed. Mission reward, 1 system point. Subai threw the braised fish, which he had only eaten a little, into the trash can. Xiaohei, who was watching from the side, was already impatient. Meow. Master, can I eat it? Subai heard Xiaohei's cry at his feet and said casually. It's up to you, but I suggest you don't eat it. After hearing Subai's agreement, Xiaohei simply ignored the second half of the sentence. Xiaohei was already craving for the carp that Subai bought. At this moment, seeing the braised fish that looks a bit black, my mouth is watering. Meow. Xiaohei rushed directly into the trash can. Then, the little black soul rose out of the trash can, underscore. Chapter 63 Meeting with Minister Zhang Tianlong. When Subai got up in the morning, he touched the place he shouldn't have touched as expected. Subai helplessly carried Sushi back to her big bed. Oh, Sushi muttered in a daze. Subai sent Sushi back to her bed while he got dressed and washed up. Meow. As soon as Subai walked into the living room, he heard Xiaohei's weak cry. Last night, Xiaohei was seriously hurt by the braised fish made by Subai. Xiaohei looked at Subai with resentment in the morning. Subai's mouth twitched. He did remind Xiaohei at that time. After Subai got ready, he went to school as usual. When I arrived at the classroom, the topic of discussion among my classmates unexpectedly turned to Subai's angel sister. Subai ignored the discussions of the people around him and sat down at his seat. Yang and Zhang Xiaomin beside them couldn't help but feel curious. Yang asked Subai with some suspicion. Hey, was that person Subai had yesterday really your sister? Why do you and your sister have different hair colors? Zhang Xiaoman added a sentence later. They are all very good looking. Subai remained silent as he listened to their discussion and didn't want to talk. Soon the bell for class rang, and Subai's side finally became quiet. Subai habitually took out his mobile phone and looked at the Chaofan official website. In the past 2 days, apart from the extraordinary topic of the annihilation of the Lung family, there have been no new events. After the Lung family was destroyed, SOD suddenly stopped investigating the matter for some unknown reason. Subai browsed for a while, felt a little bored, and then went straight to sleep. And somewhere in the suburbs of Qingfeng City. This is the headquarters of Qingfeng City SOD. SOD claims that they are the official Special Operations Department of Dragon Country, but in fact they are maintaining the safety of the community. At this time, we are in the SOD headquarters building. An old man with gray hair was sitting in the office on the top floor. And the sign in the office reads, Office of the Minister of SOD. The old man is none other than the Qingfeng City SOD branch director, Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong had just come out of the hospital last night when he received a report from his subordinates saying that all the extraordinary people of the Lung family had been killed. This immediately made Zhang Tianlong take it seriously. You must know that the Lung family's extraordinary power is enough to rank among the top 10 in the entire Qingfeng City. Its head, Lung Wanli, is an AR-level extraordinary strong man. So the moment he received the news, Zhang Tianlong contacted Deputy Minister Zhu Zhihao, who was handling the matter. According to the surveillance investigation at the time, they discovered that it was an S-level dimensional creature that destroyed the Lung family's extraordinary people. But the two experienced people immediately realized that something was wrong. For this purpose, Zhang Tianlong used their SOD's extraordinary technology, Time Rewind Ball. The Time Rewind Ball is a magical technological item that can rewind time. It is a high-end product produced by SOD that combines extraordinary and modern technology. It is also very practical and can directly trace back the scenes that happened in a certain place within 12 hours. As soon as Zhang Tianlong got the Time Rewind Ball, he rewinded time to the Lung family's villa area. But when he saw the handsome black-haired boy in the crystal ball, his pupils suddenly shrank. Afterwards, Zhang Tianlong directly asked Zhu Zhihao to end the investigation of the Lung family incident and the hunt for the S-level dimensional creature, and let him take full authority to handle this matter. Zhang Tianlong sat in his office chair, frowning and thinking hard. Why would that extremely powerful boy appear there? In the picture, Subai did not take direct action, but the S-level dimensional creature followed Subai like a pet. This is what shocked Zhang Tianlong the most. Who is that boy? You can actually subdue an S-level dimensional creature. Why did he let that S-level dimensional creature attack the Lung family's villa area? Zhang Tianlong was full of doubts. He already felt that Subai was not simple. Should we go inform those people above? Zhang Tianlong pondered for a moment and then rejected it. No, maybe I can talk to that boy. He probably doesn't know my identity at that time. Zhang Tianlong called out towards the door. Xiao Huang. Huang Tian, who was outside the door, walked in quickly. Huang Tian is not only Zhang Tianlong's assistant and secretary, but also the captain of the Qingfeng City Order Team 2. What's the matter, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Tianlong handed the picture of Subai to Huang Tiandao. Check for me the boy in the picture. Yes. Beiluan University. It was already time for school to be over in the afternoon, and Subai was strolling on his way home. On the side of the road, a small car slowly stopped next to Subai. Subai paused slightly and looked at the car with some confusion. The car door was opened, and a young man in formal attire got out. It was Huang Tian. Huang Tian came in front of Subai and politely introduced himself to Subai. Hello, Mr. Su. I am the captain of the second team of Qingfeng City SOD Order, Huang Tian. He is also a level 5 orderer of Qingfeng City SOD. Subai was a little surprised when he heard Huang Tian's self-introduction. SOD from Qingfeng City. When SOD came to his house, Subai first thought of the Lung family. It was found so quickly. Huang Tian didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of his visit. Our Minister Zhang would like to invite you to our SOD for a chat. Huang Tian's tone was very respectful, which was also what Zhang Tianlong had specifically asked him to do before. Subai looked at Huang Tian, who was wearing a SOD uniform and had a sincere face. How did you find me? Faced with Subai's sudden question, Huang Tian was confused. Huang Tian was a little embarrassed. He didn't understand what Subai was asking at all. Subai also realized that Huang Tian probably knew nothing. Forget it, I'll just go over there. Subai began to think in his heart. Naturally, he would not be afraid of the SOD of Qingfeng City. Instead, he felt that this time the other party took the initiative to find him, and it was also an opportunity. Soon, under Huang Tian's guidance, Subai arrived at the headquarters of SOD. This is a steel fortress located in the suburbs of Qingfeng City. The base is surrounded by a thick metal wall, which looks very solid. Each entrance and exit is guarded by fully armed soldiers, which looks a bit like a military zone. Under Huang Tian's guidance, Subai walked towards the SOD office building. With Huang Tian, a level 5 orderer, leading the way, Subai basically had no obstacles. All the way to the top floor of this office building. Subai looked at the sign in front of him that read SOD Minister's Office. Huang Tian beside him said to Subai, "Mr. Su, please go in. Minister Zhang has been waiting inside for a long time." Subai didn't waste any time and walked straight towards the minister's office. After pushing open the door of the office, Subai looked a little surprised when he saw the person inside. "It's you." Chapter 64 Communication with Minister Zhang. Subai looked at the old man sitting on the office chair. It was the old man who had been beaten up by him before. Zhang Tianlong had a smile on his face and smiled at Subai. "We meet again." Subai didn't feel embarrassed and just found a sofa and sat down. Subai said with some surprise, "So you are the director of Qingfeng City SOD? How was it? Are you surprised?" Although it's unexpected, it's also reasonable. Oh, Zhang Tianlong was a little curious when he heard Subai's words. Subai continued to analyze. Your combat power level was probably at the peak of S-level at that time, but how many people in Qingfeng City could reach this level? So it makes sense that you are the branch chief of Qingfeng City SOD. When Zhang Tianlong heard Subai's analysis, his eyes lit up. Subai is not only powerful, but also smart. Amazing. Mr. Su is indeed a hero at a young age. Subai didn't care much about Zhang Tianlong's flattery. Subai directly stated the topic. You asked me to come here this time, probably because of the Lung family's affairs, right? Zhang Tianlong's expression restrained upon hearing this, and he spoke in a serious voice. Mr. Su's guess is correct. The Lung family is, after all, an extraordinary family in Qingfeng City. We, the SOD of Qingfeng City, will not sit idly by and watch them being destroyed by Mr. Su. Subai looked into the other person's eyes, and after a moment's silence, he suddenly spoke. The Lung family in Qingfeng City may have connections with the Ghost Alliance. Originally, Subai didn't intend to explain further, but it was obvious that the other party did not invite me here for this matter. Therefore, Subai also needs to give Zhang Tianlong a way out. Ghost Alliance. It is obvious that Zhang Tianlong also knows the existence of the Ghost Alliance in Dongmu City. Hearing Subai's answer, Zhang Tianlong looked a little surprised. That's right. At that time, I not only destroyed the Lung family, but also killed an S-level member of the Ghost Alliance. It seems to be called something like Ghost Tiger. Listening to Subai's calm voice, Zhang Tianlong's face fell into deep thought. The Ghost Alliance has been making some small moves recently, and it looks like they are trying to invade Qingfeng City. If what Mr. Su said is true, then they may have secretly colluded with the Lung family. Zhang Tianlong's tone was somewhat embarrassed. The Ghost Alliance itself is the most powerful supernatural organization in Dongmu City. If they were allowed to swallow up the extraordinary forces in their Qingfeng City, it would very likely surpass the power of SOD and break free from their control. As the director of Qingfeng City SOD branch, Zhang Tianlong would never allow such a thing to happen. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your reminder. If the Ghost Alliance has really begun to invade our Qingfeng City, then our Qingfeng City SOD will definitely not sit idly by. The essence of SOD is to maintain social peace, eliminate extraordinary monsters, and reconcile conflicts between extraordinary people. The invasion of the Ghost Alliance has violated SOD's regulations. Zhang Tianlong had already made up his mind. After finishing his conversation with Subai, he would immediately contact the SOD branch in Dongmu City. The sods of the two cities unite to suppress the extraordinary people of the Ghost Alliance. It seems that this Ghost Alliance has not been suppressed by our SOD for too long. Now they are trying to spread their influence to our Qingfeng city. Zhang Tianlong thought for a moment, then continued to look at Su Baidao. Since the Lung family and the Ghost Alliance may be secretly colluding, let's put this matter aside for the time being. Mr. Su, I'm actually more curious about your true identity now. Zhang Tianlong continued with a smile on his face. Mr. Su is so powerful, and he also has an S-level dimensional creature as a pet. We don't have such extraordinary existence in Qingfeng City. Su Bai listened to Zhang Tianlong's analysis and questioning one by one. His facial expression remained unchanged, and he remained calm and composed. You really want to know my identity? Hearing Su Bai's question, Zhang Tianlong, who was sitting opposite him, felt a little surprised. I also hope that Mr. Su can tell me, so that I can have a better idea of what's going on. Su Bai looked at Zhang Tianlong, who was looking expectant, and suddenly chuckled. I'm afraid I'll scare you if I tell you. Zhang Tianlong found it a little funny when he heard what Su Bai said. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I am also a level 7 orderer of Dragon Country. I have seen all kinds of storms and waves. Su Bai looked at Zhang Tianlong and spoke calmly. Have you heard of the Great White Dragon? What? Zhang Tianlong, who was sitting in an office chair, was so shocked when he heard the title from Su Bai's mouth that he sat up from his chair. Zhang Tianlong was shocked. No way. Could Su Bai be the extreme white dragon who caused a big fuss in the gene modification company, as rumored? It seems that Zhang Tianlong is still a little uncertain. Su Bai continued calmly. That's right. I am the Great White Dragon, Su Bai. A bolt of thunder struck beside Zhang Tianlong. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Tianlong came back to his senses from his shock. Mr. Su is the Great White Dragon. You are kidding me. Looking at the shocked expression on Zhang Tianlong's face, his expression was wrinkled together, which was quite funny. See, I told you it might scare you. Su Bai waved his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. Zhang Tianlong was not angry when he heard Su Bai's teasing. At this moment, his heart was already in turmoil. Kiyoshi no Haku, the 16th generation of genetic modifiers who escaped from the gene modification company 2 years ago. The SSS-level genetic modifier ranked number 1 in gene sequence is the strongest genetic modifier in the 16th transformation experiment. He was also commissioned to be hunted down by the gene modification company on the Chaofan official website, ranking 8th on the hunting list with a bounty of 5 billion. In his mind, Zhang Tianlong quickly recalled all the information he knew about the Great White Dragon. Because of Su Bai's actions 2 years ago, almost all the high-level extraordinary people in the world knew the title of the Great White Dragon. Including their Dragon Country's SOD, they also held a supreme council at the headquarters in the imperial capital, which was attended only by those of order above level 7. At that time, Zhang Tianlong's level barely met the requirements, and he also participated in the conference. Whether it is the extreme white dragon or the other genetically modified humans who escaped from the 16th phase, currently, they are all the key pursuit targets of Longwei SOD. Once discovered, report to headquarters immediately. Zhang Tianlong has already started thinking about how to leave Su Bai alive and then report the information here to the headquarters. Su Bai on the sofa also used his infinite consciousness to detect Zhang Tianlong's inner thoughts. The terrifying pressure from Su Bai suddenly enveloped Zhang Tianlong like an overwhelming force. Bump! Under this terrifying pressure, Zhang Tianlong sat back on the chair. Su Bai's faint voice came. I know exactly what you're thinking. Don't think about passing on this information, because this is totally impossible in front of me. Listening to the threats from Su Bai and looking at Su Bai's relaxed and calm appearance, Zhang Tianlong was also hesitant. Su Bai looked at Zhang Tianlong's face full of doubt and continued speaking. Don't worry, I won't kill you. We genetically modified people are not some evil supernatural beings. Chapter 65 and Zhang Tianlong's relationship. And why do you have such a big reaction when you hear that I am the greatest white dragon? This is also the question that puzzles Su Bai. Zhang Tianlong, who was overwhelmed by Su Bai's powerful pressure, had a look of surprise on his face. Because the genetically modified people who escaped from the 16th batch of your gene modification company are currently on our SOD blacklist. Su Bai was puzzled when he heard Zhang Tianlong's answer. Why? I don't know the specific reason. This is an order from headquarters. Su Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a few seconds, and suddenly spoke to Zhang Tianlong. How about we make a deal? Trade. When Zhang Tianlong heard Su Bai's words, his face was a little surprised. What deal do you want to make with me? Su Bai smiled faintly and said confidently, I know everything you're thinking. But have you ever thought about what you will gain if you report my information to the higher level beings in SOD? You just provided information. What reward can you get? What's more, you will be retaliated by me and my companions. Zhang Tianlong, who was sitting on the chair opposite, heard Su Bai's words, and his expression changed. Do you think I would kill innocent people in Qingfeng City? I can promise you that I won't do that. I will abide by the rules of your Qingfeng City SOD. What about the Lung family? When Zhang Tianlong's question came, Su Bai's face froze. It was just an accident. Su Bai knew that he was in the wrong. He killed the Lung family just because he was unhappy. We genetically modified people are not all bloodthirsty people. When we come to human society, we will naturally abide by your SOD rules. Do you know about the S-level dimensional rift in our Baloan community? Su Bai looked at Zhang Tianlong and suddenly mentioned the matter of dimensional rift. Zhang Tianlong was a little surprised when he heard this. What's wrong? Zhang Tianlong seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly continued speaking in surprise. You were the one who closed that S-level dimensional rift? Zhang Tianlong thought of Su Bai's identity as a resident of Baloan community, and thought it was very possible. At that time, they were also wondering why an S-level dimensional rift would suddenly close automatically. Su Bai raised the corner of his mouth and responded lightly. That's right. Not only that, I also killed an SSS-level dimensional creature in that dimensional rift. What? Hearing Su Bai's answer, Zhang Tianlong was shocked again. He originally wanted to stand up and express his shock. However, his body was locked by Su Bai's pressure, and Zhang Tianlong just trembled a little. Impossible. We used extraordinary technology to detect energy fluctuations. The danger assessment should not be wrong. But there are always exceptions, right? Su Bai directly took out the body of the Death Knight King from the dimensional space and threw him and the death armor on his body in front of Zhang Tianlong. This is the SSS-level existence I killed in that dimensional rift. Zhang Tianlong looked at the corpse of the Death Knight King on the ground in front of him, feeling the still terrifying energy fluctuations on it, and his heart trembled. He now believed most of what Su Bai said. After giving Zhang Tianlong a few seconds to digest the situation, Su Bai suddenly lifted the pressure on Zhang Tianlong's body. Now can we talk about the deal? Zhang Tianlong was sitting in a chair, lost in thought. When he heard Su Bai's voice, he looked at Su Bai and asked, "What kind of deal do you want with me?" "Oh, the deal is simple." Su Bai looked at Zhang Tianlong and said confidently, "You help me hide my identity, and I can help you protect Qingfeng City." Su Bai said this while pointing at the body of the Death Knight King nearby. An SSS-level dimensional creature. If he had come out at that time, it would have been an absolute disaster for your Qingfeng City. Even if your SOD headquarters sent a stronger superhuman to hunt us, there won't be enough time. And I can guarantee that if a superhuman that your SOD cannot defeat appears in Qingfeng City, I will stand up. Su Bai spoke each word with great conviction. Zhang Tianlong on the opposite side was somewhat moved when he heard this. Su Bai is right. He would not gain any substantial benefits from reporting Su Bai's affairs to his superiors. On the contrary, if they agree to the deal with Su Bai, then their Qingfeng City will have an extra SSS-level super guardian. You know, even in the Dragon Country's megacities like Magic City and Tiandu, the strongest SOD orderer is only level 10. That is to say, an awakener equivalent to SSS level. How are you going to prove that what you said is true? When Su Bai heard Zhang Tianlong's question, he suddenly sneered. I, the Great White Dragon, never lie. After hearing Su Bai's powerful reply, Zhang Tianlong no longer hesitated. Okay, if you really want to protect Qingfeng City, then I promise you. Besides helping you conceal your identity, what else do I need to do? Zhang Tianlong is not a fool, so it is impossible for Su Bai to agree to protect Qingfeng City just for this request. Because in this way, Su Bai can completely avoid revealing his identity information as the Great White Dragon. Su Bai smiled faintly when he heard this. The main thing is that my activities in Qingfeng City may be restricted. I will need Minister Zhang to help me solve it then. Zhang Tianlong did not hesitate after hearing this. As long as Mr. Su doesn't do anything too extreme in Qingfeng City, I will try my best to help him. It's good to have Minister Zhang say this. Su Bai's idea is actually very simple. He needed someone to help him deal with some troubles in Qingfeng City. To put it simply, Su Bai needs someone to clean up his mess. Su Bai took the body of the Death Knight King back into the dimensional space. He stood up and walked in front of Zhang Tianlong and said, "If Minister Zhang has nothing else to say, I will leave." After Su Bai left, Zhang Tianlong sat in his office chair and fell into deep thought, speechless for a long time. Su Bai arrived outside the SOD office building. Huang Tian had been waiting for a long time in a small car. When Huang Tian saw Su Bai coming out, he stood next to Xiao Zhong and waved to Su Bai. Mr. Su, please get in the car. This scene was also seen by some law enforcers passing by. Who was that person? How could he get Captain Huang to drive him there? I don't know. Apart from Director Zhang, I've never seen Captain Huang be so polite to anyone in our SOD. Could it be the order sent from above? I don't know, but he looks quite handsome. After Huang Tian sent Su Bai back to Billowing Community, he was called to the office by Zhang Tianlong again. Huang Tian looked at Zhang Tianlong, who was sitting on a chair with a worried look on his face, and felt curious. What did Mr. Zhang talk about with that young man? Xiao Huang, get me in touch with the SOD branch chief in Dongmu City. Huang Tian heard this. Although he was full of doubts in his heart, he quickly agreed. Yes. Chapter 66 Xiaoxi in a maid outfit, system mission. After Su Bai returned home, Sushi lay on the sofa in the living room, looking at him with a gloomy face. Brother, you came back so late today, underscore. Su Bai threw his school bag on the sofa beside him and replied casually. The SOD from Qingfeng City came to see me today. What? Sushi instantly became excited when she heard Su Bai's answer. Brother, why are they looking for you? Are they looking for a fight? When Su Bai heard the girl's slightly excited voice, the corners of his mouth twitched. No. Whispering sound. Why do you look so bored? Of course. If your sister stays at home all day, she'll become a stay-at-home girl. Sushi said with some resentment in her tone. Su Bai suddenly remembered something when he heard this. By the way, you are living with me now, but where are Xiaodian and the others? Yes. I almost forgot about them. Omega? When Su Bai mentioned Xiaodian, Sushi suddenly remembered. They are still in the Magic City now? Do you want me to call them all over? Su Bai pondered for a while after hearing this. No, the school is about to have summer vacation. When we have a holiday, let's go to the Magic City and bring them over. Oh. After finishing this topic, Sushi suddenly said mysteriously to Su Bai, Brother, I bought some ingredients today. I'll cook for you tonight. Su Bai was surprised when he heard what Sushi said. Can you cook? Seeing Su Bai's suspicious look, the girl replied with a hum. Hee, of course. As she spoke, Sushi had already walked towards the kitchen, looking very energetic. A girl's cry was heard from the kitchen. Brother, just wait for the feast tonight. Su Bai sat on the sofa, listening to Sushi's tone, feeling very confident. The little black cat on the side meowed, wondering if the hostess was going to make the braised black fish from last night again. Su Bai's face turned dark and he slapped Xiaohei beside him. Xiaohei, that's not braised black fish, that's braised fish, delta. Little black meow is chirping, unable to express his distress. Su Bai sat on the sofa and took out his cell phone, opened it and shook it, intending to relax for a while. Xiaohei, who was standing next to him, also became interested after seeing the content on Su Bai's phone. More than an hour later, a fragrance gradually wafted from the kitchen, directly attracting the man and the cat, who were watching Didu. It smells so good. Meow meow. Su Bai and Xiaohei both looked towards the kitchen. There, Sushi, wearing a cute maid outfit, was walking over with a plate of food. Sushi put the plate on the table, then went back to get the second plate, the third plate. In just over an hour, Sushi actually made 6 dishes. Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim that his sister was awesome. Xiaohei was also shouting excitedly. He felt that these dishes would taste much better than Su Bai's black fish. Sushi placed all the dishes in place and came in front of Su Bai. Hee, how's bro? Xiaoxi, can you really cook? Su Bai was a little shocked, but Sushi looked unhappy when she heard that. Then Sushi turned around in front of Su Bai, letting her black and white skirt fly up. Brother, I'm asking you what you think of this maid outfit. I specially chose the thin and light version. Only then did Su Bai notice the black and white maid outfit the girl was wearing. Because Su Bai was just attracted by the dishes made by Sushi and the aroma of the dishes. As a result, he did not notice the change in Sushi's clothes. Seeing Su Bai set his eyes on her maid outfit, Sushi smiled. Then Sushi called out to Su Bai in a tender voice. Master. Su Bai's hair stood on end in shock. If any other young lady dressed like this called him master, Su Bai would definitely be excited. But the person in front of him is his sister. Su Bai silently said in his heart, She is my sister, she is my sister. After his body calmed down, Su Bai looked at Sushi helplessly. Xiaoxi, you are really a burden to me when you dress like this. Looking at Su Bai's miserable expression, Sushi snorted softly. Whispering sound. Brother, I have the desire but not the courage. Su Bai, you are my sister. Su Bai said, It's so hard to have a sister who is obsessed with her brother. TSK. The host clearly reacted just now. The long-lost system voice suddenly sounded in Su Bai's mind. System, shut up. However, Su Bai's words seemed to be the trigger of a certain button. Ding. Mission released. Mission name. My sister is the cutest. Mission introduction. My cute little sister is wearing a maid outfit. As a brother, how can I not praise her? Host, please praise your sister in the next 10 minutes. Mission reward, 1 system point. Subai, Sigma. System, did you do this on purpose? System, you definitely did this on purpose, right? ///// bit. Host, the tasks issued by this system are completely random. This system does not intervene at all. Host, please do not doubt your most faithful system, O. Listening to the system's righteous voice, Subai was already cursing the system in his heart. After a while, Subai regained his composure. This task is very simple. Subai can complete it as long as he says a word. It can be said that it is free system points. Subai looked at Sushi, who was eating in small bites. The black and white maid outfit on the girl not only did not lower her temperament, but instead gave Sushi a sense of affinity. Subai swallowed subconsciously. Bro, why are you always staring at me? Sushi noticed Subai's gaze on her and asked with a suspicious look on her face. Subai felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Well, Xiaoxi, I actually think you look pretty good in a maid outfit, degree. The scene was silent for a brief moment, and Sushi even wondered if she had heard it wrongly. After confirming that she was not hallucinating, Sushi became excited. She looked at Subai with a blush on her face and said in a tender voice, Really? If you like it, I'll wear it often for you to see, == smiley face. Subai, no, I'm afraid my willpower won't last long. After that, the two people and the cat began to eat quietly. You know what? Sushi is really good at cooking. Subai and Xiaohei applauded as they ate. Especially Xiaohei, after eating the braised fish made by Sushi. It felt that the braised black fish made by Subai that it had eaten before was simply a piece of crap. Blackie. Subai's infinite consciousness sensed Xiaohei's inner thoughts, and his face turned dark. How dare you compare the braised fish he made to a lump? Xiaohei almost forgot that Subai could see through his heart, and he quickly meowed to explain. Sushi watched the interaction between Subai and Xiaohei curiously from the side. At the dinner table, 2 people and a cat were having a great time. Chapter 67 Extreme Speed, Lijika. It was a sunny morning. Subai was walking on the path to school. The osmanthus flowers planted along the roadside, and some unknown small flowers are blooming. A breeze blew, bringing a faint fragrance. Subai felt the refreshing environment around him, and he was distracted for a moment when crossing a road. The next moment, a car came at high speed like a cannonball. This speed is estimated to be at least 250 horse speeds. Even in heaven, you can't be so arrogant, right? Subai reacted instantly, and his body seemed to teleport, appearing from the middle of the road to the other side of the road the next second. Swoosh. Bang. Boom boom. Bang. What followed was the loud bang of cars colliding, and then the sound of cars exploding. The car was driving so fast, and ran a red light. Subai knew without even thinking that the other party must have died. Subai acted as if nothing had happened, and continued on his way to school. The crowd around who were watching the accident began to gather, and all ran to the accident scene at the back. And under a green tree, there was no noticeable location. At this time, a man wearing tight black clothes and trousers was looking at Subai's departing back with a serious expression. Lijika just saw everything Subai did. Lijika is not an ordinary person. He is an awakened transcendent at the peak of SS level. The awakened ability is extreme speed. As the name suggests, it can allow Lijika's speed to reach its maximum and perform to the extreme. Lijika is also a lone transcendent, and his level has been stuck at the peak of SS level for a long time. For this reason, he has been traveling to major cities in Dragon Country in the past few years, just to find an opportunity for a breakthrough. But in this extraordinary era, unless the SSS level shows up, the SS level is basically considered the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Lijika has also encountered many SS level and even SSS level extraordinary people in the past few years. But he didn't find the key to his breakthrough. Today he passed by Qingfeng City and happened to see Subai's teleportation. Although it was called teleportation, Lijika knew it in his heart. Subai didn't use any teleportation ability just now. But Subai's speed was too fast, comparable to teleportation. Lijika was shocked. I didn't expect to meet such a powerful, extraordinary person in such a small city. Judging from his appearance, he should be a student at a nearby college, right? Lijika had a cold face and his eyes were fixed on the direction where Subai left. Lijika thought that this might be the breakthrough point he had been looking for. Have a battle of speed with Subai. After Subai came to the classroom, I found Yang lying on the desk with a look of heavy heart. As the desk mate of the class goddess, it is only natural for Subai to care about the daily life of the school belle. What's wrong, Sakura-san? You look like you're unhappy. Seeing the handsome Subai coming, Yang's depressed mood improved a little. Yang moved closer to Subai and explained in a low voice. Alas, it's about the Ghost Alliance. When Subai heard the word Ghost Alliance, he also became interested. Because the most popular topic in Qingfeng City these days is discussing this Ghost Alliance. Even Minister Zhang of SOD, who came to see him yesterday, mentioned the Ghost Alliance to Subai. It seems that this Ghost Alliance has quite a bit of influence. Subai sat down and continued to ask Yang, what happened to the Ghost Alliance? Yang turned her head and looked around and found that there were no classmates around. She continued to speak to Subai in a low voice. The Ghost Alliance is the largest supernatural force in Dongmu City and originally had nothing to do with our Qingfeng City. But I recently heard from my dad that members of the Ghost Alliance have infiltrated our Qingfeng City. And recently he has been madly sniping at the extraordinary people in our Qingfeng City. My dad told me to be careful recently and not to run around. Now my extraordinary bodyguards will follow me to and from school. As the girl spoke, her expression looked a little lost, and she was not in a good mood. Subai pondered slightly when he heard this. Ghost Alliance? They actually dared to kill extraordinary people at will in the city. Sod should punish them, right? That's right, but we only have 2 SOD-7-level orderers in Qingfeng City. Each of the 7 core members of the Ghost Alliance is a powerful S-level transcendent. Moreover, the Ghost Alliance's recent sniping operations have been very cautious. Usually, by the time the Sod's orderers arrive at the scene, the murderer has already run away. As she spoke, Yang glanced at Subai and reminded him. So recently, Subai, you should go home early and don't stay outside for too long. Otherwise, you might be targeted by members of the Ghost Alliance. Subai was a little confused when he heard this. Why would members of the Ghost Alliance come to snipe at the extraordinary people in Qingfeng City? The reason is, Yang thought for a while and said, I heard from my dad that the Ghost Alliance seems to be expanding its power, and its development target should be our Qingfeng City. And I heard that Ghost Tiger, one of the 7 core members of the Ghost Alliance, seems to have disappeared in our Qingfeng City. Maybe this is why the Ghost Alliance is attacking the extraordinary people in Qingfeng City. After hearing Yang's explanation, Subai's eyes flashed, and he was deep in thought. To intimidate the extraordinary people in SOD in Qingfeng City, and to find out the extraordinary person who killed Guiu. Is this Ghost Alliance provoking me? _. Ring, ring, ring. As the school bell rang, Subai and Yang waved goodbye, picked up their school bags, and walked out of the classroom. Walking on the dim street, Subai felt inexplicably familiar with the scene around him. A cute girl wearing a black Lolita-style skirt appeared in his mind. Subai couldn't help but sigh softly. It was precisely because he happened to be targeted by the devil Nanako that he awakened his memory and strength. But ever since I gave her a cold shoulder last time, it seems like I haven't seen her in school again. Subai continued to walk slowly forward, humming an unknown tune. Soon Subai came to a small path along the river, which was also the route he often took to go home after school. In front of the path where Subai was walking, a cold-blooded man blocked his way. Subai saw that the other party seemed to be waiting for him. Subai stopped and looked at the man. The dim setting sun shone down, covering the man, and because of the light, Subai couldn't see the other person's face clearly. Subai asked lightly, Who are you? Are you from the Ghost Alliance? Subai's tone was calm, and he seemed not panicked at all when facing the men's siege. Hearing Subai's question, Lijika also moved. Please briefly introduce yourself. My name is Lijika, and I'm a lone extraordinary awakener wandering around Dragon Country. My specialty is speed, and it's also the advantage I'm most proud of. Watching the man introduce himself to her coolly, the corner of Subai's mouth twitched. I asked you if you are from the Ghost Alliance. Hearing Subai's second question, Lijika looked a little puzzled. I am not a member of the Ghost Alliance, and I have never heard of it. After hearing Lijika's answer, Subai continued walking. But Subai came to Lijika's side, but simply ignored Lijika, who was pretending to be cool. Hello. Why did you leave? Lijika reacted a few seconds after Subai brushed past him, turned around, and shouted to the back. But when Lijika turned around, there was no one behind him. Subai has already slipped away. What a fast speed. Lijika's expression froze. He hadn't yet challenged Subai to compete in speed. Lijika said with gritted teeth in frustration. Asshole. This was the first time he was ignored like this. This was also the first time that I let someone escape right under my nose so easily. While Lijika was feeling unhappy, his interest in Subai became stronger. Chapter 68 Moon Ghost, Dusk. As for why Subai left directly. First of all, Lijika had no intention of killing Subai. Secondly, Subai was not interested in Lijika and didn't want to waste time. Subai continued walking towards the path home. And he didn't wait long. Another figure blocked his way. Subai's mouth twitched when he saw this. You don't want him to go home today, right? Get out of the way. Subai is not in a good mood now. He was stopped by Lijika before, and now he was stopped again. And the energy fluctuations emanating from the other party don't seem very friendly. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the next moment the pupil of his right eye turned into a platinum vertical pupil. Eye of the White Dragon Emperor activated. Name: Yuchio Shui. Category: Extraordinary Ghost. Hosted Ghost: Moon Ghost. Level: S-level. Skills: Moon Shadow, Stealth, Shadow Possession, Ghost Blade. Current status: Interested. When Subai saw that the other party was a ghost in the extraordinary category, he looked slightly surprised. Are you a member of the Ghost Alliance? Hearing Subai's question, Yuchio Shui smiled gently. Little brother is quite smart. I am not only a member of the Ghost Alliance, but also a core member of the Ghost Alliance, the Moon Ghost, one of the 7 ghosts. Subai was a little surprised when he heard Yuchio Shui's voice. I actually told you everything? Subai looked at the other person as if he was an idiot. But Yuchio Shui on the opposite side did not notice Subai's expression. She originally planned to come here in the evening to search for some extraordinary people in Qingfeng City and kill them. But I didn't expect to meet Subai here who was going home from school. Looking at Subai's extremely handsome appearance, Yuchio Shui's eyes were sparkling and full of charm. Originally she wanted to snipe Subai, but now she changed her mind. Little brother, you are so handsome. Don't you have a girlfriend yet, you? You? Are you interested in taking a walk with your sister? Yuchio Shui's eyes were as charming as silk, and she extended an invitation of love to Subai. He had just revealed the identity of one of the 7 core members of the Ghost Alliance. Yuchio Shui believed that as long as Subai was not a fool, he would definitely not reject her. When Subai heard this, he also understood the other party's intention to do something bad to him. No wonder he revealed his identity as one of the 7 ghosts of the Ghost Alliance to me. Did he want to shock me with this identity? Subai's Eye of the White Dragon Emperor had faded, and his deep eyes looked at Yugue. The other person is a beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs. Although her looks cannot compare to Yang and my sister, but she can still be ranked in the top 10% among many girls. However, Subai would not be tempted by such beauty. Subai immediately refused mercilessly. I refuse Epsilon, asterisk, Omega, Zai. Hearing Subai's refusal, the moon ghost on the opposite side was stunned at first, and then felt a little angry. She is an S-level core member of the Ghost Alliance, and she is not bad looking either. This was the first time she was moved by beauty, but she was rejected. The shyness on Yu Gui's face disappeared, and an invisible aura of pressure emanated from her body towards Subai. Although her tone was still charming, it was a little cold. Little brother, I'll give you one more chance. I'll give you a chance too. Get out of my way now, and I won't kill you. Subai responded coldly. Yu Gui looked at Subai, who didn't appreciate her at all, and her body rose and fell with anger. Then you won't accept my toast, and you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. The next moment, the moon ghost's curvy figure disappeared from the spot. As the sun sets, the hazy dusk falls on Subai, leaving a long slanting shadow. The moment the moon ghost disappeared, Subai turned his head and looked at the shadow behind him. Subai's mouth corners slightly raised. The next second, Moon Ghost jumped out from Subai's shadow with a somewhat surprised expression and jumped onto a tree trunk on the road beside him. A somewhat suspicious voice came from the Moon Ghost. How did you find out I was in your shadow? Subai could see through her skills in an instant, which proved that Subai was not an ordinary transcendent. Just to be on the safe side, Yugue took the initiative to leave Subai's shadow. Faced with Yugue's questioning, Subai was not stupid enough to tell the enemy everything. Even the enemy can be crushed at will. Why should I tell you? Yugue was so angry at Subai's words that he was staggering. She felt that the anger she received today was almost as much as she had received in the past year. Court death. Yugue was no longer obsessed with Subai's looks, and the next moment a terrifying wave of murderous intent erupted from her body. A faint mist-like energy emerged from her body, slowly covering the moon ghost's body. Powerful S-level energy fluctuations spread out. At this moment, the moon ghost seemed to be covered with a layer of blue-green smoke, which looked a bit weird. It is the ghost transformation of the moon ghost. Subai felt that the moon ghost's aura fluctuations had become about 60% stronger. This is somewhat similar to the genetic alienation of their genetically modified people, but the appearance is completely different. Interesting. Haha, little brother, the interesting things are still to come. Although he was still calling Subai little brother. But at this time, Yugui no longer had any other thoughts about Subai. Now she just wanted to cripple Subai's limbs and then torture him to death. Subai also felt Yugui's strong murderous intent towards him. Subai sneered in his heart. Since you don't cherish the opportunity, then… Before Subai could finish his words, the moon ghost, who had transformed into a ghost, was already rushing towards Subai. Zung! Two sharp and slender ghost claws stretched out from the moon ghost's arms, just like her hand blade. Fast, sharp, and powerful. Subai looked at the sharp ghost claws that were coming at him rapidly, with the same expression on his face. Just when Yugui was wondering why Subai didn't dodge her attack. Puff! A sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Yugui saw a sad and beautiful red color blooming before her eyes. In the sunset, there is something beautiful and something gorgeous. However, this red color comes from her body. Ugh, poof. The moon ghost stopped in midair and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Subai in front of her in a daze, wanting to raise her hand, but she was too weak to do so. A breath of death enveloped her. Why? The sound from Moon Ghost's mouth gradually faded. The pupils of his eyes began to dilate, and the ghost possession on his body began to dissipate. Subai looked at the corpse of the moon ghost in front of him with a calm expression. I've already told you the chance. The lonely dusk lingers high in the sky, preparing for the coming night. On a small road along the river on Beluan Road, a beautiful girl was pierced on the white dragon claw that Subai was holding. The figures of the two people and the boundless sunset behind them formed a sad and beautiful picture. The only regret is that the beautiful sister in Subailong's claws has ascended to heaven. Chapter 69. Going home. Eating Xiaohei's midnight snack. After a few seconds, Subai removed the dragon claw mutation on his right arm. He put Moon Ghost's body into the dimensional space. Subai murmured softly, "Save it for Xiaohei as a midnight snack when you get back." And on the roof of a building not far from here. At this time, Li Jika was looking at Subai's situation seriously. What's wrong with this guy? The changes on the arm? Could it be a transformer? Li Jika had been peeping here since Yu Qiushui turned into a ghost. Seeing Subai instantly kill a seemingly strong transcendent, he became a little hesitant. Subai's attack speed just now was very fast, especially when he transformed into dragon claws. Even Li Jika couldn't see it clearly. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he is currently quite far away from Subai. No. How could I, the great Sonic, Li Jika, hesitate? Li Jika suddenly shook his head, throwing away the hesitation in his mind about whether to fight Subai. The next second, he became determined again. This boy is my only hope for a breakthrough. I must fight him. Li Jika looked up at the path across the river, but there was no one there at this time. Li Jika just held his head and shouted, damn it, that guy got away again. Passers-by downstairs where Li Jika lived heard the shouting coming from upstairs and looked up. In an instant, the pedestrians around were attracted and looked towards the roof of the building. What's going on, brother? Hey, from the sound I just heard, it seems like someone was caught by the cuckold, but the cuckold ran away again. What? It's again? Yeah, otherwise that person wouldn't have collapsed and screamed. Oh, how sad. Not only was he cheated on, but Lao Wang also let him slip away. Will that person be unable to get over it? Should we call the police? I don't know. Let's just eat melon. As an SS-level peak awakener, Li Jika could naturally hear the discussions of the people downstairs clearly. His face was full of black lines, and he felt that he couldn't stay here for long. The next moment, a faint mist suddenly spread around Li Jika. The fog dissipated, and his figure disappeared from the rooftop. The other side. Subai finally returned home. Xiaohei was still the one who actively stepped forward to open the door for himself. Meow. Hello, master. Subai came to the living room and threw his school bag on the sofa. He looked around but didn't see Su Shi. Subai asked Xiaohei beside him, "Where are Xiaohei and Xiao Shi?" Meow. The hostess went out this afternoon. It seems she was going to buy ingredients for tonight's meal. Subai was a little surprised when he heard Xiaohei's answer, but then he thought about it. Xiao Shi is a great cook. I don't have to eat junk food anymore. Thinking of this, Subai felt happy. He lay down on the sofa, then took out his mobile phone to relax and entertain himself. Xiaohei beside him also jumped over curiously. Meow. Master, do you want to see the previous one? 10 minutes later. Xiaohei, who was lying next to Subai, suddenly jumped off the sofa and went to the door to open it. Then Sushi came in carrying a bunch of food in plastic bags. Brother, come and help me lift it. Subai, who was lying on the sofa, was speechless when he heard Sushi's cry. You are an SS-level extraordinary person, okay? Forget about that little thing. You can even lift this building, Omega? Here it comes. Although he complained in his heart, Subai still stood up to help. After all, this is my most beloved sister. The two of them were busy for a while, and Subai put all the extra ingredients that Sushi bought into the newly bought refrigerator. Subai stood next to the refrigerator and patted it and said, "Fortunately, I, your brother, had the foresight to buy a refrigerator in advance. Otherwise, you'll have nowhere to put all these ingredients." Subai said lightly. Sushi next to her also echoed in a fake tone. "Yeah, brother is awesome. A reward, *3. Subai directly avoided the attacking little red lips. Ahem. Well, you should cook first. Subai fled from the kitchen and went to lie on the sofa in the living room. Sushi had a sly smile on her face, as if her prank had succeeded. "Brother, I'm going to make sweet and sour fish tonight." Subai, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, complained in his heart when he heard the names of the dishes Sushi mentioned. Yesterday, it was braised fish. Why is it still fish today? But the little black one next to him looked very excited, meowing to show that he liked it. More than an hour later, Sushi finished serving 4 dishes and a soup, and Subai went over to help serve them. Sitting at the dinner table, Sushi seemed to remember something, and she suddenly spoke to Subai. "Brother, when I went out this afternoon, I encountered a superhuman who attacked me." "What?" Subai was shocked when he heard this. "Then Xiaoxi, you are not injured, right?" Seeing Subai's worried expression, Sushi felt warm in her heart and said with a little pride, "Hee, the opponent is just a rubbish S rank. I took care of him with just one move." As Sushi spoke, she crossed her arms over her chest to show how powerful she was. Subai was a little surprised when he heard this. S rank. Then can a faint energy mist be attached to his body? Hearing Subai's question, Sushi showed surprise on her pretty face. Bro, how did you know that?" When Subai heard his sister's doubts, he was certain. That's right. He should be the extraordinary person of the Ghost Alliance. Ghost Alliance? Is it a supernatural organization in Qingfeng City? Then why did he take the initiative to attack me? No, the Ghost Alliance is not the extraordinary organization in Qingfeng City. Subai began to explain to Sushi the recent events of the Ghost Alliance. TSK, a supernatural organization whose strongest members are only S-level, actually wants to invade our Qingfeng City. Sushi said this with a somewhat sarcastic tone. Subai looked at Sushi, who was sitting opposite him, and smiled slightly. With Sushi's strength, he is indeed qualified to call it the Ghost Alliance. Okay, let's continue eating. The food is getting cold. Meow. Master, I am starving to death. Hearing Xiaohei's meow, Subai suddenly thought of something. By the way, Xiaohei, I have prepared a big meal for you tonight. As Subai spoke, he had already released the moon ghost's corpse from his dimensional space. Xiaohei was instantly attracted by the corpse of the moon ghost on the ground nearby. It can feel the powerful energy fluctuations remaining on this human corpse. Xiaohei gave up the sweet and sour fish on the table, turned around, and jumped onto the moon ghost's body, stepped on the small hill above, and shouted, "Meow, I love my master so much." Subai reminded Xiaohei, "Well, remember to go to the kitchen and transform and eat." Meow. After Xiaohei left the living room, Sushi asked Subai in surprise. Subai explained to her that he also killed a core member of the Ghost Alliance this evening. "Brother, the member of the Ghost Alliance I just mentioned seems to be a beautiful lady, right? Brother, you didn't do anything weird to her, did you? Omega?" Subai. Duh. Do you think your brother is that kind of person? Chapter 70 Mission Release, Ghost Hunting. The next morning when I went to school, Subai received a prestigious message from Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong. Mr. Su, according to our intelligence, several core members of the Ghost Alliance have entered the territory of Qingfeng City in the past 2 days. Zhang Tianlong. Please be careful, Mr. Su. Subai looked at the WeChat message sent by Zhang Tianlong, silently replied with an OK, and then closed WeChat. He had killed a ghost tiger from the Ghost Alliance before. Last night, he and Sushi killed 2 core members again. Now the Ghost Alliance only has 4 S-level core members left. Subai did not take these core members of the Ghost Alliance seriously. No matter how many opponents come, he will kill them all. When he arrived in the classroom, Subai sat in his seat. He turned around and looked at the empty seat next to him in surprise. The night cherry blossoms haven't arrived yet today. Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting at the diagonal table behind him, asked Subai curiously. "Hey, Subai, do you know why Xiaoying hasn't come yet? Class is almost about to start. Usually Sakura comes early." Zhang Xiaoman put her hands on the desk, supported her chin with both hands, and her big eyes blinked in confusion. When Subai heard Zhang Xiaoman's doubts behind him, he was also a little surprised. "I don't know either. Maybe something happened at home. Strange, Sakura didn't ask for leave either." Zhang Xiaoman's curiosity also gave Subai a reminder. Yesterday, Yang mentioned to him her concerns about the Ghost Alliance, but today the other party did not come to school. Subai thought about it for a moment and decided to send a message to ask the other party. After all, Yang is his deskmate and has given him a lot of help before. It's only right to care about your beautiful classmate. Subai took out his cell phone and typed, Subai, Xiaoying, why didn't you come to school today? After a while, Yang's message came. A little Sakura, Subai, my family is in some trouble now, and I can't go to school recently. When Subai saw the message sent by Yang, he said to himself, as expected. Subai was just about to ask something else. The next moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, destroy the Ghost Alliance. Mission introduction. The cute twin-tailed classmate cannot go to school because of the evil supernatural force, Ghost Alliance. As a deskmate, you must have the good quality of helping your classmates. Please, host, eliminate the members of the Ghost Alliance that invaded Qingfeng City within 7 days and let your lovely deskmate return to school. Mission reward, 1 system point. Subai looked at the system tasks in his mind, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Originally, he was planning to help Yang, and now that the daily tasks have been released, he can complete a task at the same time. Subai continued to send messages on his phone. Subai, then Xiaoying classmates should be more careful recently. Subai, I believe that our Qingfeng City's SOD can quickly resolve the danger of the Ghost Alliance. A little Sakura, yeah. Subai, you have to be careful recently. Subai, yeah. After finishing the conversation with Yang, Subai opened the prestige dialogue with Zhang Tianlong. Subai, Lao Zhang, send me the address of the Yi family in Qingfeng City. Subai, also send me the location of the core members of the Ghost Alliance who are currently active in our Qingfeng City. Zhang Tianlong, why did Mr. Su suddenly ask about the Yi family and the Ghost Alliance? Then Zhang Tianlong sent a detailed address of the Yi family and the current location information of other core members of the Ghost Alliance. Subai, the Ghost Alliance has offended someone they shouldn't have offended. Remember to collect their bodies. Subai turned off his phone and stood up to leave. Hey. Subai is about to go to class. Where are you going? I have something to do. I won't be attending the class this morning. Tell the teacher for me. Under Zhang Xiaoman's somewhat shocked gaze, Subai stood up and walked out of the classroom gracefully. The other side. Inside the SOD headquarters building in Qingfeng City. At this time in a high-end conference room, Zhang Tianlong slowly put down the mobile phone in his hand. There were 4 people sitting around him. One of them was Zhu Zhihao, deputy director of Qingfeng City SOD. As for the other 3, they are not ordinary people either. They were the 3 deputy ministers of SOD from the neighboring Dongmu City who were invited by Zhang Tianlong. Unified Level 7 Orderer. The council that the 5 of them gathered here to discuss today was about the Ghost Alliance invading Qingfeng City. But now Zhang Tianlong's originally solemn expression suddenly became relaxed. The 4 people sitting around all looked puzzled. One of the deputy ministers of Dongmu City asked Zhang Tianlong curiously. Minister Zhang just checked his phone. Why does he look so happy? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianlong stood up from his seat and laughed loudly towards the 3 deputy ministers of Dongmu City. Haha, everyone, today's meeting can end early. The 3 deputy ministers of Dongmu City present at the scene looked puzzled, and even Zhu Zhihao next to him was confused. What on earth is going on, Minister Zhang? Yes, Lao Zhang, please stop keeping us in suspense. Tell me, Lao Zhang, what happened? Seeing the 4 people opposite him looking full of curiosity, Zhang Tianlong did not pretend to be mysterious. Zhang Tianlong said with a relaxed look, everyone, someone is ready to take action regarding the Ghost Alliance. Hearing Zhang Tianlong's words, the 4 deputy ministers were all surprised. Besides our Dongmu City and your Qingfeng City's SOD, who else can compete with the Ghost Alliance? Yeah, who did it? Could it be that there are some hidden extraordinary bosses in your Qingfeng City? I'm sorry, everyone. I promised to keep the other party's identity confidential, so I can't reveal it. Hearing Zhang Tianlong's answer, the 3 deputy ministers of Dongmu City did not ask any more questions. Well, if that's the case, then we won't ask any more questions. But are you sure you don't need us to take action? After all, the target is the Ghost Alliance, an extraordinary force with 7 S-level beings. Hearing the question raised by the deputy minister of Dongmu City, Zhang Tianlong recalled the scene where he was beaten up by Subai, plus the body of the Death Knight King that Subai took out last time. He said in a firm tone, don't worry, I absolutely believe in that person's ability. Well, it's also a good thing for us that a master has taken action to deal with the Ghost Alliance. This Ghost Alliance is also a cancer in our Dongmu City. With their 7 S-level transcendence, they have caused us a lot of headaches. It would be best if we could completely destroy it in one fell swoop this time. Well, don't worry, everyone. Once that big guy has dealt with the S-level core members of the Ghost Alliance, we will also clean up the remaining small fry. Chapter 71. Kill the Green Ghost and meet Yang. Subai left Biluan University and walked outside. Zhang Tianlong has already sent him the specific locations of the remaining 4 core members of the Ghost Alliance. Subai looked at the location information on his phone. One of the core members of the Ghost Alliance happened to be located near the Yi family. Subai narrowed his eyes. Then I'll deal with you first. Then Subai quickened his pace and moved quickly towards that direction. Not long after Subai left, a man in a black suit jumped down from a big tree. Li Jika looked at the direction Subai was heading with a puzzled look on his face. In order to fight Subai, he came to Biluan University early this morning to wait for Subai. Strange, doesn't this boy have to go to class? Never mind. Hey, this is a good opportunity. Li Jika looked at the road Subai was heading towards with burning eyes. The next second his figure disappeared from the spot. A few minutes later, Subai's figure appeared near a quiet park. Surrounded by green trees, the scenery is pleasant and the fragrance of flowers and plants is everywhere. The weather today is also very good. The warm sunlight shines on Subai through the gaps between the green leaves. This made Subai feel a little better. Okay, let's get down to business first. Subai took in the scenery here for a while, and then his eyes became sharp. Within his perception range, an energy fluctuation reaching S-level appeared. This should be the core member of the Ghost Alliance, Qingguei. Subai picked up the phone and looked at the message from Zhang Tianlong again. Then Subai quickly rushed towards the S-level energy fluctuation. The other side, Qingguei was leaving the Yi family's gate with a relaxed look on his face. Walking on the road, Qingguei was still muttering to himself. TSK, a mere AR-level extraordinary family actually needs to be considered. Although it has a long vampire background, this is Qingfeng City, and the current controller is our Ghost Alliance. I hope the Yi family will not be so ungrateful otherwise. As he spoke, Qingguei narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of danger. He had just arrived at the Yi family villa area and met the current head of the Yi family, the AR-level vampire Yi Jintian. The Green Ghost's goal is very simple, to make the Yi family submit to their Ghost Alliance, otherwise they will bear the consequences. Yi Jintian did not give an immediate reply, but needed 3 days to consider it. Qingguei also agreed. Qingguei walked on the way back, muttering to himself. I don't know how Lung Guei and the others are doing. Suddenly, the green ghost who was walking stopped. Because on the road ahead of him, a very handsome boy appeared. The Qingguei felt jealous at the other person's appearance at first sight. But the next second, he felt a slight energy fluctuation emanating from Subai. This proves that the boy in front of me is not an ordinary person. Hey. Suddenly, the green ghost grinned and let out a low, cold laugh. A transcendent from Qingfeng City. It's your bad luck to meet me today? Qingguei was originally unhappy that Subai was more handsome than him, and then he found out that Subai was a transcendent. The murderous intent had already risen in his heart. Suddenly, powerful S-level energy waves spread out from the green ghost and crushed towards Subai's position. Subai only leaked a slight amount of energy fluctuations, so Qingguei did not realize Subai's true strength. Otherwise, he would definitely regret his provocation now. Looking at Subai still standing there motionless, the green ghost murmured with disdain. Are you frightened by my powerful aura? Haha, the extraordinary people in Qingfeng City are just weak. Except for SOD and the Hunter Association, there is no S-level transcendent. Hearing the sarcasm from the green ghost's mouth, Subai finally spoke. Who told you that there are no S-level or higher extraordinary people in Qingfeng City? Boy, Qingguei's powerful words had not yet been finished. Suddenly he felt that he could no longer speak. Well, puff. The next moment, a stream of hot blood suddenly spurted out of the green ghost's mouth, and his voice was a little unclear. What? Qingguei looked down in disbelief. At his chest, an arm pierced his heart. Subai killed the green ghost without even bothering to use genetic mutation. A faint voice came from Subai's mouth. Go to hell. Puff. Subai directly pulled out his inserted arm. What was surprising was that there was not a trace of blood or flesh left on the arm that Subai had just inserted. The green ghost slowly fell backwards with unwilling eyes. Plop. Subai glanced at the green ghost's corpse lying on the ground, and the next second, he put him into the dimensional space, including blood on the ground. Just as Subai had done all this, and was preparing to leave for the next location of the core members of the Ghost Alliance, a clear and long voice was heard. Huh? Subai. At the window of a villa not far from the road, Yang's little head poked out, and looked in Subai's direction. Subai turned around and saw the girl's pretty face. Subai was a little surprised at first, but then he remembered that the Yi family's villa was nearby. Subai greeted Yang. Yang asked Subai with curiosity, "Doesn't Subai have classes today?" Subai, "Duh." Subai smiled awkwardly, chatted with Yang for a few words, and then left in a hurry. After Subai left, Yang, who was lying by the window, held her cheeks with both hands and said curiously, "Why did Subai pass by my villa area? There should be only people from our Yi family living around here, and it seems to be private territory." On the other side, Subai was on his way to the next core member of the Ghost Alliance. It was purely a coincidence that I encountered Yang just now. However, it seems that Yang and the Yi family were not attacked by the Qingue. Subai looked at the location information of the second core member of the Ghost Alliance on his mobile phone. It is in a shopping mall, and this shopping mall is owned by the three brothers, who are among the top 10 supernatural powers in Qingfeng City. I know that Subai doesn't know much about the extraordinary people in their Qingfeng City. The thoughtful Zhang Tianlong also sent a simple message from the three brothers. Three brothers, the top 10 supernatural forces in Qingfeng City. This force is quite special. There are only 3 people in the entire extraordinary force. Not only are they brothers, but all 3 of them are powerful AR-level transcendents. The name Three Brothers also comes from this. Although there are only 3 people in the entire supernatural force, basically no one in Qingfeng City dares to provoke them. Subai looked at the description of the 3 brothers' power on his phone, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 72, Death of 3 Brothers, Cold Ghost. According to Zhang Tianlong's intelligence information description, Leng Gui, one of the 7 core members of the Ghost Alliance, should be with the 3 brothers now. As for Leng Gui's purpose, it must be to subdue the 3 brothers to work for their Ghost Alliance. After Subai confirmed the location, he was about to go over. A sudden voice suddenly sounded. "Young man, come and fight me." A cold male voice came with some immature words. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Li Jika, who was wearing black clothes and black pants, who suddenly appeared on the road in front of him. Subai naturally remembered that this person was the one who blocked the road by the creek yesterday. Subai's cold voice sounded. "I'm very busy now and don't have time." Li Jika on the opposite side looked directly at Subai's indifferent eyes and thought to himself, "Wow, you're even cooler than me." Although Subai said he was busy, Li Jika didn't intend to let Subai go just like that. "Young man, based on my observations over the past few days, you are very strong. At least you have the strength of a special S-level, right? You should be an extraordinary strong man with hidden strength in this city. But none of this matters. What matters is that I need to fight with you." Li Jika's words were quite blunt, which made Subai frown. Didn't he wash his face before going out today? However, Subai could feel that Li Jika had no ill will towards him. Neuropathy, _ Subai muttered something softly, and the next second he suddenly raised his hand, pointed behind Li Jika, and shouted, "Fuck!" Li Jika was also attracted by Subai's sudden exclamation and hurriedly looked behind him. But when Li Jika turned around, he didn't find anything unusual. He realized instantly that he had been cheated. Li Jika turned around instantly, but Subai was no longer in front of him. "Damn it! I got tricked. Asshole." He got away again. There was a ferocious expression on Li Jika's cold face, and his emotions fluctuated greatly. In just 2 or 3 days, Subai had slipped away from him 3 times. The great Sonic, Li Jika, actually let the same target slip away 3 times. As Li Jika shouted, more and more people passed by. They were all attracted here. "Mom, look, there's a weird guy over there." "Hush. Xiaobao is a fool. Let's leave." "Wow, Yaoling, I found a guy who looks like a mental patient here. Come here quickly." Li Jika felt that he was being the center of attention and looked a little embarrassed. The next second, a light mist emerged and Li Jika's figure disappeared on the road. "Mom, the weird uncle can do magic, degree. Oh my god. Xiaobao, let's go." "Wow, Yaoling, don't come over here. Call the Special Operations Department over quickly. There is a supernatural incident here." In a busy city full of noisy voices, Subai's figure appeared on a commercial street. Subai looked at the 3 brothers shopping mall not far ahead, with a slight smile on his face. Then Subai walked slowly into the mall. At the same time, he also turned on his full senses, covering the entire shopping mall. Suddenly, Subai felt an S-level energy fluctuation and 3 weaker AR-level energy fluctuations. It should be them. Subai murmured softly and quickened his pace. A few minutes later, Subai arrived at the location he perceived. He kicked open the door of the office of the boss of the Three Brothers shopping mall. Bump! Subai kicked the metal door away easily and smashed into it. The four people who were discussing something inside were also frightened. The three brothers and Lung Gui were startled instantly and looked at Subai, who was standing at the door, with a wary look. Who are you? After seeing clearly that Subai was just a young man and the energy fluctuations emanating from his body were very weak, the three brothers were instantly angry. Lung Gui stood aside and watched without saying anything. As the hosts, the three brothers are naturally responsible for dealing with Subai. Who the hell is going to give me? Subai didn't waste any words. Looking at these three brothers, who were talking and laughing with Lung Gui just now, he should have been persuaded by Lung Gui to join the Ghost Alliance. In that case, then all of you go to hell. Subai said coldly. He didn't waste any words. I won't even give a dying person time to insult me. The next second, Subai's figure appeared in front of the three brothers who had just spoken like a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. Three explosion-like sounds suddenly sounded in the air, like thunder. The three brothers' bodies flew backwards in an instant as if they were hit by a truck and smashed hard into the open-air glass windows at the rear. Ka-ka-ka, hua-hua. The glass was instantly shattered by the powerful impact of the three brothers' bodies. The bodies of the three brothers were also rushed into the sky and fell outside the shopping mall. The sky was filled with broken glass, and three corpses fell from the sky. In an instant, a large number of onlookers gathered around the three brothers' shopping mall. Someone's dead. Call the police. Oh my God, could this be the legendary flying man from outer space? Why do these three look so familiar? Don't you think you look a little like the third boss of the Three Brothers shopping mall? Brother, your eyesight is a little bit better. Their bodies were smashed like this, and you can still recognize them? It's more than a few billion points. I think it's billions of points. The death of the three brothers also caused a lot of onlookers and sensation around the shopping mall. Soon the SOD Special Operations Department received the news. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Zhang Tianlong just smiled faintly. Don't panic. Just send some ordinary personnel over to deal with the bodies. This, Minister Zhang, this is probably an extraordinary event. It would be better for us to send some order agents over there. Zhang Tianlong's eyes were bright, and he had already figured out the truth of the matter. It's okay, just do as I say. The scene returns to the office of the big boss of Three Brothers shopping mall. At this time, Lung Gui in the office was staring at Su Bai with a serious face. Just now, Su Bai killed the three brothers in an instant with lightning speed, which is enough to prove how powerful Su Bai is. Lung Gui asked in a somewhat wary tone. Who are you? I am one of the core members of the Ghost Alliance in Dongmu City, Lung Gui. Looking at the man in front of him with a somewhat vulgar look in his eyes, Su Bai looked at him with contempt. I know you are the cold ghost from the Ghost Alliance. I'm going to kill you too. Lung Gui's heart tightened when he heard the cold words from Su Bai, but he had already expected that Su Bai wanted to kill him. The next moment, Lung Gui's body jumped up. Su Bai looks like he's coming at us with a threatening force, so reconciliation is basically impossible. Therefore, Lung Gui plans to strike first. Chapter 73. Kill the Cold Ghost and enter Sakura High School. Ho! As the cold ghost moved at high speed, a cold blue light also appeared on the surface of his body. Lung Gui instantly turned on the ghost mode and entered the ghost state. The cold ghost residing in his body can release powerful ice energy. The next second, Lung Gui punched Su Bai in the face. A cold light flashed on his fist, causing buzzing vibrations in the air. With the blessing of ice energy, Lung Gui exerted 120% of his strength in this punch. Lung Gui was also very confident in his punch. But Su Bai standing in front of him remained motionless. Next moment, bang! There was a sound of collision, and the airflow in the air was stirred by the power of the fist. Su Bai easily blocked Lung Gui's full-strength punch with just one index finger. What? When Lung Gui saw Su Bai's index finger clearly, a look of shock appeared on his face. Because even Gui Yi, the leader of their Ghost Alliance, would not be able to take his punch so easily. Huh, are you surprised? Su Bai looked at Lung Gui's horrified expression, snorted with disdain, and said something sarcastic. The next moment, Su Bai's index finger bypassed Lung Gui's fist and attacked as fast as lightning. Puff! Su Bai's index finger pierced directly into Lung Gui's chest. The bone claw of Su Bai's index finger mutated and activated. A pale bone spur pierced through Lung Gui's back. Lung Gui's heart was directly pierced by Su Bai's dragon bone finger, and he was deader than dead. Blood slowly flowed from Lung Gui's mouth, and his body fell straight backwards. Plop! So far, the core members of the Ghost Alliance have been killed by Su Bai, Ghost Tiger, Moon Ghost, Green Ghost. Sushi killed the Water Ghost, and now the Cold Ghost, a total of 5 people. Subai gently put Lung Gui's body into the dimensional space. With Subai's keen perception, he could hear a commotion outside the Three Brothers shopping mall at this time. It was obvious that someone saw the 3 brothers falling from the building and called the police. Subai didn't stay here for long, and the next moment he left. It wasn't long since Subai left the 3 brothers shopping mall. A group of official special operations personnel arrived at the scene and blocked off the 3 brothers and the 3 brothers shopping mall. The surrounding area was full of spectators who were watching and talking about the incident. And among the crowd, there were some extraordinary people from Qingfeng City hiding. I believe that it won't be long before the news of the death of the 3 brothers will spread throughout the extraordinary circles of Qingfeng City. The fall of a force that was among the top 10 extraordinary forces in Qingfeng City is a big event for the extraordinary circle in Qingfeng City. Subai was walking on a busy street. He looked at the location information and profiles of the last 2 core members of the Ghost Alliance on his phone. The last 2 core members of the Ghost Alliance are S-level fire ghosts. And the leader of the Ghost Alliance, who is also the strongest among the 7 core members of the Ghost Alliance, Gue Yi. The fire ghost is now located on Dongxiao Road in Qingfeng City, which is the territory of the Qingfeng City supernatural force Yage. And Ghost Knight is in a small store near Sakura High School. Subai looked at Gue Yi's location information and frowned slightly. Gue Yi is an S-class peak transcendent. Logically, he should go to other transcendent forces in Qingfeng City to subdue them. Why did you appear in the store near Sakura High School? Subai was puzzled, but he didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, he will know when he gets there. Subai looked at the locations and addresses of the last 2 people and made a decision immediately. Let's go to the canteen at Sakura High School and kill Kiyomi first. As for why Subai didn't kill the fire ghost first, there are 2 reasons. First, the Sakura High School canteen where Guy is located is relatively close to his current location. Second, Subai was also curious about why the strongest leader of the Ghost Alliance would end up in a small store in Qingfeng City. Subai confirmed the direction and started to speed up. A few minutes later, Subai arrived at the gate of Sakura High School. The location information on the mobile phone's WeChat ID shows that Gue Yi is in the convenience store right here. Subai wanted to go directly through the gate of Sakura High School and enter. But the next second, he was stopped by the security guard in the security booth next door. Hey, students, please scan the code to enter the school. The security guard came to Subai and pointed at the barcode scanner next to him and said. Subai felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He wasn't a student of Sakura High School, so where did the code come from? Just as Subai was about to leave here and was planning to climb over the wall, suddenly a crisp sound was heard. Subai. Subai was a little surprised when he heard the voice. He didn't remember knowing anyone in Sakura High School. Subai turned around curiously. I saw a youthful girl walking towards me in small and quick steps. Mu Xiaoi was wearing the iconic school uniform of Sakura High School, with a blue short skirt and white silk stockings wrapped around the lower body. Her black ponytail swayed gently, and her beautiful appearance immediately attracted the attention of people around her, including the security guard. Mu Xiaoi. Subai called out in surprise. It's me. Mu Xiaoi came to Subai with a smile on her face. It seemed that she was in a good mood to meet Subai here. You are actually a student of Sakura High School. Subai had seen Mu Xiaoi wearing the Qingfeng City SOD Orderer's uniform before. I never expected that the other person was actually a student from Sakura High School. What? Are you surprised? Mu Xiaoi came up to Subai and said with a smile. Are you from Sakura High School too? Upon hearing this, Subai directly rejected it. No, I'm a student at Billowin University. Really? Omega? That's such a pity. But I have something to do now. I want to enter your Sakura High School. Subai looked at the sunny girl in front of him. If Mu Xiaoi could bring him into the school, Subai wouldn't mind saving some trouble. Well, let me try. Mu Xiaoi said this and went straight to the security guard who was guarding the door. The security guard was also a straightforward person. When he heard Mu Xiaoi's request, he immediately agreed to let Subai enter. Yeah. Mu Xiaoi cheered and came to Subai. Then Subai, let's go in. Yes, thanks. Hee, it's just a small matter. Mu Xiaoi led the way for Subai in front and continued to speak. Would you like me to introduce you to our Sakura High School? It sounds good, but Subai still has things to do now, he said directly. Student Xiao AI, I have something else to deal with right now, so forget about it for now. Mu Xiaoi in front of him also reacted when she heard Subai's voice. Hey, okay then. Subai, you can come to Sakura High School to play with me when you have time. There are many interesting places here. Subai looked at the passionate Mu Xiaoi with an embarrassed and perfunctory look on his face. By the way, where are you going? Subai answered casually. There's a supermarket in your school called Sakura Shop. Sakura Shop, huh? When Mu Xiaoai heard Subai's answer, her eyes wandered slightly, and she repeated it in a low voice. Chapter 74: The Extraordinary Powerful Man in the Store. The boss there. Mu Xiaoai whispered something, but when she turned around, she found that Subai had disappeared. Mu Xiaoai. Asshole Subai, at least say hello to me before you leave. Mu Xiaoai was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot, attracting many male classmates to watch. Look, isn't this the school beauty from class 3? Fuck, why does Goddess Mu look so angry? I remember there was a man behind her just now. What could it be? Mu Xiaoai became even more annoyed as she listened to the discussions of her classmates around her. She seemed to have thought of something and turned and walked towards the Sakura store. I want to see what's going on. On the other side, Su Baijing's figure had arrived at the door of Sakura Shop. Looking at the sign that read Sakura Shop, Subai stepped in. Although this Sakura Shop is a small shop, the area inside is quite large. There are all kinds of goods displayed inside, and the area is even larger than some supermarkets. Of course, although it is called a convenience store, the most popular items sold there are snacks. As soon as Subai entered, he felt two powerful energy fluctuations. The one at the peak of S-level should be Gu Yi, the leader of the Ghost Alliance. There was also a fluctuation of energy that surprised Subai a little. There is actually an S-level peak energy fluctuation here. Subai was surprised. He didn't expect that he could meet an S-level transcendent in a small store. You should know that the strongest person in Qingfeng City SOD, Minister Zhang Tianlong, is only at the peak of S-level. The corners of Subai's mouth slightly raised, and a hint of interest appeared on his face. Subai continued to walk inside, and soon saw them beside the counter. One of them was handsome, with extraordinary looks, and an evil expression, giving people a cold feeling. The other person is an old man, and he is also the owner of this Sakura Shop. Subai glanced at the two of them inadvertently, and his infinite consciousness began to listen to their conversation. Li Haihua, I hope you won't interfere with the affairs of our Ghost Alliance when the time comes. I don't care what plans you, the Ghost Alliance, have. But if you dare to mess with our Sakura High School and my Sakura Shop, don't blame me for being rude. The old man called Li Haihua looked leisurely and spoke casually. You must know that Li Haihua is now facing the leader of the Ghost Alliance, the most powerful supernatural force in Dongmu City. If any other extraordinary being dared to speak to Gue Yi like this, the latter would have killed the other person long ago. But Gue Yi knew. Although the old man in front of him looked like an ordinary old man in a convenience store. But the opponent's real combat power is definitely not weaker than his own. Li Haihua, what do you mean by this? Gue Yi felt unhappy that their Ghost Alliance was looked down upon by the other party. Although you are very powerful, we, the Ghost Alliance, cannot be destroyed just because you say so. However, Li Haihua looked at Gue Yi in front of him and continued nonchalantly. What do you mean? Of course I mean nothing. Get out now, kid, and don't disturb my business. As he spoke, Li Haihua made a pushing gesture, trying to drive away Gue Yi. However, what seemed like just an ordinary push turned into an irresistible powerful push on Gue Yi's body. An invisible force directly pushed Gue Yi's body out of this Sakura Shop. Gue Yi fell out of the door of the convenience store. After steadying himself, he was somewhat shocked. What a strong power. Gue Yi looked deeply at Li Haihua in the store. But he didn't dare to start a war with the other party here. Gue Yi knew that there was an extraordinary and powerful person at the top of S-class in Sakura High School in Qingfeng City. He had been to Qingfeng City when he was young and had interactions with the other party. Gue Yi also knew that Li Haihua was a person who loved a peaceful life. Before leaving, Gue Yi did not forget to threaten Li Haihua. Li Haihua, I hope you can make the right choice. However, Li Haihua in the store ignored Gue Yi's warning. Gue Yi looked a little embarrassed, but he had no choice but to leave. All of this was seen by Subai in the store. Subai looked at Li Haihua, who gave him a gentle smile. Subai responded politely, and then followed Gue Yi, who was leaving. There are too many people here, so it's not convenient for Subai to kill the other party here. After Subai left, Li Haihua murmured softly. When did another extraordinary strong man appear in our Qingfeng City? Suddenly, a pretty figure walked in. After Mu Xiaoai arrived at the Sakura Shop, she first walked around inside and did not find Subai. She came to Li Haihua and asked, Grandpa Hua, did you see a boy wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts? After saying this, Mu Xiaoai seemed to have thought of something and added another sentence. And he's very handsome. Li Haihua smiled slightly when she heard this. That person Xiao AI has left. Hey, Grandpa Hua, do you know? Well, that guy is your friend. Well, yes. Haha. Then Xiao Ai must seize the opportunity. Li Haihua treated Mu Xiaoai as if she were her granddaughter. Mu Xiaoai felt her face getting a little hot after hearing what Li Haihua said. Uh-huh, Grandpa Hua, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Mu Xiaoai fled away from here. Li Haihua looked at Mu Xiaoai's leaving back and sighed. Ha ha, it's great to be young. The other side. Subai followed Gue Yi to a sparsely populated road. Gue Yi's walking steps suddenly stopped, and he spoke coldly towards the empty air behind him. Come out. The next second, Subai's figure appeared like a ghost not far in front of Gue Yi. Gue Yi was shocked by Subai's appearance, because he didn't even see how Subai appeared just now. Gue Yi certainly didn't know that Subai deliberately exposed his aura for him to discover. Subai did this in order to deliberately let Gue Yi go to a place with few people so that things would be easier to do. Gue Yi looked at Subai, who appeared out of nowhere, and spoke in a vigilant voice. Who are you? Facing Gue Yi's questioning, Subai's voice sounded somewhat disdainful. He doesn't like others speaking to him in the tone of someone in a superior position right from the start. You don't need to know who I am. As long as you know, you will die soon. Hey, do you know who I am? Listening to the arrogant words coming out of Subai's mouth, Gue Yi sneered. I just suffered a setback from Li Haihua, and now I'm being provoked again. Gue Yi, who usually has a deep personality, became a little angry. I'll let you know the price of being arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Gue Yi rushed directly towards Subai's position. The speed was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Chapter 75, Night Sky, One Punch Blows Away. Facing the fast-moving ghost knight, Subai remained as steady as a rock. Drink, Gue Yi shouted loudly, and the next second his fist attacked Subai's face. Ho! The air made a roaring sound. The next moment Gue Yi's fist stopped in midair. Well, Gue Yi let out a painful groan, and his body instantly arched like a cooked shrimp. Bang! With a bang, Gue Yi's body flew backwards. Bang! Gue Yi's body fell to the ground and rolled, creating a big hole on the ground, causing secondary damage to him. Puff! A stream of bright red blood spurted out of Gue Yi's mouth. Gue Yi looked at the man opposite with some disbelief. He didn't see Subai's moves clearly just now. Gue Yi was shocked. What the hell is going on? At this time, Subai's faint voice came. It's just that my attack speed is too fast. Subai raised his foot and slowly came to Gue Yi's front. Gue Yi's body subconsciously crawled backwards. The next moment, Gue Yi realized this and felt inexplicably angry. Asshole, I'm actually scared. As the leader of the Ghost Alliance, he is also one of the most powerful supernatural beings in Dongmu City, self-proclaimed as Gue Yi. Gue Yi was angry about his behavior at this moment. Damn it. Damn it. Gue Yi endured the severe pain in his body and forced himself to stand up from the pit. The next moment, a strong black mist emerged from his body. They spread to Gue Yi's entire body, wrapping and covering him. Transformed into a ghost, Gue Yi directly launched his strongest attack. Night Sky. The next moment, the area within a radius of dozens of meters around Gue Yi, including the place where Subai was at the moment, was all swallowed up by an invisible darkness. Night Sky is a field ability that can create an absolutely dark field around Gue Yi. In the Night Sky, Ghost Knight is the absolute ruler. Gue Yi's body suddenly disappeared into the surrounding darkness, and a burst of crazy laughter was heard. Ha ha, da. The voice of Ghost Knight came from all directions, as if he was the night sky. Subai looked at the endless darkness around him, with a hint of disdain on his lips. Subai's two black pupils suddenly changed, and a faint platinum light appeared in Subai's eyes. Eye of the White Dragon Emperor activated. Suddenly, all the surrounding space was penetrated by Subai's Eye of the White Dragon Emperor. Subai could clearly see Gue Yi's condition at the moment. It's a bit like an energy form. Subai murmured softly in his heart. The next second, a black figure suddenly attacked Subai's back. Puff! A sharp black spear suddenly appeared, trying to pierce Subai's body. But in the last 0.1 second, the dark spear was blocked by Subai's index finger. What? In the dark space, Gue Yi's somewhat shocked voice sounded. The next second the dark spear dissipated and returned to the surrounding darkness. Gue Yi's figure also quickly disappeared into the darkness behind him. Subai sneered as he looked at Gue Yi, who was about to continue hiding in the dark space. Still want to leave? When Gue Yi heard Subai's voice, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The next second, Subai's figure disappeared from the spot. Outside world. On the side of a wide, deserted road. A huge black ball covered a section of road. It was the dark area released by Gue Yi using the night sky. Suddenly, the dark barrier that had been calm on the surface suddenly burst open. A punch of energy suddenly broke through the dark area. Along with it, Gueye's figure also flew out. Then the night sky area began to shatter like a mirror in water. Subai slowly walked out of the darkness. Looking at Guy's body lying not far away, he commented softly, "The ability is pretty good, but the user's strength is a bit low." Subai walked towards Gueye's body, preparing to recycle it into the dimensional space. Halfway through the walk, Subai suddenly stopped. Behind Subai, a figure slowly walked out. Li Jika came from nowhere, as if he appeared out of thin air behind Subai. "Young man, you really made me look for you." Li Jika spoke with a teasing tone as he walked towards Subai step by step. Subai's body did not move until Li Jika came to him. Subai looked at the man in black suit in front of him and spoke. "I didn't want to pay attention to you before, but I didn't have time." Li Jika was stunned at first when he heard this, but then a hint of fanaticism appeared on his face. "Ha, I've long noticed that you're very strong. Are you finally willing to fight me?" Li Jika's eyes were fiery with a hint of anticipation, his body slightly bent, ready for battle. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Come on, fight me, and it would be best if I could use my full strength." When Subai heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly widened into a creepy laugh. "I want to let you know the consequences of annoying me all the time." The next moment, a terrifying aura like that of a demon from hell suddenly erupted from Subai's body. The hair fluttered slightly under this extremely powerful energy wave. For the first time, a ferocious look appeared on Subai's face. The invisible and tangible terrifying energy fluctuations from Subai's body spread into the sky. The space around was shaking slightly, as if it was wailing. Subai suddenly stepped forward with his left foot, and the ground in front of him instantly cracked and disintegrated, forming a huge pit under Subai's feet, and countless gravel and dust spread everywhere. The entire section of the road was broken by Subai's kick. The cracks spread to the cement road several kilometers away. The next moment, Subai moved his body sideways and used his right elbow to bend backwards to accumulate strength. Almost in the blink of an eye, Subai suddenly stretched out his right arm and punched out. Meanwhile, the tissues on the arm are also rapidly completing the transformation of the white dragon claw as it moves forward. Ferocious and terrifying white bone claws appeared on Subai's right arm, covering and reorganizing. In an instant, a ferocious white dragon claw with a length of more than 2 meters appeared. And all this happened in just a moment, as if time had not even passed. Subai launched an extremely terrifying attack. In the next 0.001 seconds, Subai's right arm's white dragon claw turned into a fist and slammed towards Li Jika's chest. At this moment, a look of fear appeared on Li Jika's face. It seemed like he was about to make a sound, but it was too late. He didn't even have time to utter a cry of fear. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud explosion in the air between the two people. The power and momentum of Subai's attack is no less than the explosion of a missile. Boom! The next moment, Li Jika's body suddenly flew backwards under the terrifying power of Subai's dragon claw. The surrounding air vibrated because of the aftermath of the fist explosion. The hurricane blew up and blew away the white clouds. Taking Subai's right dragon claw as the starting point, a fist wave of over 1,000 meters long appeared in the sky ahead. The scene is somewhat horrifying, and Li Jika's figure has disappeared on the road. Chapter 76, The Last Fire Ghost, destroyed. Subai didn't know whether Li Jika died from this punch, but he only used 80% of his strength. If Li Jika had never shown any malice in front of him, maybe Subai used all his strength in this punch. Looking at the air wave created by his punch, Subai slowly retracted his own breath. Subai waved his right arm, and the mutation of the white dragon claw on his right hand was also removed. He turned around and looked at the location of Gueye's body and walked over. Subai put Gueye's body into the dimensional space. Now 6 of the 7 core members of the Ghost Alliance have been eliminated. There is only one left. Subai took out his cell phone and looked at the location information sent by Zhang Tianlong. The last core member of the Ghost Alliance is called Fire Ghost. The ghost living in his body is related to fire, and its strength level is also S-level. Subai looked at the Fire Ghost's current location information and confirmed the direction. Subai quickly left the road and moved towards the target location. 10 minutes later, Subai found the last Fire Ghost at the entrance of a somewhat remote alley. At this time, the Fire Ghost seemed to be doing something unfriendly. From the depths of the alley, the sound of a girl crying and calling for help could be faintly heard. There were passers-by occasionally passing by, but no one dared to meddle in other people's business. The most they can do is help call the police and leave the rest to the authorities to handle. Subai walked into the alley with a cold look in his eyes. The fire ghost who was doing bad things felt the sound of footsteps coming from outside the alley. He stopped what he was doing and cursed. Which bastard is it? The fire ghost looked towards the alley and saw Subai with a cold face. Aren't you afraid of death? How dare you interfere in my affairs? When the fire ghost saw Subai's handsome face, he got angry. He now had no interest in continuing the action. The fire ghost pushed the girl in front of him away, and without caring that his clothes were not properly put on, he walked straight towards Subai. As he walked over, the fire ghost was still speaking arrogantly. Boy, I'm going to let you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Subai did not move as the fire ghost slowly approached. The fire ghost thought that the man was frightened by his own aura and words. Ha you. Bang. Next second, Subai's punch hit the fire ghost perfectly in the face. The other person's teeth were knocked out while he was still opening his mouth to speak. Ah. Bang. The fire ghost screamed, and its body seemed to be hit hard and crashed directly into the wall next to it. When the girl behind him saw this, she hurriedly tidied her clothes and ran outside. Subai didn't care about the girls leaving. He continued to look at the fallen fire ghost. At this time, the fire ghost had also stood up. He rubbed his face where he was hit and felt that he was disfigured. After being hit hard by Subai, the irritable fire ghost naturally couldn't bear the anger in his heart. You're looking for death, kid. The fire ghost shouted loudly, and the next moment a light red energy mist appeared on the surface of his body. A vague red monster shadow rushed out from the fire ghost's body, with its fangs and claws bared. The next moment it attached itself to the fire ghost. The fire ghost also discovered through that punch just now that Subai was not an ordinary person. Therefore, he directly used his strongest ability and transformed into a demon. However, after Subai saw the fire ghost complete its transformation into a ghost, he still had no reaction. Facing an S-level fire ghost, Subai does not intend to use any alienated abilities. Bang! Another fast, accurate, and fierce punch. The fire ghost, who was just about to explode with momentum, was knocked into the wall again by Subai's punch. This time Subai added a little more strength, and the fire ghost's entire body sank into the wall. Some rubble was shattered by the violent impact and flew around and scattered on the ground. The entire wall was shaken by the impact, making a loud bang. The fire ghost who faced Subai's fist directly suffered the greatest damage. The light red ghost on his body was also beaten to pieces. The red mist slowly dissipated into the air. Subai punched the fire ghost half to death. Well, the fire ghost was already dizzy at this time, and felt that his body was about to be shattered by Subai's punch. Puff! The fire ghost spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body slowly fell from the wall to the ground. Plop! The fire ghost was completely unable to move. He opened his eyes slightly and tried his best to look up and forward. A pair of white boomerang shoes appeared before his eyes. This was the last thing he saw before he died. Puff! Then he felt a sharp pain in his body, and then he closed his eyes and became motionless. After dozens of seconds, Subai slowly walked out of the alley. At this time, many passersby had gathered on the small road at the entrance of the alley, including the victim girl. There were many people comforting her, and it seemed that the police had been called. Subai left here as if nothing had happened. People around me have some ideas, but they don't take any practical action. Subai was on his way back to Billowin University. He took out his cell phone to check the time. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. Now all the core members of the Ghost Alliance have been killed by Subai. Subai asked the system with some surprise in his heart. The 7 core members of the system Ghost Alliance are now dead. Why haven't you prompted me that my mission is complete? Host, this mission is to eliminate the members of the Ghost Alliance in Qingfeng City. These include not only the core members of the Ghost Alliance, but also those ordinary members who are weaker in strength. Subai understood after hearing the system's explanation. I see. Subai seemed to have thought of something. He took out his cell phone and opened the message box of his WeChat conversation with Zhang Tianlong. Subai, I have dealt with the core members of Minister Zhang's Ghost Alliance, and I will leave the remaining small fry to you SOD. Almost the next second, Zhang Tianlong. Boss Su is indeed extremely powerful. Zhang Tianlong, don't worry, we SOD will definitely wipe out the remaining Ghost Alliance members in Qingfeng City. Subai, yeah. After finishing the conversation with Zhang Tianlong, Subai continued walking back towards Billowin University. All the core members of the Ghost Alliance are now dead. The remaining ordinary members of the Ghost Alliance in Qingfeng City will not be able to resist the sanctions of Qingfeng City SOD. Now Su Bai is just waiting for Zhang Tianlong and the others to clean up the members of the Ghost Alliance, who have sneaked into Qingfeng City, and complete the mission. Su Bai was in a good mood. It was still early to go back to school anyway. He walked straight to a quiet path along the river. Qingfeng City is just an ordinary small or medium-sized city in Longhua. However, its urban development and greening and environmental protection are still very good. It was also a pleasure for Su Bai to walk on the roadside and gently feel the breeze from the river. Chapter 77 Xiao He breaks through the peak of S-level. In the afternoon, Su Bai finished his school classes and then went home. As soon as he got home, Xiao He actively helped himself to open the door. Su Bai raised the corner of his mouth, and he took out the bodies of Gui Yi and others from the dimensional space. The moment when 4 bodies of S-level transcendence appeared, Xiao He's saliva was immediately flowing. Meow. Master, are these for me to eat? Well, considering that you have been so diligent these past few days. Meow. Thank you, Master. You are the best. / greater than over equal to less than over equal to / Xiao He hugged Su Bai's trouser leg and expressed his gratitude. Then he dragged the bodies of Gui Yi and 4 others towards the door. Su Bai had said before that if you want to eat this kind of special food, you need to go outside the house. Watching Xiao He excitedly leaving with the bodies of the 4 core members of the Ghost Alliance, Su Bai came to the living room and threw his school bag on the sofa. At this time, Sushi was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and watching the shaking. When he found that Su Bai had returned, he stood up and gave Su Bai a hug is identical to Sigma. Sir? 3? So. Su. Su Bai looked disgusted. You are already such a grown-up. Why are you still acting like a child? Although he complained, Su Bai did not refuse Sushi's hug. Let it hang on your body like a koala. Sushi asked Su Bai, what do you want to eat tonight, bro? Looking at Sushi's expectant eyes, Su Bai was a little surprised. Sushi continued, I will be your personal cook from now on. As Sushi said this, she also made a cute gesture, Onaji. Go. Su Bai coughed twice. Whatever. Oh. Sushi responded, then stood up and prepared to go out to buy ingredients for cooking tonight. Su Bai came to the sofa, turned on the shaker, and started the relaxation mode. A few minutes later, Xiao He came back with a satisfied look on his face. Seeing Su Bai, it barked excitedly. Meow. Master, I feel like I'm about to break through. Su Bai was a little surprised when he heard what Xiao He expressed. Xiao He himself is a dimensional creature. The general way to increase his strength is to constantly devour the corpses of powerful creatures, or to grow over time. Su Bai has fed Xiao He so many S-level transcendence these days. It has been a while since Xiao He reached S-level. After devouring the S-level peak, Gui Yi, Xiao He felt that he was about to reach the S-level peak. Su Bai was also delighted that Xiao He was about to break through to the peak of S-level. In this way, he would have an extra top-level S-class pet. Meow. Master, I need time to digest the energy in my body now. Su Bai nodded slightly upon hearing this. Well, go back to your bedroom and digest it. Meow. A few dozen minutes later, Sushi came back with the ingredients for tonight, a large pile of various seafood. She plans to make seafood noodles tonight. Sushi walked into the kitchen and started preparing the ingredients. After dozens of minutes, a rich aroma of seafood wafted from the kitchen. Su Bai couldn't help swallowing when he smelled it. Sushi came out with a big bowl of seafood noodles. The bowl was huge and had a lot of seafood in it, various shells, prawns, and fish fillets. It makes people drool just by looking at it. The ingredients for this bowl of seafood noodles cost at least 100 yuan. Sushi brought 2 bowls of seafood noodles and sat next to Su Bai. Dang. Sushi pushed one of the bowls in front of Su Bai, crossed her hands on the table, and said happily, Brother, how about trying the noodles I made? Su Bai took a big bowl of seafood noodles, blew away the hot air, and took a bite. It tastes very good, especially when topped with plenty of seafood meat. Just the look of it elevates the quality of this bowl of noodles several levels. Delicious. Hearing Su Bai's affirmation and praise, the smile on Sushi's face became even happier. Hee, if you like, I'll let you eat meat every day. After Su Bai said, he felt that Sushi's words were a bit strange. Omega? Okay, Xiaoxi, you eat first. It won't taste good if it gets cold. The next morning, when Su Bai got up, in addition to the soft touch as expected, he also felt a wetness on his face. This feeling, Su Bai opened his eyes in some surprise. What catches your eye is Xiao He with an excited and cute face. At this moment, Xiao He was licking himself. Su Bai, Sigma. The corners of Su Bai's mouth twitched wildly. After a few seconds, Su Bai calmed down and said to Xiao He, have you licked enough? Xiao He heard Su Bai's calm tone at this time. and realized that his behavior had gone a little too far. Xiaohei shuddered all over. This morning, it woke up and found that it had broken through to the peak of S-level. The overly excited Xiaohei went straight to Su Bai's face and licked him to express his excitement. So much so that it has even forgotten its current status. Meow. I licked my master's face. I'm done for. I'm done for. Xiaohei was extremely frightened at this moment, and his big black gemstone eyes looked at Su Bai with some uneasiness. A state of trembling hair, as if, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Sigma, degree. You have broken through to the peak of S-level? To Xiaohei's surprise, Su Bai's somewhat surprised voice came. There didn't seem to be as angry in the tone as it had imagined. After hearing this, Xiaohei nodded quickly. The excitement on his face was beyond words. Su Bai looked at Xiaohei, who was both nervous and excited, and felt a little amused. Forget it this time, but remember not to lick my face next time. Meow. Master knows. Upon learning that Xiaohei had made a breakthrough, Su Bai was in a good mood. After all, Xiaohei was his pet. Su Bai got up and went to the bathroom to wash up and get ready for school. Xiaoxi in the bedroom was still catching up on her sleep. Su Bai went out and asked Xiaohei to close the door. Came to Beiluan University. Today's school is still full of sunshine and vitality. At the school gate, students walked into the campus in groups of 3 or 4. There was talking and laughing. The scene was full of laughter and joy, and it was full of the flavor of youth. Suddenly, a crisp cry came from behind Su Bai. It's night cherry blossoms. The girl is wearing a black noble Gothic dress today, with exquisite black lace and bright red prints. A bit of elegant aristocratic clothing. Yang also had twin ponytails today. She trotted towards Su Bai's position, and the black twin ponytails behind her head were shaking. Plus the little red backpack on the back. Looks delicate and cute. Su Bai felt happy when seeing this. After all, appreciating beautiful things can make people more vital and prolong their life. There was a smile on Yang's face, like the warm sunshine in June, which made people feel comfortable. The male classmates passing by couldn't help but stop and look at Yang in a daze. But, seeing Yang running to a boy who was a little more handsome than them. Then there was a sound of breaking and debris falling to the ground. Chapter 78 Going to School Together. Hey Sakura-kun. Su Bai also greeted Yang. Ever since his memory awakened, his relationship with the beautiful girl sitting next to him has become better and better. The two of them walked together in this vibrant Beiluan University, like a pair of fairy lovers. The men and women around were all envious and jealous. Damn it. Ay. My goddess is gone just like that. Why? Why didn't the night goddess choose me? Haha, choose you. Just because he's a little more handsome than you. The classmates around him mocked the boy mercilessly. Then more sneers were heard from all around. That's right, our classmate Su Bai is now the most handsome boy on campus at Beiluan University. I think Yang is marrying above her station. What? How dare you say that my night goddess is above her station? Humph, it's obviously true. Student Su Bai is the most handsome boy I have ever seen. He is absolutely my perfect match. Oh, I can't stand this anymore. Su Bai ignored the discussions of his classmates around them. Yang, on the other hand, does not have as strong a mental quality as Su Bai. After being discussed by the classmates around him for a while, his face and ears began to turn red. Su Bai seemed to be able to feel the heat coming from her head. She looks like a steam girl who is about to be cooked by the sun. Su Bai looked at Yi Ying's expression beside him and found it very interesting. Yang didn't dare to look at Su Bai and just walked forward on her own. Suddenly, another breathless voice was heard. Su Bai Xiaoying, wait a minute, Zhang Xiaoman jogged all the way and finally caught up with Su Bai and the others. Hoo. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman's chest was rising and falling, and the surging waves made Yang's mouth twitch. Comparing the size of the cups, Yang's is indeed not as big as Zhang Xiaoman's. Yang, Omega? Xiaoman, you need to exercise more. Yang made a suggestion to Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman replied somewhat helplessly. Alas, being too big can sometimes be a burden. Sigma. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoman puffed out her chest and gestured to Yang. Yang. Xiaoman. Yang felt that Zhang Xiaoman was just making her angry. The two were about to start fighting when Su Bai coughed twice. They still have to go to the classroom now. Soon the three of them walked into their classroom. When she came to her seat, Zhang Xiaoman also asked about Yang's absence from school yesterday. Why didn't you come to class yesterday, Sakura? Well, something happened at home. Su Bai suddenly asked. Have you solved all your problems, Sakura-kun? Yeah, ghost. They have all been dealt with. Yang suddenly changed her words mid-sentence and continued. Of course, what the two were talking about was the Ghost Alliance. And they didn't care about Zhang Xiaoman, who was standing in the middle. Zhang Xiaoman's eyes flickered slightly when she heard this, as if she was thinking about something. Xiaoying, Su Bai, what are you talking about? Why do I sound confused? Do you have any secrets that I don't know? Tell me now. Zhang Xiaoman suddenly hugged Yang from behind, causing the latter to scream out in pleasure. After Yang reacted, she said to Zhang Xiaoman in dissatisfaction. Xiaoman, let go. Hee hee. No, it is said that Ro can also make it bigger. Zhang Xiaoman said this playfully, and then actually tried it. Yang suddenly felt her whole body go limp as if she had been electrocuted, and an inexplicable experience surged into her heart. Oh, Yang is broken. After some entertainment before the morning class, the teacher came in. Su Bai and his classmates started their morning classes. During class time, Su Bai took out his mobile phone as usual and started browsing the Qingfeng City's super official website. In the past 2 days, core members of the Ghost Alliance were killed one after another by Su Bai. The true combat power of the Ghost Alliance has been lost by 90%. The order makers of Qingfeng City SOD basically wiped out the remaining Ghost Alliance members in Qingfeng City in about a day. In addition, Zhang Tianlong also joined forces with the SOD branch in the neighboring Dongmu City to wipe out the Ghost Alliance headquarters in Dongmu City. Without the 7S-level core members, the entire Ghost Alliance is in tatters. It was wiped out by SOD in just a day or so. The remaining ordinary members either escaped or were caught. It can be said that there has been a real earthquake in the supernatural world of Dongmu City in the past 2 days. The official website of Dongmu City's Chao Fan has exploded. All the extraordinary people were talking about it. Some said that the Ghost Alliance touched the bottom line of SOD officials, and SOD carried out a major purge of the Ghost Alliance. Some also said that the Ghost Alliance offended a supernatural boss and was destroyed by him. Some even said that the Ghost Alliance had touched the interests of a more powerful supernatural organization and was swallowed up by that organization. In short, now that the Ghost Alliance has fallen, there are all kinds of topics. I believe that in the near future, the supernatural world of Dongmu City will also undergo a major reshuffle. You must know that the Ghost Alliance is the largest supernatural force in Dongmu City. It manages dozens of medium and large-scale business resources. These are what other extraordinary forces are fighting for. But these have nothing to do with Su Bai. Su Bai didn't care about the situation in Dongmu City. He looked at the extraordinary official website of Qingfeng City. Now Qingfeng City has returned to its former peace and tranquility. Without the sniper attacks from the Ghost Alliance, the extraordinary people in Qingfeng City became active again. At noon, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Su Bai's mind, reminding him that his mission was completed. Ding. Mission: destroy the Ghost Alliance completed. Mission reward: 1 system point. Su Bai speculated in his mind. It should be Qingfeng City's SOD that has just captured all the members of the Ghost Alliance who have sneaked into Qingfeng City. Another system point was credited to his account, and Su Bai felt very happy. He called up the system panel in his mind to check how many system points he had now. Current system score: 6. Su Bai felt a little helpless. I have been doing tasks for several days and have only accumulated 6 system points in total. It seems that we still need to work harder. Su Bai looked at the various luxurious rewards in the system lottery for a while, which motivated himself, and then closed the system panel. After school in the afternoon, Su Bai was about to leave when suddenly a soft little hand grabbed him. Su Bai looked at Zhang Xiaoman beside him with some surprise. Does Xiaoman have anything else to say? Yang also looked at Zhang Xiaoman with a puzzled look. Seeing the 2 people staring at her, Zhang Xiaoman said a little embarrassedly, "Well, I recently saw something interesting on our school's forum. Someone posted a message saying that recently at night, some extraordinary phenomena have occurred in the old campus of our school." Chapter 79: New Mission and Climbing the Wall. When Su Bai heard Zhang Xiaoman's mysterious muttering, he was not interested at first. But the next moment, the voice of the system in his mind rang. Ding. Mission released. Mission name: Night Visit to School. Mission introduction: is there a supernatural being appearing in the Billowing University where you are? As a member of the school, you must defend the campus. Please, host, work with Zhang Xiaoman and the others tonight to investigate the extraordinary beings that appeared at Billowing University at night and resolve them. Mission reward: 1 system point. Hearing the announcement of the system task, Su Bai's originally boring face became lively. Since it is a system task, Su Bai said to Zhang Xiaoman, "Do you want to invite us to explore this extraordinary phenomenon together tonight?" Seeing Su Bai taking the initiative to ask her for the first time, Zhang Xiaoman felt a little embarrassed. Not really. After all, I only saw it on the school forum. I'm just curious about this matter and want to go and take a look. Of course, if you don't want to, forget it. Zhang Xiaoman added one more sentence. I wouldn't dare to do it alone. Omega? Okay, I want to see it too. To Zhang Xiaoman's surprise, Su Bai actually agreed for the first time. Zhang Xiaoman looked at Su Bai with some surprise. She had originally thought that Su Bai would refuse, but she didn't expect the result to be the opposite. Now that Su Bai agreed, things became much easier for Yang. Sure enough, Yang on the side thought for a moment and agreed. Yeah, that's a deal. We'll meet at the east gate wall of the school at 8 o'clock tonight. Yeah. Okay. After finishing the conversation with the two people, Su Bai went home. It's still early now, and he still needs to talk to Sushi first. After returning home, Su Bai and She recounted what happened during the evening's exploration. Then the girl grumbled that she wanted to go along too. Su Bai thought about it for a moment and agreed. There's no danger anyway, so let's just take a walk together at night. For dinner, the two of them had a deluxe version of egg fried rice. As for how luxurious it is, Sushi added beef and abalone to the ingredients and garnished it with truffles. It can be said that this is the most high-end fried rice Su Bai has ever eaten. After dinner, the two of them relaxed on the sofa for a while. When the agreed time was almost approaching, Su Bai and She prepared to go out. Before leaving, Su Bai saw Xiaohei, who looked a little lonely, at the door. They didn't know how late they would be back tonight, and Xiaohei was the only cat left at home. Meow meow. Su Bai looked at Xiaohei with a somewhat lonely but slightly expectant look in his eyes. Okay, then you can come along. Meow. After hearing Su Bai's words, Xiaohei shouted excitedly. Two people and a cat go out. Beiluan University is very close to Beiluan community itself. It only took Su Bai and his friends more than 10 minutes to reach the agreed meeting point. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman and Yang had also arrived, waiting for the last Su Bai. Su Bai. When Zhang Xiaoman and Yang saw Su Bai coming, they wanted to say hello, but when they saw Sushi next to Su Bai, they paused. The waving hand also stopped in midair. Su Bai looked at the two of them and explained. My sister was too bored tonight, so I brought her here with me. Her name is Sushi. Yang and Zhang Xiaoman were a little surprised at first, but then they began to introduce it enthusiastically. Hello, we are Su Bai's classmates. My name is Yang, and her name is Zhang Xiaoman. Although the three women had their own ideas in their minds, on the surface they quickly got to know each other. Su Bai stood aside and didn't pay any attention. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoman and Ying noticed Xiaohei behind Su Bai's feet. This little black cat is so cute. Yang couldn't help but want to squat down and touch Xiaohei, but the latter dodged her directly. Xiaohei held Su Bai's other trouser leg warily, looking very shy. Su Bai explained to Yang and Zhang Xiaoman. Its name is Xiaohei, and it's a cat I raise. Oh. Zhang Xiaoman suddenly asked at this time. By the way, Su Bai, the cat you were talking about last time was Xiaohei, right? Su Bai confirmed quietly without caring. After a brief discussion, the four people and one cat started tonight's action. The four of them were walking on the path, and Zhang Xiaoman said to Su Bai and the others. The school doesn't allow students to enter or leave at will at night, so I plan to climb over the wall from the small woods on the west side. Yang said in surprise when she heard this. Flippin'. Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoman with suspicion. There is definitely no problem between her and Su Bai, but Zhang Xiaoman is just an ordinary person. The wall of their school is at least 2 meters high. Moreover, his extraordinary strength must not be exposed in front of Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman saw the suspicious looks of Yang and the others and said in a somewhat inadequate tone, We still have Su Bai. We can let him help us get over there. Is it okay, Su Bai? As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoman glanced at Su Bai, fearing that Su Bai would directly refuse. Normally speaking, none of the three girls could climb over a 2-meter-high wall. Seeing Zhang Xiaoman's pleading look, Su Bai couldn't refuse. If I refuse, I will definitely not be able to complete the mission tonight. No problem. Hearing Su Bai agreed, Zhang Xiaoman's face relaxed. Yang beside her also blushed slightly. I want to be carried. Sushi, who was standing next to Su Bai, had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. She certainly doesn't want her brother to support other girls. But now that Su Bai had agreed, she couldn't say anything else. Soon the four of them arrived at the grove on the west side of their school. There happened to be a green forest on the side of the road that could provide cover for Su Bai and his friends as they climbed over the wall. When they arrived in front of the wall, the three women looked at Su Bai with shining eyes. The next step is to wait for Su Bai to carry them over. Su Bai looked at the three girls with expectant eyes and walked over. The first one was Zhang Xiaoman. Su Bai came behind her and put his hands on her waist. Zhang Xiaoman has a good and soft figure. Su Bai directly lifted Zhang Xiaoman up Wanaji, happy face. No. Aya. Zhang Xiaoman screamed softly, a little flustered, and immediately closed her mouth when she came to her senses. Their current behavior cannot be discovered by others. Zhang Xiaoman felt Su Bai's actions, and her pretty face immediately turned red, looking seductive. Su Bai continued to lift Zhang Xiaoman higher. With his height of 1.8 meters and his extraordinary strength, he easily lifted Zhang Xiaoman onto the wall. Zhang Xiaoman didn't dare to jump over, so she could only wait for Su Bai to flip over and then put her down. The second one is Night Sakura. Su Bai came to Yang's side. Originally, Yang could have flipped over by herself, but now she didn't want to expose her strength in front of Zhang Xiaoman. She could only let Su Bai help her turn over. Su Bai put his hand on the girl's waist again. It was still very thin and soft, like cotton. Su Bai slowly lifted up Yang. Soon Yang also successfully climbed up the wall. Finally, it's Su Shi. Although Su Shi was very unhappy about Su Bai hugging other girls. But now it was her turn, and Su Shi's face flushed with excitement. Because what she wore tonight happened to be a blue and white floral dress. Chapter 80 Night Visit to School. As Su Shi was expecting, Su Bai held her waist and began to lift her up slowly. Su Shi felt Su Bai's strong hands and couldn't help but feel excited. Soon when Su Bai lifted Su Shi halfway, he also discovered that Su Shi was wearing a skirt today. If you keep lifting it up, just when Su Bai was feeling a little hesitant, Yang on the wall urged him. Su Bai, hurry up, or there might be security guards patrolling here soon. Su Bai no longer hesitated after hearing this. He lowered his head and continued to lift Su Shi up. Soon all three women successfully climbed up the wall. Seeing this, Su Bai quickly climbed up and flipped over, and directly reached the other side of the wall. Su Bai's quick and agile skills left Zhang Xiaoman, who was on the wall, stunned. Su Bai, you are so powerful. Zhang Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with stars, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she looked at Su Bai with admiration and said. As for Yang and Su Shi beside him, they knew Su Bai's strength and were not too surprised. Okay, jump down. Su Bai came to the bottom of the three women and spoke to them. Zhang Xiaoman looked at the height of more than 2 meters and said nervously, then you have to catch it. Su Bai was speechless when he saw the fake fear on the other person's face. It's only a little over 2 meters, so there will be no problem even if you jump down. Don't worry. Although he complained in his heart, Su Bai still gave Zhang Xiaoman a reassuring look. Looking at Su Bai's cool eyes, Zhang Xiaoman half-crouched and jumped down. Call. Su Bai easily caught Zhang Xiaoman with both hands, and then put her down. Next was Yang, and even though she felt a little ashamed, she still jumped. Holding the soft girl, Yang did not have as much burden as Zhang Xiaoman. Therefore, Su Bai felt that Yang's body was lighter, as if it was a ball of cotton. Even Su Bai could smell the faint fragrance from the girl. Hey brother, stop being stunned. Your sister, I'm still up there, oh epsilon. Su Shi looked at Su Bai below who was still holding Yang, and her voice sounded somewhat displeased. Su Bai's mouth twitched, and he put Yang on the ground. He came to the bottom of Su Shi. I'm coming. Underscore. With a sly smile on her face, Su Shi squatted down and rushed towards Su Bai's position. During the jump, Su Shi also made some fine adjustments to the distance and direction, to the point that in the end Su Shi was almost sticking to Su Bai's face. Call. A breeze blew by, and Su Bai felt something blowing on his face. Su Shi sat on Su Bai's head with her face close to hers, and the hem of her skirt directly covered Su Bai's head. The girl wrapped her legs tightly around Su Bai's waist and held his head with both hands. Su Shi showed a frightened expression on her face and exclaimed, brother, hold me tight. Underscore. Su Bai. Duh. Because Su Shi blocked Su Bai's vision, he could not see what was happening in front of him at all. Hearing the girl's cry, Su Bai's face was full of black lines. My sister is acting like a drama queen again. However, Su Bai couldn't directly expose Su Shi's performance at this time. Yang and Zhang Xiaoman were watching nearby. Su Bai took a few deep breaths and tried to pull Su Shi off his head. Brother, are you still smoking? When Su Shi said this, Yang and Zhang Xiaoman beside her were stunned. Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed in a low voice. You even want to smell it from your own sister. Su Bai, are you a pervert? When Yang heard Zhang Xiaoman's voice, her face turned red. Su Bai looked at the changes in the expressions of the two women, and for a moment he felt that he was speechless. Hey, don't let your imagination run wild. Su Bai felt Su Shi's legs tightening, and he couldn't help but squeeze out a Jing character on his head. Su Bai forcibly carried Su Shi down and looked at her with embarrassment. The latter looked around as if nothing had happened. There was an awkward silence for a moment. Just then, Xiao Hei's meow broke the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Xiao Hei's petite black figure also jumped over from outside the wall. His figure is agile, like an athlete in the night sky. Wow, Xiao Hei is so awesome. It's so easy to climb over the wall of our school. When Zhang Xiaoman saw Xiao Hei jumping into the air, A strange look flashed in her eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. When Xiaohei landed, he came to Subai's footsteps and meowed twice. The four of them prepared to start tonight's action. By the way, Xiaoman, what exactly is that supernatural phenomenon you mentioned? At this time, Yang couldn't help but become curious and asked Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman came up to them and said after hearing that, according to what the forum owner said, a white shadow often appears in our school every night, like a ghost. And it was very fast. According to eyewitnesses, it basically disappeared in the blink of an eye. And it also makes weird noises. In short, it's very scary. After hearing Zhang Xiaoman's story, a trace of contemplation appeared on Yang's pretty face, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Subai and Sushi didn't care at all. Subai was only thinking about completing the system's task. And Sushi came here tonight simply to hang out with Subai. Xiaohei was somewhat interested in the ghost that Zhang Xiaoman mentioned. The big black eyes, like little black gemstones, emitted a reflective light in the night. It looks kind of cool. According to the description of the forum owner on Zhang Xiaoman's mobile phone, the ghost often appears in the old school district on the mountainside of Beluan University at night. The old school districts there are basically abandoned areas. The school originally planned to renovate the place in the next few years. But it seems that the funds have not been in place yet, so the process has not yet started. Subai and the other three began walking towards the old school district of their school. It was fine for the first 10 minutes or so, as there were street lights on the small roads inside Beluan University. And from time to time some teachers or students passed by. But when Subai and his friends arrived at the old school district, there were basically no people passing by. Moreover, the number of street lights on the roadside began to decrease, with only one every few dozen meters. Everything around was dark again. The quiet and dim environment made the three women instinctively move closer to Subai. Of course, it is unknown whether they have other ideas in their minds. Subai continued to move deeper into the old school district, and there were fewer and fewer streetlights around him. As a gust of cold wind blew by, Zhang Xiaoman suggested in a trembling voice, "Why don't we go back?" No, don't. The three voices rejected it in unison. Yang wanted to find out the extraordinary situation here. Subai was trying to complete the system's task. As for Sushi, it was because in this situation, she could stick closely to Subai. The four people had their own ideas. Chapter 81, Extraordinary in School. Subai and the other three continued walking towards the depths of the old campus. The light around was getting dimmer. The two daughters of She all stuck close to Subai. Subai felt the softness pressing against the three sides of his body and felt speechless. But if we compare them, Zhang Xiaoman's is the biggest, followed by her sister Xiaoxi's, and then the slightly smaller Yang. Since Sushi is at sea level, Subai can directly analyze the cup sizes of the other two women. Xiaoying should be sea level. Xiaoman should have reached D level. Xiaohei was not afraid in the old campus at night. Instead, it looked at the darkness around it with an expression full of interest, its heart filled with curiosity. At this time, Subai has already activated his infinite perception. Within his perception range, there was indeed a weak energy fluctuation in this old campus. But the opponent's energy aura seemed to appear and disappear from time to time, as if it could become invisible. Subai gradually developed an interest in this extraordinary creature. The three of them came all the way to the teaching building of the old campus. There are several dilapidated and abandoned teaching buildings, and the paint on the walls looks like it has peeled off. Why do I feel a little chilly here? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman's voice sounded behind him. The next moment, Subai also felt a faint energy fluctuation coming from behind him. The three of them turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaoman, who was walking at the back because of fear. Subai and the others saw a white figure flash by behind Zhang Xiaoman. However, the white color disappeared inexplicably in the next moment. Zhang Xiaoman's heart tightened when she saw the surprise on Subai and the other two's faces. The next second, she pounced directly towards Subai among the three. Oh! Zhang Xiaoman seemed to be frightened and couldn't help screaming. Yang and Sushi also looked around warily. Even Subai felt that things were not simple. Subai casually comforted Zhang Xiaoman, who was lying in front of him, and began to think. Just now, the moment before the white shadow disappeared, Subai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and checked the opponent's real data. Name, White Mist Spirit. Gender, none. Category, Extraordinary Creature White Mist Spirit. Level, S-level. Skills, Concealment, Void, Illusion, Escape. Current status, Bored, Guarding. The opponent is just an S-level extraordinary creature. In terms of combat power, he may not even be able to beat Xiaohei, but the opponent is only S-level. He was able to escape easily right in front of Su by just now. Brother, did you see what that was? At this time, Sushi's voice came from beside him. Sushi was also a little shocked at this time, because she was an SS-level genetic modifier. I couldn't even see the other person's face clearly just now. Upon hearing this, Yang and Zhang Xiaoman also looked toward Subai. Subai's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke lightly. Yes, it looks like a ghost, white in color, and looks like a girl. Yang and others were a little surprised when they heard this. It really is a ghost. Then let's get out of here right now. We must report this extraordinary situation here to the special department. Zhang Xiaoman suggested to Subai and the other two with some fear on her face. Yang beside him spoke up when he heard this. Don't panic, Xiaoman. It's just a ghost. Things like this usually don't have any offensive capabilities. And if we leave now, wouldn't our trip tonight be in vain? Yang wants to persuade Zhang Xiaoman to continue exploring. She and Subai are not ordinary people. Although the ghost is elusive, Yang believes that with herself at B level and Subai at a level, they can definitely defeat it easily. At this time, Subai also read Yang's thoughts. Subai rolled his eyes inadvertently. If you told Yang that the ghost was an S-level extraordinary creature, she may have agreed with Zhang Xiaoman's suggestion now, but Subai will definitely not give up. After all, he came here tonight just to get rid of this ghost. Sakura is right, it's just a ghost, and she didn't launch any attacks just now, so she shouldn't be dangerous. Yes, Xiaoman, let's explore for a while. If there is really no other way, we can go back and report to the special department. Zhang Xiaoman looked at the three people who were eager to continue exploring and finally agreed. But there was a hint of smile in her eyes. Even Subai didn't notice this. After some adjustments, the four of them walked towards the depths of the old campus again. After passing through a row of teaching buildings, Subai and his friends arrived at the student dormitory building in the old campus. The abandoned dormitory walls, broken glass windows, and the surrounding environment were eerily quiet. Just as Subai and others continued to move forward, Subai suddenly sensed that ghostly breath again. Over there. Subai narrowed his eyes, then quickened his pace and ran quickly in one direction. The three Yang girls behind them also hurriedly followed. While the three women were running, Zhang Xiaoman's eyes flashed again. Soon Yang and the others caught up with Subai. At this time, Subai was standing under a street light at the corner of a small road. The dim yellow-white lights flickered slightly in the darkness, giving the illusion that they would go out at any time. The wind was howling all around, giving people a thrilling experience. Fortunately, under the light, Subai's tall and handsome figure can still be seen. Subai's tall and majestic figure silhouetted by the street lights gave the three women a full sense of security. Brother, Subai, Subai. The three of them ran quickly towards Subai's location. Subai was also waiting for them here. Just now, he burst out with the strength of an SSS-level genetic modifier and instantly arrived in front of the ghost. Subai originally wanted to eliminate the opponent with one blow, but when his dragon claw hand touched the opponent's body, it went straight through. Of course, the opponent's body is not completely immune to his physical attacks. Subai could clearly feel that the ghost's life force had weakened a lot after being hit by his claw. Subai guessed in his heart that it must have used some special ability to mitigate his attack. Finally, the ghost disappeared, and Subai was not sure whether it was dead or not. It was at this time. Ding. Mission. Night visit to school completed. Mission reward. 1 system point. Subai was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Is that guy dead? Just when this thought arose in Subai's mind, the voice of the system came. Host, please believe in your own strength. After all, the host is an SSS class transcendent after all. A mere S-class ghost, even if it has the ability to reduce physical damage, will never be able to survive the host's attack. Hearing the system analysis, Subai understood. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? At this time, Sushi's cry came from the side. Chapter 82 Subai, your cat can actually stand. The three Sushi girls trotted over with surging youth. Because of running, the three of them all had a little red on their faces, looking so cute. Sushi came up and asked Subai, Brother, why are you here? Did you catch that ghost? Yang, who was standing by, was also curious when she heard this. She knew that Subai was an A-level transcendent. Subai was running so fast just now, he must have discovered that extraordinary ghost. Yang asked Subai with some anticipation. Yes, Subai, have you found the ghost? The two girls looked at Subai with great interest, except Zhang Xiaoman, who was silent. The corners of Subai's mouth curled up slightly, and he said to the three women, No, I was wrong just now. It's just a stray cat. Subai showed a look of regret on his face and waved his hands helplessly. As Subai spoke, he looked at Su Shi and the other girl, but all his perception was focused on Zhang Xiaoman. When Su Shi and Ying heard Su Bai's answer, they looked obviously disappointed. Although Zhang Xiaoman showed a look of regret on her face, a strange look flashed across her eyes inadvertently. And Su Bai also took it all in his perception. Forget it, it's already so late. The ghost should be gone. So shall we just stop here tonight? Su Bai said this to the three women as he returned the way he came. Su Shi and Ying wanted to say something, but seeing that Su Bai had lost interest, they could only follow Su Bai's pace. Zhang Xiaoman also quickened her pace to catch up. At this moment, all her thoughts were sensed by Su Bai. How could this happen? I just felt that the white mist spirit's life force was weakening. Is Su Bai lying? Shouldn't it be? Su Bai's strength must be stronger. Su Bai unfolded his infinite consciousness and listened carefully to Zhang Xiaoman's psychological activities. In fact, Su Bai discovered that something was wrong with Zhang Xiaoman as soon as he awakened his memory. But at that time, Su Bai only regarded Zhang Xiaoman as an ordinary hidden extraordinary person. But recently Su Bai has frequently heard some strange psychological activities of Zhang Xiaoman. Things like fog, sea of flowers, about to open, and so on. These also made Su Bai feel a little interested in Zhang Xiaoman. Especially tonight, she invited herself and others to come to the school to explore ghosts. Su Bai also heard more information from her psychological activities. The white ghost before was also related to Zhang Xiaoman. It seems that Zhang Xiaoman discovered the ghost in the school a long time ago. Walking on the path back, Su Bai felt a little confused. He didn't understand why Zhang Xiaoman wanted to bring them to school to look for the ghost tonight. According to Su Bai's investigation into Zhang Xiaoman's inner thoughts, she really wanted the ghost to be killed. Thinking this in his mind, Su Bai inadvertently turned his head slightly and glanced at Zhang Xiaoman beside him. He had never conducted any investigation on Zhang Xiaoman about the White Dragon Emperor before. Of course, it is also because Su Bai doesn't need it and disdains it. Eye of the White Dragon Emperor is activated at this moment. Name, Zhang Xiaoman Avatar. Gender, female sign. Category, dimensional creature, Mandragora flower spirit. Level, A level, false strength. Skills, disguise, self-suggestion, soul communication, confusion. Current state, analysis. After seeing the real data analysis of Zhang Xiaoman by Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Su Bai was surprised. Although I have long known that Zhang Xiaoman is not an ordinary human being, but the opponent's category is somewhat special. Dimensional creature? This should be a supernatural being of the same type as Xiao He and the ghost from before, right? So, Zhang Xiaoman is actually from the other side of the dimensional rift. And the other party's current state is actually just a clone. Su Bai didn't know until he checked, and he was shocked when he did. The analysis given by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor proves that Zhang Xiaoman is not simple. Su Bai's Eye of the White Dragon Emperor was also retracted in an instant. Zhang Xiaoman felt the gazes beside her and turned her pretty face to look at Su Bai. Seeing Su Bai's eyes, deep and bright, like stars in the night sky, Zhang Xiaoman's heart moved. Hee, when the passage is fully opened, I will definitely catch you and ravage you every day. The passage has been loosening recently, and now that the white mist spirit's aura has disappeared, it should be soon. When Su Bai heard some strange thoughts in Zhang Xiaoman's mind at this moment, his face turned dark. Su Bai was speechless. Or maybe he is just too handsome. Omega? Su Bai turned his head away and did not continue to look at Zhang Xiaoman. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaoman would not be able to help but reveal her true identity now. In this way, Su Bai will no longer be able to continue secretly observing Zhang Xiaoman's secrets. In fact, Zhang Xiaoman doesn't know Su Bai's true strength. If she knew that Su Bai was an SSS-level transcendent, even her original body would never have such thoughts. The four of them quietly returned to the wall where they came from. Looking at the more than 2-meter-high wall, the three women all looked at Su Bai. Su Bai. Omega. There is no way, because the four of them have their own hidden strengths. Originally, the four of them could easily climb over the wall, but now they have to rely on Su Bai to lift them over one by one. Su Bai said it was too difficult. A few minutes later, Su Bai caught the last one, Su Shi, and the four of them successfully climbed out from the school wall. Meow. Xiao He meowed and jumped out of the fence with his nimble body. Xiao He landed on the ground and performed an elegant dance step steadily, like a noble artist. Then, Zhang Xiaoman's surprised voice sounded. Su Bai, your cat can actually stand on its legs? Xiao He stood on his legs at this time, with his two cat paws raised upwards, like an elegant dancer. Yang looked at Xiao He's actions and also cast a strange look at Su Bai. It seemed like he was asking Su Bai what was going on with Xiao He. Xiao He also discovered that something was wrong at this time. Now only Su Bai and Su Shi know its identity as an S-level top-level dimensional creature. He has never shown abnormal behavior in front of other people before. Now he behaved like an extraordinary cat in front of Yang and Zhang Xiaoman. Xiao He would inevitably attract the attention and suspicion of the two women. Yang was fine. She knew some things about Su Bai and was not too surprised by Xiao He's abnormal behavior. After all, even if Su Bai raised an extraordinary pet, it would be reasonable. But Zhang Xiaoman is different. She always behaves as an ordinary person in front of everyone. Except for Su Bai, no one else knows Zhang Xiaoman's identity as a supernatural being. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman had to act surprised so as not to arouse the suspicion of Su Bai and others. Wow, has Xiao He ever been trained? He's so powerful, but he can still stand up. Chapter 83 Evening Routine. Zhang Xiaoman inadvertently helped Su Bai out of trouble. It also made Xiao He feel relieved. Xiao He was meowing, and he thought his identity as a supernatural creature was about to be exposed. Su Bai watched all this with a smile on his face. Now he is the only one who can see through the whole situation. Su Bai said to Yang and Zhang Xiaoman, "Well, it's getting late, so let's go back." "Yeah, okay." Afterwards, Su Bai and his friends separated from Zhang Xiaoman and went home. On the way back, Su Shi couldn't help but ask Su Bai out of curiosity, "Brother, you must have caught that ghost before. Brother, why do you want to lie?" Su Shi, with a look of a great detective on her face, suddenly came in front of Su Bai. The girl pointed at Su Bai with one finger and said in a humming tone, "What is the truth? Kurikoisi." Su Bai was stopped by Su Shi and also stopped. Su Bai was a little speechless and patiently began to explain to Su Shi. Xiao He, who was standing next to him, also pricked up his black cat ears and listened attentively as if he was a class representative. A few minutes later, Su Bai told Su Shi everything about Zhang Xiaoman and the school ghost. After listening to this, Su Shi opened her mouth slightly with a hint of surprise on her face. "But brother, why didn't I notice any energy fluctuations from Zhang Xiaoman?" Su Shi asked with some confusion. Although she has not reached the SSS-level extraordinary existence like Su Bai, but at least he has SS-level strength. Discovering an A-level energy fluctuation should not be a problem. Su Bai explained. She must have used some camouflage ability, or she has some extraordinary technology that blocks her perception. An A-level should only be the strength of her clone. Su Shi could only pout when she heard that. Well, it seems that their strength is not strong enough. Su Bai took a step forward and put his hand on Su Shi's little head. "Don't worry, your brother is here." Su Shi took advantage of the situation and went straight into Su Bai's arms, moving restlessly inside. Xiao He beside them watched the two people's affectionate actions, covering his eyes with his two furry little black paws. Indicates that he is full. After a while, Su Shi continued to ask Su Bai, "Brother, what are you going to do with Zhang Xiaoman?" "Well, continue to observe. She should be like Xiao He, also from another world of the dimensional rift. But in terms of normal behavior, there is no intention of harming society. I just don't know what the other party's purpose is." Su Bai also thought about Zhang Xiaoman's purpose. "What is that channel? Wait until I get home. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening." Su Bai and Su Shi took turns taking a bath. Then Su Bai came to his bed and lay down, intending to relax for a while before going to bed. The bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Su Shi, who had just finished taking a shower, walked in from outside. At this time, Su Shi was only wearing a set of thin pajamas, which were a bit transparent. The white and black inside seemed to be unable to be blocked. Su Shi squeezed directly next to Su Bai, leaned against him, and took out the tablet. Su Bai was speechless as he watched Su Shi preparing to watch a show. "Xiaoxi, can you please go back to your bed and watch?" Seeing Su Bai's helpless look, Su Shi smiled sweetly. "Hee, I just want to lean on my brother while watching the show. That's how it feels." As she spoke, Su Shi had already opened her tablet and found a somewhat cheesy romance drama. Su Bai was not interested in watching the show. He just took a look and said nothing more. Su Bai turned his back to Su Shi and opened the video on his phone. Suddenly, Su Bai felt a soft squeeze, and Su Shi's voice came from beside him. What are you looking at, bro? Let me have a good rest. F omega. Let me have a good rest. F omega. Wow, Anaji. No brother likes this." Su Shi put her head close to Su Bai's face with a sly smile on her face and said slyly. The corner of Su Bai's mouth twitched. He turned to look at Su Shi seriously and said, "Okay, Xiaoxi, don't peek at my phone casually." Because the distance was too close, their noses almost touched. Su Bai also realized it, and the next moment he shrank his body inside and turned back to look at his phone. Su Shi snorted complacently behind Su Bai. "It means that I have discovered the brother's little secret?" Su Shi thought secretly in her heart. "Since I like this, I will wear it next time." Subai usually did not read She's inner thoughts of infinite consciousness. Therefore, I had no idea what She was thinking at this moment. Until almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Subai finished his pre-bedtime entertainment and turned off Doido. Subai turned around and said to Sushi, "Okay, Xiaoxi, your brother is going to sleep. You can go back to your bed." Oh, even though She was crying, Subai finally pushed the girl back to his bed. Subai felt happy as he felt the somewhat empty bed. "Good night." Subai said goodnight to Sushi, who was lying on the big bed opposite him, and then turned off the lights in the bedroom. The bedroom fell into darkness. Only the one-way glass window on the wall could bring in a faint moonlight. The one-way window in Subai's house is the kind that allows people from the outside to not see inside, but people from the inside can see outside, and the anti-privacy effect is excellent. Sushi saw that Subai was going to sleep. She put on a pair of white headphones and planned to stay up late to watch the drama. Looking at Sushi, who was working hard to follow the drama day and night, Subai was not worried at all. After all, genetically modified people like them have a lifespan several times longer than normal people. Not to mention that Sushi is an SS-level genetic modifier, so she can easily survive for a year or two. The quiet night. Only the stunning girl under the moonlight is still breathtakingly beautiful. The next morning, Subai woke up and did not feel any weight on his body. Subai stood up in surprise and looked at the big bed opposite. At this time, Sushi was leaning against the head of the bed, still wearing the white headphones in her ears. Subai was shocked. "Still chasing drama? Xiaoxi, you didn't spend the entire night watching tomato drama?" I heard Subai's surprised voice coming from the side. Sushi also came back to her senses from her absorbed state of watching the drama. She took off her headphones and smiled at Subai. "Yeah, brother, this drama is so good. I couldn't help it and watched it till now." Looking at the girl's nonchalant expression, Subai's mouth twitched slightly. "Xiaoxi, even if you are an SS-level extraordinary person, you still have to abide by the normal daily routine." Listening to Subai's serious teaching, the girl nodded obediently. I know, bro. Brother, you should go to school. Don't be late." Chapter 84 Mutant Organisms. Subai simply washed up and prepared to go out. Xiaohai lay on the sofa in the living room to guard the house. Subai was walking on the way to school when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He opened WeChat and saw that it was a message from Zhang Tianlong. "Zhang Tianlong, Mr. Su, in the past few days we have joined forces with the SOD in Dongmu City to completely eradicate the entire Ghost Alliance. Zhang Tianlong, I have something I want to ask Mr. Su." "Subai, just say it directly." Zhang Tianlong, I wonder if the bodies of those core members of the Ghost Alliance that Mr. Su killed are still there?" Subai looked at the message sent by Zhang Tianlong and felt a little confused. "Subai, what do you want those guys' bodies for?" Zhang Tianlong, Mr. Su, to be honest, the S-level core members of the Ghost Alliance all have powerful ghosts living in their bodies. Zhang Tianlong, this is a very peculiar kind of extraordinary. We at SOD have been researching this content, so... Subai looked at the message sent by Zhang Tianlong and understood. Use the corpses of those S-level demons for research. For fear that Subai would be unwilling, Zhang Tianlong sent another message. Zhang Tianlong, of course, if Mr. Su is willing to take it out, we at SOD will also give a corresponding reward. Subai felt a little helpless, as those ghost corpses were actually of no use to him. But he fed the ghost corpses to Xiaohei. "Subai, I have already dealt with the bodies of those guys, so I am afraid it won't work this time." Zhang Tianlong, forget it, sorry to bother Mr. Su. Subai turned off his phone and continued walking towards Billowin University. Came to the classroom quickly. As soon as Subai entered the classroom, he heard his classmate's topic of the day. "Hey, I heard that someone saw a cat-sized mouse in our school recently." "Hey, there are rats this big." "That's right. It was said that it took personnel from the special department to catch him in the end. There are pictures on our school's forum. That rat is really fierce. We used a special tranquilizer bullet to knock it unconscious and capture it." Listening to the discussions of his classmates in the classroom, Subai felt a little curious. He came and sat down in his seat. At this time, Yang and Zhang Xiaoman had also arrived. The two women seemed to be discussing these things as well. Seeing Subai coming, Zhang Xiaoman said to Subai excitedly, "Subai, check out our school's forum." Subai was speechless and responded, "Are you looking at that cat-sized mouse?" "Huh? You already knew that?" Looking at Zhang Xiaoman and Yi Ying's somewhat surprised eyes, Subai looked indifferent. "It's just a bigger mouse. What's so surprising about that?" "Of course it's not that simple." Seeing Subai's indifferent look, Zhang Xiaoman continued speaking. "In addition to that cat-sized mouse, there are also cockroaches the size of mice and lizards the size of wolfhounds. Zhang Xiaoman kept chattering about the extraordinary phenomena in the school forum. After hearing what Zhang Xiaoman said, Subai also realized that the matter was not simple. If there was only one creature with a special size, it might be a coincidence, but more than a dozen of these enlarged versions of the creatures have appeared in Beluan University. And there was no such thing as these enlarged creatures before. In other words, these enlarged creatures all appeared overnight last night. Subai instantly thought of their night visit to the school last night. What a coincidence. Could this be related to Zhang Xiaoman and the ghost? Said Yi Ying's voice. These creatures are really abnormal in size. It seems that someone from the special department came to our school to investigate this morning. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe we will have a few days of vacation. Listening to the discussion between Yang and Zhang Xiaoman, Subai was thoughtful. Soon the bell rang, and the first class began. Subai secretly took out his cell phone from under the pile of books. He opened the Qingfeng City's super official website and began to browse. As soon as you enter the Chaofan official website, various new posts marked in red will catch your eye. Subai looked at these titles with some surprise. Attention! Huge creatures have appeared in many places in Qingfeng City. Please report to SOD immediately if you find any. Suspected unknown energy leak. A series of biological growth phenomena have occurred in our city. Subai opened these posts one by one and checked the contents. After some browsing, Subai finally understood the reason behind the matter. It turns out that this kind of gigantic creature does not only appear in their Beluan University. Now there are many of these giant creatures appearing throughout Qingfeng City. Originally, most of them were small insects, animals, and plants. But for unknown reasons, these creatures suddenly mutated overnight. Not only have their sizes increased several times, but some of the mutant creatures are also highly aggressive. These mutated creatures have become capable of threatening the safety of ordinary people. Therefore, Qingfeng City SOD also dispatched a large number of order keepers to various places to carry out cleanup. Now the SOD in Qingfeng City is extremely busy. Moreover, under the post on Chaofan's official website, there are bounty missions from Qingfeng City and the Hunter Association. The extraordinary people in Qingfeng City can hunt these mutant creatures and exchange their corpses for bounties. However, the mutant monsters shown above are basically at the E to D level. The bounty that can be exchanged for the corpse will not be much. At least Subai doesn't value it now. Subai looked at the posts on his phone that contained various analyses of the biological mutation incident and couldn't help but think of what happened last night again. He just happened to kill the S-level ghost in the school last night. Then early this morning, a large number of mutant creatures appeared throughout the city. Of course, there may be a certain degree of randomness. But Subai was meticulous, and with the help of his infinite consciousness, he realized that things were not simple. As the last class in the morning ended, the students in the classroom began to get up and leave in twos and threes. Subai and the others also stood up and prepared to leave for lunch. Just when Subai walked to the classroom door, suddenly I felt something soft hit my body. The next second, a sweet cry sounded in front of him. Oh, Subai just felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. The next second, he looked down and prepared to pull up the person he had knocked down. Subai! Xiaoai! The two of them exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Mu Xiaoai never expected that she would meet Subai here. Subai didn't expect Mu Xiaoai to appear in their school. Mu Xiaoai is a student of Sakura High School, so why did she come to our Beluan High School? With the help of infinite consciousness in his mind, Subai instantly figured out the reason. Mu Xiaoai is not only a student of Sakura High School, but also an order keeper of Qingfeng City SOD. They should be here to investigate biological mutations in our school, right? Chapter 85: The Mutant Cockroach King Escapes. Why did you come to our Beluan University? Subai asked in surprise, and Mu Xiaoai explained. I am now a member of Qingfeng City's Special Operations Department, and I have come to your Beluan University to investigate the biological mutation incident. As she spoke, Mu Xiaoai stretched out her tender little white hand, motioning Subai to pull her up. Really? Subai said in his heart, then politely pulled Mu Xiaoai up. Mu Xiaoai stood up, straightened her clothes, and then said with curiosity, Well, Subai, so you go to school here? He, *TT*. Subai looked at Mu Xiaoai, who looked a bit like a nympho, and said with a twitching mouth, Hey, did you make any weird expressions just now? Mu Xiaoai's expression instantly recovered after hearing this, and she replied somewhat unnaturally. No way, you're seeing things. Mu Xiaoai tidied her clothes and then looked at the two women beside Subai. Yang and Zhang Xiaoman are both very beautiful, each with their own characteristics, especially Yang's twin ponytails, which are a real highlight. Of course, Zhang Xiaoman also has plenty of information. In such a comparison, she, the school belle of Sakura High School, seems a little overshadowed. No, Subai is so handsome. It's normal for the competition to be fierce. Xiaoai, you can't just give up like this. Suddenly Mu Xiaoai was encouraged and regained her confidence. After Subai sensed Mu Xiaoai's thoughts, he felt helpless. Mu Xiaoai said to Subai, "Okay, Subai, let's talk next time. I have something important to do now." Mu Xiaoai glanced at Yi Ying and Zhang Xiaoman beside Subai again with a provocative look in her eyes. It seems to be saying, "I won't give up." Ying and Zhang Xiaoman were both confused. "The girl Subai just mentioned is your friend?" Ying asked Subai curiously. Zhang Xiaoman on the side also cast a curious look. "Well, sort of." Subai explained a few words casually and said no more. Subai and the other two came to the school cafeteria. This was Subai's second time to eat in their cafeteria. The three of them prepared their meals and sat together to enjoy lunch. At this moment, suddenly, screams and shouts of classmates were heard from not far away. Subai and the other two were a little surprised and looked in the direction where the sound came from. On the other side of the cafeteria, many students were in a panic, apparently trying to avoid something. Naturally, Subai and the others couldn't continue eating. The three of them stood up and walked in that direction. At the same time, Subai also expanded his perception, covering the entire cafeteria. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly. Within his perception, several extremely weak energy fluctuations appeared in the cafeteria. The energy fluctuations are very slight, probably only around level E. More and more students were rioting in the cafeteria, and all kinds of shouting and yelling could be heard. It's like the Japanese devils entered the cafeteria. "Everyone run. There are cockroaches in the cafeteria. Oh my god, this is so scary. I'm scared to death, Sigma." "Deh? LLL." Hearing the shouting, some students who were far away looked disdainful. "Tisk, it's just a cockroach. Look how scared you are. If you saw our southern cockroaches, wouldn't you be scared to death? Can't we just step on the cockroaches and kill them? Is it necessary for so many people to run away? That's not an ordinary cockroach. Humph, how powerful can an extraordinary cockroach be? Let me go and see. Oh my god, damn it, whose cockroaches are so big as a wash basin? This isn't a cockroach, it's a monster. Run, there's a monster. There's a monster in our cafeteria. Don't come over here." Listening to the students' shouts, Subai and the others roughly understood the cause of the incident. Did mutant cockroaches get into the cafeteria? "Xiaoying, Subai, let's get out of here as soon as possible. It looks dangerous, eh?" Zhang Xiaoman showed a trace of worry on her pretty face and suggested in a somewhat uneasy tone. Subai looked at the other party's superb acting skills and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. His acting is even better than his sister's. Don't be afraid. Even a cockroach the size of a wash basin can't beat us humans. What's more, we have so many students here. Yang comforted Zhang Xiaoman in a calm tone. Soon the news of the mutant cockroaches appearing in the cafeteria reached the Special Operations Department, who came to their school to investigate. Several people wearing special uniforms and holding weapons came into the cafeteria. One of them came up to the somewhat chaotic crowd of students and shouted loudly, "Students, calm down. Everyone, leave outside the cafeteria first and leave the rest to us." Seeing that people from the special department had arrived, the students in the cafeteria became much more stable. Everyone ran out of the cafeteria. Soon most of the students in the cafeteria left. Subai and the other two followed the crowd to the cafeteria entrance. Subai was a little curious, so he probed into the cafeteria to see how the SOD people would deal with these mutant creatures. Among those SOD members holding weapons, only 2 or 3 were awakened orderers, and the rest were ordinary personnel. The person leading the team was also an acquaintance of Subai, Mu Xiaoai. In Subai's perception, there were a dozen E-level mutant cockroaches and 3 large D-level cockroaches in this cafeteria. Mu Xiaoai and others brought special large insect traps and caught those E-level mutant cockroaches. As for the 3 D-class mutant cockroaches, they were beaten to death by an orderer using extraordinary power. Soon, Mu Xiaoai and his group came out with a dozen cages containing E-level mutant cockroaches. The cage was covered with black cloth, and the students around could not see what was going on inside, so they all watched curiously. Mu Xiaoai walked up to a school leader and spoke a few words to him briefly, then left. After this incident, Subai and the others were no longer in the mood to continue eating. Yang muttered quietly, "Forget it. I'd better go back to the classroom and study. Studying makes me happy." Zhang Xiaoman nodded slightly upon hearing this. "Let's go to the small supermarket and buy some bread later." Subai listened to the conversation between the two women without saying anything. Subai, aren't you going back with us?" Seeing Subai standing there without leaving, Yang asked in confusion. Subai said with a smile on his face. You guys go back to the classroom first. I'm going to the bathroom. Oh. After Yang and Zhang Xiaomin left, Subai walked quickly in one direction. Just now, the system issued a task. Ding. Mission released. Mission name. Eliminate the Cockroach King. Mission introduction. A large number of mutant cockroaches appeared in the school, and among them there was even a mutant cockroach king. Host, please find the mutated cockroach king within the next hour and eliminate it. Mission reward, 1 system point. The corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly. It turned out that a sea-level mutant cockroach king had just discovered that something was wrong and had simply burrowed into the ground and slipped away. This also gave Subai an opportunity to earn system points. For him, dealing with a sea-level mutant cockroach king is no different from crushing an ant. Chapter 86 Mission, Entering the Girls' Dormitory. The next second, Subai's infinite consciousness unfolded, directly covering the entire Buluan University. In addition to the energy fluctuations of the mutant cockroach king, there are also many other mutant creatures in the entire school. And the mutant cockroach king was instantly noticed by Subai. But the next second Subai frowned slightly and murmured softly. That direction is the girls' dormitory? Soon, Subai followed the direction he sensed and arrived at the female dormitory of Buluan University. Students who live on campus at Buluan University are generally from outside the city. Subai, Yi Ying, and others lived in Qingfeng City, so they did not choose to live on campus. Subai stopped and felt a headache when he saw the sign in front of him that said, "Boys are not allowed to enter." What method should be used to enter? While Subai was thinking, a crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. Huh? Subai. Subai looked back in surprise. The person who came was Mu Xiaoai. At this time, Mu Xiaoai was wearing a standard SOD uniform, with several team members following her. It looks like he's dealing with mutant creatures. Xiaoai. Subai, why are you standing in front of the girls' dormitory area? Mu Xiaoai suddenly realized this and looked at Subai with a strange look. Seeing that Mu Xiaoai was about to misunderstand something, Subai began to explain. Actually, Subai racked his brains but couldn't think of a reasonable excuse, so he simply changed the subject. In fact, I just saw a mutant cockroach run in. I was going to notify you guys from the special department, but you guys just happened to be here. What? Hearing Subai's words, Mu Xiaoai exclaimed. There are mutant cockroaches? Did he escape from the cafeteria earlier? Mu Xiaoai was briefly surprised, then regained her composure. Thank you, Subai, for your reminder. Mu Xiaoai did not doubt Subai's words. She turned and spoke to the team members behind her. Let's go. Watching Mu Xiaoai and the others enter the female dormitory with great momentum, Subai also pretended to be there and followed silently behind. After entering the female dormitory, Subai instantly broke away from the team of Mu Xiaoai and others with his super fast speed. He went straight to the location of the mutant cockroach king that he perceived. It is now lunchtime and many female students have returned to their dormitories to rest. Seeing Mu Xiaoai and others outside wearing special uniforms, they all leaned their heads out of the window to watch. And a girl happened to see Subai's sneaky figure. Originally, the girl discovered that Subai was behaving in an abnormal way and was going to report it to her aunt. But when Subai turned around and revealed his handsome looks, the girl's thoughts were instantly dispelled. Ah, what a handsome guy. The girl's exclamation immediately attracted some girls from the surrounding dormitories. Then in the dormitory building, more girls saw Subai from the windows. Ah, really, it's so handsome. Damn it, those male stars I'm chasing are nothing compared to him. Why would a boy come into our female dormitory? Who cares? That boy is so handsome. If you report me to your aunt, I'll be the first to kill you. Hey, the stupid guy is still watching in the dormitory, but the smart girl has already gone down to claim the prestige. You guys are so cunning. Wait for me. At this time, Subai didn't know that he had been discovered by some crazy girls in the girls' dormitory. And because of his extremely good looks, there will probably be a large number of girls coming to him to ask for prestige soon. At this time, Subai came to a women's dormitory building. In his perception, the mutant cockroach king was located on the first floor of this building. Then Subai came to a place, in front of the toilet, underscore. Subai looked at the women's restroom in front of him and didn't know how to describe his inner emotions for a moment. The energy fluctuations of the mutant cockroach king are in this virgin bathroom. There were no girls passing by at this time, and Subai hesitated a little. Then, in order to gain system points, Subai decisively entered. Subai didn't dare to waste time. As soon as he entered the bathroom, Subai's breath instantly locked onto the figure of the mutant cockroach king, a giant cockroach monster nearly 1 meter long. If an ordinary person saw it, he would probably faint from fear. Subai leaked a trace of energy, which instantly scared the mutant cockroach king so much that he couldn't move. Subai didn't waste any time and directly crushed over with his powerful aura. Squeak. Bang. There was a dull explosion, accompanied by some splashes of minced meat and disgusting liquid. The mutant cockroach king was directly crushed to pieces by Subai's powerful aura. The soul of the mutant cockroach king flew directly out of the corpse. Omega? Ding. Mission. Complete the elimination of the cockroach king. Mission reward. 1 system point. Subai was happy when he heard the prompt sound that the system task was completed. He put the exploded body of the mutant cockroach king into the next dimension. I don't know if Xiao Hei likes cockroach supper. Omega? Thinking in his mind, Subai was about to turn around and leave the bathroom. But the next moment when he turned around, a group of young women crowded into the door of the toilet in the corridor. The girls all looked at Subai, who was standing in the toilet with curiosity on their faces. They were all brought by the girl who discovered Subai's figure before. Where's the handsome guy? Let me see him. Oh my god, he's really handsome. When did such a male god-level figure appear in our school? That's right. Why have I never heard of this kind of man in our school before? Hey, don't squeeze me. This guy seems to look a little bit like our classmate Subai. Subai listened to the girls blocking the toilet door in front of him, and it seemed that some of his classmates were inside. Subai's face was full of black lines, and he felt so ashamed. But on the surface, Subai still looked cool and indifferent and acted calmly. Please make way. Subai spoke politely to the women who were already crowded around him. The next second, the female classmates actually made way for Subai. Wow, my idol wants me to give way. No, you were talking to me. Heh, are you guys like that? Why don't you go to the bathroom and take a look? What do you mean? Subai looked at a group of infatuated female classmates, feeling crazy and speechless. He's damn charming. Soon there was a commotion at the door of the women's restroom, and a fierce battle triggered by Subai broke out. Of course, Subai took this opportunity to slip away quickly. Subai didn't dare to stay any longer and just ran out in the direction he came from. A few seconds later, Subai left the female dormitory at an astonishing speed and continued walking towards the classroom as if nothing had happened. Chapter 87 New S-Rank Dimensional Rift. After the afternoon class, Subai was on his way home. Subai took out his mobile phone and walked forward while browsing the Qingfeng City's super official website. Possessing the super perception ability of infinite consciousness allows Subai to avoid looking straight ahead and not fall. Subai looked at the information on his phone. The posts on the Chaofan official website are basically all about mutant creatures, from the E-level and D-level in the morning. Now there are people in the forum posting pictures of B-level mutant creatures. It was a mutant bug that looked like a small tank. The dark shell, the fierce eyes, and the ferocious, bloody mouth. It looks like even a tank can't defeat this guy. In the end, it was SOD that dispatched level 4 and above orderers to kill it. The body was also taken away by SOD personnel. Subai looked at the contents on the page with great interest. He felt that there must be something fishy about the large-scale mutation of organisms this time. Subai went all the way back home. Xiaohei actively opened the door for Subai. Sushi was lying on the sofa, playing with her cell phone in an ungraceful manner. Xiaoxi, pull up your skirt. The girl lying on the sofa did not react, but just glanced at Subai. Then Sushi continued to look directly at the phone screen. Subai. Subai was speechless for a while and simply stopped paying attention to Sushi. He came to the sofa, threw his school bag onto it, and sat down on it. Just as Subai was about to open Shake, a WeChat message suddenly popped up in the message bar of his phone. Subai clicked it helplessly. It was sent to him by Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong. Mr. Su, we discovered an open dimensional rift on Fengxiao Road today. Zhang Tianlong. According to our risk assessment, this dimensional rift is preliminarily determined to be S-level. When Subai saw the content of the message sent by Zhang Tianlong, his brows raised slightly. The newly appeared dimensional rift is an S-rank 1. Just as Subai was thinking about this matter, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, Protect Maple Bridge Road. Mission introduction, a new storm has arrived. How can we ignore it? Host, please go to Fengxiao Road and close the S-level dimensional rift there. Mission reward, 1 system point. Subai looked at the newly appeared system tasks and felt a little surprised. This is the first time that 2 system tasks appear on the same day. System, didn't you say before that you can only issue 1 system task per day? Host, please don't misunderstand me. The daily tasks issued by the system are random. There is no upper limit to the number of missions you can post. Also, the host has already accumulated 8 system points. Wouldn't it be nice to complete more tasks and accumulate 10 system points for the lottery? Subai, epsilon, asterisk, omega. After the system said this, Subai felt that it made sense. I already have 8 system points now. Yes, host. Collect 10 system points to participate in the system lottery. Host, please work hard and keep going. Encouraged by the system, Subai felt a little happier. Subai looked at the conversation with Zhang Tianlong on the phone, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Zhang Tianlong took the initiative to send him this message, and it was obvious that he wanted Subai to help them. Of course, it is completely okay for Subai not to take action. After all, they had agreed at the beginning that Subai would only take action when a supernatural being that SOD could not defeat appeared in Qingfeng City. But since this is the system's task, Subai began to send WeChat messages to Zhang Tianlong. Subai, Minister Zhang wants me to help you shut down that S-level dimensional rift? Zhang Tianlong. No, I dare not trouble Mr. Su with such a trivial matter. Looking at the polite words sent by Zhang Tianlong, Subai's mouth twitched. He was too lazy to interact with Zhang Tianlong. Subai went straight to the point. Subai, I'm bored now anyway, so I'll go over and help you turn it off. Zhang Tianlong. Thank you so much, Mr. Su. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Subai looked at the message from Zhang Tianlong and smiled faintly. He himself needed to go to Fengxiao Road and shut down the S-level dimensional rift there. Saying this now might still allow me to do Zhang Tianlong a favor. If you encounter any troubles at that time, you can find Zhang Tianlong to help you clean up the mess. After turning off his phone, Subai got up from the sofa. Feeling Subai's movements, Sushi on the other side of the sofa was a little surprised. Brother, it's so late, what are you doing? We're going out to solve an S-level dimensional rift. Do you want to come with us? When Sushi heard that Subai was going to solve the S-level dimensional rift, she jumped up on the sofa instantly. The golden hair undulates like waves, so beautiful. Go, Onaji. Go. The girl showed excitement. Subai was a little surprised when he saw this. How do you close an S-level dimensional rift? Xiaoxi, why are you so excited? Sushi, who was sitting on the sofa, heard this and said in a humming tone. Hee, brother, I'm going to be bored to death staying at home every day. You don't usually take me out to play? As Sushi said this, she looked like she was about to get angry. Subai's heart moved when he heard this. Ever since Sushi came, he has indeed never taken a girl out for a good time. Sushi has been suffering with him since childhood until now. Thinking of this, Subai began to think about where to take Sushi to play on the weekend. Hey, hello? What are you daydreaming about, bro? Aren't we going to solve the S-level dimensional rift? When do we leave? Subai came back to his senses when Sushi asked him a question. Well, let's go now. Subai took Xiaohei with him when he left. The two of them and the cat rushed towards Fengxiao Road together. More than 10 minutes later, Subai and the others arrived at the location Zhang Tianlong sent. There are already quite a few SOD order keepers guarding here. Seeing Subai and the other person coming, a man from the order quickly came forward to greet them. It was Huang Tian, the captain of the order team too, who had received Subai before. Mr. Su, you are here. Seeing Sushi following Subai, Huang Tian didn't dare to ask more. This time, Zhang Tianlong has told him that Subai is a supernatural boss hiding in Qingfeng City. This S-level dimensional rift on Fengxiao Road will also be solved by Subai. Huang Tian was extremely shocked when he heard the news. How strong must a person be to be called a big boss by his own minister? Special S-level? Or even SS-level? Huang Tian couldn't imagine that there was such an extraordinary existence in their Qingfeng City. Huang Tian's tone and actions were full of respect. He brought Subai, Sushi, and the arrogant Xiaohei straight to this S-level dimensional rift. The group of order members from Team 2 around were curious about the identities of Subai and the other person. And that little black cat. They were actually greeted by their captain Huang in person. Chapter 88 White Fog World. Subai briefly explained a few things to Huang Tian, and then took Sushi and Xiaohei into this S-level dimensional rift. After Subai and the others entered, Huang Tian shouted to the members of the second team of order behind him. Everyone is packed up. Captain, don't we still have to guard this S-level dimensional rift? That's right. If we retreat now, what will we do if dangerous dimensional creatures appear inside? Huang Tian listened to the doubts of his men, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Don't worry, this S-level dimensional rift will be fine with Mr. Su's help. Seeing Huang Tian's confident look, the order members of Team 2 around him became even more curious. Captain, what are the identities of those two people just now? Why is it okay once they go in? Yeah, why do we have to let a little black cat in with us? Cats are so cute. Won't they die miserably if they go in? Not to mention ordinary cats, even for these level 2, 3, and 4 orderers, entering an S-level dimensional rift would be a life-or-death situation. Humph, you don't have to worry about that. You all can go back. I will stay here to entertain Mr. Su. Huang Tian was too lazy to waste words with these order-controlling subordinates. Just now, Subai said that he didn't want to expose his strength to too many people. That's why Huang Tian asked all his order men to evacuate. In the other side, Subai and Sushi have passed through the S-level dimensional rift and arrived at a completely new space. Meow. I heard Xiaohei's meow behind me, and the next second Xiaohei's figure jumped out from the black hole channel of the dimensional rift. When Xiaohei jumped into the air, he immediately returned to his original form of black jail cat. Bump. A huge figure as big as a small black truck landed on the ground, with the silver-black hair on its body swaying slightly without wind, and it appeared in front of Subai and the others majestically and domineeringly. The next second, Xiaohei raised his domineering head and roared towards the sky towards Subai and the other man. Meow. I can finally restore my true form. Subai and Sushi were both startled by Xiaohei's sudden cry. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. Xiaohei, don't yell at us. Hearing Subai's slightly angry reminder, Xiaohei's cry immediately turned into a soft whimper. Meow. Master, I won't dare to do that again. Omega. Pfft, haha. Brother, are you scared so easily? Sushi next to her didn't care. She seemed quite excited as she had come to another dimensional world of the dimensional rift. Subai was naturally not scared by Xiaohei. He just reminded Xiaohei. Okay, let's explore this place first. Subai looked at the dimensional world around him. The dimensional world connected by this S-level dimensional rift is completely different from the one in their Beiluan community last time. The world here is filled with gray. There was a large amount of mist similar to white clouds in the sky, and the sun could not be seen. Moreover, the surrounding air also contained that white mist, but its concentration was not as high as that in the sky. Looks a bit like the smog in their city? The corners of Subai's mouth curled up slightly, and the new things around him also aroused his interest. Xiaohei was also calling out curiously to the surroundings. Meow. Xiaohei said that he had never seen such a scene before. When Subai heard Xiaohei's expression, he was slightly surprised. So, the dimensional world here is definitely not the dimensional world that Xiaohei was in before. Brother, let's get started. Sushi's somewhat excited voice came from beside him. My paws are already thirsty and hungry. Meow. Hearing the last charming meow, Subai couldn't help but look back. As expected, at this time, Sushi has entered the semi-completely alienated catgirl form. Sushi's height has increased a little from 1.6 meters to about 1.8 meters now. 2 cute and cool black furry cat ears and a black cat tail also grew out. The original golden hair also turned into pure black at this moment. The genes of the death cat were liberated by her, and at this moment Sushi looked full of dangerous energy fluctuations. There are 2 faint death patterns printed on the face, which looks more like a cute sticker. Although her body has entered a state of semi-complete alienation, Sushi's overall appearance has actually improved. When Subai saw Sushi in this state, he couldn't help but recall what happened in the cage before. The next moment, Subai came back to his senses from his memories and said helplessly, Xiaoxi, how come you activated the transformed form of Death Cat so quickly? Hearing Subai's voice, Sushi slightly twitched the corners of her rosy lips. A cool and cute smile appeared on his face. Brother, I haven't changed into this form for a long time. As she spoke, Sushi inadvertently stuck out her little tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, boldly provoking Subai. Looks even more tempting. And Xiaohei behind him was already crawling on the ground, trembling. Because Sushi's modified gene is the death cat, a pyramid-like existence belonging to the cat species. Whether in terms of aura or strength, it completely crushed Xiaohei's original body, the black prison cat. Okay, Xiaoxi, take it easy with the energy in your body. You've scared Xiaohei like this. Subai gently pointed at Xiaohei beside Sushi. Sushi turned around and saw Xiaohei, who was lying on the ground frightened by the energy overflowing from his body. She smiled awkwardly. It's been too long since I entered semi-complete alienation, and I couldn't hold back my breath and pressure for a while. Sorry, Hei-chan. As he spoke, Sushi had already taken the energy that had leaked out back into his body. Without Sushi's terrifying pressure, Xiaohei felt relaxed and took a few deep breaths. Subai looked at Xiaohei, who was already able to move, and said to the man and the cat, Okay, let's move forward. Meow. In the hazy white fog, the figures of Subai, his companion, and a cat were moving at high speed. It has been an hour since Subai and his team entered this S-level dimensional rift. After an hour of exploration, Subai and his friends had a general understanding of this dimensional world. During this period, Subai and his friends also encountered some dimensional creatures in the fog. Not very strong, ranging from D to AR level. Subai and his team have not encountered any S-level dimensional creatures so far. And Subai looked at the fog around him. He felt that the deeper he went into this dimensional world, the denser the fog around him became. What was originally just a faint white color visible to the naked eye has turned into a thicker white mist at their current location. Chapter 89 Magical Crystal. Subai and his companion rode Xiaohei all the way towards the depths of this white foggy world. All the dimensional creatures encountered along the way were dealt with by Su Shi, who had entered the semi-completely alienated death cat beside her. Of course, all the corpses were stored by Subai in the dimensional space. Even though the corpses of these dimensional creatures are not worth much money, they can be fed to Xiaohei as food. Just when Xiaohei was moving forward unhindered, suddenly, a slightly stronger energy fluctuation appeared in Subai's perception range. It's an S-level dimensional creature. Subai let out a light cry, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This is the real purpose of their trip. An S-level dimensional rift can only be closed automatically by killing the dimensional creatures of the same level inside. Brother, let me do it. A voice came from Su Shi, who was right behind Subai. The next second, Subai felt something soft behind him leaving, and Su Shi had already jumped off Xiaohei's back. Xiaohei also stopped running forward at Subai's signal. A few seconds later, Xiaohei felt a powerful energy wave coming. Roar. Xiaohei lowered his head slightly and growled towards the white fog ahead. Subai listened to Xiaohei's low protest voice and felt it was too noisy. Shut up, Blackie. Meow meow? Omega. In the white fog in front of Subai and the others, a white figure gradually emerged. When Subai and the others saw it, they were a little surprised. Because this S-level dimensional creature in the white mist is almost exactly the same as the white ghost that Subai and his friends encountered when they visited the school at night. Amid the exclamations of Su Shi and Xiaohei, Subai directly opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor. Name, White Mist Spirit. Gender, female sign. Category, extraordinary creatures, mist species, White Mist Spirit. Level, S-level. Skills, stealth, psychedelic, escape, float. Current status, wandering around. Looking at the real data displayed by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Subai was certain in his heart that the two were the same kind of extraordinary creature. The only difference is that the supernatural type in the school was a ghost, while the one in front of him was just a white mist spirit. There is still a little difference. Subai couldn't help but utter a sound of surprise. Could it be that the one in the school just escaped from the dimensional rift in this white fog world? Brother, I feel the same way. That's it, meow. Su Shi and Xiaohei beside him echoed and agreed with Subai's guess. The infinite consciousness in Subai's mind was running at a high speed, and he began to analyze the relationship between these things. Su Shi on the side couldn't wait to fight the white mist spirit. Brother, I'm going first. As soon as Su Shi finished speaking, her agile figure moved as fast as the wind, and she rushed towards the white mist spirit almost instantly. The S-level by Wuling who was strolling around was completely confused. As soon as it arrived here, it felt a terrifying energy wave coming towards it. There was almost no time to react. Bai Wuling only felt a flash in front of her, and a black figure appeared. The next second, Su Shi waved a black mutated cat claw. The claws of the Grim Reaper cat are nearly 1 meter long, and in Su Shi's hands they are like an extremely sharp blade. Puff. The next moment, Su Shi's cat claws directly penetrated Bai Wuling's body, tearing its somewhat illusory body into 2 halves. Woo. Before Bai Wuling died, he let out a painful wail, and then his body began to mist and slowly merged into the surrounding white mist. Looking at the scene, Subai, Su Shi and Xiaohei were all a little surprised. Especially Subai, he was even more surprised. When he killed the white mist spirit before, the opponent's body could clearly offset most of the physical damage. However, the white mist spirit that Su Shi killed in front of him did not seem to have that kind of bug-like ability. And after death, the other person's body will actually turn into mist. Subai jumped off Xiaohei's back and came to Bai Wuling's dead body. At this time, the body of the white mist spirit was basically completely vaporized. However, a white crystal was left in its place. Subai looked at the crystal in surprise, and the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor started scanning. Name, White Mist Spirit Crystal. Category, Extraordinary Items. Introduction. The crystal contains pure energy. It is an item condensed from all the life force in Bai Wuling's body after his death. It can be directly absorbed and used. When Subai saw the analysis given by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, his eyes lit up. It looks like this thing should be pretty good. Hearing Subai's voice, Su Shi on the side became eager to try. Brother, what on earth is this? Hearing Su Shi's curiosity, Subai's mouth corners slightly raised. Then he turned around and looked at Su Shi, and directly stuffed the white mist spirit crystal into Su Shi's mouth. What? Su Shi instinctively wanted to refuse, but when she realized that it was Subai who fed her, she accepted it. Here, you'll know after you eat it. Subai looked at Su Shi with a half smile on his face. This made the latter even more curious. What on earth is the white crystal that just arrived, bro? Subai did not answer Su Shi directly, but asked back. You've already eaten it, haven't you? How do you feel now? After Sushi heard this, she began to carefully feel the changes in her body. See Sushi close her eyes and feel it quietly. Subai didn't disturb him and just stood there waiting quietly. A moment later, Sushi suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and said to Subai with a look of surprise, "Brother, I feel like that crystal stone is useful to my body." Sushi danced with joy. She felt her strength had become a little bit stronger. Although it's only a little bit, it's a real improvement. After all, with her level of strength, it is very difficult to improve it even a little bit. Subai looked at Sushi's happy expression. All this was within his expectations. The system also gave an analysis of the crystal just now. This white mist spirit crystal contains a large amount of pure energy. To put it simply, absorbing this crystal can directly strengthen the user's body. Subai was also extremely surprised. This is definitely good stuff. This is much better than the strengthening potions, devilish training, human body development, and other methods of becoming stronger developed by the scientific research experts on their blue planet. If this kind of crystal were placed in the outside world of the supernatural, it would definitely cause a sensation. But the next second, Subai denied this idea in his heart. No, perhaps this kind of crystal has already appeared in the supernatural world of Blue Star. Xiaohei, who was beside him, listened to the conversation between Sushi and Subai, and his desire for the white mist spirit crystal also arose in his heart. Subai looked at the desire on Xiaohei's face and smiled faintly. "If you want, go hunt one yourself." After hearing Subai's words, Xiaohei hesitated at first, but the next moment he became determined. "The master and mistress are here. What am I afraid of? Oh. Meow. Just do it." Xiaohei immediately became excited and said to let him have the next one. Chapter 90 Xiaohei vs. by Wu Ling. More than 20 minutes later, Subai and his friends discovered another S-level white mist spirit. Meow. The little black cat took the lead and said that this one was left to him. Sushi looked at Xiaohei's anxious look and did not fight with him. Seeing Xiaohei's anxious look, Subai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Xiaohei came in front of this S-level white mist spirit, and a powerful S-level peak aura burst out from his body. The white mist around seemed to be slightly dispersed. Bai Wuling was a little surprised when she saw Xiaohei suddenly appear. When he felt the powerful aura fluctuations emanating from Xiaohei, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Wu. The white mist spirit made a strange whimpering sound towards Xiaohei, as if it didn't want to fight with Xiaohei. But Xiaohei was very greedy for the white mist spirit crystals condensed after the white mist spirit's death. Meow. Xiaohei once again let out a dangerous growl towards Bai Wuling. It turned its head slightly to glance at Subai and the other person behind it, and its confidence increased greatly. "Just do it, Delta." Xiaohei no longer hesitated and jumped towards the direction of Bai Wuling on the opposite side. A powerful energy fluctuation of the peak S level also erupted as it attacked, suddenly pressing towards Bai Wuling's position. Woo-woo. When Bai Wuling saw the aggressive Xiaohei, she knew that she had to fight next. Although Xiaohei is much stronger than it in terms of level, but Bai Wuling was not panicked at all at this time. After all, this world of white fog is its home. With the blessing of the surrounding white mist and familiarity with the environment and venue, Bai Wuling can exert at least 120% of his combat power. Woo-woo. Bai Wuling's body shape suddenly changed and began to slowly become distorted and illusory. The next second, Bai Wuling's body seemed to merge into the surrounding white mist. In the end, Xiaohei's attack also missed. Meow. Xiaohei meowed in surprise, with a confused look on his face. Subai and Sushi behind him were also a little surprised to see this scene. The first thing Subai thought of was Gue Yi, whom he had killed before. At that time, Gue Yi also used a similar ability to escape. It's just that Gue Yi needed to digest the energy himself at that time and create a suitable space first. But the white mist spirit in front of him did not need to do anything unnecessary, because there is already a ready-made environment around. It seems that it will be difficult for Xiaohei to hunt down this white mist spirit. Hearing Subai's soft murmur, Sushi beside him called out to Xiaohei in front of her. "Xiaohei, if you can't do it, I'm going to do it." Sushi had a foxy smile on her face. Of course, she said this to motivate Xiaohei. Really? When Xiaohei in front heard Sushi's voice, his expression immediately became serious and solemn. "It must be hunted as soon as possible, otherwise the crystal will belong to the mistress. I. Meow. Xiaohei's eyes gradually became ferocious, and he lost the cute and adorable look he had shown before when he was with Subai. You should know that before becoming Subai's pet, it had always been one of the 5 overlords in the Black Forest. When facing prey and enemies, Xiaohei is very cruel. 3. Roar. Xiaohei's growl began to become more fierce, and the hair on his body became darker. A faint aura of black energy emanated from the body surface. Xiaohei began to concentrate on feeling the energy fluctuations in the surrounding white mist. The next second, it discovered something unusual and rushed in one direction in an instant like lightning. Bang! In an instant, a white, semi-transparent figure was pounced upon by Xiaohei's sharp claws. It was the S-level white mist spirit from before. Woo-woo. The white mist spirit under Xiaohei became a little panicked. It didn't expect that Xiaohei could actually see through its atomization ability. Xiaohei had a look of excitement on his face. He held down Bai Wuling with one paw and prepared to grab it down with the other paw. But the next second, the white mist around Xiaohei suddenly moved. The white mist seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, and the next second it pressed towards Xiaohei's body. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The surrounding white mist was majestic and rushed in madly with Xiaohei as the core. Xiaohei's body was instantly wrapped by a large amount of white mist, and the white mist spirit under him also managed to escape. Bai Wuling's body once again merged into the surrounding white mist. It began to control the white mist not far away to wrap up Xiaohei and attack him. Su Bai and Sushi stood aside and watched the fight, with no intention of taking action. At least the two of them felt that Xiaohei would not lose. The Bai Wuling didn't care about Su Bai and the others, because in its perception, there was no energy fluctuation at all from Su Bai and the others. A few seconds later, the white mist spirit who was controlling the mist suddenly shook. I saw a domineering black figure suddenly break free from the compressed white mist. After breaking open a big hole, Xiaohei's figure rushed out directly from the mist. The next moment it rushed directly in front of Bai Wuling, and with a claw attack, it knocked Bai Wuling's body out of hiding. Bang! Woo! Bai Wuling wailed miserably, and his somewhat illusory body fell heavily to the ground. Xiaohei didn't dare to give the opponent time to breathe, and the next moment another fierce black claw attacked. Puff! 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 With one attack after another, Xiaohei pressed down on the white mist spirit under him and started to attack with his claws madly. Dozens of seconds later, the white mist spirit on the ground had stopped struggling, but Xiaohei was still attacking. Su Bai and Sushi, who were watching from behind, both had twitching mouth corners. Su Bai couldn't help but remind Xiaohei Dao. They can stop now, it's already dead. Xiaohei heard Su Bai's voice behind him and finally reacted. He looked at the corpse of Bai Wuling under him, which had been torn to pieces beyond the sight of a direct look at it. At this time, Bai Wuling's body began to turn into mist and dissipated. After a few seconds, only a shiny milky white crystal remained on the body. When Xiaohei saw it, the excitement on his face was beyond words. Xiaohei swallowed the crystal in one gulp with great satisfaction. Crack, crack. While chewing, Xiaohei said it was very crunchy and tasted great. Since Xiaohei is only at the peak of S-level, he is far inferior to Sushi's SS-level. Therefore, when it finished absorbing this S-level white mist spirit crystal, it was already the next day. Next, Su Bai and his team began to search for this dimensional creature called the white mist spirit in this dimensional world of white mist. After more than 2 hours, Su Bai and his friends encountered a total of 7 S-level white mist spirits. There were 7 S-level white mist spirit crystals, Sushi ate 5, and Su Bai and Xiaohei ate 1 each. Of course, in the hunt for these 7 white mist spirits, Su Bai was just a bystander. He got one of Xiaoxi's crystals for free. Su Bai felt that the improvement brought to his body by the white mist spirit crystal was minimal, and thought that this might be related to his own strength being too strong. Su Bai did not continue to waste his energy absorbing, but gave it all to Sushi and Xiaohei. It's just that Xiaohei's strength is limited, and he hasn't even digested the first one. Therefore, the remaining 5 all went into Sushi's stomach. Chapter 91 Return and Eat Barbecue. Host, this S-level Dimensional Rift channel is about to close. Please evacuate as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded in Su Bai's mind. The corners of Su Bai's mouth slightly raised. What he was waiting for was these words from the system. Okay. Xiaohei. Su Bai called out to Xiaohei. Xiaohei looked at Su Bai and understood immediately. The next second, Xiaohei jumped directly towards Su Bai's position, and his truck-like body turned into a cute little black cat in the air. Meow. Xiaohei changed back into kitten form and jumped directly into Su Bai's arms. Sushi, who was watching from the side, was gritting her teeth in envy. But she can't become so small. Su Bai looked at Sushi's jealous expression and smiled bitterly. Xiaohei is just a cat. Okay, this place is about to close. Let's get out of here. Sushi naturally also knew that hunting a large number of powerful dimensional creatures in the dimensional world would cause the dimensional rift to close. The two of them no longer hesitated, and they flew forward quickly in the direction they came from. A few minutes later, as the white mist around Su Bai and the others gradually faded away, they also saw the black vortex passage ahead. Let's go. Su Bai took Sushi's little hand, and the two of them jumped directly into the dimensional rift. The next moment, the two figures appeared on Fengqiao Road in Qifeng City like a moon reflected in the mirror. At this time, the semi-complete alienation in Sushi had also been lifted. Huang Tian, who had been waiting for a long time, saw Su Bai and his cat coming out and hurried over to greet them. Mr. Su, you guys are out? Su Bai breathed in the fresh air around him and responded softly. The air outside is still fresh. Sushi, who was standing by, couldn't help but sigh. Before, in the white fog world, the surrounding space was filled with white mist and the oxygen content was relatively low. If an ordinary person goes deeper, he might die from lack of oxygen. After Subai had a brief conversation with Huang Tian for a while, he left with Sushi and Xiaohei. After a while, I saw the S-level dimensional rift in front of me completely closed. Huang Tian was also extremely shocked. You know, it is impossible to close the S-level dimensional rift in a short period of time. Even Zhang Tianlong, the minister of Qifeng City SOD, can't do it. This would require a transcendent with a danger assessment at least one level higher than that of the dimensional rift to accomplish. After this incident, Huang Tian's awe of Subai deepened. The other side. Subai and his friends were walking along the path on their way home. Ding. Mission. Defend Maple Bridge Road completed. Task reward. 1 system point. Subai felt happy when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. If he remembered correctly, including this time, he now has 9 system points. Subai asked the system in his heart. Is it a system? Yes, yes, yes. The host's memory is really good epsilon asterisk omega. System, why do I feel like there's something wrong with your tone? Ha ha. Host, don't think too much. The system is just simply praising the host. Subai was a little speechless about this unreliable system. Underscore. Subai no longer paid attention to the system in his mind. He looked at the dim road ahead. After the previous hunting in the white fog world, the time has now come to 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Subai and Sushi haven't finished their meal yet. Although with their current physical condition, they would be completely odd even if they didn't eat for a week. But eating every day has become their habit and enjoyment. Subai suddenly thought of something and asked the girl leaning beside him. Xiaoxi, are you hungry? How about taking you to eat barbecue? Okay. Xiaohei, who was standing behind them, heard their conversation and looked curious. Meow. What is barbecue? It sounds delicious. Soon Subai and his friends arrived at a popular roadside barbecue stall. Subai directly ordered a table full of barbecue, and the two of them and the cat started eating. Subai and Sushi were sitting at their seats eating, while Xiaohei was lying at their feet eating. The combination of 2 people and a cat is not strange. But the combination of 2 very good-looking people and a super cute cat instantly attracted the attention of passersby. The boss seemed to have seen a business opportunity and added a lot more barbecue to Subai and his friend's table, hoping that they would eat longer. Of course, Subai wouldn't refuse. The 2 people and the cat ate the barbecue very quickly, just like big eaters. A large table of barbecue was almost finished by them in just 10 minutes. When the boss saw this, he shed tears of regret. The more than 100 pieces of barbecue he just delivered were not enough for Subai and the others to eat for 1 more minute. The crowd hasn't arrived yet, but Subai and his friends are almost done eating. As powerful, extraordinary beings, Subai and his companions' digestive abilities are naturally incomparable to those of ordinary people. Subai felt that he had almost finished eating, so he stood up and prepared to leave. Xiaohei at the side licked his paws with a sense of satisfaction, saying in his heart, nice barbecue. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wait until I get home. As Subai lay down on the sofa, his mobile phone vibrated. Subai picked it up and examined it with some surprise. It turned out to be a WeChat transfer from Zhang Tianlong. Subai suddenly realized that it must be him who solved the S-level dimensional rift on Fengqiao Road. This was a sign of Zhang Tianlong's decision. Subai's mouth curled up slightly. Completing a system task would not only gain him a favor, but also allow him to earn a considerable amount of money. For this kind of task, Subai said feel free to take it. Subai clicked on the WeChat transfer message sent by Zhang Tianlong. Ding. Your prestige has been credited to 5 million yuan. Subai raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. He knew that Zhang Tianlong would give a lot, but he didn't expect that he would give 5 million directly. This is the lifelong dream of ordinary people. But if you think about it carefully, the value of the corpse of an S-level dimensional creature alone starts at 1 million. Although I don't know how much the crystals produced by those S-level white mist spirits are worth. But the total value is definitely far more than this price. Sushi walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. The girl revealed her fair and delicate collarbone, looking very nice. Sushi casually let her bright golden hair fall behind her, and a faint elegant fragrance wafted out. Subai sniffed it unconsciously and it smelled very good. Seeing Subai's nose twitching, the girl squinted her beautiful eyes and came to Subai and said, "How's it, bro? Doesn't it smell good?" As Sushi spoke, she deliberately bent her body slightly so that Subai could feel it up close. Subai felt as if he had entered a world of flowers. The fragrance was so refreshing that he wanted to stay a little longer. After a moment, Subai reacted and felt somewhat awkward. He stood up and walked quickly towards the bathroom. Leave a sentence. I'm going to take a shower too. A girl's sweet laughter came from behind Subai. Chapter 92. Extraordinary Investigation of Qifeng City. The next day at school, as soon as Subai sat down in his seat, Zhang Xiaoman came over to him. Subai. Subai. Zhang Xiaoman pulled Subai's shoulders and seemed a little excited. Subai was speechless. Xiaoman, if you have anything to say, just speak slowly. Don't drag it out. However, Zhang Xiaoman ignored Subai's reminder and spoke excitedly. Is the figure in this photo of Subai you? As Zhang Xiaoman spoke, she handed her cell phone to Subai and shook it. Yang, who was standing by, was also curious when she heard this. She moved closer to Subai and checked the contents of the phone together. In Zhang Xiaoman's mobile phone, there is a picture of a handsome boy's back. And looking at the surrounding environment, it seems to be the girls' dormitory of their school. When Subai saw the photos on the phone, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Because this photo shows my back as I walked out of the women's dormitory yesterday. Oh my god, how did someone take this photo? Subai was also a little excited at this moment. But luckily it wasn't a photo of him in the bathroom of the girls' dormitory. Otherwise, he might not even come to school. Seeing the momentary emotional fluctuation on Subai's face, Zhang Xiaoman beside him said with a sly smile. Tell me, Subai, is this you? Yang was also full of doubts after seeing this photo. This is very similar to what Subai wore before, and there is only one boy with such a handsome back in our school. I only know Subai. Yang analyzed it very clearly, and finally extended her delicate fingers towards Subai. So, there is only one truth. At this moment, the girl seemed to have turned into a famous detective, looking at Subai with certainty. Subai, you actually sneaked into the school's girls' dormitory yesterday without telling us? Well, I didn't expect that you, Subai, are such a person. Hey, Subai, what are you doing in the girls' dormitory of our school? Hurry up and tell me. Zhang Xiaoman and Ying were talking to Subai one after another. The two men were judging Subai like messengers of justice catching a thief. Subai maintained a cool expression on his face, forcibly ignoring their questions, and spoke lightly. I just took the wrong road at that time. Omega? Zhang Xiaoman. Yang. When the two girls heard Subai's answer, their expressions changed. The two of them didn't believe Subai's excuses at all, and Subai was too lazy to continue explaining. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, a clear melody sounded, which helped Subai temporarily escape from the interrogation of Yang and the others. Subai shrank back into his corner and started reading the official topic of Qifeng City Supernatural. Subai looked at the content on the phone. After a few days of fermentation, the mutant biological incident in Qifeng City seems to be getting more and more serious. From the initial E-level and D-level, now powerful mutant creatures of B-level and even A-level have appeared in some places in Qifeng City. This also made Qifeng City's SOD pay great attention to it. Plus the S-level dimensional rift that suddenly appeared on Fengxiao Road last night. Qifeng City has been in turmoil recently. You have to know that in the 2 years when Subai lost his memory, basically nothing extraordinary happened in Qifeng City. In the past 2 weeks, various extraordinary crises have emerged one after another. There is also the SS-level hunter Qi Xiaohua hiding in the Hunter Association. Subai had a vague feeling that something big was going to happen in Qifeng City. By the way, Qi Xiaohua. Subai thought of Qi Xiaohua. He planned to look for the blonde with long legs when he had time today to see if he could get anything out of her. At this time, the system voice in Subai's mind rang. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, Investigation. Mission introduction. Recently, a large-scale biological mutation has suddenly occurred in the peaceful Qifeng City, and 2 rare S-level dimensional rifts have appeared. Please collect enough information within a week. Mission reward, 1 system point. When Subai heard the system task in his mind, he felt a little confused. What is the specific level of information that is considered sufficient for the system? Host, there are no clear requirements for this task, so the degree of completion of the task will be judged by the system. Host, please perform seriously, Omega? When Subai heard the system's answer, his face darkened. All right. Subai felt helpless. However, once this task is completed, Subai's points will reach 10. Then he can proceed with the system lottery he has been looking forward to. Thinking of this, Subai suddenly felt full of motivation. Wait until after school in the afternoon. Subai did not go home directly, but came to the garage where he parked the Pegasus. Driving the Pegasus, Subai drove towards the Rose Bar in Qifeng City. They soon arrived at the roadside of the bar and Subai parked the Pegasus. Since the Pegasus he was driving was worth $1 million, Subai's getting out of the car also attracted the attention of many young ladies. Especially when seeing Subai's cool and handsome appearance, he no longer hesitated. Several good-looking young ladies came to Subai, wanting to know his prestige. Of course, he was ruthlessly rejected by Subai. Subai walked straight into the Rose Bar. With the initial rejection, the girls around could only watch from afar and dared not come forward. There is no way, Subai's aura is simply too strong. Subai came to the basement of the bar, the base of the Hunter Association of Confronting City. The sexy and charming Chi Shaowa was still sitting inside the association's bar. Her delicate pink little mouth was pouting, and her pretty face seemed a little bored. However, what surprised Subai was that Chi Shaowa was so beautiful and was a hunter from the Hunter Association. However, none of the extraordinary people around dared to approach Chi Shaowa and talk to her. Although he was curious, Subai didn't care too much about such things. He walked directly towards Chi Shaowa, who was standing in front of the bar. Chi Shaowa also noticed Subai's figure, and the expression on her face changed from boredom to a hint of interest. Hey, why did Boss Su come to our Hunter Association today? Chi Shaowa used consciousness to communicate instead of speaking out loud. Of course, she wouldn't be stupid enough to expose Subai's true identity in front of other extraordinary people. Subai heard Chi Shuhua's consciousness communication and smiled. I want to discuss something with you. Do you have time now? When Chi Shaowa heard Subai's voice, a look of obvious surprise appeared on her face. As a powerful SSS-level transcendent, what could Subai want to discuss with her? With curiosity in her heart, Chi Shaowa walked out from the bar and came to Subai. Chi Shaowa said shyly with a blush on her face. Let's find a quiet place to have a good chat, you. Chapter 93, News about SSS-level Dimensional Rift, System Lottery. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched, and he simply ignored Chi Shaowa's words, which had a deeper meaning. Subai followed Chi Shaowa towards the Hunter Association's advanced trading room. Soon the two of them came to a high-end room with a quiet environment. Chi Shaowa closed the door casually, turned around and looked at Subai with a smile in her eyes. Okay, so what can I do to help Boss Su now? Listening to Chi Shuhua's charming tone, Subai took a deep breath. Fortunately, his willpower is still strong. Subai looked into Chi Shuhua's eyes and spoke directly. Can you tell me why you came to the Confronting City Hunter Association branch? Hearing Subai's question, the charm and smile on Chi Shuhua's face disappeared instantly and was replaced by a serious look. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? When Chi Shuhua heard Subai's question, her expression became serious. Of course, she came to Confronting City for a reason. Otherwise, for a small or medium-sized city association branch like Confronting City, the hunters needed to guard it only need to be S-level. A powerful SS-level hunter like her would definitely guard those large or even super-large city association branches. Chi Shuhua had a conflicted expression on her face, and she pondered for a moment. Then he looked at Subai's handsome face and said, Okay, since you're so handsome, I'll tell you. Omega. Hearing that Chi Shuhua was willing to tell him, Subai became excited. He thought it would take some effort to get Chi Shuhua to speak out. I just heard Chi Shuhua continue to speak. This isn't really a secret, is it? I was sent to Confronting City by the Southern Region Association almost 2 years ago. At that time, I was assigned by the president of our Southern Region Association to come to Confronting City for a secret investigation. 2 years ago, based on the extraordinary technology of our Southern Region Hunter Association, the Dimensional Detective, we discovered that in Confronting City, there is a high possibility that SS or even SSS-level dimensional rifts will open in the next few years. So the president of the association specially transferred me, an SS-level hunter, to the association branch in Confronting City. After hearing Chi Shuhua's story, Subai was also a little surprised. Dimensional Detective? That's right. Dimensional Detective is a top-notch extraordinary technology from our Southern Hunter Association headquarters. It can detect dimensional cracks that may appear within a certain range in the future. I see. Subai listened to Chi Shuhua's answer and began to quickly analyze the ins and outs of the matter in his mind. In other words, your Southern Hunter Association headquarters sent you here because they were afraid that an SS-level or even SSS-level dimensional rift would appear in Confronting City? Listening to Subai's reply, Chi Shuhua explained. No, the SSS-level dimensional rift is not as simple as you think. It would be fine if only SS-level dimensional rifts appeared in Confronting City. But if an SSS-level dimensional rift appeared in Confronting City, the consequences would be disastrous. Looking at Chi Shuhua's solemn expression, Subai continued to ask with interest. Why do you say that? When Chi Shuhua heard Subai's doubts, she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. An SSS-level dimensional rift means that there is a high probability that an SSS-level dimensional creature will appear inside. Let alone the SSS-level dimensional creatures, a single special S-level dimensional creature appeared. Without external assistance, Confronting City will be destroyed. Chi Shuhua narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly changed her tone. And every SSS-level dimensional rift is like a treasure trove. The dimensional world there will have a large number of advanced dimensional creatures and some rare extraordinary items. There are even some rare treasures that can enhance the strength of extraordinary people. Once an SSS-level dimensional rift appears in Chi City, it will definitely attract powerful, extraordinary people from the southern part of Dragon Country and even the entire Dragon Country to come and take risks. When Subai heard Chi Xiaohua mention the rare and extraordinary items, he instantly thought of the white mist spirit crystal he had hunted before. The crystal that can help extraordinary people improve their physical fitness is indeed a rare and good thing. My mission is to observe whether SSS-level dimensional rifts will appear in Chi City and report the situation to the southern region in a timely manner. After Chi Xiaohua finished speaking, she looked at Subai, waiting for the other party to continue asking questions. So that's how it is. Subai also had an expression that said, so that's what I see. He suddenly thought of the recent biological mutations in Chi City and the successive appearances of S-level dimensional rifts. Is this related to the S-level dimensional rift that appeared in Chi City before and the recent biological mutation? I don't know about this either, but I think there should be a certain connection. Chi City was always very peaceful before, until the past 2 weeks, when all kinds of extraordinary events have occurred one after another. I think the special dimensional rift here is about to open. As Chi Xiaohua spoke, her eyes began to become a little worried. I don't know if an SSS-level dimensional rift will appear. Seeing the worried look on Chi Xiaohua's face, Subai smiled faintly and spoke. Don't worry, because we have a deal. I won't ignore you if you get into danger. After hearing Subai's promise, Chi Xiaohua's pretty face, which had been a little sad, suddenly brightened up. Really? Don't regret it when the time comes. Subai walked out of the rose bar. As soon as I came out, the system prompt sound in my mind rang. Ding. Mission. Investigation. Mission reward. 1 system point. Hearing the prompt sound of task completion, Subai's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to get the information he wanted from Chi Xiaohua this time. Subai was in a good mood. He hummed a tune as he returned to his Pegasus and drove back towards Beiluan community. After returning home, Subai went straight to the bathroom. Sushi, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Subai with a strange expression. Strange, why did you take a shower so early today? In the bathroom, taking a bath is a small matter for Subai, but participating in the system lottery is a big matter. After receiving the reward for the investigation task, Subai's system points finally reached 10. Subai called out the system panel with some excitement. Looking at the somewhat unreal blue-green screen in front of him, Subai entered the system lottery interface. At this time, the system sound also appeared. The host has now reached 10 system points. Would you like to start the system lottery? Subai raised the corner of his mouth. Of course it is. The next moment, Subai's excited heart and trembling hands pointed directly to the lottery roulette wheel. Wow. The system helped Subai create the sound of a lottery in his mind to create a new atmosphere. Subai's heart was also lifted. He doesn't know what he will get this time. Chapter 94, Control of Life and Death, Reviving the Death Knight King. As the colorful turntable slowly slowed down, Subai began to get nervous. Ding. The host obtains the skill Control of Life and Death. A crisp prompt sound was heard, and Subai's heart was shocked. Just hearing the name, Subai felt that it was a powerful ability. The next moment, Subai also felt as if he had a special ability in his body. System, please introduce this skill to me. Life and death control can revive creatures killed by the host, and the resurrected creatures will be 100% loyal to the host. Fuck. Hearing the system's introduction to the skill, Subai couldn't help but exclaim. This caused Sushi, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, to become confused. Brother, what the hell are you doing? It's nothing. I just forgot to use shampoo when washing my hair. Subai made up an excuse to deal with Sushi, who was outside. When Sushi heard Subai's voice, she rolled her golden eyes and was speechless about Subai's behavior. In the bathroom, seeing Subai, who was somewhat excited, the system's voice continued. Host, don't get excited. Control of life and death has an upper limit to its ability. When Subai heard the voice of the system in his mind, his brows suddenly frowned, and he felt something was wrong. System, what do you mean by this? Is there a limit to the number of dead that can be resurrected by the skill? That's right, host. Currently, the host can use control of life and death to reincarnate up to 3 dead people. And the dead person whose level before death cannot exceed the host's current level. After hearing the system's reply, Subai's enthusiasm was also dampened by a stream of cold water. He also thought that this control of life and death could revive the dead infinitely and use it for his own benefit. In this way, he is directly invincible, Omega. A few seconds later, as he bathed in the cool water, Subai gradually calmed down. He continued to look at the control of life and death skill on the system panel. Subai thought carefully in his heart. Although there are only 3 control limits, and the level cap cannot exceed your current level, but this is still an incredible skill. As for the bodies of the dead that I killed, Subai instantly thought of the corpse of the Death Knight King. Subai raised the corner of his mouth and wanted to try it out. He released the body of the Death Knight King directly in the bathroom. The bathroom, which was already a bit small, was instantly filled with the 3-meter-tall corpse of the Death Knight King. Subai looked at the corpse in black armor on the ground and directly launched life and death control towards the corpse of the Death Knight King. A white, substantial energy mist emerged from Subai's palm, inject into the body of the Death Knight King on the ground. After a few seconds, the energy injection ended. Subai also felt a connection with the Death Knight King in some way. The next second, the Death Knight King's armor on the ground suddenly moved. Then the Death Knight King actually came back to life, slowly stood up and stood in front of Subai. The 3-meter-tall figure directly hit the ceiling of Subai's bathroom, bringing down some white lime debris. Subai's eyes widened, feeling a little unbelievable. Even though he was an SSS-level transcendent, he was extremely shocked at this moment. This ability was completely beyond his understanding. The Death Knight King was a little dazed at this time, standing quietly in front of Subai without any movement. The system voice also gave a reminder at this time. The host can communicate with the creatures under his control with his mental power. Upon hearing this, Subai immediately unfolded his infinite consciousness. Death Knight King, I am here. The corners of Subai's mouth slowly rose, and finally an excited expression appeared on his face. Subai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to check the real data of the current Death Knight King. Name Death Knight King. Category: Dimensional Creature, Undead Species, Death Knight King. Level: SSS. Skills: Death Spirit Flame, Burning Eyes, Fear Shock. Current status: None. Subai looked at the Death Knight King, who still retained SSS-level combat power, and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Suddenly Subai noticed that the Death Knight King's status was None. System-wise, the Death Knight King's current status None. Subai looked at the dazed Death Knight King and seemed to have thought of something. The host is who you think he is. The Death Knight King's body has been dead for too long, causing all of his original memories and consciousness to disappear. Although it has been revived by the host, its original consciousness is gone. The Death Knight King is now a new consciousness that has just been born. After hearing the system's explanation, Subai suddenly understood. I see. No wonder the Death Knight King looks a little stupid now. Although it's a bit of a pity, Subai is very satisfied now. An SSS-level dimensional creature as his own thug. And it's 100% loyalty. Suddenly Subai thought of something and continued to ask the system. System, does this mean that as long as the life and death control is used in time to revive the other party can retain their consciousness and memories before death? Host, in theory, it is possible, but everything still needs to be put into practice by the host. Alright. Subai ended the communication with the system. Looking at the Death Knight King standing in front of him, Subai couldn't continue taking a bath now. Okay, now you go out first. Yes. Bump. Subai looked at the big hole created by the Death Knight King, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Right triangle nary operators. 10 minutes later, Subai finished taking a shower. Now he was sitting on the sofa, and together with Sushi, they were looking at the Death Knight King, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the sofa. Xiaohei, who was standing next to him, also lay beside Subai, looking at the Death Knight King curiously. Meow. Master, didn't you kill this big guy before? Omega. Sushi also looked curious. Brother, why did this guy just walk out of your bathroom? Now the Death Knight King has restrained his aura. Therefore, Sushi did not realize that the Death Knight King was an SSS-level extraordinary being. Subai looked at the man and the cat, who were full of doubt, and slowly explained. What, brother? This guy is actually an SSS-level dimensional creature? After listening to Subai's story, Sushi bounced directly into Subai's arms. Subai looked at the extremely shocked blonde girl in his arms. Okay, Xiaoxi, calm down. It's now under my brother's command. As Subai spoke, he looked at the Death Knight in front of him. That's right. Everything I have belongs to the master. Meow. Xiaohei listened to the Death Knight King's speech and felt that his status as Subai's #1 pet cat was in jeopardy. Chapter 95. Loyal Subordinate, Xiao Wang. Sushi listened to the Death Knight King's solemn oath and felt something was a little strange. Seeing this, Subai changed the subject directly. Well, now that you have become my subordinate, I have to give you a name. Subai said as he looked at the Death Knight King in front of him. Subai felt a little awkward being called Death Knight King all the time. Well, I'll just call you Xiaowang. Omega. Sushi, who was beside him, was speechless when she heard this and couldn't help but speak. Hey brother, your name is so unfashionable. Meow. Xiaohei next to him was also meowing, as if saying that his name was a bit rustic. Hearing this, Subai looked at Xiaohei, his dark eyes looking at it with a meaningful smile. Xiaohei stopped talking instantly. Thank you for the name, master. I like it very much. The Death Knight King didn't care about these details. Now his consciousness was born from the moment Subai revived him. Yeah, very good. Looking at the solemn and serious Death Knight King in front of him, Subai's face was filled with satisfaction. By the way, brother, where will Xiaowang live from now on? Sushi suddenly asked Subai. This is also a very important question. Yes. Subai also realized this. My room is so small and there is only one bedroom, it is impossible for me to let the Death Knight King live in it. When the Death Knight King stood up, he had a huge body of more than 3 meters. No ordinary house can accommodate him. Subai fell into deep thought. After a moment, Subai made a decision. It seems like it's time to buy a big villa to live in. Subai now has more than 3,000 Debuluo, which is more than enough to buy an upper-middle-class independent villa in Qifeng City. Moreover, his current control over life and death can subdue 2 subordinates. There will be more and more creatures in his house in the future. Wow. After we move to a new villa, will I no longer be able to sleep with my brother? Sushi, who was beside him, heard that Subai was going to move to a new villa and said in a tearful tone. Subai looked at the pitiful Sushi and felt a little bit reluctant. Subai sighed softly. Can't share a bed. Subai said that we can't sleep in one bed, which means that we can sleep in one bedroom. Hearing Subai's words, Sushi cheered instantly. Really? *****. Looking at the pretty girl with a smile on her face, Subai couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. After all, his sister is his only relative now, he must take good care of her. At night, Subai asked the Death Knight King to stay in the living room for a while. Anyway, the other party is a dead creature and doesn't need sleep or rest. As for the damaged bathroom wall door, Subai had no intention of repairing it. Anyway, he is planning to buy a villa in the next few days. The next morning, Subai got up early. Looking at the girl still sleeping beside him, Subai has become accustomed to it. There is no way Sushi, who was still sleeping in the bed at night, will appear beside him in the morning. Right triangle Nary operators. Subai spread one of the girl's legs apart and got up to wash. Coming to the living room, the Death Knight King was still sitting in the same position as when Subai left last night. He looks like a master in meditation. It is somewhat out of tune with his huge and domineering body and the hideous death armor on his body. The corners of Subai's mouth twitched slightly. However, thinking that the Death Knight King was currently in a state of nascent consciousness, he did not say much. After getting ready, Subai went out. Walking on the path to school, Subai's mind is now completely focused on the information that Qi Xiaohua told him yesterday and the control of life and death that he had just obtained. The information about the SSS-level dimensional rift given by Qi Xiaohua is definitely a bombshell. There are so many things involved in this matter. According to what Qi Xiaohua said, by then, once Qifeng City opens the SSS-level dimensional rift, it will definitely cause a sensation in the southern region and even the entire Dragon Country's supernatural world. By then, all the powerful extraordinary people will surely gather in Qifeng City. Even if Subai is an SSS-level ultimate white dragon, he can't completely ignore them. Subai thought of his little brother Xiaowang. The system reward control of life and death drawn last night undoubtedly gave Subai an unexpected surprise. The Death Knight King was a super powerful dimensional creature of SSS level in his previous life. Now he has been reincarnated by Subai and has become his loyal subordinate, which directly gives Subai an additional SSS level combat power. Originally, there might have been some solemnity about the opening of the SSS level dimensional rift in Qifeng City. Now that Subai has the power of control over life and death, he doesn't have to worry about this matter at all. Instead, he had certain expectations for the SSS-level dimensional creatures that appeared in the SSS-level dimensional rift. After all, his control over life and death allows him to reincarnate the corpses of creatures he has killed and make them his subordinates. System lottery, system lottery. Subai muttered to himself. He found that the system lottery was the best. Subai now just wants to accumulate enough system points for the second draw as soon as possible. It was at this moment that the system seemed to listen to Subai's thoughts. The system's daily tasks have been released. Ding. Mission released. Mission name. I want to live in a villa. Mission introduction. As an SSS-level superboss, how could you live in an old small flat? Please live in a luxurious villa worth at least 3,000 W within the next week. Give yourself and your sister the most luxurious experience. Mission reward. 1 system point. Subai was delighted when he heard the system prompt sound in his mind. He was planning to move to a new villa last night, and the system gave him this task this morning. Or is it that the system understands my heart the best? Hey host, please stop talking nonsense, oh carrot. Oh, Subai. You are getting more greedy after I give you a little advantage, right? Subai ended his daily communication with the system. He took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat chat with Zhang Tianlong. Subai was too lazy to even think about buying a villa. Now that we have Zhang Tianlong, the minister of Qifeng City SOD, of course we have to hand it over to him. Subai, is Minister Zhang here? Zhang Tianlong, yes, Mr. Su. What can I do for you? Subai, I want to move to a new villa recently. Does Minister Zhang have any suggestions? Zhang Tianlong on the opposite side was also very active when he saw the WeChat message sent by Subai. Zhang Tianlong, does Mr. Su have any requirements for housing? After some communication, Zhang Tianlong finally helped Subai arrange an independent villa in a high-end community in Qifeng City. The original price of the villa was 5,000 W, but Zhang Tianlong directly helped Subai save 2,000 W, so Subai only had to pay 3,000 W. Subai looked at the message on WeChat on his phone, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Asterisk, asterisk. That's the benefit of having relationships. Chapter 96 Highland Community, Villa District Number 66. After finishing his classes in the morning, Subai asked for leave directly and planned to go and see the villa that Zhang Tianlong had arranged for him. Subai returned to the parking garage in his community and took Sushi and Xiaohei, who were bored at home, with him. Start your own Pegasus. Amid the roar of the engine, the tailpipe of the Pegasus slowly faded away. Subai had previously agreed on the time and place with Zhang Tianlong. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Subai drove his Pegasus to the Highland community in Qifeng City. Hearing the name, Highland Community, Sushi always felt that she had heard it somewhere before. Subai explained to Sushi. This community is actually the real estate controlled by Ocean Blue. Hearing Subai's voice, Sushi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, understood instantly. No wonder I always feel a little familiar. This Ocean Blue brand seems to be very powerful. Not only do they sell clothes and furniture, they even sell houses. After all, it is a large international company. Subai parked the Pegasus in the exclusive parking garage of Highland Community. Subai got out of the car and walked towards the gate of Highland Community with Sushi and Xiaohei. From a distance, Subai saw Zhang Tianlong and others waiting near the gate. In order to help Subai buy a villa, Zhang Tianlong came here in person today. Zhang Tianlong was also very low-key. He only brought Huang Tian with him this time, and they did not wear the department's special uniforms today. Mr. Su. Seeing Subai and Sushi, Zhang Tianlong greeted them enthusiastically. Subai responded politely with a smile on his face. In addition to Zhang Tianlong and Huang Tian, there was another person standing near the entrance of Highland Community. He is the industry manager of Qifeng City Highland Community and also the general manager in charge of the sale of villas in the community. Zhang Tianlong has already talked to the other party and will mainly take Subai to see the villa today. If Subai is satisfied, he can pay the remaining 30 million yuan and move in directly. Mr. Su, let's go check out the villa first? The general manager of sales asked Subai enthusiastically. Although he didn't know Subai's identity, he knew the status of Zhang Tianlong next to him. How could someone who could be treated like this by Zhang Tianlong have low strength and status? The general manager of sales led Subai and his group towards the Highland Community. Highland Community is one of the high-end communities in Qifeng City. Its land area, green environment, housing construction, and other aspects are also the best in Qifeng City. Highland Community is located in the suburbs of Qifeng City. Although it is not in the city center, the price is very expensive. The main reason is because of the environment and area here. There are no high-rise buildings or flats in the Highland Community, only independent villas. Therefore, those who can live here are either rich or noble or powerful extraordinary people. As soon as Subai entered the Highland Community, he could clearly feel the gap between it and the Bailuan community. A faint fragrance wafts over, refreshing and relaxing the body and mind. This directly improved Subai's first impression of Highland Community. Xiaohei felt the comfortable environment around him and couldn't help but let out a pleasant meow. Zhang Tianlong, who was walking beside him, was shocked when he heard Xiaohei's meow. But he knew that the cute little black cat in front of him was actually a terrifying S-level dimensional creature. It is a supernatural being that can easily destroy the Highland Community. Zhang Tianlong's eyes inadvertently looked at Subai beside him again. However, a powerful S-class dimensional creature is just a pet cat of this man. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlong's awe and respect for Subai became even greater. The general manager of sales also noticed Zhang Tianlong's attitude towards Subai. Looking at Zhang Tianlong following Subai like a subordinate, explaining the interior of the community to him. The general manager of sales was extremely shocked at this moment. He himself is also a C-level extraordinary person, so naturally he knows Zhang Tianlong's identity as the Minister of SD of Qifeng City. Soon the group arrived in front of a large villa with a luxurious appearance. This villa has 3 floors. Each floor covers an area of nearly 200 square meters. Together with the courtyard and basement around the villa, the total area is nearly 1,000 square meters. And there is also a small private park in the backyard of the villa. Including this park, the total area of the villa area is at least about 1,500 square meters. The area of this villa is almost one of the largest villas in Highland Community. Of course, this was also arranged by Zhang Tianlong for Subai. Otherwise, even if a normal person has money, he or she cannot buy a villa of this level. Mr. Su, shall we go in and take a look? Zhang Tianlong said to Su Bai with a smile on his face. He went to so much trouble and even paid out of his own pocket to buy a villa for Su Bai, just to leave a good impression on Su Bai. After all, Su Bai helped him solve an S-level dimensional rift 2 days ago. If they, SOD, could solve the S-level dimensional rift entirely on their own, the price to be paid is far more than just arranging a villa for Su Bai. This can be considered as a disguised way of repaying Su Bai. After more than an hour of simple viewing, Su Bai and Su Shi were both very satisfied. This villa not only has a private small park in the backyard, but also an open-air swimming pool in the front yard. The exterior walls of the entire villa are covered with a kind of high-grade white gold jade, which has a faint sense of sacredness under the sunlight. It is the ultimate in luxury. It is simply the most ideal villa in life. Moreover, Zhang Tianlong deliberately changed the house number of Su Bai's villa to 66. This is to highlight Su Bai's style. Of course, Su Bai doesn't really care about these things. Omega? All he wants is a big enough villa and a quiet enough environment. Okay, I am very satisfied with this villa. Su Bai turned to look at the general manager of sales next to him and continued. Should I pay the 30 million now? Yes. If Mr. Su likes it, he can pay and live here now. When the general manager of sales heard Su Bai's question, he nodded and bowed quickly. Su Bai directly transferred 30 million yuan to their company's account. Okay, Su Bai thought for a moment and continued. Then I'll move in tonight. No problem. Mr. Su, if you need any help in the future, please feel free to contact Xiao Wang. As he spoke, the general manager of sales, Xiao Wang, left Su Bai his WeChat contact information. After leaving Hailon Community, Su Bai drove his Pegasus towards Bailuan Community. He also canceled all his classes this afternoon, so he used the afternoon and evening just for moving. A system prompt sounded in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Mission. I want to live in a villa completed. Mission reward. 1 system point. Su Bai listened to the clear voice in his mind and raised the corner of his mouth. Chapter 97. Goalkeeper, Little Death. Until around 4 in the afternoon, Su Bai and Su Shi moved most of the things in their home to Villa number 66 in the Hailon Villa district. Of course, Su Bai used the ability of dimensional space, which made moving a lot easier. Finally, I simply completed the handover procedures with the organization that had rescued me. Su Bai has completely bid farewell to the Bailuan community that has accompanied him for 2 years. Sitting in the Pegasus, Su Shi and Xiao He both looked excited. They soon arrived at the Hailon Villa area, and Su Bai drove the Pegasus to the parking space of his own villa. If this were in Bailuan community, he would also need to park the Pegasus in a public parking garage. 2 people and a cat opened the door and got out of the car. Su Bai looked at the luxurious and spacious platinum-colored villa in front of him and said with ease, "This will be our new home." Marvelous. Su Shi opened her arms, hugged the front with a happy smile on her face. The little black dog behind him also started running around excitedly, trying to get familiar with his new nest. Su Shi entered the villa and went straight to the living room on the first floor, where she lay lazily on the sofa. The girl's feet were resting directly on the coffee table in the middle of the sofa. Her white and tender feet looked magnificent under the refraction of the sunlight. Su Bai, why do I feel it is so beautiful? Because the host is a pervert. Su Bai simply ignored the complaints from the system in his mind. He came to the front yard of the villa, which faced south and had great lighting. It is now exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the warm orange-red sunlight seems to be welcoming Su Bai's arrival. The dazzling sunlight made Su Bai squint slightly. More than an hour later, Su Bai drove a rented moving truck to the front yard of his villa. Su Bai got out of the car and opened the rear cargo door, and a tall, dark figure walked out. It was the Death Knight King who was resurrected by Su Bai. In order to bring the Death Knight King to the Hailon Villa district, Su Bai specially rented this moving truck. Owner, after getting off the car, the Death Knight King bowed slightly towards Su Bai. Su Bai nodded softly, indicating that the Death Knight King could move freely in the front and backyards around the villa and the living room on the first floor. Then Su Bai got in the car and prepared to return the moving truck. The Death Knight King is still in a state of nascent consciousness and is somewhat ignorant. He looked around. Then the Death Knight King came directly to the first floor door of Su Bai's villa. He suddenly thrust the giant sword of death in his hand into the ground beside him. Bump! The death sword is so sharp that it can easily pierce through the jade ground. Then, the Death Knight King stood upright at the side door of the villa like a gate guarding god of war. Su Shi, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, was startled by the sound of the Death Knight King stabbing his sword. The blonde girl appeared in front of the villa's door the next second. Looking at the domineering Death Knight King standing by the gate, and the giant sword of death beside him that was stuck in the ground, Sushi instantly understood what had happened. The corners of the girl's mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the silent Death Knight King, Sushi didn't say anything either. She lay back on the sofa in the living room again, holding her laptop and watching the unfinished Tomato TV series. A few minutes later, Xiaohei, who was familiar with his new nest, also came to the door of the first floor of the villa. Looking at the Death Knight King standing next to the gate like a god of war guarding the gate, Xiaohei flinched a little, and the little cat paw under him subconsciously took a step back. Meow. No, we are all the master's subordinates. Why should I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, Xiaohei plucked up his courage, moved his little kitten paws, and walked towards the door of the villa with his little head held high. The Death Knight King standing by the door remained motionless, but shrouded in the death armor, he looked at Xiaohei with some curiosity. He didn't understand why Su Bai would take in a weak creature as a pet. Xiaohei saw that the Death Knight King did not move, and the tension in his heart gradually eased. After entering the villa, Xiaohei began to look around. Su Shi, who was sitting on the sofa, didn't care when she saw Xiaohei come in. 10 minutes later, Su Bai came back after returning the car. Su Bai was also shocked when he saw the Death Knight King standing at the door of the villa. Seeing Su Bai coming back, the Death Knight King, who had been motionless at the door, finally moved. He bowed and saluted towards Su Bai. Owner. The corner of Su Bai's mouth twitched. Xiaowang, who told you to stand at the door? Master, I came here on my own. The Death Knight King's deep and rich voice came, as if this was what he should do. Su Bai held his forehead in silence. Although the villa's main entrance is located in the front yard, it will not be seen by passersby in the community outside. But the Death Knight King was standing right at the door of his house guarding it, which looked weird no matter how you looked at it. Xiaowang, you don't have to do this, and you don't have to salute me in the future. Understood. The Death Knight King responded in a serious voice, but his body showed no intention of leaving the door. Su Bai sighed in his heart. Forget it, whatever you want. Anyway, if you stand at the door of the villa, no one can see you unless they enter the front yard. And even if he came in, looking at the motionless Death Knight King, they would just regard him as a gatekeeper decoration. Thinking of this, Su Bai no longer cared about the Death Knight King's position. It seems that Xiaowang can take on the responsibility of gatekeeping from now on. Su Bai sighed in his heart and then entered the villa. Looking at the decadent posture of the girl, Su Bai came to Su Shi's side. Xiaoxi, is it time to prepare the ingredients for dinner? Su Bai said this and sat down on the sofa next to Su Shi. Leaning on a sofa that was countless times more advanced than his previous one, Su Bai felt that it was a real pleasure. Tisk, brother can't cook. Now he wants to force his sister to cook. Omega? When Su Bai heard Su Shi's answer, his face turned dark. Didn't you say this yourself before, Xiaoxi? Hey, did I say that? The girl tapped her index finger lightly to her lips, with a cute look of confusion on her face. Seeing Su Bai staring at her, Su Shi suddenly giggled on her pretty face. Her smile is as beautiful as the white flowers in June. Hee hee, I was just joking with my brother. Su Shi put down the notebook in her hand and moved instantly the next second. The delicate and graceful body stood up and moved close to Su Bai and said, What do you want to eat tonight, bro? I felt a sudden burst of fragrance coming from the front. Looking at the lively and cute blonde girl in front of him, Su Bai felt bored. After thinking for a moment, Su Bai said, I want to eat braised pork trotters today. Well, braised pork trotters. I heard Su Bai and Su Shi discussing tonight's dinner. Xiaohei appeared out from nowhere and came to the two of them excitedly. Meow. Master, is the braised pig's trotter delicious? Chapter 98 Extraordinary Fight in the Shopping Mall. Looking at Xiaohei with a face, Su Bai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Xiaohei, how come you only know how to eat? Su Shi, who was standing next to them, looked at the conversation between Su Bai and Xiaohei with curiosity. Su Shi does not have the ability of infinite consciousness, so she cannot understand the meaning of Xiaohei's cry. Su Shi asked Su Bai curiously, Brother, what is Xiaohei talking about? Xiaohei asked you if the braised pig's trotters taste good, When Su Shi heard this, a thoughtful look suddenly appeared on her face. She slowly turned around and looked at Xiaohei at her feet, and a strange smile gradually appeared on her pretty face. The braised pork trotters are delicious, but I wonder how the braised black jail cat tastes. A somewhat eerie smile suddenly appeared on Su Shi's face, and her bright white sharp teeth were slightly revealed. As she spoke, Su Shi looked at Xiaohei with shining eyes, as if she really wanted to give it a try. Seeing the girl's sudden change in demeanor, Xiaohei was so frightened that his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Xiaohei's hair stood up and his body was trembling. looking at Sushi's footsteps walking towards him. Xiaohei could no longer bear the fear in his heart and threw himself directly into Su Bai's arms on the sofa. Meow, meow. Master, please don't eat me. I don't taste good, meow. Seeing this scene, Sushi stopped her threats and her face returned to its previous playful look. Haha, Xiaohei was just joking with you. The girl's cheerful voice came like a clear spring. However, Xiaohei, who was lying in Su Bai's arms, did not react at all, and his little body was still shaking in Su Bai's arms. After a moment, Sushi finally realized that something was wrong. She hurried forward and picked up Xiaohei's body with one hand. At this moment, there was no trace of the previous fright on Xiaohei's face. Xiaohei now has an expression of enjoyment on his face. After leaving Su Bai's arms, he seems a little reluctant. When Sushi saw Xiaohei's expression, the smile on her face froze. She was actually deceived by Xiaohei's acting skills. Xiaohei just pretended to be frightened by her, and then took this opportunity to throw himself into Su Bai's arms. Ah damn Xiaohei. M9 de. Sushi looked unhappy, pouting, and a little annoyed. Xiaohei, who was held in the girl's hand, was looking at her with an innocent expression. Su Bai watched the man and the cat playing together with a slight smile on his face. A few minutes later, Su Bai entrusted the Death Knight Wang Shoujiao with the task, and then he took Sushi and Xiaohei on the Pegasus. Originally, the Death Knight King also wanted to go out with Su Bai, but his body was too big, and Su Bai couldn't carry him around with him at will. After leaving the Hailan Villa district, Su Bai drove his Pegasus straight to the nearest shopping mall. After buying the ingredients needed for tonight, Su Bai and his companion were on their way back. When they were about to walk towards the Pegasus, suddenly a figure came flying. Su Bai could clearly see that the expression on the other person's face was a little distorted, as if he had suffered some severe hurt. But Su Bai didn't care about these. He looked at the other person's body flying backwards. Bump. The next second, the little Pegasus that he had just bought a few days ago happened to become the lucky winner. He was directly hit by the opponent's flying body. The little Pegasus was knocked 7 or 8 meters away by the inertia of the opponent's body. There was a huge dent and a lot of damage on the car body. The man fell from the flying horse to the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth, and then he passed out directly, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Suddenly, the people passing by were attracted and shocked by this scene. Passers-by screamed and shouted, "Wow, someone's dead. Call an ambulance. Call the police." Did you see what you discovered just now? I didn't see it clearly. I just saw a black shadow flying over, and then it crashed into the Pegasus. Tisk, TSK. What a sudden disaster. How tragic. He was hit like this. There's no hope of saving him, right? How terrifying. Is this another extraordinary incident of injury? I don't know. Let's get out of here. Yeah, there might be some danger around here. Let's go quickly. Alas, our Qingfeng city has become increasingly unstable recently. Ignoring the discussions around him, Su Bai continued walking towards his Pegasus with a somewhat grim expression. Sushi and Xiaohei followed behind, both of them with angry looks on their faces. Sushi was beside Su Bai, looking very angry. Brother actually dared to crash our car. I will kill him directly. Meow. Xiaohei also called out and expressed his agreement. Su Bai waved his hand to stop everyone who had some ideas. Don't worry yet. We must avenge the little Pegasus. Su Bai looked at the crowd around him. Because of what just happened, more and more people gathered around to watch the show. Su Bai glanced at the almost scrapped Pegasus and felt a little angry. To be able to crash a car like this, it is obvious that both the attacker and the victim are not ordinary people. In Su Bai's perception, the man who fell in front of his little Pegasus was a sea-level transcendent. Is it a conflict between extraordinary people? How dare you do this in public? Su Bai secretly analyzed in his heart that he didn't care who was right or wrong. His little Pegasus is not a sabotage item for others to use in battle. The next moment, Su Bai's SSS-level perception ability unfolded. He simply ignored the ordinary people around him and spread out towards the surroundings of the shopping mall. Su Bai's mind moved, and he instantly discovered a peak sea-level energy fluctuation not far from here. Based on the other party's current position and breath fluctuations, Su Bai made an analysis immediately. It should be him. The next moment, Su Bai's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Sushi and Xiaohei were both stunned, but they reacted quickly. Brother should go catch the murderer, right? Meow. Somewhere on the second floor of a shopping mall. In a clothing store, Su Bai was pinching a young man's neck with one hand. This person is the murderer just now. Of course, Su Bai was not trying to avenge that sea-level transcendent. He was seeking revenge for his little Pegasus. You. Su Bai looked at the man who was lifted up in front of him and whose face was flushed red, and said with cold eyes, "You deserve to die." The man whose neck was pinched by Su-bai thought that Su-bai was the companion of the previous SSS-level extraordinary person when he heard this. He quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed your companion." Hearing the man's painful voice, Su-bai increased the strength in his hands and ended his life directly. "You should apologize to my little Pegasus." Su-bai left a word and then left. The staff outside the store were also a little panicked, but they didn't dare to go in to check the situation. "We can only wait for people from the special department to come and deal with it." Since the Pegasus was scrapped, Su-bai and the others simply walked back. Anyway, with their speed and physical strength, there is no difference between walking back and driving back. Su-bai was not worried about killing a transcendent person, because he has Zhang Tianlong behind him to finish the job. At this time, the role of cooperation with Zhang Tianlong is reflected. Su-bai thought of the sea-level peak transcendent who actually dared to take action in public. Su-bai couldn't help but feel confused. He looked at the girl beside him and asked, "Are extraordinary people like Xiaoxi afraid of being exposed when they fight in public?" Hearing Su-bai's doubts, Sushi beside him explained with a giggle, "The news of my brother's extraordinary existence has long been spread in this society. Basically, ordinary people know that extraordinary beings exist, but they rarely encounter them. And extraordinary people usually don't show their extraordinary powers in front of ordinary people, just to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, SOD also has clear regulations. Under normal circumstances, extraordinary people cannot display their extraordinary powers in front of ordinary people. I guess there might be some conflict between the two extraordinary people today, or are they not afraid of Sod's judgment?" Chapter 99, The True Form of the Death Knight King. On the way home, Su-bai soon received a message from Zhang Tianlong. "Zhang Tianlong, we have already investigated Mr. Su's matter at the mall." Zhang Tianlong. The incident started when two sea-level transcendents both liked a piece of clothing, and because they refused to give in, a fight broke out. Su-bai looked at Zhang Tianlong's prestige message and replied, "Su-bai, the top C-class has been killed by me, but the C-class that crashed my car should not be dead yet." Zhang Tianlong. "Don't worry, Mr. Su. We at SOD will take care of this matter." Zhang Tianlong. "In addition, we SOD will compensate Mr. Su for the damaged Pegasus." Looking at the WeChat message sent by Zhang Tianlong, Su-bai didn't care about the compensation given by the other party. However, Su-bai was also curious about what kind of punishment this extraordinary person who violated the rules of SOD would receive. "Su-bai, how do you usually handle this kind of situation with Minister Zhang?" Zhang Tianlong. "If Mr. Su did not participate in this extraordinary fight, we will send the order to capture the sea-level peak transcendent and the injured sea-level transcendent. Their use of supernatural powers to fight in public is a serious violation of our rules. If the situation is serious, we SOD will directly impose death penalty." Su-bai. "Are there many cases of extraordinary people fighting in public?" Zhang Tianlong. "Not much. Very little, actually. After all, this is the rule set by our SOD. Extraordinary people are not allowed to show their extraordinary powers in front of ordinary people." Zhang Tianlong. "But for some unknown reason, extraordinary events have occurred frequently in Qingfeng City recently." Zhang Tianlong. "These extraordinary people in Qingfeng City may feel that our SOD's control over them has weakened, so they dare to ignore ordinary people and take action directly." After finishing the exchange of prestige with Zhang Tianlong, Su-bai looked at Sushi beside him. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Su-bai plans to take Sushi out for some fun. "Xiaoxi, is there any place you want to go?" The girl was a little surprised when she heard Su-bai's soft question beside her, but Sushi quickly thought of what Su-bai meant. She became a little excited, and a happy smile appeared on her face. "Brother, are you planning on taking me out to play this weekend?" Asterisk sigma, sigma. Su-bai smiled faintly and nodded slightly. "Yeah." Sushi cheered and hugged Su-bai, who was walking. Su-bai looked at the pretty blonde girl in front of him with a faint smile on his face. Stretching out a hand, Su-bai gently stroked the girl's hair. He remembered that he and Xiaoxi had basically never had this kind of entertainment since they were young. Su-bai's somewhat doting voice continued to be heard. "Okay, where are we going to play?" "Well, of course it's the playground." Sushi answered almost without hesitation. It seems that the girl has done her homework long ago. "Well, let's go to the amusement park tomorrow. I remember that the amusement park in Qingfeng City seemed to be quite big." "Uh-huh. Wait until we return to the villa." Su-bai and Sushi saw a brand new Pegasus parked at the door. Su-bai was slightly surprised. This brand new Pegasus must have been sent by Zhang Tianlong. But he didn't expect Zhang Tianlong to be so efficient. The next second, Su-bai's mouth corners slightly raised. This also indirectly shows that Zhang Tianlong still values Su Bai very much in his heart. Bro. Before the girl finished her question, Su Bai explained. This is the Pegasus that Zhang Tianlong from SOD gave me as compensation. Su Bai came to the front of this brand new Pegasus, and there was a key on the hood of the car. Su Bai put away the key and came to the door of the villa. The Death Knight King at the gate of the villa saw Su Bai coming back and bent slightly and said, "Someone came before the owner and left the car behind." Yeah, I see. A little after 7 in the evening, Sushi came to the dining table in the living room carrying a large bowl of braised pork trotters. Su Bai and Xiao He had already taken their seats early. Suddenly, the aroma of braised pork trotters drifted into the living room. Little Black, who was standing on a chair next to the dining table, meowed as if he could no longer hold back. Su Bai looked at Xiao He's useless appearance and couldn't help but smile. Xiao He, please pay attention to your image. Meow. Hee hee, this proves that my cooking skills are still great. Sushi brought the braised pork trotters to the table and said to Su Bai and Xiao He, "Meow." Xiao He meowed and responded to Sushi that she was right. Su Bai also praised without reservation. Well, Xiaoxi is really good at cooking. I learned this from a young lady who was a great cook when I was in Shanghai. Oh, hearing Sushi mention what happened before, Su Bai also became a little curious. Xiaoxi, have you made any other friends in the Magic City besides Xiao Tian and the others? Well, we can't really say we're friends. While eating dinner, Su Bai and others talked about Sushi's previous experience in Shanghai. Su Bai understood. It turns out that Sushi once studied cooking in Shanghai for a period of time. No wonder Xiaoxi is such a great cook. Bro, do you want to ask your little dead to come in and eat something? Sushi suddenly spoke. At this time, Su Bai also remembered the Death Knight King who was guarding the door. Well, Xiaoxi, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about Xiao Wang. Su Bai felt a little embarrassed. The two of them and the cat were eating braised pork trotters, but they had left the Death Knight King aside. Su Bai directly used the infinite consciousness in his mind to communicate with the Death Knight King. Xiao Wang, do you want to come in and eat braised pork trotters? Master Xiao Wang doesn't need to eat. Really? That's fine. Speaking of eating, Su Bai suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. By the way, I'm curious about what your true self looks like underneath your armor. Xiao Wang, is your real body a human body like ours? No, Master. Su Bai was a little surprised to hear the answer from the Death Knight King. It just so happens that he is almost full now. Su Bai stood up and walked to the Death Knight King at the door of the villa with interest. Can you take off your armor and let me see it? No problem, Master. The Death Knight King did not hesitate at all. He came to the open space in the courtyard and directly took off his death armor. Bang! Bang! The dark and ferocious cool armor fell to the ground and collided with the earth with a dull, loud noise. The gravel floor of the courtyard sank slightly, which was enough to prove the weight and substance of the death armor. Hidden under the death armor was a nearly 3-meter-tall skeleton. Su Bai looked surprised. He always thought that there was a human body underneath the Death Knight King's armor. But I didn't expect it to be a skeleton. Moreover, the Death Knight King did not look like the weak skeleton that Su Bai had in mind. Although the Death Knight King's body is just bones, the aura he displays is extremely domineering. In the sunken eye sockets of the Death Knight King, scarlet flames suddenly flashed like eyes. Like a skeleton king, he stood tall in front of Su Bai. Chapter 100 Playground. After a moment, Su Bai asked the Death Knight King to put on his death armor again. Looking at the Death Knight King who had transformed back into the Black Knight, Su Bai felt that he looked even more domineering this way. By the way, Xiao Wang, why are the cracks on your armor gone? Su Bai suddenly noticed that the damage left on the death armor when he fought with the Death Knight King was now completely gone. Master, the death armor has the ability to repair itself. As long as the wearer keeps providing the breath of death, the death armor can always remain in peak condition. Su Bai was a little surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect the death armor to have this ability. Back to the villa. At this time, Xiao He was cleaning up the mess after dinner, while Sushi was lying leisurely on the sofa looking at her notebook. Su Bai also leaned back on the sofa and began to relax. After Xiao He finished cleaning up, he came to Su Bai's side and watched the shaking with Su Bai. The next morning, Su Bai slowly woke up in a bath of warm sunshine. Since today is the weekend, Su Bai didn't get up early. He checked the time, and it was already past 8 in the morning. However, when he pushed his side out of habit, he did not feel the girl's soft body. Su Bai was a little surprised. The next second she walked in from outside the bedroom. The girl had a happy look on her face, holding a few colorful skirts in her hands. Brother, are you awake? Look at what I should wear today. Sushi was holding a few exquisite skirts and waving them in front of Su Bai, talking happily. Looking at the girl's happy expression, Subai couldn't help but laugh. Subai looked at the skirt in front of her and said after a little thought, "Well, this white one should be good." "Hey, I think so too." After hearing Subai's suggestion, Sushi directly threw the other two skirts onto her bed. Then she walked directly to the stereoscopic mirror next to her closet. Then she changed her skirt in front of Subai without any hesitation. Hey, Xiaoxi, please be careful when changing your clothes. Lulu brother, you won't suffer any loss if you watch this, so what are you afraid of? Sushi ignored Subai's reminder and continued to take off her clothes. Subai lying on the bed was speechless. Omega? This makes it difficult for him. Subai didn't dare to stay in the bedroom for too long, for fear that he might see something he shouldn't see and might become uncontrollably beastly. Subai got up quickly and left the bedroom directly. Before leaving, Subai kindly helped she close the bedroom door and said one sentence. Xiaoxi, even if there are only two of us at home, you should remember to close the door when you change clothes. Got it. Subai came to the first floor and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Although Subai doesn't know how to cook, he has no problem preparing a simple breakfast. 10 minutes later, Subai placed the fried eggs, some toast, and 2 boxes of milk on the dining table. After a while, Sushi changed her clothes and came down. Soon a beautiful figure came into Subai's sight. After being suggested by Subai, Sushi wore a clean white dress that went below the knee today. The girl's calves are wrapped in white stockings, which make her already perfect legs even more perfect. She wore a pair of black riding boots on her feet, representing nobility and elegance. There was a little powder on her delicate face and faint red marks at the corners of her eyes. It's obvious that Sushi wore makeup today. Although the makeup is very light and minimal, it makes the girl's beauty and temperament more prominent. Accompanied by a pleasant fragrance, Sushi came to the dining table. The girl picked up the bread that Subai had just taken a bite of, took a small bite, and started chewing. Subai looked at Sushi holding the bread he had just put down, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Xiaoxi, that's my bread. Oh. Sushi responded softly and took another bite of the bread in her hand. Well, seeing that the girl had no intention of putting it down, Subai had to pick up another one. Xiaohei appeared out of nowhere at this time. It came to Subai's side and stared at the toast on the table. Omega. The little eyes are full of desire for toast. Subai smiled helplessly. After getting Subai's signal, Xiaohei happily picked up a piece of bread and started eating it. After they finished their breakfast, Sushi looked at Subai Dao. So when are we leaving, bro? Well, now it's okay. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning, and Subai and his friends can play all day. Originally, Xiaohei also wanted to follow. But how could Sushi, who wanted a world of 2 people, agree to this? Finally, Subai and Sushi got on the Pegasus and disappeared in front of Villa number 66. In front of the villa, only Xiaohei, who was looking anxious, was left, and the Death Knight King, who was shrouded in black armor. Xiaohei glanced at the silly Knight King who only knew how to guard the gate, and the next second turned around and walked into the villa. Before leaving, Sushi left her notebook to it as compensation for not being able to go out and play. After more than 20 minutes of driving, Subai and his friends came to the largest amusement park in Qingfeng City. Looking at the bustling scene with people coming and going, Sushi's face was full of, this is her first time to come to the amusement park. Brother, let's go in quickly. Sushi held Subai's arm with her soft little hand and spoke in a prompting tone. Subai looked at the motivated girl beside him and could only follow her. Since today is the weekend, there are a lot of people coming to the amusement park. You need to queue for various items in the amusement park. But even so, it still couldn't resist Sushi's joy. Because today is the time for her and Subai to spend together. In the morning, Subai and his friends played a series of rides including roller coaster, trampoline, carousel, etc. Subai was not too interested in this. He just wanted to accompany Sushi to experience it. During the halftime break, the two came to a park bench and sat down. Sushi leaned her head on Subai's shoulder, sipping milk tea with a look of satisfaction on her face. Brother, shall we go to the horror house this afternoon? I heard there are a lot of scary things in there. It's very interesting. Sushi told us what she wanted to do in the afternoon. Subai was speechless after hearing this. Xiaoxi, are you afraid of those things? Hearing this, Sushi rolled her beautiful eyes at Subai and said, Oh, brother, you really don't understand humor. Brothers and sisters like us who come to the amusement park must go to the horror house. Sushi said seriously. Subai looked a little doubtful when he heard this. Please, bro. Sushi clasped her hands together, made a cute pleading gesture, with a longing expression on her face, and acted coquettishly towards Subai. Subai was originally here to play with Sushi today, and he did not refuse the girl's request. After a simple rest, the two began to move towards the horror house. Chapter 101. dimensional rift in the amusement park, came to the project attraction of the horror house, looking at the men and women walking out with lingering fear on their faces. Subai didn't have any ideas, but Sushi seemed very excited. Since the horror house is quite scary, there are not many people queuing for this project. What Subai saw was that many people were scared out as soon as they entered. Brother, let's go in quickly. Sushi took Subai's arm and walked directly towards the entrance of the horror house. The two of them and 8 other people formed a small team, with Subai and Sushi just walking at the end. As soon as you enter the horror house, your surroundings suddenly fall into darkness. The door was closed by the staff with a bang. The 8 people in front of Subai were so scared that they screamed. Subai was speechless. It was okay for the women, but why were those men in front so timid? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sushi naturally threw herself into Subai's arms. Subai. After a moment, the 8 people in front continued to move forward. Subai and the other person followed behind. As they continued to go deeper, gradually, a strange and creepy music began to sound. It made the 8 people in front feel terrified. They instantly felt like they were in a horror house. As for Subai and Sushi, they didn't feel anything. Of course, Sushi naturally hugged Subai and trembled. Suddenly, a staff member disguised as an evil ghost jumped out, accompanied by a red flash. In an instant, a boy in front of Subai was frightened and fell to the ground. The 2 couples walking in front felt the horrible sound behind them, so they quickened their pace and continued to move forward. The 3 girls behind the boy couldn't help but step back out of fear. After the frightened boy came to his senses, his face turned red and he felt a little embarrassed. However, the horrific scenes around him and the disappearance of the staff pretending to be ghosts made him feel a little uneasy again. Subai ignored the horrific scenes and creepy sounds around him and continued walking forward with Sushi. Seeing this, the 3 girls followed Subai and the others closely. The boy on the ground wanted to get up and follow, but after taking a few steps he was scared by the staff member dressed as a ghost. Boy MMP. The boy looked at Subai and the others walking further and further away, and a trace of fear suddenly arose in his heart. He couldn't help but shouted with a trembling voice. Hey, wait for me. Subai and the other man did not stop, and the girls behind them did not dare to stay. As they keep moving forward. Along the way, various staff members were frightened, and scary props appeared in front of Subai and his friends one after another. Sushi also took this opportunity to rub and touch Subai's body. Subai couldn't help but think of the word well in his head. But today I brought my sister here to play, so Subai didn't say anything. The 3 girls following Subai and the others also escaped danger along the way. They looked at the boy in front of them with some admiration. It's not that Subai is so handsome, but because of the dim environment, they can't see Subai's appearance clearly. Soon they reached the end of the horror house and came to the last scary scene in the horror. The next second, a strange-looking black shadow suddenly jumped out from the corner. The 3 women behind him thought it was a staff member pretending to be a monster, and they huddled together in fear. But Subai and Sushi in front discovered something unusual. Subai felt the black shadow rushing towards them in front of him, and the other party was not a staff member at all, because Subai sensed a weak energy fluctuation from the other party. The next moment, Subai's Eye of the White Dragon Emperor opened, and a platinum vertical pupil appeared in Subai's right eye. Name, Mist Predator. Category, Dimensional Creature, Mist Species, Mist Predator. Grade, B. Skills, Release Mist, Lurking and Hunting. Current status, Latent Attack. After seeing the other party's real data, Subai was surprised. A B-level dimensional creature actually appeared here. Subai realized something. The next moment, he amplified the perception of infinite consciousness and directly covered the entire amusement park. In Subai's perception, a dimensional rift suddenly opened up next to a public toilet in the amusement park. And there, strange and hideous-looking dimensional creatures appeared one after another. After they arrived at the amusement park, they began to attack tourists aimlessly. At this time, the entire amusement park has fallen into chaos. The crowd was rioting and screaming. Subai withdrew his perception and looked at the mist hunter that had jumped in front of him. The next second, Subai casually reached out and slapped it. Bump! With a crash, the mist hunter was hit hard, and its body crashed directly into the wall behind it. Then there was no movement. Because the surrounding environment was too dim, the 3 ordinary girls behind Subai could not see clearly what was happening. Hey, has he left? Well, let's go quickly, or else another monster will appear and scare us. Subai reminded the 3 women behind him, and then took Sushi and quickly walked out of the horror house. What happened, bro? Sushi did not have the ability of infinite consciousness, so naturally she did not know that a dimensional rift had opened up in the amusement park at this time. A dimensional rift has opened in this amusement park. What? Sushi was stunned at first when she heard that, and then a hint of anger appeared on her pretty face. In this case, wouldn't all her and Su-bai's future dating plans be ruined? Thinking of this, Sushi pouted her lips. Seeing the girl's appearance, Su-bai couldn't help but smile bitterly. The amusement park staff must have run away by now. Let's come back next time. Okay, brother, keep your word. Since Su-bai and Sushi were not ordinary people, they easily left the rioting amusement park. Arriving at the parking space where the Pegasus was parked, the two got in the car and prepared to leave. Su-bai looked at the gate of the amusement park and saw a large number of tourists rushing out frantically. These people basically encountered extraordinary beings for the first time. At this moment, their faces were filled with expressions of horror and fear. At another location in the amusement park, a group of people wearing special uniforms were rushing towards the inside of the amusement park against the flow of people. It is the order member of SOD. Su-bai was a little surprised and murmured softly. The SOD people arrived so soon. Sushi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard Su-bai's soft explanation. This is normal. After all, SOD has extraordinary technology that is specifically designed to detect energy fluctuations. But this time, the dimensional rift actually opened in an amusement park with a large flow of people. I guess it will be difficult for those SOD guys to calm the victim down in such a short time this time. Chapter 102 New Mission Freebie. Just when Su-bai was about to start the Pegasus and leave here. Ding. Mission released. Mission name: Guard the Playground. Mission introduction: the largest amusement park in Qingfeng City has been invaded by dimensional creatures. If the dimensional rift is not closed in time, the amusement park in Qingfeng City will no longer exist, and the children will lose their happiness. As the host of this system, it is your duty to guard the playground. Host, please close the dimensional rift in Qingfeng City Amusement Park and eliminate the remaining dimensional creatures in the amusement park to minimize the damage to the amusement park. Mission reward: 1 system point. Hearing the task issued by the system in his mind, Su-bai stopped preparing to start Pegasus. What's wrong, bro? Sushi, who was standing next to him, saw Su-bai pause and asked in surprise. Su-bai's lips curled up slightly. Xiaoxi, if we just leave like this amusement park will definitely be destroyed by those dimensional monsters that ran out of the dimensional rift. If this happens, I won't be able to bring you to the amusement park anymore. Su-bai said this in a serious and solemn tone. Sushi beside him also reacted after hearing what he said. Sigma, degree coup degree? That's right. If the amusement park is destroyed by those dimensional creatures, then there will be no amusement park to play in. So, in order to allow Xiaoxi to continue to come here to play, I, your brother, decided to take action to resolve the extraordinary crisis in the amusement park. Wow, my brother is so nice to me. Sushi pounced directly on Su-bai and gave Su-bai a quick peck on the side of the cheek to show her joy. Ahem. Su-bai coughed twice, then opened the car door and walked out. Okay, Xiaoxi, you stay in the car. I'll be back after I deal with the extraordinary people in the amusement park. Su-bai left the Pegasus and walked towards the amusement park. While moving forward, Su-bai opened his mobile phone and opened the WeChat conversation with Zhang Tianlong. Su-bai, Minister Zhang, a dimensional rift has appeared in our Qingfeng City amusement park. You should have known about this, right? Soon news of Zhang Tianlong's prestige came. Zhang Tianlong, Mr. Su, I already know about the situation in Qingfeng City. Zhang Tianlong, I didn't expect that a dimensional rift would open up in the amusement park, and it's an S-level dimensional rift. When Su-bai saw the WeChat message sent by Zhang Tianlong, he was a little surprised. It's also S-rank. Including this dimensional rift, 3 S-level dimensional rifts have appeared in Qingfeng City in just 1 or 2 weeks. Su-bai was deep in thought, analyzing the situation as he walked towards the amusement park. Could this be related to what Qi Xiaohua said? Su-bai thought of what Qi Xiaohua had said to him before. Qingfeng City might have SS or even SSS-level dimensional rifts in the future. Su-bai narrowed his eyes slightly and remembered this matter in his heart. Su-bai, I happen to be here right now. I will help you solve the S-level dimensional rift in the amusement park. Zhang Tianlong, that's really a bother for Mr. Su. If Mr. Su needs anything, please feel free to tell us. We, Qingfeng City SOD, will definitely help Mr. Su if we can. Su-bai looked at the WeChat message sent by Zhang Tianlong and seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up. Su-bai, I am somewhat curious about your SOD's extraordinary technology. I wonder if Minister Zhang can give me a few pieces for research later. After a moment, Zhang Tianlong came back to life. Zhang Tianlong, We in Qingfeng City SOD do have a lot of extraordinary technologies, but the quality is not very good. Zhang Tianlong. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, I will send someone to your villa someday. Su Bai. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious about these extraordinary technologies. The corners of Su Bai's mouth slightly raised. With the help of this system task, he could get some extraordinary technology from Qingfeng City SOD for free. Su Bai ended the prestige dialogue with Zhang Tianlong when he arrived at the gate of the amusement park. At this time, most of the tourists inside the amusement park had already escaped. There are only a few tourists left in the amusement park, and they haven't come out yet. Some of them were due to physical and age reasons, while others were attacked by dimensional creatures. Su Bai ignored the crowd. His goal is to eliminate the dimensional creatures in the amusement park and close the S-level dimensional rift. As for rescuing tourists attacked by monsters in the amusement park, it is the mission of SOD members. Su Bai's perception expanded, covering the entire amusement park. He planned to get rid of the dimensional creatures that had already escaped first. In Su Bai's perception, there were a total of 17 C-class, 6 B-class, 2 A-class, and 1 AR-class energy fluctuations inside the amusement park. After confirming the number of targets and their locations, Su Bai did not hesitate and headed towards the AR-level energy wave. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Bai appeared next to a milk tea shop. At this time, a strange-looking dimensional creature was destroying the milk tea shop. There were also the bodies of 2 or 3 milk tea shop employees and tourists who had been killed around. Su Bai took a quick look, then rushed towards the dimensional creature whose body seemed a little illusory. According to Su Bai's observation of Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, this AR-level dimensional creature is somewhat similar to the white mist spirit encountered before. Its body structure is a cloud-like tissue, which looks a bit vague and illusory. The next moment, Su Bai's body instantly appeared in front of it. Before the white cloud creature could react, Su Bai punched out. The powerful force created a hurricane in front of Su Bai. Using Su Bai's fist as the interface, the strong airflow impact directly overturned the milk tea shop in front of him. Of course, the white cloud-shaped dimensional creature closest to Su Bai's fist also ascended to heaven on the spot. Its body was like a cloud, as if it was torn apart and blown away by the violent hurricane, turned into white mist and dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Su Bai did not stay for long, and the next moment he rushed towards the location of other dimensional creatures in the amusement park. All AR-level dimensional creatures were killed by Su Bai with one punch. As for other dimensional creatures with weaker levels, they couldn't even withstand the pressure of Su Bai's aura. Su Bai was too lazy to take action and simply crushed those dimensional creatures with his pressure. Eliminate all dimensional creatures that appear in the playground. Su Bai's figure came to the S-level dimensional rift in the public toilet. Looking at the dark vortex slowly spinning in front of him, Su Bai did not hesitate. The figure jumped directly into it. And after Su Bai entered the S-level dimensional rift in the amusement park. At the same time, all members of Qingfeng City SOD's Order Squad entered the amusement park. They were divided into 2 teams. One team rescued ordinary people injured in the amusement park. The other team went to kill the dimensional creatures that came out of the dimensional rift. The captain of the Order team leading the team this time is Huang Tian. Chapter 103 Entering the Dimensional Rift, Su Bai's Analysis. Huang Tian received the message from Zhang Tianlong. It is said that the dimensional rift inside the amusement park was handled by Su Bai. Their mission this time is only to rescue those ordinary victims. Huang Tian looked around solemnly. This time, the dimensional rift opened in an amusement park with a huge flow of people. Even with Su Bai's timely hunting and their SOD arriving at the first moment. But many tourists still suffered attacks from dimensional creatures. Inside the amusement park, many tourists were lying on the ground, surrounded by bloodstains, wailing in pain. The fear on some people's faces has not yet faded, as if they were frightened by the dimensional creatures. For many people, this is the first time they have direct contact with these extraordinary beings. It's normal to be scared for a while. After all, in their cognition, extraordinary existences such as dimensional creatures are like monsters. Help! Help! My legs seem to be broken. Wow. Mom, I'm still young. I don't want to die yet. Wow. How scary. That white monster just now scared me to death. Woo-woo. Are you here to save us? Help me. I was just hit by a white monster, and now I feel like my body is going to break apart. My butt. My butt was just hit by a horn monster. Asterisk. Come and save me first. Many victims who had fallen on the playground shouted for help after seeing Huang Tian and others appear. It was as if these SOD members wearing special uniforms were their saviors. Huang Tian didn't waste time seeing this. directly turned the previous hunting team into a rescue team. Two rescue teams composed of SOD members carried out rescue operations in the amusement park efficiently. At the same time, a large number of ambulances and other medical teams also arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. Under Huang Tian's organization, the victims inside the amusement park were rescued quickly. In the S-rank dimensional rift in the amusement park, Subai began to look at the scenery around him. A spatial environment similar to the previous S-level dimensional rift on Fengxiao Road. The sky was filled with thick white mist, which obscured the color of the sky, leaving only endless white mist. The surrounding air also contained a faint grayish-white mist, lingering around Subai. Subai looked up and looked into the distance ahead. The deeper you go, the thicker the white mist becomes. Coming to this S-level dimensional world, Subai had a floating experience as if he had entered a fairyland. But Subai knew that this was not a fairyland. Not only that, there are also a large number of dangerous dimensional creatures in these white mists. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, observed for a moment, and then began to act. Regardless of whether this place is the same dimensional world as the one connected to the S-level dimensional rift on Fengxiao Road before. Now Subai's goal is just to close it. Subai moved forward towards the place ahead, where the white fog was even thicker. Since Subai was the only one entering this time, he advanced very quickly. In less than 10 seconds, Subai sensed the first S-level dimensional creature here. Eye of the White Dragon Emperor activated. Name, Misty Winged Flying Insect. Gender, male sign. Category, dimensional creatures. Mist species, mist winged flying insects. Level, S-level. Skills, plunder, mist movement. Current status, attack. Looking at the white flying insects flying towards him not far ahead, Subai's expression remained unchanged. An S-level dimensional creature. This misty two-winged flying insect also looks quite special. It has a body as big as an adult, covered with a grayish-white hard shell. Its eyes bulge outward and grow on the top of its head, looking a bit hideous. There is a pair of transparent white thin wings on its back, which flap in the air at a very fast frequency, almost the same speed as the wings of creatures such as dragonflies. The body is divided into 3 sections, and there is a pair of sharp and ferocious insect claws under the front. It looks a bit like those ancient insects. The misty two-winged flying insect had already discovered Subai's arrival and was flapping its wings, rushing towards Subai at a very fast speed. It raised the pair of sharp claws in front of its lower body, as if it wanted to claw Subai hard. Subai took a quick look at this strange dimensional creature and didn't waste any more time. Subai attacked it at a speed faster than the misty two-winged flying insect. When he arrived in front of the opponent, Subai swung out with one hand and pressed his palm towards its head. Crack, puff, puff. A crisp sound of a shell cracking was heard, and Subai's palm almost did not stop as it pressed directly into the opponent's head. The misty two-winged flying insect also died instantly at this moment. Some disgusting, indescribable mucus flowed out from the depression of the flying insect. Subai wrapped his own energy around the surface of his body, isolating it from the liquids. The next second, Subai used his dimensional space ability to put the body of the misty two-winged flying insect into the dimensional space. Although it was just the corpse of an S-level dimensional creature, it had no effect on Subai. But he can trade it with the Hunter Association, or SOD, or feed it to Xiao to absorb and strengthen it. Using the corpses of S-level dimensional creatures to feed pets, I guess only Subai could have such a generous idea. All in one go, in less than a second. Subai didn't stop and continued running forward. In less than 10 seconds, Subai encountered the same S-level mist two-winged flying insect again. He was still killed instantly, and then his body was put into the dimensional space. Subai continued to move forward. As for the other dimensional creatures of weaker levels encountered on the road, they are not even qualified to be hunted by Subai. The fastest way to close the dimension rift is to hunt down a large number of high-level dimensional creatures in it. It is obvious that Subai's hunting of these low-level dimensional creatures is basically useless. Subai's figure was like a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, the surrounding white mist was blown away by the strong wind. However, these spaces were soon filled with thick white fog and returned to normal. As Subai moved, he began to think about the dimensional rift. Before, he was in the Black Forest world of the S-level dimensional rift in Baloan community. At that time, he killed the Death Knight King, but was marked by the opponent's boss, the Dark Knight King. As long as you appear in that world, you will be tracked by the King of Darkness. However, in the 2 subsequent dimensional worlds that Subai entered, he did not feel that he was being pursued, and the system did not give any reminders. After this analysis, Su-bai said softly, "That is to say, the dimensional rift in Beloan community and the dimensional rift that appeared on Fengxiao Road and the amusement park are not the same dimensional worlds they connect to. This also explains why Su-bai was not tracked down by the Lord of Darkness when he came to this dimensional world. System, have you found anything?" Su-bai asked the system in his mind. Host, according to the observation of this system, the dimensional rift that appeared on your blue planet should connect to many dimensional worlds. They may be connected, or they may be independent of each other. For example, the dimensional world the host is in now is obviously the same as the white fog dimensional world before. Chapter 104 solved. Go home. In less than 3 minutes, Su-bai hunted down 5 S-level dimensional creatures in this S-level white fog world. Among them are 3 misty 2-winged flying insects, a white mist spirit, and a strange insect with a huge horn. A total of 4 corpses of S-level dimensional creatures, plus an S-level white mist spirit crystal. After killing several AR-level dimensional creatures, the system prompt sounded. Host, this S-level dimensional rift is about to close. Please evacuate as soon as possible. When Su-bai heard the system's reminder, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Okay. Su-bai looked in the direction he came from. Although less than 10 minutes have passed since he came in. But Su-bai calculated that he had advanced at least dozens of kilometers in this white foggy world. The next second, Su-bai's legs began to transform, and the white dragon legs under his feet exerted force suddenly. Bump! The muddy ground was instantly pressed deeply into a dent by Su-bai's powerful stomping force. The space around Su-bai's feet distorted and mud splashed. The next moment, Su-bai's figure also disappeared. In less than a minute, Su-bai arrived at the entrance of the dimensional rift at full speed. Looking at the dark vortex in front of him, Su-bai took a step forward. The next second, Su-bai's body appeared next to the public toilet in the amusement park. And the S-level dimensional rift behind him slowly closed after a while and disappeared completely. This S-level dimensional rift probably took less than 20 minutes from opening to closing. At this time, the system prompt sound in my mind sounded again. Ding! Mission, guarding the playground completed. Mission reward, 1 system point. The mission was completed, 1 system point was obtained, and Su-bai was in a good mood. Su-bai walked slowly towards the outside of the amusement park. On the way, Su-bai saw many SOD staff wearing special uniforms. They were comforting frightened tourists or rescuing the injured who were lying in a pool of blood. Among them, Su-bai also saw a familiar, beautiful figure. Mu Xiaoai? Su-bai whispered subconsciously, a little surprised. As a level 4 orderer, Mu Xiaoai also has very sharp hearing. Mu Xiaoai, who was bandaging the wound of a tourist with an injured arm, suddenly turned around. After seeing Su-bai, Mu Xiaoai ignored the injured person who was being rescued. She stood up with some surprise, then looked at Su-bai Dao with some worry on her face. Su-bai, why are you here? You're not hurt, are you? As she spoke, Mu Xiaoai had already come in front of Su-bai. Looking at the boy in front of her, she began to touch him. It seemed that he was checking Su-bai's body, but in fact he was taking advantage of Su-bai. Mu Xiaoai currently doesn't know Su-bai's identity as a superhuman. Su-bai also felt a headache when he saw Mu Xiaoai here. After some explanation, Mu Xiaoai finally let Su-bai leave. Su-bai estimated in his heart that otherwise Mu Xiaoai would not let him leave so easily because she still had a mission to complete. Su-bai continued to walk outside the amusement park. After leaving the amusement park, Su-bai took out his cell phone. He opened the prestige dialog box with Zhang Tianlong. Su-bai, I have already solved the problem. Zhang Tianlong, who was sitting in the office processing documents, saw a message from Su-bai, whom he paid special attention to. He quickly opened WeChat chat. After seeing what Su-bai sent, he exclaimed in surprise. What the hell? It's no wonder that Zhang Tianlong would be so surprised. You have to know that an S-level dimensional rift was solved from the time Su-bai said he would take action to the time Su-bai sent a message saying that it had been resolved. Less than 10 minutes had passed in total. An S-level dimensional rift was closed in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Tianlong murmured softly. As expected, he is the strongest among the 16th generation of modified bodies of the Gene Modification Company. Even among the order of SOD, only those in the southern region can achieve this kind of strength, right? Zhang Tianlong did not dare to delay, and he sent a message quickly. Zhang Tianlong. Excuse me, Mr. Su. As for those extraordinary technologies, I will also send someone to deliver them to your villa as soon as possible. Su-bai, yeah. After finishing the WeChat chat, Zhang Tianlong put down his phone. Although the S-level dimensional rift in the amusement park has now been resolved by Su-bai, But Zhang Tianlong still had a worried look on his face at this time. The reason lies in the injured tourists in the amusement park and the dimension rift opened in the amusement park incident. This was the first time that most of these ordinary people were attacked by supernatural creatures. And there are a lot of people. Even if they, SOD, use extraordinary technology that can erase memories, they can't do it. In addition, many ordinary people were killed or injured in this extraordinary event. It will definitely have a huge impact on ordinary people in Qingfeng City. Once they are made to feel fear or even turmoil, the consequences will be very serious. As the highest branch director of Qingfeng City SOD, Zhang Tianlong would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Zhang Tianlong picked up his phone and began to communicate with SOD civilian staff to discuss countermeasures. On the other side, Su Bai returned to the Pegasus. Su Shi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw Su Bai coming back, and she asked Su Bai with a relaxed look on her face. "Brother, is everything settled?" Su Bai heard the question from the girl beside him and spoke calmly. Yeah, it's easy for your brother to do it." The girl's pretty face pouted when she heard that, and she said that her brother just liked to pretend in front of her. Looking at Su Shi's cute pouting face, Su Bai in the driving seat chuckled. "Okay, let's go back." Returned to the villa area. Su Bai parked the Pegasus in the parking space in the front yard. At this time, two men in black suits were standing in front of his villa. Su Bai was a little surprised at first, and then he thought of something. Hey, who are they, bro?" Su Shi didn't know, so she asked Su Bai in confusion. "They should be bringing me extraordinary technology." Su Bai explained casually, then got out of the car and walked towards the two men. Seeing Su Bai coming, two SOD members hurried forward. One of them said to Su Bai, "Mr. Su, we were sent by Minister Zhang to bring you extraordinary technology." As they spoke, the two men presented the black suitcases in their hands to Su Bai. There were 3 suitcases in total, and they opened them one by one. The first box contains a white spherical object. The other party introduced. Mr. Su's extraordinary technology is called self-circulating absorption ball. Its function is to absorb harmful gases and negative energy in the surrounding space. The functions in the front are just incidental, and its real function is the effect in the back. Toxic energy, energy that can distort the body's biological energy, energy that can create psychedelic effects, etc., can all be absorbed and purified by it. It is an auxiliary item among extraordinary technologies. Chapter 105. Extraordinary Technology, Extraordinary Weapons. The two then came to the second suitcase and spoke to a small device inside. The second piece of extraordinary technology is called the energy reactor. It is an instrument that we at SOD use to detect the level of extraordinary creatures. At the same time, it can also sense the energy fluctuations in the surroundings. It is also the most commonly used extraordinary technology by us SOD orderers. After introducing the second piece of extraordinary technology, they introduced the third piece of extraordinary technology to Su Bai. What surprised Su Bai was that the item in the third suitcase was actually an exquisitely looking bracelet. I just listened to one of the orderers explaining. The third extraordinary technology is called the space bracelet. The function is similar to the space ring in the novel. 10 cubic dimensions of space are folded inside the bracelet, which can be used for storage. Speaking of this, a hint of envy appeared in the eyes of the two orderers. The first 2 pieces of extraordinary technology are actually nothing. It can even be said that each of them, the order, has one. But this last space bracelet is considered to be a very advanced piece of extraordinary technology. It can store 10 cubic meters of dimensional space, and even in their Qingfeng City's SOD, there are only a few of them. And their Minister Zhang actually gave one of them to the boy in front of him. When the two orderers thought of this, they couldn't help but become curious about Su Bai's identity. Just when Su Bai picked up this space bracelet to observe it, Su Shi's voice came from behind. "Wow, what a beautiful bracelet." Su Shi couldn't help but exclaim, because this space bracelet is really exquisite in appearance. It is not inferior to those high-end decorations. The surface of the bracelet is smooth with 2 silk lines printed on it, and the bright silver color emits a slight luster under the sunlight. Su Shi stared at the space bracelet in Su Bai's hand. It's not about the function of the space bracelet that matters, but its appearance. Su Bai chuckled. "Since Xiaoxi likes it, I'll give it to you." The two orderers sitting opposite Su Bai showed surprise on their faces when they heard this. A piece of advanced extraordinary technology that can store 10 cubic meters of space was just given to her. Su Shi's smile widened upon hearing this. "Mua, thank you, brother. You are so nice." Su Shi took Su Bai's space bracelet and put it on her right wrist. The exquisite silver bracelet matches Su Shi's fair and smooth little hands perfectly. As for Su Bai, he possesses the ability of dimensional space, with infinite space. This extraordinary technology that can store items is dispensable to him. Su Bai turned around and looked at the two orderers. I'll accept the extraordinary technology you sent me. Please say thank you to Minister Zhang for me. Okay, then we won't bother Mr. Su anymore. After the two orderers completed the task assigned by Zhang Tianlong, they quickly left. Su Bai and Su Shi walked into the inner courtyard of the villa. Xiao He had already arrived at the lawn in the front yard, waiting for Su Bai and the others to come home. He looked at the self-circulating absorption ball in the other two suitcases. After thinking for a while, Su Bai took it out directly. Su Bai looked at the little black guy on the lawn in front of him. Help me put it in the middle of the little park in the backyard. Meow. Okay, master. Soon Xiao He ran towards the backyard with the small metal ball in his mouth. Su Shi, who was beside him, saw this and asked curiously, Brother, why did you let Xiao He put that piece of extraordinary technology in the backyard? Su Bai raised his lips slightly when he heard this and said softly, Since this self-circulating absorption ball has the effect of absorbing negative energy, why not just put it in the backyard to purify the air? After all, for Su Bai and the others, ordinary negative energy cannot erode them at all. It would be better to use it to purify the air and create a comfortable living environment. Oh. Su Shi also looked as if she was suddenly enlightened. Su Bai looked at the last piece of extraordinary technology in his hand. Energy detector. This is a square-shaped machine with only a simple display screen on it. Is this the SOD energy detector? Su Shi beside him poked her head over and asked curiously. Su Bai suddenly looked at Su Shi and asked the girl, Xiao Shi, how much do you know about these extraordinary technologies? Hey, me. Actually, I don't know much. I only know that Supernormal technology is a special official agency that creates products using a combination of supernormal power and technological power. Compared to ordinary technological products, they have many more powerful, extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the capabilities, strengths, and effects of different levels of extraordinary technology are completely different. For example, the 3 pieces of extraordinary technology that those 2 guys just gave me, except for this bracelet, are all very basic. Moreover, the extraordinary types are all auxiliary ones, which are not very helpful in combat. Many top orderers usually have their own exclusive extraordinary weapons. I know that there are some extraordinary weapons technologies that have very powerful attack capabilities. Some of these extraordinary technological weapons are even as powerful as ordinary nuclear explosions. I heard Su Shi talking, especially the extraordinary technology that was as powerful as a nuclear explosion. Even Su Bai was a little shocked. That was a nuclear explosion. It was the most powerful thermal weapon known on Blue Planet. Even Su Bai was not sure whether he could withstand the nuclear explosion and survive with his SSS-level genetically modified body strength. Xiao Shi, do you think my brother's SSS-level body can withstand a nuclear explosion? Su Bai asked with some lack of confidence. Su Shi, who was beside him, couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. Haha, don't worry, brother. I'm not sure about the other SSS levels, but you will definitely be fine, brother. Su Shi gave Su Bai an affirmative tone, and then the girl continued. After we escaped from the cage of the genetic modification company, I went to investigate the lightning awakener who ambushed us that night. The other party's true identity is a top awakener in the world, and his awakening level is the peak of level 10. And the opponent's awakened ability, Explosive Thunder, is also an ability with terrifying attack power. The power of the world-destroying Thunder Dragon released with all its might is no less powerful than the explosion of a small nuclear weapon. So, brother, since you were able to withstand that old man's ultimate move, you can definitely withstand a nuclear explosion and survive. As Su Shi spoke, she admired Su Bai with stars on her face. Brother is so strong now. He will definitely become even stronger in the future. Moo curtain. As she spoke, Su Shi moved her little red lips forward, but was ruthlessly pushed away by Su Bai. Su Bai held the girl's pink face with one hand. Her little mouth was slightly deformed, and she spoke vaguely. Brother is so heartless. Su Bai simply ignored the girl's words, turned around, and continued walking towards the villa. At this time, Xiao He also appeared and said that the self-circulating absorption ball had been put away. Chapter 106 New Dimensional Rift, Double the Reward. Su Bai came to the living room on the first floor and lay down on the sofa. After a tiring day taking care of my lovely sister, it's time to relax. Su Bai took out his cell phone, opened it, and shook it. When Xiao He saw this, It was like a kid who loves playing with his mobile phone seeing an adult playing with his mobile phone. With an excited expression on its face, it jumped towards Subai. The notebook that Sushi left for it during the day didn't shake at all. Xiaohei discovered that there were only various players on Sushi's laptop, and it could only watch some movies, TV shows, and animations that it couldn't understand. The shaking on Subai's phone is its favorite. Meow. Master, this is great. Yeah, I think so too. Looking at the man and the cat lying on the sofa with a lazy look on their faces, Sushi said to Subai in a tender voice, Brother, I'm going to make dinner. Uh-huh. Seeing Subai's perfunctory response without even turning his head, the girl felt a little dissatisfied. Snort. Sushi snorted softly and walked towards the kitchen like a little swan. Since the ingredients purchased earlier have not been used up yet, Sushi does not plan to buy groceries tonight. A few dozen minutes later, a strong fragrance wafted from the kitchen, followed by the voice of a young girl. Brother, come and help me carry it. Here it comes. Upon hearing this, Subai put the phone on the sofa and let Xiaohei continue watching. He stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Soon the two of them brought some prepared food to the dining table. Today Sushi made a big spicy hot pot. The ingredients include meat, shrimp, fish fillets, dried tofu, and some vegetables. With the addition of bright red chili peppers as seasoning, the whole bowl of spicy hot pot looks delicious. Sushi served a bowl of rice to Subai and Xiaohei respectively. Let's have spicy hot pot tonight. The two people and the cat sat on the chairs. Due to Xiaohei's size, Subai specially customized a special high chair for it. Dinner will start soon. While eating, Subai also remembered the white mist spirit crystal in his own dimensional space. Subai took out the crystal of the white mist spirit from the dimensional space and handed it to Sushi. Oh, Xiaoxi, this is an S-level white mist spirit crystal that I hunted in the amusement park before. Unfortunately, there is only one white mist spirit in that dimensional rift. You can take it and absorb it. Looking at the white crystal in Subai's hand, Sushi's originally somewhat stingy mood suddenly improved. Brother is so nice. Sushi leaned over and pressed her upper body towards the table where Subai was, then took the crystal. When she stood up, the girl playfully pecked Subai on the cheek to express her gratitude. Subai has become accustomed to this. He turned to look at Xiaohei, who was standing by and holding the dining table. At this time, Xiaohei was looking at the crystal in Sushi's hand with envy. Subai could see that the tiny drops of crystal on Xiaohei's mouth were about to fall. After Subai's reminder, Xiaohei also reacted and put the crystal back embarrassedly. Subai couldn't help but smile when he saw this, and continued. Of course, I've prepared a feast for you too, Hei. Xiaohei instantly perked up when he heard that, and looked at Subai with his big round eyes. Subai didn't even go fishing, but directly released the 4 corpses of S-level dimensional creatures in the dimensional space. When Xiaohei saw the corpses of these S-level dimensional creatures, he stopped eating the spicy hot pot. It jumped off the chair and came directly to the pile of corpses. Then Xiaohei dragged the corpses of these dimensional creatures out of the room. It is a well-educated cat. While Subai and the others are eating, Xiaohei definitely cannot eat directly in the house. After Xiaohei left, Subai and the others continued to eat. The spicy hot pot is really good. After dinner, Subai and his friend sat on the sofa to continue relaxing. Subai was watching and shaking, when suddenly Zhang Tianlong's prestige message popped up. Zhang Tianlong. Mr. Su, we have opened another S-level dimensional rift in Qingfeng City. When Subai saw this prestige message, he was also a little surprised. An S-level dimensional crack just appeared during the day, and now, in less than a day, another one has appeared. And it is also an S-level existence. Subai, Minister Zhang, are you sure? Aren't S-level dimensional rifts usually rare? Subai, why did S-level dimensional rifts appear in Qingfeng City in the past 2 days? Zhang Tianlong. Mr. Su, I don't know about this either, but S-level dimensional rifts are indeed very rare. Zhang Tianlong. Under normal circumstances, in a small or medium-sized city like our Qingfeng City, this may not appear once a year. Subai looked at the time on his phone. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, and Subai had no plans to go out. Just when Subai was about to reject Zhang Tianlong, the next second, the system task in my mind was released. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, Double Defeat. Task introduction. Are there any connections between the S-level dimensional rifts that have appeared one after another in Qingfeng City? Please go and resolve the newly appeared S-level dimensional rift and complete the Double Defeat mission. Mission reward, 1+1 points. Subai heard that there was nothing wrong with the system sound in front. But the final mission reward surprised Subai. Subai couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. There are actually 2 points. Sushi, who was watching the tablet at the side, turned around in surprise when she heard this. Brother, what 2 points? No, nothing. Subai responded casually. Seeing this, Sushi thought it was Subai's little secret, so she didn't ask any more questions. After all, boys' little secrets shouldn't be asked. Omega? Subai stood up and prepared to go out. Hey, brother, are you going out? Well, go out and buy a drink. Don't you have a refrigerator at home? There's no more drink I want. Oh, then remember to bring me a pack of bear biscuits. Omega. Okay, got it. Soon Subai arrived at the location information sent by Zhang Tianlong. This place is a bit far from his villa area. However, with Subai's speed, he arrived in less than a minute. This is a small path near the river. At this moment, a black vortex with a diameter of more than 1 meter appeared out of thin air right above the path. Zhang Tianlong has also arrived at the scene in person. There are many members of the order guarding around. After seeing Subai coming, Zhang Tianlong went straight to greet him. Mr. Su, you are here. Is this the S-level dimensional rift? Well, it suddenly opened half an hour ago. Several dimensional creatures came out before, but their levels were not high, only D and C level, and they have been killed by us. I'll have to trouble Mr. Su to take action again this time. Hearing Zhang Tianlong's voice, Subai felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for the system's mission, he had no intention of taking action when the S-level dimensional rift appeared this time. And the reward for this mission is unprecedentedly too. Although he felt a little embarrassed, Subai had a righteous look on his face. It's just a small matter. I'll be back soon. Subai responded casually, and then walked towards this S-level dimensional rift. Chapter 107 Analysis of the Dimensional World. As soon as he entered this dimensional world of dimensional rift, Subai felt a familiar white mist. Is this also the same foggy dimension world? Subai muttered to himself softly and began to look around at the space. There is also a faint white mist lingering here, and the surrounding world is completely white, making it difficult to see the reality. No matter what, let's close this S-level dimensional rift first and complete the mission. Subai made a decision immediately. The next moment, the energy aura on Subai's body burst out, and his figure quickly moved towards the depths of the thicker white fog ahead. Along the way, Subai only hunted dimensional creatures that were A-level or above. Subai also stored their bodies into the dimensional space, preparing to take them back to feed Xiaohei. Soon Subai encountered the first S-level dimensional creature here. Name, multi-legged millipede. Gender, Mace sign. Category, dimensional creatures, Miss species, multi-legged millipede. Level, S-level. Skills, strangulation, regeneration of broken limbs. Current status, attack. This is a giant arthropod insect monster with a body length of more than 3 meters. In appearance, it is somewhat similar to the centipede reptiles on their blue planet. It has a hard brown-black shell and a body covered with densely packed sharp legs. The multi-legged millipede is just as its name suggests, with so many legs that people with trypophobia can't help but tremble with fear when they see it. The multi-legged millipede also discovered Subai's arrival in the fog. The surrounding white fog area belongs to it. Subai's reckless intrusion at this time directly aroused the anger and ferocity of the multi-legged millipede. The multi-legged millipede's more than 3-meter-long body stood half upright, facing Subai, and a shrill and piercing hissing sound came from its ferocious mouthparts. Hiss. Along with the millipede's screams, the upright half of its body opened and closed. The sharp limbs raised from the body were also constantly rubbing and swinging. Especially the pair of huge and ferocious sharp teeth on the mouthparts, like the scythe of the god of death, opening and closing makes people tremble with fear. The multi-legged millipede opened its ferocious mouth again and roared towards Subai. Hiss. However, this kind of outward deterrence has no effect on Subai. After all, Subai's strength is enough to crush this multi-legged millipede. All fears are based on the premise of insufficient one's own strength. Seeing Subai, who was intimidated by him but remained unmoved, the many-legged millipede was furious. The next second it stopped roaring at Subai. The multi-legged millipede raised its upper body and suddenly swooped down towards Subai. Hiss. Whoosh. Crack. 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 The sharp legs of the multi-legged millipede also made continuous friction sounds as it impacted. It sounds mind-blowing. Subai looked at the multi-legged millipede rushing towards him fiercely, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Subai commented softly. Too slow. Crack. The next moment, the ferocious head of the multi-legged millipede attacked. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and prepared to bite Subai fiercely. But in the next moment, an extremely powerful aura and pressure burst out from Subai. Subai activated the white dragon's derivative skill, Dragon Power. An invisible and tangible terrifying pressure swept directly towards the multi-legged millipede. The next moment, the multi-legged millipede, which was under Subai's terrifying dragon power, made a series of cracking sounds from the shell on its body. Almost in the blink of an eye, the body of the multi-legged millipede exploded. The huge body that was more than 3 meters long turned directly into debris on the ground, with broken shells and green liquid spilled all over the ground. Subai slowly withdrew the energy of dragon power. Looking at the multi-legged millipede corpse that had turned into pieces all over the ground, Subai had a helpless look on his face and whispered softly, "I accidentally failed to control the strength and it broke into pieces. It looks like Xiaohei's centipede feast is ruined." At this moment, Xiaohei, who was lying leisurely on the sofa in the villa, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. "Chiyu." Xiaohei sneezed hurriedly. "Meow." Xiaohei was a little confused. Why did he suddenly sneeze when he was fine? "Meow. My master must be missing me outside." "Is that so, carrot? In the white fog world, after Subai dealt with the multi-legged millipede, he continued to move deeper. After experiencing the exploration and hunting of these dimensional worlds, Subai also discovered that the actual area of this dimensional world is very large. It is not just a small space or a small world. The danger level assessment given by SSD is only for the energy level of the strongest creatures within 100 miles of the dimensional rift channel. This is also the limit range that the SOD Extraordinary Detection Instrument can detect. For example, Subai's current location is roughly within 100 miles around the dimensional rift, and the strongest dimensional creature is at level S. Once you go beyond this range, you may encounter dimensional creatures of a stronger level. Of course, there is another situation, that is, outside this range, more powerful dimensional creatures come into this range. In both cases, there is a possibility of encountering dimensional creatures that exceed the danger assessment of the dimensional rift. This is Subai's summary and analysis of the past few days. Subai threw a punch. As the fist was thrown out, an invisible and tangible terrifying airflow of fist wind was generated. The fear scale swept away the thick white fog around in front. The next second, the white mist dissipated, revealing 3-dimensional creatures of identical appearance in front of them. Subai opens Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to check. Name, Mistbringer. Gender, May sign. Category, Dimensional Creature, Mist Species, Mist Messenger. Level, S-level peak. Skills, Mist, Void, Hidden. Current status, On guard. Looking at the 3 white misty figures appearing in front of him, Subai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He had previously sensed the presence of 3-dimensional creatures with slightly stronger energy fluctuations in this fog. Subai said softly with joy, "I didn't expect that there were actually 3 S-level peak dimensional creatures. 3 mist messengers, their upper bodies are human-like in appearance, and they have arms. But the lower body was a vague mist-like shape, without legs, like a ball of mist. The body floats at a height of about 3 meters from the ground and is about 5 meters in size. The body of the mist messenger seemed to be made of white mist, floating in the air in an erratic manner. Facing Subai, the 3 mist messengers each manifested a mist sickle in their hands. The tip of the sickle flashed with a cold light, and its metallic texture was like real substance, giving people a thrilling feeling. They were like 3 white gods of death reaping lives, quietly floating in front of Subai. 3 mist messengers with powerful auras float side by side. This also piqued Subai's interest. "I hope you won't be as vulnerable as those S-class ones before you." Chapter 108, The Mist Lord and the Crystal. The 3 mist messengers on the opposite side stood still for a moment. Then he launched an attack towards Subai's position. The body of the mist messenger was like a cloud, and he appeared in front of Subai in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the white mist sickles in the hands of the 3 mist messengers slashed down towards Subai. The momentum was terrifying, as if it could chop Subai's body into pieces in the next instant. Subai's lips curled up slightly. As the 3 mist messengers swung their swords down, he swung his arms at an extremely fast speed. The index finger of his right hand was like an indestructible divine weapon, instantly cutting the 3 white mist sickles in half. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sounds of objects breaking were heard. The 3 white mist sickles of the mist messenger were also cut off at this moment. The broken white mist sickle did not fall directly to the ground, but dissipated in the surrounding white mist before landing. The 3 mist messengers showed expressions of horror on their faces. They looked at the white mist sickle that was broken by Subai with some disbelief. They know very well how strong their white mist sides are. Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. The 3 mist messengers seemed to be communicating with each other, making humming sounds. When Subai saw this, his face turned cold. "How dare you communicate so casually in front of me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Subai punched out instantly. Although the fist did not directly hit the 3 mist messengers in front. However, the terrifying fist force was like an unstoppable prehistoric beast, rushing fiercely towards the position of the 3 mist messengers. The 3 mist messengers also felt the horror of Subai's fist power. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions were heard in the air ahead. The 3, 4, or 5 meter tall mist messengers were directly blown up by Subai's punch. Their bodies turned into white mist and drifted in the air. Originally, Subai thought he could just kill them like this. But the next moment, in Subai's perception, the breath fluctuations of the three mist messengers did not completely disappear. Subai showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and looked forward. I saw the white fog space in front of Subai. The white mist that had just been blown away by Subai's fist suddenly began to gather towards the center. Then, in Subai's perception, the energy fluctuations in front of him also suddenly rose. Subai looked at the white mist that was gathering in front of him, and the flow of white energy that was faintly materializing. Subai's lips curled up slightly, feeling somewhat interested in this. After a moment, the white mist slowly gathered into a brand new mist monster. Subai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor with one eye to explore. Name: Lord of the Mist. Gender: none. Category: dimensional creature, Mist species, Mist Lord. Level: Special S-level. Skills: Mist Clone, Transformation, Escape. Current status: Trinity. Looking at the new mist creature that appeared in front of him, Subai's face was slightly surprised. They can actually merge together? And the level has reached the higher Special S level. Although his tone sounded a little surprised, Subai was not panicked in his heart. After all, even if the three mist messengers merged, they would only be Special S level. After the reintegration, the Mist Lord became even larger in size. It looks like an enlarged version of the previous Mistbringer. Roar. A roar came from the mouth of the Mist Lord who had completed the fusion on the opposite side. The voice was loud and powerful, and the aura and pressure it carried directly dispersed the surrounding white mist. Oh. Subai snorted coldly with a look of disdain. Only a Special S level. Subai's eyes brightened, and he continued speaking. I want to see what you two can do after you merge together. Subai's words seemed to have angered the fused Mist Lord. The body of the Mist Lord floating in the air suddenly shook. The next second, 3 white mist spears condensed out of thin air in the space around it. Although they are all condensed from white mist energy, the spears are like solid entities. A cold light burst out from the tip of the gun, as if it was sharp enough to penetrate everything. The next moment, the Lord of the Mist waved his hand. 3 white mist spears condensed in front of him and shot towards Subai's position. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The extremely fast shooting speed, coupled with the extremely sharp white mist gun tip, directly produced a series of breaking sounds in the air. Facing 3 spears shooting at extremely fast speeds, Subai remained calm. Subai did not make any dodging or defensive moves, just stood there quietly. The next second, when the white mist spear was 1 meter in front of Subai, it suddenly stopped moving forward and directly floated in the air in front of Subai. Roar. Even the Lord of the Mist was shocked when he saw it. Snort. Subai snorted softly. The next moment, he exploded the energy in his body, and the 3 white mist spears in front of him directly turned into mist and dissipated. The exploding energy did not stop and continued to bombard the Mist Lord on the opposite side. Buzz. Boom. The body of the Mist Lord floating in the air suddenly shook, as if he had suffered a severe impact. The next moment it flew backwards and finally fell to the ground. Bump. At the same time, Subai's figure appeared behind the Lord of Mist. Subai stepped down without hesitation. Boom. Boom. The misty head of the Mist Lord was easily crushed by Subai's foot. After its head exploded, its body turned into mist and slowly dissipated into the surrounding air. The Lord of the Mist who fell to the ground could never have imagined that he would be trampled to death by Subai in the end. Subai looked at the muddy white crystal left on the ground with a look of slight surprise. But then I felt happy in my heart. It seems that the body structure of this Mist Lord is similar to those of the white mist spirits before. After being killed, the dead body will dissipate, but all the energy in the body will condense into a crystal and remain. Subai felt happy in his heart. The special S-level Mist Lord crystal should be able to improve his SSS-level strength to a certain extent. Subai picked up the Mist Lord crystal on the ground and put it directly into his mouth. After entering Subai's mouth, this energy crystal directly turned into a burst of energy substance that flowed into Subai's whole body. Compared to the previous S-level White Mist Spirit crystal, this special S-level Mist Lord crystal is obviously much stronger. Subai could feel that his whole body was absorbing the energy contained in this crystal. But the energy of the special S-level crystal is still too little for Subai. In just a moment, the crystal of the Mist Lord was completely absorbed by Subai. Its energy became a part of Subai's body, strengthening him. Subai opened his slightly narrowed eyes. Although the improvement was not much, it was far from 1%. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Chapter 109 Mission completed. Meeting Qingxiaoka at night. After defeating the Mist Lord formed by the fusion of 3 mist messengers. Soon the system prompt sounded. Host, this dimensional rift has begun to close. Please evacuate here as soon as possible. It seems that these 3 peak S-class mist messengers are the most powerful beings around here. Subai muttered to himself softly, then turned around and went back. 1 minute later. Subai successfully passed through the dimensional rift and came out of the white fog world. Zhang Tianlong and others who were waiting on the other side of the dimensional rift were all shocked. Fortunately, Zhang Tianlong knew Subai's true identity and strength. I could accept that Subai solved the problem so quickly. But the other order keepers around were a little shocked. It's only been a few minutes since we went in, right? Could it be that the dimensional creatures inside are too powerful and need to seek support from our SOD? Well, that should be the case. The order makers around them began to discuss in low voices. The black vortex in the middle of them began to shrink. In just a few breaths, this S-level dimensional rift completely closed and disappeared. Look, the dimensional rift is turned off. What? How is that possible? Closing the dimension rift requires killing a large number of top-level dimensional creatures inside it. That means the boy just now really went to close the dimensional rift. And it took less than 10 minutes to successfully shut it down? Well, after these words were spoken, the discussion among the surrounding order makers became more intense. This terrifying hunting speed is impossible even if our Minister Zhang and Minister Zhu join forces. Oh, let's not talk about Minister Zhang. Let's join forces with Minister Zhu. Even if a level 8 order master comes, it will be difficult to close an S-level dimensional rift within 10 minutes. Doesn't that mean that his strength is already above Minister Zhang's? Well, who on earth is that boy? Is he our Sod's orderer? Zhang Tianlong also heard the discussions of the order makers around him. Okay, everyone, be quiet. Zhang Tianlong's voice was loud, with a wave of energy in his tone, and he blew it towards the order makers around him. Suddenly, the discussions of the order makers around quieted down, and no one dared to speak again. Zhang Tianlong had a frown on his face, but he smiled at Subai in front of him. Thank you very much for your help this time, Mr. Su. If Mr. Su hadn't intervened, it would have taken us at least a month to deal with an S-level dimensional rift. Zhang Tianlong's tone was awe-inspiring and grateful. Ding. Mission. Double strike completed. Mission reward. 2 system points. When Subai heard that 2 system points had been credited to his account in his mind, he felt delighted. Subai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and waved his hand casually. It's just a small matter, but these S-level dimensional rifts have appeared in large numbers in Qifeng City recently. Moreover, this dimensional rift and the 2 S-level dimensional rifts I closed before should belong to the same dimensional world. Minister Zhang should be more careful during this period. Subai intentionally reminded Zhang Tianlong here. He also wanted Zhang Tianlong to prepare in advance. In order to prevent unexpected, powerful, and extraordinary people from appearing in Qifeng City, they, SOD, will be prepared. In this way, the other party will be able to help him better and reduce his troubles. Thank you, Mr. Su, for the reminder. In fact, a large number of extraordinary people have suddenly appeared in Qifeng City during this period, and our Qifeng City SOD has also noticed it. We have been communicating with our superiors these days, and we hope that they can dispatch several powerful orderers to guard Qifeng City. Oh. Subai was a little surprised when he heard Zhang Tianlong's answer. A more powerful orderer? That's right, Mr. Su. Just based on the extraordinary events that have occurred in Qifeng City in the past 2 weeks. At least 1 level 8 order officer is needed to guard here, so I have applied to my superiors to temporarily dispatch a level 8 order officer to Qifeng City. It will probably arrive in the next 2 days. By then, the communication between Mr. Su and I may decrease. I hope Mr. Su can understand. Zhang Tianlong and Subai spoke in low voices. Unless you were in front of them, you couldn't hear the conversation between them. Yeah, I understand. Subai nodded slightly, but no one knew what he was thinking. After saying goodbye to Zhang Tianlong, Subai set out on his way back. Just when Subai was about to return to Hailan Community, he suddenly remembered to buy bear biscuits for Xiaoxi. Subai patted his forehead lightly and said happily, I almost forgot about it. Subai turned around and quickly walked towards a nearby convenience store. A few minutes later, Subai arrived at a nightlife convenience store. Subai looked at the name of this store and felt it was a bit strange. Of course, this didn't stop him from buying bear biscuits. Subai walked into the convenience store. It's almost 8 o'clock in the evening, and there are basically no people in the store. The bright lights clearly illuminated the convenience store. After Subai entered the convenience store, he glanced directly at the snack shelf nearby. Subai's eyes quickly scanned the rows of snacks, basically 1 row at a time. Bear cookies. Found it. Subai saw the last pack of bear biscuits at the 14th cargo position from right to left in the 3rd row. Luckily, there's still 1 pack. Subai said thankfully as he was about to bend down to take it. Suddenly, a white little hand grabbed the bag of bear biscuits before him. I'm so lucky. There's still 1 pack. Subai paused as he was about to reach out his hand. He looked up to his side in surprise. She was a girl wearing a white cartoon t-shirt. She had a sweet face, a pretty face, and looked quiet. At this time, Chung Xiaoka still had a smile on his face. Maybe it was because he got the bear biscuits? Cheng Xiaoka also seemed to notice Subai's gaze, and she tilted her head in surprise. After seeing Subai's appearance, Cheng Xiaoka couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. My face also turned slightly red for some unknown reason. One can't help but wonder, is this the feeling of being moved? Subai's gentle voice came with a hint of magnetism. Can you sell me this pack of bear cookies? Cheng Xiaoka answered subconsciously. Yes, I can. Thank you. After getting consent, Subai took the bear biscuits from Cheng Xiaoka and went to the counter to pay. Cheng Xiaoka was left there with nothing in his hands, and he was a little confused. Cheng Xiaoka reacted and screamed, "My little bear biscuits," then hurried to the counter. But Subai was no longer there. Chapter 110 Xiaoka and MOU. Cheng Xiaoka's little face looked a little exasperated. She just lost her mind and gave away her favorite bear biscuits to someone else. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiaoka's face flushed again and she muttered softly, "Although that guy is indeed very handsome." As Cheng Xiaoka walked out of the nightlife convenience store, a boy standing outside the door asked her, "What? Have you bought your cookies?" The boy who was speaking had short, fiery red hair, a somewhat cold tone, and a handsome appearance. At first glance, he was the template of a cold male god. When Cheng Xiaoka heard the other party's question, he looked unhappy. "Stop talking. There was originally one last pack of bear biscuits left, but in the end, Cheng Xiaoka didn't know how to continue and was speechless for a moment. Result? What happened? MOU looked at Cheng Xiaoka's ugly face, as if someone had stuffed something into his mouth, and couldn't help but continue asking. Snort. Cheng Xiaoka snorted proudly and didn't intend to continue talking about this topic. Hey MOU, have you contacted SOD here? Why haven't they come to pick us up yet? Do you want us to sleep on the street tonight? Facing Cheng Xiaoka, whose tone was somewhat arrogant, MOU still maintained a cold face. I don't care about that. Hello? A level 8 orderer is willing to sleep on the street? Cheng Xiaoka was also speechless when facing her partner. MOU is a person with a cold personality, a quiet face, and a paralyzed face. Cheng Xiaoka muttered somewhat dissatisfiedly. Humph. Why did the boss assign you to me? The other side. Subai has returned to Villa number 66 in the Hylan Villa district. Coming in front of Sushi, Subai handed the small biscuits that he had asked for from Cheng Xiaoka to Sushi. Here are the bear cookies you requested. Aha. Thank you, bro. Sushi smiled and acted coquettishly, preparing to take the little bear biscuits handed to her by Subai. The girl was just about to take the biscuit, but her movements suddenly stopped. Sushi's delicate little eyebrows wrinkled slightly, as if she had noticed something. Subai also noticed Sushi's unusual behavior and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Hey, I. Brother, why does this pack of bear biscuits smell like other girls? Sushi questioned Subai seriously. Subai's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. He had forgotten that his sister's modified genes made her a cat, and she was very sensitive to smells. The infinite consciousness in Subai's mind was running wildly, thinking about countermeasures. The next second, Subai said calmly, "Maybe it was left by the lady at the checkout counter?" Oh. Sushi thought about it and felt relieved after hearing what he said. She sat back on the sofa, started to unwrap the bear biscuits, and ate them with a happy look on her face. Just after he finished speaking, Subai suddenly realized a problem. Why should I explain this kind of question? In the evening, Subai received another WeChat transfer from Zhang Tianlong. Ding. Your prestige has been credited to your account for 5 million yuan. Looking at the string of numbers on the phone, Subai no longer has any feeling for money. The next morning. Today is the last day of the weekend. Subai woke up from the soft big bed. Feeling the soft touch, he opened his eyes slightly. What caught my eye was the beautiful face of a sleeping girl. Feeling the warmth beside him, Subai stood up, walked past Sushi, and went to wash up before getting out of bed. Subai has become accustomed to finding Sushi sleeping next to him when he wakes up every morning. After washing up, Subai came to the living room on the first floor. Subai prepared some simple breakfast and ate some first. Then he sat on the sofa and looked at his phone. Subai entered the Qifeng City's Chaofin official website and started browsing it. All the red posts at the top of the official website have been updated. Subai looked over and saw that most of the topics were about the monster that appeared in the Qifeng City amusement park yesterday. Subai was not surprised. Yesterday, there were at least 8,000 visitors to the amusement park, if not 10,000. With so many people seeing these extraordinary dimensional creatures, it was only a matter of time before the news spread. Subai clicked on a few red-marked posts to browse. Scary. A supernatural monster suddenly appeared in the amusement park. Many victims have died. Big event. An S-level dimensional rift has opened up in Qifeng City's amusement park. It has been resolved, and it is suspected that an 8th level order has taken action. Heartbroken. My Debeo just went to the toilet, but sobbed. So, upstairs, what exactly is your Debeo? _. Help? Who has the corpse of a B-level dimensional creature? I am willing to buy it back at a high price. Subai looked at the posts marked in red and complained in his heart that they were all clickbait titles. Now, not only the extraordinary people in Qifeng City know that an S-level dimensional rift has opened in the amusement park. Even many ordinary people have learned that horrific supernatural events have occurred in the amusement parks in their cities. Even a large number of monsters appeared and hurt tourists. If the follow-up of these matters cannot be handled in a timely manner, the ordinary people in Qifeng City may be in turmoil. Appeasing these people now is Saad's biggest headache. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Subai. Subai continued to browse other extraordinary posts. In addition to the most popular amusement park incident, the topic of mutant creatures in Qifeng City is still very hot. Although the SOD orderers have been working hard to eliminate those mutant creatures these days. But until now, there are still many mutant creatures destroying cities and endangering ordinary people. Saad is very busy because of this. After Subai looked at the Chaofan official website for a while, he opened Doido. A good breakfast starts with a relaxing mood. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Sushi walked down the stairs from the second floor. The girl's golden hair was a little fluffy and messy, as if she had just woken up. Do you have breakfast, bro? Coming in front of Subai, Sushi asked Subai while yawning. The girl stretched, revealing her perfect belly. Subai's mouth twitched and he pointed at the dining table. It's already cold. Shashi, you got up too late, didn't you? Did you stay up late to watch anime again last night? Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. That movie is just too good. Hearing Subai's question, the girl felt a little embarrassed and answered hesitantly. Okay, let's heat up the bread on the table in the microwave before eating. Yeah, I got it. As Sushi went over to heat up breakfast, Xiaohei appeared from nowhere and jumped onto the sofa next to Subai. Meow. Master, I just caught a giant mutant rat in our backyard park. Hearing Xiaohei's cry, Subai was a little surprised. Could it be a mutant rat? Ding. Mission released. Mission name: clean up the backyard. Mission introduction: a nest of mutant rats appeared in the backyard of the newly moved villa. Host, please eliminate all the mutant rats in the backyard of the villa today. Mission reward: 1 system point. Chapter 111, eliminate the mutant rats and go shopping. Hearing the task released by the system in his mind, Subai immediately became alert. Xiaohei, where is the mutant mouse you caught? Meow. Xiaohei pointed at his stomach with a cat paw, indicating that he had eaten. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched. He really dared to eat anything and was not afraid of getting stomach problems. Well, where did you catch it? Take me there. Meow. The little black cat said, okay, then turned and ran out the door. Subai followed suit. The cat and the man soon arrived at the backyard of the villa area. The backyard of Villa number 66 has its own small park. This is also Xiaohei's usual entertainment place. Xiaohei is a mutated rat that I discovered when I was wandering here this morning. Meow. The master is here. Xiaohei brought Subai to a remote location in the small park. Subai saw several holes of different sizes on the mud ground of the park. Subai's face was full of black lines. They really set up their nest right in the backyard of my villa? However, Subai also felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that the mutation situation in Qifeng City had become so serious. Subai looked at the little black path at his feet. Xiaohei should have more mutant mice here. I'll leave them all to you. After hearing Subai's explanation, Xiaohei seemed to have been given a mission in a critical moment. It quickly came in front of Subai and made a gesture towards Subai as if to guarantee completion of the task. Subai chuckled. Go and pay them to catch them all. Meow. Xiaohei came to these holes. Since these mutant mice are very large, the holes they dig can easily accommodate Xiaohei. Xiaohei jumped into a hole in the ground without hesitation. Xiaohei is a black prison cat and is naturally able to restrain these mutant mice. After a while, Subai saw several fat rats suddenly emerging from other cave entrances. These mutant mice are about the same size as Xiaohei, and their silver-gray fur is a bit dry. The round black eyes kept looking around vigilantly. After discovering Subai's presence, they hurriedly fled in other directions of the park. Subai's lips curled up slightly. Snort. Following which Subai snorted softly. The next moment, the 4 mutant mice that ran out of the hole shook their bodies, as if they were fixed in place. Subai just casually released some white dragon aura and crushed the brain nerves of these mutant mice. A moment later, Xiaohei's figure also emerged from the hole in the ground. In addition to itself, Xiaohei also brought 3 mutant mice. Meow. Xiaohei saw the other 4 mutant mice that were dead around him. Subai whispered to Xiaohei, okay, just take care of all of this. Meow meow epsilon, asterisk, omega. Hearing Subai's signal, Xiaohei didn't hesitate and ate them one by one. In fact, the grades of these mutant mice are only between E and D. Xiaohei's strength doesn't increase much by swallowing them. However, Xiaohei said that these big rats tasted pretty good. Ding. Mission: backyard cleaning completed. Mission reward: 1 system point. After Xiaohei got rid of these mutant rats, the system sounded, prompting that the task was completed. Subai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I got up in the morning and completed a task easily. One system point has been credited to my account, and I feel so happy. Subai returned to the living room. At this time, Sushi was eating baked bread, leaning on the sofa and looking at her mobile phone with a comfortable look on her face. The girl was wearing a cool pink short skirt and was sitting in a not very elegant posture. The straps on the shoulders seemed to be detached and looked like they might fall off at any moment. Subai came and leaned down on the sofa next to Sushi and asked, Xiaoxi, today is the last day of the weekend. Where do you want to go? When the girl heard Subai's question, her eyes lit up. Well, let me think about it. How about you go shopping with me, bro? Sushi spoke in a brisk tone, turning her head to look at Subai with her light golden eyes, as if expecting the other party's agreement. When Subai heard Sushi's thoughts, he originally wanted to refuse. But when he met the girl's beautiful eyes full of expectation, Subai finally agreed. Forget it. I'll just spend the weekend with Xiaoxi. After seeing Subai nod in agreement, Sushi cheered energy, *****. Then Sushi got up and ran to the bedroom to dress up. When going shopping with my brother, I must dress up nicely. Contrary to Subai's expectations, he only waited downstairs for more than half an hour before she came downstairs. At this time, Sushi had changed out of the little red dress she was wearing earlier. A black princess dress with stars dotted on the hem, noble and dreamy, paired with thin black stockings and black leather boots. It directly raised Sushi's dressing style to a higher level. Subai also expressed his approval of Sushi wearing black stockings. The girl's delicate face was lightly made up, and her beautiful long golden hair was draped behind her. Shui Ling's golden eyes looked towards Subai's position below, her tender cherry lips slightly raised, revealing a sly fox smile. The girl's facial features were simply flawless. Brother, I'm fine. Sushi came in front of Subai and playfully turned around in front of him, with the hem of her skirt lifted slightly, adding a bit of liveliness and youthfulness to her. Well, let's go. Starting his Pegasus, Subai drove towards the commercial street of Qingfeng City. Arriving at the most prosperous commercial district in Qingfeng City, Sushi affectionately held Subai's arm. The girl's eyes were slightly excited, and she was cheering happily. It looks like he wants to do something big. Fortunately, Subai is not short of money now, otherwise his wallet would make him embarrassed. In fact, Sushi doesn't really like shopping. She just likes the feeling of shopping with Subai. They went into almost every large shopping mall along the way. It was past 5 in the afternoon. Today's shopping trip is finally coming to an end. After shopping for a whole day, Sushi actually didn't buy anything. After all, if you buy too much of something you don't need, it's useless. The girl took a sip of milk tea and then handed it to Subai. Are you thirsty, bro? Looking at the milk tea in front of him, Subai looked disgusted. He saw Sushi drinking secretly just now. Don't want. Subai pushed him away in disgust. The girl pouted. Tisk, bro, you're still so boring. Sushi expressed her unhappiness. Subai said, Okay, it's almost time, we should go back. Before going back, the two went to a nearby supermarket to buy some ingredients. Sushi said that she wanted to make hot pot today to reward her brother. Chapter 112, The New Flower World. A dull Monday. Subai was walking on the path to school. The surrounding gardenias, crepe myrtles, and other flowers are in full bloom, presenting a colorful and beautiful scene. It also adds a bit of peace to the tranquil Qingfeng City. Subai narrowed his black eyes and walked comfortably on the roadside. Another beautiful morning. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, Dangerous Flower Sea. Mission introduction. A dimensional rift connecting to the Flower Sea world has appeared in Qingfeng City. There are countless dangerous varieties of dimensional flower seeds there. Please go and close them to prevent some toxic dimensional flower seeds from spreading to Qingfeng City. Mission reward, 1 system point. Hear the system's task release in your mind. Subai was slightly stunned. He did not doubt the system's mission. The next moment, Subai's infinite consciousness perception unfolded, and a faint aura of energy quickly covered the surrounding space. Almost instantly, Subai's powerful perception ability covered the space of dozens of kilometers around him. At the same time, Subai also discovered a special energy fluctuation in his perception. It is the dimensional rift in the system mission. Subai did not hesitate and rushed towards that location quickly. In less than a minute, Subai arrived at the newly opened dimensional rift. This place is located in a remote area of a park, and there are not many pedestrians around. Subai looked at the black vortex that was slowly expanding in front of him. It was obvious that this dimensional rift had just opened. Subai couldn't help but utter a sound of surprise. Another dimensional rift has opened. There are simply too many dimensional rifts, that have appeared in Qingfeng City recently. And based on Su Bai's perception and speculation, this dimensional rift is at least S-level. Su Bai did not waste time. He had to go to school after solving this dimensional rift. The next second, Su Bai moved and jumped directly into the vortex surface of the dimensional rift. Su Bai's figure appeared on a piece of muddy ground. Just as the system task introduction said, this dimensional rift connects to a dimensional world of a sea of flowers. The land around Su Bai is full of all kinds of exotic flowers and plants. Red, white, yellow, black. It's like a sea of flowers here. Su Bai looked at the colorful environment around him and couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise on his face. Because it is so beautiful here. The air around is also very fresh. Taking a deep breath is like sweet raindrops that nourish the body and mind. Air, etc. The next second, Su Bai came back to his senses. Wrong. How can the air be sweet? Su Bai instantly realized that something was wrong. There must be some unknown element or energy in the air. Su Bai looked at the surrounding flowers and plants with some vigilance. As mentioned in the system's task just now, some of the dimensional plants in this flower sea world are poisonous. The next moment, Su Bai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and looked at the flowers and plants around him. Name, Doro flower. Gender, female sign. Category, dimensional creatures, flower species, Doro flower. Grade, A. Skills, psychedelic floral scent, mind control. Current status, creating psychedelics. Name, 100-leaf flower. Gender, female sign. Category, dimensional creatures, flower species, 100-leaf flower. Level AR. Skills, illusion creation, consciousness intervention. Current state, consciousness intervention. Su Bai looked around and found that among the hundreds and thousands of dimensional flowers and plants around him, most of them were dimensional creatures with consciousness. Among them, there is even a top S-level fantasy vine purple flower. And Su Bai was just under the psychedelic influence of these dimensional creatures of the flower species. Fortunately, Su Bai has strong mental strength and the powerful ability of infinite consciousness. The infinite consciousness in Su Bai's mind began to operate, and the dimensional creatures of the surrounding flower species also began to shake. Since they want to use mental power to attack him, Su Bai will use mental power to fight back against them. An invisible mental shock swept out from Su Bai's body and spread all around. Hoo. The surrounding flower-like dimensional creatures were also rustling in the wind. Ah. Suddenly, a series of strange screams were heard. After hearing this, Su Bai looked at these flower-like dimensional creatures in surprise. These flowers can actually make sounds. Of course, the host. They are not ordinary flowers and plants. These flower-like creatures have their own complete consciousness and thinking, so they can naturally cry. Su Bai listened to the forced explanation of the system in his mind and felt it was a bit too far-fetched. The corner of Su Bai's mouth twitched as he clarified his problem. I mean, what do they use to make sounds? The system remained silent. Su Bai knew that the system didn't understand either. It's obviously just an evolution of his body, but he pretends to know everything, underscore. Su Bai no longer paid attention to the system. He looked at the only S-level top-level flower-like dimensional creature. Name, fantasy vine purple flower. Gender, female sign. Category, dimensional creatures, flower species, fantasy vine purple flower. Level, S-level peak. Skills, psychedelic pollen, vine whip. Current status, pollen release. Looking at the giant purple flower that was still releasing mentally influencing pollen, Su Bai narrowed his eyes. The next moment, Su Bai's figure instantly came to the side of Huanting Zihua. The purple flower of the pearl fantasy vine is about 5 meters in size, with an overall purple-pink flower body, a thick green rhizome underneath, and a huge flower on top. At this moment, the purple flower of the fantasy vine felt Su Bai's sudden attack, and its purple-pink petals shook violently, as if frightened. This obviously intelligent behavior also made Su Bai a little curious. It's just a flower, but it has its own consciousness and thoughts. Before Su Bai could think more, the next second he felt a sudden movement around the ground where he was standing. In an instant, thick vines with sharp thorns on their surface broke out from the ground. They were waving and shaking around the purple flowers of the fantasy vine, like ferocious poisonous snakes. Su Bai was not frightened by Huanting Zihua's sudden action. Instead, Su Bai looked at the thick vines swaying in the air in front of him with great interest. When the phantom vine purple flower saw that Su Bai did not move, it directly attacked Su Bai the next moment. Gray-brown vines that were thicker than an adult's arm swung towards Su Bai madly. The vines lashed violently, causing a series of explosions in the air in front of Su Bai. Seeing this, Subai's mouth corners slightly curled up. Just before these vines whipped Subai, the aura of pressure in Subai's body suddenly exploded. The terrifying dragon power instantly crushed towards these vines. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the hideous gray-brown vines exploded in the air in front of Subai, turning into broken branches and debris that scattered on the ground. At the same time, a miserable cry came from the haunting Zihua opposite Subai. Chapter 113, Closing the Flower Sea World, a step late. A sound similar to a woman's scream was heard. Subai frowned slightly after hearing this. It's a bit noisy. Kill you, kill you. Suddenly, a series of intermittent female voices came into Subai's mind. Subai looked at the giant purple flower in front of him. We can actually communicate with each other through consciousness. The next moment, a strange purple mist suddenly spurted out from the petals of the purple flowers of the fantasy vine in front of Subai. Seeing this, Subai jumped back on the spot and stood firm 30 meters away from the purple flower of the phantom vine. Looking at the purple mist in the air around the purple flowers of the fantasy vine, Subai felt a little surprised. The ability of Subai's right eye, Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, is activated. Name, the mist of purple flowers of fantasy vine. Effect, can mentally influence creatures weaker than oneself, and then control their bodies. The stronger the creature, the weaker the impact. Subai looked at the real data of the purple mist and felt relieved. It turns out that it only affects weak creatures. This purple flower of the fantasy vine is only at the peak of S grade, but Subai is a powerful transcendent at SSS grade. After realizing that this mist posed no threat to him, Subai slowly walked towards the purple flower of the phantom vine. Feeling Subai approaching again, the purple flowers of the phantom vine also began to move strangely. The huge branches began to shake, and the next moment, Subai was shocked. This fantasy vine purple flower actually pulled itself up by the roots. The intricate and thick rhizomes form a pair of gray-brown paws under the body of the purple flower of the fantasy vine. The entire plant of the purple phantom vine emerged from the soil and ran towards the sea of flowers in the distance. And the running speed is not slow. Subai was also shocked. It was the first time he saw a flower that could escape. The opponent's actions were as if he had become a spirit. Host, don't be stupid. If you keep watching, the other party will run away. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Subai's mind. After Subai reacted, he narrowed his eyes slightly and rushed towards the direction of the purple flower of the phantom vine. Almost in the next second, Subai's body came in front of Haunting Zihua. Haunting Zihua, who was still running away with all her might, suddenly stopped. Looking at the man in front of him, the entire huge purple flower of the phantom vine purple flower was shaking violently. Seems very scared. In its perception, the energy emanating from Subai at this moment was simply terrifying. The purple flower of the phantom vine instinctively felt fear. That's why it ran away just now. Looking at the trembling purple flowers of the fantasy vine in front of him, Subai felt speechless. Before, Xiaohei was also trembling with fear because of himself. Am I that scary? Subai continued to walk towards the flower body of the phantom vine purple flower. In his perception, the strongest energy fluctuation within dozens of miles around was coming from this phantom vine purple flower. Therefore, as long as the giant purple flower in front of us is dealt with, the dimensional rift in this dimensional world should be closed. Thinking of this, Subai looked at the purple flowers of the phantom vine in front of him. At this time, the petals of the purple flower of the fantasy vine were still trembling, and the two green leaves on the plant's body, which looked like arms, were shaking. Snort. Subai snorted lightly. Did he remember that this fantasy vine purple flower wanted to kill him just now? It seems too late to beg for mercy from him now. Subai stepped forward and punched out. The violent fist wind carried an unstoppable force and rushed towards the phantom vine purple flower. Huh! The surrounding flowers and plants were also rustling in the strong wind emitted by Subai's fist. Puff! A shattering sound was heard. The body of the phantom vine purple flower was like a fragile piece of paper, and under Subai's punch, it was directly transformed into plant debris all over the sky. The fist wind blew in the air, and at the same time blew the broken body of the purple flower of the phantom vine everywhere. Subai killed the phantom vine purple flower, but its corpse became a good thing for the dimensional plants on the surrounding land. The system prompt sounded in Subai's mind. The rift in the host's dimension is beginning to close. Please leave as soon as possible. Subai was not surprised. The strongest dimensional creature in this dimensional world should be the S-level flower-like illusion vine purple flower that he just killed. I'm going back. Subai whispered something, and then walked towards the black vortex not far away. This time the dimensional rift was not far from him, so Su-bai didn't need to rush back. Before leaving, Su-bai seemed to have thought of something, and he picked up an E-level dimensional flower beside him. The next second, Su-bai left the dimensional world of this sea of flowers. The scene changed, and Su-bai appeared on the lawn of a park somewhere. Looking at the surrounding scenery, it is completely incomparable to the flower sea world on the other side of the dimensional rift. Su-bai turned around and continued walking toward school. Not long after Su-bai left, two figures, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared in front of this dimensional rift. The visitors were Chung Xiaoke and Mou, whom Su-bai met last night. It was at this time that Zhang Tianlong applied to his superiors to transfer the powerful order makers from Qingfeng City to support them. Just over 10 minutes ago, Qingfeng City SOD's special reconnaissance technology discovered that an S-level dimensional rift had opened in this park. Chung Xiaoke and Mou volunteered to come and solve the problem. Zhang Tianlong naturally wanted this very much, so he immediately agreed to the two of them. Looking at the dimensional rift that was slowly closing in front of him, Chung Xiaoke couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How could this happen? How come the dimensional rift here has already started to close? Our SOD reconnaissance technology has just discovered it. Compared to Chung Xiaoke's somewhat excited tone, Mou on the side seemed much calmer. Mou, who was standing next to Chung Xiaoke, had a calm expression and spoke calmly. Someone must have arrived here before us and closed this dimensional rift. Listening to Mou's analysis beside her, the expression on Chung Xiaoke's pretty face became even more surprised. Impossible. According to the Qingfeng City SOD's reconnaissance technology, the danger of this dimensional rift is assessed to be S-level. It's impossible to close an S-level dimensional rift in such a short time. Mou's analysis was denied by Chung Xiaoke, but he was not angry. Instead, he looked at Chung Xiaoke calmly and spoke. Then you say, it's not uncommon for this kind of dimensional rift to open and then automatically close. Maybe it just happened to happen to us. Of course, maybe there really is some extraordinary being who closed this S-level dimensional rift before us. After a moment's thought, Chung Xiaoke agreed with Mou's analysis. Chung Xiaoke's voice continued. But such a superhuman must be at least S-level in strength. A hint of solemnity also appeared on Mou's expressionless face. Special S-level. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful, extraordinary person in Qingfeng City. Anyway, let's go back and talk to Xiaozhang first. He is the head of the SOD branch here. Maybe he knows something. Chapter 114, Testing Zhang Xiaoman. Walking on the path to school, Su-bai was playing with the E-level dimensional flower he had picked from the flower sea world before. Name, mysterious flower. Gender, female sign. Category, dimensional creatures, mysterious flower species, mysterious flower. Grade, E. Skill, air purification. Current status, none. Introduction, an intelligent life form with little consciousness and basically no combat power. Its petals have the effect of purifying the air, and it only has a simple instinct to survive. Looking at the real data given by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Su-bai looked indifferent. This E-level mysterious flower is actually no different from ordinary flowers on their blue planet. It is half the size of an arm, with white petals with a hint of warm yellow, and looks a bit like a lily. It is an ordinary dimensional plant with only one skill, which is purify the air, but it is better than nothing. Ding. Mission, dangerous flower C completed. Mission reward, 1 system point. Hearing the prompt sound from the system in his mind, Su-bai estimated that the dimensional rift in the park must have been completely closed. Su-bai casually waved the enchanted flower in his hand and walked forward. Arriving in the classroom, Su-bai sat down in his seat. At the same time, he placed the mysterious flower in his hand on his desk. Zhang Xiaoman behind him also saw this scene. When Zhang Xiaoman saw the mysterious flower in Su-bai's hand, her pupils shrank slightly. Although it was fleeting, it was still captured by Su-bai's powerful perception ability. Su-bai, with his back to Zhang Xiaoman, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if he had expected it. Su-bai, where did you get this flower from? I picked them randomly on the roadside. It looks so beautiful. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Hey, is this okay? Omega? Well, I just picked them because I was in a good mood. I will throw them away if you don't want me to. Su-bai said this, motioning to Yang to take it or not. If not, then just throw it away. Hey, give it to me then. Yang took the mysterious flower from Su-bai's hand. Judging from its appearance alone, the mysterious flower is indeed very beautiful. It is also an E-level dimensional plant, and its body emits a faint, elegant fragrance, purifying the surrounding air. It can be said that it is highly ornamental and decorative. Zhang Xiaoman stared straight at the mysterious flower in Yang's hand. Seeing this scene, Yang asked curiously, "Xiaoman, do you want it too?" This is a gift from Su Bai to you." Zhang Xiaoman reacted and pretended to be a little sour in her tone. And her inner thoughts at this moment were completely exposed in front of Su Bai. Why did the mysterious flower appear in Su Bai's hands? They should be guarding the outermost part of the garden. Could it be that the dimensional rift connecting the garden world to the outside world has opened? Recently, the connection between that guy's territory and this world has become more and more frequent. It seems I have to speed up the establishment of the channel. We must not let her monopolize this city. Su Bai looked at the two women calmly on the surface. In fact, infinite consciousness was activated in his mind, reading all of Zhang Xiaoman's inner thoughts. Garden? What is this? Is this what Zhang Xiaoman calls that flower seed dimension world? Su Bai began to analyze some key words that had just appeared in Zhang Xiaoman's mind. In addition to the previous words such as channel, Su Bai got some new nouns this time. It seems that Zhang Xiaoman has quite a few secrets. The corners of Su Bai's mouth rose slightly, barely perceptible. The purpose of him picking this mysterious flower was actually to test Zhang Xiaoman. The result was similar to what Su Bai predicted, and Zhang Xiaoman also provided him with a lot of useful information. However, this also made Su Bai even more curious about Zhang Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, you really make me more and more curious?" Ring, ring, ring. As the school bell rang, Su Bai and the others are also about to start their study today. During the class, Zhang Tianlong sent Su Bai 2 photos of people and some text introductions. Su Bai looked at the 2 photos on the phone and felt a little surprised. It was her. Among the photos sent by Zhang Tianlong, the pretty girl in one of them was the girl that Su Bai met in the convenience store last night. Su Bai recognized Cheng Xiaoka the first time. At that time, Cheng Xiaoka gave the last pack of bear biscuits to Su Bai. Therefore, Su Bai had a pretty good impression of Cheng Xiaoka. Su Bai looked down at the information introduction of Cheng Xiaoka. Cheng Xiaoka, 20 years old, is a level 8 orderer in the southern region of Dragon Country SOD. He is also a level 8 awakener, and his awakening ability is the power of space. Su Bai looked at Cheng Xiaoka's information and thought about something. That night, Su Bai vaguely sensed the energy fluctuations in Cheng Xiaoka, but he didn't expect that Cheng Xiaoka was the level 8 orderer sent by the southern headquarters of Dragon Country SOD to support Qingfeng City. Su Bai continued to look at the information of another person. MOU, 22 years old, is a level 8 orderer in the southern region of Dragon Country SOD. He is also a level 8 awakener, and his awakening ability is Magic Flame. There was also a personal photo of MOU attached to it. Su Bai saw the other person's photo and also recognized MOU's appearance. Fiery red short hair, a cool face, and aloof temperament. He is definitely a cool male god. It's a pity that he has facial paralysis. 2 level 8 orderers are here. Su Bai looked at the WeChat message on his phone and replied, "Su Bai, thank you for the information from Minister Zhang." Zhang Tianlong. "No, Mr. Su, we are now in a cooperative relationship." Zhang Tianlong sent their identity information to Mr. Su, also because he was afraid that Mr. Su would accidentally kill them. Su Bai looked at the WeChat message sent by Zhang Tianlong and the corner of his mouth twitched. Killed them by accident. But think about it carefully. If the two sides accidentally come into conflict while performing a mission, if the opponent showed murderous intent towards Su Bai might really be able to kill him with one punch. Su Bai, got it, I won't kill them. On the top floor of the Qingfeng City SOD conference building, in the minister's office, Zhang Tianlong sat in his office chair and looked at the WeChat message sent by Su Bai and heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would run into the 2 level 8 orders sent by the southern region and Su Bai. Then he accidentally angered Su Bai and was killed by Su Bai. This will cause trouble, and the cooperation between him and Su Bai may also be interrupted. The result of the interruption of cooperation may be the end of his life. From the moment Su Bai confessed his identity to him, Zhang Tianlong had no choice. Chapter 115, Class Suspension, Xiao He almost exposed. After school, Su Bai saw a large number of SOD members at the school gate. There have been mutated creatures invading the school these days, so SOD has sent a large number of order agents. Zhang Xiaoman, who was beside Su Bai and Yi Ying, said, "Looking like this, it won't be long before the school announces the holiday, right?" Ying's voice echoed, "Well, if we don't get rid of those mutated creatures, we won't be able to attend class in peace." Su Bai didn't say anything, but just expanded his infinite consciousness, perception, and observed the thoughts of those SOD members. The expression on Su Bai's face was barely detectable, and he was thinking secretly in his heart. Has a class A mutant appeared in the school? For a university in a small or medium-sized city, an A-level extraordinary monster is indeed a very dangerous existence. Return home. Subai received a holiday notice from the teacher. Dear students, due to the frequent occurrence of extraordinary crises in our city recently, the special department and the school have discussed and finally decided to temporarily suspend classes at Billowin University for 1 week. Please be aware of this. Looking at the notification messages sent in the mobile phone group, there were all kinds of cheers from the students. Subai whispered softly. So classes are suspended. If you want to deal with A-level extraordinary monsters, you must launch a large-scale hunt or use high-powered weapons. Why not let Zhang Tianlong and other stronger transcendents take direct action to hunt him down? Of course, Qingfeng City is facing more than just the extraordinary crisis at Beiluan High School. Now the entire Qingfeng City seems to be caught in a riot of extraordinary monsters. Subai threw his school bag onto the sofa and sat down. He had a vague feeling that the dimensional rift that Qi Xiaohua mentioned was about to open. Brother, you're back? Sushi walked slowly down the stairs from the second floor. At this time, Sushi was only wearing a cool white t-shirt and a pair of ultra-short jeans, and her perfect figure was fully revealed in front of Subai. Xiaoxi has told me so many times to put on my clothes. Subai looked at the girl's shoulder that had half slipped out, his tone somewhat helpless. Hee, there's no one else at home anyway. Sushi didn't seem to care when she heard Subai's advice. She came and sat on the sofa next to Subai. What do you want to eat tonight? Whatever. Everything you cook is delicious anyway. Equals carrot smiley face. Then let's make braised spare ribs for him. Sushi walked into the kitchen and started preparing dinner for today. After a while, the girl's voice came from the kitchen. Brother, it seems that there is no soy sauce at home. Hearing Sushi's voice, Subai stood up helplessly. Understood. Then I'll trouble you, brother, hee. Subai walked towards the door of the villa and saw Xiaohei lying on the lawn in the front yard. Subai called out softly. Xiaohei, come with me to buy soy sauce. Meow. Xiaohei happily followed Subai's footsteps. The Death Knight King, who was guarding the door, heard Subai's call and wanted to go along. But after thinking about it for a while, he realized that with his current appearance, he would not be able to move freely in human society. Subai started Pegasus and came to the nightlife convenience store. After locking the car, Subai took Xiaohei out and walked into the convenience store. As soon as he entered the convenience store, Xiaohei was attracted by the dazzling array of goods around him, especially when it saw the snacks such as potato chips that Subai had given it before. The energy fluctuations in Xiaohei's body couldn't help but move slightly. It was Xiaohei's brief energy fluctuation that attracted the attention of Cheng Xiaoka, who happened to pass by not far away. Cheng Xiaoka, who was walking on the way to the nightlife convenience store, suddenly stopped. She sensed the emergence of a wave of energy. A trace of solemnity appeared on Cheng Xiaoka's pretty face. This is the city area. If the energy fluctuation just now was emitted by a supernatural being, then it would be fine. But if an extraordinary monster appeared, the consequences would be disastrous. With his powerful perception ability, Cheng Xiaoka instantly locked onto the location where Xiaohei was emitting energy fluctuations. That was the nightlife convenience store he was heading to. The next moment, the girl seemed to have the wind under her feet and ran quickly towards the convenience store. When Subai walked out of the convenience store with a bottle of soy sauce, just happened to meet Cheng Xiaoka, who came over. The two looked at each other, and both were a little surprised for a moment. It's you, Cheng Xiaoka cried out softly. After seeing Subai's familiar face, she remembered what happened that night again. Asshole. I was seduced by this guy's beauty, which led to me losing the bear biscuits. Thinking of this, Cheng Xiaoka couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Seeing the black-haired girl looking at him quietly, Subai was a little confused. Why is she looking at me like that? Is it because I didn't thank her for the bear biscuits she gave me that night? After thinking about it for a while, Subai decided to say thank you. Subai showed a standard smile on his face and thanked the girl. Thank you for the bear biscuits last night. No, it's okay. In response to Subai's thanks, Cheng Xiaoka's tone was a little stammering, and a hint of redness inexplicably appeared on her pretty face. It's not that I'm embarrassed to accept Subai's thanks. It's mainly because Subai is so handsome. Previously, Cheng Xiaoka thought that Mou's appearance could score 95 points, so in her opinion, Subai's appearance is 150 points. Subai looked at the other person's inexplicable blushing face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for long. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at Subai's gradually receding back, Cheng Xiaoka finally came to his senses. No, am I not here to search for energy fluctuations? Chung Xiaoka shook off the handsome figure of Su Bai in her mind and began to search for the energy fluctuations she had sensed before near the nightlife convenience store. But after a round of perception and investigation, Chung Xiaoka discovered that the energy fluctuation had completely disappeared. Strange, this shouldn't happen. On the other side, Su Bai, who was driving, looked at Xiao He in the passenger seat. At this time, Xiao He had an expression of admitting his mistake, with his little head held by his cat paws, looking a little funny. In fact, when Su Bai saw Chung Xiaoka in a hurry, he realized that it might be the energy fluctuations emitted by Xiao He that attracted the other party. Meow. Master, I will be more careful next time. Listening to Xiao He's meow, Su Bai sighed softly. If Chung Xiaoka had just discovered that Xiao He was an S-level peak supernatural being, then Su Bai will inevitably break out into a fight with the other party in order to save Xiao He. And the other party happened to be a level 8 order sent by the SOD Southern Headquarters to support Qingfeng City. Once Su Bai kills Chung Xiaoka, it will definitely attract the attention of the SOD Southern Headquarters. By then, the trouble won't just be caused by a level 8 orderer. Luckily, she didn't find you. Be more careful next time. Chapter 116, White Fog Rises Overnight. The next morning, Su Bai woke up according to the inertia of his biological clock. Opening his eyes slightly, Su Bai felt that the room was a little dim. Su Bai couldn't help but wonder. Strange, did you get up too early? Well, brother, since it's still early, let's sleep a little longer. Listening to the voice of the girl beside him that sounded like a dream, Su Bai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. If Xiaoxi wants to continue sleeping, just go back to your bed. Su Bai looked at the girl curled up in the quilt beside him, speechless. She would go to his bed to sleep every night, which made Su Bai very helpless. No, bro, sleeping together can help strengthen our relationship. Looking at the girl wrapping herself in the quilt and curling up into a ball, Su Bai didn't care anymore. Su Bai got up and got out of bed. He just looked at the time, and it was already past 7 in the morning. According to normal time, the sun is already shining brightly in Qingfeng City in summer. Su Bai turned his head and looked through the one-way window at the front yard of the villa outside, muttering to himself. Strange, why is the weather so gloomy today? Meow. At this time, Xiao He appeared from nowhere and came in front of Su Bai, meowing. Master, there is a lot of white air outside. Hearing the meaning of Xiao He's meow, Su Bai was a little surprised. White air. Soon Su Bai and Xiao He arrived at the front yard of the villa area. Stepping on the soft grass, Su Bai looked at the environment around the villa. At this time, a faint white mist was filling the air around Su Bai's villa number 66. Su Bai was not unfamiliar with this kind of fog. This is the same scene he encountered in those S-level dimensional rift, dimensional worlds before. The same white mist. Owner. At this time, the Death Knight King who was standing at the door of the villa also greeted Su Bai. Well, Xiaowang, do you know when this white mist appeared? Su Bai looked at the Death Knight King beside him. He had been staying outside the villa and did not need to rest. He should have some understanding of the appearance of the white fog. Master, these white mists appeared suddenly in the early morning. They must have spread from other areas. I found that this white mist was not dangerous, so I didn't wake you up from your rest. The Death Knight King told Su Bai everything he saw last night. Su Bai nodded slightly when he heard this. I see. The next moment, Su Bai's infinite consciousness perception field expanded and covered the surrounding space. Soon, Su Bai discovered not only his villa number 66, but also the entire Hailan community, and even all the areas he could perceive. The air in these places is filled with this light, white mist. The concentration of white fog is not very high. For ordinary people, it may be smog weather with slightly higher PM 2.5. But Su Bai knew very well that this was not some ordinary dust particle pollution. This should be the white mist in those dimensional worlds, but why does it appear in the air of Qingfeng City? Su Bai stretched out his hand to sense the white mist in front of him. They are like white air, almost impossible to touch with the body, but they are real substances. Su Bai looked up at the sky. At this moment, he could no longer see the scorching sun that should be in summer. What there is just endless confusing white mist. It's like a white-gray curtain. A large amount of white fog shrouded the sky overhead, blocking most of the sun's rays. This is also why Su Bai felt that the view from the bedroom was dim when he woke up in the morning. It's all because of this white mist. Xiao He was meowing nearby. It is always energetic towards new things, and there seems to be some excitement in its barking. Su Bai observed the white fog in the villa area for a while. Then he took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat conversation with Zhang Tianlong. Su Bai, what is the current situation of Minister Zhang's white mist? However, this time, Zhang Tianlong on the opposite side did not immediately reply to Su Bai's message. Su Bai waited for about a minute before Zhang Tianlong sent a message. Zhang Tianlong, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I'm a little busy here. Zhang Tianlong. Everything was normal last night, but it was as if overnight. A large amount of white fog suddenly appeared in our Qingfeng city. Zhang Tianlong. Our scientific research experts have found that these white mists are not ordinary natural phenomena. Zhang Tianlong. These white mists belong to a certain energy form. They are an extraordinary phenomenon. Zhang Tianlong. We at SOD haven't figured out the harmfulness of the white fog yet, but we've already issued a closure order to all residents in the city this morning. Zhang Tianlong. Now all residents of Qingfeng City are required to stay in their homes, and those outside will rush to the nearest emergency response area for refuge. Zhang Tianlong. Currently, our SOD orders are going all over Qingfeng City to conduct investigations and research on the white fog. Zhang Tianlong. And I have already reported this white fog incident to the Southern Region headquarters. Looking at the messages sent by Zhang Tianlong, Su Bai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The sudden appearance of white mist. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, White Fog Crisis. Mission introduction. Qingfeng City is suddenly shrouded in a large amount of white fog. Where does this white fog come from? What kind of threat will it pose to Qingfeng City? Host, please resolve the white fog incident in Qingfeng City within the next week. Mission reward, 10 system points. Su Bai listened to the tasks issued by the system. When he heard the task rewards given by the system, he was slightly shocked. Su Bai was both excited and confused. This mission actually has 10 system points. System, have you lost your mind? You got the system reward wrong. System, dash. Host, please be careful about your words and actions. Even if you are handsome, you can't do this. Omega? Su Bai ignored the system's voice and continued to ask in his heart. So, this system reward is correct. That's right, host. The mission rewards of this system are calculated based on the difficulty of the system mission. After hearing the system's answer, Su Bai also thought of something. So, this system mission will be very difficult? Su Bai frowned slightly. The previous task rewards were basically one, and only one serial task gave 2 system points. And now this white fog crisis actually has 10 system points. Su Bai began to analyze in his mind. Although he is an SSS-level genetic modifier, he is very powerful and confident. But when facing the unknown supernatural, it's better to be careful. Chapter 117 Extraordinary White Mist. Su Bai entered the villa and made a simple breakfast. After breakfast, Su Bai prepared to go outside to see what was going on. At this time, Sushi was still lying in bed and hadn't gotten up, so Su Bai only took Xiaohei with him. Before leaving, Su Bai instructed the Death Knight King to keep an eye on his villa. Don't let any extraordinary monsters that appear in the white fog invade. The Death Knight King saluted Su Bai and stated that he would defend Villa Area number 66 to the death. Looking at the loyal Death Knight King, Su Bai was also very satisfied. Su Bai and Xiaohei slowly walked towards the white mist outside the front yard of the villa. Su Bai left the Hailan community and went directly to a main road in Qingfeng City. At this time, since the white fog had just appeared, the visibility of the surrounding environment was still more than 10 meters. Although the SOD of Qingfeng City has issued a closure order, you can still see many pedestrians on the road. These people were attracted by the white fog that appeared outside early in the morning. They may be curious, surprised, excited, or have a purpose. In short, Su Bai could see all the thoughts on their faces. Soon, some people took advantage of the chaos caused by the rising white fog and started snatching things on the street or suddenly attacking girls. When other people around see this scene, some will offer help, while others will turn a blind eye and speed away. Some people even choose to join in. This white fog is like a cover-up tool for them to do bad things. The appearance of the white fog also caused the dark side in some people's hearts to gradually rise. For a while, there was a great disturbance on this main road in Qingfeng City. The shouts and screams of the crowd mixed together. It was a bit noisy and chaotic. Su Bai ignored all of this and just walked straight ahead. Su Bai expanded the perception field of infinite consciousness to the maximum. He also discovered special energy fluctuations in certain places in Qingfeng City. It was a continuous energy fluctuation, the weakest of which was at S-level. Su Bai guessed in his heart that this should be the source of the white mist. Su Bai was about to go to one of the energy fluctuation points to take a look at the situation first. However, after taking only 2 steps, a man suddenly rushed towards Su Bai violently. It is obvious that Su Bai has become the target of those crazy people. Su Bai continued walking forward calmly, ignoring the man. Xiaohei, who was following Su Bai's feet, moved. Meow. Court death. Xiaohei let out a somewhat angry cry. The next moment it pounced towards the man. Since Xiaohei was still in the form of a little black cat at this time, the man didn't take it seriously when he saw Xiaohei rushing towards him. But the next moment, he paid the price for ignoring Xiaohei. Puff. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Following the man's scream, his body slowly fell to the ground. Bright red blood with a hint of heat flowed out from under the man's body. Soon someone around discovered the dead man and started shouting loudly. Kill someone! As he shouted loudly, more and more people around him discovered the dead body. They began to panic. Some called special departments, some called emergency services, and some took advantage of the chaos to continue doing bad things. Xiaohei leaped to the ground nimbly, with a little red on one of his front paws. Xiaohei didn't care and licked his bloody paw gracefully. Meow. Xiaohei followed Su Bai's footsteps and continued to walk forward. Soon Su Bai arrived at the energy overflow point closest to him. It is located on Binhai Road in Qingfeng City. Su Bai could see a black vortex appearing in front of him through the dim, white mist. It is a dimensional rift that is opening, and in the black vortex, there is a steady stream of white mist pouring out at this moment. This also made the white mist in the surrounding space become more turbid. Su Bai looked at this scene and whispered softly. Really, just as he thought, the white mist came from the other dimensional world through the dimensional rift. Su Bai did not hesitate and stepped in. At the same time, at the city limit of Qingfeng City, this is the dividing line between Qingfeng City and the surrounding neighboring cities. At this time, the city boundary area surrounding Qingfeng City has been blocked by cordons by personnel from special departments. The SOD of Qingfeng City set up a blockade on the edge of the city and blocked off the entire Qingfeng City. Now the white fog only covers the territory of Qingfeng City and has not spread to the surrounding cities. At this time, Zhu Zhihao, the deputy director of Qingfeng City SOD, was guarding here together with members of the SOD branches in the surrounding cities. As for Zhang Tianlong, he was stationed in Qingfeng City together with Cheng Xiaoke and MOU who were sent from the southern region. Be prepared for crises that may occur at any time and rescue ordinary people in Qingfeng City. And, according to the energy detection of Qingfeng City SOD, the extraordinary crisis that has emerged this time has reached the SS level. What is the concept? This proves that the danger level in the white fog is at least equivalent to that of an SS-level extraordinary creature. Even if their Qingfeng City was reinforced by Cheng Xiaoke and MOU, 2 level 8 orderers, an SS-level extraordinary creature can easily destroy a city. Inside the SOD headquarters in Qingfeng City. At this time, Zhang Tianlong summoned all the remaining order keepers in the base. They all stood in an empty council chamber. The crowd lined up neatly in rows and stood in a square. This is also the majority of the extraordinary power of Qingfeng City SOD. An order officer quickly came up to Zhang Tianlong and reported. Report to Minister Zhang. 6 teams of order agents, a total of 180 order agents, are all here. Zhang Tianlong nodded slightly when he heard this and signaled the other party to go back first. Originally, their Qingfeng City SOD had a total of 10 teams of orderers, and each team was assigned 30 orderers of different levels. Because the border of Qingfeng City needs extraordinary guards, Zhang Tianlong assigned 4 teams of orderers to Zhu Zhihao. Now, the number of order enforcers in Qingfeng City, including him, does not exceed 200 in total. Zhang Tianlong stood on the podium in front of everyone, looking at them with a serious expression, and spoke in a loud voice. You should have understood the current situation in Qingfeng City. Recently, there have been a series of S-level extraordinary events in Qingfeng City. And last night, there was a sudden thick fog. And this time, the extraordinary white mist, according to our preliminary conclusion, is an SS-level extraordinary. Wow! When Zhang Tianlong talked about the SS-level extraordinary event, the more than 100 orderers standing off the field exclaimed in surprise. An SS-level transcendent can at least destroy a city easily. Our Qingfeng City is just a small to medium-sized city. The strongest orderer is Minister Zhang, who is at level 7. How can we possibly solve it? No. Brother, have you forgotten the 2 level 8 order masters sent over here a few days ago? That's right. But even if it's a level 8 orderer, it's unlikely to fight against a SS level transcendent, right? That's right. SS level extraordinary beings are terrifying beings that can rival those of level 9 order masters. Level 9 order master, let alone our Qingfeng City. Even in the dozen or so surrounding cities, we can't find a level 9 order master. It feels like our Qingfeng City is really finished this time. I felt something was wrong when all these S-level dimensional rifts kept appearing. Now the SS-level white fog has appeared directly. Don't panic, brother. Didn't Minister Zhang say that he has already contacted the SOD headquarters in the south? I believe it won't be long before the headquarters will send more powerful orderers to deal with this SS-level extraordinary person. I hope so, but I don't know if we can hold on until then. Chapter 118. The spread of the supernatural official website and the actions of the Hunter Association. Zhang Tianlong listened to the various discussions of the order makers below the stage, and he spoke again. Okay, everyone be quiet. I know this extraordinary person is very dangerous. It's an SS-level extraordinary person. Even I might be sacrificed. Zhang Tianlong's somewhat calm tone suddenly changed. But we are the law enforcers of Qingfeng City. We are heroes who protect ordinary people. Now that Qingfeng City is in crisis, we the Order must also stand at the forefront. Without us, those ordinary people might not even last an hour. I believe you have family members. Following Zhang Tianlong's passionate encouragement, the order makers in the audience soon gained confidence. Everyone was in high spirits. They are not trying to resolve Qingfeng City's SS-level supernatural crisis. They just need to hold on until the powerful orderers from the southern region arrive to support them. At this time, Zhang Tianlong was not worried at all about the appearance of the white fog. In addition, the southern region will send powerful order reinforcements. But he knew that Qingfeng City also had Su Bai, an extraordinary SSS-level boss. If Qingfeng City is in trouble, Su Bai will definitely take action according to the cooperation. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlong felt even more confident. He even felt that there was no need for support from the southern region. A mere SS-level extraordinary crisis. Isn't it easy for the Great White Dragon to solve it? And the other side. The extraordinary people in Qingfeng City also uploaded the phenomenon of a large amount of white fog appearing in the city to their urban extraordinary official website. Scary. When I woke up, I was surrounded by white fog. How terrifying. I feel like I'm in a fog right now. This feeling is so weird. Crisis is coming. Qingfeng City was filled with white fog overnight, and the city's SOD has issued a blockade order. Attention all the extraordinary people in Qingfeng City. Please inform everyone you know not to leave home during this period. The author just encountered a white monster floating in the sky at the door of his house. I was scared to death. Everyone must lock the doors and windows at home. The above is funny. If the other party is really a supernatural creature, these doors alone can't stop them. Hee, are you going to leave the door open and wait for these monsters in the white fog to eat you? I'm dying. I'm in the public toilet of Qingfeng Park in Qingfeng City. I feel the horrible smell of monsters all around me. Someone please save me. Don't panic. First tell me whether you are a man or a woman. Everyone, stop arguing and take a look at the latest post from Qingfeng City SOD. Many extraordinary people in Qingfeng City have not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. They believe that the white fog that has appeared this time will be easily resolved by Qingfeng City's SOD. Soon, the posts about white fog published by the extraordinary people in Qingfeng City were marked as featured by the official website administrator and posted on the extraordinary topic of Longwood District. More and more extraordinary people from outside Qingfeng City also saw the contents of these posts. The weak extraordinary people just treat it as a melon to eat. But soon some powerful extraordinary people who had reached the S level saw the post. They are powerful, so naturally their vision and knowledge are more profound. Some people realized that something was wrong and began to question it. That's not right, OP. Your Qingfeng City has issued a citywide lockdown order, which means that SOD is probably no longer able to handle this extraordinary incident. You should just run away. What the above person said is right. I feel that there is something wrong with the white fog that appeared in your city. This does not look like an ordinary supernatural phenomenon. The white fog in your city seems to cover a large area. What is the danger level? Some people started sending private messages to the poster, wanting to know more information. Soon, another extraordinary person from Qingfeng City posted something about white fog. The post was instantly featured by the official website administrator and pinned to the top of the Longwood District. And the content of this post is even more explosive. SS-level extraordinary white fog appeared in Qingfeng City, and now the whole city has been invaded by the white fog. As soon as this extraordinary topic appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of countless extraordinary people in Longwood District who were browsing the extraordinary official website. SS-level extraordinary events are relatively rare even in the entire Dragon Country. Many people are curious about this SS-level extraordinary white fog that appeared in Qingfeng City. The poster who posted the message was instantly harassed by countless private messages and likes. For a time, the news of the appearance of the SS-level extraordinary white mist in Qingfeng City spread quickly. And the other side, in the basement of the Rose Bar in Qingfeng City. To be precise, it should be within the branch of the Qingfeng City Hunter Association. At this time, Qi Xiaohua was discussing something with several veteran hunters from the Hunter Association. These strongest hunters in the Hunter Association know Qi Xiaohua's true identity. One of the veteran hunters asked Qi Xiaohua, "Sir, could the extraordinary white fog that appeared this time be the dimensional rift that the higher-ups are waiting for?" Qi Xiaohua glanced at this S-level veteran hunter, who was also the branch president of the Qingfeng City Hunter Association. "It shouldn't be. According to our energy detector, the highest energy fluctuation of the white fog this time is also SS level, but it is still far from the level predicted by the headquarters. There should be even stronger extraordinary beings who have not appeared yet." Qi Xiaohua's eyes became dangerous, and she continued, "But judging by the white fog this time, it should be here soon. Contact the Southern Region Association for me and report what happened here. Let them send someone. I've been waiting for this dimensional rift for 2 years." Qi Xiaohua narrowed her eyes slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking about. SS-level extraordinary will definitely cause SS-level dimensional rift. According to Qi Xiaohua's current speculation, there is a high probability that an SSS-level dimensional rift will appear in the future. That's not a crisis anymore. It's disaster and opportunity. By then, once the SSS-level dimensional rift is opened, unless an overwhelming force appears. Otherwise, Qingfeng City here will become a ruin. The other dimensional world connected to the SSS-level dimensional rift channel. It is also the place that countless powerful and extraordinary people dream of. There is an extraordinary opportunity that can make these top extraordinary people even stronger. Thinking of this, a hint of heat flashed across Qi Xiaohua's eyes. Even if she only has SS-level strength, if possible, she would go to the SSS-level dimensional rift dimension world to fight. As long as your luck is not too bad and you encounter an SSS-level being that dominates the dimensional world, your chances of survival are still very high. Chapter 119, The Gray Ghost Wearing Skin. Subai came to this world connected by the dimensional rift. Sure enough, this dimensional world is the same dimensional world as the foggy world he entered before. Meow. Xiaohei came to Subai from the passage of the dimensional rift. It shook its body, and the little black cat suddenly changed back into its original form as the black prison cat. The domineering black giant cat made a brilliant appearance, and Xiaohei turned back into his original form and meowed with some high spirits. Meow. "Master, are you going to do something big?" Meow. Subai couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard Xiaohei's meow beside him. "Why does Xiaohei feel like you're a little weird?" Meow. "Hey, is there any?" "Okay, this dimensional rift must be closed." Subai looked at the edge of the dimensional rift behind him. There, a large amount of white mist was flowing through the black vortex and rushing towards the other end of the dimensional rift. The white mist that appeared in Qingfeng City was emitted from this dimensional world. There should be more than one white mist dimension world. Subai looked at the speed at which the white mist dissipated and analyzed. But he was very curious. Why did the previously opened dimensional rifts not have this kind of white mist overflowing phenomenon? Is it because those dimensional rifts were open for too short a time? Meow. "Master, let's go." Xiaohei beside him can't wait. It has been a long time since it has eaten powerful dimensional creatures. Subai didn't waste any time. He came in just to close this dimensional rift. Subai came to Xiaohei and jumped directly onto him. Meow. Xiaohei let out a meow, and the next moment he rushed directly into the depths of the white fog world. Unlike before, this time Subai encountered an S-level mist creature not far from the dimensional rift. Subai opens the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to check the opponent's data. Name, Gray and White Enchantment. Gender, none. Category, dimensional creature. Mist species, Gray-White Enchantress. Level, S-level. Skills, Mist Release, Illusion. Current status, active. Looking at the mist creature in front of him. The other party was a bit like the white mist spirit from before, and his body was also floating in the air. The main body of the gray-white enchantment is a gray-white color, and it looks like the white mist spirit painted with gray-white paint. If I have to describe it, the gray-white enchantment is like the white mist spirit with a different skin. If not looking at the color, Subai wouldn't be able to tell the difference between them. Meow. "Master, let me do this guy." Xiaohei under him asked Subai for instructions. After hearing this, Su Bai was originally preparing to kill the gray-white ghost himself. Well, let's end the battle as soon as possible. Su Bai reminded Xiao He, then jumped off its back and went to the ground to watch the fight. Meow. Master, rest assured. Xiao He turned sideways and made an okay gesture towards Su Bai. The man and the cat ignored the gray and white spirit's actions, which made the latter a little angry. At this moment, the gray-white ghost was floating in the air, and it felt like it was being left out. Woo-woo. A whimper came from the gray-white spirit's mouth. The next moment, his figure suddenly rushed toward Xiao He, who seemed to be the most powerful. Meow. When Xiao He saw this, he let out an excited meow. The next moment, its body also rushed towards the direction of the gray-white spirit. Xiao He's S-level peak strength is no less than that of the gray and white elf. The next second, the two figures collided. The peak S-level energy aura burst out from Xiao He, instantly overshadowing the gray-white spirit in momentum. Woo-woo. Gray and white mage felt the peak S-level aura erupting from Xiao He, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. The gray and white elf is obviously no match for Xiao He. After the first collision, Xiao He directly opened a big hole in the opponent's body. Streams of white mist gushed out from the wounds on the gray-white spirit's body. The gray and white spirit felt the damage on his body and was a little surprised at how powerful Xiao He was. After a brief confrontation, the gray-white spirit's body suddenly became a little illusory, and it used its skill, illusion. The gray-white ghost's body became translucent, like jelly. Xiao He's attack damage to it is also greatly reduced. Xiao He felt that his claws on the gray and white spirit's body were just like grabbing into a piece of cotton. It felt that its attack was soft and powerless. A hint of pride also appeared on the gray and white spirit's face. Its illusion ability can make it immune to 50% of physical attacks. Especially in an environment filled with fog, the effectiveness of its ability is increased to 90%. In this way, even if Xiao He has the strength of the peak S level, he cannot hurt it at all. Woo woo woo. Listening to the gray and white ghost's somewhat smug whimpering, the little black cat couldn't help but reveal a ferocious look on his face, and a dangerous cry came out of his mouth. Xiao He hates it most when people show off in front of him. Of course, Su Bai is excluded. Omega? Roar. A dull growl came out of Xiao He's mouth. It also seemed to understand that the ability of the gray-white elf depends on the white mist around it. The next second, energy surged around Xiao He, and his body expanded a little bit again. The gray and white spirit felt the violent energy aura from Xiao He and was startled at first, but then he realized that he was in a state of 90% physical reduction, and he felt relieved. Woo-woo. You can't hit me, you can't hit me? Looking at the gray and white ghost floating proudly in the air, the little black cat had a gloomy face. Hoo. The next moment, Xiao He suddenly opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath into the air around him. Suddenly, all the surrounding air, including the white mist, was sucked into Xiao He's mouth. With the powerful suction power, Xiao He temporarily created a vacuum in the surrounding space. Without the blessing of the white mist, the gray-white ghost's body also became more substantial from being illusory. The effect of its illusion ability is also directly weakened significantly. Although the illusion ability of the gray-white enchantress still has a reduction of about 50%. But Xiao He's S-level peak attack is not to be underestimated. Xiao He seized this opportunity and did not give the gray and white ghost the chance to run into the white fog in the distance. Roar! Xiao He burst out with all his strength and pounced directly towards the gray-white phantom whose illusion ability in the air was reduced. Bump! Puff! 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 Xiao He used crazy claws to attack the gray-white elf madly. In just 1 second, dozens of hideous wounds appeared on the gray-white ghost's body. At this time, the surrounding white mist also rushed over, filling the vacuum area that Xiao He had just formed. At this time, the gray and white ghost was already dying. It is now also unable to re-enter the illusion state. Xiao He stepped forward and gave the gray and white elf the final blow. Death claw. Puff bang. The gray-white ghost's body was directly exploded by Xiao He's claw, and its body turned into a white mist-like substance and scattered in the surrounding white mist. And a gray-white crystal of the enchantment was left in its place. When Xiao He saw this, his eyes lit up. Chapter 120 Qingfeng City, Hell in the White Mist. Looking at the gray-white magic crystals that fell on the ground, Xiao He's eyes lit up. However, it did not swallow the gray-white crystal of the elf immediately. Xiao He came to Su Bai with a grayish-white crystal in his mouth. Meow. Xiao He meowed at Su Bai, indicating that he wanted to hand it over to Su Bai. Subai looked at Xiaohei's actions and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Xiaohei, you hunted this gray-white crystal of the enchantress. You don't have to give it to me. Meow. Hearing Subai's voice, Xiaohei let out an excited cry, and the next second he swallowed the gray-white crystal of the enchantress. When Xiaohei entered the energy crystal, he felt his body instantly filled with a surge of energy. The essence energy of the gray-white elf S-level began to be fused and absorbed in Xiaohei's body. Xiaohei also narrowed his eyes comfortably, expressing his joy at the moment. After Xiaohei took a moment to adapt, Subai continued to move forward. Seeing this, Xiaohei followed Subai's footsteps. Xiaohei cannot completely digest this gray-white crystal of the magic spirit in a short period of time. As the man and the cat moved forward faster, the dimensional creatures in the surrounding white fog were hunted by them. Most of them are D to AR level mist creatures. Currently, the only dimensional creature that has reached S level is the one Subai and his friends encountered at the beginning. Subai felt that his hunting speed was too slow, and he looked at Xiaohei beside him. No, Xiaohei, you're too slow. When Xiaohei heard this, his huge body, which was as big as a truck, shook and he meowed in grievance. Meow. Master, I don't want to either. Omega? Subai said helplessly. You'd better change back into kitten form and jump up. Xiaohei's speed is indeed too slow compared to him. If Subai relied on Xiaohei's speed to explore this dimensional world, he felt that it might take a long time. Meow. When Xiaohei heard Subai's voice, he called out in response. The next moment, its huge and domineering black prison cat body leaped towards Subai. While in midair, Xiaohei's body suddenly shrank, and his truck-like body instantly turned into the appearance of a little black cat. Meow. All right, master. Xiaohei climbed up Subai's shoulders with his limbs and meowed. Well, let's go. Subai didn't say anything more and asked Xiaohei to hold on to his body. The next moment, Subai burst out at high speed and ran towards the depths of the white fog in front. Xiaohei seemed to have just boarded the bus and had not yet had time to hold on to the seat firmly. The next moment, the bus accelerated to 100 meters in an instant. Xiaohei's claws tightly grasped Subai's clothes, and the hair on his body fluttered backwards as if blown by a strong wind. Meow. Master, I haven't sat down yet. Su? 3. Su. However, Subai didn't have time to adjust Xiaohei's posture. As long as Xiaohei doesn't fall, Subai won't care about these. Outside the white fog dimension world. At this time, Qingfeng City was shrouded in fog. As time goes by, in these unknown fogs, dimensional creatures also begin to descend into Qingfeng City. The weakest of them is D level. Extraordinary creatures of this level are no less ferocious than tigers and other creatures. Once ordinary people encounter them, the consequences can be imagined. 9:10 in the morning. Those who were attracted to go out in the morning by the white fog in the city were soon punished for disobedience. On the main avenue that Subai walked out in the morning. At this time, the ground was already stained with blood. On the road and on the roadside, a large number of broken limbs and arms were scattered all over the ground. Various scarlet, stomach-churning tissue structures were scattered randomly on the ground. There is no doubt that a gluttonous feast of dimensional creatures broke out here before. In addition, there are still many ordinary people crying and shouting for help on the streets. It sounds like they are suffering from something extremely horrific. The entire Qingfeng City was now caught in the crisis of white fog. This place has become a paradise for fog creatures. At this moment, the people of Qingfeng City realized that this was not just an ordinary strange sight. It was an extraordinary disaster. Those who did not obey the SOD closure order in the morning basically encountered dimensional creatures of varying degrees of danger outside. Regardless of whether they are D-level or S-level dimensional creatures, these people are no exception. Faced with extraordinary dimensional creatures, ordinary people have no chance of resisting them at all. Only a few extraordinary people manage to escape from the mouths of dimensional creatures. And these extraordinary people who escaped the disaster wanted to call for help and special departments. But I found that my cell phone had no signal. It seems that these strange fogs have affected the mobile phone network and signals. Fortunately, I can log into the Chaofan official website. This is also because the founder of the extraordinary official website used the most advanced extraordinary technology to support the operation of the official website. Therefore, the Chaofan official website was not disturbed by the white fog. Those extraordinary people who escaped death quickly posted the extraordinary disaster in Qingfeng City on the extraordinary official website. There are not many posts, but each one is viewed and commented on in a very short time. Soon some posts were marked as featured and pinned by the administrator. At the same time, The extraordinary people from all cities in Longhua also saw the extraordinary white mist in Qingfeng City. TSK, TSK, TSK. The OP is so pitiful. It's just an ordinary small or medium-sized city, but he didn't expect to encounter the SS-level extraordinary white fog. Does the OP have any more specific data, such as what kind of creatures those dimensions are? Did the host ask for help from SOD? But I feel that even your city's SOD should not be able to deal with this extraordinary person, right? Main building, you guys have not opened the SS-level dimensional rift, have you? You should know that in extraordinary events, dimensional rifts of the same level will not necessarily open. The SS-level extraordinary white mist may also only open the special S-level dimensional rift. It is highly likely that the SS-level dimensional rift has been activated. Look at the latest picture posted by the OP. It was a photo that was taken secretly while hiding inside the house and looking outside. In the photo, there is a huge, hideous, distorted face. Although it is blocked by some houses, it is not difficult to see from the photos. The opponent's size is at least over 10 meters. It hasn't been long since the supernatural broke out in the city where the OP lives, right? Such a terrifying supernatural creature appeared so quickly. The level of the dimensional rift that was opened must be very high. Fuck. Brothers, does anyone know what kind of supernatural creature that weird face is? It looks so scary. Luckily, I am not in Qingfeng City. Otherwise, I would be scared to death if I encountered this kind of monster outside. I wish the OP good luck. Don't get discovered by that weird-faced creature, okay? OP, please send me the latest news to show that you are still alive. OP, isn't the host already dead? Chapter 121 SOD Situation, Zhang Tianlong vs. Four-Armed Madbug. After some encouragement in the morning, Zhang Tianlong now led 6 teams of orderers to various places in Qingfeng City to hunt dimensional creatures. At the same time, they SOD also rescue ordinary people as much as possible. 6 teams of orderers, led by the strongest captain of level 6 orderers, went to various areas of Qingfeng City to provide rescue. Zhang Tianlong is currently in the second order team where Huang Tian is. Of course, it's not that Zhang Tianlong favors Huang Tian. However, among the 10 captains of the order, only Huang Tian has the strength of level 5. Therefore, Zhang Tianlong chose to stay in Huang Tian's second team of order makers to balance the gap in their combat power. At this time, Zhang Tianlong and his second team of order men were surrounding and killing several fog-type flying insect creatures. 30 orderers held their swords, specially developed extraordinary weapons in their hands, and kept shooting at the A-level flying insects in front of them. The extraordinary weapons in their hands are different from ordinary firearms. This extraordinary weapon, specially manufactured by the SOD department, fires bullets that are not made of normal metal and gunpowder. It is an extraordinary energy bullet. These energy bullets are not only easy to carry, but also far surpass conventional firearms in terms of firing rate, power, accuracy, recoil, and other performance features. The energy bullets emitting tiny glimmers are like a colorful storm. They tilted sideways and forward madly, shooting at those A-level mist flying insects, exploding a large amount of juice. The terrifying, penetrating, and destructive power of these energy bullets are enough to overwhelm even the A-level mist flies. Squeak, squeak. They let out shrill roars and retreated for a moment when faced with 30 orderers armed with energy weapons. One of the orderers saw those A-level mist flying insects gradually retreating, and he shouted loudly to Huang Tian. Team Yellow seems to be retreating. Chase them. We can't let them get away. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian shouted loudly to the members of order in front of him. Huang Tian understood in his heart. Once these A-level dimensional creatures escape, they will definitely go crazy and hunt ordinary humans, thereby speeding up their recovery from injuries. Ordinary people can be easily slaughtered by these dimensional creatures, not to mention A-level ones. Even a D-level one can. Watching the order team members chasing after those A-level mist flying insects, Huang Tian paused at the end, turned around, and looked in another direction with some worry in his eyes. 2 minutes ago, their energy detector discovered an S-level dimensional creature nearby. Zhang Tianlong is the branch director of Qingfeng City SOD and a level 7 orderer. He decisively chose to hunt down the S-level dimensional creature. Even though Zhang Tianlong is very powerful and possesses super combat power at the peak of S-level. At this time, Huang Tian still felt a little uneasy. After all, Qingfeng City is now shrouded in white fog, and S-level dimensional creatures are nothing. A moment later, Huang Tian followed the order team members. At the same time, on another street. At this time, Zhang Tianlong was fighting with a fog creature that had reached S-level. This is a humanoid creature with 4 arms. Although it has a humanoid body structure, its head is completely unlike that of a human. It was a ferocious head similar to that of an insect, with sharp mouth parts in its mouth like a pair of large scissors, and it looked extremely ferocious. At this time, Zhang Tianlong had already fought with the opponent for several minutes. The 4-armed mad insect also had many scars of varying sizes on its body. All of this was caused by Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong was wearing a pair of gloves made of extraordinary technology. It looks a bit like boxing gloves. Of course, these are no ordinary gloves. This piece of extraordinary technology is an extraordinary weapon that Zhang Tianlong specially applied to SOD to create. Not only is it very light to wear, it also has the effect of enhancing the wearer's strength. Combined with Zhang Tianlong's own melee ability, the power of this pair of gloves can be maximized. Bang! Zhang Tianlong punched left and right, and the next moment, he leaped backwards with the help of the impact and landed steadily on the ground. The 4-armed mad insect's more than 4-meter-tall body was knocked back repeatedly by Zhang Tianlong's 2 punches. It took several steps back on the ground before it managed to steady itself. Hiss! The 4-armed mad insect felt a huge pain in its chest and let out a hoarse cry from its ferocious mouth. The sound is sharp and piercing, extremely unpleasant. Zhang Tianlong's eyes were cold as he looked at the 4-armed crazy insect in front of him, with murderous intent in his eyes. Damn monster, its defense is so strong. Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but feel heavy in his heart. At first, according to their SOD's energy detection, there was only an S-level dimensional creature here. But after a brief fight with the opponent just now, Zhang Tianlong discovered that the opponent was the strongest among the S-level. Originally, the combat power of these extraordinary monsters was much stronger than that of human extraordinary people. If the extraordinary people did not master the powerful extraordinary technology, under normal circumstances, extraordinary people of the same level would definitely not be able to defeat extraordinary monsters. Hateful. Zhang Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly and cursed inwardly again. Originally, he wanted to get rid of this S-level 4-armed crazy insect within a few minutes. But now it seems that it will be impossible to end the battle without more than 10 or 20 minutes. Exploding fist. Zhang Tianlong's whole body burst into energy, and he condensed the energy in his dantian. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed to his arms. The next moment, Zhang Tianlong took a big step on the spot, jumped high, and rushed towards the location of the 4-armed mad insect. Hiss! The 4-armed crazy insect is not to be outdone. Although its intelligence is not high, it still has some basic awareness. Facing Zhang Tianlong in front of him, the 4-armed mad insect must also go all out. Both are very fast. Almost in the next breath, Zhang Tianlong and the 4-armed mad insect's bodies collided with each other. Zhang Tianlong hit the 4 fists of the 4-armed mad insect with his fists. Although the 4-armed mad insect has 4 arms, it is at a disadvantage in the current boxing match. Hiss! The 4-armed mad insect made a sound of being defeated. Zhang Tianlong's arms and fists burst out with power again, and suddenly pressed towards the fists of the 4-armed mad insect. Crack! A crisp breaking sound was heard, and one of the arms of the 4-armed mad insect could not bear the weight and was directly broken by Zhang Tianlong's fist. In less than a moment, the remaining 3 arms could not withstand Zhang Tianlong's fist. Zhang Tianlong's ferocious fists directly crushed the fists of the 4-armed mad insect and blasted towards its body. Bang! Zhang Tianlong struck hard, and the 4-armed mad insect flew backwards and hit the wall of a house behind it. Boom boom. Bang! Zhang Tianlong did not give the other party time to breathe, and the next second, he quickly came to the front of the fallen 4-armed mad insect. The violent fist fell directly. Bang! Next second, the 4-armed mad insect appeared in a somewhat embarrassed manner 4 or 5 meters away from the place where Zhang Tianlong's fist was hitting. He narrowly avoided Zhang Tianlong's fatal attack. Hiss! At this moment, the expression on the 4-armed crazy insect's face has changed. At first, it felt that it could fight the human in front of it. But now it seems that whether it can escape from this human is a big question. Chapter 122, Special S-Level Extraordinary Creature. On another road in Qingfeng City. At this time, Huang Tian and others had already trapped the previous A-level mist flying insects in a narrow alley. The members of the order held the extraordinary energy guns in their hands and shot madly at those A-level mist flying insects. The sounds of bullets flying and energy explosions came one after another. For a moment, the alley was filled with countless shining rays of energy. Several A-level mist flies that were attacked let out miserable cries. There is a shrillness in their cries, as well as anger and unwillingness. They are all A-level extraordinary creatures if they don't have energy guns. Any mist flying insect can massacre these orderers. Currently, the strongest members of the order team are Huang Tian and 2 other level 5 order members. Huang Tian shouted while shooting frantically. Everyone, hurry up. These flying insects are about to die. Kill him. These disgusting monsters all die. Go, brothers. This is the first time I've killed an A-level dimensional creature with my own hands. 10 seconds later, 4 A-level mist flying insects fell from the low sky one after another. At this time, their 1-meter-long bodies were already riddled with holes. It looks like a hornet's nest in the shape of a worm. This is all thanks to the energy guns in Huang Tian and his men's hands. Even if it is an AR-level extraordinary creature, their energy guns can cause certain damage to it. Hoo. Great, finally killed them. We actually killed A-level dimensional creatures. And 4 of them. Haha, a class of supernatural creature corpse should be worth hundreds of thousands, right? 4 A-level extraordinary creatures. We can get a huge bonus when we go back this time. These monsters in the white fog are nothing more than this. The second team of orderers killed 4 A-level mist insects. The tense nerves in my heart began to relax. For level 3 orderers walked out of the team, and they were ready to collect the bodies of the 4 A-level mist insects. Just as the 4 level 3 orderers approached the corpses of the mist flying insects, suddenly, an eerie chill spread through the alley. What followed was a terrifying surge of energy that rushed towards everyone. Quack! A strange and creepy cry was heard. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from. All they could see was a dark shadow passing over their heads. The next moment, 4 screams rang out. Huang Tian and others looked forward again. At this time, the 4 orderers who were about to recover the corpses of the mist-flying insects had disappeared. There, next to the 4 corpses of the mist-flying insects, a huge ghost face was slowly floating. It had no other body parts, only a head, a huge and ugly face, and a ferocious mouth that was chewing something. Some red liquid splashed out of the mouth and fell to the ground, followed by a slight crackling sound. Soon someone reacted, with a look of horror on his face. Pony, they were eaten by this monster. As the somewhat trembling voice of the order sounded, everyone reacted. Wow, what? What the hell is this? Fuck! Attack! Attack quickly! After Huang Tian reacted, he immediately gave orders to everyone. All of a sudden, the order men activated the energy guns in their hands and shot at the giant ghost-faced monster in front of them. Da-da-da! Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. The order men were somewhat panicked and shot madly at the ghost-faced monster. The energy bullets were pouring down like crazy, as if they were free. These energy bullets hit the ghost-faced monster, causing an explosion. But the next second, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the hideous ghost face was revealed intact. The ghost face had already finished eating the orderer in its mouth. It opened its mouth excitedly, revealing its most terrifying side to everyone. Quack, quack, eat, eat, eat. The ghost-faced monster was huge in size, and it slowly floated towards the remaining orderers. The walls and houses on both sides of the surrounding alleys were destroyed and collapsed by its body. Everyone, including Huang Tian, looked horrified. This level of extraordinary monsters is far beyond their ability to deal with. Fuck. This guy's energy fluctuation has reached the special S level. The orderly man looked at the energy detector in his hand and cried out in despair. Special S level. After hearing this level, everyone's faces were filled with despair. Beings of this level would have to kneel even if Minister Zhang Tianlong of Qingfeng City SOD came. Oh my god, I just dealt with 4 A-level dimensional creatures, and now here comes a special S-level one. Even if we're just killing monsters, we can't skip levels like this, right? Mom, I don't want to die yet. I have completed a lot of tasks this month, and I still have a lot of bonuses to claim. Everyone stop shouting and run quickly. There are so many of us, it's impossible for it to eat us all. If we can escape, then escape first. Ghostface looked at these terrified and fleeing order men, and the expression on his face became even more excited. It just likes to eat prey that looks desperate. After all, it is a twisted, perverted existence in itself. Quack, quack, you can't run away. The ghost-faced monster was very fast, but at this moment it was neither hurried nor slow. 2 seconds later, it came behind the first orderer. Looking at the orderers who were running away frantically below him, Guamian's face became ferocious. Quack! The next second, it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its fangs that could make your legs tremble. Just when Ghostface was about to swallow the order in front of him in one gulp, a deep red fireball suddenly came. Ghostface sensed the danger and dodged backwards. The next moment, a deep red fireball hit the ground directly, and there was a violent explosion. Boom, boom. The next second, two figures appeared on the roof of a building diagonally above the ghost face. The people who came were Mou and Chung Xiaoka. When the orderers of the second team saw that someone was coming to support them, they all looked in the direction of Mou and the other person. What the hell? Who are they? They're so strong. Boss, a boss is here to save us. Woo woo woo. I thought I would really be eaten by that ugly monster. Everyone was delighted to see Mou and the other man make their handsome appearance. However, most of them have not seen Chung Xiaoka and Mou. Huang Tian was the only one present who knew him. Chung Xiaoka and Mou are the support sent by SOD Southern Headquarters, powerful orderers of level 8. Okay, go rescue the citizens somewhere else first, and leave this monster to us. Chung Xiaoka turned around and said something simple to Huang Tian and the others, then turned around and looked at the ghost-faced monster. Huang Tian also understands the current critical situation. He shouted to the order members of the second team to reorganize the team. Soon Huang Tian led the remaining 20 or so order men away into the distance. Chung Xiaoka and Mou were left behind, confronting the ghost-faced monster in front of them. Chapter 123-2 People join forces to kill. The ghost-faced monster didn't care about Huang Tian and the others who were escaping. It turned its hideous and ugly face towards Chung Xiaoka and the other person on the roof. At this time, Chung Xiaoka and Mou were looking down at the ghost-faced monster from a condescending posture. This made the intelligent ghost-faced monster very unhappy. Quack! The expression on the ugly face of the ghost monster twisted into a twisted shape, and a creepy cry came out of its mouth. Seeing this scene, Chung Xiaoka couldn't help but wave his hands and shake his head, saying with disgust, "Hey, this ugly thing is so disgusting." Mou beside him also rarely echoed the words this time. Really, the conversation between the two also completely angered the ghost-faced monster. Its body slowly floated towards the sky, and when it reached the same height as the rooftop where Chung Xiaoka and the others were, it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards them. Quack! The ghost-faced monster was grumbling angrily, with all its facial features twisted together, enough to prove the anger in his heart. As a special S-level extraordinary creature, usually, the ghost-faced monster teases and kills other creatures. When will someone challenge me so contemptuously? Chung Xiaoka and Mou on the roof saw the ghost-faced monster rushing towards them. The two did not dare to be careless. After all, the strength of their level 8 orderers is equivalent to that of special S-level extraordinaries. If we really face this special S-level extraordinary ghost face, it's hard to say who will win. I'll restrain the wood. You attack. Chung Xiaoka called out to Mou Jiao. Wooden is the nickname Chung Xiaoka gave to Mou. Who told Mou to look so cold all the time? The magic flame, awakened by Mou, is an offensive ability, and its power is extremely strong. Chung Xiaoka's awakened ability is the power of space, which happens to be an auxiliary ability. The two cooperate with each other. Chung Xiaoka restricts, and Mou outputs. No. Mou responded to Chung Xiaoka, and then jumped off the roof. Seeing this, Chung Xiaoka also jumped towards the other side opposite to Mou. The next moment, the ghost-faced monster rushed over. Its body directly knocked down the house where Chung Xiaoka and the others were standing. When the smoke and dust cleared, the ghost-faced monster was floating in the air, looking at Chung Xiaoka and the others with an angry expression on its face. At this moment, the two of them have already jumped onto other houses around. Looking at the deflated monster, Chung Xiaoka on the roof couldn't help but sneer out loud. "You ugly bastard, you're so slow to react." After hearing what Chung Xiaoka said, how could the ghost-faced monster hold back? The next second, the ghost-faced monster soared into the sky again and rushed towards Chung Xiaoka. Chung Xiaoka narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Snort. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she snorted softly. Just when the ghost-faced monster was less than 10 meters away from her, Chung Xiaoka suddenly activated his awakening ability. Space blockade. Chung Xiaoka opened his two wide arms and made a pulling motion from top to bottom in the air in front of him. The next moment, the ghost-faced monster that was flying towards Chung Xiaoka stopped. It seemed as if it had hit something and could no longer move forward 5 meters in front of Chung Xiaoka. Soon the ghost-faced monster reacted and began to fly in other directions around it. But without exception, the space around the ghost-faced monster has been blocked. Chung Xiaoka's power of space can control the intensity of a certain part of space. Change the invisible and intangible space into an invisible and tangible space. In this way, a unique space cage can be formed in space. Of course, the strength and scope of this modification space are also limited. If a creature is too powerful, it can easily destroy this space cage created by Cheng Xiaoke. But it is obvious that the ghost-faced monster in front of him is not that kind of creature. At least for now, it seems that the opponent will not be able to break through Cheng Xiaoke's space cage in a short period of time. Would attack quickly. Cheng Xiaoke's voice sounded a little urgent. On the other side, Imoyu was standing on a roof, with his hands facing the location of the ghost-faced monster. Cheng Xiaoke can modify this space cage she created. Change its spatial properties too. People inside can't get out, but people outside can get in. The space cage that trapped the ghost-faced monster was in this state. Imoyu looked with sharp eyes at the ghost-faced monster in front of him that was trapped in the space cage by Cheng Xiaoke and was running around everywhere. The next moment, a strange flame emerged from his outstretched arms. This flame is not a real flame, but a flame in the form of energy. They would not burn Moyu's clothes, but instead quickly flow along Moyu's arms and gather towards his palms. In the blink of an eye, a ball of burning devilish flames formed on Moyu's palms. Moyu pushed both hands towards the ghost-faced monster. The next moment, a terrifying ball of demonic flame energy suddenly burst out. Ho! The magic flame energy ball was extremely fast and almost hit the ghost-faced monster in the space cage the next moment. A terrifying high-temperature explosion sounded instantly. Boom, boom. The entire space cage was filled with thick explosion smoke and fleeting flashes of fire. The ghost-faced monster trapped in the space cage took all the damage from Moyu's attack. A shrill howl was heard. When the smoke in the space cage dissipated, Cheng Xiaoke and the others would be able to see it. At this time, the huge face of the ghost monster had a lot of burns on it. The turned-out flesh and exposed underlying tissue made the ghost-faced monster look even more hideous. After the ghost-faced monster recovered briefly, it let out an extremely excited cackle. Then the ghost-faced monster began to frantically crash into the space cage barriers around it, trying to escape from here. When Cheng Xiaoke saw Guamian's actions, he couldn't help but sigh. This guy is still alive and kicking after being hit by a magic fire cannon from a wooden stick. As expected, the vitality of extraordinary creatures is much stronger. Moyu on the other side was very straight. Stop talking nonsense and attack this guy with me. Your space cage can't trap this guy for too long. My magic fire cannon takes a long time to charge. Hearing Moyu's voice, Cheng Xiaoke's pretty face showed anger, but she didn't retort. Now it is important to kill this special S-level ghost-faced monster. Moyu is right. Her space cage is also extremely energy-intensive to maintain. Good. Cheng Xiaoke simply replied with one word, and then she began to control the power of space in the space cage. The ghost-faced monster that was madly crashing into this space cage suddenly felt something. It dodged suddenly to the side. The next moment, an invisible space chain shot towards the location where the ghost-faced monster had just been. The chain is invisible but has substance, and the tip is extremely sharp, with terrifying penetrating power. The ghost-faced monster hid away with lingering fear. But the next second, countless space chains in the surrounding space cage shot towards it. At this moment, Moyu outside gathered another small magic fire cannon and fired directly at it. Chapter 124 SS Class Extraordinary Team, Dragonheart. High in the sky over Qingfeng City, a vague violent roar and the noise of noisy aircraft engines slowly emerged. After a few seconds, the frantic sound gradually became clearer. Then, in the sky above Qingfeng City, a fighter plane came flying at high speed from a distance. This is not an ordinary civilian fighter. If someone knowledgeable were here, he would definitely recognize that the fighter in the sky is the latest generation of supersonic fighter of Dragon Country. Obviously, this kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can possess. As the noisy roar of the engine gradually grew louder, the supersonic fighter plane arrived over the white fog in Qingfeng City. A young man appeared from the open side door of the fighter plane. He looked down at Qingfeng City, which was shrouded in white fog. After a moment, the man spoke excitedly to the other people in the fighter plane. That's right, this should be Qingfeng City where the extraordinary white fog appeared. As the man's voice fell, another voice sounded in the fighter plane. Lan Ling, you don't have to tell us. Our eyes are fine with this thick fog. The voice was clear and pleasant, obviously coming from a girl. Hearing the woman's voice, the young man named Lan Ling was not angry. Lan Ling replied with a smile. Hey, Sister Exine, why are you so angry today? Do you need me to calm you down? It seemed that the two were about to quarrel. A somewhat low voice was heard from inside the fighter plane. Okay, stop arguing with each other. Adi will land the fighter plane in Qingfeng City. Okay, snort. Hearing this, Rong Xian snorted lightly, a little unhappy, but did not continue to argue with Lan Ling. Lan Ling continued to turn his head to look at the white fog outside the fighter plane, as if appreciating this unique scenery. Including them, there were 7 people in total in the fighter plane. The one who just spoke up to stop the two from arguing was their boss Outyin. At the same time, the 7 of them are also a powerful supernatural hunting team from the Dragon Country International Supernatural World. The so-called Extraordinary Hunting Team is a special team composed of powerful extraordinary people, specializing in hunting extraordinary beings such as dimensional creatures. Through this kind of hunting, they can not only obtain a large amount of money and resources, but also continuously improve their own strength. The number of team members usually does not exceed 10, which is also common in the supernatural world. Outyin looked at the other 6 people in the fighter plane and said, "Everyone get ready. We are about to enter the range of the white fog." Upon hearing this, the 6 people's expressions became slightly formal, but they were just pretending. They didn't care at all about the extraordinary white fog in Qingfeng City. There is no other reason. All 7 of them are the top extraordinary people from Dragon Country, and their extraordinary hunting team is also the top SS-level extraordinary hunting team in Dragon Country. Dragon Hunting. Apart from the higher-level SSS-level extraordinary teams, their SS-level Dragon Hunting team is the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary world. Its team members include 3 SS-level and 4 special S-level, which is extremely powerful. This kind of lineup would be considered top-notch even among an SS-level team of extraordinary people. And their purpose of coming to Qingfeng City is very simple. That is the SS-level extraordinary white mist that appeared in Qingfeng City. Their Dragon Hunting team also saw the vision of Qingfeng City on the Chaofan official website. Those extraordinary people of weaker levels may not care and just look at this extraordinary event as spectators. But they are an SS-level extraordinary hunting team. Normally, he often travels to various places to hunt in extraordinary dangers. Enter those dangerous dimensional worlds, hunt high-level dimensional creatures, and exchange their corpses for money or some rare extraordinary resources. Or accept some bounty missions posted on the official website of Supernormal, and eliminate some evil supernatural beings. This is the job, or purpose, of their extraordinary hunting team. An SS-level extraordinary event occurred in Qingfeng City, which was discovered by Adi when he was browsing the extraordinary official website. As a special S-level hunter of extraordinary people, Adi knew at the first time that Qingfeng City had opened an SS-level dimensional rift. And there should be more than just one SS-level dimensional crack. A supernatural being that can affect an entire city must not be as simple as just a dimensional rift. After seeing the message, Adi immediately notified the rest of the team. The 7 of them did not hesitate. Outyin immediately mobilized a supersonic fighter and flew towards Qingfeng City at full speed. SS-level dimensional rift is extremely rare. Although the SS-level dimensional world is very dangerous, it is also a place that many powerful hunters of extraordinary people yearn for. Moreover, their Dragon Hunting team is the top SS-level extraordinary team. Outyin and his friends are determined to get this SS-level white mist in Qingfeng City. Don't worry, Boss Outyin. The danger rating of white mist is only SS-level. But our team has you, Sister Xian and Brother Lan, 3 SS-level extraordinary fighters. A mere SS-level dimensional rift is nothing to be afraid of. The person who spoke was Adi from the Dragon Hunting team. At this time, he was still flying a supersonic fighter plane part-time, controlling it to slowly descend into the white fog below. Another special S-class member in the fighter plane reminded. Although Adi said that, we still have to be careful when facing the SS-level dimensional rift. After all, an SS-level dimensional rift doesn't necessarily have only one SS-level dimensional creature, and it's not impossible for an SSS-level creature to appear there. The owner of the voice said no more at this point, and Adi and the others also understood. Haha, got it. Anyway, it's not like we haven't explored the SS-level dimensional rift before. We have hunted down even SS-level dimensional creatures before. Adi's tone was somewhat relaxed, and the rest of the team did not refute. Their powerful strength makes them as confident as Adi. It's just that the others are not like Adi, who always talks about how powerful he is. Okay, get ready, get started. Outyin looked at everyone. At this time, the fighter plane was less than 20 meters away from the ground of Qingfeng City. The members of the Dragon Hunting team began to jump down one by one. Bang, 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 bang. 6 sounds were heard in succession, and 6 figures fell from the supersonic fighter planes flying in the air. Except for Adi, who was flying a fighter plane, all 6 members of the Dragon Hunter team landed in Qingfeng City. 6 people stood on a street somewhere in Qingfeng City in different postures. They all looked at the white mist around them with some curiosity. Adi parked the supersonic fighter on the roof of an inconspicuous high-rise building nearby. Then his figure came to Outyin and others. At this point, Dragon Country's top SS-level extraordinary team, Dragon Hunter, has gathered in Qingfeng City. If the extraordinary people in the outside world knew this news, there would definitely be an outcry. Outyin stood straight with a look of contempt and didn't take the white mist in front of him seriously at all. He looked at the gray-white mist surrounding him and grinned. The hunt begins. Chapter 125, Attracting Attention. A storm is brewing, and Subai returns. At this time, the official website of Qingfeng City's Chaofan was also bustling with activity. After some posts were featured and pinned to the official regional website of Longhua, many extraordinary people from Longhua began to flock to the official website of the extraordinary people in Qingfeng City to check the specific information of the extraordinary person by Wu. Horror! An SS-level extraordinary person has appeared in our city. It's over. It seems that a dimensional rift has just opened in my house. I don't know what level it is, but with my C-level scum, I'm definitely over. I found that the white fog seemed to be getting darker and darker as time went by. Our Qingfeng City is finished. Where did all the sods in our city go? Stop shouting. Didn't you see the SOD post on top? Sod is doing its best to rescue. Oh my god. I always feel like there is a white shadow floating in the air near my house, but I don't dare to go out to check. I went out this morning, and now there is a lot of white fog all over the city, and there are monsters. Fortunately, I am a speed awakener, so I ran fast at that time. Almost every post published by these extraordinary people in Qingfeng City has thousands of comments and likes. The SOD posts that are pinned to the top have tens of thousands of comments. These extraordinary people from other parts of Dragon Country are also very interested in the extraordinary white fog that appeared in Qingfeng City. You know, usually S-level extraordinary people are considered a relatively dangerous level. Suddenly, an SS-level extraordinary person breaks out in a small or medium-sized city, which will definitely attract the attention of a large number of extraordinary people, especially the SOD headquarters in the southern part of Longhua. Qingfeng City is located in the southern part of Longhua, and its Qingfeng City SOD is also under the general control of the southern SOD. After seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly serious, the southern SOD headquarters immediately dispatched more powerful order keepers to resolve the issue. That's not all. In addition to the SS-level Dragon Hunter extraordinary team, many powerful teams of extraordinary people from all over Longhua, seeing the appearance of SS-level extraordinary people in Qingfeng City, also rushed here at full speed. They just want to get a piece of the pie in Qingfeng City's SS-level dimensional rift. You should know that the corpse of an ordinary S-level extraordinary creature is worth at least 1 million. If it is caught alive, the price can be multiplied several times. As for the higher level special S-level and SS-level extraordinary creatures, let alone. And what's more important, these powerful corpses of extraordinary creatures can be exchanged for money and enhanced resources. You can also pay to hire special supernatural weapon makers to transform the corpses of supernatural creatures into powerful supernatural creature weapons. This kind of biological weapon, both in terms of its own hardness and power, far exceeds the best material currently available on Blue Planet, especially the powerful extraordinary creatures that have reached level S or above. After their corpses are made into extraordinary biological weapons, they often have some special additional abilities. This will greatly enhance the battles between extraordinary people. This also makes powerful supernatural biological weapons very popular among supernatural beings. Sometimes a powerful S-class extraordinary biological weapon can be sold for tens of millions. As for the extraordinary beings of S-level and above, generally speaking, they are rarely encountered in daily life, unless a high-level dimensional rift is opened in a certain area. The SS-level extraordinary white mist appeared in Qingfeng City, and there will definitely be a large number of S-level and special S-level extraordinary creatures among them. The target of these teams of extraordinary people is these S-level and special S-level extraordinary creatures. If they are lucky, they can hunt down an S-level extraordinary creature, which can be worth several bounty missions. Therefore, at this moment, powerful teams of extraordinary people from all over Dragon Country are rushing towards Qingfeng City. I'm afraid that if I arrive too late, the extraordinary people here will be dealt with by SOD. Don't panic, tell us your exact location. Our extraordinary team has already gone to your Qingfeng city. I believe we will arrive soon. The person above is such a nice guy. Hee hee, it's just a piece of cake. Don't listen to the bullshit above. The OP just posted a thread about a suspected S-class supernatural creature wandering around his house. The above person is probably going after that S-class supernatural creature? Underscore? Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to save the S-level extraordinary creature, you must kill it first. Saving people and killing monsters is killing two birds with one stone. Stop arguing. I'm the host. My home is at XXX, Donglan Road, Qingfeng City. If any one of you has the ability to hunt S-level extraordinary creatures, come quickly. I'm afraid if you come a step late, I won't be able to kill two birds with one stone. GJP. Poor OP. Need help online. Okay. Our tornado team is expected to arrive within 3 hours. Please hold on during this period. Hee hee. I think you want to say, please hold back that S-level extraordinary creature to prevent it from leaving, right? And here, there is an AR-class extraordinary creature attacking the houses around here. Woohoo! I feel like my house will be attacked sooner or later. Who will save me? The AR level is a bit low. Is there any reward for saving you? In less than an hour, the extraordinary official website of Qingfeng City was in a frenzy, and what everyone was discussing was all about the extraordinary white fog in Qingfeng City. You should know that the number of SS-level and above dimensional rifts opened in Dragon Country in recent years can be counted on 2 hands. This time, an SS-level extraordinary person appeared in Qingfeng City. I dare not say about the entire Dragon Country, but at least it has attracted the attention of the extraordinary community in the entire southern region. And on a Baiwu street in Qingfeng City. At this time, a handsome boy slowly walked out of a black vortex. There was a black kitten lying on the boy's shoulder. At this moment, Xiaohei's hair stood up all over his body, as if he had experienced a spinning windmill. Like a little black cat on the loose. Subai turned his head and saw Xiaohei staring at him with a gloomy look on his face. Subai asked in surprise, Xiaohei, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Meow. Master was too violent just now. My hair is about to be blown away. Subai, what the hell is going on? You are at least an S-class supernatural creature. As the man and the cat came out, the dimensional rift behind them slowly closed. This is a special S-level dimensional rift. Subai hunted down 2 special S-level fog creatures' corpses and a special S-level crystal. There are also many corpses of S-level and AR-level fog creatures. The crystal was absorbed by Subai, barely increasing his strength a little bit. The harvest was pretty good. Meow. Suddenly, Xiaohei jumped off Subai's shoulder and looked forward vigilantly. Subai also noticed the energy fluctuations in the fog ahead, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 126. Stone flies under surveillance. Purple or area in the mist, purple gold palace. A dimensional creature that looked like a wolf or a tiger slowly walked out from the foggy street in front of Subai and the others. Name: Shadow Wolf. Gender: male sign. Category: dimensional creature, mist species, Shadow Wolf. Level: S-level. Skills: Shadow Step, Wolf Howl, Scent Tracking. Current status: Hunting. The Shadow Wolf is about 3 meters tall, with pure white and gray fur, resembling a snow wolf. The Shadow Wolf walked out slowly from the white mist, looking at Subai and the cat with vigilant eyes. Since Subai and Xiaohei concealed their energy aura, the Shadow Wolf did not notice Subai and their extraordinary abilities. Woo-woo. The Shadow Wolf growled at Subai. As for Xiaohei besides Subai, he was simply ignored by it. After all, Xiaohei's petite body is not enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Xiaohei felt that he was being looked down upon. It leaped in front of Subai and called out to him for instructions. Meow. Master, let me take care of this guy. Seeing this, Subai nodded slightly. Xiaohei, who is at the peak of S-level, should be fine. After getting Subai's consent, Xiaohei walked towards the location of the Shadow Wolf. While moving, Xiaohei also removed his disguise. Meow. Xiaohei growled at the Shadow Wolf, and his body shape instantly changed from a small black cat to a 5-meter-long, huge black prison cat. Suddenly, a strong energy wave burst out from Xiaohei's body. It directly caused the originally majestic Shadow Wolf's body to tremble. The Shadow Wolf felt the powerful S-level peak energy fluctuations from Xiaohei, and its pupils suddenly contracted. Woo-woo. The Shadow Wolf let out a retreating sound, and its limbs subconsciously retreated backwards. Seeing that Shadow Wolf was scared, Xiaohei became even more proud. Asterisk, asterisk. Meow. Xiaohei growled at the Shadow Wolf again in a pretentious manner. The latter's expression became even more fearful, and he retreated a little further. The shadow wolf is not a mist-type creature like the white mist spirit. It is just an ordinary flesh and blood extraordinary creature. Its abilities cannot be enhanced by the surrounding foggy environment. Therefore, when fighting in the fog, the shadow wolf will not receive any enhancements. Therefore, Xiaohei, who is at the peak of S-level, can definitely kill an S-level shadow wolf easily. Subai, who was standing behind him, looked at Xiaohei who was showing off and couldn't help but urge him. Xiaohei, hurry up and take care of it. We still have to close other dimensional rifts. Hearing Subai's urging from behind, Xiaohei didn't dare to pretend anymore. The next second, Xiaohei looked seriously at the shadow wolf in front of him. The other party's 3-meter body looked like a smaller version of a wolf's son in front of it. Roar! Just as Xiaohei was getting closer, the shadow wolf also noticed Subai's presence. It seems that there is some connection between Xiaohei and Subai. The shadow wolf's high intelligence told it that the only chance now lay with Subai. The shadow wolf made up his mind and rushed towards Subai decisively. In the fog, the white hair on the shadow wolf gives it a certain visual confusing effect. But it makes no difference to Subai. Woo! The next moment, the shadow wolf suddenly appeared in midair beside Subai. Xiaohei did not stop the shadow wolf from attacking Subai, because this is simply seeking death. When the shadow wolf's mouth was 10 centimeters away from Subai's body. Bang! Subai threw a punch so fast that no one could see clearly. The shadow wolf's entire body suddenly crashed into a shop on the street next to it. Boom! Bang! A store next door was directly hit by this powerful impact inertia force and collapsed instantly. Smoke and dust rose up, making the vision of the surrounding space even more unclear. Meow. Xiaohei came in front of Subai and pointed to the body of the shadow wolf. Hurry up and eat. After that we'll head to the next dimensional rift. Meow. Xiaohei meowed excitedly, and the next second ran towards the store where the shadow wolf had just flown backwards. 10 seconds later, Xiaohei has now turned back into a little black cat. It was chewing something in its mouth and running towards Subai quickly. Seeing this, Subai began to walk towards the second dimensional rift point he sensed. Let's go. Not long after Subai and the others left, a strange stone-like creature suddenly rose from the ground on the side of the road. A pair of wings actually stretched out from the gray-white stone. The next moment, this special mist creature began to fly away. Subai had actually discovered it before, but its presence was too weak, so Subai simply ignored it. Soon Subai and Xiaohei arrived at the second dimensional rift opened in Qingfeng City. Looking at the black vortex in front of him, Subai felt a little expectant. The previous dimensional rift was of special S grade. I don't know what level this dimensional rift is. Thinking of the previous special S-level crystal, Subai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It would be great if we could get an SS-level 1. The special S-grade crystals had a very slight effect on Subai, but if it is an SS-level crystal, it will definitely improve Subai's strength more. Meow. Xiaohei meowed beside him. He said that the S-level crystal he had eaten before had not been completely digested. The man and the cat soon entered the second dimensional rift. And just as Subai and the others entered the dimensional rift, another stone-flying insect similar to the previous one flew out from the side. It flew in front of this dimensional rift for a while, and then quickly flew into the surrounding fog. In a remote location somewhere in Qingfeng City, a black vortex is slowly spinning, and it is actually a dimensional rift. However, the entrance to the dimensional rift here is very small. The diameter of the black vortex is less than half a meter. Even Sod's energy detector cannot detect its existence if the distance is far. At this time, stone-flying insects were flying towards here one after another. They entered this narrow dimensional rift, one by one, following the stone-flying insects into the dimensional rift. This dimensional rift is also connected to a foggy dimensional world. But the difference is that this foggy dimension world seems to be more special. In addition to the large amount of fog in the air, there is also a huge purple mineral area. Pieces of strange-looking lavender stone were half smashed into the ground. They look like the remains left by meteors and meteorites hitting the ground. The surface of these purple minerals was emitting a faint glow, and the light purple energy was spreading into the surrounding air. It also turns the surrounding foggy environment into light purple mist, creating a beautiful visual experience. The purple mist is also filled with a large amount of pure energy sources. If there were any extraordinary people present, they would definitely be extremely excited to see these purple minerals. These are all very rare and extraordinary minerals. The energy contained in the ore is of great benefit to all extraordinary creatures. And in the center of this huge purple ore field, There also stands a palace made of purple ore. Although the appearance looks a bit strange, the building is indeed luxurious and majestic, with a kind of sacred aura. Chapter 127, The Armored Figure on the Throne. Following these stone flying insects flew towards the mineral palace. Scarlet eyes appeared in the surrounding purple mist, and terrifying and astonishing energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. When the owners of the gazes saw that they were stone flying insects, their scarlet eyes gradually disappeared in the mist. The seemingly calm fog actually hides a large number of powerful fog creatures. One after another, stone flying insects flew into the palace. The scene moves to the interior of the purple gold palace. The empty hall was glowing with purple gold, and the ground and walls were all made of a rare and extraordinary mineral. The interior decoration and furnishings of this purple gold palace are also extremely simple. In addition to the large amount of rare purple ore piled up in the palace, there is also an extremely gorgeous purple gold throne. There is nothing else besides this. The throne has a pyramid-shaped structure and is approximately 10 meters high. It is also inlaid with various exotic gems, colorful, and looks extremely luxurious. And on this throne made of rare purple ore, there is a slim figure sitting. Judging from her appearance, she seems to be a female. However, the opponent's body was now completely covered in a dark purple alloy armor, and his specific appearance could not be seen. Those stone flying insects came to the air around the dark purple armor and began to tremble slightly, as if conveying some information to the other party. A moment later, the armored figure on the throne moved slightly, and a feminine voice sounded. A lot of foreign superhumans have flooded into this city, and a powerful human superhuman has also appeared. The voice coming out of the purple armor not only did not sound a bit surprised, but instead seemed excited. Go back and continue monitoring. The more extraordinary humans from Qingfeng City come, the better. The dark purple armor then continued to speak. Number 5, Number 6. The two of you start teleporting over there and clear out the extraordinary humans over there first. Yes. Yes. Following two pleasant voices. At some point, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of the purple ore throne. They and the one on the throne are covered in similar purple armor. There are just some differences in color and appearance. After the two responded to the dark purple armor's command, their figures disappeared directly into the palace. In the empty, luxurious purple gold palace, only that dark purple figure was left, sitting quietly, just like a queen high above. Qingfeng East Road in Qingfeng City. At this moment, a huge black vortex was opening in the middle of the road. In the black vortex, a huge ghost head over 10 meters in size slowly emerged. Its movements were a little slow, as if it was having a hard time trying to pass through this dimensional rift. Quack, quack. It's finally coming out. When the ghost-headed monster saw the scene in Qingfeng City, it made a weird noise with an excited and distorted expression on its face. It seems to be coming out. It's very excited. Name, Mysterious Ghost Face. Gender, None. Category, Dimensional Creature, Mist Species, Mysterious Ghost Face. Level, Special S-level. Skills, Scream of Terror, Devour, Intimidation. Current state, Excited. Looking at the mysterious ghost face that has half of its body floating out from the dimensional rift. Su Bai, who had just arrived at Qingfeng East Road, was a little surprised. This is actually a special S-level dimensional rift? Su Bai's tall figure slowly emerged from the foggy street, followed closely by Xiao He. Su Bai looked at the mysterious ghost face in front of him that was trying hard to get out, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this guy stuck? Meow. I think so too, master. Xiao He behind him meowed in agreement. Seeing a human coming, the mysterious ghost face was a little surprised. There are creatures here that are not afraid of it. Quack, quack. It looks delicious, but that little black dot probably doesn't taste that good. Hearing the meaning of the mysterious ghost face's cry, Su Bai's mouth curled up with interest. Xiao He, who was standing by as an S-class peak dimensional creature, could naturally understand the mysterious ghost face's thoughts. Meow. I'm not just a little black dot. The next second, Xiao He jumped forward, and his body immediately changed back into the original form of the black prison cat. At the same time, a powerful S-level peak aura spread out. However, the mysterious ghost face felt that Xiao He was an extraordinary creature at the peak of S-level. The expression on his face became even more excited. Quack. Nice energy fluctuation. Looks like I'll have a feast today. Hearing the cry of the mysterious ghost face, Xiao He became a little alert. Su Bai beside him also started to explain at this time. This guy is a special S-level mist species. What's up, Xiao He? Do you want to help me deal with it? Meow. After hearing Su-bai say that the mysterious ghost face was a special S-level extraordinary creature, Xiaohei screamed in fright. Then the huge figure as big as a truck jumped directly behind Su-bai, staring at the mysterious ghost face in the sky in front of him with some fear. Mysterious ghost face. Su-bai. Well, Su-bai knew that Xiaohei was unreliable. After hearing that the other party was of special S-level strength, he hid behind him. Su-bai held his forehead and sighed. Forget it. I have to do it myself. As he spoke, Su-bai continued to move forward, walking towards the mysterious ghost face in front of him. At this time, the mysterious ghost face was also a little surprised and confused. It looked at Su-bai, who was walking towards it step by step, but it clearly did not sense any energy fluctuations from the other party. But it just gives it a very dangerous feeling. Quack! The mysterious ghost face shook its huge face. Now its body has not completely come out of the dimensional rift. The mysterious ghost face exerted force, and soon the remaining half of his body also drilled out from the dimensional rift. At this point, a mysterious ghost face with a body size of more than 12 meters appeared. Compared to the mysterious ghost face that Cheng Xiaoke and the others had dealt with before, this one was obviously much stronger. At this time, the mysterious ghost face's entire body completely came out of the dimensional rift. Suddenly, a powerful aura that made people feel terrified emerged. A cold wind blew, stirring the white mist in the surrounding air and making it even more blurred. Seeing this, Su-bai also stopped on the ground in front of the mysterious ghost face. Looking at the mysterious ghost face floating in the air, Su-bai did not feel any fear. Quack! You're not afraid of me? The mysterious ghost face was a little surprised. Obviously, there is no energy fluctuation on Su-bai's body. But the next moment, the mysterious ghost face overturned the ridiculous idea in his mind. Because the next moment, a powerful aura and pressure began to surge out of Su-bai. Waves of astonishing energy that seemed tangible rushed out of Su-bai's body. Suddenly, the surrounding white fog was blown away by this powerful impact, revealing a somewhat dilapidated street. Su-bai's calm voice sounded. Aren't you afraid of me? Chapter 128. Killing Ghostface, Pandora's derivative creation. Hearing the inquiry about Su-bai's death, the mysterious ghost face's entire body trembled. It floated back with some fear. The strong energy fluctuations that erupted from Su-bai's body seemed to be real, which made it terrified. Quack! What a horrible human being. The moment the mysterious ghost face sensed the SSS-level energy fluctuation from Su-bai, he chose to run away. Almost without hesitation. Apart from the ruler of their misty dimension world, this is the first time it has encountered such a powerful being as Su-bai. Quack! The mysterious ghost's hideous face revealed human-like fear and terror. It flew at its full speed into the white mist behind it, wishing it could grow a pair of legs. Or should it be a pair of wings? Wanna run? Su-bai looked at the mysterious ghost face whose figure had already disappeared into the white mist in front of him, and a confident smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. No enemy has ever been able to escape from him. Little Black, follow up. As soon as he finished speaking, when Xiaohei looked towards Su-bai's position, his figure had disappeared. Xiaohei, Omega? A few seconds later. Boom. Bump. Su-bai punched the mysterious ghost face flying in the air. The latter's body was knocked to the ground by Su-bai's powerful impact. Bang! Quack! The body of the mysterious ghost face dragged for hundreds of meters on the city road, leaving a long ditch before it finally stopped. Although Su-bai's punch did not hit its body directly, the mysterious ghost face seemed to be exhausted and in a dying state. Quack! The mysterious ghost face's body was blown up by Su-bai's punch just now. At this time, he was lying on the ground with half of his face broken, making strange and weak cries from his mouth. At this time, Su-bai also walked slowly from behind. Su-bai was calm and composed, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, which made the mysterious ghost face frightened. Quack! Quack! A strange, high-pitched cry suddenly came out of the mysterious ghost face, and the facial features appeared a little distorted because of its wide-open mouth. This made the already ugly mysterious ghost face look even more disgusting and ugly. It was like a strange face with an abstract style, and even Su-bai frowned slightly when he saw it. It's really ugly. Su-bai stepped forward step by step. Quack! Quack! The frequency of strange cries coming out of the mysterious ghost face's big mouth is getting faster and faster. The corner of Su-bai's mouth twitched, and the next second his body teleported in front of it. I'm calling you a horse. Mysterious ghost face. I don't want to either. Epsilon. Boom. Su-bai was 3 meters away from the mysterious ghost face and punched out. The air in front of him was pushed by Subai's fist, as if he was hitting a bull from across a mountain. The next moment, the body of the mysterious ghost face on the ground in front of him exploded. It turned into flesh and blood, and disgusting liquid splashed all over the ground. The strange screams of the mysterious ghost face finally stopped at this moment. Subai's mood immediately improved. However, after calming down, Subai looked at the debris on the ground and felt a little regretful. Fuck, I just beat up a special S-level dimensional creature like that? The corpse of a special S-level dimensional creature is worth at least tens of millions. Subai felt like a bit of a spendthrift. At this time, Xiaohei's figure ran over from the white fog behind. After seeing Subai's figure, Xiaohei meowed excitedly. Meow, the master finally found you. Subai turned around and looked at Xiaohei, who was a little out of breath. Forget it, Xiaohei, just deal with the corpse on the ground. Subai pointed at the remains of the mysterious ghost face's corpse that he had blown up. The corpse of the mysterious ghost face was smashed into pieces by him, and it was obviously impossible to trade it, or it had to be transformed again. The energy and essence contained in the corpse of a special S-level dimensional creature are also rare treasures. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Subai planned to let Xiaohei eat the leftovers of the mysterious ghost face. Xiaohei is not picky about food. As soon as he came up, he started licking the ground wildly. You have to know that Xiaohei was an extraordinary monster before. It eats a lot of monster corpses on a normal day. Now Subai asked it to eat the special S-level mysterious ghost face corpse, and Xiaohei was more than happy to do so. Meow. While the little black one was eating, it made some happy sounds from its mouth, as if it was enjoying some delicious food. This surprised Subai, who was standing next to him. Are these pieces of Xiaohei's body really that delicious? Hearing Subai's question, Xiaohei took the time to respond while eating. Meow. The more powerful the master's corpse is, the more delicious it is to us dimensional creatures. Then he remembered something and added another sentence. Of course the meals cooked by the hostess are delicious too. Subai. He didn't even forget to give Sushi a compliment, underscore. A few minutes later, after Xiaohei dealt with all the corpses of the mysterious ghost faces here, when Subai was about to take Xiaohei to the next open dimensional rift, suddenly, a somewhat cold, mechanical female voice sounded. Stop. Subai and Xiaohei couldn't help but look sideways. They saw a figure on the roof of a house along their road, rushing towards them very quickly. Subai instantly came to Xiaohei's side and lifted up Xiaohei's truck-like body with one hand. The next moment, Subai retreated dozens of meters away from his previous position. It happened the next moment after Subai and the others jumped away. An extremely sharp diamond-shaped blade flew towards him from the direction where the sound came from. The sharp tip of the knife penetrated the cement ground almost effortlessly. Most of the more than 3-meter-long cold blade was inserted into the ground where Subai and the others were standing before. At the same time, a human figure flew over and landed on the tip of the knife. Subai put Xiaohei, who had just come to his senses, on the ground and began to look at him. Name, Pandora's derivative, number 5. Gender, female sign. Category, dimensional creature, mist species, derivative. Level SS. Skills, psionic armor, fake. Current status, attack. Looking at the person in front of him, Subai couldn't help but be slightly surprised, with a hint of amazement in his eyes. The other party had a human-like appearance and was estimated to be about 2 meters tall. He was covered in a purple-gray alloy armor from head to toe, and behind him was a tail as flexible as a mechanical snake, swaying gently in the air. She has a slender and graceful figure, and even wearing armor, it still can't hide her explosively perfect figure. Looks a bit similar to the war girl in the Blue Star anime, played by Subai and others. Her 2-meter-tall figure and the purple-gray close-fitting armor she wore gave Subai a sense of déjà vu of a future warrior. It looks a bit like an alien species. This strange thought suddenly popped up in Subai's mind. Then he shook his head slightly in denial. The real data given by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor is that it is a dimensional creature of the fog species. But the derivative of Pandora in front of me is a little unique. A derivative of Pandora? Subai began to think about this Pandora and its derivatives. Number 5. Does that mean there are at least 4 more of these derivative creations? Chapter 129 Pandora Derivatives. Number 5. Self-Destruction Core. Just as Subai was thinking in his heart, number 5 on the opposite side moved. She raised her toes from the tip of the blade stuck in the ground and landed lightly on the ground. After number 5 landed, he looked directly in the direction of Subai. The cold and solid psionic armor covered her entire body, and no expression could be seen. This feeling of not being able to see the other person's true face. Subai felt a little unhappy. Xiaohei, who was standing beside him and reacted, also stared at number 5 with a vigilant look. Subai waved his hand and signaled Xiaohei to step back temporarily. Xiaohei naturally obediently stayed away from here. Subai then looked at number 5 in front of him, who had a faint, confident smile on his face. A clear and melodious cold voice, like the sound of flowing water in a mountain stream, was heard. You should be the powerful, extraordinary person that the scout bug mentioned. Subai looked at Pandora's derivative number 5 in front of him, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. The other party used a kind of consciousness communication, and the voice was directly transmitted into Subai's mind. Seeing Subai's somewhat surprised expression, number 5's mouth corners covered by the armor slightly raised. You are indeed very strong. You can kill the mysterious ghost face with one blow. Subai heard the other party's voice and responded with interest. Since you know I'm strong, why did you come here to die? After hearing Subai's voice, number 5 paused slightly. Then there was a pleasant and disdainful laugh. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Don't think you're invincible just because you killed a mysterious ghost face. The next second, number 5's voice turned icy, as cold as a cold spring. I am here to kill you under the king's orders. A strong energy fluctuation suddenly emerged from the body of Pandora's derivative, number 5. Astonishing waves of energy pressure swept through the surrounding air as if they were real. The white fog around was stirred wildly, as if it had turned from cloudy to typhoon weather. Xiaohei's fur instantly stood up, and he let out a dangerous meow. Subai looked at this scene with a slight interest on his face, intending to see how the other party was going to kill him next. Burst. The next second, number 5 let out a delicate cry. At this moment, her figure suddenly rushed towards Subai. The surrounding white mist was dispersed by the impact of number 5's figure. A violent sonic boom was heard in the air at the location. This is the phenomenon where the speed instantly exceeds the speed of sound. Almost in an instant, number 5 appeared in front of Subai. Number 5 thought that Subai was unable to react to his attack. A cold arc appeared at the corner of her mouth covered in the armor. Just when she thought mission accomplished in her mind, Subai's figure seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. What? The exclamation came out of number 5's mouth subconsciously, before she had time to react. Subai had already punched her in midair behind her. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. There was a loud collision sound between Subai's fist and number 5's armor. The next moment, number 5's leaping body was like being hit by a train in midair. Number 5 flew backwards, almost without stopping. Bang! Boom, 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 boom. Bang! Number 5's body instantly sank into a building at the end of the street. Suddenly, houses and buildings collapsed, as if they had been bombed by a cannonball. All this happened in a flash. Xiaohei, who was not far away, stared at the scene in a daze, and for a moment he didn't react to what had just happened. Meow. It couldn't even see number 5's attack or Subai's punch. Subai had a calm expression on his face and began to walk slowly towards the place where number 5 had just flown backwards. Before Subai had taken a few steps, a loud noise suddenly came from the ruins in front of him. The next second, the slightly shining figure of number 5 rushed out from the ruins. Subai raised his eyebrows, feeling that things were gradually becoming interesting. At this time, the psionic armor on the body of Pandora's derivative number 5 was glowing faintly. There are also some obvious changes in the appearance of the armor. The original armor was just a structure that fits the opponent's body and looks very tight and thin. But at this moment, the psionic armor on Pandora's derivative number 5 has become cool. The purple-gray armor became a little darker, and the armor on his body seemed to have been upgraded. Pieces of alloy texture stood out, interlocking with each other, and sharp protrusions appeared on some joints. There are hidden and sharp blade stabs on the arms, calves, and other parts. Even the mechanical tail behind it became more ferocious and thicker. Pandora's derivative number 5, which was originally only about 2 meters tall, now reached a height of at least 2.5 meters with the help of the psionic armor. Looking at the Pandora derivative number 5, whose armor had been greatly transformed, Subai couldn't help but whisper, "That's really interesting." Interesting? A cold voice came from number 5, who had entered the complete form of the psionic armor in midair across from him. You are indeed very strong, and far exceeded my previous expectations. You can actually force me to enter the full form of the psionic armor. Next, you will see something more interesting. Number 5 in the air far away spoke in a cold tone. If she hadn't activated the full power of the psionic armor in time, she would have been defeated by Subai's punch just now. At least he would be seriously injured. Number 5's armored body ignored gravity and flew directly towards Su Bai at a high speed. The next moment she attacked fiercely with her psionic gauntlet. Su Bai turned his head and easily avoided her attack. Call. The powerful impact directly overturned and collapsed a house behind Su Bai. A deep and hideous gully also appeared on the ground. The next moment, number 5 moved sideways and attacked Su Bai with another punch as fast as lightning. Boom boom. Su Bai jumped away and leaped directly onto the roof of a building not far away. Number 5 became annoyed upon seeing this and chased after Su Bai without hesitation. Su Bai was not in a hurry to kill Pandora's derivative number 5. He dodged number 5's attacks like flying a kite while observing her. 10 seconds later, number 5 did not continue to chase Su Bai. She stood in the middle of the street, looking at Su Bai on the house not far away. Su Bai also looked at her quietly. Not a word was exchanged between the two. After a moment, a strong light suddenly flashed from number 5's body. Purple energy light suddenly emerged. The psionic armor on number 5's chest mechanically unfolded outward, revealing the mechanical core inside. A crystal clear, slowly rotating prismatic crystal. Su Bai, who was sitting on the roof of a house not far away, saw this scene and felt surprised and suspicious. He murmured, "What is that?" without waiting for Su Bai to think further. The next moment, an energy wave emerged that made him feel a little dangerous. What followed was a terrifying black and purple energy shock ray. The source of the rays was none other than Pandora's derivative, number 5, who was standing in the middle of the street. Chapter 130. Pandora is surprised. Su Bai looked at the purple-black beam of light that was shooting towards him at high speed. He couldn't help but feel a little bit of excitement in his heart. If he was hit by this attack, even with his SSS-level strength, he would definitely be injured. Su Bai didn't dare to be careless. Even if he would suffer some minor injuries, he still wouldn't take the blow head-on. The next moment, Su Bai's legs suddenly underwent genetic mutation. The legs instantly swelled and grew into a pair of ferocious and domineering white dragon legs. Infinite consciousness acts instinctively. The next moment, the power of the white dragon's feet under Su Bai's legs exploded. The buildings under my feet also collapsed in an instant at this moment, turning into ruins. Boom! Su Bai's figure jumped up from the spot in an instant and leaped directly into the sky. The terrifying purple-black rays almost passed by. In an instant, a beam of light that seemed to be able to destroy everything shot towards the place where Su Bai was originally standing. Bang! Boom! A violent explosion shot up into the sky, accompanied by a terrifying energy aftermath that spread in all directions. All the buildings within 100 meters around were completely destroyed by the horrific shock wave of the explosion. Xiaohei, who was not far away, was directly blown away by the terrifying shock wave and crashed into a building. The surrounding streets were directly turned into ruins by the attack of Pandora's derivative number 5. At this time, Su Bai's figure fell from the sky above the block. 2 strong and powerful domineering dragon legs landed on the ground first. Su Bai deliberately restrained the strength of his legs so that the ground was not damaged by his landing. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression became unusually serious. Su Bai looked at the place where Pandora's derivative number 5 had stood before. At this time, the figure of Pandora's derivative number 5 has disappeared. There was only a huge crater left on the spot, as if it had been hit by a meteorite, and there were cracks spreading for hundreds of meters around the crater. Su Bai looked at some mechanical wreckage and armor fragments in the huge pit and murmured softly, "Is it an attack similar to self-destruction?" Meow. On the other side, Xiaohei's figure jumped out from the rubble. Running towards Su Bai, "Master, are you okay?" Xiaohei asked about Su Bai's condition in a somewhat anxious voice. When Su Bai heard Xiaohei's concern, one corner of his mouth suddenly widened. "It's okay. I met an interesting guy this time." The interesting guy that Su Bai mentioned was naturally not number 5, but the Pandora in the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor analysis. Number 5 is just a derivative of Pandora, but even so, her full-strength attack can put Su Bai in a state of crisis, even though the other party also added his own life. Su Bai suddenly chuckled. "Finally, I can encounter some powerful, extraordinary monsters. I am looking forward to it. After all, I still have 2 unused spots in my control of life and death." Seeing Su Bai's confident look, Xiaohei beside him also meowed in response. "Meow. Master is the best, Omega." The other side. At the same moment, number 5 decided to launch a self-destruct attack. In the Misty Dimension world, located in the Purple Gold Palace at the core of the Misty World, the figure in dark purple armor lying on the throne suddenly stood up. There are actually such powerful, extraordinary humans in this city. The figure in dark purple armor let out a high-pitched and cold female voice that sounded like a clear spring. Number 5 and number 6 are both her derivatives, and the derivatives and the main body can communicate directly in consciousness. It's a bit similar to Su-bai's control of life and death. When number 5 activated the self-destructive death ray to attack Su-bai, he also shared his perspective with the main body. Therefore, Pandora also saw Su-bai's performance just now completely. Number 5 knew clearly at the time that he was no match for Su-bai, and it was basically impossible for him to escape. Therefore, she directly chose to use her strongest attack to see if she could cause some damage to Su-bai. At the same time, I also want to test Su-bai's true combat power. At this time, Pandora stood in front of the purple gold throne, looking down at the palace gate in front of her with a proud figure. The purple eyes shrouded by the armor narrowed dangerously. You killed one of my SS-class derivatives? Human, I will remember you. Pandora suddenly asked a question. Amoto, how is the preparation of the SSS-level channel going? Lord Pandora, the SSS-level channel has been completed by 95%. I think it won't be long before we can completely open up the connection with the other side of the world. Well, make sure those guys in the fog are careful when they move. Yes. Outside is Qingfeng City, next to a green forest on a street. Explosive fist. Boom. Puff. Zhang Tianlong punched out. The extraordinary gloves on his fists directly penetrated the body of the four-armed mad insect in front of him. A trace of unwillingness and pain appeared on the other party's hideous monster-like face. The next moment, Zhang Tianlong suddenly retracted his fist. Puff. Then the body of the four-armed mad insect slowly fell backwards. Thump. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Zhang Tianlong finally killed this S-level four-armed crazy insect. The four-armed mad insect lying on the ground was covered with fist marks of varying depths. It seems that he was beaten up by Zhang Tianlong before his death. Phew, we finally got rid of this guy. Zhang Tianlong looked at the dead four-armed mad insect and exhaled a breath of foul air. His body, which had expanded using the power of time, also began to slowly recover. After all, using this power of time to strengthen the body is very energy-consuming. Zhang Tianlong put the corpse of the S-level four-armed mad insect into his extraordinary space bracelet. I wonder how Xiao Huang and the others are doing. Zhang Tianlong took a short rest on the spot, then picked up the communication equipment and started contacting Huang Tian and the others. What? You just encountered a special S-level extraordinary monster. After Zhang Tianlong heard Huang Tian's description of the mysterious ghost face he had encountered before, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhang. The 2 level 8 order masters behind us are coming. We were all rescued, but 4 of our brothers died." After hearing Huang Tian's words, Zhang Tianlong gradually calmed down. When he heard that the orderer was still dead, Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but sigh. It's already good. The SS-level extraordinary white mist has appeared, and we can only do our best to survive. Saving lives is important, but you still have to put your own life first. I understand, Mr. Zhang. After ending the communication with Huang Tian, Zhang Tianlong took out an energy detector and began to detect the extraordinary creatures nearby. As the branch chief of SOD, he must eliminate as many extraordinary creatures as possible. This will indirectly help more Qingfeng City residents. Chapter 131. Return of Li Zhika versus number 6. On a main road in Qingfeng City. At this time, a man in tattered clothes was walking slowly. The man had a cold face, neat short hair, and a black windbreaker and leather pants that were a little torn. Li Zhika walked while cursing. Damn it, what on earth happened on the highway before? Why can't I remember it now? That's right, Li Zhika lost his memory after being punched by Su-bai on the suburban road. Li Zhika couldn't remember anything about when Su-bai burst out with his strength and knocked him away with one punch. Before, Su-bai knocked Li Zhika away with a punch, causing him to fall into a mountain not far away. Su-bai's punch at that time directly knocked Li Zhika unconscious for several days. Li Zhika just woke up from the big pit in the mountain this morning. Li Zhika was also confused after waking up. I felt pain all over my body as if it was shattered, but I couldn't remember what happened before. Therefore, after waking up, Li Zhika returned to Qingfeng City again, wanting to find Su-bai. At least we should make clear what happened at that time. And why is there this white fog in Qingfeng City? What happened in Qingfeng City these days? Li Zhika looked at the city scenery passing by and the thick fog above his head, and wondered. Li Zhika was knocked unconscious by Su-bai for several days, and he had no idea what happened in Qingfeng City during this period. Forget it, let's find that boy first. Li Zhika analyzed secretly. If nothing unexpected happened, I should have fought with that boy. But how could I be unconscious in a big pit in the middle of nowhere? Could it be that he was beaten by that boy? Shouldn't it be? Unless that boy. Just as Li Jika was constantly speculating what happened before he lost his memory. Suddenly, a flash of light ball came from the sky. Boom. Bang. The next moment, Li Jika appeared on the other side of the road. And there was a big hole on the ground where he had just stood. There are also wisps of white steam on it, which seems to be a visual effect caused by the high temperature. Li Jika stopped his mental analysis and looked up in a certain direction in the sky. There, a figure shrouded in purple-gray armor was floating quietly in the air. Pandora's derivative, number 6, was also looking at Li Jika on the ground at this time. Huh? He actually dodged my purple energy cannon. Number 6 was also somewhat surprised at this time. She was flying at low altitude and discovered human activities on the road. Number 6's original intention was to kill this ignorant human being with a single shot. But the result was a slap in the face, allowing the opponent to avoid his attack. At this time, number 6 looked directly at Li Jika, who was on the ground in front of him, able to avoid her purple energy cannon without any preparation. The opponent's strength is at least at the peak of S-level. On the other side, Li Jika also saw Pandora's derivative number 6 in midair. Although there was a lot of fog in the sky, which could easily confuse people's vision, Li Jika was sure that he was not mistaken. The unique form of Pandora's derivative, number 6, surprised even the experienced Li Jika. Li Jika believed that he had been traveling in the supernatural world of Dragon Country for many years and had seen many supernatural people. However, the appearance of Pandora's derivative, number 6, still surprised him. Li Jika said in surprise, "What is this? Is it Sod's high-end psychic armor? Or is it the latest flying armor developed by some extraordinary technology company?" Li Jika analyzed to himself and was completely unprepared for Pandora's derivative, number 6, who had just tried to kill him. After all, he has absolute confidence in his peak SS-level strength. Li Jika took a step forward and asked loudly to Pandora's derivative number 6 in midair. "Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me just now? Die." A cold female voice sounded in Li Jika's mind. Number 6 ignored Li Jika's questioning. The next moment, number 6 in the air jumped and flew, and the figure in purple-gray psionic armor instantly appeared in front of Li Jika. At this time, Li Jika finally realized how powerful his opponent was. His pupils shrank slightly as he looked at the diamond-shaped blade attacking his head. Call. Bang, boom, boom. The next moment, Li Jika relied on his powerful, extreme speed to narrowly escape the tip of the knife. The tip of the armor blade swung by number 6 also pierced into the ground fiercely. The road was cut open by the powerful force of the sword, leaving a huge and hideous crack. The gravel on the ground flew away, making a loud noise. Li Jika, who was dodging on the other side, steadied himself and looked at the gap on the ground with some fear. What a powerful attack! Li Jika looked at Pandora's derivative, number 6, with serious eyes. If I hadn't been fast enough, I would have been hit in the face. Number 6 was also surprised when Li Jika dodged his attack again. Just now she used all her speed to attack Li Jika, but he actually dodged it. This shows that Li Jika's strength is at least at the same level as hers. Number 6 muttered to himself in his heart. An SS-level extraordinary human. At the same time, number 6 also transmitted everything that happened here to her body in the foggy world through the consciousness connection. After receiving the information from number 6, Pandora gave number 6 an order. Test the opponent's strength first, and if you can't defeat the opponent in a short time, then retreat first. Number 6's cold and pretty face is hidden under the purple-gray psionic armor. She stood on the road and looked towards Li Jika's position. Even though there was no bright light reflection around, Li Jika could still see the cold light and streamlined shape of the psionic armor. This kind of workmanship and technology, as well as the structural form, are difficult for normal humans to design. The psionic armor doesn't seem like something that can be made by humans. After this thought came to Li Jika's mind, he seemed to have thought of something. Are you a creature from another dimension? The knowledgeable Li Jika instantly understood the true identity of Pandora's derivative, number 6. Number 6 didn't say much nonsense to Li Jika. Pandora has given her orders, and there are still a large number of creatures in this city waiting for her to kill. Die. Another cold and chilling female voice was heard. Number 6 also rushed towards Li Jika again. The speed was so fast that a huge air flow exploded in the air. Li Jika did not dare to be careless when seeing this. Based on the opponent's attack speed and power alone, Li Jika could conclude that number 6's strength was at least SS level. At this moment, Li Jika inexplicably felt a sense of excitement in his heart. Wasn't the purpose of his coming to Qingfeng City to find an opponent who could match his speed to fight? Chapter 132 Can't Fly. Although I don't know what you are, but this is exactly what I want. At this moment, Lijika also burst out the aura of a SS-level peak transcendent. Extremely powerful energy waves surged towards the surrounding air. Lijika's figure slowly lifted off the ground in his energy flow, hovering several dozen centimeters above the ground. The surging energy torrent blew up his tattered clothes, but this did not affect his domineering aura at the moment. Without the appearance of the SSS level, Lijika thought he was invincible. Ho! Pandora's derivative. Number 6 speed is so fast that people can't see its shape clearly. All I heard was the sound of breaking through the air. Number 6 figure was getting closer and closer to Lijika's position. The next second, the ground where Lijika was standing suddenly exploded. Boom boom. Lijika dodged to the side instantly. The air was filled with smoke and dust, and coupled with the white mist that was already in the air, the view of the street was completely obscured by the smoke for a moment. 2 lightning-fast figures would occasionally shuttle and collide in the fog of the neighborhood. The white mist in the air was fluttering violently due to the aftermath of the attack. Various buildings and houses on the surrounding roads also collapsed and disintegrated during the fight between the two. All of a sudden, a fierce top-level battle broke out in this block of Qingfeng City, and on another road in Qingfeng City. At this time, the 7 members of the dragon hunting team had just walked out of an S-level dimensional rift. Audie walked in front and spoke excitedly. I'm really lucky this time. I just came to Qingfeng City and found an S-level dimensional rift. 6 S-level dimensional creatures. Hee. If they are made into 6 S-level biological weapons, they can be worth a lot of money. Audie thought with a chuckle, a bit greedy. A lazy voice sounded behind him. They are just a few S-level dimensional creatures. Look how happy you are. You should know that we are not here for the S-level dimensional creatures. Our target is the SS-level extraordinary creature in Qingfeng City. The person who spoke was Lan Ling. At this moment, Lan Ling was in a relaxed mood, with his hands behind his head, walking forward with his head held high. Rong Xian looked unhappy when she saw Lan Ling. She still remembered the grudge between them in the morning. Humph, you sound like you don't think highly of S-level dimensional creatures. There are exactly 6 of them. If you don't mind, we can divide these 6 S-level dimensional creature corpses among the 6 of us. Besides, do you think you can kill an SS-level extraordinary creature just by saying so? Hey, Sister Xian, you're not still angry about what happened yesterday, are you? Lan Ling looked at Rong Xian, who had been targeting her today, with a look of helplessness on her face. Both of them are SS level in strength, and neither can do anything to the other in a fight. Ever since I said yesterday that Rong Xian seemed to have gained weight, the other party has been constantly contradicting what I said. Snort. Rong Xian did not answer Lan Ling's question, but just snorted. When Lan Ling saw Rong Xian's attitude, she knew that he was still angry. While feeling helpless, I also thought secretly, you should never say that a girl is fat. Otherwise the result would be like what happened to him, where he would be criticized for every word he said, and the other party was the only girl in the team, so he couldn't care less about it. Just as they continued to explore forward, suddenly, a loud noise was heard from the city in the distance. The fierce flames shot up into the sky, directly dispersing the white fog that covered the sky. The purple energy beam dissipated after a few seconds, and the white mist in the air gradually gathered again, and everything returned to calm. But at this time, Ao Yin and the others were not calm. The energy fluctuation just now was so strong. Even at such a distance from us, there was such a strong energy fluctuation. There must be a powerful, extraordinary person fighting over there. Apart from our dragon hunting team, are there other powerful, extraordinary hunting teams rushing to Qingfeng City? Could it be that the top order personnel sent by the SOD headquarters have arrived for support? Isn't it possible? Audie said as he listened to the analysis of several people. After I saw the news, I immediately went to those guys and asked for a supersonic fighter jet. It stands to reason that even if it was SOD's support, it would be impossible for them to get here in such a short time unless they used supersonic fighters. Audie said with certainty. Don't worry about it for now. We'll find out when we get there. Let's hurry over there and don't let those top-level dimensional creatures be hunted down by others first. The 7 members of the dragon hunting team no longer hesitated. Under the leadership of Ao Yin, the 7 people ran quickly towards the location where the beam of light had risen before. The other side, Lijika was fighting fiercely with Pandora's derivative, number 6. When Lijika burst out with all his strength, Pandora's derivative, number 6 also entered the complete form of the psionic armor. After all, Lijika is an SS-level peak awakener, and his awakening ability is the top ability in terms of speed. Even after entering the complete form of the psionic armor, number 6 felt that his speed could not keep up with Lijika. Bump. The two attacked and collided again. At this time, Lijika also used his extraordinary weapon, a long sword-shaped weapon that is somewhat similar to a samurai sword, the Black Sword. At the same time, it is also an extraordinary biological weapon made from the corpse of an SS-level extraordinary creature. Lijika held the black knife in one hand and looked solemnly at the Pandora derivative number 6 in front of him. Lijika rarely uses this black knife, because in ordinary battles, he can easily deal with them with his speed alone. However, facing Pandora's derivative number 6, who can transform into various armor forms, Lijika had to use the black knife. At this time, the body of armor number 6 was suspended in the air, staring at Lijika quietly. Lijika looked at Pandora's derivative number 6 floating in the air. This is also his biggest headache. Pandora's derivative, number 6, can fly, but he can't. Although Lijika is very fast, when he bursts out with all his strength, he is even faster than Pandora's derivative, number 6. But all in all, Lijika still suffered from not being able to fly. Just as Lijika was about to continue attacking the opponent, Pandora's derivative number 6 spoke. Our battle ends here. Lijika looked a little surprised when he heard this. The next moment, Pandora's derivative number 6, which was floating in the air above him, suddenly flew towards the fog in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Lijika's sight. Lijika looked at the flying Pandora derivative number 6 in astonishment, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he is known as the man with the ultimate speed. However, facing the flying Pandora derivative number 6, if the opponent flies away, it will be difficult for him to catch up with the opponent. I finally met an enemy I could fight with all my strength, but you made me lose. Lijika cursed and glanced at the city buildings destroyed by their battle, then walked into the fog in one direction. Chapter 133. Another extraordinary hunting team, thugs. When the members of the dragon hunting team arrived at the location where Lijika and Pandora's derivative number 6 had fought before, all that's left here is a mess and ruin. Various houses and buildings collapsed to the ground, and the destruction seemed to have been caused by artillery shells, proving that a fierce battle had once broken out here. Boss Outyin, it seems we are late. Lan Ling walked to the end of the team and said angrily when he saw that the battle was over. I don't know how strong the two sides in the previous battle were. Forget it. Let's continue to the next energy point. A member of the Dragon Hunter said, holding an energy probe in his hand. Let's go. There are quite a few high-level dimensional rifts opened in this city. Yes. When an SS-level extraordinary appears, it often has a dimensional rift of the same level, as well as several secondary dimensional rifts. We can't let go of those special S-level and S-level dimensional rifts either. Haha, you are really greedy? Although we may be the first to arrive here, we are definitely not the only extraordinary team here. Let's go. Just as the 7 members of the dragon hunting team were rushing towards the next dimensional rift in the detector, they happened to run into another wave of extraordinary people head-on. Stop. When someone shouted to stop, Outyin and the others looked at them with surprise on their faces. In front of them, another team of extraordinary people came. Dragon Country's S-class hunting team, thugs. Unlike Outyin and his dragon hunting team, the members of the thugs are all reckless people. Each of the 10 members of the thugs team is an evil supernatural being who has committed numerous crimes and is responsible for dozens or even hundreds of lives. At this time, the 10 of them each held a special biological weapon in their hands and slowly walked towards Outyin and the others in an encircling manner. They emerged from the surrounding fog and approached step by step. When the leader of the thugs, Kwanghu, saw Outyin's face clearly, his sneering expression suddenly froze. Because he recognized Outyin as the captain of the dragon hunting team. What the hell? Kwanghu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. The body began to tremble involuntarily. Although they are only an S-class super team, they are also familiar with some of the top super teams in Dragon Country and the world. The 7 people in front of them at this moment happened to be the Dragon Country's top SS-level extraordinary hunting team, Dragon Hunter. When the other members of the thugs saw their boss's expression, they soon discovered the identities of Outyin and others. Suddenly, everyone's faces showed different expressions of horror. At this moment, Kwanghu was filled with regret. Previously, due to the fog covering the road, they were unable to see the appearance of Outyin and others clearly from a distance. Partly because of his confidence in his own strength, he shouted from a distance to Outyin and the others to stop. It was not until they got closer that Kwanghu and his companions realized that the group they had intercepted was actually the SS-level dragon hunting team. If you had known from the beginning that the SS-class Dragon Hunter team had arrived in Qingfeng City, then there is a possibility that these thugs will not come this time. Because the thugs are more than just an extraordinary hunting team. At the same time, they are also on the blacklist of extraordinary people who are being hunted down on the official website of Extraordinary. And all 10 of them. And because all 10 of them are S-level transcendents, the bounties for hunting them down are not low. What the hell? Why is the SS-class Dragon Hunter team here? Damn it. I was thinking of coming here today to take advantage of the extraordinary chaos to make a fortune. I didn't expect to run into an iron wall. Oh my god. What should we do? What should we do? They won't kill us, will they? Audie's voice rang out. Hey, these guys seem to be members of the S-rank hunting team thugs. I remember that all the extraordinary people in their team are on the blacklist on the official website of Extraordinary. If we kill them and take them to the Hunter Association, we should be able to get a lot of money, right? Audie's voice gradually became a little gloomy. When they heard Audie's voice, the thugs were completely stunned. Suddenly, thump, 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 a series of 10 people knelt down in front of Outyin and others. Kwang, who even gave up his dignity, knelt down in front of Outyin and others and begged for mercy in a low voice. Boss Outyin, we didn't know it was you. We may have offended you with what we said just now. You still hope that Boss Outyin will treat us as a fart and let us go? Looking at Kwang Hu and others who had terrified expressions, Outyin looked indifferent. Facing such a rubbish supernatural being, it is not worthy for him to take action. Lan Ling and Rong Xian behind him also had their arms crossed, looking like they were watching the fun. Obviously, they don't intend to take action either. The only ones left were the 4 special S-rank members of Dragon Hunter. At this time, Audie stepped forward. Boss Outyin, let me do it. There was some excitement on Audie's face, but his fighting ability was actually at the bottom of the team. If it weren't for his special abilities, he wouldn't have a say in normal times. Well, let's get it done quickly. We still have to hunt the next rift. Okay, Audie responded with a sound, and then walked towards the thugs who were kneeling on the ground. When Kwang Hu and the others saw Audie approaching, they knew that their pleas for mercy had failed. Kwang Hu and others are not gentle people either. He saw that he and others were treated like ants and despised by Outyin and others. An unknown anger also ignited in their hearts. Damn it. Since we're going to die, let's fight him. Right? After all, we are well known in the supernatural world. Sending one person to deal with 10 of us is really looking down on us. Brothers, go ahead. We must kill this little guy even if we die. I heard someone on the other side calling me little guy. Audie's originally smiling face suddenly became cold. A powerful energy wave also burst out from Audie's body. Audie still had a smile on his face, but it looked like the temperature had gone negative. I hate it most when people talk about my height. Don't be fooled by the fact that Audie used to look like a little brother in the team. You know, he is a special S-level awakened transcendent. A strange green energy fluid appeared around Audie. It is his awakening ability, Green Wave. This is a relatively special awakening ability. Green Wave has 2 completely opposite effects, healing and poisonous milk. Usually, Audie serves as the nanny in the team. Once he fights, he will convert the Green Wave into corrosive and highly toxic energy to attack. Chapter 134, Powerful Special S-Class, Crush. Audie walked towards Kwang Hu and others with a cold face. Although he is always smiling in the team, his temper is not so good when facing other extraordinary people. At this time, Kwang Hu and others on the opposite side also stood up from the ground. All 10 of them had murderous looks in their eyes. If the members of the dragon hunting team attacked together, or to be more precise, one of the 3 SS-level transcendents, including Outyin, attacks, then they will surely die. But with only one special S-level Dragon Hunter member, they might still have a fighting chance. After all, Kwang Hu and the other 2 thugs members are all at the peak of S-level. With the remaining 7 S-level transcendents, we can fight even if we encounter a special S-level existence. Kwang Hu and others gathered together, looking at Audie with fierce and vigilant eyes. Kwang Hu was at the front of the 10 people, his eyes narrowed dangerously, and he encouraged everyone. Don't be afraid, there is only one person on the other side. Huh! Before Kwang Hu could finish his words, suddenly, a stream of dark green water appeared in front of his eyes, and then quickly enlarged. The next moment, this stream of energy rushed towards him madly. Huh! The mad tiger's body was instantly wrapped in this dark green energy liquid. Kwang Hu instinctively opened his hands, trying to get rid of the fluid attached to his body. If you look closely, you will find that these dark green flowing waters are not actually liquid, but a form of energy. Audie on the opposite side slowly opened his arms, and the green waves around him began to become active. The dark green fluid that just attacked Kwang, who was exactly the green motion wave he emitted. Adi's method of attack is to control these green waves to attack. Plop. A. The mad tiger began to scream wildly, his voice full of fear and pain. At this time, his body was completely covered and wrapped by the dark green liquid. The dark green fluid attached to his body also began to twist constantly, and it drilled into the body of the mad tiger, like a man-eating slime monster. The mad tiger's body fell to the ground and began to roll continuously, and gradually the rolling movement turned into convulsions. The rest of the thugs around were all horrified when they saw Kwang Hu's current state. The dark green wave covered Kwang Hu's entire body, making it impossible for the thugs to see his specific situation clearly. What happened? Is this his attack? What is this green liquid? These green liquids seem to have a corrosive effect. Crazy boss. Crazy boss. The thugs wanted to call out to Kwang Hu, but the other party had fallen to the ground and was completely motionless. Boss Kwang. He's not going to die, is he? Boss Kwang is an S-class superhuman. Could he just die like that? How terrifying. How terrifying. That guy is too strong. Even the ordinary members of the Dragon Hunter team have the powerful strength of the special S-level. We S-level ones simply can't defeat him. There is no way that an S-class can beat a special S-class. Run. It was so cool to see Crazy Tiger being killed instantly by Adi. The remaining members of the thugs were all filled with fear. They gave up the idea of confrontation and turned around to escape. Looking at the thugs running away in panic, Adi on the opposite side remained calm and said with disdain, if you had attacked together just now, maybe you could have lived a few more minutes. But now, do you think you can escape? Exposing your back to me is a stupid thing to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the green wave energy around Adi began to rush towards the people in front at a high speed. The green wave energy is like a tide, spreading at an extremely fast speed. Almost instantly, the overwhelming dark green fluid submerged all 9 fleeing people. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can work for you. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The 9 thugs felt the green wave coming from Adi and begged for mercy desperately. But this cannot change Adi's intention to kill them. Looking at the 9 people struggling desperately in his green wave fluid, Adi's face was expressionless. Poisonous strangulation. Adi stretched out his hands and grabbed suddenly. Then the green wave energy in front of him began to shrink wildly. If you experience it yourself, you will find that in the tide of the green wave energy, countless materialized dark green giant thorns are constantly piercing through it. It continued to penetrate the bodies of the 9 thugs. The cries for mercy from the 9 thugs also came to an abrupt halt in an instant. A moment later, everything returned to calm again. There was only a dark green fluid still flowing in the air ahead. Adi slowly retracted the green wave energy he had released. As the dark green energy fluid faded away, the bodies of the remaining 9 thugs were revealed on the ground ahead. At this time, there were large areas of corrosion and damage on their bodies, and many parts were even covered with white bones. In addition, there were a large number of sharp wounds on their bodies. This was the damage caused by Adi's poisonous strangulation before. Adi stepped forward and put all the bodies of the 10 thugs, including Kwang Hu, into the space bracelet. After all, they are all blacklisted extraordinary people who are being hunted down on the official website of Supernormal. The bodies of every member of the mob are worth at least millions in bounty. The bodies of 10 thugs were a lot of money. Then Adi came to Outyin and others and said, Boss Outyin, everything has been resolved. Outyin just glanced at Adi indifferently. As for the members of the thug team, he didn't even take them seriously. Well, let's go. Then Outyin and the others continued to move towards the next dimensional rift. The other side, in the border areas of various cities in Qingfeng City. As time went on, other powerful extraordinary people began to pour into Qingfeng City. Among these extraordinary people, there are extraordinary hunting teams that form groups, and there are also some extraordinary people who act alone. Their purpose is the same as that of Dragon Hunter and Thug. They all want to make a fortune in Qingfeng City, where SS-level extraordinary people have appeared. After all, powerful supernatural creatures are basically difficult to encounter under normal circumstances. And in places where high-level extraordinary people often appear, there will be powerful orderers of SOD guarding them. In a place like this, ordinary extraordinary people have no chance to intervene. Only in a city like Qingfeng City, which is not guarded by powerful order keepers, and there is an outbreak of high-level extraordinary people, will they have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Chapter 135: The Increasingly Dangerous White Fog. Somewhere above the city of Qingfeng, suddenly, a super-large black vortex slowly opened. The diameter of this dimensional rift is at least over 100 meters. The crack channel opened very quickly. In less than 10 seconds, this dimensional crack was fully opened. The next second, an oversized dimensional creature slowly swam out of the vortex. This dimensional creature is huge, and its shape is as terrifying as a mountain. As it continued to swim, soon an extremely huge dimensional creature with a body length of over 100 meters appeared in the sky above Qingfeng City. It looks like a fish, with pale skin and countless fine white tentacles at the lower end of its body. The giant mist fish has no wings, but its huge body allows it to fly in the air. It looks a bit like the mythical creature Kuan from the Blue Planet. As this huge mist creature emerged from the dimensional rift, the black vortex behind it began to slowly close. The sky above Qingfeng City is still covered with fog. Therefore, the opening of this dimensional rift did not attract the attention of others. On a street in Qingfeng City, Yin and others who were heading to the next dimensional rift suddenly stopped. Ling said with some surprise, "What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel a powerful energy fluctuation?" "Yes, I noticed that too. Maybe a high-level dimensional rift has opened here." The members of the dragon hunting team began to discuss. Yin, who was at the front, had a calm look on his face. "Whether or not there is a new dimensional rift opening, we will first hunt down the target's dimensional rift point. They don't have so much time to think about it now." Now Yin and his companions just want to hunt as many extraordinary creatures as possible in Qingfeng City before the support from SOD arrives. "Don't waste time." "Yes." After Yin spoke, Ling and the others stopped discussing. They quickly rushed towards the dimensional rift in front of them. The other side, Subai and Xiaohe also found the third dimensional rift opened in Qingfeng City. The area of the crack vortex this time is larger, and Subai also felt the SS-level energy fluctuations here. And the other party's aura is not far away from here. "Have you come out of the dimensional rift?" Looking at the white mist constantly emerging from the black vortex in front of me, Subai began to think in his heart. Should I enter the dimensional rift first to close the passage, or should I deal with the SS-level dimensional creature that came out first? Thought for a moment. Subai decided to close the dimensional rift first. After all, when the dimensional rift opens, a steady stream of fog will pour out of it. The later these dimensional rifts are closed, the denser the fog in Qingfeng City will be. It has been less than an hour since Subai left the house. But at this time, the fog was so dense that the line of sight was only 2 or 3 meters. Of course, Subai's vision is basically not affected by the fog. "Hey, let's go in." Meow. The figures of a man and a cat quickly leaped into the black vortex. A moment later, Yin and others came to the dimensional rift that Subai had just entered. They just happened to arrive at a different time from Subai and Xiaohe. Adi said as he looked at the black vortex ahead of the road. "This is it. According to the instrument, the energy fluctuation here is at least at the special S level." Adi's tone was a little excited. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yin, waiting for the other party's next instruction. Yin and others were also delighted at this time. The special S-level dimensional rift is rarely encountered under normal circumstances. Any corpse of a special S-level extraordinary creature inside would be a hot commodity in the extraordinary world, whether it is used for biological research or the creation of extraordinary biological weapons. The corpses of special S-level extraordinary creatures are more than 10 times stronger than those of S-level ones. They had been in Qingfeng City for less than an hour, and they had already encountered an S-level dimensional rift. As for the danger, their dragon hunting team can be rated as an SS-level extraordinary hunting team. They have even hunted SS-level extraordinary creatures. Just as Yin and others were preparing to enter this dimensional rift, suddenly a fierce roar was heard, interrupting the 7 people's advance. 7 people asked and looked over. It was on the roof of a building at the end of their road. A gray-white humanoid monster was staring at them with a pair of red eyes. It was obvious that the other party had targeted everyone in the dragon hunting team. Roar! The next moment, the extraordinary humanoid monster suddenly leaped onto the roof of the house, and its huge body flew towards them. Bang! Boom! The ground was immediately hit by the opponent's powerful landing, leaving a huge circular pit. The gravel on the road surface broke apart and flew into the air all around. Several pieces of rubble rushed towards the location where Yin and others were, and were blocked by a team member with a weapon. The misty ape looked at the 7 members of the dragon hunting team, grinning widely, with its ferocious fangs revealed. At the same time, a powerful aura wave burst out from its body, so strong that the surrounding fog surged endlessly. Roar, roar, roar. The mist violent ape is the SS-level mist creature that Su-bai had sensed in front of the dimensional rift before. At this time, the arrival of Outyin and others happened to be discovered by the mist violent ape. It also regarded Outyin and others as today's prey. Watching the mist violent ape leap 100 meters in one step and come to them, Outyin and others felt the powerful energy fluctuations from each other. However, they were not frightened by the SS-level energy fluctuations from the mist violent ape. Instead, they all became excited. You should know that among the members of their dragon hunting team, 3 are SS-level and 4 are special S-level. Even the combat power of extraordinary creatures is generally slightly stronger than that of extraordinary humans. Then they are not afraid at all. Outyin's usually calm face finally showed a hint of excitement. A big fish has arrived. Central location in Qingfeng City. This is also the most prosperous area in Qingfeng City. At this time, Zhang Tianlong brought Huang Tian's second team of orderers here. According to their energy detectors, an S-class extraordinary creature appeared here. Huang Tian looked at the extraordinary instrument in his hand and reminded Zhang Tianlong in front of him. Mr. Zhang, it's just ahead. Okay, I understand. You guys should just hunt down other lower-level extraordinary beings in this area. As soon as Zhang Tianlong finished speaking, he accelerated and left the team, running towards the depths of the fog ahead. The remaining order men, such as Huang Tian, also began to use energy detectors to detect the extraordinary creatures around them and started hunting them. Chapter 136. The oppressive feeling of the SS-level mist ape. On the streets of Qingfeng City, the tall figure of the misty ape stood majestically in front of Outyin and others. The mist ape is over 6 meters tall, with explosive muscles underneath its grayish-white hair. It looked at Outyin and the other 7 with a ferocious look on its face and let out an angry roar. Roar! The white mist in the surrounding air was blown away by the other party's fierce breath. The hair of Outyin and others was blown backwards by the close-range whistling, as if they were facing a strong wind. After a few seconds, the mist violent ape stopped roaring and looked at the 7 people with ferocious eyes. Oh my, this guy is really arrogant. Lan Ling stood in the team and couldn't help but joke. Hearing this, Rong Xian did not miss any opportunity to confront Lan Ling and said, Humph, no matter how big it is, it's not as big as someone's stinky mouth. Well, Lan Ling's face was full of black lines. Miss Xian is about to fight. Why don't you let me go? Snort. Rong Xian didn't answer, but snorted proudly. All right, stop making trouble. The other party is an SS-level extraordinary being. We must take him seriously. At this time, Outyin spoke up and warned Lan Ling and the others. When the captain spoke, Rong Xian was still very obedient. Although she and Lan Ling are also SS-level transcendents. But in terms of combat power, even if she and Lan Ling attack together, they are no match for Outyin. Everyone prepare to fight. Outyin shouted to the other 4 people. The team members also entered combat status. As the only nurse in the team, Adi was also protected at the back of the team. His Green Wave is a long-range attack ability, which is just right for him as a mage. Roar! The misty ape naturally also sensed the energy fluctuations of Outyin and others. Although there were 3 aura fluctuations that barely reached the same level as his own, the mist violent ape was confident in his heart. The next moment, the mist violent ape no longer wasted time. It stomped its feet on the ground, and a huge crack appeared on the spot instantly. And the figure of the mist violent ape also appeared in the air at this moment. In the team, only 3 SS-level transcendents, Outyin, Lan Ling, and Rong Xian, could see each other's movements clearly. The rest of the team members could just barely see a flash of white figure of the mist ape. Outyin and others couldn't help but feel shocked. So fast. Roar. The next second, the mist ape in the air opened its mouth wide and pounced towards Outyin's figure. Outyin didn't dare to be careless. He instantly took out his extraordinary weapon from the space bracelet, Green Dragon Sword. The Blue Dragon Sword is an extraordinary biological weapon made from the corpse of an SS-level double-winged blue dragon. At that time, Outyin and others put in a lot of effort to hunt down this SS-level double-winged azure dragon. The Qinglong sword is nearly 2 meters long, the handle is green, and there are 2 semicircular notches at the tip of the sword. As soon as the entire Qinglong sword appeared in Outyin's hand, it emitted a faint green energy light. This is enough to prove the extraordinary nature of the Qinglong sword. Outyin took out the Qinglong sword and without any further ado, he directly used the exclusive skill of the extraordinary weapon towards the attacking mist violent ape. Yin held the knife in both hands, firmly planted his lower body on the ground, and swung the Qinglong knives in both hands vigorously into the air in front of him. At the same time, he also mobilized the energy in his body and injected it into the Qinglong sword, stimulating the Qinglong sword's inherent sword skills. Blue Dragon Half-Moon Slash. Ho! Swish, swish. The mist violent ape that pounced on him did not expect that the other party would suddenly possess a big knife as a weapon. He didn't even expect the green and blue sword light shot out by Yin. At this time, the misty ape was still in midair and had no way to dodge the green dragon half-moon slash. Roar! There was no way to avoid it, so the mist violent ape simply gave up trying to dodge. Its strong arms were crossed in front of its body, and its aura burst out. The next moment, the mist violent ape directly took Yin's attack with his arms. Bang! Blue dragon half-moon slash chopped on the crossed arms of the mist violent ape, and a sound like a metal collision was emitted. Before Yin and others could be surprised, the big white fist of the misty ape was already attacking Yin's head. Oh no, boss Yin. Boss, get out of the way. The other members of the dragon hunting team reminded Yin one after another. Yin is not blind either. Watching the white fist in front of him getting bigger and bigger, Yin felt the threat of death spreading rapidly in his heart. If he was hit by this punch, Yin felt that he would be seriously injured at least. Yin did not hesitate. At this moment, he decisively used his awakened ability, Violent Power. Yin roared. His voice was so loud that it made the surrounding fog tremble slightly. Boom! A palm as big as the mist ape's arm caught the mist ape's fist. The owner of this giant palm was none other than Yin, who had gone berserk. As his body underwent violent changes, Yin's body expanded more than twice, and his size was comparable to that of the mist ape. Yin raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at the misty ape in front of him. Call. He opened his mouth slightly, and a thick white mist came out of his mouth. The enraged Yin grinned slightly and spoke in a deep and playful voice. It's been a long time since I used this ability. The mist ape on the opposite side also showed a look of surprise on his face. His fist was actually caught by the human creature in front of him. Seeing Yin becoming as big as himself, the surprise on the mist ape's face gradually turned into a hint of cruelty. It never thought that it would lose, and its share of prey became larger. Roar, roar, roar. There were continuous angry and excited roars from the mist ape. An even more violent energy wave burst out from its body. Lan Ling and others behind Yin had serious expressions on their faces. Even if they are at the same level, there are differences in strength, especially for high-level beings like them. The gap in strength is often even greater. Although Lan Ling and Rong Xin are both SS-level transcendents, they are now facing the aura released by the mist violent ape. They feel like they can't win at all. The 6 people were all extremely tense. Hunting SS-level supernatural creatures can result in death if you are not careful. Yin, who was facing the mist violent ape directly at this moment, was actually not feeling well, although he went into a frenzy and caught the opponent's attack. But Yin is not as relaxed as he appears. After all, the bodies of humans and supernatural creatures cannot be compared. Even though Yin had entered a violent state at this moment, his body had become significantly stronger. After taking the punch from the mist ape just now, he still felt the oppression and huge force. But he couldn't guarantee to show it now. One is to create the illusion that they are evenly matched with the mist ape, and the other is to boost the morale of Lan Ling and others behind him. It is almost impossible for him to defeat the SS-level mist ape alone. But with Lan Ling, Rong Xin, and the other 4 members of the team, the probability of victory will increase a lot. After all, they are an extraordinary hunting team. Personal strength is the core, and teamwork is the key. Chapter 137, Dragon Hunt vs. Mist Ape. Call. Yin swung the Qinglong sword in his free right hand. Seeing this, the misty ape quickly retracted his fist and leaped 7 or 8 meters behind him. Bump. The misty ape did not restrain its strength at all. The moment it landed on the ground, it smashed a dent on the concrete floor. Yin swung the Qinglong sword in his right hand to block in front of him and assumed a fighting stance. Lan Ling and others behind him also came to their senses. Their bodies scattered and dotted around the mist violent ape. Yin, Lan Ling, and Rong Xin formed a triangle to surround the misty violent ape. The remaining 3 special S-level ones were located further away, providing remote assistance. As for Adi, he had already run farther away, ready to use Green Wave for treatment at any time. In a moment, The members of the dragon hunting team had surrounded the mist ape. The mist ape stood there without moving, looking at the actions of the dragon hunting team and others with disdain. It let out 2 puffs of hot air from its nose. Snort dash. The mist violent ape didn't take the 4 special S-level people seriously at all. The only ones present who could pose a threat to it were Outyin and 3 other SS-level transcendents. When Outyin saw the contempt on the mist violent ape's face, he was actually delighted. The more careless the enemy is, the greater the chances of their victory. Attack! Outyin shouted, mainly to Lan Ling and Rong Xian. The 2 did not dare to be careless when facing the powerful mist ape. Lan Ling's awakening ability is Deep Ice, and Rong Xian's awakening ability is Violent Flame. A large amount of blue and red energy instantly surged out from the 2 of them. Lan Ling and Rong Xian do not have extraordinary weapons, because their own awakened abilities can be used as weapons. The next second, Lan used his Deep Ice ability to condense a long ice spear. A blue domineering halberd appeared in his hand, and a strong SS-level energy wave suddenly burst out from Lan Ling's body. The whole person's temperament also changed from being lazy to being sharp. On the other side, Rong Xian also gathered his fire element energy in front of him. Soon a 2-meter-long gorgeous bow appeared in front of her. Rong Xian stretched out one hand to hold the flaming bow, and with the other hand he pulled directly on the invisible bowstring of the flaming bow. The next moment, a bowstring formed by flames appeared. With Rong Xian's violent pull, a flaming arrow formed by flames formed at a rapid speed. The next second, Rong Xian released one hand, and the flaming arrow instantly shot towards the position of the misty ape. Exploding arrow. A loud roar passed through the air, and a gorgeous flaming arrow flashed by in an instant. The next moment, the mist violent ape disappeared from the spot. The explosive arrow shot by Rong Xian also hit the ground. A deafening explosion sounded, followed by a flash of fire shooting into the sky. Rong Xian's move may seem ordinary, but it is actually a powerful skill that she had already accumulated. After a while, the smoke and flames dissipated, revealing a crater in the ground caused by the explosion. The figure of the mist violent ape also jumped down from the roof nearby. Boom! After the misty ape landed, it looked in the direction of Rong Xian. It just sensed a dangerous aura from Rong Xian's flaming arrow. The mist violent ape moved without hesitation and rushed towards Rong Xian's position the moment it landed. Call. Not good. Outyin, Lan Ling and others were shocked when they saw this scene. Rong Xian also reacted, and she hurriedly controlled the violent flame in her body to release and gather in front of her. In an instant, a flame shield composed of flame energy formed in front of her. However, since the charging time is too short, Rong Xian's flame shield is not in its complete form. But the attack of the mist ape had already arrived, leaving Rong Xian no chance to continue strengthening his shield. Roar! The misty ape roared angrily. He used all his strength to punch Rong Xian with a fatal blow. Bang! Puff! Bang! Boom! Boom! The fire element shield in front of Rong Xian could not defend against the attack of the mist ape. In less than a second, the giant fist of the mist violent ape directly broke through the energy shield in front of it and smashed towards Rong Xian inside. At this critical moment, an ice blue halberd blocked Rong Xian's body. Lan Ling has arrived. The mist violent ape's fist hit Lan Ling's ice halberd directly. The 2 had no time to communicate, and the next moment the ice halberd suddenly shattered. Accompanied by the remaining powerful force of the mist violent ape, it attacks. Rong Xian and Lan Ling both flew backwards and fell heavily into the house building behind them. Boom! The attack of the mist violent ape happened in an instant, and the 4 special S-level members on the periphery were unable to react. At this time, the misty ape stood firmly on the ground, just about to retract his right fist. But there was a dangerous aura coming from behind it. When Lan Ling went to support Rong Xian, Outyin had already launched a sneak attack on the mist violent ape. The attraction between the 2 of them just now also bought Outyin a lot of time. This time was enough for Outyin to prepare his attack. Blue Dragon Slash. At this moment, Outyin was in the air behind the misty ape. He raised the Qinglong sword high with both hands and shouted angrily, while the 2-meter-long Qinglong sword was chopped down. Looking closely, there is a faint glow of energy on the blade of the Qinglong sword. This is the additional effect that comes from Outyin injecting his own violent energy into the Qinglong sword. It can enhance the sharpness, penetration, strength, and other capabilities of the Qinglong sword. Combined with the power that Outyin gained when he entered a violent state, this attack was definitely his strongest one. Strong winds blew all around, and a surge of violent power exploded around Outyin. The misty ape also felt Out Yin's powerful attack. A hint of surprise appeared on its face, and it wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom, bump, puff, bang bang. After Out Yin's strike, his body fell directly to the place where the misty ape was originally standing. After the misty ape was hit on the back by Out Yin's blue dragon slash, it staggered a little and took a few big steps forward. The white liquid spilled in the air. In response to this, there was white blood dripping from the tip of the Qinglong's sword. The misty ape suddenly supported himself on the ground in front of him with his fists to prevent himself from falling. At this time, the misty ape had its back to Out Yin and the others. With their powerful eyesight as extraordinary beings, they could clearly see the shocking scar on the other's back. A 2-meter-long knife mark. The 4 special S-level members of the dragon hunting team were overjoyed when they saw that the mist ape was injured. At this time, Lan Ling and Rong Xian also walked out of the collapsed ruins with the help of Adi. Adi has used his green wave to heal the injuries of both people. At present, Lan Ling and Rong Xian are fine. After the two recovered, they quickly came to the violent Out Yin and looked at the misty ape with vigilance. At this time, the mist ape had its back to the crowd, and they could not see its condition clearly. But Out Yin knew that things were getting bad, because the mist ape seems angry. Fuck you. Chapter 138: The Powerful Mist Violent Ape. At this time, the eyes of the mist violent ape were already stained with a hint of blood red. The entire ape's face was distorted due to extreme anger. It felt a burning pain on its back, and a violent aura burst out from its body. Roar! The misty ape slowly turned its body, revealing an expression that looked like it wanted to kill you. Roar, roar, roar. The misty ape stood up and pounded his chest with his fists frantically, making a dull thumping sound. It raised its head and roared towards Out Yin and others. The surging and astonishing momentum is more than twice as strong as before. The members of the dragon hunting team all looked solemn as they watched this scene. The mist ape is getting serious. Lan Ling, Rong Xian, the two of you should split up. I'll be the main attacker, and you guys will be the secondary attacker. The others will move away and provide remote assistance, and Adi, you will go to the back and treat the wounded. Out Yin quickly distributed tactical instructions. Upon hearing this, the members of the dragon hunting team all entered their combat states. Out Yin, whose body suddenly grew to 5 or 6 meters, took the initiative to attack. His berserk ability only lasts a limited time, especially in high-intensity combat situations. Therefore, their hunt must be quick and decisive. Out Yin rushed towards the location of the misty violent ape, and at the same time, the blade of the Qinglong's sword in his hand shone brightly. The green energy light attached to the blade and slashed towards the body of the mist violent ape. Blue Dragon Half-Moon Slash. Out Yin jumped up directly in the middle of the road, gathered strength from the air, and slashed down fiercely. The surging green energy waves spread out in all directions. The misty ape on the ground looked at Out Yin's attack with a cruel grin on his face. Roar, roar. It opened its arms and roared with great force. The next moment, the misty ape stretched out its arms instantly, like 2 unbreakable crab claws, and directly confronted Out Yin's Qinglong sword. Bang bang jiang. Out Yin's slashing action stopped in midair. Feeling the unshakable arms of the mist violent ape in front of him like a mountain, he felt a little horrified. What a terrifying power. Soon, as the two sides were in a stalemate, the energy on the Qinglong's sword slowly dissipated. The power of Out Yin's attack was completely absorbed by the mist violent ape. A ferocious expression appeared on the mist ape's face, and it opened its big mouth full of fangs. Roar! Seeing that the situation was not good, Out Yin drew his sword and jumped back. The next second, Out Yin appeared 10 meters away from the misty violent ape. Bump! Out Yin fell to the ground with a grim look on his face. The attack I just made with all my strength and the energy I released did not cause any damage to the mist ape. The misty ape slowly lowered the arms that had been used to resist and looked at Out Yin and the others with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, the members of the dragon hunting team felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. This time, the mist violent ape is the most powerful SS-level supernatural monster they have ever encountered, no doubt about it. Roar! The next moment, the figure of the mist violent ape disappeared from the spot. Out Yin held the Qinglong's sword in front of him without hesitation. Bang! A powerful force came from the palm of his hand, holding the hilt. Boss, let me help you. Seeing this, Lan Ling on the other side waved his hand, and dozens of sharp ice blades condensed around him in an instant. The next second, the ice blade in the air shot directly towards the mist violent ape. At the same time, Lan Ling also held the ice halberd and rushed towards the place where the misty ape and Out Yin were fighting. Seeing this, Rong Xin also waved the flaming bow and quickly pulled the flaming bowstring with his right hand. One after another, flaming arrows formed by the fire element shot towards the other side of the mist ape's body. The simultaneous attack of the two also forced the mist ape to focus on defense. Roar! After all, Lan Ling and Rong Xin are both SS-level awakeners, and their full-strength energy attacks should not be underestimated. The misty ape ended its attack on Out Yin, and the next moment it flashed and disappeared on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of blue and red energy elements shot out at the spot where the mist ape had just stood. The road's surface was directly turned into a scorched earth in the energy explosion of energy flames and ice. Roar! The misty ape appeared on the other side of the road and turned its head to look at Lan Ling and Rong Xin, who had just launched an energy attack. The two were beaten half to death by a punch from the mist ape. Now it appeared on the battlefield intact. The misty ape was a little surprised and a little angry. After all, Out Yin and his men were outnumbered, which made the mist-violent ape very unhappy. Roar! The misty ape rushed towards Lan Ling's position. The mist-violent ape, with a huge body of 6 or 7 meters in length, rushed towards Lan Ling like a small giant. The ground was shattered into pieces by its huge force. It was so painful. When Lan Ling saw this scene, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. What the hell? Lan Ling waved his hands without hesitation, and the next moment, on the road in front of him, translucent ice walls condensed by deep ice rose from the ground. The ice wall condensed by Lan Ling can easily block even the artillery fire from RGP. However, the next second, the figure of the foggy ape continued to approach. Those ice walls of deep ice were as brittle as pieces of paper and were smashed one by the huge body of the mist-violent ape. Get out of the way. Lan Ling did not hesitate either, and saw that his ice wall was like paper in front of the misty ape. He dodged to the side. But the mist ape is not a fool. As an SS-level extraordinary creature, its intelligence is no less than that of ordinary humans. The mist-violent ape had expected that Lan Ling would dodge its attack. As Lan Ling dodged, the mist ape had a cruel expression on his face. The next moment, it suddenly turned sideways, like a 200-yard sports car, tail spinning around a curve. The mist-violent ape turned sideways and aimed in the direction where Lan Ling was dodging, and punched out with his right fist. Boom! A terrifying roaring air wave suddenly appeared, and a cloud of dust and smoke filled the air. The next moment, a figure flew out from the smoke and slammed heavily into the building on the other side. Boom, boom. Crash. The building collapsed instantly, burying Lan Ling's body as it collapsed. Lan Ling! Lan Ling! Out Yin and Rong Xin both exclaimed at the same time. Seeing that the misty ape still wanted to continue walking towards the ruins where Lan Ling had fallen, Rong Xin directly released 3 explosive arrows and shot them towards the opponent. Swish, swish, swish. 3 flaming energy arrows attacked the mist ape. The misty ape narrowed his eyes and easily dodged the 3 flaming arrows. The next moment, a breeze blew from behind Rong Xin. Then came a terrifying energy wave. Without even thinking, Rong Xin gave up the flaming bow and gathered a fire shield behind him. The mist-violent ape behind him was already swinging his fist, and surging energy waves burst out from its fist. Rong Xion's fire shield couldn't stop the mist ape before, and the same is true now. Puff! Boom! The fist of the mist-violent ape instantly penetrated the fire shield gathered behind Rong Xion. The fist continued to be powerful as it struck Rong Xion's back. Bang, boom, boom. Chapter 139. Defeated, Casualties, Retreat. Rong Xion's figure flew backwards instantly and was punched into the building behind by the mist-violent ape like a cannonball. Boom, boom. Houses and buildings collapsed, and the air was filled with smoke and dust. With one punch, he directly knocked an SS-level transcendent away. Seeing this, Adi, who was far away, hurriedly ran towards the place where Rong Xion flew backwards, ready to give him treatment. However, the mist ape standing on the road suddenly tilted his head and noticed the running Adi. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of the mist ape's mouth. Roar! Not good. Out Yin on the other side saw the expression of the mist-violent ape, and his eyes became stern. Out Yin rushed towards the location of the misty ape at a rapid speed, without hesitation. At the same time, the green energy attached to the blade of the Qinglong's sword in Out Yin's hand again. He wants to stop the mist ape and let Adi complete the treatment. Roar! The misty violent ape naturally sensed Out Yin, who was rushing towards him at a high speed sideways. The mist violent ape originally wanted to get rid of Adi, but after thinking for a while, he decided to deal with Outyin first. The next moment, Outyin's attack came. Jiang. The Qinglong sword chopped down with great force. The misty ape quickly raised his arms to block. At the same time, a layer of white light also appeared on the arms of the mist violent ape. This is a manifestation of the energy released from its body. The two sides, one attacking and one defending, were in a stalemate for a while. Although Outyin's physical attributes in all aspects are far inferior to those of the mist ape. However, the Qinglong sword made from an SS-level extraordinary creature can make him as powerful as the mist ape in terms of attack. It can even break through the defense of the mist ape. Break it for me. Blue Dragon Slash. Outyin suddenly shouted loudly, and his muscles bulged. Outyin retracted the Azure Dragon Blade in a very short time, and swung it continuously the next moment. Puff. This sudden and fierce combo caught the mist ape off guard. When Outyin took back the Qinglong sword for the first time, its arms subconsciously relaxed their muscles, and its defense weakened. Therefore, the continuous slashes of the Qinglong sword directly broke through the defense of the misty ape's arms. 2 drops of white blood splashed out, and at the same time, a trace of astonishment appeared on the face of the mist ape. It didn't expect that the human in front of it could break through its defense again. The first time was completely due to Outyin's sneak attack, which caused the misty ape to be injured on the back. Now Outyin is right in front of him, ready to get hurt again. When the misty ape thought of this, the bloodshot in his eyes became more and more frequent. The misty ape opened its mouth wide, showing its fangs, and looked at Outyin in front of it with ferocious eyes. Roar! The misty ape punched Outyin with all his might. Seeing this, Outyin also hurriedly defended himself. He held the Qinglong sword horizontally in front of him to block the punches from the misty violent ape. But in the next moment, the mist ape's left fist also struck out with all its might. The white hairy fist carried unrivaled power, and the air currents in the surrounding space were blown away by the impact. Outyin was shocked. It was already his maximum speed to block the angry punch of the mist ape. He had no time to defend or dodge the mist ape's left punch. At this moment, an invisible resistance appeared out of nowhere. The invisible energy froze the mist ape's left fist for less than 0.1 seconds. But it was this 0.1 second of pause that allowed Outyin to react. He quickly swung the Qinglong sword again to block the left punch of the mist violent ape. Bump! Outyin also took this opportunity to leap backwards and put some distance between himself and the misty ape. The mist violent ape did not chase after him. It was somewhat surprised by the invisible force just now. He actually caused his punch to stop for 0.1 seconds, causing it to miss Outyin. On the other side, Outyin felt somewhat relieved after getting away from the misty violent ape. Outyin turned his head slightly and looked at a special S-level team member behind him. What just stopped the mist ape's fist was the awakened ability of a member of their dragon hunting team. The highly intelligent mist ape quickly analyzed the cause of the incident. It looked at the special S-level team members behind Outyin. Although these people did not directly participate in the battle, they could still affect the attacks of the mist ape from time to time. Roar! After making a judgment in his mind, the mist ape planned to eliminate the weakest members of the dragon hunting team first. He saw the huge mist ape staring at him. The other members of the dragon hunting team were all trembling in their hearts. They only have S-level strength, unlike Outyin and others who are SS-level transcendents. If you get hit head-on by the mist ape, you might die on the spot. Outyin, who discovered the intention of the mist violent ape, shouted loudly to the 4 special S-level members of the team. You guys get out of here first. He then took the lead and rushed directly towards the mist ape, trying to buy time for his teammates to escape. Upon hearing this, the 4 special S-level members, including Adi, turned around without hesitation and fled into the distant fog. Roar! The mist violent ape couldn't help himself when he saw this scene. How could it possibly let the other party escape again and again? The misty ape ignored Outyin, who was rushing towards it, and rushed directly towards the nearest special S-level member. A distance of 100 meters is just a blink of an eye in front of the SS-level mist ape. Not good, the other members around exclaimed. Outyin also exerted his fastest speed and used the Azure Dragon Half-Moon Slash towards the direction of the misty ape. The special S-class member who was running away had no time to react at all, and his head exploded the next second. It was like a watermelon being hit by a baseball. The red liquid stained the ground, and the body of the special S-class member slowly fell to the ground. Xiaochong! Outyin's eyes turned red with anger when he saw this. Although they are just teammates, after several years of getting along with each other, their relationship has long been like that of family members. Xiaochang's death at this time made Outyin more determined to kill the mist ape. Blue Dragon Half Moon 3 consecutive slashes. Outyin's figure has arrived behind the misty ape. He leaps high into the air, and the green dragon sword in his hand flashes with green light. Go to hell. The next moment, the Qinglong sword was as powerful as a rainbow, slashing directly at the body of the misty violent ape. Roar. The misty ape felt Outyin's attack, but was not afraid. It quickly turned around and assumed a defensive posture, with a faint white glow appearing on its arms, and its arms crossed to block. Bump. The Qinglong sword and the mist violent ape's arm collided with each other, making a loud noise. Bump. Bump. Two more dull thuds were heard. The body of the mist violent ape couldn't help but fall backwards during Outyin's third attack. Tap. 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 The misty ape took 3 steps back before it could steady itself. Roar. But it did not back down. Instead, it looked at Outyin provocatively, with a playful expression on its face, as if to say, keep going. Seeing the provocative look on the mist violent ape's face, Outyin wanted to rush up and fight a desperate battle with the mist violent ape. But in the end, reason took over his mind. Outyin quickly came to the remaining team members. At this time, Lan Ling and Rong Xin were almost cured by Adi's green wave. Outyin came in front of them and said in a low voice, "Start retreating." But, "No buts, this is an order. You go first, I'll drag it. Hurry up. Gather at the location where our fighter planes first landed." The remaining members of the dragon hunting team looked at Outyin with a determined expression and no longer hesitated. When the mist violent ape saw Adi and others who wanted to leave, it roared and wanted to stop them from escaping. Bump. The next moment a green blade light came and stopped the running mist violent ape. Outyin's eyes were gloomy, and he spoke in a low voice with some determination. "Your opponent now is me." Chapter 140. Subai takes action. Aotian is shocked. On the road in Qingfeng City, a black twisted vortex was slowly spinning. Suddenly, a slight energy ripple appeared on the black vortex plane. The next second, Subai and Xiaohei jumped out. Meow. It's out, meow. Compared to Xiaohei's joyful mood when he came out, Subai felt the collision of 2 energy fluctuations as soon as he came out. And they don't seem weak at all. One of them was the SS-level extraordinary creature that Subai sensed before entering this dimensional rift. Why is there another SS-level energy fluctuation? Subai was a little surprised. Although the SS-level energy fluctuation was relatively weak, it also reached the SS level. He looked up in a certain direction. Meow. What's the matter, master? When Subai heard Xiaohei's doubt, he glanced at it and said, 2 SS-level extraordinary fluctuations appeared. Meow. Xiaohei's lively movements paused when he heard this. Its eyes became alert, and it began to pay full attention to its surroundings. Seeing Xiaohei looking as if he was facing a formidable enemy, Subai said helplessly, "Don't be so nervous, just rest assured I'm here." Meow. Let's go over there. Subai walked towards the energy fluctuations he sensed, feeling a little curious. So who does that other SS-level energy fluctuation belong to? Not far from the dimensional rift, where Subai and the others came out. At this time, the enraged Outyin was fighting frantically with the mist violent ape. There were already a lot of scars on Outyin's swollen body. There is no doubt that these hideous wounds were caused by the mist ape. On the other hand, the mist ape didn't have much damage on its body and looked quite relaxed. It was as if he was not fighting with Outyin, but playing. Roar. Without any interference from external factors, the mist violent ape can definitely defeat Outyin in his violent state easily. Boom. The misty ape seized Outyin's weakness and punched with all his strength, with a pale energy light covering the fist. This punch was like a cannonball, blasting towards Aotian at high speed. Outyin, who was already covered in wounds, was no longer able to resist. Outyin's body was instantly blown away by the powerful punch from the mist ape. The latter's body crashed into a high-rise building, and rubble and debris fell down. The tall building also collapsed and disintegrated under the impact inertia of Outyin's body. Look around. At this moment, the street was full of destruction caused by the battle between the two. There is no intact building left along the surrounding roads. Roar. The misty ape let out an excited roar, ready to thoroughly understand the other party's life. Outyin, who was lying in the rubble, also had a depressed look on his face. Of course he wanted to run, but the mist ape didn't give him any chance to escape. Whether in terms of strength, defense, or speed, the opponent completely crushes me. Even if you run away directly, the opponent will catch up from behind and attack you from behind. Being at the same SS level, Outyin couldn't even hold out for 10 minutes in the hands of the mist violent ape. A helpless smile appeared on Outyin's face. At this moment, He finally understood the definition of the extraordinary strength level classification on the Chaofan official website. Yin recalled the statement made by an internationally authoritative SSS-level transcendent. Even if they are extraordinary beings at the same level, there will be a huge difference in combat power. The higher the level of the beings, the greater the gap. Before, Yin didn't take such remarks to heart, thinking that he had super SS-level strength. Unless you have extremely bad luck, you will encounter an SSS-level extraordinary enemy. Then you won't be in danger of your life. But now he denied this idea. Even enemies of the same level may threaten your life. The SS-level mist ape in front of you is an example. The Misty Ape is definitely the strongest SS-level extraordinary being that Yin has ever encountered. Even a peak SS class transcendent might not be a match for this Misty Ape. Are you going to die here? Damn it. I was so careless. I was so naive to think that I could easily escape even if I couldn't beat him since we were both SS rank. Bang bang. A heavy sound of footsteps gradually grew louder and louder, and Yin felt a little desperate. Although he was not afraid of death, he was very unwilling in his heart at this moment. Yin had always aimed to become an SSS-level transcendent. It was not until now that he realized that he was just a humble person at the SS level. As for Lan Ling and Rong Xin, who are weaker than him, if we really classify them, they can only be considered as half-baked SS level at best. Yin thought a lot and realized a lot at that time. However, after waiting for a long time, the approaching footsteps disappeared. The Mist Ape's hunt was also delayed. Yin was a little surprised. At this time, his berserk state had been resolved and his body had returned to the normal size of 1.9 meters. After some time of recovery, Yin endured the severe pain in his body and slowly got up. Pushing away the huge rocks and debris that were pressing on him and around him, Yin walked out of the ruined building. And he just came out. Bang! A huge, ferocious ape head suddenly fell on the road in front of him. It was the Mist Ape that had tortured him half to death before. Yin's expression at this moment is even more shocked than if he had eaten it. Sigma. He stood there in a daze and fell into crazy self-doubt. Yin subconsciously uttered a voice of extreme shock. How is this possible? Just when Yin was in a daze, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes, a cool and handsome boy walked over. Subai glanced at Yin casually. Understand that the other party is another SS-level energy wave user. However, in Subai's perception, the energy fluctuations on Yin seemed a little weak. Subai didn't care about Yin, who was standing beside him with wounds all over his body. He went straight to the head of the Mist Ape and put it into the dimensional space. After all, it is an SS-level extraordinary creature. Even if only a head is left, it should be worth a lot of money. As for the corpse of the Mist Violent Ape, because he had just been provoked by the ape face of the Mist Violent Ape, Subai did not hold back his strength for a moment and directly blasted the opponent's body into meat paste. It is estimated that even the corpse of an SS-level extraordinary creature would have a greatly discounted value. Therefore, Subai planned to go back and feed Xiaohei. After collecting the head of the Mist Ape, Subai prepared to turn around and leave. Yin also reacted at this time, and he wanted to call out to Subai. But when he saw the tall and majestic back of Subai, the sound in Yin's mouth could not be uttered. Wait until Subai's figure completely left the street. The tense expression on Yin's face completely relaxed, and he murmured, "What a powerful transcendent. He even killed the Mist Violent Ape. I'm afraid that boss's strength is." Chapter 141 SS Level. Fog City Solitary Haze. Subai didn't care about the seriously injured Yin. If the opponent is an SS-level extraordinary creature, Subai will hunt it down. But the other party is an extraordinary human being, and Subai will not kill his own kind for no reason. Soon Subai returned to his previous position. At this time, the dimensional rift here has also closed. Meow. Xiaohei asked Subai about his next move. Subai's infinite consciousness perception unfolds. Currently, there are 9 dimensional rift fluctuation points in the entire Qingfeng city. The strongest is SS level, and the weakest is S level. Subai's mind was working at high speed, analyzing the locations of these dimensional cracks. He had to plan the best course of action to close these dimensional rifts. After a moment, Subai sorted out the thoughts in his mind. Hey, let's go. Subai was just about to take Xiaohei to the opening point of the next dimensional rift. At this moment, a hidden energy fluctuation appeared in his perception. Although the other party hid very well, Subai still discovered him instantly. Subai narrowed his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The next moment, he grabbed the air behind him with one hand. Subai's right arm instantly transformed into the white dragon claw. Ka ka ka. A series of crisp sound of bones colliding was heard, and Su-bai's entire right arm suddenly turned into a 2-meter-long white dragon bone claw. In front of the right dragon claw, a shadow emerged from the white mist. The opponent's body flew backwards quickly, barely avoiding Su-bai's attack. Su-bai turned sideways, and the surging energy in his body burst out instantly. Huh! At this time, Su-bai transformed into a dragon with one hand, and his eyes were filled with a dangerous aura. How dare you sneak attack him? A platinum-colored light flashed in Su-bai's eyes, and the eye of the White Dragon Emperor opened. Name: Solitary Man in the Fog, Haze. Gender: Male sign. Category: Dimensional creature, Mist species, split. Level: SS-level peak. Skills: Atomization, Void energy, Reorganization, Mist transformation, Mist field. Current status: Interest, Exploration. After seeing the other party's real data, Su-bai's eyes lit up. This is the first time Su-bai has encountered a top SS-level fog creature. The opponent's detailed species was analyzed by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor as a split body. Another new species that Su-bai has never encountered. Snort. Su-bai snorted softly, and a look of interest appeared on his face. The lonely man in the fog city, Haze, was in the air more than 10 meters away from Su-bai at this time. He was looking at Su-bai with curiosity. At this time, Su-bai also began to look at the lonely man in the foggy city, Haze. It has a humanoid appearance, is about 1.6 meters tall, and looks about the same size as a teenager. The body of Haze is made up of turbid mist, which looks blurry. Meow. There was a note of caution in Xiao Hei's voice. At this time, the solitary man in the fog, Haze, also noticed Xiao Hei standing beside him. He floated directly towards Xiao Hei's position. Fog City lonely man. Haze was moving very fast, his body was floating in the air, and he appeared in the air in front of Xiao Hei almost in the blink of an eye. Meow. Xiao Hei was startled by the sudden approach of the Fog City orphan, Haze, and his body instinctively jumped towards Su-bai. Naturally, Su-bai would not watch Xiao Hei being attacked by this strange mist creature. The lonely man in fog twist. Haze wants to continue to get closer to Xiao Hei. The next moment, Su-bai appeared in front of him out of nowhere, blocking the way of the lonely man in the fog city, Haze. The lonely man in the fog city, Haze, was blocked by Su-bai, and the originally calm misty face suddenly showed fluctuations. Su-bai could feel the other party's somewhat violent energy at this moment. Get out of the way. The lonely man in the fog city, Haze, sent a voice into Su-bai's mind. Su-bai was slightly surprised, but not overly shocked. After all, he is an SS-level extraordinary creature, so it is normal to be able to communicate with him through consciousness. Su-bai did not reply to the other party, but just snorted coldly to express his attitude. Oh. The lonely man in the fog city, Haze, heard Su-bai's cold laugh and seemed to hear the disdain and sarcasm in his tone. The next second, the body of the fog city lonely man, a 1.6-meter tall misty being, suddenly changed. The turbid fog in the haze began to expand and twist. Together with the mist in the surrounding air, the fog city solitary, Haze absorbed and merged them all. Seeing this, Su-bai took a step back and picked up Xiao Hei and brought him to a safe place not far away. After dealing with Xiao Hei, Su-bai faced the solitary being in the foggy city, Haze. At this time, the opponent's mutation has also ended. The lonely man in the fog city, Haze, which originally had a human-like body of 1.67 meters tall, has now turned into a 10-meter-tall gray-brown fog giant. Su-bai guessed that this was what he really looked like. Roar. The lonely man in the fog city, Haze, roared towards Su-bai's position, and the turbid mist on his body spread around. In an instant, the space within a radius of several thousand meters was shrouded in this turbid fog. This level of concentration is many times thicker than the fog in the air before. Now, if a normal person enters the foggy area of smog, it would be pitch dark. Fortunately, Su-bai is not an ordinary person, and he also has the bug-like ability of Eye of the White Dragon Emperor. The surroundings were in chaos, and in Su-bai's eyes, they seemed nothing. Meow. The master is going to die? Su-bai also reacted when he heard Xiao Hei's meow. He almost forgot about Xiao Hei. The foggy area of the solitary sun of the foggy city haze also covered Xiao Hei. Su-bai came to Xiao Hei and put it directly into his arms. Xiao Hei felt a familiar big hand grabbing him, and the panic on his face disappeared instantly. Don't move. Xiao Hei, wait for me to finish this guy off. Meow. Good master. After dealing with Xiao Hei, Su-bai continued to look at the solitary man in the foggy city, Haze, not far away. Kill you. The lonely man in the fog city, Haze, conveyed some intermittent communication to Su-bai. Su-bai's mouth twitched when he heard that. This is inexplicable. He felt that Hayes, the lonely man in Fog City, possessed a certain level of intelligence, but the level was not very high, probably only a few years old. Still want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. As Subai uttered the last word, his figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, Subai flashed directly into the air behind the lonely man in Fog City, Hayes. Subai stretched out his right dragon claw, and a terrifying white energy began to gather in the center of the dragon claw. In an instant, a strong white light replaced the surrounding turbidity. Subai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke softly. White dragon claw cannon. The next moment, the white energy waves in the dragon claws gathered. Subai's body turned half to the side, and at the same time, his right dragon claw arm swung, and the white energy ball in the dragon claw was also thrown out. The lonely man in Fog City, Hayes, also felt the energy fluctuations behind him that made him feel dangerous. The lonely man in the fog, Hayes turned around hurriedly, while controlling the surrounding fog to gather in front of him. The next moment, Subai's white dragon claw cannon and the fog barrier formed by Fog City Solitary Hayes collided with each other. A violent explosion also occurred at this moment. Boom, boom. The dazzling white light filled the space, covering Subai's figure and also submerging the misty body of the Fog City lonely man, Hayes. Chapter 142 Kill, SS-level crystal. A strong airflow rushed over. Subai dispersed the explosion smoke in front of him, revealing the figure of the lonely man of Fog City, Hayes. At this time, a huge gap was blasted out in the body of the fog giant Hayes, the lonely man of Fog City. The turbid mist in his body was leaking out madly. A painful roar came out from the mouth of Hayes, the lonely man in Fog City. The fog in the surrounding space trembled and churned, as if representing the mood of the lonely man in the foggy city, Hayes at the moment. Very angry. It hurts. On the body of the Fog City lonely man, the Hayes giant, the wound caused by the bombing of Subai's claw cannon began to heal rapidly. Subai watched, his expression unchanged. Even a peak SS-level extraordinary creature cannot be easily defeated by him with just one strike. I'm going to kill you. The voice of Hayesku, the lonely man in Fog City, became deep, and it was unclear whether it was because of his physical injury or because he was too angry. Subai smiled lightly when he heard that. Then let's give it a try. At this moment, Subai was certain in his heart that although this guy was smart, his IQ was very low. Any smart supernatural creature would definitely choose to escape at the first moment in this situation. However, Hayes, the solitary man in the fog, ignored Subai's powerful strength because of his anger. Boom. The lonely man in Fog City, Hayes began to stride towards Subai's position. The 10-meter-tall figure took almost one step and came in front of Subai. The next moment, the solitary man of the Fog City, Hayes, controlled the fog in the surrounding foggy area. The turbid fog around suddenly all gathered towards the right fist of Fog City lonely man, Hayes. The wind was blowing hard, and the surrounding fog was filled with howling bees and pupae. At this moment in the foggy area of smog, it seemed as if a typhoon and a sandstorm had erupted together. Xiaohei buried his little head directly into Subai's arms and held him tightly to prevent himself from being blown away by the hurricane. Hold on tight, Hei-chan, Subai reminded Xiaohei. The next moment he ignored the extremely strong fog and wind around him and faced the solitary being of the foggy city, Hayes. 2 seconds later, the right fist of Hayes, the lonely man in the fog, has also been charged. At this time, the right fist of the Fog City lonely man, Hayes, has become as big as a truck due to the blessing of the fog. The fist is formed by mist, and above it are howling hurricanes. Die-dash. The lonely man in the Fog City, Hayes, let out a loud roar, and the next moment his powerful right fist smashed towards Subai's position. The surrounding fog was dispersed by the impact of this punch, and Subai, who was facing the punch of the Fog City lonely man, Hayes, felt like he was facing an 18-level typhoon. The strong wind and impact blew up Subai's short hair, which fluttered slightly, making Subai look even more handsome. Boom! The solitary man in the Fog City, Hayes, struck with a terrifying blow, and Subai's figure was obscured by the smoke rising around him, making it impossible to see the specific situation. The expression on Hayes's face had not changed yet, when suddenly a light voice came from the smoke in front of him. The power is good, but the attack density is not concentrated enough. The expression on the face of the lonely man in the Fog City, Hayes, and mist suddenly changed, revealing a hint of horror. The next moment, the giant fist of mist that he had smashed down was slowly raised up. An unshakable force came from under his giant fist, causing the emotions in the heart of Hayes, the lonely man of Fog City, to change drastically. How is it possible? Subai's voice rang out. How is it impossible? At the same time, Subai exerted his strength and directly raised the giant fog fist of the Fog City lone Hayes. Following Subai's sudden attack, the lonely man in the Fog City, Hayes, was also affected by the inertia of Subai's fist and could not help but retreat backwards. Boom, boom, boom. The huge foggy body of Hayes almost fell to the ground. Before he could steady himself, the next second, a figure attacked. Subai's clean and three-dimensional face appeared in the sight of the solitary man in the foggy city, Hayes. The scene is fleeting. The next moment, Subai swung out his dragon-like right arm and aimed at the head of the lonely man in Fog City, Hayes. In the center of the dragon claw, a ball of terrifying white energy suddenly emerged. The white light spot suddenly enlarged in the next moment and gathered to form a dragon claw cannon with a diameter several times larger than the previous one. Dragon claw cannon. Buzz. The next moment, the white light swallowed up the entire vision of Fog City lonely man, Hayes, and also swallowed up his foggy body. Subai's figure also leaped up, and the next second, he jumped out of the foggy area. Bump. Subai's body fell to the ground and came to a kilometer away from the Hayes release area of Fog City Solitary. The next second, the semi-spherical fog area behind him that covered the city streets suddenly exploded. Bright white light burst out from it, completely tearing apart the turbid fog. Bang! Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding city ground also shook slightly due to the explosion. Spiderweb-like cracks spread outward from the center of the explosion, even reaching the ground at Subai's feet. Meow. Master, are you done yet? Well, it's over. You can come down now, Subai said to Xiaohei in his arms. Xiaohei cried out inwardly when he heard this. I wouldn't have asked if I had known. Omega? Xiaohei jumped out of Subai's arms and came to the ground. A few minutes later, the smoke produced by the explosion of Su Bailong's claw cannon and the foggy field released by Wudu's solitary haze completely dissipated. Subai restored his mutated right arm and walked towards the location of the explosion with Xiaohei. If Subai's previous analysis was correct, then this solitary being in the fog, haze, should also leave behind an energy crystal after being killed. As expected, when Subai's figure approached the place where the lonely man of Fog City, Haze stood before his death, the energy crystal of Fog City Solitary, Haze was discovered in a super large pit with a depth of more than 5 meters. It was a crystal stone with a grayish-white surface and a turbid interior. Although there is still a lot of fog lingering around, it will not dissipate for a long time. However, this kind of crystal will emit a pure energy fluctuation invisibly. Meow. Xiaohei also meowed excitedly. Although it was not it that killed Haze, Haze's crystals had nothing to do with it. Xiaohei, go get it for me. Subai glanced at the little black cat at his feet. Meow. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei ran over and soon came back with the crystal of Haze, the lonely one in the Fog City. Subai took over the crystal of Haze, the lonely man in the Fog City. The pinnacle SS-level energy crystal. Feeling the pure and surging energy fluctuations within it, Subai couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. If you say that at the beginning he was trying to solve the fog in order to complete the task, now Subai is seeking the benefits in the fog. By hunting the extraordinary people in the fog, Subai can also gain many benefits. At this time, Subai recalled what Qi Xiaohua had said to him before. The SSS-level dimensional rift is a disaster, but it is also a paradise for powerful, extraordinary people. Chapter 143, Stormy and Turbulent. Subai swallowed the energy crystal of Fog City Lonely Man, Haze in one gulp. Suddenly, a pure energy surged into Subai's whole body, making him feel comfortable and narrow his eyes slightly. A few minutes later, Subai completely absorbed and digested this top-level SS-grade crystal. Cool. Subai's eyes were bright, and the corners of his mouth were raised with confidence. Experience the improvement that the crystals of Haze bring to the body. Subai gradually became excited. His eyes turned to a dimensional rift fluctuation point in Qingfeng City. I felt a little moved. Let's go. Meow. The other side. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Cheng Xiaoka and Mou finally killed the special S-level ghost face. Looking at the ghost-faced monster on the ground in front of him, which had been bombed into a mess by Mou's magic flame, Cheng Xiaoko complained. This guy is really thick-skinned. He was hit by so many magic fire cannons and still survived. As he spoke, Cheng Xiaoka stepped forward and put Ghostface's body directly into the space bracelet. The corpse of a special S-level extraordinary creature is also a good trophy for them, the level 8 Orderers. Mou watched Cheng Xiaoka's actions and did not stop him. They killed the ghost-faced monster together, and Cheng Xiaoka would definitely share it with him when they returned. Let's quickly go to other places to provide support, Mou said, looking at an energy detector in his hand. It showed the energy fluctuations occurring around them. There are energy fluctuations ranging from the lowest level D to the special S level, and there are even those that surpass the special S level. But these are not what they can deal with. Cheng Xiaoka and Mou, you only need to hunt down as many extraordinary creatures as possible that appear in Qingfeng City before the support from the Southern SOD headquarters arrives. Minimize casualties among ordinary people in Qingfeng City. Mou turned around and quickly headed towards a special S-level energy point. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoka stomped her feet angrily and muttered to herself, "You bastard, wait for me too." Then Cheng Xiaoka quickly caught up with Mou, and the two of them quickly disappeared from the street. The direction they were heading was exactly the city center of Qingfeng City. A modified four-wheel off-road vehicle drove straight into Qingfeng City along the main road that runs through it. The people in the car naturally saw the fog shrouding Qingfeng City, and they were certainly not ordinary people. Soon the off-road vehicle entered the territory of Qingfeng City. The car slowly slowed down and began to search for extraordinary creatures in the fog. They are the extraordinary hunting team that came from the outside world. Not only this team, but also various modified cars and helicopters drove into Qingfeng City one after another. There is no doubt that they are all extraordinary people from other regions in the south. Over time, the extraordinary hunting teams and lone extraordinary people from the outside world began to pour into Qingfeng City in large numbers. For a time, the fog creatures that were rampant in the fog of Qingfeng City were also hunted by powerful extraordinary people. A large number of extraordinary people entered Qingfeng City, which made the monsters in the fog become more excited and violent. You should know that the nutrition of a superhuman's body is much higher than that of an ordinary person. Of course, these extraordinary hunting teams are also very greedy for the corpses and crystals of the fog creatures. For a moment, the situation that was originally a unilateral slaughter of the mist creatures suddenly turned into a situation where the extraordinary people and the mist creatures fought each other. Somewhere in a foggy dimension world, in the magnificent purple gold palace, a tall figure with 6 arms appeared out of nowhere in front of the purple gold throne. Amoduo knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully towards the throne in front of him. Master Pandora, the dimensional channel connecting to the outside world has been built. Please give me the next instructions. The figure in purple gold armor sitting on the high throne raised his hand slightly upon hearing this. I see. The next second, Pandora slowly stood up from the throne and said in a relaxed tone, "It's time to go out and get rid of those ants." The other side. In Qingfeng Park in Qingfeng City, Zhang Xiaoman was sitting on the toilet in the park's public toilet. Zhang Xiaoman, who had had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, and a faint pink light flashed in her eyes. She murmured excitedly, "That guy is about to take action." The corners of Zhang Xiaoman's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a smug expression that seemed to be a smile, but not a smile. Then I have to speed up the process. Don't miss this great opportunity. Central location in Qingfeng City. At this time, the concentration of fog here has reached an alarming level. The visible line of sight of a normal person here does not exceed 1 meter. Simply put, ordinary people moving around here are like blind people. At this time, Huang Tian's Order Team 2 was fighting the mist creatures in the nearby city blocks. In the central area of Qingfeng City, there are also many important city civil servants. Therefore, they, SOD, must also give priority to protecting ordinary people here. The fog is getting thicker around Team Yellow. Team Yellow, the distance that our telescope can penetrate the fog is less than 50 meters. Li Bo, Zhang Rui, and Jin Xing are no longer able to survive. Team Yellow. Huang Tian's heart sank to the bottom as he listened to the continuous bad news reports from the Order members around him. The hunt took less than an hour. The number of Order members in their second team has been reduced to about 20 people. Moreover, the disadvantage of them as the Orderers is getting bigger and bigger, and now basically everyone is fighting with injuries, including one of his arms, which was scratched by the opponent during the previous battle with the A-level mist creature. Damn it! How long will it take for the support from the headquarters to arrive? Huang Tian also felt a little bitter at this time. If the headquarters had provided support using transportation tools such as supersonic fighter jets, perhaps the current crisis in Qingfeng City would have been resolved. But Huang Tian knew in his heart that this was unlikely. It is impossible for the headquarters to send such an important resource as supersonic fighter jets to small or medium-sized cities like Qingfeng City. A few minutes later, Huang Tian and his team of second-tier order keepers retreated into an office building. The survivors in the building had blocked and locked the glass door on the first floor. Because they were afraid that the horrible monsters outside would rush in, they didn't want Huang Tian and others to enter. Huang Tian was very disappointed with the result that SOD had tried so hard to protect. At that time, Huang Tian kicked the glass door and broke the large number of objects blocking it. Huang Tian and more than 20 people forcefully entered the office building. After seeing the energy weapons in Huang Tian and the others' hands and the special uniforms they were wearing, as well as the bloodstains and scars left on their bodies from fighting with supernatural creatures, the survivors in the office building didn't dare to say anything. They all retreated back to the tall building in fear and hid in their own corners. Huang Tian didn't bother with these ordinary survivors. After entering the office building, the order guards began to treat the wounded while guarding the broken entrance on the first floor. Chapter 144. Giant beasts in the fog gather in the city center. A few dozen minutes later, suddenly, a large gray-black shadow covered the sky above the city block where Huang Tian and his friends were. The mist in the surrounding air seemed to be squeezed by something and spread to both sides. Huang Tian and others were hiding in the office building, watching this scene in shock. Why did it suddenly get dark? Idiot! Look up at the sky. What is that? Yellow team, look. What's going on? Huang Tian and others looked up at the sky. At this moment, in the sky above the office building outside, in addition to a large amount of fog, a huge black figure suddenly appeared. Someone among the order members exclaimed. In the sky, something seems to have appeared. Due to the large amount of fog in the sky, Huang Tian and his companions could not see clearly what the black shadow in the sky was for a while. But this did not affect their shock, because the black shadow in the sky was too huge. Just looking at the size of the black shadow, it is at least as big as a building. What the hell? Could it be a supernatural creature in the fog? Damn it, this is at least over 100 meters. No way, no way. Look at the energy probe. Hearing the shout from a certain orderer, everyone reacted. They looked at their energy probes. I saw the energy fluctuations displayed above began to change rapidly. The energy detector in Huang Tian's hand is more advanced, and the energy value displayed on it is jumping wildly. Ding, 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 comma, ding, comma, ding. A series of clear prompt sounds rang out, almost without any pause. As the energy value on the display grew wildly, the number of words finally stopped at a certain astonishing digit. The energy rating on the display also showed SSS-level++. What the hell? Huang Tian couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, which scared the surrounding members of the order team. Then they also saw the display of this terrifying energy. Shouts of "fuck" rose one after another among the order seekers. After a while, Huang Tian was the first to calm down his shock. He murmured heavily. An extraordinary existence at the pinnacle of SS level. Now, the black shadow hidden in the fog in the air outside their office building turned out to be an extraordinary creature that had reached the peak of SS level. This is a terrifying existence that can easily destroy their city. Huang Tian thought of something and spoke hurriedly. Quick, notify Minister Zhang. No need, I already know. Suddenly, the voice of an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life was heard. Then Zhang Tianlong quickly came in front of Huang Tian and the other order keepers. Minister Zhang, Minister Zhang, Mr. Zhang. Huang Tian quickly came to Zhang Tianlong with a serious look on his face. I've already seen that big guy outside. The peak SS level is no longer something we can handle. What should we do now, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Tianlong narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of Su Bai and the support sent by the headquarters, and he said in a steady tone, Don't be nervous. Support from the southern region will arrive soon. By then, there will be level 9 or even level 10 orderers who will come to kill it. Now we just have to protect the survivors in this building. Zhang Tianlong looked at the other orderers around him and said loudly, Don't panic. Our SOD support will be here soon. Even if it is an SS level extraordinary creature, SOD will be able to deal with it. After hearing Zhang Tianlong's voice, the members of the second team of order makers regained a lot of confidence. That's right. So what if it's an SS level extraordinary creature? This is the first time I've seen an SS level extraordinary creature. Exterior aerial of office building. The huge figure whose energy fluctuations reached the peak of SS level suddenly stopped in the air. The security guards in the office building were puzzled and surprised when they saw this. But after a while, the black shadow still did not move. Zhang Tianlong was shocked and puzzled. After watching for a while, Zhang Tianlong suddenly took out his mobile phone. He opened the prestige communication box with Su Bai. Zhang Tianlong. Mr. Su, a supernatural creature that has reached the peak of SS level, has appeared in the foggy sky at number 288, Qingfeng City Center Road. Zhang Tianlong. If possible, I hope Mr. Su can come and kill him. We SOD will definitely compensate Mr. Su afterwards. At this time, Su Bai was running towards the next dimensional rift. He was a little surprised when he felt his cell phone vibrate. As Su Bai moved, he took out his cell phone to check the message content. After seeing the letter from Zhang Tianlong, Su Bai stopped instantly. Meow. Why did the master stop? Su Bai ignored Xiaohei's surprise. His eyes were fixed on the SS-level peak sent by Zhang Tianlong. Another SS-level supernatural creature has appeared. Su Bai felt delighted. Zhang Tianlong undoubtedly handed a piece of fat meat that he couldn't eat to Su Bai. It depends on whether Su Bai has the ability to win. Of course, Su Bai has this ability. Xiaohei, change direction. Let's go to the city center. Su Bai said something to Xiaohei, then turned around and headed in another direction. That is the direction of Qingfeng City Center. Although Xiaohei behind him was puzzled, he did not ask much. He moved his 4 short legs and followed Su Bai closely. Qingfeng City Center area. At this time, Zhang Tianlong and others were staring at the huge black shadow in the sky vigilantly, to prevent the opponent from launching an attack at any time. Suddenly, a member of the order who was staring at them shouted, "Minister Zhang, Captain Huang." That black shadow seems to have moved. Hearing the sound, Zhang Tianlong and Huang Tian instantly became nervous. The two quickly came to the glass door of the office building and looked at the huge black shadow in the sky. The huge black shadow that seemed to be stationary began to move, and the direction of movement seemed to be exactly the location of their office building. Fuck! Huang Tian couldn't help but curse in shock. Zhang Tianlong's face also looked very ugly. Huang Tian looked at Zhang Tianlong and asked in surprise, "Mr. Zhang, should we evacuate?" Hearing Huang Tian's question, Zhang Tianlong rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. "Nonsense. Are you going to be crushed to death by that monster if you don't evacuate?" Huang Tian smiled awkwardly when he heard this and continued to ask, "The survivors in the office building." Zhang Tianlong narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do you think we can save them?" Although Zhang Tianlong didn't say it directly, his meaning was very clear. "Understood. I will notify the other order members to evacuate." Looking at the huge black shadow that was getting closer, Huang Tian did not dare to hesitate. If they were a step later, perhaps none of the order makers from their second team would have been able to escape. Chapter 145. Support from the General District, Level 10 Order. Soon all the order keepers in the office building were evacuated. Some smarter survivors, after seeing the anxious behavior of Huang Tian and others, also chose to escape together. In less than a few seconds, above the sky, the huge black monster finally broke through the fog in the air, and its true face appeared in front of Zhang Tianlong and others. It was a giant strange fish with a grayish-white body and a body as big as a mountain. What kind of monster is that? How come whales are flying in the air? It has no wings. How does it manage to fly? Idiot. That's a supernatural creature. SS-class supernatural creature. Let's run. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get out of its impact range as soon as possible. Led by Huang Tian, the second team of order men tried their best to move away towards the road on one side. The mist-flying fish rushed down from hundreds of meters away, and even the aftermath after landing could take their lives. What Huang Tian and others have to do now is to stay away from this area as much as possible. Zhang Tianlong followed at the front of the team and killed some fog creatures that appeared on their way, so as not to block the evacuation of Huang Tian and others. Ouch! High in the sky behind him, the mist-flying fish suddenly let out a loud, dull cry. At this moment, all the survivors in the office building, including those hiding in the surrounding areas, were terrified. They looked at the huge flying fish that fell from the sky and swooped towards them, feeling despair in their hearts. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Is this still a fish? It's almost as big as a building. Oh my god. Why is it rushing towards us? Mom, I still don't want to die? Whoa. The many survivors hiding in the buildings shouted in despair, fearing that the giant fish would come from the sky and crush them into red mud in the next second. Stop it. At this critical moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, the giant fish swooping down from the fog in the sky suddenly stopped. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant fish's head and withstood the attack. For a moment, all sounds stopped. The survivors around who were about to be hit stopped crying, and even the second team of order personnel who were evacuating at full speed stopped. Zhang Tianlong, who was at the front, was a little surprised and looked back. Zhang Tianlong looked down along the body of the giant fish. When he saw the human figure in front of the giant fish's head, his heart trembled. It's Senior Lin Juechen. Zhang Tianlong naturally knew the strongest person in the SOD headquarters in the southern part of Dragon Country, level 10 Orderer Lin Juechen. Zhang Tianlong's heart, which had been hanging in the air, slowly relaxed after he saw the person coming. The headquarters actually sent Senior Lin Juechen. With the support of the level 10 Orderers, their Qifeng city was saved. Looking at Zhang Tianlong, who seemed to be in deep thought, Huang Tian from the Order team stepped forward and asked Zhang Tianlong, "Mr. Zhang, that's the strongest Orderer in our southern SOD General District, Lin Juechen. That SS-level top-flying fish monster should be fine." At this time, it was above the office buildings in the city center. The 100-meter-long giant fish in the fog slowly stopped about 10 meters away from the building. It was as if something was blocking it from below, and it couldn't move forward at all. And below the giant fish's diving head, a figure was quietly floating there. Lin Juechen held the giant fish's head with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. The back looks tall and majestic. The survivors hiding in the surrounding corners of the city also turned their eyes to Lin Juechen, because he is their last hope. At this time, Lin Juechen's expression was also a little solemn, because in his perception, the energy fluctuations of the giant fish monster in front of him reached the peak of SS level. Originally, it was not him who was sent to Qifeng City for support this time, but two other level 9 Orderers. He happened to have some free time today, and when he saw an SS-level extraordinary person appear here, he followed along. If he hadn't come along this time, I'm afraid the two level 9 Orderers sent by the headquarters would not be a match for this extraordinary giant fish. Lin Juechen let out a soft cry. The next moment, he pushed against the giant fish's right hand and exerted force suddenly. The giant fish that was originally stuck in midair began to move slowly at this time. But this time it didn't continue to dive downwards, but flew backwards. Boom, boom. With Lin Juechen's continuous push, the body of the giant mist fish soon began to move away from the city buildings. On the ground, swoosh, 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 figures suddenly jumped out from the surrounding fog. One by one, SOD members wearing special uniforms appeared in the city block. They were the support team that came with Lin Juechen. Dozens of Order men in uniform, holding all kinds of powerful weapons, looked around with confidence. A strong and powerful energy fluctuation erupted from every order giver. Huang Tian and other members of the Qifeng City second team were all surprised when they saw the logos on these people's uniforms. They're all at least level 6 Orderers? Look at the surging aura fluctuating from their bodies and the confident expressions on their faces. Huang Tian and the others felt dazed, as if they were sure to win. Great. Support from the headquarters has arrived. We are saved. With so many high-level Orderers, we're safe this time. Woo woo woo. The Order members of Team 2 instantly lost control of their emotions, and some even cried for joy. If you have not experienced their battles, you will not understand how they feel at this moment. Okay, let's find a safe place to hide first. Xiao Huang, come with me. At this time, Zhang Tianlong stepped forward and spoke to the Order Keeper of the second team. Taking Huang Tian with him, Zhang Tianlong quickly ran towards the General District Order officers over there. As the director of Qifeng City SD branch, he must hand over the power to the other party. On the other side, Lin Juechen was standing in the void, fighting with the top SS-level misty flying fish. If you look closely, you can see that in the void under Lin Juechen's feet, there are actually pieces of black matter, just like his shadow. This is also Lin Juechen's awakened ability, Shadow Demon. He can control his own shadow, for example. He can use his shadow as the ground to fly in the air. On the ground, Zhang Tianlong and Huang Tianai joined the support team sent by the headquarters. The team was led by two level 9 Orderers, who were also the captain and deputy captain of the support team. But later he was met by Lin Juechen, and the board ladder followed him along. Fortunately, Lin Juechen came along, otherwise it would be very difficult for the two level 9 Orderers to kill the SS-level top giant fish in the sky. Even if they could kill it in the end, Qifeng City would definitely be destroyed by the battle. Chapter 146 Shadow Soldiers, Reversal of Situation. Seeing Zhang Tianlong and the other man running over, two level 9 Orderers stepped forward and had a brief exchange with them. They quickly finalized the plan, leaving one level 9 Order and 10 level 6 Order to conduct rescue operations in the downtown area. The remaining level 9 Orderer took the rest of the support team to various places in Qifeng City to clear out the open, dimensional rift. As for Zhang Tianlong and the others, they also stayed in the city center. A few minutes later, a miserable howling sound came from the fog in the sky. The fog in the sky was swirling and surging, as if the battle was fierce. On the battlefield in the sky, Lin Juechen used his awakening ability to summon shadow soldiers. These shadow soldiers have different shapes, some are humanoid and some are monster-like. Lin Juechen's Shadow Demon ability has a powerful skill. That is, you can refine the corpses of dead extraordinary people into your own shadow soldiers. Although the upper limit of Lin Juechen's shadow-making ability is very high. However, these refined shadow soldiers do not have self-awareness or wisdom. He doesn't have the powerful fighting power he had in his lifetime. Basically, they only retain the physical strength they had in life and some basic fighting skills. It can be regarded as a low-profile version of Subai's control of life and death. At this time, the entire body of the misty flying fish was occupied by Lin Juechen's shadow soldiers. They attacked the mist flying fish in the most primitive way. The scene was like ants devouring an elephant, giving people a shocking feeling. After a few minutes, many small wounds appeared on the body of the mist flying fish. Although the damage caused by the shadow soldiers was minimal, they were outnumbered. As the mist flying fish hummed, a powerful sound wave also came out of its mouth. Circles of tangible high-frequency air waves bombarded the shadow soldiers around it. Puff, 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 puff. The dark bodies of the shadow soldiers exploded under the sonic attack of this range, turning into wisps of black mist that floated back into Lin Juechen's body. Soon most of the shadow soldiers present were eliminated, and only some larger ones barely withstood the sonic shock. Seeing this, Lin Juechen's face showed no panic at all. He stood on a shadow plane and extended his index finger. I saw streams of black energy gushing out from his fingertips and gathering in the air in front of him. The black energy gathered very quickly, and in less than a moment, a shadow monster that was also hundreds of meters in size appeared in the air in front of Lin Juechen. The moment the shadow monster appeared, the mist flying fish on the opposite side discovered it. Woo-woo. The misty flying fish cried out in surprise, and the next moment it ignored the shadow soldiers on its body and flew directly towards the shadow monster. Seeing this, Lin Juechen's mouth curled up slightly. He controlled the shadow monster and started fighting with the mist flying fish. So far, Lin Juechen has only regarded this battle as an entertainment. At the same time, a black plane appeared in the air below Lin Juechen. Tall and strong shadow soldiers fell out from inside. They fell to the ground, and under Lin Juechen's command, the shadow soldiers began to hunt the fog creatures in the fog of Qifeng City. A steady stream of shadow soldiers jumped out from the black plane under Lin Juechen's feet and rushed towards the surrounding fog. While Lin Juechen was fighting the mist flying fish, he also spared no effort to clear out other mist monsters in Qifeng City. For a moment, Lin Juechen was the only one in charge of the battlefield. The second team of order members in the distance were hiding under a house. They were watching this scene with shocked expressions. So strong. Is that the order person who came to support our Qifeng City? What level of orderer is that big guy? He can fight against a supernatural creature at the peak of SS level alone, so he must be at least a level 9 orderer, right? Not only that, that big guy can still spare some energy to deal with other extraordinary monsters in Qifeng City. His strength is terrifying. Alas, when will I be able to have such strength? Stop daydreaming. Become a level 5 orderer first. The other side. The rescue team brought by Lin Juechen has begun to close the dimensional rifts in various places in Qifeng City. Their goal is clear. Priority is to close the dimensional rift that is opened. This can stop the surrounding fog from deepening further and also reduce the appearance of supernatural creatures. As for those mist creatures that are wantonly slaughtering people in Qifeng City, Lin Juechen's shadow soldiers are here. For a time, the extraordinary situation in Qifeng City began to gradually improve. Those extraordinary people who came to Qifeng City before or later discovered the shadow soldiers hunting monsters. Some veterans with extraordinary experience recognized Lin Juechen's shadow soldiers. They understood that support from Qifeng City had arrived. Therefore, we must seize the time to hunt more extraordinary people in the fog of Qifeng City. SODA's regulations. As long as the extraordinary people are hunted by themselves, SOD will not forcibly confiscate them. On a small block in Qifeng City. At this moment, a black fighter plane was flying in the air. It was the supersonic fighter that Aotian and others had taken before. Audie's head stuck out from the fighter plane and shouted to Lan Ling below. Brother Lan didn't find Boss Aotian. After a while, several figures appeared from the surrounding foggy roads. They're all members of the dragon hunting team. After they evacuated, they still hadn't waited for Aotian to arrive, so they became anxious. They decided to search separately, but after searching for more than 10 minutes, they still couldn't find Aotian. Boss. You wouldn't. Shut up, Xiaofeng. Boss Aotian won't get into trouble so easily. He's the captain of our dragon hunting team, SS-level Aotian. Lan Ling looked at the team member who spoke with bloodshot eyes. The latter fell silent instantly after being yelled at by Lan Ling. The other people around also looked depressed. Including Audie in the fighter plane above, he also looked worried. It's been half an hour, and Boss Aotian hasn't come here as agreed. No, we have to find him. Maybe Boss Aotian is injured or has been delayed by other things. I don't believe that SS-level White Ape can kill Boss Aotian. It sure does. Suddenly, a somewhat muddy voice sounded, responding to Lan Ling's roar. When Lan Ling and the others heard the voice, they turned around with joy to look. On a foggy street, Aotian's somewhat tired figure slowly walked out. Boss Aotian! Boss Aotian! Boss! Boss Aotian! The 5 people shouted in surprise and ran towards Outyan's position. Outyan saw that they were worried about him, and although he didn't say anything, he felt warm in his heart. Okay, let's get on the fighter plane first. Outyan did not give everyone too much time to reunite. He had previously felt energy fluctuations in Qifeng City that were even more terrifying than those felt by the misty violent ape. Now that he is seriously injured, it would be safer for him to fly high into the sky first. Chapter 147, Killing the Flying Fish in the Mist, SSS-level in the mist. Inside a supersonic fighter jet high in the sky above Qifeng City. Boss Outyan, what should we do now? At this time, Audi was flying the fighter plane while treating Outyan's injuries. Outyan sighed helplessly when he heard this. Alas, the strength of that white ape monster far exceeds the normal SS level. I was almost killed at that time. When Outyan said this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he recalled Su Bai's back in his mind. Then how did you escape, Boss Outyan? Outyan did not give a direct answer when he heard this. Other powerful extraordinary people have arrived in Qifeng City. I estimate that Saad's support will arrive soon, and the next extraordinary hunting should be over soon. Then Boss Outyan, are we going back now? Wait a minute, I sensed a more terrifying supernatural presence here before. That white ape monster should not be the strongest. Boss Outyan, what do you mean? Audi, fly the fighter plane to the center of Qifeng City first. We have fighter planes. Let's see if we can get some benefits before leaving. Boss Outyan understands. Upon hearing this, Audi began to control the supersonic fighter and flew quickly towards the city center of Qifeng City. The other side. Over the center of Qifeng City. At this time, the battle between Lin Juechen and the misty flying fish was coming to an end. In less than 10 minutes, the mist flying fish had been seriously injured by Lin Juechen's shadow monster. This is when Lin Juechen is not taking it seriously. If he were to take it seriously, he would probably be able to kill the misty flying fish within a minute. Puff, puff, puff. The shadow monster summoned by Lin Juechen was riding on the body of the misty flying fish, and its sharp claws kept piercing the opponent's body. Bright red blood continued to flow out of the pale body of the mist flying fish. At this time, most of its body had been dyed red, and it looked like it was about to die. Woo-woo. The mist flying fish also waved its white tentacles frantically. They were like long and thin tentacles, attacking the shadow monster on its body frantically. Unfortunately, the shadow monster summoned by Lin Juechen has no life, is not afraid of pain, and can almost ignore the tentacle attacks of the mist flying fish. Only the sonic attack of the mist flying fish can have a certain impact on it, but this is of no avail. With Lin Juechen's endless energy blessing, the shadow monster is almost immortal and has unlimited physical strength. Seeing the tenacious vitality of the mist flying fish under it, the shadow monster seemed a little impatient. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow monster started dancing directly on the body of the misty flying fish. The shadow monster was in no way inferior to the mist flying fish's huge body of 100 meters, and began to stomp on the mist flying fish with great force. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Although the mist flying fish is huge, it cannot withstand the shadow monster's incessant high-frequency dancing. After a while, there was a deafening roar from the sky and thunder rumbled in the sky. Woo. Following a shrill cry from the mist flying fish, its body floating in the air finally couldn't hold on any longer. The huge body of the misty flying fish, which was hundreds of meters long, began to fall towards the city ground below. Huff, 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 huff. A large amount of fog was blown in from the surrounding air, and for a moment the scene returned to the original situation. The survivors hiding on the ground began to panic. Seeing this, Lin Juechen's mouth corners slightly raised. He would not let the body of the mist flying fish hit the ground. Rise. Lin Juechen uttered softly and made a lifting motion with one hand. The next moment, a 100-meter-long black giant hand suddenly appeared in the space behind him. The shadowy hand came directly to the bottom of the falling misty flying fish and dragged its huge body. Boom. Seeing this scene, the survivors on the ground also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Lin Juechen was about to put the SS-level mist flying fish corpse into his space equipment. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure that made people feel fearful appeared. Even Lin Juechen, a level 10 orderer, felt something was wrong with this terrifying aura. Lin Juechen raised his head and looked toward another place in the sky. At this moment, a black vortex appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the city center of Qifeng City. The next second it began to expand rapidly, and in the blink of an eye the black vortex had expanded to a diameter of 100 meters. A new dimensional rift has opened. Not only Lin Juechen, but also the other survivors on the ground and the orderers like Huang Tian were all worried when they saw the black vortex in the sky. Lin Juechen narrowed his eyes slightly, and the next moment he seemed to feel something. The shadow monster in the air nearby suddenly fluctuated, and the next moment, countless shining energy cyclones exploded on its body. Puff, puff, puff. The shadow monster let out a scream, and the next second its body was chopped into countless pieces by these horrific cutting cyclones. These fragments turned into wisps of black air and poured into Lin Jueqin's body. And in the air where the shadow monster had just floated, a figure in gray-purple armor was quietly floating there. When Lin Jueqin saw the other person's figure, his pupils suddenly shrank. When did she show up? Human, you are very powerful. Suddenly, a pleasant and magnetic voice sounded. The voice was icy cold, majestic, and inviolable, as if it was a being high above. Lin Jueqin was surprised that the voice was transmitted directly into his mind through his mental power. Didn't they say that the extraordinary people in Qifeng City are only SS level? Now things are a bit troublesome. Lin Jueqin's expression gradually became solemn, and he looked at the figure of Pandora's derivative, number 4. In his perception, the opponent's energy fluctuations were only SS level and nothing to be afraid of. But the owner of that voice just now made Lin Jueqin feel a sense of crisis. Suddenly, an even more powerful energy wave surged out from the black vortex with a diameter of 100 meters. Lin Jueqin looked over instantly. A giant white flying fish with a size of over 100 meters slowly flew out of the whirlpool. It turned out to be the same monster as the SS-level top-level mist flying fish he had killed before. Moreover, Lin Jueqin could sense that this newly appeared mist flying fish was even stronger. Lin Jueqin stared at the black vortex. He knew that there were even more powerful supernatural creatures in it that had not yet appeared. It was as if it confirmed what Lin Jueqin was thinking, as this mist-flying fish flew out of the dimensional rift. Immediately afterwards, a huge mist monster with a size of over 100 meters floated out. The moment the other party came out of the black vortex, an extremely cold chill swept through all the surrounding space. The super-strong energy fluctuations of the SSS-level burst out without any concealment or reservation, pressing towards all the creatures in the area. In an instant, all the extraordinary people or extraordinary creatures whose strength was below S-level were pressed to the ground by this terrifying aura. The pressure from the SSS-level aura made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Chapter 148 The War is Coming. The King of the Fog City, a super powerful SSS-level fog creature. He is the top extraordinary existence in the fog world. The moment the King of Fog City descended, he sensed the demise of his own split body. That's right, the solitary man in the Fog City, Hayes, who was killed by Subei before, is exactly the split body of the SSS-level King of the Fog City in front of him. The King of Fog City is like an old father and son to the orphan of Fog City, Hayes, although they are not really father and son. Woo-woo. The King of Fog City turned into a big mouth in the mist and let out a long cry. The huge body, hundreds of meters tall, roared loudly in the air, as if venting its anger. At the same time, the mist energy on his body began to sweep towards the surrounding space, trying to find the murderer who killed his split body. Huff, 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 huff. Waves of surging mist energy spread and impacted the surrounding space. It was like a Force 18 typhoon, making the survivors around tremble. Lin Jueqin, who was in the air not far away, looked at the SS-level peak misty flying fish and the SSS-level king of the Fog City that appeared one after another from the black vortex. Lin Jueqin muttered to himself in an awkward voice. The extraordinary people in Qifeng City are definitely not just SS-level. The SSS-level king of Fog City that appeared before him has proved that the extraordinary people here are SSS-level existences. Dragon Country has opened another SSS-level dimensional rift. Luckily I'm here this time, otherwise the support team sent by the headquarters would have been wiped out. Lin Jueqin said to himself with a somewhat relieved tone. SSS-level extraordinary person, this situation must be reported to the SD at the Dragon Country headquarters. Lin Jueqin thought in his heart, and then his consciousness communicated with an orderer on the ground below. Let the other party send a message now and report the changes here back to the southern headquarters as soon as possible. Lin Jueqin looked at the King of Fog City opposite him. The King of Fog City and the Lonely Man of Fog City, Hayes, are somewhat similar in appearance, and their bodies are both made up of a turbid and unclear fog. However, compared to the size of the Lonely Man in the Fog City, Hayes, the King of the Fog City, is hundreds of meters tall. The aura alone is completely incomparable. However, there was no fear in Lin Jueqin's eyes when he looked at the King of Fog City. He is the strongest organizer in the SOD headquarters in the southern part of Dragon Country, and this title is not just boasted. Lin Jueqin looked towards the King of Fog City and spoke in a somewhat confident tone. It's been a long time since I hunted down an SSS-level extraordinary person. The other side. After Zhang Tianlong sent a message to Subei, Subei rushed towards the city center at full speed. At this time, Subei was running at high speed on the foggy road. Suddenly, an invisible energy mist swept across his body, and Subei noticed something unusual. Subei's infinite consciousness instantly unfolded, capturing the energy that had just passed through his body. Subei looked slightly surprised. This is High in the sky in the city center, the king of Fog City suddenly roared. Roar, roar, roar. He felt the guy who killed his clone. Then the body of the king of Fog City in the sky began to twist and float. The sky around him was filled with fog, as if it was a natural disaster. The next second, he flew towards Subai, who was heading here at high speed. What's going on? High in the sky on the other side, Lin Juechen looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Come to think of it, that guy seemed to be looking for something when he came out. No, we must not let him act recklessly in Qifeng City. Lin Juechen's tone was resolute. An SSS-level transcendent who can deliver a devastating attack with just a random strike. If the king of Fog City is allowed to act freely in Qifeng City, it will be an absolute devastating disaster for the survivors hiding in the city. Lin Juechen naturally didn't know at this time that the king of Fog City was going to seek revenge on Subai. And in that huge dimensional rift of 100 meters, a figure wearing dark purple armor was standing on the body of a flying mist creature. Pandora felt a little annoyed when she saw that the king of Fog City did not act according to the previous plan. However, the king of Fog City is an SSS-level extraordinary being, and is also the second strongest person in their foggy dimension world. Even Pandora couldn't give orders directly to the other party. Pandora sighed softly. This guy. Never mind, let him kill that powerful extraordinary human first. Just as Lin Juechen was about to set out to chase after the king of Fog City who was leaving. Suddenly, another terrifying energy aura surged out from the black vortex. The powerful energy fluctuations directly transformed into materialized terrifying pressures, overflowing from the black vortex. Fuck. A level 6 orderer who was about to get up from the ground was crushed by the pressure of Pandora's appearance. Bump. His face hit the ground hard. High in the sky, Lin Juechen also looked in the direction of the black vortex with surprise. In the huge, dimensional rift, with a diameter of 100 meters, a giant flat-flying fish monster with a body size of more than 10 meters slowly flew out. Lin Juechen could sense the other party's energy fluctuations, which were only at the special S level. The terrifying wave that frightened him came from the back of the special S-level mist-flying fish. The gorgeous dark purple armor, with streamlined and perfect craftsmanship, fits Pandora's body tightly. Unlike her derivatives, Pandora's psionic armor does not completely cover her body. The cool dark purple armor only fits most of Pandora's body, leaving some of her legs, arms, and slender waist completely exposed. Lin Juechen could see that the body structure was similar to that of humans. Pandora's exposed skin is white and smooth, like a fine work of art. Lin Juechen looked at Pandora coming out of the dimensional rift and murmured subconsciously, "Human? No." Although the opponent's body exposed outside the psionic armor was no different from that of a human, Lin Juechen knew in his heart that it was impossible for a human to stand on the back of a supernatural creature. Moreover, the mist creatures that emerged from the dimensional rift around her had no intention of attacking her. Feeling that something was wrong, Lin Juechen's expression gradually became serious. He couldn't even fully sense the energy fluctuations from the other party. This also proves that Pandora's strength is definitely higher than that of the SSS-level fog monster just now. Moreover, Lin Juechen recognized that the previous voice was also made by Pandora. Two SSS-level extraordinary beings. Things might be a little troublesome now. Although Lin Juechen was very confident in his own strength, he was still unsure about facing two SSS-level transcendents at the same time. Moreover, this SSS level that appeared later gave him a strong sense of crisis. Just when Lin Juechen was deep in thought, Pandora, who was high in the sky opposite, sent a message to him. "Human, you just killed one of my top SS-class fog fish. Be prepared to die." Lin Juechen listened to the other party's cold and arrogant voice and thought to himself, "Mist fish? Is it the 100-meter flying fish just now?" Chapter 149, Top Combat Strength. Die. Haha. If you want to kill me, Lin Juechen, you can come and try. Hearing Pandora's contemptuous words, Lin Juechen, whose body was suspended in midair, sneered. He, Lin Juechen, is a level 10 order officer from the southern region, and he has never been afraid of anyone. The next moment, the SSS-level awakener energy in Lin Juechen's body exploded. The surging and violent aura wave swept towards Pandora's position, as if in provocation. Hoo-hoo. The surging energy in the surrounding air seemed to become substantial, fluctuating around Pandora. Pandora also felt Lin Juechen's powerful energy. However, her attitude and expression remained arrogant and disdainful. There are also differences in strength among SSS levels. Humph, in the face of absolute strength, you will feel what death is. Pandora said coldly, and the next second her figure left the mist-flying fish under her feet. The psionic armor allows her to fly in the air. Pandora was suspended in the air high in the fog. The aura around her was fluctuating strongly, and she whispered softly, "Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Hearing the low female voice from Pandora's mouth, Lin Juechen on the opposite side was a little puzzled. The next second, Lin Juechen saw the armored figure who had ambushed and killed the shadow monster before, flying quickly into the air behind Pandora. At the same time, 5 other purple armored figures appeared out of thin air behind Pandora. Each of these 6 armored figures has a powerful SS-level energy fluctuation bursting out from their bodies. Among them, there are 3 armors whose energy fluctuations have reached the peak of SS level. Lin Juechen's calm face finally showed a trace of ripples. Of course, he was not afraid of these derivatives of Pandora. But now the gap in combat power between the two sides has suddenly widened. Except for the SSS-level king of Fog City who has already left here. Currently, there is only 1 SS-level top-level Misty Flying Fish left in the sky, as well as 6 SS-level Pandora derivatives in the strongest Pandora. Lin Juechen himself can create up to 3 SS-level shadow monsters. Including the 2 level 9 orderers who are supporting their team, there are a total of 5 SS-level fighters. In this case, once a fight breaks out, the opponent's SS-level combat power is far superior to ours, and an SS-level extraordinary combat force can easily slaughter the remaining orderers and survivors. Lin Juechen frowned slightly, thinking about how to deal with the situation. Just when Lin Juechen was feeling anxious, a fighter plane suddenly rushed out from the foggy sky. It was the supersonic fighter of the Dragon Hunter team. "Boss Lin, do you need help?" A deep voice came from the fighter plane. It was Out Yin. Lin Juechen turned his head to look at the incoming fighter plane, feeling a little surprised. As a level 10 orderer in the southern region, although he is very famous, not many extraordinary people know him, and most of them are people in SOD. Lin Juechen looked at the side door of the fighter plane with some surprise. When he saw Out Yin with a faint smile on his face, Lin Juechen instantly recognized Out Yin, the captain of the SS-level extraordinary hunting team, Dragon Hunting. "You are Out Yin, the captain of the SS-class Dragon Hunting team. Haha, Boss Lin still remembers me. What an honor." Hearing Out Yin's faint smile, Lin Juechen was delighted. He knew about the SS-level Dragon Hunting team. The team had 7 members, plus the captain Out Yin. There were a total of 3 SS-level extraordinary people in the team, and the remaining 4 also had powerful special S-level strength. However, Lin Juechen also vaguely noticed that there were only 6 people in the fighter plane, including Audie who was driving. The next second, Lin Juechen understood something, and a strange look flashed across his eyes imperceptibly. Was he killed in the hunt? Of course, Lin Juechen wouldn't be stupid enough to ask directly. "Captain Ao, please lend me a helping hand. After this extraordinary situation is resolved, I will apply to the headquarters to give you the dragon hunting reward. And in this battle, all the extraordinary creatures killed by your dragon hunting team will belong to you." Hearing the invitation from Lin Juechen, Ao Tian agreed without thinking. "Don't worry, Boss Lin. This time our dragon hunting team will fully assist you in the SOD battle." Ao Tian was willing to help Lin Juechen, not only for the reward in the corpse of the extraordinary creature mentioned by the other party. It was also to destroy these damn fog-like supernatural creatures and avenge his former team members. Ao Tian didn't waste any time. He turned around and said to the team, "Lan Ling, Rong Xin, let's go." After this period of Audie's green wave treatment, the injuries suffered by Ao Tian and others in the previous battle with the Mist Violent Ape have basically healed. As Ao Tian spoke, 3 people jumped down from the fighter plane. Suddenly, the combat power of Lin Juechen and his team on the battlefield increased by 3 SS-level extraordinary people. The previous combat power gap was also made up at this moment. Lin Juechen, who was originally a little worried, relaxed instantly. "This way, we don't have to worry about other casualties." As Lin Juechen spoke, the black shadow demon energy surged out of his body and quickly gathered in the air in front of him to form 3 huge shadow monsters of 100 meters in size. The previous shadow monster will be killed in one blow by Pandora's derivative, number 6. That's because the shadow monster had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle with the mist flying fish. In addition, he was previously ambushed and killed by Pandora's derivative, number 6. A 100-meter shadow monster in its peak state is very powerful. 3 black monsters that were 100 meters long, plus the 2 level 9 orderers who had already rushed back and the 3 Aotians who had just arrived. Now Lin Juechen and his team have one more SS-level combat force than the opposite side. Suddenly the situation was reversed. The extraordinary people and survivors hiding on the ground were all watching everything in the sky nervously, because the next battle also concerns their life and death. Pandora, who was flying in the air opposite, watched this scene, and her confidence remained unchanged. Her voice was cold and contemptuous. "No matter how many supporters you send, it will be useless." When Lin Juechen heard the other party's disdain, he responded with the same contempt. "Humph, I can brag too." When Pandora heard Lin Juechen's reply, her expression turned cold. She did not continue communicating with Lin Juechen. The next moment, Pandora gave orders to the 6 derivatives and the top SS-level misty flying fish behind her. Eliminate them all. Yes. The 6 Pandora derivatives answered in unison. Including the top SS-level misty flying fish, 7 top beings from the misty world began to rush towards Lin Juechen and his group. Pandora looked at Lin Juechen and others with contempt. In fact, there are many top-level fog creatures in her foggy world. But Pandora did not summon them all. Because in her eyes, the only ones who can pose a threat to the battle situation are those at SSS level. As long as she kills Lin Juechen, then no matter how many SS-level extraordinary people there are in this city, it will be as if they don't exist. Chapter 150. Su Bai is completely alienated, and the battle begins. The other side. The huge body of the king of Fog City was floating wantonly above the city of Qingfeng. The fog in the surrounding air became increasingly turbid under the influence of the turbid fog in his body. The king of Fog City moved very quickly, and with his huge size, he arrived at Su Bai's position in just a few breaths. Ho ho ho. In the surrounding air, the foggy body of the king of Fog City, flying at high speed, suddenly stopped abruptly, and a raging fog storm formed. Su Bai and Xiao He, who were rushing to the center of Qingfeng City, both paused. The sudden strong wind was so strong that it even blew away Xiao He's cat body. Fortunately, Xiao He was quick-witted and hugged Su Bai's thigh first. Su Bai also stopped at this time and looked up ahead. When he saw the huge king of the Fog City high in the sky, his deep eyes narrowed slightly. Eye of the White Dragon Emperor. Name, King of Fog City. Category, male sign. Gender, dimensional creature, mist species, king of the Foggy City. Level, SSS+. Skills, mist split, mist wildness, explosive force, mist wave cannon. Current state, anger, revenge. Just as Su Bai was using the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to investigate the king of the Fog City who had suddenly appeared, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Host, this king of Fog City seems to be the main body of the Fog City orphan, Haze that you killed before. Now the main body of the opponent should have come through the dimensional rift to avenge his split body, *sigma, sigma. The system's voice sounded somewhat gloating, and Su Bai was speechless. I'm not a fool. The data given by the White Dragon Emperor's eye is so obvious. Of course I can see it. Su Bai ignored the system and began to concentrate on looking at the king of Fog City floating in the air ahead. The opponent was huge in stature, and there was fog in the air surrounding him, making it difficult to see the entire picture. But Su Bai has the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and can clearly see the opponent's true form through the fog in the sky. The huge fog body is hundreds of meters long, and its body is a grayish-white color of turbid fog. A large amount of this fog energy is also floating around the king of the Fog City. The facial features are unclear, the upper body is humanoid, and the lower body is a robe made of mist. Look from Su Bai's perspective. At this moment, the king of the Fog City was like a foggy god of death walking out from the doomsday world, ready to reap lives. All that's missing is a sickle on his shoulder. The fog energy in the body of the king of Fog City is no different from that of the previous Fog City lone, Haze. However, he felt the SSS-level energy fluctuations emanating from the other party's body. Su Bai raised one corner of his mouth. It looks like we're going to get serious this time. Facing the powerful SSS-level supernatural creature, Su Bai dare not be careless. Su Bai lifted Xiao He off his thighs and walked away. Xiao He, find a safe place to hide first, preferably as far away from here. Meow. Seeing the serious look on Su Bai's face, Xiao He also realized how powerful the enemy was this time. It did not dare to hesitate, and the next moment it ran towards the foggy building behind it. After seeing Xiao He leave, Su Bai looked directly at the king of Fog City high in the sky in front of him. The next moment, Su Bai bent his knees slightly, lowered his body's center of gravity, and shouted loudly, "Transform into a dragon." Bang bang. In an instant, Su Bai's leg muscles suddenly swelled up, and a white tissue began to grow and expand rapidly, instantly tearing Su Bai's pants. The next moment, as the transformation of his legs was completed, Su Bai bent his arms again. Bang bang bang. The sounds of muscles and bones cracking were heard, and Su Bai's arms instantly transformed into huge white dragon bone claws. At the same time, Su Bai's body began to change. This is the first time that Su Bai has entered the dragon stage after leaving the cage. Hoo. Su Bai's body began to grow taller inch by inch. As the white tissue of his body expanded and grew, white dragon scales appeared on his chest. Next came the transformation of Su Bai's head. However, compared with the huge changes in his body, the degree of alienation in Su Bai's head is not that great. After the alienation, one can still see some of Su Bai's appearance as a human being in the head. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Bai's dragon transformation made his body reach about 5 meters. At this time, Su Bai also entered the completely alienated form of extremely evil white dragon. The domineering body of a white dragon, coupled with Su Bai's explosive appearance. At this moment, Su Bai has completely departed from the realm of humanity and is truly a monster. Su Bai suddenly exerted force on his body, and the ground under his feet exploded directly. Su Bai looked up at the king of Fog City high in the sky in front of him and let out a dragon roar. Roar! The surging energy fluctuations turned into white materialization and burst out from Su Bai's body. At this moment, Su Bai fully revealed his SSS-level ultimate white dragon strength. The surrounding ground continued to explode and shatter as Su Bai exerted force under his feet. The cracks in the spider web spread directly to the road thousands of meters nearby. This is just Su Bai standing on the ground. Su Bai's eyes turned into platinum-colored dragon eyes and suddenly aimed at the eyes of the king of Fog City. The next moment, the platinum-colored vertical pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, Su Bai's 5-meter white dragon form also disappeared on the ground. All this actually happened in a split second. It took less than a second from the time Su Bai began to transform to the time his figure disappeared. Only then did the king of the Fog City in the sky react. The creature that killed his split body was actually an SSS-level creature of the same level as him. Woo! However, the king of Fog City did not show any shock. He himself is also SSS-level, and one of the strongest creatures in the Misty World. Even if Su Bai is also SSS-level, he must kill Su Bai today to vent his anger. Ouch! The king of Fog City let out another long cry. At the same time, Su Bai's white dragon body had appeared in the sky behind him. There was a hint of excitement in Su Bai's dragon eyes. I hope you can let me fight happily for once. Su Bai's body twisted slightly sideways in the air, and a terrifying white light began to gather in his right dragon claw. In a flash, Su Bai's dragon claw cannon fired almost instantly. The huge white energy wave cannon instantly bombarded the foggy body of the king of Fog City. Accompanied by a roar, a violent explosion occurred. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared, and the sky instantly turned into a white world. The next moment, the white world disappeared, and the foggy body of the king of Fog City transformed into a hideous monster hand that suddenly appeared. It attacked Su Bai's position high in the sky fiercely, like a ferocious poisonous snake launching a surprise attack. Chapter 151 Su Bai vs. King of Fog City. Seeing the attack from the king of Fog City coming, Su Bai raised a confident look on his face. In the next 0.1 second, Su Bai's body instantly turned sideways. The fog monster hand that attacked from the king of Fog City passed directly in front of Su Bai at a distance of less than 1 centimeter. Hoo. The strange hand formed by the fog was like a vine. The next moment, it suddenly changed direction and attacked Su Bai's figure below again. Su Bai once again turned sideways and dodged the attack of the mist monster. The king of Fog City felt annoyed after his 2 attacks failed. Ouch! As the king of Fog City turned his misty body towards Su Bai. The next moment, a series of hideous and twisted monster arms emerged from his misty body and rushed towards Su Bai's position at a high speed. They were like the tentacles of the king of the Fog City, and suddenly more than a dozen fog tentacles lashed towards Su Bai. Seeing this, Su Bai stopped dodging. Su Bai steadied his body in the air, and facing the attacking monster's tentacles, he pounced directly. Su Bai intends to directly confront the fog tentacles of the king of Fog City. He displayed the transformed white dragon claws on his hands, and the next moment, bang bang bang, puff puff puff, Su Bai's figure turned into a white lightning and began to shuttle back and forth between dozens of huge tentacles of the king of Fog City. Every second, Su Bai's white dragon claws would face the foggy tentacles of the king of the Fog City. The two collide and stab each other. There were loud popping sounds and the sound of objects being penetrated. Pieces of tentacle remnants began to scatter in the air. These are the mist tentacles cut down by Su Bai's dragon claws. Before they fell to the ground, they transformed into streams of mist-like energy and flew into the body of the king of Fog City. A few seconds later, Su Bai's figure suddenly jumped out from the fog in the sky, and the next second his 5-meter-long alien body landed on the ground. Bump! The ground where Su Bai was standing suddenly shattered like a mirror, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly. Su Bai doesn't have the mind to care about these small details now. He looked at the king of Fog City in front of him. At this time, the king of the Fog City seemed a little angry, and his turbid face had a hideous and distorted expression. All the mist tentacles transformed from the mist on his body have been cut off by Subai. At this moment, only the roots of the foggy tentacles remained on the body of the king of Fog City. It looks like it's been chopped off. Woo woo. The king of Fog City looked at Subai on the ground and roared. The next moment, the surrounding fog began to surge, and an invisible strong wind blew. Subai possesses the eye of the White Dragon Emperor, and he instantly noticed the abnormality around him. Are you going to use your domain ability? Subai's eyes became alert. The SSS-level extraordinary field is still worthy of his attention. As the swirling fog around him became thicker and thicker, Subai felt as if the fog was about to fill up the space. If you look down from a high altitude, at this time, the place where Subai was located was completely shrouded in fog and turned into a gray-brown hemisphere. Subai had no intention of escaping from the king of Fog City's fog realm, because if you want to kill him, you have to get close to this area. Even though the surrounding space was filled with this strange mist energy, Subai's golden pupils could still see through everything. In the turbid fog ahead, the figure of the king of Fog City was floating in the air. A large amount of mist energy continuously flows out from the huge mist body. In this way, he can continue to expand and fill his foggy realm. The next second, Subai felt energy fluctuations in the surrounding foggy space. In an instant, two sharp spears formed by mist formed in the air. The next moment, they shot towards Subai's position. At the same time, in the space around Subai, more mist spears were forming one by one. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, and his two transformed white dragon claws swept left and right. Bang! The two mist spears were immediately shattered by the powerful force of the white dragon claw, turning into turbid mist and merging into the surrounding mist area again. Seeing this scene, Subai raised his eyebrows. He sensed a hint of trouble in the domain of the king of Fog City. If they keep attacking like this, there's no telling how long they'll last. Subai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the body of the king of Fog City. The next moment, he rushed towards the opponent's body without hesitation. All kinds of attacks formed by the countless mists around him blasted towards Subai, but they were all blocked one by Subai's white dragon claw. Subai did not stop, and in almost the blink of an eye he arrived on the ground in front of the king of Fog City. The next moment, Subai stepped on the ground with his strength. The powerful jumping force made Subai's body fly directly towards the king of Fog City in the sky. Woo-woo. Subai was too fast, and the king of Fog City had no time to respond. The next second, Subai's 5-meter-tall dragon figure pounced directly on the king of the Fog City. Subai opened a white dragon claw, and terrifying white energy gathered on it at a rapid speed. White Dragon Wave Motion Cannon. As the energy on Subai's dragon claw gathered, he also slapped the dragon claw towards the foggy body of the king of Fog City. Bang! Boom boom! The terrifying force caused the white dragon claw to slam directly into the foggy body of the king of the Fog City. The next moment, the white dragon wave cannon on the dragon claw also exploded. Boom boom! Bang! A violent energy explosion occurred at the location where Subai attacked, and his body jumped high into the air behind him with the impact force. A white light lit up on half of the body of the king of Fog City. At the same time, the other party's painful roar was heard. Ouch! The next second, Subai fell back to the ground. As the light of Subai's white dragon wave cannon dissipated in the sky, the location where the king of Fog City was attacked was revealed. A huge gap of several meters appeared on the body of the king of Fog City. This was the damage that Subai had just caused. At the broken wounds of the misty body, the turbid mist energy is constantly surging and repairing them. Woo-woo! The cry of the king of Fog City was extremely harsh, and two huge fog arms appeared on his foggy body. The king of Fog City bent his arms and made an extremely angry gesture towards Subai's position on the ground. Obviously, the king of Fog City was completely enraged by Subai's attack. Subai faced the king of Fog City's astonishing roar, but he didn't take it seriously. His strength isn't that great, but his shout is pretty loud. Subelonghua's mouth curled up, revealing a mocking expression on his face. The next moment, Subai leaned forward and bent his legs, ready to sprint. The giant foggy hand, transformed by the king of the Fog City in the sky, smashed directly towards Subai on the ground. At the same time, the ground under Subai's feet suddenly shattered. Before the gravel and dust could splash, Subai's figure had already shot towards the position of the king of Fog City. A second later, the sound of Subai's attack was heard in the surrounding air. Boom! Chapter 152, The Condensed Form of the King of Fog City. The next moment, Subai's figure appeared directly in front of the king of Fog City's head. A violent airflow burst out from the path where Subai had just moved. The foggy air around was stirred violently, like an undercurrent of a torrent. Looking at Subai, who was coming in front of him at a very fast speed, the king of Fog City felt a little frightened. The next moment, Subai attacked the king of Fog City's face with his left and right dragon claws. White dragon claw attack. Almost instantly, Subai launched 2 consecutive attacks. 2 sharp and powerful white air blades hit the foggy giant face of the king of Fog City, cut into its interior, and caused an energy explosion. Woo! The king of Fog City cried out in pain, and 2 deep scratches appeared on his face. The mist at the wound surged and began to repair itself quickly. Ho ho ho! The next second, the turbid fog in the king of Fog City's body began to move strangely, as the fog inside the king of Fog City's body continued to churn and compress. His misty body also began to shrink gradually at this time. Subai looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. After a moment, the foggy body of the king of Fog City was compressed to a size of 10 meters. At the same time, an energy wave even more terrifying than before burst out from the 10-meter-tall king of the Fog City. The king of Fog City has become stronger. Subai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and whispered to himself. That Fog City orphan, Haze, grew in size and increased in strength, but this Fog City king has shrunk in size and increased in strength. Interesting. Subai looked at the king of Fog City in his new form. The opponent's body, which was originally made of mist, has now become completely substantial. The surface of the body is smooth and gray-black, as if it were made of a special alloy. Even if the 10-meter-tall body was compressed, it was still one body taller than Subai. Facing the condensed form of the king of Fog City, Subai's face was filled with fighting spirit. The king of the Fog City opposite also revealed a hint of cruelty on his face at this time. Although this form of highly compressing the mist energy in his body would make him lose his ability to repair himself extremely quickly, it also gave him super physical strength and power. Human, I will tear you apart. The king of Fog City spoke to Subai's consciousness in a fierce tone. Subai responded with a contemptuous expression when he heard this. The evil and contemptuous arc in the corner of his eyes made the king of Fog City suddenly furious. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. And in the air in front of Subai, a turbulent wave suddenly came. Subai looked a little surprised. The next moment, the king of Fog City's huge black fist, like steel, suddenly smashed towards Subai. Concentrated mist fist. Bang. Boom boom. Subai's body was instantly smashed from the sky to the ground below. Boom 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 boom. Subai's body was like a cannonball, disappearing in a flash. The next moment, a huge pothole appeared on the road. Around the pit, layers of pits of varying depths continued to spread. This is enough to prove the terrifying power of the punch just thrown by the king of Fog City. At this time, the king of Fog City began to float towards the place where Subai fell, although his current body structure has completely transformed into a material form. But the king of Fog City can still control the surrounding fog to make him float and fly. The king of Fog City came to the sky above the big pit created by Subai. Feeling Subai's powerful energy fluctuations beneath the ground, the king of Fog City knew that Subai would not be easily defeated by just one punch. Boom. Whoa. The next second, there was a vibration coming from the hole in the ground. A white figure suddenly rushed out from below and shot towards the position of the king of Fog City in midair. White dragon claw attack. Subai's dragon claws attacked instantly. The king of the Fog City in the air was too late to react, and he barely managed to block his body with his arms. Bump. The next moment, the body of the king of Fog City flew backwards into the air and instantly crashed into a building in the city behind. There was a loud bang, and a cloud of dust rose up, and the figure of the king of the Fog City was completely submerged in it. Subai's dragon form fell to the ground, and he twisted his neck slightly. That punch just now was quite powerful. As he spoke, the corners of Subai's mouth cracked, revealing a row of ferocious pointed teeth, and sharp dragon fangs were exposed. His pupils also began to become more and more excited. It's been a long time since I've experienced this kind of battle. From the ruins of a building in the distance, the tall and dark figure of the king of the Fog City walked out. The next moment, a white figure suddenly shot out from the air and collided directly with the body of the king of Fog City. Bump. 2 figures, one black and one white, instantly crashed into the ruins of the building behind. Boom boom. Subai began to fight the king of Fog City in the simplest and most brutal way. The two of them punched each other. Although Su Bai's White Dragon Claw is a little smaller than the King of Fog City's fist, its explosive power is in no way inferior to the latter. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, 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 boom. Every time the two sides hammered against each other, a loud bang was heard, like a pile driver. In less than 10 seconds, the two fought hundreds of times. Boom. After the last fist fight, Su Bai jumped backwards at a high speed, putting some distance between himself and the King of Fog City. Seeing this, the King of Fog City did not chase after him, but stood where he was, gasping heavily. It seemed that the battle just now had exhausted him greatly. On the other hand, Su Bai looked at the King of Fog City with a relaxed expression. As expected of an SSS-level supernatural being, you can actually match me in strength. Hearing Su Bai's praise, the King of Fog City became somewhat unhappy. Being at the same SSS level, Su Bai seemed to be communicating with him in the manner of a strong man, which made the King of Fog City very unhappy. The next second, the right arm of the King of Fog City began to change. The compressed black mist began to flow like liquid. Soon, a huge black drill shape formed on the fist of the King of Fog City. Concentrated mist drilling fist. The King of Fog City roared, and the next moment he suddenly rushed towards Su Bai's position. The surrounding fog surged behind him, pushing the King of Fog City towards Su Bai even faster. Boom, 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 boom. The ground was affected by the violent impact of the King of Fog City, and the ground was broken and torn along the way. Su Bai saw the King of Fog City attack so fiercely, but he stood there without moving. Just as the King of Fog City's drill fist was about to hit Su Bai's head, suddenly Su Bai grinned, revealing a cruel expression, as if he was looking at prey. The next moment, the muscle tissue behind Su Bai began to bulge, and in the blink of an eye, a white ferocious figure burst out from behind Su Bai at an extremely fast speed. It is Su Bai's ultimate singularity, White Dragon. A huge white dragon with a body length of more than 30 meters emerged from Su Bai's back. After the excited white dragon came out, it let out a dragon roar towards the sky, and the next moment it instantly rushed towards the attacking King of the Fog City. Chapter 153. The Ultimate Singularity, White Dragon appears. The white dragon opened its ferocious mouth and bit the King of Fog City, who was rushing towards it with domineering force. Puff! The King of Fog City, who was rushing at high speed, was ambushed by the sudden appearance of the white dragon. The white dragon bit the King of Fog City's ribs ferociously. The powerful force of the white dragon instantly pushed the body of the King of Fog City into the sky. In midair, the body of the white dragon extended out from behind Su Bai, biting the body of the King of Fog City in its mouth. The SSS-level King of the Fog City was now easily held in the mouth of the white dragon, like a prey to be slaughtered. The King of Fog City let out a scream. He felt an intense pain in his heart from the part where the white dragon had bitten him. At the same time, the white dragon that suddenly appeared behind Su Bai also shocked the King of Fog City. Damn it! What is this? The King of Fog City, whose body was bitten in the air, began to struggle violently, trying to break free from the bite of the white dragon. The surrounding fog was stirred up by the control of the King of Fog City. In an instant, in the fog of the space surrounding the white dragon, sharp mist spears gathered and appeared, and the next moment they all shot towards the white dragon. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The mist spear shot at the white dragon, and a cloud of mist scattered. The white dragon's figure did not move at all. The attack gathered by the King of Fog City could not even break the white dragon's defense. You know, Bailong is Su Bai's ultimate singularity. Noob. Su Bai on the ground called out softly. The latter seemed to understand Su Bai's thoughts. When the white dragon in midair heard Su Bai's voice, it suddenly rushed towards the ground below. The body of the King of Fog City also crashed directly into the ground as the white dragon impacted. Boom, 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 boom. A deafening sound was heard, and a cloud of dust rose on the ground in front of Su Bai. The white dragon's figure slowly retracted from the smoke and dust in front, and it came to the air next to Su Bai. Bailong returned to Su Bai and rubbed his face affectionately. It has been a long time since Su Bai's memory awakened. At this time, Bailong looked at Su Bai with a little resentment on his face, as if saying, "Why didn't you call me out, oh?" Su Bai looked at his ultimate mutant body and smiled helplessly. Okay, let's get rid of the enemy in front of us first. As he spoke, Su Bai looked in the direction in front of him. At this time, the smoke and dust on the road dissipated, revealing the figure of the King of Fog City, who was smashed into the ground. At this time, the King of Fog City stood up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. A bite wound on his side was particularly eye-catching. The white dragon just bit off a piece of the king of Fog City's body. Subai looked at the shocking bite mark and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Xiaobai is still as brutal as ever. The next moment, Xiaobai seemed to have heard Subai's thoughts. The white dragon's head came directly to Subai's head and looked at him. Xiaobai looked at Subai with the same platinum dragon eyes as Subai and hummed softly. Subai also remembered at this time that Xiaobai could hear his thoughts. Because the two are originally one, Bai Long can communicate with Subai's minds. Of course, Subai's thoughts would naturally be heard by Xiaobai. Subai looked at Bai Long with a gloomy face, feeling a little embarrassed. Haha, Xiaobai, I was just joking. How could a cute Xiaobai be so cruel? Subai forced an explanation to Xiaobai. Xiaobai finally believed Subai and stopped dwelling on what had just happened. After all, the person closest to it is Subai. When faced with Subai's words, Xiaobai will believe them unconditionally. The man and the dragon began to look straight ahead. At this time, the king of the Fog City also stabilized his body, but the wounds on his body made him look somewhat hideous. In the concentrated form, the king of Fog's repair ability is greatly weakened, and this kind of injury is basically unhealable. Damn it! The king of Fog City cursed in his heart. He looked at the white dragon in the air beside Subai with some fear. The white dragon's domineering appearance and powerful attack just now made the king of Fog City feel dangerous and powerful. Just when the king of Fog City was feeling shocked and angry, Subai spoke. Warm-up is over. Now it's time to finish you off. Xiaobai also hummed along beside Subai. When the king of the Fog City opposite heard Subai's voice, the muscles on his face twitched slightly. Warming up? Don't be ridiculous. Before the king of Fog City could finish his denial. The next moment, a white figure flashed and attacked. Subai's right dragon claw directly slammed into the chest of the king of Fog City. At the same time, a rapidly expanding white light ball appeared on the white dragon claw. Bang, boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion occurred between Subai's dragon claw and the chest of the king of Fog City. With Subai's power and the impact of the explosion, the body of the king of Fog City was blown away in an instant. At this moment, the white dragon beside Subai also moved. At the moment when the king of Fog City's body just flew into the air, the white dragon rushed forward from behind Subai at an extremely fast speed, opened its mouth slightly, and an equally astonishing white energy wave gathered in its mouth. The white dragon instantly came in front of the king of Fog City, and another white dragon light wave shot from the dragon's mouth towards the king of Fog City's chest. Boom, 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 boom. Ho! The body of the king of Fog City also flew into the air at high speed behind him along with the light waves from the white dragon's mouth. Bang! In an instant, a building at the end of the road in front of Subai collapsed with a loud bang, and a violent crash was heard. In the ruins in the distance. At this moment, the king of Fog City felt that his body was about to break. Just a moment ago, Subai and Bai Long launched a combined attack. The king of Fog City's 10-meter-tall body was now in tatters, like a rag doll. He climbed out of the pit with some difficulty. When he felt the pain, he was also extremely shocked. How is it possible? The speed and strength of that human just now are completely different from before. The expression on the king of Fog City's face was extremely ugly. Is he really just warming up? When the king of Fog City thought of this, he began to feel like giving up. Subai walked towards the position of the king of Fog City step by step. In the air behind him, a white dragon was hovering above his head. The white dragon is like Subai's tail. At this moment, Subai in dragon form and the white dragon were very compatible, as if they were meant to be one. Looking at Subai who was getting closer, the king of Fog City became a little panicked. Human, let's end the fight. Subai directly interrupted the king of Fog City and said disdainfully, Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to hunt you down today. As soon as he finished speaking, Subai's slowly moving figure suddenly accelerated, and he rushed towards the position of the king of Fog City like lightning. Chapter 154. Just warming up, start crushing. The king of Fog City only felt a gust of wind coming in front of him, and a terrifying energy wave rushed towards him. The next moment, Subai's face appeared in front of him. At this moment, Subai's dragon claw hand had already hit his stomach. Looking at the cold and cruel expression on Subai's face, the king of Fog City began to panic. A burst of intense pain began to emerge, and the king of Fog City suddenly flew backwards in the next moment. It's not over yet. As the king of Fog City flew backwards, Subai's strong voice was heard. The next moment, Subai teleported directly to the sky above the king of Fog City's flying body. Gone in a flash. The next moment, Su Bailong's humanized body fell directly from the sky, targeting the body of the king of Fog City. The white dragon behind Su-bai also let out a dragon roar. In the mouth of the white dragon, a bright white energy wave began to gather. The king of Fog City was horrified, as if he had already seen his own end. Moment. Bang boom. Su-bai's white figure intercepted the king of Fog City in midair and slammed him into the ground below. The energy wave from Bailong's mouth also exploded at this moment. The white light was like a supernova, carrying with it an incomparably terrifying force, attacking the king of the Fog City. Boom 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 boom. Su-bai's dragon claws, plus the dragon light waves of the white dragon behind him. The two terrifying attacks turned into a double combo. The king of Fog City was instantly smashed into the ground below. The surroundings were filled with smoke and dust, and smoke from the explosion was everywhere. The ground of this city road was directly smashed by the impact of this blow. Gravel flew everywhere, and a huge pit appeared in the center of the ground. The cracks in the spider web also turned into the breaking and collapse of the ground. The power of this attack was so terrifying that even the entire Qingfeng city shook slightly. The survivors hiding in their homes were all praying in panic. After a few seconds, the smoke and dust on the road cleared. There is still a lot of fog floating in the air, and the location where Su-bai just attacked. At this moment, a huge crack like an abyss appeared, the center of destruction. The broken body of the king of Fog City was lying in it. The originally smooth and black body material was also damaged by Su-bai's attack. At this time, a large amount of turbid fog energy overflowed from the tiny cracks on the shattered and compressed body of the king of Fog City. The king of Fog City looked at the fog in the sky with a dazed look. His body was completely blown up by Su-bai's attack just now. At this moment, he could no longer fight. A cold and unexpected voice came. "You're not dead yet." Then Su-bai slowly walked towards the king of Fog City. The white dragon behind Su-bai opened its mouth and roared, as if declaring their power. The white dragon's body can extend, and it moves directly to the front one step faster than Su-bai. Su-bai didn't care when he saw this. Although the white dragon is his ultimate singularity, its actions are not controlled by Su-bai. The white dragon has complete self-awareness and life. Simply put, they are two separate individuals, but now the white dragon is parasitic in Su-bai's body. Of course, as a derivative life form of Su-bai's body, everything about Bailong also originates from Su-bai. If Su-bai died, the white dragon would also disappear. On the other hand, even if Bailong dies, Su-bai will not die. Hearing Su-bai's voice transmission, the king of Fog City moved his body slightly. Even this was exhausting for the king of Fog City. "You are so strong. If you were allowed to go, it might hinder Lady Pandora's plans." When Su-bai heard the other party's thoughts, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Pandora? Is she the most powerful creature in your misty world? What is the purpose of your extraordinary people from the foggy world invading our Qingfeng city?" Su-bai was curious and couldn't help asking, although he knew the other party would never tell him. As expected, the king of Fog City did not answer Su-bai's question. The king of Fog City suddenly became furious. "I have to keep you here." A surge of energy suddenly burst out from the broken body of the king of Fog City. For a moment, a surging and violent energy mist swept into the surrounding space. Su-bai's forward movement also stopped. Su-bai was surprised when he felt the endless flow of energy in the deep pit ahead. It can actually produce such a powerful energy wave. None of the SSS-level extraordinary people are simple. Huff, 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 huff. The violent energy fluctuations turned into a large area of black fog, and the surrounding sky instantly took on a sense of déjà vu as if it were covered with dark clouds. Su-bai stood where he was, intending to see the other party's final trump card. In the abyss, a black mist rose up. The king of Fog City has released his condensed form and has now transformed into a black mist. The king of Fog City spoke in a cold and resolute tone. "You've already defeated my condensed form, and there's no way you'll let me go. Then disappear from this world with me." Ha 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 ha. The king of Fog City suddenly laughed crazily. It seemed as if he was ready to die together with Su-bai. The thousands of meters of foggy territory that the king of Fog City had released before was also taken back by him at this moment. With the king of Fog City as the center, the space within 100 meters around was plunged into darkness. Including Su-bai's figure, was also completely included. The realm of concentrated black fog. At this moment, the king of the Fog City has completely merged with the black fog, trapping Su-bai in it. Su-bai felt the black mist around him constantly squeezing him, and he was surprised. This mist energy has a strong corrosive effect, and it seems to be able to devour him. However, as these black mist energies were devouring Su-bai's body, they were also dissipating bit by bit. It's like pouring water on a fire. While extinguishing the flames, the water was also evaporated invisibly. The crazy voice of the king of Fog City rang out in the black fog. That's right, human, you can no longer escape. I will use all of my remaining energy to devour you in this darkness. Subai said coldly when he heard this. Your attack is undoubtedly a suicide attack. If I can't kill you, I'll have to die too. At least, I can't be killed so easily by you. Subai's cold face suddenly curled up into a grin. You seem to be mistaken. What I'm saying is that your attack is like a moth flying into a flame. This level of attack is far from enough to kill me. Chapter 155 Trapped, Critical Situation. Hearing Subai's disdainful tone, the king of Fog City was shocked at first, and then endless anger surged from his heart. After all, they are of the same SSS level, and the king of the Fog City is the most powerful existence in the fog world after Pandora. Now Subai spoke so contemptuously, as if he was a weakling. Human, kill, you. Subai felt that the black mist in the space around him began to move strangely. The mist energy that was originally slowly eroding his body became violent. A large amount of fog energy rushed towards Subai like a tide in the deep sea. In the black fog area, the fog is swirling endlessly. Looking from the outside at this time, on this street in Qingfeng City, a black fog ball with a diameter of 100 meters was floating quietly. Wisps of strange and deep black gas constantly surged and stirred on its surface. It was like a terrifying black hole from the abyss, making people tremble and shudder in their hearts. At this time, in the black fog area, Subai attached the energy in his body to the surface of his body. A faint platinum light enveloped Subai's dragon-like body. The same is true for the white dragon behind him. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the dark environment around him through the eye of the white dragon emperor. Although the black mist energy can't corrode my body this time, but if I keep staying here, I don't know how long it will take to completely drain the opponent's energy. A dragon cannon shot out directly from the white dragon's mouth and shot towards the black fog in front. However, as the white dragon's dragon cannon continued to attack, it slowly disappeared into the surrounding black fog. Subai noticed this scene and began to ponder in his heart. The king of Fog City no longer communicated with Subai. He began to concentrate on controlling his own black fog domain. Even if he really couldn't kill Subai, he would try to consume Subai as much as possible. The king of Fog City believes that Pandora will help him to take revenge when the time comes. The other side, the downtown area of Qingfeng City. At this time, Pandora was only a few minutes away from arriving. But at this moment, it seemed as if this place had been baptized by nuclear weapons. The buildings in the surrounding cities collapsed, and there was no intact spot on the road. There was smoke and flames everywhere from the explosion, as well as huge craters that looked like they had been bombed by missiles. Suddenly, a figure fell rapidly from the foggy sky in the distance. Boom! Lin Juechen's body fell directly to the ground, and a big hole suddenly appeared under his feet. At this time, Lin Juechen had an ugly look on his face. In the sky not far away, in the foggy sky, a graceful dark purple figure slowly emerged. It was Pandora. Pandora looked down at Lin Juechen with pride, and a cold female voice sounded faintly. Human, you are one of the most powerful SSS-level people I have ever met. Hearing Pandora's condescending evaluation, Lin Juechen felt a little unwilling at this moment, but there was no point in refutation. Just a few minutes of fighting with the opponent. Lin Juechen already understood that he was no match for Pandora. Lin Juechen thought to himself in disbelief. Why is this guy so powerful? As a level 10 orderer in the southern region of SOD, Lin Juechen's awakening strength is the top one among the SSS level. Lin Juechen knew that there would be a huge gap in combat power between people of the same level. But he always thought that he was the top of the SSS level. Until today, I met the best of the best SSS level players, Pandora. Lin Juechen just then realized that his SSS level strength was nothing in the eyes of the other party. Xiaobo has already notified the headquarters, right? With this level of strength, we must send out the executive officers. I don't know which executives are still staying in Dragon Country. Hope you can come soon. Lin Juechen thought anxiously in his heart. Although Pandora still belongs to the SSS level category, but the opponent's strength has completely exceeded the SSS level. The executives that Lin Juechen mentioned are the most powerful special team established by the Dragon Country SD headquarters. The executives are an extraordinary team composed of the 10 strongest awakeners selected by the Dragon Country SD headquarters. They are directly under the jurisdiction of SOD at the Dragon Country headquarters and are specialized in dealing with some of the most dangerous supernatural beings in and outside of Dragon Country. The strength and status of the executive officers are all far beyond those of normal order. They are the representatives of the highest combat power of Dragon Country SOD. Lin Juechen looked at the dark purple figure high in the sky before him. The only way to kill Pandora is to send out the executive officer. The monstrous demonic shadow. On the big hole on the ground, Lin Juechen spread out his hands. Suddenly, a large amount of astonishing and terrifying black energy burst out from his body and rushed towards the surrounding space. The next moment these black energies surged out of Lin Juechen's body, they began to fuse and form terrifying shadow demons. Hiss. Roar. 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 Hiss. In the massive black energy tide, shadow demons with bared fangs and claws rushed out. They pounced towards Pandora's figure high in the sky. Suddenly, above the sky, the gray-white fog was covered by Lin Juechen's army of shadow demons and turned into a thick black color. The scene was extremely horrifying for a moment. The survivors and extraordinary people hiding farther away from the center of Qifeng City were shocked when they saw this scene. What is that? Oh my god. What on earth happened in the city center? It's so scary. It's over. Could today be the end of Qifeng City? What the hell? Aren't the extraordinary people in Qifeng City said to be SS level? But looking at the situation in the sky, it seems to be more than SS level, right? Our team has just arrived in Qifeng City and hasn't started hunting yet. It feels like this place is a little dangerous. My life is at stake. Let's run away. Mom, I'm still young. I don't want to die like this, do I? Damn it. The end of the world is coming. Let's just go crazy. The Terronious demonic shadow released by Lin Juechen has an astonishing coverage area and power. The black demonic energy directly enveloped the entire sky of the city center. It was as if the world was about to end, and the darkness was so shrouding that it made people tremble with fear. Anyone who is still in Qifeng City can see this scene clearly. At once, countless people began to panic, especially those extraordinary people who came to Qifeng City deficient slackness. Although their strength is not very strong, they still have some knowledge about the extraordinary. This horrifying scene was so extraordinary that it was probably far beyond the scope of the SS level. In a public toilet in a park somewhere, Zhang Xiaoman was sitting on the toilet and her eyelashes slightly closed suddenly trembled slightly. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman's hair had completely turned into a light pink color. Not only that, but the girl's skin also took on a light pink hue. It looks as pink as an alluring flower. Zhang Xiaoman suddenly opened her eyes, and her pink pupils sparkled with excitement. It's finally done. Chapter 156, White Dragon Wave, Blast, Another Battlefield. In the black fog area of the King of Fog City. At this time, Subai's two dragon claws intertwined, and a huge white ball of light was constantly gathering in front of him. Subai ignored the black mist energy rushing towards him, and the energy in his body continued to gather towards the white dragon claw. The white dragon behind him seemed a little uneasy. At this time, the white dragon was dancing wildly in the black fog area, opening its mouth as if to bite the black fog energy. However, the domain of the King of Fog City is an invisible existence, and the white dragon cannot touch the black fog energy at all. Don't waste your energy. You will never be able to break through my black fog domain. Unless I use up all my energy, you will have no choice but to stay here and be constantly devoured by my energy. He. Even if I can't kill you, I will stop you and wait for Lady Pandora to come and avenge me. The King of Fog City's voice was crazy and resolute. It is obvious that the other party is ready to fight to the death. Subai felt a little disdainful when he heard the voice of the King of Fog City. Pandora, are you so sure that Pandora can defeat me? Su Bailong's face was cold and arrogant. I will kill you first, and then I will kill the Pandora you mentioned. Su Bai spoke with arrogance and disdain. To the King of Fog City, Su Bai sounded extremely arrogant. How arrogant? Don't think that just because you beat me, you can compare with Lady Pandora. She is an invincible existence among the SSS class. Nonsense. Su Bai snorted coldly. After talking to the King of Fog City for so long, the white dragon wave in front of Su Bai has almost gathered. Su Bai spread out his crossed claws. Suddenly, a super white light ball with a diameter of 1 meter appeared. Su Bai grinned. Go out first, and then find the Pandora you mentioned. Impossible. My. Before the King of Fog City could finish his confident words, the next second, Su Bai pushed out the white dragon wave from his claws. The white ball of light with a diameter of 1 meter seemed to carry unparalleled terrifying energy. The next second, Bai Longbo disappeared into the darkness ahead. Immediately afterwards, the King of Fog City's voice of disbelief rang out. This is impossible. The next moment, a white light suddenly lit up in the black fog area transformed by the King of Fog City. Immediately afterwards, dazzling white beams of light burst out from the black fog cage. The voice of the King of Fog City also stopped abruptly at this moment, like a TV with the power cut off. Boom boom, buzz. In this city block where the black fog area is located, a dazzling white light lit up. Then, a loud explosion sounded. A white light ball with a huge diameter emerged from the black fog area. The next second, it directly swallowed up the black fog area of the King of the Fog City and then spread to the surrounding space. Boom, boom, boom. The radius of the white light ball continued to expand, and everything was covered wherever it passed. The white light swallowed up everything, flooding the area within thousands of meters around the city. Subai's white dragon wave spread quickly and disappeared in a flash, covering all the survivors and supernatural creatures around the city. All were annihilated in Subai's terrifying energy wave. As for the survivors affected by the aftermath of the attack, Subai could only express helplessness. After all, it was an SSS-level battle, and Subai could not fully consider the casualties of others. The energy range of the white dragon wave reaches its maximum at a radius of about 3,000 meters. The next moment, the white light began to shrink rapidly and return to the explosion point. Boom. At the same time, all objects and life in the places covered by the white dragon wave disappeared. In the end, Beilongbo's ball of light shrank into a white dot and disappeared in front of Subai. At this point, Subai's white dragon wave attack was completely over. Not only did it destroy the black fog area of the King of Fog City, but it also destroyed the cities within several kilometers around it. Subai glanced at the traces of destruction caused by the white dragon wave around him, and the white dragon behind him also called out a few times. Seems to be excited about Subai's destruction. The next second, Subai walked towards the front. There, a crystal that looked like a black gem fell from the sky. It is the energy crystal produced after the demise of the Black Fog Realm, the King of Fog City, because the body of the King of Fog City had already merged with his Black Fog Realm. Therefore, Subai broke through the Black Fog area and killed the King of the Fog City at the same time. Subai looked at the shiny black crystal on the ground in front of him. Feeling the surging energy fluctuations, Subai couldn't help but feel excited. This is the crystal of an SSS-level extraordinary creature. Even for him, it is a huge improvement. Subai quickened his pace, and in the next second he arrived in front of the crystal of the King of Fog City. The crystals of the King of Fog City are somewhat different from the foggy crystals that Subai had hunted before. SSS-grade crystals are larger in size, and their surface structure is more refined, and there are even tiny lines on them, like carved handicrafts. This crystal of the King of Fog City is inky black in color, so black that it seems to absorb all light, making people feel dazed if they stare at it for a long time. Subai put it into the dimensional space. He planned to slowly absorb this SSS-level crystal after returning. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Now, let me go meet Pandora first. The white dragon behind him listened to Subai's words, raised its head, and roared in the air. Hiwei seemed to be cheering Subai for his next hunt. The other side. Central location in Qifeng City. The place was already in ruins, with damage caused by the explosion everywhere. There are still many survivors buried in the ruins of collapsed buildings. They were unfortunately affected by the battle between Lin Jiuechen and Pandora and died directly. However, Lin Jiuechen couldn't care less about so many things at this moment. Lin Jiuechen was standing on an open space in the ruins, surrounded by ferocious shadow demons. They are like wolves and tigers, like fearless warriors. Lin Jiuechen's terrorist shadow demon can transform into an army of shadow demons. They have no specific form and can twist their bodies at will. Countless shadow demons rushed towards Pandora's position high in the sky and launched an attack. In an instant, the place where Pandora was in the sky was surrounded by a large number of ferocious shadow demons. The next second, more shadow demons in the air flew towards there. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. In a moment, the sky where Pandora was floating was occupied by countless shadow demons. The sky was shrouded in black. Lin Jiuechen on the ground stared at the sky with serious eyes. At this time, a large amount of shadow demon energy was constantly released from his body to replenish the consumed shadow demon. Suddenly, there was movement in the location that was heavily wrapped by the shadow demon. An invisible impact spread out, sweeping away all the shadow demons in the surrounding air and killing them. Hoo-hoo. Boom. The bodies of countless shadow demons were turned into powder by this powerful energy impact, dissipated in the air, and finally drifted into Lin Jiuechen's body. Chapter 157 Pandora's Power. High in the sky, a beautiful dark purple shadow appeared. On the ground, Lin Jiuechen looked at Pandora's undamaged armor in the sky and murmured, "It really doesn't work." After a few minutes of fighting, Lin Jiuechen has already felt the gap in combat power between the two sides. This level of extraordinary is considered the best even among the SSS-level dimensional rifts. The next second, the power of the shadow demon surged in Lin Jiuechen's body, and wisps of black mist burst out and then directly wrapped around his body. In an instant, Lin Jiuechen was enveloped by his own shadow demon power. His body also began to change rapidly. The black mist on the surface of the body was like surging liquid, flowing on Lin Jiuechen's body and constantly changing. Soon, Lin Juechen turned into a shadow demon monster with the help of the shadow demon's power. The black body is about 5 or 6 meters tall, and its surface is covered with sharp spikes, like in irregular rock armor. 2 huge and sharp shadow demon blades also appeared on Lin Juechen's arms. They seem to have turned into Lin Juechen's arms, fitting tightly to the back of his arms. Shadow demon form. Not only that, at this moment a terrifying black energy was surging throughout Lin Juechen's body. It looks like he is more like a villain at this moment. After completing the transformation of his abilities, a pair of black wings suddenly opened behind Lin Juechen. Without any hesitation, Lin Juechen rushed directly towards Pandora's figure high in the sky. The shadow demon flapped his wings, and a strong gust of wind blew up behind him, shattering the concrete ground. Boom boom. Whoosh. The next second, Lin Juechen flew into the air and rushed towards Pandora's position. During the high-speed flying impact, Lin Juechen stretched out one hand forward. In front of his palm in shadow demon form, a ray of black energy suddenly emerged, and the next moment it quickly gathered into a sharp spear. Lin Juechen burst out with energy, and the shadow demon's spear shot directly towards Pandora's position. Swoosh, swoosh. Pandora looked at the shadow demon's spear that was about to attack her, her expression unchanged and her body unmoved. Buzz. The next moment, Lin Juechen's shadow demon spear attacked and stopped directly in the air in front of Pandora. At this time, an invisible barrier appeared in the space in front of Pandora. The tip of the shadow demon's spear hit it, causing a slight ripple in the invisible barrier. That's why Lin Juechen discovered it. Lin Juechen was rushing towards him at a very high speed from high in the sky, he thought secretly in his heart. Defensive ability? He was well aware of the power of his shadow demon spear. How about this? Lin Juechen shouted loudly. He stretched out his hands, and at the same time, surging shadow demon energy burst out from between his hands. Lin Juechen stopped flying and floated high in the sky. The next moment, the power of the shadow demon in Lin Juechen's hand turned into countless sharp spears. For a moment, densely packed shadow demon spears covered the space in front of him. Go ahead. Lin Juechen shouted loudly. As he pushed his hands forward, the shadow demon spears in front of him also shot out at this moment. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Countless shadow demon spears shot towards Pandora with extremely violent momentum and terrifying force. But when these shadow demon spears flew to the space in front of Pandora, they suddenly stopped. Buzz buzz buzz. It was as if the time around it was banned, preventing it from moving forward. Lin Juechen's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Really? Even an attack of this level can't break her defense? Human, stop resisting in vain. We are not in the same dimension. At this time, Pandora's cold voice came. Facing Lin Juechen's attack, she remained contemptuous and indifferent from beginning to end. Lin Juechen felt unhappy when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Strength is everything. Lin Juechen thought secretly in his heart. I have to hold this guy back and wait for the support from the executor. He had already sent a message to his order takers to inform the headquarters. Looking at Lin Juechen, who remained silent, Pandora no longer wasted time. She knew that there were many powerful beings in this world who could threaten her. Psionic cannon. Pandora raised her hand, and on the arm of the dark purple psionic armor, a dark purple energy beam slowly accumulated energy. The next moment, a purple energy beam cannon fired out and shot towards Lin Juechen's figure. Swoosh. Boom boom. Pandora's psionic cannon attacks very quickly, and the sound of an explosion is heard almost the moment it is fired. Lin Juechen, the shadow demon, crossed his arms in front of him and barely blocked the attack. But when he lowered his arms and looked forward, Pandora's figure has disappeared from the spot. Lin Juechen's nerves were instantly tense, and the next moment he felt a sense of crisis beside him. Lin Juechen did not hesitate, and the power of the shadow demon formed a shadow demon shield on his body. Bang, kaka. Boom boom boom. The sharp psionic blade on the arm of Pandora's psionic armor slashed at Lin Juechen's shoulder from behind. The shadow demon shield that Lin Juechen transformed into also shattered at this moment. The next moment, Lin Juechen's body fell towards the ground below at a high speed as if hit by a meteorite. Boom, boom boom boom. There was an explosion on the ground, with smoke and dust rising everywhere. Pandora's figure suddenly came in front of Lin Juechen, who was in the big pit below. The next moment Pandora stepped down. The psionic armor on his feet lit up with a brilliant dark purple glow, and the mecha parts on it also completed mechanical deformation in a very short time. When Pandora stepped down, the psionic armor on her right calf had turned into a sharp stabbing shape, like an unstoppable sharp spear tip. At this moment Lin Juechen did not dare to be careless at all. Looking at the opponent's gun tip that can pierce his body, Lin Juechen burst out with all his strength, and the shadow demon energy in his body kept swarming out, carrying his body directly to the side. Boom boom. Pandora stepped on the ground where Lin Juechen was lying. Suddenly the ground shattered, shattering like glass. With Pandora's spear-tip leg as the center, huge cracks began to spread towards the surrounding ground like cracks in the abyss. Boom. After a few seconds, the ground cracking stopped. Pandora's attack directly caused huge gaps to appear on the ground of the surrounding city, as if it came from the abyss of hell. Looking at Lin Juechen, who barely dodged her kick, Pandora couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. At this time, Lin Juechen stood up from the ground and looked around with a serious look, seeing the damage and power caused by Pandora's attack just now. It's so scary. Lin Juechen's mouth and eyelids were twitching wildly. It was the first time he encountered such a powerful SSS-level extraordinary. How could someone with this kind of strength be only SSS level? Chapter 158, Garden, opens. Zhang Xiaoman officially arrives. The other side. In Qifeng Park in Qifeng City. There were earth-shaking changes taking place here at this time. Huge dimensional plants have occupied this place. Various colorful dimensional flowers continuously emerged from a huge dimensional rift. At this moment, in the center of the park, there is a plant throne made up of pink petals and green plant roots. Below the throne is a flat green dimensional plant. It looks similar to a tray, with a flat head supporting the throne, and countless green vines supporting the ground underneath. If a person of order had an energy detector at this time, he would find that this flat dimensional plant that looked like a tray was actually an SS-level extraordinary being. And on the throne was a pretty girl. The girl has pink hair, a delicate face, and a bright red and white dress that looks like it's made of plants. She looks delicate and attractive. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman was standing in front of the plant throne with a smile on her face. You are finally here. Well, the SSS-level passage has been fully established. Now all the little guys in the garden can come over here. Let me merge you first and see what the world here is like. When Zhang Xiaoman heard the other party mention fusion, she did not resist, but took the initiative to walk over. Zhang Xiaoman opened her arms and walked towards the Mandragora flower girl. The next second, the plant thrown under the Mandragora flower girl moved strangely. One after another, plant vines separated from it and wrapped around Zhang Xiaoman in front of him. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Zhang Xiaoman did not resist either. They were originally one, and now they were just merging again. The next second, Zhang Xiaoman's body was completely wrapped and entangled by green plant vines. The Mandragora flower girl on the throne was a little excited, and she stood up directly from the throne. The Mandragora flower girl opened her arms to welcome Zhang Xiaoman's fusion. At the same time, the vine wrapped around Zhang Xiaoman began to shrink towards her body. Green vines completely entwined the two. A moment later, Mandragora flower girl and Zhang Xiaoman completed the fusion. The green vines slowly faded away, revealing a pretty girl sitting on the throne. The girl's hair was still pink, but there were some vine-like ribbon materials on it, which were wrapped around the girl's hair like a crown, making it look more noble. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her beautiful eyes like pink gems. Exquisite facial features, perfect facial proportions, and that vaguely playful aura. She is almost an upgraded version of Zhang Xiaoman's previous appearance. Now the two have achieved complete unity in consciousness and memory. At this time, the Mandragora flower girl is Zhang Xiaoman, and Zhang Xiaoman is the Mandragora flower girl. Zhang Xiaoman sat on the plant throne, lost in the integration of memories. After a while, the girl murmured softly, "Is that so?" There was a glimmer of brilliance in Zhang Xiaoman's eyes. The corners of the girl's mouth slightly raised, and her pink eyes looked forward. In that case, let's turn Qifeng City into my garden first. Zhang Xiaoman opened her pink lips and spoke in a sweet voice. Little red, little green. As the voice came out of her mouth, there was a sudden surge beneath the ground in the park. It seems as if something is about to break out from under the soil. The next second, two large holes appeared in the ground, and two long plants that looked like giant burrowing insects emerged from the ground. They are like two huge plant rhizomes, and the front end is shaped like a flower bud. The heads of the two plant roots stretched forward and reached the ground in front of Zhang Xiaoman's throne. The red and green buds opened, revealing two figures inside. Xiaohong and Xiaolu are also two extraordinary dimensional plants. At this time, they appeared in a human-like form. Judging from their height, both of them were queens, one in red and the other in green, with stunning looks. With their plant-like dresses, they looked like two cosplay young ladies. It's just that their humanoid forms are now somewhat different from Zhang Xiaoman's human form. Xiaohong and Xiaolu still retain some plant prototypes on their humanoid bodies, but this actually gave them some strange extra points. As for Zhang Xiaoman, ignoring the vines in her hair, she is basically no different from a human being. Master! Master! The two women bowed to Zhang Xiaoman together. Zhang Xiaoman looked at them, as if she felt something, and a smile appeared on her face. Very good. It looks like you are not far from a breakthrough. Hearing this, Xiaohong said with some joy in her tone. That's right, Master. I feel that as long as I absorb some more life nutrients, I should be able to break through. Xiaolu, who was standing on the other side, was a little angry, with his chest heaving up and down, and he looked like he was in a bad mood. Humph, all the life forms that were sent by the transport flower were eaten by Xiao Hong. I feel like I still need a lot of life nutrients to break through. This. Xiao Hong felt a little embarrassed when she heard this, because she had indeed eaten Xiaolu's portion as well. But she was so hungry at that time, and she didn't want to do that. Okay, you don't have to argue. Now that the SSS-level channel is open, we can descend directly here. Now you can hunt creatures in the city at will, but be careful of the powerful extraordinary here. Really? Marvelous. After hearing what Zhang Xiaoman said, Xiao Hong and Xiaolu both looked excited. Before, they had been staying in the garden, which was full of people of their own kind, and they could not absorb any life energy at all. Now I can hunt and absorb life at will. This place is simply heaven. After Xiao Hong and Xiaolu received a signal from Zhang Xiaoman, they returned to the extraordinary plants they had been to before. The next second, 2 giant plant borers took them underground and left the park. Zhang Xiaoman watched Xiao Hong and Xiaolu go away, and the smile on her face grew even wider. Xiao Hong and Xiaolu are her 2 closest subordinates, comparable to her confidants. If these extraordinary plants want to break through evolution, they need to absorb a large amount of life energy. This time when invading Qifeng City, the real body came directly here just to collect a large amount of life energy. As for the life energy in their world, it had already been almost completely divided up. While that guy is holding back the extraordinary strongman here, I must hurry up and hunt for more life energy. Zhang Xiaoman narrowed her pink eyes slightly and raised her tender cherry lips. She is not far from evolution, and the key to evolution lies in life energy. If she can hunt down enough life energy this time, Zhang Xiaoman is confident that she can break through to a higher level. Chapter 159, Coming to the Door, Hunter Members, Fighting. Just as Zhang Xiaoman was about to leave Qifeng Park and go to the city to hunt for life energy, suddenly she seemed to realize something. Zhang Xiaoman's delicate body, sitting on the plant throne, moved slightly, with a hint of surprise on her pretty face. A few seconds later, a burst of artillery fire was gradually heard from the outskirts of Qifeng Park. A burst of fire shot up into the sky, accompanied by the roars of dimensional plants. Zhang Xiaoman understood what happened instantly. She sat quietly on the throne, her soft body leaning against the throne made of extraordinary plants behind her. The girl seemed to be smiling, looking towards the park in front of her as if she was waiting for something. After a moment, the trees in the park ahead suddenly collapsed in large numbers, and the corpses of some dimensional plants flew backwards in all directions and fell onto the open space in front of Zhang Xiaoman's throne. The next second, a series of figures rushed over at high speed and appeared in the open space opposite Zhang Xiaoman. Seeing this, the surrounding dimensional plants wanted to hunt them, but in the end they were easily killed by those people. Hiss, hiss. Around Zhang Xiaoman's throne, a bunch of huge dimensional plants hissed and roared. However, the enemy in front of them was obviously very strong, so they did not rush over to die. The next moment, beneath the ground on the side of Zhang Xiaoman's throne, a huge extraordinary plant tens of meters long suddenly emerged from the ground. Boom, boom. There was a loud bang, and the surrounding ground collapsed and sank. Then a huge rhizome with a diameter of several meters continued to stretch out from the ground and rush towards the sky above the park. After a few seconds, a huge extraordinary plant with a body length of more than 50 meters appears. The devil snake vine stood up with its vine body, and its head had completely jumped over the height of the park and reached high into the sky. It could clearly see everything going on in the surrounding park. The body of the devil snake vine is made up of a dark green vine, like a giant green python. Especially its head, the ferocious snake plant snakehead is terrifying. Roar. The devil snake vine roared at the group of extraordinary humans in the park below. The next moment, its huge body suddenly swooped down from the sky towards the ground, targeting those extraordinary humans. Boom. Get out of the way. As the devil snake vine swooped down, the dozen or so extraordinary people who had just rushed in were a little shocked. Facing the impact of the top SS-level extraordinary creatures, they dare not be careless. Let me. Suddenly, a pleasant cry was heard from the crowd. Qishawa held an extraordinary weapon that looked like a sword and a gun, and quickly chopped towards the head of the devil snake vine from the side. At the same time, a beam of energy burst out from the extraordinary weapon in her hand. Boom, boom. The devil snake vine was hit by Qishawa, but its impact did not end. Seeing this, Qishawa quickly dodged and did not dare to resist. The devil snake vine continued to charge forward, and all the trees and creatures along the way died in this horrible crush. Boom, boom. After a few seconds, the entire body of the devil snake vine came to the ground. After a violent impact, it retracted its body and slowly hovered beside Zhang Xiaoman's throne. The devil snake vine opened its bloody mouth again and roared at the people from the Hunter Association in front of it. Roar. Qishawa and others looked at the devil snake vine with serious eyes. However, they were not afraid of the appearance of the top SS-level devil snake vine. The 16 people who came from the Hunter Association this time were all powerful hunters with strength of at least special S level. Except for the SS level Chi Xiaohua, the other 15 top hunters are all strong men sent by the Southern Hunter Association headquarters. The two strongest among them are SSS-level hunters. This time, their Southern Hunter headquarters dispatched so many powerful hunters just to capture Qifeng City's SSS-level dimensional rift. A large number of corpses of high-level supernatural creatures are also rare resources for the Hunter Association. In the Hunter team, one of the SSS-level hunters looked in the direction of the Devil Snake Vine with a hint of amusement in his eyes. An extraordinary existence at the pinnacle of SS level? He looked at the large number of advanced dimensional plants around him and muttered. It seems that the dimensional rift here is undoubtedly SSS level. For a while, both sides were in a situation of waiting and watching each other. The Devil Snake Vines have been hovering around Zhang Xiaoman's throne, without making any rash moves. After all, the opponent's lineup has two SSS-level extraordinary beings. Even though it is a top-level SS-class extraordinary creature, it is still at risk of being hunted. The two SSS-level hunters leading the team were named Qinbo and Zhang Kai. Both are top hunters stationed at the headquarters of the Hunter Association in the southern part of Dragon Country. This time, I came to Qifeng City under the order of the president of the Southern Region Hunter Association. Hunt down the SSS-level extraordinary people in Qifeng City with Qi Xiaohua. There had been a strong energy fluctuation in the city center before, and they had originally thought that it was the predicted SSS-level dimensional rift. But in Qifeng Park here, the same powerful energy fluctuations also appeared. Two SSS-level dimensional rifts actually opened in Qifeng City. Everyone in the Hunter team was shocked instantly. They might still be able to hunt down an SSS-level dimensional rift. But if two places appeared in one city at the same time, even they would not be able to handle it. Qinbo sighed as he looked at the Devil Snake Vine circling in front of him and the girl on the throne made of plants and petals. I never expected that an SSS-level dimensional rift had opened up in the city center. Now there is also an SSS-level extraordinary person here. Humph. Luckily Saad's support has arrived, the South District's strongest orderer, Lin Juechen. It should be no problem to deal with the SSS-level extraordinary in the city center. Now we just need to get rid of the SSS-level dimensional rift here. Zhang Kai also spoke out. After all, their strength is limited, and it is impossible for them to take on two SSS-level dimensional rifts. Even when facing an SSS-level extraordinary being, the two of them showed no sign of panic. After all, they are all SSS-level hunters with rich combat experience. Although Qinbo and Zhang Kai both look like young men in their 20s or 30s, but they are at least 50+ years old. The reason why they can still maintain their current youthful appearance is because of their strength and the use of some special body-strengthening potions. Qinbo and Zhang Kai took a step forward, one on the left and one on the right, and assumed fighting postures. At the same time, they spoke to the 14 powerful hunters behind them. Just deal with these extraordinary creatures that appear around you first. Qinbo's face was filled with inexplicable confidence. He looked at Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting on the throne opposite him, and spoke in a frivolous tone. You must be the king of this dimensional rift, right? You actually look like a cute little girl. Obviously, Qinbo has not realized the seriousness of the matter. Qinbo's words instantly angered Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting on the throne. You're looking for death. A cold shout was heard, and Zhang Xiaoman suddenly swung one arm towards Qinbo. The next moment, a thick plant root with a diameter no smaller than the Devil Snake Vine next to it exploded on the ground around her. Under Zhang Xiaoman's control, this huge vine shot towards Qinbo's position opposite. The speed was so fast that almost no one present could see its movements. Next moment, boom boom. A roar sounded. Chapter 160, An Intense Battle. Qi Xiaohua and others looked at the place where Qinbo had stood before with a look of surprise and suspicion. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated. A huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared at the spot. At this moment, Qinbo's embarrassed figure suddenly jumped from the front. The hunter uniform on Qinbo's body was also blown to pieces by Zhang Xiaoman's attack just now. At this time, Qinbo, with his clothes torn and his face covered in dust, looked like a beggar. After landing, Qinbo exclaimed, "So strong." There was no longer any frivolity in Qinbo's eyes, and he looked at Zhang Xiaoman with a serious look. Qi Xiaohua and others came forward to ask Qinbo about his situation. I'm fine, I just couldn't dodge in time and got scratched. Qinbo waved his hand and said. Then he looked at Zhang Kai standing beside him. Lao Zhang, if we work together, this guy should not be an ordinary SSS-level extraordinary person. Zhang Kai also had a serious look on his face. Although he and Qinbo are both SSS-level hunters, their strength is only average among SSS-level hunters. and Zhang Xiaoman in front of him obviously did not look like an ordinary SSS-level extraordinary person. Just deal with the miscellaneous soldiers around you first, and leave the strongest guys to us, Zhang Kai said to Qi Xiaohua and others, and then the two of them looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaoman, ready to go. Qi Xiaohua and the others understood their own combat power after hearing this. They scattered and rushed towards the S-level and extra S-level extraordinary creatures around them. Hiss! Roar! Upon seeing this, the powerful dimensional plants around the park began to roar and hiss dangerously at Qi Xiaohua and the others. As the SSS-level dimensional rift behind Zhang Xiaoman continued to open, extraordinary creatures with powerful auras continued to emerge from it. There are also some special S-level or even more powerful ones among them. Seeing this scene, everyone on the hunter team looked solemn. It was obvious that the SSS-level dimensional rift here far exceeded their expectations. Zhang Kai no longer hesitated when seeing this, and whispered to Chunbo beside him, "Old Shin, let's go." The next moment, the two figures disappeared instantly, and a strong airflow surged at the place. Chenbo and Zhang Kai instantly came to Zhang Shaman's throne. At this moment, Chenbo was holding in his hand a biological weapon called Explosive Kill, made from the corpse of an SS-level peak extraordinary creature. This is a heavy sword-type weapon, and the size of the entire sword is even larger than Chenbo's height. The great sword is exquisitely crafted and heavy in size, like a magical weapon. At this moment, red energy rays lit up on the blade of the heavy sword, Explosive Kill, and the patterns on it began to flow. In an instant, the entire heavy sword seemed to be ignited by flames, and the special effects were maximized. On the other side, Zhang Kai's extraordinary weapon is a pair of huge claws. It looked like a monster-like giant alloy claw, with sharp claw tips shining coldly. It was also made from a peak SS-level extraordinary creature. The two men held biological weapons and burst out with power to attack Zhang Xiaoman in front of them. Chenbo and Zhang Kai were both concentrating their attention, not daring to be careless in the slightest. After all, they all saw the power of Zhang Xiaoman's attack just now. Snort. Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting on the throne, snorted softly, with a look of disdain on her face. "Just you guys." As Zhang Xiaoman was speaking, the plant throne beneath her suddenly moved. Green vines suddenly separated from the plant throne like wild horses breaking free from their reins. They intertwined with each other in midair, forming two huge and ferocious plant vines, which whipped towards Chenbo and the other man in the air in front of them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The vines from the throne attacked very quickly, almost in an instant. For a moment, neither Chenbo nor Zhang Kai had time to react, and their bodies were in midair, making it impossible for them to dodge. Bang! Bang! The two men waved the extraordinary weapons in their hands to block in front of them, barely resisting the attacks from the throne vines. Bang! Bang! Due to the attack of the throne vines, the two people rushing over also fell in midair and landed in front of Zhang Xiaoman. Chenbo and Zhang Kai were both somewhat horrified. Just now, the opponent's attack from the throne alone forced the two of them to stop attacking. Looking at the cute pink-haired girl in front of them, both Chenbo and Zhang Kai felt something was wrong. That's it. Zhang Xiaoman was sitting on the plant throne, with a mocking expression on her face and a playful arc at the corners of her mouth, mocking the two of them in a playful manner. Seeing this, Chenbo and Zhang Kai had expressions as if they had eaten something, but they did not refute anything. Next second. "Kid, I'm going to use your body to make an SSS-level biological weapon." Chenbo's tone was somewhat angry, and he was obviously irritated by Zhang Xiaoman's ridicule. Zhang Kai on the other side looked cautious and advised Chenbo to be careful. Explosive Flame Slash. Chenbo swung the Explosive Kill in his hand, and a brilliant fiery red light shone on the sword. The next moment, Chenbo moved instantly and attacked Zhang Xiaoman, who was on the throne. Seeing this, Zhang Kai beside him did not hesitate. The two giant alloy claws on his hands lit up with brilliant white energy, and he rushed towards Zhang Xiaoman again. Meanwhile, in other locations in Qifeng Park. At this time, other hunters in the hunter team were also fighting fiercely with other dimensional plants. For a time, Qifeng Park became a battlefield. Roars and explosions came one after another, mixed with the roars of extraordinary creatures. In terms of quantity, Zhang Xiaoman's dimensional plants clearly have the upper hand. But in terms of combat power, apart from Chenbo and Zhang Kai, the hunter team also has 4 SS-level hunters including Qi Xiaohua, and the rest are all powerful hunters of the same special S-level. As for the SS-level extraordinary plants in the park, in addition to the Devil's Shooting Vine that made a domineering appearance at the beginning, another SS-level dimensional plant later emerged from the dimensional rift. It is an SS-level dimensional plant with a huge red flower, the Overlord Food Flower. The number of their special S-level dimensional plants is far less than that of Qi Xiaohua and her friends. But even so, the hunter team is still at a disadvantage in the battle. The two SS-level dimensional plants directly suppressed Shiai and the other four SS-level powerful hunters. The remaining special S-level hunters also fought against a special S-level dimensional plant, even though they are experienced in combat and have gone through many life and death battles. But the gap between extraordinary creatures and extraordinary people is there. Bang, boom, boom. Shiai fired an energy cannon in midair, instantly killing a special S-level dimensional plant. At the same time, he also rescued a special S-level companion who was in crisis. Thank you, Sister Hua. Shiai ignored the man's thanks and turned around instantly. The next moment, a huge green figure rushed over with fierce force. It's the Devil Snake Vine. Roar. Chapter 161. Red Thorn Claw. The next moment, the huge body of the Devil Snake Vine attacked from midair and opened its bloody mouth towards Shiai. Bump. Shiai held the extraordinary cannon gun in both hands and resisted the opponent's attack. Seeing this scene, another SS-level hunter nearby jumped up with all his might. Attack the body of the Devil Snake Vine. Boom, boom. The Devil Snake Vine was attacked, ending its attack on Shiai. It quickly retracted its vine body, coiled into a ball and raised its head in the air. Roar. Shiai and another SS-level hunter on the opposite side looked at the Devil Snake Vine with serious expressions. The combat power of the extraordinary people themselves is not as good as that of the extraordinary creatures, not to mention that the opponent's level is the peak of SS level. At present, the two of them can only barely hold back the Devil Snake Vine for a period of time. As for the other two SS-level hunters, they were fighting against an ordinary SS-level extraordinary plant. It seems that the situation is much better than theirs. This monster is really strong. Try to wear it down as much as possible, don't fight it head-on. The other side of Qifeng Park. The battle between Qinbo, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaoman was also going on fiercely. They are also the core of the entire battle. Once one side wins, the situation will be one-sided. At this moment, energy burst out from both Qinbo and Zhang Kai, and strange colorful lights lit up on their bodies. Both of them entered a state of energy possession. However, it seems that the situation is not optimistic at the moment. Qinbo's clothes were completely torn and there were several hideous wounds on his body. As for Zhang Kai, his injury situation is not much better. Damn, this guy is so strong. Both of us are SSS rank, but he can actually defeat both of us? Qinbo and Zhang Kai exchanged glances. If it doesn't work, retreat first. What about the dimensional rift here? We can't win, and staying here means we'll die. First, go back and report the situation here to the headquarters, and ask them to send a few more SSS-level hunters over. The extraordinary people here are no longer something we can handle. Opposite her, Zhang Xiaoman was still sitting on the throne. At this moment, looking at the flirting between Qinbo and Zhang Kai, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Hey, what are you two doing? Zhang Xiaoman's questioning voice came, as if they were not fighting. Kiki, let's go. Qinbo and Zhang Kai ignored Zhang Xiaoman's questioning. The two of them exchanged glances, and the next moment they burst out with energy and rushed towards Zhang Xiaoman's position. Looking at the two people who ignored her, Zhang Xiaoman's pretty face showed some displeasure. The girl had an angry expression on her face and her pretty eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. How dare you ignore me? The girl's tone suddenly changed. Forget it, I won't waste my time with you guys. The little emotion on Zhang Xiaoman's face instantly recovered and turned into an arrogant and strong posture. Explosive flame slash. Hunter claw attack. Qinbo and Zhang Kai both burst into drink at the same time. The extraordinary weapons in their hands also lit up with brilliant energy light, looking quite extraordinary. Both of them launched powerful extraordinary weapon skills at the same time. Looking at the attack coming towards him at a high speed in midair, a hint of disdain appeared on Zhang Xiaoman's pretty face. Snort. The girl sat on the throne, and the purple plant throne made of a large number of vines suddenly moved. Thick purple vines separated from the throne, like flexible tentacles. The next moment, these purple vines separated from the throne began to gather and intertwine in midair. In an instant, a huge purple vine claw formed in the air. Zhang Xiaoman stretched out her right hand and swung it forward. Red Thorn Claw. At the same time as Zhang Xiaoman made her move, the purple vine claw in the air also launched an attack forward. The huge and terrifying purple thorn claws grabbed towards Qinbo and Zhang Kai like a monster's claw. Qinbo and Zhang Kai were both startled when they saw the huge vine claws suddenly appear in front of them. They felt the surging energy fluctuations from this claw. The two of them did not hesitate and instantly changed from attack to defense in midair. Bang! The two men held their extraordinary weapons in front of them, and Zhang Xiaoman's purple thorn claws attacked as fast as lightning. At the moment the two sides collided, Qinbo and Zhang Kai were crushed. Bang! Boom boom! The huge purple thorn claws directly crushed the two people and bombarded the ground below them. On the ground, a huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters emerged. At the same time, the embarrassed figures of Qin Bo and Zhang Kai were also on it. Although they used extraordinary weapons to resist, they were completely suppressed in terms of strength. The corners of their mouths were tinged with blood. Even with the combined efforts of the two SSS-level hunters, they were unable to resist the Bauhinia Thornclaw. It is enough to prove how powerful Zhang Xiaoman is. The hunters and extraordinary plants around were all shocked by the sound of the attack. They all looked over here. Senior Qin, Senior Zhang, Qi Shaohua and other hunters shouted with some concern. They are now in a state of combat and cannot get away to check on Qin Bo and the others. We're fine. Qin Buqiang stood up from the pit despite the pain. Zhang Kai also stood up. At this time, both of them suffered considerable impact injuries. In the air across from her, the Bauhinia thorn claw controlled by Zhang Xiaoman was quietly floating in front of her throne. Zhang Xiaoman was looking at the two of them with contempt. Qin Bo came to Zhang Kai and said in a heavy tone, "That giant vine claw's attack is so powerful. Has she never used her full strength before?" Neither of them is a fool. In the previous fight, the difference in combat power between the two sides can be felt immediately. Zhang Kai raised his extraordinary weapon, a pair of silver-gray alloy claws, which were now covered with fine cracks. You know, this is an extraordinary weapon made from the corpse of a top-level SS-level extraordinary creature. It is so hard that even missile bombardment cannot cause damage to it, let alone artillery shells. Zhang Kai looked at his extraordinary weapon and felt a little heartbroken. An SS grade, top-notch biological weapon cannot be bought with money. Zhang Kai looked grim and spoke to Qin Bo in a low voice. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid the other party has already reached the peak of SSS level. After hearing Zhang Kai's analysis, Qin Bo also looked unhappy. Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting on the throne opposite, looked at the two of them and waved her white arms gently. The next moment, the purple thorn claws in the air in front of them also moved. Are you ready to die? The girl's cold and arrogant voice came. Chapter 162. When Lin Juechen died, Su Bai arrived. The other side. In the central area of Qifeng City. At this time, Lin Juechen's body turned into a shadow demon and supported itself on the ground, breathing heavily. Above the black demon-like body, wisps of black mist energy rose and fell. From high above in the sky opposite Lin Juechen, a calm and proud voice was heard. Is that all? Lin Juechen raised his head, his inky black devilish eyes fixedly staring up at the sky in front of him. At this time, Pandora's cool dark purple armor figure slowly flew and landed. Pandora's words were light and her expression was calm. The result of the battle between the two is clear at a glance as to who is stronger and who is weaker. Lin Juechen stood on the ground, staring at Pandora vigilantly, without saying a word. There is no doubt about Pandora's powerful mother. His goal now is not to defeat the opponent, but to delay time as much as possible and wait for the arrival of the executive. Do you think I'll give you time to wait for support? Suddenly, a terrifying energy wave burst out from Pandora's psionic armor. As the top SSS-level extraordinary being, Pandora's intelligence naturally made her think of Lin Juechen's idea. The next moment, Pandora armor's figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Juechen. In Lin Juechen's shadow demon form, Pandora's mechanical wings spread out behind her, flashing silver light, making her look more like a messenger of justice. Buzz! Pandora swung her arm that had transformed into a light blade and slashed towards Lin Juechen's body fiercely. Puff! Bang! Lin Juechen, who was in the form of a huge monster of 5 or 6 meters tall, was easily knocked away by Pandora. The former's body crashed directly into the ruins of a building, and then there was no movement. Pandora's figure floated in the air, looking at Lin Juechen, who was casually knocked into the ruins by her attack, with some contempt in her mouth. Humph! Humans are extraordinary, but nothing more than this. Just as Pandora was about to go over and get to know Lin Juechen thoroughly. Suddenly, in the distance, a flash of terrifying energy appeared. Pandora's body suddenly turned towards a street on the side. In her eyes, a white light instantly came close to her from thousands of meters away. Pandora frowned on her pretty face shrouded in armor. Before she could think about it, a white, ferocious claw like that of a monster came towards the head of her armor. Pandora was surprised and quickly waved her arms to block. At the same time, Su Bai's fist had already hit. The white dragon bone hit directly in front of Pandora's arms. An invisible barrier emerged like a mirror in the water, and then ripples and vibrations appeared. However, this invisible barrier only lasted for a moment, and then it shattered in the next moment. Su Bai's dragon claw fist remained as powerful as ever as it blasted directly towards Pandora's arms. Pandora watched as the energy barrier in front of her was shattered by the opponent's punch, and she was not yet able to be surprised. The next moment, the terrifying power coming from her arms shocked her heart. At this moment, Pandora's figure also flew backwards in the air at a high speed behind Gang. Bang, boom, boom, bang. Pandora flapped the mechanical wings behind her and tried her best to stop her flying figure in the air. Hoo-hoo. Pandora's body was stable in the low sky thousands of meters away, and her mechanical wings formed a semicircle to protect her body. A surge of air blew past, and all the buildings around Pandora on both sides collapsed. On the other side, the place where Pandora was originally floating. At this time, Su Bailong's humanized figure appeared. Su Bai's double dragon legs stood powerfully on the ground, with large pieces of broken rubble under his feet. Everything that just happened in just an instant. The white dragon behind him raised its head and let out a roar, as if showing off its power. Su Bai looked in the direction of Pandora, who was sent flying by his punch, and murmured softly, "Pandora, I finally found you." At this time, a faint light was flowing in Su Bai's two platinum vertical pupils, and incredible data appeared in his sight that only he could see. Name Pandora. Category: Dimensional creature, Miss Species Pandora. Gender: female sign. Level: SSS, Ultimate. Skills: Psionic armor, form change, mechanical core. Current state: surprised, annoyed, interested. Looking at the data of Pandora displayed in front of him, Su Bai also became very interested. SSS level: extreme? What does this limit of the system mean? The host's limit means that his strength has completely reached the upper limit of that level, but he has not yet entered a higher level. After hearing the system's explanation, Su Bai began to think. Although he has absolute confidence in his own strength, but it was obvious that the Pandora in front of him was not on the same level as those SSS-level extraordinary people he had met before. Then system, can you analyze who is stronger, me or her? Host, stop talking nonsense. This system is just an auxiliary system, not an omniscient superpower system. However, based on the host's analysis of the punch just now, the host can at least pose a threat to it. Su Bai. I know this too. Su Bai wanted to continue communicating with the system, but Pandora in the distance was already flying towards him. After a moment, Su Bai looked at the dark purple armored figure in the air ahead. Pandora's cool armored figure was suspended in the air in front of Su Bai, looking in Su Bai's direction without saying a word. At this time, Su Bai also began to look at Pandora in front of him carefully. The opponent's body was probably less than 2 meters tall, but with the support of a layer of psionic armor outside his body, his height reached at least 2.5 meters. The dark purple armor on his body was also completely different from that of the Pandora derivative number 5 that Su Bai had encountered before. Pandora's genuine armor is cooler and the color is darker. In fact, a faint dark purple energy light was flowing, like a shining divine armor. Su Bai couldn't help but want a piece of psionic armor after seeing it. Moreover, Pandora's psionic armor is not completely covered. Some parts such as the arms, thighs, and waist are not covered by the dark purple armor. The exposed white skin looks no different from that of a human. Not only that, its smooth and fair skin looks like a work of art. Combined with the width of the chest, it gives people a domineering and majestic visual impact. Bump. Pandora's figure floated in the air for a while, and suddenly her body fell sharply to the ground. Cracks instantly appeared around the ground, and Pandora's feet covered with psionic armor stepped on them. She looked at Su Bai, and a cold and magnetic voice sounded. Are you his backup? Su Bai was a little surprised when he heard this, and he did not answer the other party's question. Pandora on the opposite side thought that Su Bai agreed. Chapter 163, Su Bai versus Pandora. You can actually break my psionic barrier? Hearing the admiring tone in Pandora's voice, Su Bai sneered. Is that the energy shield? It can't even block my ordinary punch. As Su Bai spoke, he waved his right dragon claw. The white dragon bone claw waved towards Pandora. At this time, Pandora also noticed Su Bai's abnormality. Pandora's eyes, shrouded in armor, flashed with cold light, and also had a hint of strange color. It seems that he is not an ordinary human extraordinary person. After both sides looked at each other for a moment, Pandora took the lead in attacking Su Bai. The Pandora armor suddenly rose from the ground, and a cold voice followed. In that case, you can go die. Pandora also has absolute confidence in her own strength. Her figure came into the air, and a faint light began to appear on the surface of the dark purple psionic armor. The wings of the armor behind Pandora spread out, and the energy on them flowed like flames, pushing them forward. The next moment, Pandora rushed towards Su Bai at an extremely fast speed. Su Bai on the ground looked at this scene with a slight smile on his face. The ultimate SSS-level transcendent, I want to see where my limit is. Facing Pandora's attack, Su Bai had no intention of retreating. The next moment, Su Bai flashed and rushed towards Pandora at an extreme speed. The impact speed of the two instantly broke the sound barrier, leaving sonic booms in the air along their tracks. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding airflow also generated inertial impact force due to the extremely fast speed of the two. The wind suddenly became strong. The next moment, a loud bang was heard. Su Bai's dragon claw and Pandora's armor arm collided with each other. Bang. Buzz. A visible energy collision occurred, and the next second the two people retreated backwards. Subai used the force to jump backwards and landed directly on the ground dozens of meters behind him. The powerful impact directly caused the surrounding earth to shatter and collapse. Subai's figure stepped firmly on the ground, and his dragonman form exuded domineering aura. Pandora on the other side also flew backwards into the air. The mechanical wings behind her were fully unfolded, with delicate and intricate mechanical components connected in rings and energy light flowing on them. Pandora's figure also stopped in midair, her posture still proud, looking at Subai on the ground opposite her. In the collision just now, the two were evenly matched in strength and speed. Subai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor in his eyes and was secretly analyzing Pandora's real data in his heart. In addition to basic data analysis of the target, Eye of the White Dragon Emperor has more practical capabilities. At this moment, in Subai's sight, areas of different colors appeared on Pandora's body floating in the air. These are the distribution and concentration of energy in the opponent's body at this moment. Normally, the energy within a supernatural being flows in real time and can be controlled. But Subai possesses the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, which allows him to capture the flow of energy in the other person's body at any time. Find the part of the opponent's body where the energy distribution is weakest and launch an attack. This is it, Subai murmured softly. In his sight, the energy distribution at Pandora's left chest was the thinnest at this moment. The energy defense there is also the weakest. The corner of Subai's mouth rose slightly, and the next moment he jumped up from the spot and rushed towards Pandora in midair. Although Subai cannot fly, with his level of strength, there is not much difference between flying and not flying. In an instant, Subai appeared in front of Pandora. Subai swung out his right dragon claw, aiming directly at Pandora. Pandora naturally fought back without showing any weakness. Pandora's psionic armor lit up, and she stretched out her right armor arm to hit Subai's dragon claw. At the same time, Pandora also mobilized the energy in her body to gather the psionic armor on her right arm. The next second, the mechanical components on the right arm of the psionic armor that received energy injection began to undergo mechanical deformation. After a series of cracking sounds, Pandora's right arm armor instantly turned into a mechanical blade more than 1 meter long. The extremely sharp mechanical blade slashed fiercely towards Subai's dragon claw. Subai's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he encountered this strange ability. It can even transform? Is this a mechanical life form or a flesh and blood life form? But there was no time for Subai to think at this moment. The next moment, Pandora's mechanical blade stabbed fiercely, as if unstoppable. Subai also mobilized the energy in his body and gathered it on his right dragon claw. A faint white light attached to the dragon bone claw, and the surging energy in it even frightened Pandora. Then Pandora's thrust attack became more fierce. Call. The attacks from both arrived in an instant. In an instant, Subai's dragon claw and Pandora's mechanical blade arm collided. An invisible shockwave began to spread around with the two attacks as the center. Hoo-hoo. A surge of power exploded in midair, and a tangible and tangible energy tide continued to flow out from the bodies of the two men, colliding with each other. For a moment, Subai and Pandora were stuck in the air, and both of them continued to burst out with energy and strength, regardless of their strength. Pandora was secretly shocked. She didn't expect that there was such a powerful and extraordinary being like Subai in this city. At this time, Subai was also quietly activating the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and looking at Pandora's body. In Subai's Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, he could see the energy distribution in Pandora's body at a glance. When Subai saw that the energy density on the opponent's left chest became thinner, he was delighted. Launching the attack allowed Pandora to focus more of her energy on the mechanical blade arm at this moment. This is also Subai's opportunity. Subai did not hesitate, and the surging energy on the other white dragon claw gathered rapidly. A white energy spot appeared on Subai's left dragon claw. The next moment, the white light became stronger, and the energy spot directly gathered to form a dragon claw cannon with a diameter of 1 meter. Dragon claw cannon. The moment Subai's left dragon claw gathered energy, it attacked Pandora's left chest in front of him. At this moment, the energy has been gathered and the attack has already arrived. Pandora felt the energy bursting from Subai. The next moment, the psionic barrier in front of her unfolded, and she took no notice of Subai's attack. Both of them were in an attacking state, so Pandora naturally wouldn't think that Subai had enough energy left to launch a surprise attack. Therefore, Pandora did not take Subai's surprise attack seriously. The next second, the lavender psionic barrier in front of Pandora shattered instantly. This was also within Pandora's expectations. Even if his psionic barrier cannot completely block the attack, it can still consume most of the power of Subai's attack. But the next moment, Subai's dragon claw that was originally attacking her shoulder suddenly changed the direction of attack. Chapter 164. Psionic Armor Complete Form, Mechanical Cannon. Subai turned the direction of his left dragon claw and attacked Pandora's left chest without hesitation. And at this moment, the white light on Subai's left dragon claw suddenly fused. The weak energy that seemed insignificant to Pandora became turbulent and powerful at this moment. Buzz ZH. Exploding white dragon cannon. Subai growled in a deep voice, and at the same time, he retracted the attack from his right dragon claw and Pandora's mechanical blade arm. His body turned sideways in midair, and at the same time, his left dragon claw arm suddenly exerted force and stretched forward. The extremely sharp dragon claw fingertips directly penetrated the psionic armor on Pandora's left chest. At the moment when the white light appeared, Subai's exploding white dragon cannon was also activated. The energy explosion hit Pandora's body directly, and it was the weakest point of her energy defense at that moment. Pandora suddenly felt her life was threatened. The next moment, Pandora's figure was shrouded in the white light of the white dragon cannon, and an extremely dazzling white light expanded towards the surrounding space. At the same time, Subai's figure fell from midair to the ground. Zing! The impact of the white dragon cannon flashed for a moment, and the next moment an explosion sounded in the sky. A strong energy shockwave spread and swept towards the surrounding air and ground. Facing the aftermath of the explosion from his own attack, Subai stood on the ground, motionless. Subai raised his head slightly, with a hint of confidence in his eyes. As for the attack just now, Subai was very satisfied. He fired with all his strength at the weakest part of the opponent's body. If nothing unexpected happened, Pandora would at least be seriously injured after this attack. Subai looked up into the air, waiting for the light of the explosion to fade away. In the sky, Pandora's cool and huge armored body appeared. Seeing the opponent's armor at this time, Subai couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Pandora fully unfolds the psionic armor and enters the complete form of the psionic armor. The armor's body, which was originally more than 2 meters long, has now expanded to 4 meters. The psychic armor on Pandora's body also changed from dark purple to a deeper color. The golden light on it rose and fell, like a flowing glass armor. The mechanical wings behind Pandora also became larger, divided into left and right sections, with intricate pattern craftsmanship on them. In addition, 2 huge mechanical gun barrels appeared in the air around Pandora. The barrel is at least 3 meters long, with layers of sophisticated mechanical parts stacked on top of it, making it look cool and powerful. Pandora's body shape did not change. Not only that, the mechanical armor that fit her body became smaller. The head armor that was originally fully covered became half-covered, revealing half of the opponent's fair face and some purple hair. But Subai didn't care about these at this time. Subai on the ground looked at the opponent's psychic armor in its complete form and murmured softly, "Is it the same form as the guy before?" That guy that Subai was referring to was naturally Pandora's derivative, number 5. This should be her strongest posture, right? At this time, Pandora, who had entered the complete form of the psionic armor in midair, had no damage on her body. It was obvious that Subai's exploding white dragon cannon just now did not cause any substantial damage to it. In midair, Pandora has entered the complete form of the psionic armor. She looked at Subai on the ground with a cold and beautiful face. Just now she was forced to use her strongest form ability. Pandora's pair of purple eyes were cold to the bone, staring intently at the ground below. Around her, 2 huge mechanical hand cannons slowly floated. Although they are not directly connected to the armor body, they are completely controlled by Pandora. It was as if there was an invisible energy connecting the mechanical cannon and Pandora. Psionic cannon. Pandora shouted coldly, but unfortunately Subai couldn't see her cold and beautiful eyes. Buzz! A huge mechanical cannon in front of Pandora began to charge. The bright purple light was madly compressed and gathered in it. The next moment Pandora raised her hand, and the giant mechanical cannon adjusted its position in the air according to her movements, with the muzzle aimed at Subai on the ground. The next moment, the huge purple energy in the mechanical cannon was like a tilted torrent, madly shooting towards Subai's position. Boom! Seeing this, Subai did not hesitate. He started to dodge the moment before Pandora attacked. Subai dodged towards the city on his side, and at the same time, the white dragon behind Subai began to gather energy in its mouth. The next second, Subai arrived at a city block hundreds of meters away. Bump! The moment Subai landed, he ordered the white dragon behind him to attack. Xiaobai received Subai's order, raised the white dragon head from behind Subai, opened its mouth, and aimed at Pandora in the air. The mouth of Xiaobai behind him was filled with white light, and surging energy waves instantly spurted out of its mouth. The next moment, a white dragon wave shot towards Pandora's position with great power. Pandora in the air also saw the energy wave coming from Xiaobai. There was no expression on her cold face. She moved slightly and raised her right hand. Immediately, the giant mechanical cannon that had released the psionic cannon before changed its attack direction and blasted towards Xiaobai's white dragon wave. Two terrifying energy shock waves collided with each other in an instant. Pandora in the air stretched out her left hand again, and suddenly another huge mechanical cannon beside her also floated up. After quickly adjusting the muzzle position, another surge of purple energy was shot out. The second purple psionic cannon fired at Su Bai and his group's Bailong bow. Suddenly, the energy waves that were originally in a balanced state tilted directly. The purple energy wave continued to suppress the white energy wave, and there was a tendency for it to break through the white dragon wave. The white dragon on the ground still held its head high, releasing the white dragon wave from its mouth with all its might. Seeing this, Su Bai in front of him raised his dragon claw hand and quickly gathered energy. The next moment, a huge white light ball with a diameter of several meters appeared above Su Bailong's claws. Su Bai rushed towards Pandora's position in the air without hesitation. Boom boom. The dragon claw cannon was like a little sun, shooting fiercely towards the sky with tremendous energy. Seeing this, Pandora in the air immediately gave up the bombardment of the two mechanical cannons. Pandora swung her hand, pulled out a giant mechanical cannon, and fired a psionic cannon to offset Su Bai's dragon claw cannon. Boom boom. A brilliant light of energy exploded in the sky, shock waves spread out in all directions, and airwaves rolled. Su Bai asked Xiao Bai behind him to end the Bilongbo attack, and at the same time his body jumped away from here. Seeing this, Pandora in the air ended the attack of her other mechanical cannon. The two looked at each other again. Chapter 165 ranged in melee. In the energy exchange just now, both of them consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, it is impossible to release attacks of that level continuously. Su Bai's figure flashed and landed on the top floor of a building. Bump! Su Bailong squatted slightly, his muscles bulged, and explosive power was revealed. The next second, Su Bai jumped up and flew towards Pandora's position in the air. All these actions happened in a flash. Pandora in the air reacted and immediately gathered a psionic barrier in the space in front of her. Different from the previous invisible barrier, this time a lavender energy barrier appeared in front of Pandora. In an instant, Su Bai's figure had already attacked, and an explosive punch was blasted out, hitting the psionic barrier directly. Boom boom. Crack. Compared with the previous energy barrier, Su Bai clearly felt a strong resistance this time. Su Bai's dragon claw attack only cracked it, but did not directly smash it. Su Bai's figure was in midair, and his eyes flashed with a stern look when he saw this scene. The next moment, Su Bai retreated backwards using the recoil of the attack. Then in a very short moment, Su Bai exerted force again in the air. A fierce white light flashed, and Su Bailong's claws struck out, hitting the previous crack again. Crack. Bang. The purple energy barrier in front of Pandora shattered like a whirlwind. However, the power of Su Bai's attack was almost consumed. Su Bai ended his attack and began to fall. Just when Pandora thought Su Bai's attack was over. Suddenly, the white dragon behind him suddenly stretched out, and the bright white energy waves in its mouth gathered rapidly, and the next second a violent white dragon wave spurted out. Pandora was surprised as she was not expecting the white dragon's attack. The next moment, a white shock wave hit her armor. Boom 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 boom. Without the protection of the psionic barrier, Pandora's body was attacked. There was an explosion and flames shot into the sky. Pandora's armored figure flew out from the explosion smoke. At this time, the psionic armor on Pandora's body was a little messy, with some traces of damage from the explosion, but it was not serious. Pandora pressed down with one hand, and the two huge mechanical cannons beside her floated forward. Pandora's voice came out somewhat angrily. Psionic bombing. The next moment, the muzzles of the two mechanical cannons around Pandora continued to flash with purple energy light. One after another, psionic shells with a diameter of half a meter were fired from the giant mechanical cannon, bombarding Su Bai, who had just landed on the ground. As soon as Su Bai landed, the white dragon behind him issued a warning. Su Bai looked up and saw the purple energy shells coming from Pandora. Are these two cannons a bit troublesome? While complaining, Su Bai did not dare to neglect his body. He dodged at a very fast speed towards the surrounding city ground. Although he could not fly for a long time, Su Bai's speed on the ground was ridiculously fast. Even Pandora, who was at SSS level, was looking down at the ground from the air at this moment. Su Bai was like a flash of white lightning, moving very fast on the ground. It is basically difficult for her psionic shells to hit the opponent. Moreover, Pandora also needs to be on guard against Su Bai, who may attack at any time. Even Pandora, who was cold and arrogant, couldn't help but speak out in her heart at this moment. This guy is really tricky. I wonder how the battle of number one and the others is going. Suddenly, in Pandora's sight, the normal vision suddenly changed. The next second, Pandora's perspective turned into 7. These are the perspectives her derivatives share. Pandora took this opportunity to look at the battle on their side. Although the opponent has more SS-level combat power than our side. But in terms of combat alone, these derivatives of Pandora completely crushed out Yin and others. At this time, the battle among the derivatives is almost over. After quickly analyzing the situation on the battlefield, Pandora began to think. If she continues to fight with Subai now, it will be difficult for her to get rid of Subai in a short time. And as time goes by, the opponent will most likely have more extraordinary support. If this continues, it will only be disadvantageous to her. After realizing this, Pandora decided not to continue fighting with Subai. Pandora waved her 2 mechanical cannons, and 2 fierce purple energy waves blasted towards Subai's position. Buzz, boom, boom. Subai's figure kept moving and dodging on the ground. Pandora, on the other hand, continues to release energy. While Subai was running at high speed on the ground, he was constantly analyzing countermeasures in his mind. The enemy this time was different from the extraordinary ones he had encountered before. Pandora is very strong, especially her energy attack. Even Subai cannot ignore such powerful attack. But Pandora's weakness is also obvious, which is her poor melee combat ability. It seems I have to find an opportunity to get close to her. The white dragon behind him was in tune with Su Bailong's thoughts and roared towards him to express his approval. Subai raised the corner of his mouth, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank and cracked. Okay, then use stronger strength to quickly get rid of her. The next moment, Subai squatted slightly, jumped up suddenly, and his body instantly reached high in the air, rushing towards Pandora's position. Pandora was surprised by Subai's sudden attack. Faster. Pandora didn't have time to think. She quickly deployed a psionic barrier in front of her. The next moment, Subai's dragon claw cannon attacked. Subai attached the energy to the dragon claws. The pair of white dragon claws flashed with a faint white light and looked sparkling. Bang! The 2 dragon claws hit the psionic barrier in front of Pandora with all their strength, and the barrier shattered instantly. The power is stronger too. Pandora was surprised again. The next moment, Su Bailong's claws directly penetrated the broken energy barrier and stabbed Pandora's body. Dragon Claw Strike. Subai's aura exploded, and surging energy waves surged out of his body. Pandora was immediately horrified. She quickly controlled the 2 mechanical cannons around her, trying to block Subai's attack. But in Subai's eyes, this was too slow. With the bug ability of Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Subai can briefly possess the ability to predict. Subai had already seen through Pandora's actions, and his attack was actually just a blow from Su Huang. The next moment, the white dragon behind Subai stretched out. Roar! What? Xiaobai had already gathered all the energy of the white dragon wave before and released it all at this moment. Boom boom. The terrifying white light directly swallowed Pandora's body. Bump. Subai's body jumped from the sky to the ground, and the rubble collapsed under his feet. The white dragon came to the air next to Subai's head and roared towards the sky, where the white dragon wave exploded. In the sky above the explosion, a high-temperature air wave rose up and took a long time to dissipate. Bailong's previous attack had accumulated energy to the limit. With this blow, even armor made of titanium alloy and diamond would have a layer of skin blown off. Chapter 166. Die Together? Above the sky, white smoke dissipated along with the rippling water. Pandora's figure suddenly fell from the sky. Bump! Pandora's armored figure fell directly to the ground, with gravel flying everywhere. Subai, who was not far away, turned his head and looked. At this time, the dark purple psionic armor on Pandora's body had been broken, and broken cracks appeared on it. Bailong's attack just now was no joke. Pandora's body was supported on the ground with some difficulty, and 2 huge mechanical gun barrels stood on the ground. Click! Following a sound of metal breaking, a crack appeared on the psionic armor on Pandora's head. Pandora was shocked and angry at this time. She looked at Subai's figure. Subai's lightning-fast attack just now was beyond her limits. Make her irresistible. So strong. Pandora didn't dare to stay any longer. Originally, she had no intention of continuing to fight, but now that Subai had shown even greater strength, Pandora was no longer interested in fighting. Pandora steadied herself and turned quickly. The next second, she flew directly into the air behind her, intending to evacuate. Seeing this, Subai on the opposite side raised the corner of his mouth. He won't let the other party get away so easily. Xiaobai, let's go. Subai exerted force with his transformed dragon legs, and invisible air waves came out from under his feet. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Pandora, who was flying at high speed, suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation coming from behind her. It goes without saying that it was Subai who was chasing us. Damn it! Even someone as aloof as Pandora couldn't help but curse inwardly at this moment. She has met her match this time. She has always been invincible in her own misty world. When has he ever escaped in such a miserable way? Asshole! Pandora's high-speed flying figure paused, and the next moment she changed direction, with both mechanical cannons aimed at Subai's position. After a short period of energy storage, a dark purple light of energy flashed out from it. Buzz! Two powerful energy shells attacked Subai's position behind him at a high speed. Seeing this, Subai, who was running wildly, took a powerful step and stopped his fast-moving body. At the same time, the white dragon behind him stretched out its head, and a white energy wave came out of its mouth and blasted towards the psionic shells in front. Bang, boom, boom. The white light waves and the purple energy shells collided in midair, causing an explosion, and surging energy shockwaves spread everywhere. Looking at Pandora, who did not continue to run away, a hint of amusement appeared in Subai's eyes. A playful arc seemed to rise at the corner of Subai's mouth, which made Pandora's mood even gloomier. Pandora didn't say anything either. She floated quietly about 1 meter above the ground and looked at Subai. After a while, Pandora opened her lips slightly, and a faint cold voice came. Human, let me go? I can give you a lot of energy, or... Pandora had no choice but to make a deal with Su by using her energy, or... There is no doubt about Subai's powerful strength. Pandora feels that if she continues to fight, she will most likely lose. Under the head armor that Subai could not see, a trace of confusion and determination appeared on Pandora's beautiful face. If Subai really wants to keep her, then she can only fight to the death with him. Subai's perception of infinite consciousness continued to expand, and of course he could hear Pandora's voice at this time. You will destroy your core essence and perish with me? Subai felt somewhat suspicious. Is it the same attack capability as the previous derivative? Subai did not respond to Pandora's transaction immediately. He began to analyze it quickly in his mind. Pandora must not be let go. SSS-level extraordinary people are hard to come by. Regarding the king of Fog City before, Subai originally planned to kill him and then use his ability to transform him into his own younger brother. But in the end, the king of Fog City directly merged with his domain. Although Subai killed the other person, he failed to leave his body. Without a real corpse, Subai would not be able to use his control of life and death ability to resurrect the other party. Self-destruction core. I don't know if my body can handle it. Thinking of this, a hint of mockery appeared on Subai's face. Oh, I am the Great White Dragon. I was not afraid of death. A mere self-destruction. Subai made a decision in his heart, and he looked at Pandora seriously. Use your strongest attack. Pandora on the opposite side saw Subai's attitude and knew the result in her heart. In that case, let's die together. A trace of determination suddenly appeared on Pandora's expressionless face. She is the ruler of the foggy world, and the dignity of a strong person must not be violated. Pandora's figure suddenly rose into the air, and at the same time, the pair of mechanical wings behind her began to deform mechanically. With a mechanical twist and contraction, the mechanical wings broke away from Pandora's back and came in front of her. The next second, Pandora's two mechanical cannons began to float up and connected to the mechanical wings. With a mechanical twist and a click sound, the mechanical wings and the mechanical cannon merged perfectly together. A brand new mechanical feather cannon appeared in front of Pandora. In midair, Pandora suddenly stretched out her hands and grabbed the mechanical feather cannon. At the same time, her body began to change. The psionic armor that originally covered her body began to expand and shrink at this moment. The same as the number 5 derivative that Subai encountered before. At Pandora's chest, as the dark purple psionic armor was opened, the core inside was revealed. A dark purple energy crystal that looks like a work of art. The moment Pandora's core appeared, Subai felt a terrifying wave that frightened him. That is enough energy to threaten him. The dark purple energy core slowly rotated and floated inside Pandora's body. Then, invisible and violent energy shocks appeared in the space around Pandora. The energy core began to slowly float out of Pandora's body and flew towards the mechanical feather cannon in front of her. At the same time, Pandora, who had lost her energy core, began to suffer cracks in the psionic armor she was wearing. Click, 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 click. A sound of mechanical breaking was heard, and then the dark purple armor on Pandora's body began to break into pieces. The psionic armor, which had already been cracked by Su-bai, began to collapse directly without the maintenance of Pandora's core. Pieces of cool dark purple armor turned into dots of purple light, floating in the surrounding air. Feet, legs, waist. The psionic armor on Pandora began to crumble and dissipate from bottom to top, until the last head armor was completely shattered. A bunch of flowing purple hair fluttered in the surrounding airflow. Pandora's breathtaking beauty also appeared in front of Su-bai. It was a pity that the strong light generated by the core energy obscured Pandora's perfect body, making it impossible for Su-bai to see the details. The surging and fierce energy in the surrounding space made Pandora's purple hair blow. At the same time, as the core energy was transferred, energy with a breath of destruction emerged from the mechanical feather cannon in front of Pandora. Su-bai felt this powerful energy and couldn't help swallowing. Chapter 167: Killing Pandora. The place where Pandora was located was now completely enveloped by purple energy light. In this ball of purple light, a giant mechanical cannon suddenly stretched out, targeting Su-bai. In the gorgeous muzzle, a ball of deep purple energy began to gather rapidly. On the ground, Su-bai looked at the muzzle of the gun in the sky, and his mood became solemn. He felt the opponent's energy locking on him, and he couldn't avoid this attack. But even so, Su-bai still showed no fear. I wonder which is stronger, the strongest attack of an SSS-level ultimate or the strongest attack of a level 10 peak awakener. The next moment, Su-bai stood on the ground. The muscles in his legs suddenly exerted force, causing the ground beneath his feet to sink and crack. At the same time, a layer of bright white light began to appear on his body surface. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following waves of energy explosions. The purple energy light from the muzzle of the mechanical gun in front of Pandora became more and more dazzling. When this purple reaches its limit, suddenly, a bright, deep purple energy light shot out. The colorful energy light instantly came in front of Su-bai, and it was so fast that Su-bai didn't have time to dodge. At this moment, Su-bai shouted loudly and raised his two ferocious dragon claws violently, with bright white light attached to the dragon claws. At this moment, Pandora's energy attack directly hit Su-bai's double dragon claws. Boom, boom. Next second, the terrifying purple energy column directly submerged Su-bai's figure. Boom. The attack area of the purple energy beam began to expand. Everything on the block where Su-bai was standing was submerged in purple energy light. This attack will be Pandora's strongest attack. A few seconds later, the energy attack of the mechanical feather cannon ended, and the purple energy light in the sky gradually weakened. The next second, Pandora's weak figure fell from the sky. She controlled the mechanical feather cannon to float below her body, which prevented her body from falling directly to the ground. Pandora let the mechanical feather cannon land above the ground. She leaned on it to rest, looking a little listless. Pandora is different from her derivatives. She will not die immediately after detonating her own core. Instead, she entered a state of extreme weakness, in which a class of transcendent could kill her. Therefore, it can be said that once Pandora's core explodes, it is equivalent to being in a near-death state. Pandora would never use this kind of attack unless it was absolutely necessary. Pandora leaned on the mechanical feather cannon and looked at the city road in front of him. In front of her, within a straight line distance of at least several thousand meters, all objects disappeared into thin air. Streams of pale, hot steam floated in the air. This destructive distance was achieved when Pandora deliberately controlled the attack position and bombarded Su-bai with all her strength. Otherwise, if it was a range attack, the attack just now could at least destroy Qingfeng City. The ground ahead was also blasted out by the self-destructive core attack, creating a huge abyss hundreds of meters deep. It was as if a hole had been opened in the earth. This attack should. Pandora hadn't finished her muttering when suddenly a white figure jumped out from the crack in front of her. Is it really not possible? Seeing the figure coming, Pandora's face showed some realization. In fact, when she launched this attack, she had already guessed the result in her mind. Pandora leaned on the mechanical feather cannon. Her current combat power was not even as strong as that of an A-level extraordinary person. If Su-bai doesn't die, then she must die. Su-bai jumped out of the big crack and landed on the ground. His condition was not very good at this time. He had just resisted the attack from Pandora's self-destructive core almost entirely by relying on his powerful, mutated body. At this time, there were a lot of scars and damage on Su-bai's dragon body. On the white and domineering alienated dragon body, there were black burns, bright red marks, and large areas of destruction. A trace of seriousness also appeared on Su-bai's face as he felt the various scars on his body. This was the first time he had suffered such serious injuries since escaping from the cage. Even with his extremely fast self-healing ability, he would not be able to recover from this kind of injury in a short period of time. But none of that matters right now. Subai's platinum vertical eyes suddenly turned and looked at Pandora next to the mechanical feather cannon in front. At this time, the psionic armor on Pandora's body had already been shattered when she just launched the attack. It can be said that the opponent is in a state of no defense at this time. It's just that Pandora's body was surrounded by a purple energy light, making it impossible to see more. Of course, these energies are completely useless under Subai's Eye of the White Dragon Emperor. In addition to detecting real data, the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor also has the ability to penetrate illusions. In Subai's eyes, a platinum-colored energy light slowly flowed, and at the same time, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva secretly. But the next moment, Subai's heart became firm. He will not be misled by such low-level temptations. The platinum color in Subai's eyes disappeared, and he became clear-headed. At the same time, the white dragon under his feet moved and walked towards Pandora's position. Pandora looked at Subai, who was walking towards her step by step, her face expressionless. At this moment, Pandora's emotions of unwillingness, regret, anger, etc. flashed through her heart. Finally, her heart calmed down, and she waited for Subai to kill her. After all, it has failed. Before Subai's claws pierced through her body, Pandora used her spiritual consciousness to give her derivatives a final command. Evacuate back to the foggy world at full speed and close the dimensional channel. Puff. Subai looked at Pandora in front of him, whose body was pierced by his dragon claw, with a calm expression on his face. The system prompts that the other party's life has been destroyed. Pandora, the SSS-level extraordinary being, died completely at this moment. Subai raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and the next second, he put the opponent's body and her mechanical feather cannon into his own dimensional space. It's over, Subai whispered. He had no intention of using his control of life and death directly here. He is also injured now, and it is too risky to resurrect Pandora here directly. Let's go back and revive again. The white dragon behind him came to his head and roared softly. Seems to be cheering for Subai. Subai looked at his white dragon and smiled faintly. He reached out and stroked it. After a moment, Subai seemed to have discovered something, and there was a slight surprise on his face. In the perception of his infinite consciousness, all the advanced dimensional rifts that had opened in Qingfeng City had just disappeared. This situation is definitely not accidental. Is it because of Pandora? Subai looked at the huge abyss created by Pandora in front of him. Subai's eyes were filled with thoughts. Since the dimensional rifts in Qingfeng City were basically closed, there was no need for him to solve them. After thinking for a moment, Subai decided to go back to his villa first. Chapter 168 Zhang Xiaoman appears. Just when Subai was about to turn around and leave, suddenly the ground began to shake, and a powerful energy wave emerged. Subai's eyes flashed, as if he sensed something. There are actually high-level extraordinary beings. As he spoke, Subai had already jumped onto the roof of an intact building. Subai stood on the top of a tall building, quietly watching everything that happened on the ground. In the area where he had just been, the ground began to crack and surge. It's as if something is about to come out from the ground. As time goes by, a huge object suddenly broke out from the ground and rushed towards the sky. Subai stared. It turned out to be a giant green vine. And on top of the vines, there is actually a throne. Subai looked surprised. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, Double Crisis. Mission introduction. The fog crisis in Qingfeng City has just ended, but it seems that another SSS-level extraordinary crisis has appeared. Host, please resolve the new SSS-level extraordinary crisis in Qingfeng City within 1 week. Mission reward, 10 plus 10 system points. Subai was a little surprised when he heard the task issued by the system in his mind. He noticed the key point, SSS level. Another SSS level extraordinary being. However, the task rewards given by the system are also very generous, as many as 20 system points. Subai activated the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to check the opponent's data. Title, Mandala Flower Girl, Zhang Xiaoman. Category, Dimensional Creature, Flower-Obsessed Species, Mandragora Flower Girl. Gender, Female Sign. Level, SSS, Ultimate. Skills, Summon Vines, Soul Healing / Binding / Attack. Current state, excited and eager to try. At this time, relying on the powerful dynamic vision of the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Subai also saw Zhang Xiaoman's figure clearly. It's her. Subai made a sound of surprise, but this was also within his expectations. The next second, Subai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary transcendent. However, Zhang Xiaoman's true strength actually reached the limit of SSS level, which was far beyond Subai's expectations. This is a bit troublesome. Subai had just finished fighting with Pandora. Although Pandora was killed, Subai was also seriously injured by Pandora's self-destruction. Now the combat capability obviously cannot reach the peak state. On the city ground opposite Subai, huge green vines broke out from the ground, winding and extending towards the sky. In just a moment, the central area of Qingfeng City was completely covered by Zhang Xiaoman's plant vines. A large number of giant vines entangled the high-rise buildings, spreading continuously and covering them. Vines emerged from the ground and began to climb the surrounding city buildings like green pythons. Zhang Xiaoman was standing on the largest vine, looking at Subai. The hunter team in Qingfeng Park has been dealt with by her. The two SSS-level hunters Chun Bo and Zhang Kai were also killed and became the life energy of Zhang Xiaoman. As for the remaining SS-level and special S-level hunters in the hunter team, some died and some fled. Zhang Xiaoman didn't care about them. After dealing with the Hunter Association's team, she went to the city center as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaoman has actually been hiding underground for some time. She planned to wait until Subai and Pandora were both defeated before she appeared on the scene. But no one expected that the powerful Pandora would be killed directly by Subai. Not bad, we actually killed that guy. Zhang Xiaoman was sitting on the vine throne at this time, with a tone of surprise and ridicule in her voice, and she looked at Subai's position with interest. Student Subai really gives me surprises again and again. Zhang Xiaoman didn't lie either. Subai's true strength really surprised her. Student Subai is really good at hiding his true abilities. Zhang Xiaoman smiled lightly. Facing Subai, who could kill an SSS-level enemy, she didn't seem to be afraid at all. Beneath her throne, the huge vine suddenly moved. In fact, this vine is also an extraordinary plant, and its level is as high as SS level. Its diameter alone is more than 10 meters, and its length is far more than 100 meters. Normally speaking, not to mention here in Subai, such a huge size can be seen even in the suburbs of Qingfeng City. However, there is now thick fog over Qingfeng City, so these huge plant vines will not be noticed by anyone. At this time, the giant vine creature that Zhang Xiaoman was on was moving towards the top of the tall building where Subai was. Subai stood quietly there, watching the other party approach without moving. The giant vine extended the throne on its head into the air in front of Subai. Zhang Xiaoman looked at Subai with a smile on her face. Student Subai, long time no see? Subai could see that the other party was in a good mood at the moment. The expression on the girl's face was as if she was a winner in life, and she smiled at Subai. Although Subai had guessed some clues before, he still felt a little unhappy now. This feeling of being calculated. There was a hint of amusement on Subai's face, and he teased Zhang Xiaoman in response to her words. How come Xiaoman has dyed her hair red after not seeing her for a few days? Zhang Xiaoman. Oh. How about it? Does this color look good? As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoman stood up from the throne and stroked her light pink shoulder-length hair with one hand. With the girlish face, she is really nice. Subai did not reply but looked at Zhang Xiaoman calmly. In addition to the relationship between them as ordinary classmates, they now also have a hostile relationship. Zhang Xiaoman is an SSS-level extraordinary person. She appeared when his battle with Pandora ended. It goes without saying what her purpose is. As for Subai, the system has just issued a task, and he must deal with Zhang Xiaoman. Haha. Subai, I was surprised that you killed Pandora, but you don't have much strength left now, right? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoman sat back on the throne, and the giant vines under her body suddenly pulled towards the sky behind her. The expression on Zhang Xiaoman's face also turned into one of excitement. It really gave me a big surprise. I originally wanted to turn you into my flower slave, but now I have changed my mind. Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Subai with a somewhat excited tone. Subai, I'll give you a chance. If you make a soul contract with me, I want to raise your consciousness. As long as you promise. Subai, who was on the rooftop, listened to Zhang Xiaoman's delusions and his face was full of black lines. Stop. I will not make a contract with that soul, nor will I obey you. Zhang Xiaoman, don't get the current situation wrong. I have the ability to kill Pandora, and I also have the ability to kill you. Subai stood tall and straight, looking at Zhang Xiaoman high in the sky in the distance with a proud tone. Still want to turn him into a flower slave? It's just wishful thinking. Zhang Xiaoman, sitting on the throne high in the sky, was not angry after hearing Subai's decisive refusal. She replied with a sweet smile. Although the flower slave will lose the consciousness of the original body, your beauty and body are enough. Chapter 169. Want to turn Subai into a flower slave? After hearing Zhang Xiaoman's words, Subai was sure that the other party was a face control. You want to turn me into a flower slave, but I'm afraid you don't have the strength. As Subai finished his words, he jumped up from the roof and rushed towards Zhang Xiaoman, who was at the top of the vines high in the sky. Seeing how brave Subai was, Zhang Xiaoman's expression became more and more excited. Those guys were too weak before. I hope you can make me take it seriously, Subai. Zhang Xiaoman had a confident and arrogant look on her face. In terms of strength alone, she is not inferior to Pandora at all. Subai's figure was already approaching from high in the sky, and his huge dragon claws were grabbing towards Zhang Xiaoman. Dragon claw attack? Subai swung out his right dragon claw, and the sharp claws on it flashed with cold light, as if to tear the opponent to pieces. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoman kept her expression unchanged and snorted softly. Just before Subai's dragon claws touched Zhang Xiaoman, vine branches suddenly shot out from the vine throne. Puff, puff, puff. A large number of vines separated from the throne at an extremely fast speed. They formed a huge green vine net in the air in front of Zhang Xiaoman in an instant, like weaving cloth. Subai's dragon claws grabbed it, as if grabbing a sponge. Although the vine net was deformed by the impact of his dragon claws, it did not break directly. The next moment, Subai's body in midair was bounced back by the elasticity of the vine protection net, and he retreated directly behind him. At the same time, Subai was secretly surprised. The protective net formed by these vines is extremely tough. Subai thinks that his dragon claws are extremely sharp, but the previous attack could not cut through the vines. Subai's body did not stay in the air. He directly controlled himself to land on the ground below. Bump. Subai fell to the ground, his eyes slightly narrowed as he looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaoman in the sky. The attack just now was just a test by Subai. At this time, the scars on Subai's body caused by Pandora's self-destructive core cannon were slowly healing. White flesh and blood tissue continued to regenerate, and a faint white mist rose from the wound. Subai didn't care about the injuries on his body. Although Pandora's blow before her death was very powerful, that was all it could do to him. The Zhang Xiaoman in front of him made Subai care even more. High in the sky, a hint of playfulness suddenly appeared on Zhang Xiaoman's pretty face at the top of the giant vine. The next moment, thick vines sprouted from the ground around Subai. Giant vine strangles. Bang, 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 boom. Green vines several meters thick broke out from the ground. They seemed to have life and kept rushing towards Subai's position and falling down. The entire ground around Subai collapsed, as if a tinking appeared on the ground, and giant vines like earth dragons kept drilling out of it. Boom. A vine several meters in diameter rushed towards Subai frantically. The next moment, Subai raised his dragon claw to collide with it. Bang, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground around Subai shattered under this terrifying impact force and turned into rubble all over the ground. Subai's eyes focused, and the power of his dragon claws exploded. The next moment, he forcefully pushed back the attack from the giant vine. At the same time, a dazzling white light came out of the mouth of Xiaobai behind him. Boom, boom, bang, puff. The giant vine was instantly blown up by Xiaobai's energy wave, and the vine turned into plant fragments that floated down into the sky. Subai did not stop and looked at the giant vines that had surrounded him. The next moment, Subai's energy exploded, and his body began to shuttle back and forth among these vines at high speed. Xiaobai behind him kept releasing white dragon waves, firing one white light cannon after another, bombarding those giant vines and exploding them one by one. Boom. It took less than 10 seconds. In this area of the ground, dozens of giant vines with combat power comparable to that of special S-level vines were all blown up by Subai. A stream of steaming white flame came out of Xiaobai's mouth behind him. This was because he had just released too many energy cannons in a short period of time. Subai ignored the broken corpses of giant vines on the ground around him. He walked slowly towards the giant vine where Zhang Xiaoman was in the distance. Zhang Xiaoman's throne was connected to the top of a huge vine with a diameter of at least 20 meters. Moreover, according to Subai's Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, that huge vine was also an extraordinary plant. Name: climbing vine. Category: dimensional creature, vine species, climbing vine. Gender: none. Level: SS-level peak. Skills: earth explosion, super extended vine, 10,000 vine prison. Current status: obey. Subai's steps towards the climbing vine began to get faster and faster, and in a flash, Subai's figure rushed towards the other party at an extremely fast speed. The ground beneath Subai's feet was sunken and broken. When he was within 100 meters of the climbing vine, Subai's feet exploded with power and he jumped directly away. In midair, Xiaobai let out a dragon roar, and a terrifying white dragon wave blasted towards the opponent's vine body. Buzz, boom, boom. Bang. A white explosion occurred on the body of the climbing vine, and the terrifying impact wave spread into the surrounding fog. The huge body of the climbing vine, which is hundreds of meters long, also moved strangely, as if it felt pain. Sitting on the throne at the top of the vine, Zhang Xiaoman felt the swaying climbing vine and frowned slightly. Quiet, Fuji. Zhang Xiaoman spoke in a tender voice to the climbing vine beneath her. Suddenly, the swaying climbing vine stopped shaking. The next second, Su Bai's figure had arrived high in the sky where Zhang Xiaoman was. Su Bai's body was filled with energy, and a faint white light flashed. Zhang Xiaoman sat on the throne of plants and looked at Su Bai with a smile on her face. Su Bai grinned, and the next moment he stretched out his right dragon leg, with a sharp bone dragon blade suddenly growing out of it. Explosive dragon leg blade. In the blink of an eye, Su Bai's leg attack came. Just like before, when Su Bai's attack was about to hit Zhang Xiaoman. A large number of vines separated from the throne and formed a vine net in front of Su Bai's attack. Puff. Su Bai's right leg bone blade swept across it, making a penetrating cutting sound. A crack appeared in the vine net at the location attacked by Su Bai. A hint of surprise appeared on Zhang Xiaoman's face. But before Su Bai's attack could continue through the gap, more vines separated from the throne and filled the gap that Su Bai had just opened. Suddenly, Su Bai's dragon leg bone blade was completely blocked. Su Bai finished his attack and jumped directly into the air backwards. But Zhang Xiaoman on the throne didn't intend to let Su Bai leave just like that. Chapter 170. Su Bai is invincible in close combat. Zhang Xiaoman sat on the throne and suddenly reached out her hands towards Su Bai. The next moment, countless vines suddenly shot out from under her body and attacked Su Bai, who was about to leave. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The green vines are like shooting arrows. The moment Su Bai's body was suspended in the air, he was entangled by countless vines under Zhang Xiaoman. The next second, Su Bai's 5-meter-tall mutated body was completely covered and wrapped by vines. In an instant, Su Bai's body was trapped into a spherical vine. On the other side of the vine ball, countless vine roots and branches were connected to the vines separated from the throne. Zhang Xiaoman's mouth was just about to rise. But the next moment, Su Bai, who was bound by the vines, suddenly exerted force. Puff, puff, puff. The vines that were wrapped around Su Bai instantly broke apart. A large number of vine fragments were floating in the sky, and Su Bai's figure emerged from them. The corners of Zhang Xiaoman's mouth, which were rising, froze. The next second, the expression on her face showed a hint of madness and she began to get excited. As expected of an SSS-level supernatural power, it looks like we must get serious. Zhang Xiaoman's eyes were filled with excitement. Su Bai's powerful strength did not worry her, but made her even more excited. The girl jumped off the throne and came to the top of the vine of the climbing vine. Zhang Xiaoman made thrusting movements with both hands towards Su Bai's position. The next moment, more vines and branches extended from behind her and attacked Su Bai in the sky. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoman shouted, "Xiaoten!" The climbing vine under him received the girl's instructions. The next moment, its huge body began to move. On the hundreds of meters tall vine body, a large number of thick vine branches suddenly grew out. In an instant, in the sky where Su Bai was, in addition to the vines rushing towards him from behind Zhang Xiaoman, there were also a large number of climbing vines whipping at him. The vines of the climbing vine blocked Su Bai's space for evacuation. The vines controlled by Zhang Xiaoman were smaller, and the tips of the vines were sharp, and it was obvious that they wanted to pierce Su Bai's body. Su Bai saw that his retreat was blocked, and Zhang Xiaoman was attacking him with thorny vines in front of him. The next moment, energy light flashed on Su Bai's body, and energy cannons began to gather on his 2 dragon claws. And Xiao Bai behind him also opened his dragon mouth and bit the attacking vines madly. The extremely sharp dragon teeth easily pierced through the vines and tore them into pieces. The vines behind Su Bai that wanted to attack him couldn't get close to his body for a while. With Xiao Bai's cover from behind, Su Bai can also attack head-on with all his strength. Su Bai moved and came directly in front of the vines controlled by Zhang Xiaoman. The right dragon claw stretched out, and at the same time a terrifying white light lit up. White dragon claw cannon. Boom boom. The terrifying energy light enveloped the vines in front of Su Bai. The next moment, the white light disappeared, and the vines that Zhang Xiaoman attacked all turned into green fragments and floated in the sky. Zhang Xiaoman, who was at the top of the climbing vine, trembled. These vines that attacked Su Bai were also part of her body to a certain extent. At this moment, they were all killed instantly by Su Bai's attack, and her body also felt an inexplicable backlash. Of course, this backlash effect is very weak. Hateful. Zhang Xiaoman's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. Even after a fierce battle with Pandora, Su Bai's fighting power at this time still exceeded her expectations. This guy, is he still so powerful now? On the other side, Su Bai simply gave up evacuating and rushed towards Zhang Xiaoman's position again. Noob. Su Bai called out to Xiao Bai, who was behind him. The next moment, Xiao Bai's dragon had emerged from behind Su Bai and arrived above Su Bai's head. After a dragon roar, Su Bai opened his mouth and a terrifying white light wave spurted out. Boom boom. Seeing the attacking by longbow, Zhang Xiaoman's eyes narrowed. One man and one dragon, it's really troublesome. Zhang Xiaoman crossed her hands in front of her. Dense vines surged out from under where she was standing, completely covering the girl's body. Boom boom. The powerful white dragon wave directly hit the vine shield in front of Zhang Xiaoman, bursting out with brilliant energy light. Under the vine shield, Zhang Xiaoman's originally confident expression suddenly changed, because she felt that her vine shield was actually starting to fail. What? Zhang Xiaoman did not expect Bai Long's attack to be so powerful. As the energy waves from Xiao Bai's mouth surged again in the sky. Boom boo. The white dragon wave, with increased power, directly broke through the vine shield in front of Su Bai. Puff. The next second, Zhang Xiaoman appeared in front of Su Bai. Su Bai was already ready at this time. Seeing that Xiao Bai's attack broke the vine shield, Su Bai rushed towards Zhang Xiaoman at high speed without hesitation. When it comes to close combat, Su Bai can be said to be invincible at the SSS level. Bang! Two ferocious white dragon claws attacked. Su Bai showed no mercy and attacked the weakest part of Zhang Xiaoman's body. Zhang Xiaoman didn't have time to think at this time. Facing Su Bai's attacking dragon claws, she could only continue to control the vines for defense. Puff, puff. With two claws, Su Bai directly cut off the girl's vine defense. The vines that broke into pieces made Zhang Xiaoman look a little shocked. His SSS-level vines were easily cut off in front of Su Bai. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman finally realized how powerful Su Bai was, maybe even more powerful than she had imagined. No wonder Pandora was killed by you. Su Bai ignored Zhang Xiaoman's words, and his right dragon claw suddenly stabbed out, directly piercing through Zhang Xiaoman's delicate body. Puff. However, what surprised Su Bai was that the feeling of being pierced by the dragon claw seemed somewhat unreal. It's like being stabbed into wood. Su Bai activated the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and instantly discovered that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaoman was an SSS-level transcendent, so even if her defense was weak, she couldn't be killed so easily by herself. Previously, Pandora's defense dropped to a low point because her core exploded. Otherwise, if he continued to fight, it would take Su Bai a lot of time to kill the opponent. The Zhang Xiaoman in front of him did not make a suicide attack. Su Bai was analyzing in his mind, when suddenly Zhang Xiaoman on the dragon claw started laughing. Su Bai looked a little confused. What are you laughing at? Your strength has far exceeded my expectations. Next, I will need to fight you in a different way. As she spoke, the girl on the dragon claw grabbed the claw with both hands and forcibly pulled her body out of it. Zhang Xiaoman jumped down from the sky without hesitation. Chapter 171 Zhang Xiaoman's True Form, Datura Flower. As Zhang Xiaoman's body fell, Su Bai was a little surprised. But before he could think about it, a terrifying energy wave appeared from below. A violent vibration came from the climbing vine, and Su Bai jumped directly from the top of the climbing vine and came high into the sky. At this time, he also saw clearly the source of the terrifying energy fluctuation just now. Su Bai couldn't help but exclaimed, "What is that?" Below him on the city ground. At this moment, there was a huge pink flower growing wildly on the ground. Huge flower branches emerged from under it, like terrifying plant tentacles, dancing wildly towards the sky. A moment. A giant flower body, no smaller than the climbing vine, appeared. Su Bai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to investigate and saw the opponent's real data. Is this her true form? That's right, in Su Bai's Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, the huge red flower that appeared on the ground in front of him was Zhang Xiaoman's true form, the Datura flower. At this time, the innermost flower body of the Datura flower is in a closed bud state. The outer layer is some green companion leaves, and then at the root below is a huge vine tentacle that is no less than the size of the climbing vine. Zhang Xiaoman's original form of the Datura flower looks as big as a small mountain. At this time, the climbing vine in front of the Datura flower was like a vine tentacle. Su Bai was shocked by the shocking scene. It was the first time he encountered such a huge extraordinary creature, and it was a plant species. Su Bai was still high in the sky at this time. With SSS-level energy possession, Su Bai's body can enter an anti-gravity state for a short period of time. At this time, Su Bai was staring at the Datura flower below with a serious expression. For a moment, he didn't know where to start. Xiao Bai behind him suddenly let out a dragon roar, reminding Su Bai to attack Huadi. After hearing Xiao Bai's hint, Su Bai looked towards the center of the mandala flower. That's right, just attack its core directly and destroy the core flower body. Su Bai made a decision in his heart and began to fall downwards. The mandala flowers below could also sense Su Bai's actions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, thick datura vines shot towards Su Bai's figure in the air. Each mandrake vine was like a giant green dragon, roaring and rushing towards Su Bai. Seeing this, Su Bai's eyes focused, and white energy light gathered on his two dragon claws. The next moment, a mandrake vine attacked, and Su Bai also swung out the energy cannon on his dragon claw. Dragon claw attack? Su Bai struck out with his claws, causing a terrifying energy explosion that directly pierced through the mandrake vine and created a gap. The next moment, Subai's figure also flew out from the gap and continued to fly towards the mandala flower below. Bang, 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 bang. The datura flowers on the ground seemed to become irritable. Giant vines began to twitch wildly, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding cities. The earth was shattered and collapsed under the beating of these terrifying vines. Subai, whose figure was close to the datura flower, was also indiscriminately attacked by these vines. Bump. In midair, Subai's body was hit by a giant vine, and his body flew backwards in the direction of the impact like a cannonball. Boom. Subai's body fell directly into a pile of ruins on the ground, with smoke and dust rising up. The mandragora flower suddenly dropped all its vines towards the place where Subai landed. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, giant vines took turns bombarding Subai's position. The surrounding ground continued to sink and crack under this violent blow. After a while, the mandrake ended its vine attack, and huge vines floated in the air. The mandragora flower also felt Subai's breath at this time. Suddenly, a white figure appeared from another direction of the city and rushed towards the location of the mandala flower. It was Subai. Subai had already left there when the other party was whipping the ground. So the vines of the datura flower just now were just bombarding the ground randomly. Subai felt that Zhang Xiaoman became easier to deal with in the form of the datura flower. Subai, who was rushing towards the ground at a high speed, had a relaxed look in his eyes. Although the size has increased, the reaction and flexibility have decreased. Boom. As Subai's figure reappeared, the giant vine that was originally floating in the air also began to move. One after another, the giant vines seemed to have found a target and began to lash frantically towards Subai's current position. But on the ground, Subai's speed is even faster. The vine tentacles of the datura flower could not keep up with Subai's movement speed at all. After a round of attacks, all of them missed. Finally, Subai came to the core flower of the datura flower. All the vines in the air also stopped attacking. Because if mandragora continues to attack, it may easily hurt its own body by mistake. Subai leaped onto the huge bud-shaped core of the datura flower in one step. Looking at the closed flower bud in front of him, Subai felt a little surprised. But without thinking too much, Subai swung out his dragon claw, and the sharp bone claw directly penetrated the pink flower bud. Puff. The white claw blade shone brightly and directly tore open the flower bud in front of Subai. Hiki, I've been fooled. Suddenly a playful and sweet voice was heard. The moment Subai heard the voice, he felt something was wrong. He wanted to evacuate here quickly. But before Subai could take any action, pink branches suddenly shot out from the broken flower bud and wrapped around Subai's body. Swish, swish, swish. The speed was so fast that Subai couldn't dodge at all. The next moment, as Zhang Xiaoman exerted her strength, these pink vines instantly pulled Subai into the flower bud. On the main body of the datura flower, the accompanying leaves and giant vines began to gather together. Soon the huge datura flower folded into a huge ball shape. At this time, Subai's body was located at the core of the mandragora flower. The surroundings were dim pink, and Subai could clearly feel the energy mist filling the space, as well as a strange fragrance. Subai's eyes became alert, and he activated the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to look around. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman's figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. Subai stared at the other person calmly. The next moment, he exerted force and broke free from the pink vines on his body. Subai said in a cold voice, "You don't think you can trap me to this extent?" Zhang Xiaoman was not surprised to see Subai easily break free from the vines that bound her body. After all, the purpose of bringing Subai in was not to trap him. Su Humbai, you are indeed very strong, but do you know what the strongest ability of mandragora is? Zhang Xiaoman suddenly showed a cunning smile on her face, looked at Subai and said. Subai seemed to realize something at this time, and the expression on his face changed slightly. Chapter 172, Powerful, Infinite Consciousness, Counterattack. In the space around Subai, a faint pink mist was invisibly affecting his consciousness. This kind of erosion seems to reach deep into the soul. The most powerful ability of the mandragora is soul attack. Zhang Xiaoman lured him here just to launch a soul attack on Subai. Subai suddenly came to his senses. However, at this moment, the core of the flower was already filled with the spiritual pollen released by Zhang Xiaoman. Subai stood still for a while, as if he was in a daze. The pretty girl opposite looked at Subai with interest, waiting for the effect of her ability. And in Subai's spiritual world, a large amount of pink energy is constantly invading his consciousness. At this time, Subai was trying his best to resist the pink energy. Just as Subai was struggling to hold on, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Host, don't you have the ability of infinite consciousness? Infinite consciousness is the highest level of spiritual power, but a mere soul devouring. When Subai heard the voice of the system, he also thought of his own abilities. Yes. Infinite consciousness is a spiritual ability, but how can I use the system to get rid of Zhang Xiaoman's soul devouring? Although infinite consciousness is very powerful, Subai does not have much control over it now. The host only needs to expand the spiritual realm of infinite consciousness and then crush the opponent's soul energy that invades his consciousness. Hearing the system's instructions, Subai did as he was told. Outside the spiritual world, Zhang Xiaoman was looking around Subai's body curiously. Subai's completely alienated body is 5 meters long, and his body is basically no longer human. Zhang Xiaoman, who turned into a human, looked like a tiny thing in front of Subai, whose genes were completely alienated. Zhang Xiaoman moved her hands and pinched it from time to time, as if she had already decided that Subai would be her flower slave. Just at this moment, an invisible mental shockwave emerged from Subai's body. Zhang Xiaoman, who was standing close to Subai, suddenly stepped back, with some surprise in her pink eyes. What's going on? The next moment, Subai opened his eyes, and with a slight smile on his lips, he looked at Zhang Xiaoman. Of course I destroyed all your soul energy. Subai's relaxed tone came, and at the same time he quickly stepped forward and directly captured Zhang Xiaoman. Subai easily grabbed the girl, who was only 1.6 meters tall, with just one dragon claw. How is it possible? My soul power is very strong, not to mention SSS-level, even if it is a stronger extraordinary being, as long as the mental power is ordinary. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoman seemed to understand something. The next moment she looked at Subai Dao with incredible eyes. Do you have a stronger spiritual power than me? No wonder Zhang Xiaoman was surprised. Spiritual power is actually the most difficult to improve. Even for them as extraordinary creatures, it is extremely difficult to improve their mental power. But Zhang Xiaoman is different. Her original form is the datura flower, and its main attribute is spiritual. The abilities displayed by Subai were obviously of the combat and body strengthening type. Normally, it is impossible for Subai's spiritual power to surpass Zhang Xiaoman. It's just that when Subai drew the lottery in the system before, he obtained infinite consciousness. This also made Subai's spiritual power reach a very terrifying level. Zhang Xiaoman had never expected this to happen. Okay, do you have anything else to say? Subai's right dragon claw tightly grasped Zhang Xiaoman's body, and the powerful force was enough to squeeze Zhang Xiaoman, who was in the form of a girl, and deform her. The shock and panic in Zhang Xiaoman's eyes gradually turned into a plea for mercy. Woo-woo Subai, I was wrong. If you let me go, I promise to be your subordinate and help you hunt other extraordinary people. Zhang Xiaoman's body could be crushed by Subai at any time. In order to survive, she began to beg for mercy. Subai listened to Zhang Xiaoman's words with an unmoved look on his face. Be his subordinate and serve him? The corners of Subai's cold mouth gradually curled up. Control of life and death can just satisfy Zhang Xiaoman's wish. Seeing a hint of smile gradually appearing on Subai's face, Zhang Xiaoman felt suspicious. Zhang Xiaoman said cautiously in an embarrassed tone, That's Subai. Puff. Before the girl could finish her words, Subai Long suddenly exerted force with his claw hand. The sharp dragon bone thorn directly penetrated Zhang Xiaoman's body, leaving the girl's body shattered. Drops of bright red blood slowly flowed down Subai's dragon claws. Zhang Xiaoman's face looked a little dazed, and her vitality was fading rapidly. Zhang Xiaoman began to struggle hard on Subai's dragon claws. The severe pain and the passing of her life made her uneasy. Zhang Xiaoman cried out in a tender voice. Woo-woo XX Subai, let me go. I will do whatever you want with me. At the same time, red vines burst out from all around. Subai ignored the vines in the surrounding space, and the power of his dragon claws continued to increase. Zhang Xiaoman's body was held tightly by Subai's dragon claws, and she couldn't break free at all. As Zhang Xiaoman said, the strongest ability of her mandragora flower is the power of spirit and soul. But its own defense is not strong. Subai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to the girl on the dragon claw, Don't you want to be my subordinate? Then stop resisting. No. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman's body was completely squeezed and penetrated by the dragon claws, and the sound from her mouth was a little unclear. The rapidly shrinking pupils in her eyes showed the horror in her heart at the moment. The vines she controlled attacked Subai, but the opponent was not moved at all. Now Zhang Xiaoman can only struggle to resist the power coming from Su Bailong's claws. As the energy from Su Bailong's claws continued to be released, Zhang Xiaoman's body also suffered severe damage. Finally, the girl's pink eyes lost their luster and her body became weak. The surrounding red vines also stopped attacking Subai. Subai ruthlessly threw the girl's body to the ground. Looking at Zhang Xiaoman's body, Subai felt a little emotional. This time if he didn't have the powerful spiritual ability of infinite consciousness. Maybe Zhang Xiaoman will really succeed and become her flower slave. Humph, you still want to turn me into a flower slave? The corner of Subai's mouth curled up inexplicably. He retracted his dragon claws, and the next moment a faint black energy emerged from his body. Subai planned to use control of life and death directly on Zhang Shaman's body here. These huge mandala flowers can serve as cover. A moment later, a steady stream of black energy gushed out of Subai's body and poured into Zhang Shaman's body. As time went by, the wound on the girl's body that had just been pierced by Subai was healing at an extremely fast speed. The eyes that had lost their luster suddenly began to focus again. Chapter 173, Control of Life and Death, 2 SSS-level. The girl's pink eyes gradually regained their spirit, and at the same time, the scars on her body that had been pierced by Su Bailong's claws had also healed. After a moment, the black energy in Subai's body stopped being injected. He looked quietly at Zhang Xiaoman on the ground. "Do you want to die again?" Subai's threatening voice sounded. Zhang Xiaoman's body on the ground remained motionless. Subai raised the corner of his mouth playfully. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaoman and stretched out a sharp dragon claw. "Don't." The girl's delicate body on the ground suddenly jumped up, and she couldn't help but retreat backwards. Now Zhang Xiaoman has been resurrected by Subai using control of life and death. At this moment, in Subai's mind, an invisible energy connected his consciousness with Zhang Xiaoman's. Zhang Xiaoman looked at Subai with embarrassment and some fear on her face. After being resurrected by Subai, the girl did not run away immediately, but pretended to be dead. At this time, Subai was looking at Zhang Xiaoman, thinking in his heart, "This is different from the first time the Death Knight King's corpse was resurrected." Although Zhang Xiaoman was resurrected from death by Subai, her consciousness and wisdom were obviously basically retained. At this time, Subai could still see a hint of fear of himself in the other person's eyes. And the performance of pretending to be dead just now is not something that a new consciousness can do. That is to say, Zhang Xiaoman has retained all of her consciousness from her lifetime. That's right, host. Since the target corpse has died very quickly, the effect of life and death control can basically be perfect. That means perfectly resurrecting a dead soul. The system added another sentence. Of course, the host still has absolute control over it. When Subai heard the system's explanation in his mind, his eyes lit up. In this way, Zhang Xiaoman, who was at the SSS level, was directly turned into a loyal subordinate who would never betray him. Subai ignored the girl cowering in the corner. He thought of Pandora in the dimension. According to the previous system's speculation, the longer the target of control of life and death has been dead, the less consciousness he or she will retain after resurrection. Since he is now in Zhang Xiaoman's flower body, Subai might as well resurrect Pandora here. Zhang Xiaoman, who dared not speak, watched Subai's actions. Subai took out Pandora's body from the dimensional space. Because Pandora's core exploded at that time, the psionic armor on her body could not be maintained. So now Pandora's body is basically in a naked state. While Zhang Xiaoman admired Pandora's amazing figure and beauty, she couldn't help but think of something. Subai wouldn't. Sigma? Subai naturally ignored Zhang Xiaoman, whose mind was full of fantasies. Although Pandora's body is indeed very tempting, the most important thing now is to hurry up and revive her. At present, Subai's control of life and death has resurrected two extraordinary people, the Death Knight King and Zhang Xiaoman. And his control of life and death resurrection control limit is 3. Subai looked at Pandora's body which he had placed on the ground. Very white and very big. Moreover, her whole body was extremely white and smooth, like the most perfect work of art, which could not be desecrated. Subai swallowed his saliva, but he became focused the next second. The black energy of control of life and death in Subai's body began to flow into the opponent's body. Zhang Xiaoman, who was standing by, watched this scene and was curious, but she did not ask any questions and just watched silently. About 10 seconds later, the black mist energy in Subai's body gradually stopped being injected, and the system in his mind also prompted that the resurrection was successful. Amid Zhang Xiaoman's shocked expression, Pandora, lying on the ground, opened her purple eyes. Zhang Xiaoman's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. After Pandora opened her eyes, she looked around in confusion. When she saw Subai, the purple in her eyes suddenly shrank. But it soon recovered. Somehow, she could feel that her soul was bound to that of the man in front of her. "Owner." A clear, pleasant and cold female voice came out of Pandora's mouth. For a moment, not only Zhang Xiaoman, but even Pandora herself was shocked. Only Subai looked at Pandora as if everything was just as he expected. Subai raised the corners of his mouth. From now on, Pandora and Zhang Xiaoman, who are at the SSS level, will be his subordinates. Seeing Subai's expression in front of her, Pandora became vulgar. Pandora thought so herself. Pandora suddenly realized that she was naked. For a moment, inexplicable emotion surged into her heart, and she wanted to attack Subai, but her subconscious mind deep in her mind prevented her from thinking this way. Pandora felt helpless and a little embarrassed. The next second, a stream of pure black and purple energy particles surged out of her body. These purple energy particles floated on her perfect pink body surface, and the next moment the energy particles began to aggregate and deform. A dark purple armor with exquisite and cool appearance was formed, fitting onto Pandora's body. Psionic armor is Pandora's exclusive ability. As long as there is enough energy, she can transform at any time. Because of Subai's control of life and death ability, Pandora was resurrected, and the core source and all the energy in her body were restored. Pandora transformed into a psionic armor, and the redness on her face gradually faded away. At this moment, she felt more clearly the connection between herself and Subai. As an extraordinary being of the SSS level, Pandora soon realized something. Pandora stood up. Her height was not inferior to Subai's 1.8 meters. She looked at Subai and said, "Is this your ability?" Although Pandora's words contained some questioning, her tone when facing Subai no longer had the previous coldness. Subai nodded slightly, looked at Zhang Xiaoman beside him, and said, "I have a power that can resurrect the dead." When the two heard Subai's answer, they were obviously surprised. Then Subai continued speaking with a smile on his face. "From now on, you are my subordinates." Although the behaviors displayed by Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora are now very autonomous. But this will not change. Subai is their master. The effect of the ability of control of life and death has begun to subtly influence their subconsciousness and thoughts. And their favorability towards Subai also skyrocketed from the moment of his resurrection. Zhang Xiaoman on the side thought for a moment and found that what Subai said was right, and she was very willing to be Subai's subordinate. Pandora had the same idea. This is the effect of the ability of control of life and death. Subai looked at the two silent people and raised the corner of his mouth. "Great, let's get out of here then. Xiaoman." Subai called softly to Zhang Xiaoman. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman waved her hand, and the next moment the core flower body where they were suddenly opened. Subai took a step forward, and Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora followed behind him. Chapter 174 End. Go home. Suddenly Subai paused and looked back at Zhang Xiaoman. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora, who were following behind, were also slightly stunned. "Su, what happened to the master?" Zhang Xiaoman originally wanted to shout Subai, but the control effect of life and death control directly made Zhang Xiaoman shout master. Zhang Xiaoman reacted and her pretty face turned a little red, but she didn't care. Subai looked at Zhang Xiaoman. Because Zhang Xiaoman's body was directly pierced by Subai's dragon claws before. In addition, Su Bailong's claw is also relatively large in size. At this time, the pink and white dress Zhang Xiaoman was wearing looked a little tattered. Large areas of snow-white skin are exposed, somewhat shiny. Zhang Xiaoman also noticed this when she followed Subai's line of sight. Then Zhang Xiaoman showed an expression that said, "I understand," on her face. The next second, the girl's body was suddenly entangled by some pink vines. These pink vines climbed up Zhang Xiaoman's body, flashing with a strange energy glow. Zhang Xiaoman was wearing a brand new pink and white dress, looking refreshed. "Master is fine." The girl spoke to Subai in a playful and sweet voice. Subai nodded slightly. The three continued to walk towards the core of the mandragora flower. Wait until the three of them left the huge datura flower. Zhang Xiaoman suddenly put her hands on the surface of the datura flower. The next moment, hundreds of meters long mandragora flowers began to flow into Zhang Xiaoman's body in an extremely incredible form. This giant datura flower seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, compressed into a thread of energy and sank into the girl's body. Subai and Pandora, who were standing by, also found it somewhat curious. In a moment, the datura flower that occupied the city center was completely taken back into Zhang Xiaoman's body. There was only a huge pit left on the ground, as if a piece of the ground had been cut off. Seeing this scene, Subai seemed to have thought of something. "Xiaoman, send all those extraordinary plants of yours back." Zhang Xiaoman was not surprised to hear Subai's voice. "Yes." Then Zhang Xiaoman began to stand in place and use her consciousness to connect with her plant-type subordinates. A few seconds later, two huge plants suddenly exploded on the ground in front of Subai and the other two. Two giant vines, slightly smaller than the climbing vine, emerged from the ground. The top of the vine opened and two graceful figures walked out. It was Xiaohong and Xiaolu. "Master! Master!" Xiaohong and Xiaolu came in front of Zhang Xiaoman and shouted to the pink-haired girl together. In front of her subordinates, Zhang Xiaoman also showed an arrogant attitude. Zhang Xiaoman felt the surging energy fluctuations from the two people, and her tone was somewhat delighted. "You all broke through?" At this time, the energy fluctuations of Xiaohong and Xiaolu have reached the SSS level. Because they had just made a breakthrough, they were unable to gather the energy in their bodies for a while. The two of them seemed a little excited at this time, and their bodies were shaking. Originally, they were at the peak of SS level, and after arriving in Qifeng City and consuming a large amount of life energy, they broke through to SSS level. "Are they your men?" When Zhang Xiaoman heard Subai's voice, her happy face suddenly froze. Now she has become Su-Bai's subordinate, and her subordinates are Su-Bai's subordinates. Then Zhang Xiaoman seemed to think of something, and she stood in front of Xiao Hong and Xiaolu. They are my men, but you can't do anything to them. Zhang Xiaoman sounded somewhat guilty. She knew that some special humans in this world could turn the corpses of extraordinary creatures into powerful extraordinary weapons. Zhang Xiaoman was worried that Su-Bai would take action against Xiao Hong and Xiaolu. Looking at Zhang Xiaoman standing in front of them, Xiao Hong and Xiaolu also reacted. They also began to look at Su-Bai and Pandora seriously. The energy aura of both of them was restrained to the extreme, and it was almost impossible to detect it. Owner. Xiao Hong and Xiaolu instantly assumed a fighting stance and looked at Su-Bai and Pandora with a defensive look on their faces. When Su-Bai saw the scene, he chuckled. Don't worry, I don't want those extraordinary weapons made from extraordinary creatures. Su-Bai didn't lie. As a powerful genetic modifier, when he enters a completely alienated form, his own body becomes the most powerful weapon. Seeing Su-Bai's relaxed tone, Zhang Xiaoman also believed it. Wait for me for a moment, I'll talk to them. Zhang Xiaoman said something to Su-Bai, then walked towards Xiao Hong and Xiaolu and started communicating with them. Now that Zhang Xiaoman has become Su-Bai's subordinate, she is still the type who will not betray him. Then she naturally won't be able to move around as freely as before. But the Flower Sea world needs a ruler, and Xiao Hong and Xiaolu, who have broken through to SSS level, are the most suitable ones. Su-Bai looked at Pandora beside him and said, Don't you need to explain to the creatures in your dimension? Pandora replied expressionlessly. No need. Our world is not like theirs. In the foggy world, the strong are respected. If I leave, there will naturally be other powerful extraordinary beings to dominate that place. Having said that, Pandora seemed to have thought of something. No, I do have to go back. Pandora looked at Su-Bai and asked to leave for a while. Su-Bai and Pandora have a connection of control over life and death, so he is not afraid that the other party will never come back. Well, go ahead. With Su-Bai's consent, Pandora's psionic armor gradually lit up. Her armored body slowly floated into the air, and the next moment, with a flash, Pandora disappeared into the sky. 10 minutes later, Pandora is back. However, compared to when she left before, there were more scars on Pandora's psionic armor at this time. Moreover, as Su-Bai expanded his perception, he could clearly feel the disorder in Pandora's aura, as if she had just experienced a battle. Seeing the puzzled looks from Su-Bai and Zhang Xiaoman, Pandora in midair began to explain. When I went back to get something, I had a fight with some extraordinary people from the foggy world. The words were spoken lightly, as if Pandora didn't take them seriously at all. The corner of Su-Bai's mouth twitched, but he didn't ask any further questions. Now that you have taken care of it, let's go back. The three of them did not stay in the city center for long. Now the battle is over, and the two SSS-level extraordinary people have been dealt with by him. Without the spread of the fog from those dimensional rifts, the foggy environment in Qingfeng City will soon recover. By the way, Master, do we need to kill the SSS-level extraordinary human from before? Pandora suddenly opened her mouth and asked Su-Bai. The person she was talking about was naturally Lin Juechen. That should be Sod's supporter, right? Su-Bai thought about it for a while and decided not to let Panduo deal with the other party. An SSS-level extraordinary orderer must have an extraordinary status in SOD. If the other party died so easily in the extraordinary situation in Qingfeng City, SOD would definitely not let it go. Now Su-Bai is still in the process of development, and it is quite risky to go against the top supernatural forces in Long Country directly. Chapter 175, I am the weakest person in the family now. Soon, Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora arrived at the Hylon Villa area under the leadership of Su-Bai. Su-Bai brought the two of them to his home, Villa number 66. Wow, Master, you still live in a villa. Zhang Xiaoman, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the luxurious platinum villa. As for Pandora, she didn't feel anything. The purple gold palace where she stayed before, although simple, was countless times more luxurious than the villa in front of her. Su-Bai's body has now returned to normal human form. When Su-Bai arrived at the gate of the villa's front yard and was about to open the door to enter, he suddenly realized something. Did I forget about Xiaohei? Host, you finally remembered your little black cat. I thought the host had just recruited two beautiful new subordinates and abandoned Xiaohei. Oh, Su-Bai. Listening to the teasing of the system in his mind, Su-Bai was speechless. He really forgot. After thinking for a moment, Su-Bai decided to go find Xiaohei. Although with Xiaohei's perception and strength, it should be no problem to find the villa area again. But Su-Bai still took precautions. Xiaoman, Xiaola, wait for me here for a while. Su-Bai said to the two people beside him. Zhang Xiaoman asked curiously, but Pandora didn't care. Su-Bai explained. I just forgot to bring Xiaohei with me. Oh. Then Subai set off and quickly left the community. Although now the two strongest SSS-level extraordinary beings in Qingfeng City, Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora, have been subdued by him. However, the Mist Extraordinary has been opened for a long time, and Qingfeng City is still shrouded in fog. There are also many extraordinary creatures of the Mist species that are hunting humans wantonly. If Xiaohei encounters a special S-level fog species, he will be doomed. When Subai thought of this, he quickened his pace and the infinite consciousness in his mind began to unfold. After dozens of seconds, Subai came to Qingfeng City, near the city center. On a road that had turned into ruins, Subai found Xiaohei. At this time, Xiaohei was fighting with several S-level Mist species. Although they are all S-level, Xiaohei's level has reached the peak of S-level. But at this time the environment was in a foggy state, and there were several of the same kind of opponents besieging Xiaohei. Xiaohei was at a disadvantage in the fight for a while. Xiaohei and the ape-like mist creatures discovered Subai's arrival. Meow. The moment Xiaohei saw Subai, he couldn't help but let out a happy meow. At the same time, it gave up the confrontation with the several mist creatures in front of it and ran towards Subai's position. The mist species on the opposite side naturally wouldn't let Xiaohei get away so easily. They roared and chased in the direction of Xiaohei. When Subai saw this, his eyes flashed with coldness. The next moment, his figure flashed directly in front of those mist species. Bump! As he threw a punch, the terrifying fist force turned into an invisible air wave and rushed towards the direction of the mist species. Puff, puff, puff. Ah! The mist seed let out a miserable howl, and the next second his body was knocked flying by Subai's fierce punch. The body fell into a pair of ruined buildings and became motionless. Xiaohei also came to Subai at this time. Meow. Master, you are finally here. I thought you had forgotten me. Omega? Subai. Subai said that he had indeed forgotten you. Okay, let's go back. Master, have you dealt with all those monsters? Master is the best, meow. Before leaving, Subai took away the corpses of several S-level mist species in order not to waste anything. Wait until we return to the front yard gate of Villa number 66 in Hylon Community. Subai, who had been calm, suddenly realized something. At this moment, in front of the entrance of his villa, the atmosphere seemed a little strange. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora had already entered the front yard. In addition to the two of them, Su Shi and the Death Knight King were also standing in the yard. Su Shi is communicating with Zhang Xiaoman. Pandora's body is covered in psionic armor. Although not the entire body, it looks somewhat similar to the Death Knight King's silence. The Death Knight King stood beside Su Shi solemnly, seeming to be wary of Pandora. This was also the task Subai assigned to him before leaving. Protect Su Shi. Subai pushed open the door to the front yard and walked in with Xiaohei. Feel Subai's return. Zhang Xiaoman, Pandora, Su Shi, and the Death Knight King all looked over. Where did you go this morning, bro? When Su Shi saw Subai coming back, she rushed towards Subai with an impatient expression on her face. Subai had no choice but to be held by the girl, and after a moment, he pushed Su Shi away. Okay, Xiaoxi, of course I went out to do business in the morning. Su Shi looked at Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora. Is this what brother calls getting down to business? Seeing Subai being questioned by Su Shi, Zhang Xiaoman started to explain. Xiao Shi, don't misunderstand the master. The master did go to do some serious work this morning. Owner. Brother, why does Xiaoman call you master? I. Zhang Xiaoman's explanation made Su Shi even more suspicious. The Death Knight King standing by also made a sound for the first time. The Death Knight King bowed his head slightly and looked at Subai solemnly. Master, I feel a strong sense of danger from this purple guy. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora were a little surprised when they heard the Death Knight King address Subai. Although they could not clearly feel the SSS-level energy fluctuations from the Death Knight King, they could roughly perceive it. Huh? Master, you actually subdued an SSS-level extraordinary being. Seeing that the four of them all looked confused, Subai sighed lightly. It seems like I need to explain it carefully. Meow. Xiaohei at Subai's feet looked at Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora in front of him, and it seemed to react first. 10 minutes later, Subai briefly introduced each of them to the four people, as well as their current status. Huh. After hearing this, Su Shi couldn't help but exclaim. So Xiaoman and this big sister whose body is wrapped in a mecha are both SSS-level extraordinary beings. Zhang Xiaoman replied to Su Shi with a smile. That's right. As for Pandora, she still had a cold and arrogant attitude, similar to the Death Knight King beside her. Hearing the affirmative tone in Zhang Xiaoman's voice, Su Shi suddenly felt a little lost. In this case, isn't it true that I am the weakest in the family now? Meow. Mistress, there's me. I'm even weaker. Sushi. She almost missed Xiaohei. Chapter 176 Discussion. Moving into the villa. Time came to evening. At this time, in Su Bai's villa number 66, four people and a cat were sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. As for the Death Knight King, he was still guarding the entrance of the villa. The four were discussing the matter of Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora. By the way, Xiaoman, where did you live before? Sushi asked Zhang Xiaoman, and Su Bai on the side also looked over. Although Zhang Xiaoman is a supernatural being from the second dimension, she usually goes to the same school as Su Bai. When Zhang Xiaoman heard Sushi's question, she began to hesitate. Well, I used to be in. The girl changed her words halfway through her speech. I always go back to the Flower Sea world. Seeing Su Bai's thoughtful expression, Zhang Xiaoman hurriedly explained. But the one who came here before was just a clone of me. The clone's strength is only A level, so it is easy to create an A-level dimensional rift. Now that I'm here, if I want to go back to the Flower Sea world, I need to create an SSS-level dimensional rift. It would be difficult to create an SSS-level dimensional rift, right? Understood. Su Bai then looked at Pandora beside him. At this time, Pandora had removed her psychic armor according to Su Bai's request. Sushi found her a set of casual home clothes to wear, a white t-shirt and a pair of blue shorts. The clothes are ordinary, but when worn by Pandora, their class is immediately elevated. Pandora was watching the video on the tablet in her hand with interest. It was lent to her by Sushi. Seeing the looks from Su Bai and the others, Pandora said indifferently, "Since we are already bound to each other in some kind of spiritual connection, I might as well stay here." Pandora said this while thinking in her heart, "I've already fallen out with those guys in the mist world. How could I possibly go back?" Su Bai's infinite consciousness was turned on, and he also listened to the other party's thoughts. Su Bai was curious. Those guys, isn't she the most powerful being in the misty world where Pandora lives? Out of curiosity, Su Bai asked Pandora directly, "Xiaola, what kind of world is the foggy world you are in? Are you the strongest extraordinary person among them?" When Pandora heard Su Bai call her Xiaola, there was obvious dissatisfaction on her face. However, because of her ability to control life and death, she could not feel disgusted with Su Bai. Pandora put down the platform in her hand and looked at Su Bai and others seriously. "The dimension I'm in is huge. I don't know exactly how big it is. I can only be considered the most powerful being in my area. And even so, there are several extraordinary beings who have reached the SSS level in my area, and they are very strong among the SSS level. Of course, I have overwhelmed them all." Pandora said this with her chin raised somewhat proudly, acting like a queen. Su Bai recalled what happened before and continued to ask, "So what did you do last time you returned?" "Of course, I'm taking what belongs to me. Here is this energy ore." Pandora said this and took out a fist-sized purple energy stone from somewhere and threw it to Su Bai. Su Bai reached out and took it. The purple energy stone emitted a faint light in Su Bai's hand. Its surface was crystal clear and smooth to the touch. Moreover, Su Bai could feel that this purple mineral contained a pure energy fluctuation. Is it a supernatural item? The next moment, Su Bai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to check the real data of this purple ore. Name: Purple Energy Ore. Introduction: an energy ore produced in an energy-rich magnetic field environment. It contains pure energy with a hint of lightning and electromagnetic properties. It can be used as an energy supplement or directly absorbed. Looking at the real data given by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Su Bai pondered in his heart. With a hint of lightning and electromagnetic properties? When fighting with Pandora before, the opponent's energy attack did contain a lot of lightning and electromagnetic power. Su Bai continued to ask Pandora, "Is this kind of thing useful to you?" "Well, it's okay. It can be used to replenish energy or to repair and upgrade my psionic armor. And these purple energy ores will also help me break through." Speaking of breakthroughs, Pandora became serious. "In fact, this time I led a large number of mist species to descend on this world in order to hunt for the energy needed for the breakthrough. Now my level has reached the limit of SSS level. But if I want to break through to a higher level, in addition to this purple energy ore, I also need a large amount of extraordinary materials and some extraordinary energy." Listening to Pandora talking, Su Bai was confused. Different extraordinary people have different requirements for breakthroughs. Of course, in addition to these specific breakthrough requirements, if the extraordinary wants to quickly break through to a higher level, they need to absorb energy, a large amount of pure energy. However, the latter is in great demand, and the higher the level, the more energy needs to be absorbed. "That's right, Master. I came here to open the Flower Sea world this time in order to hunt for enough life energy for a breakthrough. Zhang Xiaoman, who was beside Su Bai, suddenly spoke. In fact, I discovered the existence of Sister Lala's misty world before. Hearing Zhang Xiaoman's words, everyone looked over. Master, do you remember when we went to the school to look for that ghost? After hearing Zhang Xiaoman's reminder, Su Bai, with the blessing of infinite consciousness, quickly understood what happened that day. I see. Zhang Xiaoman continued a little embarrassedly. That ghost was actually released by Sister Lala in advance to explore this world. Because I want to follow Sister Lala to open the channel and then take advantage of the situation here. But it would take some time to build my SSS-level channel, so I decided to delay it for Lala's sister. Several people turned their eyes to Pandora again. At this time, Pandora was leaning on the sofa with her legs crossed and her arms clasped. Lung Ao's face was indifferent, and he didn't take Zhang Xiaoman's words seriously. In fact, I have sensed your presence before, but I just didn't take it to heart. All this, Su Bai could understand. Both of them have the strength of the SSS level limit, and they have opened the SSS level dimensional rift to descend. This kind of thing must be noticed. Okay, don't worry about this. Brother, where are they staying tonight? At this time, Su Shi ended the conversation between the three and asked Su Bai. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora are now bound by Su Bai's control of life and death, just like the Death Knight King. Moreover, it is very troublesome to open the SSS level dimensional rift. Fortunately, Su Bai's villa is very big, with more than a dozen rooms on the second and third floors. It is also a simple matter to let them stay. Chapter 177, The Arrival of the Executive. In the evening, Su Bai arranged for Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora to stay temporarily on the second floor of the villa. In addition to their master bedroom, there are several top-notch bedrooms on the second floor. Su Bai asked the two of them to each choose a room to stay in temporarily. Although Su Shi was somewhat dissatisfied with the two people moving in, she didn't say anything. After all, Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora are now Su Bai's subordinates, with the same status as the Death Knight King. Having two more SSS-level extraordinary partners will be a very important force for them to fight against the genetic modification company. Su Bai had a busy day today. After tidying himself up, he went to his big bed and lay down to rest. He has basically completed the two tasks in the system, White Fog Crisis and Double Crisis. Now we just have to wait for those SOD guys to deal with the mess in Qingfeng City. And on the other side of Qingfeng City. Although it was already dark at this time, there was still a lot of fog floating in the air. The view of the surrounding environment was dim. But at this moment, a large number of orderers are conducting search and rescue in Qingfeng City. An orderer found Lin Juechen buried in a pile of rocks in the ruins. Lin Juechen had been seriously injured in the battle with Pandora before, and his body's energy was severely depleted, causing him to be in a coma now. This orderer is a support member who came with Lin Juechen. After seeing Lin Juechen in a coma, he hurriedly carried him out and shouted loudly in the direction behind him. "We found Senior Lin. I found Senior Lin." As the voice of the order was repeated, the SOD members who were carrying out rescue operations nearby rushed over. One of the men, who was wearing a black martial arts uniform, was the fastest. Almost at the moment when the orderer's voice shouted, Jiao Yuanli appeared in front of him. Jiao Yuanli is one of the top extraordinary people in Dragon Country SOD, and also a member of the executive. This time he received news that a supernatural being that even a level 10 order person could not contend with appeared in Qingfeng City. Jiao Yuanli was dressed in a neat black martial arts uniform, with sharp eyebrows and an indifferent expression, like an emotionless killer. Behind him, there is a black and ancient sword case. It is obvious that he is an expert in using swords. Jiao Yuanli came to the unconscious Lin Juechen and took him over. Then he turned and spoke indifferently to the orderer beside him. "All right, leave Lin Juechen to me. Go rescue the other orderers first." Okay. Facing Jiao Yuanli's plain words, the orderer was as if facing a Chinese teacher, not daring to breathe. After hearing what the other party said, he fled away. Jiao Yuanli didn't care about the attitude of the orderer. He has a personality that keeps strangers away, and coupled with his unparalleled strength, normal people don't dare to approach him. Jiao Yuanli looked at Lin Juechen in his arms. His eyes seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, Jiao Yuanli called Zhang Tianlong, the branch director of Qingfeng City SOD. Soon Zhang Tianlong stood beside Jiao Yuanli with a respectful look. Even Zhang Tianlong, a level 7 orderer, was timid in front of Jiao Yuanli. "You know, the man in front of you is an extraordinary boss who is even more powerful than the level 10 orderer Lin Juechen. The executive is the top existence in their Dragon Country SD, a strong man at the top of the pyramid." Zhang Tianlong had only had the opportunity to meet Saad's executive a few times before. Of course, it's not about wine and separation. Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but think secretly in his heart when he saw Lin Juechen, who was in a coma, held in Jiao Yuanli's hands. Are the extraordinary people in Qifeng City so dangerous? Even senior Lin Juechen, who was at level 10, was beaten like this. Jiao Yuanli said to Zhang Tianlong, "Xiao Zhang, take me to your Sa's best recuperation room first." "Okay, sir, please follow me." Zhang Tianlong didn't know which SOD executive the person in front of him was. He used a sword and he was very close to Qifeng City. Could it be? While Zhang Tianlong was leading the way, he was secretly analyzing the other party's identity in his mind. Originally, Zhang Tianlong wanted to drive Zhu Yuan away from their SOD base. However, due to the destruction caused by supernatural creatures such as the fog species and plant species, Qifeng City is currently unable to use transportation. Don't bother with that. Jiao Yuanli looked at Zhang Tianlong, who had a sad expression on his face, and whispered softly. The next moment, the black sword box behind him suddenly moved. The next moment, a black sword with an exquisite appearance flew out from the sword case and came in front of Jiao Yuanli. Under Zhang Tianlong's somewhat shocked eyes, Jiao Yuanli's black sword suddenly grew larger. In an instant, the black sword grew from 1 meter in length to 7 or 8 meters. The giant black sword floated in front of the three people. Jiao Yuanli stepped on it and said to Zhang Tianlong, "Come up, let my sword lead us across." Yes. When Zhang Tianlong heard the voice, he came back to his senses from his shock. Under the guidance of Zhang Tianlong, the three of them quickly arrived at the SOD base in Qifeng City. They have the best and most advanced medical technology at their SOD base. Zhang Tianlong did not dare to neglect Lin Juechen, who was in a coma. He arrived at the base and personally placed Lin Juechen in a recuperation cabin with the best treatment effect. Their SOD base is located in the suburbs and has not suffered much damage from supernatural creatures. The few law enforcers stationed inside also suffered no casualties. After dealing with Lin Juechen's matter, Jiao Yuanli called Zhang Tianlong to a quiet place to talk. "Are you the branch chief of SD in this city?" Zhang Tianlong felt a little restrained in answering Jiao Yuanli's question and spoke in a proper voice. "Your Excellency, the executive is right. I am the head of the Qifeng City SOD branch, a level 7 orderer Zhang Tianlong." "Then tell me everything you know." Jiao Yuanli was also feeling curious and confused at this time. He didn't understand why the extraordinary person who could defeat Lin Juechen didn't kill Lin Juechen completely. And when he received instructions from above and rushed over, the battle in the center of Qifeng City is over. Apart from various battle destruction that seemed like natural disasters, he did not find any powerful or extraordinary energy fluctuations. Is the other party just going to run away after the fight? Or is there another reason? Zhang Tianlong began to tell Jiao Yuanli about the extraordinary white fog in their Qifeng City. As for the SSS-level extraordinary sea of flowers that appeared later, Zhang Tianlong actually didn't know much about it. 10 minutes later, after listening to Zhang Tianlong's story, Jiao Yuanli also had a general understanding of the extraordinary people who appeared in Qifeng City. So, in the beginning, it was you, Qifeng City SOD, who mistakenly judged the SSS-level extraordinary person as SS-level. Then it just so happened that a level 10 orderer was sent from the southern region. But in the end, even the level 10 orderer Lin Juechen is no match for that SSS-level transcendent? That's right, Mr. Executive, that's basically what happened. This time it was our Sad's misjudgment that led to this result. Zhang Tianlong's face was full of remorse and grief. This time, all the extraordinary people in Qifeng City disappeared inexplicably in the end. However, the consequences of the extraordinary white fog on their Qifeng City were also disastrous. Just from the casualties of their SOD order operatives, the price paid was extremely high. Not to mention, even the level 10 orderer Lin Juechen was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Chapter 178, The Surge of the Extraordinary Official Website, The Extraordinary People from the Outside World. It can be said that this time the extraordinary is already very dangerous. Even in the entire Dragon Country, the appearance of SSS-level extraordinary people is extremely rare. Jiao Yuanli looked at Zhang Tianlong and said, "Okay, now it's time for you, the city's order makers, to take a good rest. I will continue to stay in Qifeng City until the white fog here completely dissipates." Having said that, Jiao Yuanli turned around and prepared to fly away on his sword. Zhang Tianlong wanted to call out to the other party, but in fact he already had some guesses in his mind. It is impossible for the SSS-level extraordinary people in Qifeng City to disappear out of thin air or return to their dimensional world on their own initiative. Then the answer is obvious, that is, some other powerful extraordinary being stepped in to solve the problem. And in the entire Qifeng City, Subai is the only one who can do it. Zhang Tianlong originally wanted to explain to Jiao Yuanli tactfully, but he thought about it. Fearing that the other party might guess something, Zhang Tianlong finally did not express his thoughts. After Jiao Yuanli left, Zhang Tianlong took out his cell phone and opened the WeChat chat with Su Bai. Zhang Tianlong, Mr. Su, did you solve the SSS-level extraordinary that appeared in our Qifeng city? Zhang Tianlong stared at the screen of his mobile phone, waiting for a message from Su Bai with great anticipation. After a moment, Su Bai, who was lying on the bed, replied. Su Bai, that's right. The SSS-level extraordinary person in Qifeng city has been dealt with by me. Su Bai, I also hope Minister Zhang can keep it a secret from me. Zhang Tianlong looked at the content sent by Su Bai on his mobile phone and said in his heart, as expected, Zhang Tianlong, don't worry, Mr. Su. We have a partnership and will not disclose Mr. Su's information to others. Su Bai, well, that's good. I hope you can get rid of the remaining guys in Qifeng City as soon as possible. Those guys that Su Bai referred to were the extraordinary creatures that escaped from the Misty World and the Sea of Flowers world. The former are the largest in number and have the strongest extraordinary strength. As for Zhang Xiaoman's Flower Sea world, she said that only 3 of them were opened, and the extraordinary plant species were basically under her control, and most of them have now returned to the dimensional world. Su Bai hopes that Zhang Tianlong and his SOD team can quickly eliminate the extraordinary people in Qifeng City, of course, for the system's reward. The system task requires that the extraordinary crisis in Qifeng City be completely resolved. It is not enough for Su Bai to just directly eliminate the strongest extraordinary person. But Su Bai was not in a hurry. The boss had been dealt with by him, and SOD could take care of the remaining soldiers. Here, after finishing the prestige exchange with Su Bai, Zhang Tianlong began to contact his immediate superior. Qifeng City went through this extraordinary invasion, although the extraordinary was resolved by Su Bai in the end. But the entire city also suffered massive damage and destruction. As for the ordinary people and extraordinary people in Qifeng City, the casualties are estimated to be astronomical. Now Zhang Tianlong needs to apply for various materials and manpower supplies from above. Of course, one's own responsibility cannot be shirked. When he thought of this, Zhang Tianlong felt overwhelmed. On the Chaofen official website, at this time, the Longwood District Forum was in an uproar. In just less than a day, those extraordinary posts in Qifeng City have been selected as the top posts by the administrator and placed at the top of the major events in Dragon Country. The number of comments and likes on the post exceeded 1 million in a short period of time, making it a very popular post. The content of the post has also been updated. The post pinned at the top is the one officially released by SOD. The content is also about the extraordinary white fog that appeared in Qifeng City in the southern part of Manhwa. Everyone, the following is the handling of the SSS-level extraordinary white fog that appeared in Qifeng City in the southern part of our country. In the early hours of this morning, a large amount of white fog suddenly appeared in Qifeng City in southern my country. The local SOD branch initially determined it to be an SS-level supernatural event. For this reason, SOD's southern headquarters dispatched a level 10, 2 level 9, and dozens of level 6 to 8 order teams to provide support as soon as the news was received. At 10:50 a.m., all support teams from our SOD southern region had arrived. 10 minutes later, the information changed again. According to the report from the support order personnel, Qifeng City's extraordinary level was upgraded to SSS level. Moreover, a single level 10 orderer who was irresistible to the extraordinary appeared among them, so the headquarters held an emergency meeting and dispatched the nearest executive at the first opportunity. The extraordinary crisis in Qifeng City is currently being resolved. Please be rational and be cautious before going there. Leave a message below and leave 99.99 plus. Oh my god. The extraordinary person in Qifeng City is actually SSS level. I actually saw this extraordinary event this morning, and I was thinking about going over to check it out. Now it seems like a good thing I didn't go. A superhuman that even a level 10 orderer can't handle. Even our SOD's strongest executive officer has been dispatched. What is an executive? Why have I never heard of it? You above are too amazing, aren't you? You haven't even heard of executive officer? The executors are said to be the most powerful supernatural beings in SOD. Their status and power are higher than those of the level 10 orderers. So awesome? In our eastern region SOD, there aren't even a few level 10 orderers, right? Of course, executive officer is synonymous with SOD's strength. They are like the guardian gods of our dragon country. The super SSS level extraordinary crisis that occurred 2 years ago was resolved by dispatching the executive officer. My great dragon nation is awesome. Hehe, so what if the extraordinary level has been upgraded from SS to SSS? With the executive officer dispatched, it's safe this time. By the way, are there any brothers who want to go to Qifeng City and fight? There should be a lot of SSS level and S level extraordinary creatures. If you hunt one, you can eat it for several years. Want to form a team up there? I'm a 10-year veteran hunter, S rank. Add me in. I'm good at assisting, and I'm also S rank. Haha. SOD officials told us not to go there and get killed. Didn't you see the big words at the bottom? Are you a good kid upstairs? Why don't you go when SOD tells you not to? The extraordinary resources in this SSS-level dimensional rift are a huge fortune. Haha, that's right. With an SSS-level dimensional rift, you can kill an A-level just by walking around the periphery. Wouldn't it be nice to sell it for money and resources? Following the official post from SOD, the extraordinary people in the southern region of Dragon Country soon began to stir. As for the extraordinary people from other regions, although they also want to get involved, they are too far away, and by the time they arrive in Chifeng City, the soup may be gone. Although SOD officials have repeatedly emphasized that the extraordinary people in Chifeng City are extremely dangerous, and even several special S-level extraordinary people have been killed or injured. However, there are still a large number of extraordinary people from outside the city rushing here at a high speed. In their opinion, SOD's support team has already arrived in Chifeng City. Even though the level of the extraordinary people there is very high and very dangerous, there are SOD orderers standing in the front to support them. They just need to pick up the leaks on the outer border. Chapter 179. One by one, they all covet my energy crystal. The next morning, Subai was awakened by a series of system prompts. Not only was Subai not angry, but he was in a very good mood. Ding. Mission. White Mist Crisis completed. Mission reward. 10 system points. Ding. Mission. Double Crisis completed. Mission reward. 10 plus 10 system points. A series of clear and pleasant prompt sounds rang out, instantly making Subai feel refreshed. How many total points do I have now? The host has time to ask me, why doesn't he check it himself? I was scolded by the system, and it was still that familiar feeling. The corner of Subai's mouth twitched, and his good mood was interrupted by the voice of the system. An idea flashed through Subai's mind. A system panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Subai clicked into the system lottery and saw 36 system points displayed above. Cool. Subai couldn't help but hum softly. This also woke up Sushi, who was sleeping next to him. Brother, what are you doing so early in the morning? When the girl heard Subai's voice, she immediately lost her sleepiness. She lay on her side and looked at Subai with a smirk on her face. Brother, tell me, what did you do when she was sleeping? Subai. Subai wordlessly knocked the girl on the head, then got up and got out of bed. Not only does she occupy most of his bed every day, she also often teases him in the morning. Subai sighed helplessly when he thought of this. After leaving the bedroom, Subai came to the sofa in the hall on the first floor. The points arrived this morning, which also shows that the extraordinary crisis in Chifeng City has basically been resolved. Subai couldn't help but sigh softly. SOD is efficient. In fact, this is a normal speed. The two strongest SSS-level extraordinary people in Chifeng City have been dealt with by Subai. As for those SS-level and special S-level ones, they basically escaped back to the dimensional world at that time. It can be said that the severe crisis in Chifeng City has been resolved. As for those special S-level and below monsters, they can basically be easily dealt with by the support orderers brought by Lin Juechen. In addition, Jiao Yuanli was searching everywhere in Chifeng City for an SSS-level extraordinary person yesterday. Along the way, he also killed many high-level supernatural creatures. This also made it much easier for the rest of SOD's orderers to deal with the remaining extraordinary creatures. Subai sat on the high-quality sofa. At this moment, he was still thinking about the 36 system points. In just one day, 30 system points were obtained. It feels great to become rich overnight. However, Subai is not in a hurry to participate in the system lottery, because he still had one thing to do. Subai took out the energy crystal of the King of Fog City that he had hunted before from the dimensional space. Name, Energy Crystal. Introduction. After the death of the SSS-level King of Fog City, the energy polymer transformed from the body's energy contains pure energy. It can be directly absorbed or used as an energy supplement. The platinum color in Subai's eyes slowly dissipated. This is the SSS-level energy crystal of the King of Fog City. Just by holding it in your hand, you can feel its pure and huge energy fluctuations. Meow. Suddenly a meow was heard. Xiaohei was attracted by the energy crystal of the King of Fog City, and the little black cat jumped in from the window of the living room. Seeing the shining crystal in Subai's hand, Xiaohei couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart. But it was obvious that this was what Subai wanted to absorb, so Xiaohei could only stare at the crystal with fiery eyes. Xiaohei, if I can't eat it, I'll just take a rest. Oh. Subai put his mind back on the crystal, ready to continue absorbing. Suddenly a tender voice was heard. What is that? At the stairs on the second floor, Zhang Xiaoman seemed to have just woken up. The pink hair on her head was a little fluffy and messy, with a few pink vine branches mixed in it, which gave her a unique style. Zhang Xiaoman was wearing a loose pink thin short-sleeved shirt, which seemed a bit big and baggy. At this moment, the girl was looking at Subai with her big bright pink eyes, or to be more precise, at the crystal in Subai's hand. What a pure energy crystal! Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but utter a sound. Then, a pillar made of pink vines suddenly appeared out of thin air under her feet. The vine pillar lifted up Zhang Xiaoman's body and carried her towards Su Bai's position on the first floor. Looking at this magical scene, Xiaohei on the side opened his eyes wide with curiosity, looking a little funny. The vine pillar lifted Zhang Xiaoman's body to Su Bai's front, then it slowly shrank back and finally disappeared. Zhang Xiaoman stared at the crystal in Su Bai's hand and spoke softly. Master, what is that thing in your hand? That. Su Bai listened to the girl's coquettish question and naturally knew her intention. He interrupted Zhang Xiaoman and rejected her ruthlessly. I want to absorb this SSS-level crystal, so forget it. Zhang Xiaoman. Oh. Okay. After being disappointed, Zhang Xiaoman stopped being sad. She came to sit on the sofa next to Su Bai, looking at Su Bai quietly, as if she was preparing to watch Su Bai absorb the crystals. Su Bai didn't care and was about to put the crystal in his hand into his mouth. Suddenly, another cold voice was heard. That's it. Su Bai couldn't help but grin, and he looked towards the staircase on the second floor helplessly again. At this time, Pandora was wearing a cool little camisole and standing where Zhang Xiaoman had stood before, looking towards Su Bai and the others. To be precise, he was looking at the crystal in Su Bai's hand. Is that the energy crystal of the King of Fog City? Pandora continued with a hint of doubt in her voice. I remember when he came out of the dimensional rift, he seemed to be looking for something. I didn't expect that I would be killed by you. As Pandora spoke, a purple energy light suddenly appeared behind her, and then a small piece of energy particles attached to her back. The next second, the light of the energy particles dissipated, and behind Pandora, a mechanical component that looked a bit like an aircraft appeared. The mini-flying armor directly made Pandora's body float off the ground, and she flew directly towards Su Bai's position. Pandora landed in front of Su Bai. Her tall figure and long, snow-white legs made Su Bai couldn't help but look up at her. Pandora is indeed very tall, which may also be related to her species. After all, she herself is not human. Do you want to absorb this energy crystal? The corner of Su Bai's mouth twitched. Isn't this nonsense? Su Bai stretched out his voice helplessly. Yes. Oh. Pandora's answer was still aloof, but there was a hint of disappointment in her tone. Su Bai's infinite consciousness sensed Pandora's inner thoughts at this moment. Su Bai was speechless. Although Pandora is very beautiful, she is still a cool and elegant lady with big breasts and long legs. But giving her an SSS-level energy crystal to absorb, that's just wishful thinking. Omega. Chapter 180, Discussing Breakthroughs and Starting the Lottery. Pandora also found a seat and sat down. Obviously, her idea was the same as Zhang Xiaoman's, and she was ready to watch the process of Su Bai absorbing the crystals. Su Bai looked at their expressions and the corners of his mouth twitched. Why are you all looking at me? I'm just curious about what the absorption process of this energy crystal is like. Zhang Xiaoman explained in a tender voice. Su Bai ignored them and took the crystal in his hand and put it into his mouth. As soon as the SSS-level energy crystal entered Su Bai's mouth, it instantly turned into a surge of energy that flowed into Su Bai's body. Soon Su Bai felt the purity and vastness of this energy. Even though he was at SSS level, he could feel the obvious fullness at this moment. Every cell in the body seemed to be cheering, and Su Bai felt his body gradually starting to heat up. His strong body began to absorb and digest the energy in the crystal at a rapid speed. The pure energy turned into nutrients and was continuously transmitted to various parts of Su Bai's body. A few minutes later, the strange feeling disappeared and Su Bai slowly opened his eyes. Of course, he had not completely absorbed the crystal. Su Bai still needs some time to absorb the SSS-level energy crystal of the King of Fog City completely. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman's curious voice came. Master, what does it feel like? Su Bai turned his head and saw that both of them had curious expressions on their faces. None of you have ever absorbed this kind of SSS-level crystal? No. This kind of energy crystal is not produced by all extraordinary creatures after death. Furthermore, even if a supernatural being has the ability to produce energy crystals, if its level is low, it may not be able to do so. After hearing Zhang Xiaoman's answer, Su Bai looked at Pandora beside him. What about you, Xiela? These energy crystals were obtained by hunting down your mist species. I have never absorbed this kind of energy crystal produced after a supernatural death. Although we are not of the same species, I will not hunt them for energy crystals without reason. And I have purple energy, or my energy stone can also help me improve my strength. As she spoke, Pandora took out another fist-sized purple energy stone. Zhang Xiaoman looked at the purple ore in Pandora's hand, and her eyes lit up slightly. Pandora looked at Zhang Xiaoman with some expectation in her eyes, and she opened her red lips and spoke softly. It's a pity that this special energy ore is only helpful to extraordinary people with specific attributes. So it has no effect on you or the master. Having said that, Pandora put the purple energy ore directly to her mouth and started chewing it with a crunchy sound. It's like eating purple energy ore, just like eating candy. Subai looked at Zhang Xiaoman curiously. Then Xiaoman, how do you usually improve your strength? For me, as long as I have enough life energy, it will be fine. Life energy? Subai couldn't help but sound a little confused when he heard this. Well, the corpses of living things or some objects containing energy can be converted into life energy. By the way, Master, I killed 2 SSS-level extraordinary humans in Qifeng Park before. Subai, Pandora, and Xiaohei all looked at Zhang Xiaoman in surprise. An SSS-level extraordinary human? Besides the Orderer who fought with Xiala before, there are other SSS-level people in Qifeng City? Yes, they came to me right after I came here from the Dimensional Channel, Zhang Xiaoman said, lightly touching the tip of her lips with her finger. It seems he is from the Hunter Association. Hunter Association? Subai understood what Zhang Xiaoman said. That's right, SOD has gone all out. The Hunter Association is the second largest force in Qingfeng City, and its foundation is no less than that of SOD. An SSS-level extraordinary person appeared in Qingfeng City, and they certainly couldn't just sit there and watch. It's a pity that we didn't keep them all. You're not going to eat them straight away? Subai was a little surprised, although he didn't mind Zhang Xiaoman eating people. No, I just put their bodies into my body. Their bodies will slowly become nutrients for my body and provide me with life energy. But if I want to break through, I think the 2 SSS-level extraordinary life energies alone may not be enough. Zhang Xiaoman looked at Subai. Her eyes seemed to be asking for instructions. No, you can't mess around in this world. And the life energy that a low-level human corpse can provide should be very little, right? Yeah, the stronger the extraordinary power is, the more life energy it can generate. Well, when other high-level dimensional rifts are opened, I will take you to hunt. Subai stood up and absorbed the energy crystal of the king of Fog City. Now it was time to conduct the system lottery. Looking at Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora beside him, Subai thought for a while and decided to avoid them and draw the lottery. Where are you going, Master? To the bathroom. What is toileting? Pandora's puzzled voice came. Pandora is not a human and her body structure is completely different from that of humans, so she doesn't understand. Well, Xiaoman, explain it to her. Subai was too lazy to explain. Of course, the most important thing now was to draw the lottery. Seeing Subai walking towards the toilet anxiously, Zhang Xiaoman didn't know how to explain to Pandora. Zhang Xiaoman, who was somewhat embarrassed, and Pandora, who looked puzzled, were left staring at each other. So what is toileting? Subai went to the bathroom to draw the system lottery, so as not to attract the attention of the two. After all, even if he is the only one who can see the system panel, if he makes some strange movements or makes some strange noises, it will make him look very strange. Subai's mind flashed, and a light blue system panel appeared in front of him. Subai clicked on the system lottery page. The 36 system points are displayed in the center of the lottery wheel, which looks very eye-catching. Host, are you ready? Subai felt inexplicably nervous when he was suddenly prompted by the system. 36 system points, enough for 3 system draws. Subai clicked on the first lottery with great anticipation. The dazzling golden lottery roulette began to spin slowly, and a variety of reward icons flashed across the roulette wheel at a rapid speed. After a few seconds, the roulette wheel speed began to decrease. Then the system prompt sounded in Subai's mind. Ding! The host has obtained the item, Limit Breakthrough Stone. The prize has been placed in the host's dimensional space. Please go check it. Subai was shocked when he heard the prompt sound from the system. Limit Breakthrough Stone. It sounds like it should be related to improving strength, right? The host's guess is correct. The Limit Breakthrough Stone can allow the host's strength to break through to a higher level. Chapter 181 Breakthrough Crystal, Hand of Creation, Higher Level. Hearing the voice of the system, Subai couldn't help but feel happy. Can you break through my strength? That's right, host. According to the analysis of this system, you have already absorbed an SSS-level energy crystal. If you absorb this Limit Breakthrough Stone, there will be a great chance that you will break through the upper limit of your level. Subai listened to the system's explanation and quickly calmed down. Subai took out the Limit Breakthrough Stone from the dimensional space. He opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor to check the real data of the Limit Breakthrough Stone. Name, Limit Breakthrough Stone, SSS. Introduction. It is used for breakthrough after the biological level reaches the limit. It has extremely strong energy reserves. When absorbed, it will have a certain resistance effect and has a chance of successful breakthrough. Note 1. SSS-level Extreme Breakthrough Stone is suitable for use in SSS-level biological breakthrough. Note 2. The user must reach the limit of his level, and the stronger he is, the higher the success rate of breakthrough. Looking at the data analysis provided by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Su-bai asked the system. System, the absorption breakthrough of this limit breakthrough stone is not 100% successful. That's right, host. However, according to this system's analysis of the host's physical fitness, the success rate of using this limit breakthrough stone is over 90%. More than 90%. The host's 90% probability is already very high, and because there is still residual energy from the energy crystal of the King of Fog City in the host's body, the probability will be even higher. Su-bai listened to the system's analysis and fell into deep thought. I see. Su-bai was not in a hurry to use this limit breakthrough stone. There were still 2 system draws left, and he planned to finish them first. Su-bai casually placed the limit breakthrough stone into the dimensional space, and then looked at the system lottery in front of him. As Su-bai moved his fingers, the lottery wheel started to turn again, and gorgeous rewards kept flashing in front of Su-bai's eyes. Su-bai also began to feel nervous. As the roulette wheel slowed down, the system's clear prompt sound rang out. Ding! The host obtains the skill, Hand of Creation. Host, please choose the carrier required for your skill. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Su-bai was a little surprised. Skill carrier? Isn't this skill of the system directly integrated with me? The host is not like that. Hand of Creation requires a part of the body as a carrier for the release of skills. Of course, it is not limited to the host's arm, and can even be given to others. Host, please choose a carrier. Su-bai simply ignored the gift given to others. Are you kidding? How could I possibly give away a skill that sounds so powerful? Su-bai looked at his left and right arms, thought for a moment, and made a decision. The system chooses my left hand as the skill carrier. Yes. The host's left arm has been selected as the carrier of the skill Hand of Creation. The skill Hand of Creation locks onto the host's left arm and fuses it. Fusion successful. A series of system prompts sounded, and Su-bai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor and looked at his left arm. Skill name, Hand of Creation. Introduction, possesses the ability to create everything. By consuming the energy in the user's body, it can change or even generate all objects in the user's imagination. Looking at the introduction given by Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Su-bai felt that his new skill seemed not simple. Can you create any object? That's right, host. The Hand of Creation can create everything that the host can think of, but the prerequisite is that the host needs to provide the corresponding energy consumption. The higher the host's requirements for the transformed object, the more energy it will consume. After hearing the system's explanation, Su-bai stretched out his left hand and prepared to give it a try. Su-bai looked at his left hand and began to imagine the object he wanted to create in his mind. Soon Su-bai felt the energy in his body begin to gather on his left hand, and a magical experience appeared in his heart. After a moment, this energy began to be released slowly from his left hand and began to materialize. The irregular energy group was jumping and twisting on Su-bai's left hand. As the final energy mass gathered, it materialized. A brand new pack of tissues appeared in Su-bai's left hand. The object that Su-bai wanted to conjure up in his mind was tissue paper. It actually works. Su-bai was shocked by this magical ability. Host, please don't make a fuss, /degree infinity degree, /. After all, this is a skill produced by this system. Su-bai simply ignored the system's arrogance. His mind was still shocked by the power of the Hand of Creation. Su-bai felt the energy consumed in his body from using the Hand of Creation just now. It's so tiny that a pack of tissues basically doesn't consume much of his energy. In other words, the energy consumption required to create a pack of facial tissues is very small for Su-bai, who is at SSS level. For Su-bai, this skill cannot directly improve his combat power. But the auxiliary ability is absolutely amazing. Creation as you wish. After regaining his composure, Su-bai looked at the system's lottery page again. There's only one draw left. Su-bai clicked on the third system lottery. The golden roulette wheel began to spin again. Ding! The host obtains the item, King's Protection. The item, King's Protection, has been placed in the host's dimensional space. Please go and check it out. King's Protection? When Su-bai heard about the items in the third system lottery, he became curious. Then he took out King's Protection from the dimensional space. This is a jade pendant-like object that looks like a blue star. Smooth and delicate texture, flowing light golden color, turbid and translucent crystal structure, and the shape is roughly long and narrow. The Eye of the White Dragon Emperor is opened. Name, King's Protection. Introduction, a one-time protective item that automatically activates when the host is under a fatal threat and can withstand a full-strength attack from a Demon King. Demon King level? What level is the Demon King level of the system? Seeing the real data given by the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, Subai noticed the word Demon King level. Host. Demon King level is a level beyond SSS level. The Death Knight King that the host killed before was at this level when he was alive. Subai heard the system's explanation and murmured softly. An existence beyond SSS level? I don't know if that limit breakthrough stone can help me break through to the Demon King level. Hearing that the Death Knight King was a Demon King in his lifetime, Subai began to ponder. You know, he still has the tracking mark of the Lord of Darkness on him. He is the boss of the Death Knight King. His strength must be even stronger. Host, don't worry. It's probably not realistic to build that kind of dimensional channel in this world right now. And there will be other powerful humans here to stop us. What's more, this system can help the host cover up the tracking marks on his body. Of course, it only costs a few points. Epsilon, asterisk, omega, xi. Hearing the system's voice, Subai chuckled disdainfully. I just need to avoid going to that demonic dimension. Chapter 182, Limit Breakthrough Stone, Prepare to Break Through. Subai walked out of the bathroom with a pack of tissues in his hand. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Not only did he obtain an item that could help him break through to the Demon King level, he also gained a powerful skill and a life-saving item. He was very satisfied with all three draws. Pandora, sitting on the sofa in the living room, was a little puzzled as she watched Subai walk out of the bathroom in high spirits. She looked at Zhang Xiaoman beside her and asked puzzledly, Xiaoman, why does the master look so excited? Well, it could be. Zhang Xiaoman moved closer to Pandora and whispered in her ear. As he spoke, he looked in the direction of Subai. Subai saw two people behaving strangely on the sofa, but he didn't care. Now that he has the ultimate breakthrough stone, Subai is going to break through the shackles of the SSS level. If you have resources, of course you should use them immediately to increase your strength. According to the system's analysis, his current physical strength has reached the limit of the SSS level, even stronger than Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora. Coupled with his own powerful white dragon gene and the SSS level crystals he had just absorbed, the probability of a breakthrough was at least 90%. Subai said to Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora, who were sitting on the sofa, I'm going to the backyard to retreat and break through. You guys help me guard the villa during this time. Subai turned around and prepared to leave, but before leaving he paused and added something. By the way, don't bother me. After saying that, Subai walked towards the small park in the backyard of the villa. Come to the small park in the backyard of the villa. Subai directly took out the limit breakthrough stone, a fist-sized, irregular polygonal crystal that emits a faint glow. Unlike the energy crystal of the King of Fog City, the energy within the limit breakthrough stone is completely locked. Normal, extraordinary people cannot feel the pure energy contained in it at all. Subai asked the system in his mind. How do I use this system? Of course the host swallowed it directly. Subai, this thing is as big as a fist. How am I supposed to swallow it? Stupid host. Can't you transform into a dragon man? Yes. After being reminded by the system, it seems that he can indeed transform into a dragon man first, and then swallow this limit breakthrough stone. Okay. The corners of Subai's mouth rose slightly, and the next moment a surge of energy surged out of his body. Invisible energy waves blew into the surrounding air, and Subai's body began to expand and grow at this time. After a moment, Subai entered the completely alienated form of evil white dragon. Subai restrained the energy fluctuations released by himself. Boom. He stepped on the grass in the park with his legs, and the ground seemed to be made of paper, and it sank several dozen centimeters in an instant. There was no way. Subai had already restrained his strength to the extreme, but the huge dragon man, over 5 meters tall, was too heavy. Just standing on the grass creates tons of pressure. Subai didn't feel sorry for the damaged grass. His platinum eyes looked at the limit breakthrough stone in his hand. Subai directly threw the limit breakthrough stone into his mouth, and in order to speed up the absorption effect, he began to chew it. It has a crunchy taste. The 5-meter-long white dragon in its complete form eats the limit breakthrough stone, like eating candy. After a moment, Subai chewed the limit breakthrough stone into pieces and swallowed it into his body. Suddenly, the crystal fragments that he had bitten into pieces began to release energy. Waves of pure energy that made people's hearts surge began to spread in Subai's body, filling his entire body. Subai's body instantly arched, and he lowered his head and opened his hands. Powerful energy was rushing into his body frantically, as if countless rockets were crashing into his body. The unbearable feeling made Subai roar in a low voice. Roar! Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora, who were sitting on the sofa in the living room, heard the noise, and became interested. But Subai told him not to disturb him before leaving. Zhang Xiaoman sat on the sofa with a conflicted look on her face. Sister Lala, should we go over and take a look? Pandora beside him was also curious. The master just told us not to disturb him. It seems that we can't disturb him, right? As they spoke, the two looked at each other, their thoughts coincidentally in mind. Watching the two of them get up and walk towards the backyard, Xiao Hei on the sofa followed them. At this time, Sushi had also gotten up and was washing up on the second floor. Feeling the movement coming from the backyard of the villa, she became a little curious. She was very familiar with this energy fluctuation. It was Subai's. Sushi hadn't rinsed off the foam yet, and she spoke incoherently. Brother, what are you doing again? The girl quickened her washing pace and prepared to go downstairs to check. In the backyard of the villa, Subai was half kneeling on the grass at this time, with a distorted expression on his face. It can be seen that Subai was in great pain at this moment. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora were both moved when they came to the backyard and saw this scene. Zhang Xiaoman wanted to go over, but was pulled back by Pandora beside her. Xiaoman, have you forgotten what the master told us before? Oh, Zhang Xiaoman was just in a hurry and forgot what Subai said. Pandora narrowed her purple eyes slightly and whispered to herself. It looks like the master is about to break through to the ST level. ST level. Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but repeat it. Because this is an existence beyond the SSS level. Zhang Xiaoman looked in Subai's direction with some worry and envy. ST level is also the higher level they pursue. But is it really okay for the master to be like this? Don't worry, the master is stronger than us. Even if he can't break through, he should be fine. Having said that, there was a hint of worry in Pandora's eyes. The two of them stood at the door of the backyard and watched. Before they knew it, the Death Knight King also walked over silently, and the three of them and the cat watched together. At this moment, Subai felt that his body was about to burst by that energy. He asked the system with some pain in his consciousness. Why is it so painful to break through this limit breakthrough stone? Host, please don't worry. This is a normal phenomenon. Everything is under the control of the system. Please be patient and endure this pain. After all, this is the process of breaking through from SSS to ST, not from A to AR. Well, when Subai heard that everything was under the control of the system, he no longer paid attention to the system and began to resist the pain with all his heart and soul. What Subai didn't know was, in fact, a normal SSS-level breakthrough to ST level would not result in such severe pain. The reason is that the genes of the evil white dragon in Subai's body are very incompatible with the limit breakthrough stone, which leads to resistance to the white dragon genes. You have to know that the genetically modified people become stronger generally by devouring the genes of their own kind, or constantly breaking through the limits of their physical bodies. Directly forcing a breakthrough through special supernatural items will definitely cause genetic resistance in the body. Chapter 183 Subai breaks through to ST level, Demon King level. As time went by, Subai began to gradually adapt to this intense pain. The energy of the limit breakthrough stone in his body is still constantly impacting his limbs and bones. Waves of materialized energy like mist overflowed from Subai's body. The moment these energies appeared, the flowers and plants in the backyard park began to grow wildly. After all, these are the energies contained in the limit breakthrough stone. Even if it was just a little bit that overflowed when Subai broke through, it would be a rare nutrient for ordinary plants. This aerosolized energy acts like a catalyst for the flowers and plants in the backyard park. Zhang Xiaoman, three other people and a cat who were standing at the door could see that on the grass around Subai, the ordinary little grasses began to grow suddenly and quickly became taller. When Zhang Xiaoman saw this scene, she murmured in surprise. Her true form is a super strong plant species, and she has a keen sense of the flowers and plants in the backyard. Are these plants beginning to develop consciousness? Zhang Xiaoman's voice sounded a little surprised. Ordinary plants have life, but they do not have consciousness or intelligence. And only some of the plant species in their flower world have self-awareness. This is also a manifestation of the progress of life forms to a higher level. Soon, more than a dozen extraordinary plants with consciousness were born in the backyard park. Pandora could also sense that some of the flowers and plants in the backyard began to produce energy fluctuations, which was a sign of a breakthrough. E-level peak, D-level peak, C-level. When these flowers and plants grow to a certain size, the energy fluctuations in their bodies begin to rise rapidly. The three people and the cat looked at this scene in some surprise. An hour later, the energy fluctuations in Subai's body began to weaken. The violent energy mist gradually weakened. At this time, Subai suddenly spoke. Xiao Hei, come here. At this time, Subai felt that the energy required for a breakthrough was sufficient, and the extreme breakthrough stone still had some residual energy. Although these energies are negligible to him, they are enough to allow Xiaohei, who is at the peak of S-level, to break through to the special S-level. Meow. The little black cat at the backyard door looked confused, but when Subai called it, it still walked over obediently. Coming to Subai, Xiaohei asked curiously, "Master, what did you ask me to do?" "Xiaohei, absorb the energy that overflows from my body here and see if you can break through to the special S level." Subai still had his eyes closed, feeling the surge of energy with all his heart. "Meow," Xiaohei shouted excitedly when he heard this. In fact, it has long wanted to come to Subai to absorb energy. Although it was just a little bit of energy that leaked out when Subai broke through, it was already a lot for a transcendent like Xiaohei, who had a huge level gap. Xiaohei didn't waste any time. After getting Subai's signal, it began to absorb the energy floating in the air around it. Not far from Xiaohei, an extraordinary plant that had reached grade A discovered Xiaohei. Sensing that Xiaohei was competing with them for the energy mist, the newly born extraordinary plants directly attacked Xiaohei. He is just like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Xiaohei instantly captured the attack of this A-level extraordinary plant. Its cat eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of danger. Meow. The next moment, the little black cat swung out its claws, and with one strike, it cut open the opponent's plant body. Puff. This newly born A-level extraordinary plant died immediately. Several meters long plant roots fell to the ground and also became nutrients for other extraordinary plants that were giving birth to consciousness. After this incident, the extraordinary plants around that had developed consciousness no longer dared to actively attack Xiaohei. Just like that, Xiaohei also joined in the breakthrough. 10 minutes later, Subai's body no longer emitted energy mist, and the energy fluctuations in his body seemed to have disappeared as well. Subai began to compress and gather all the energy in his body. The next moment, a surge of energy burst out from his body. The powerful energy impact made Subai subconsciously press his hands on the grass in front of him. The muscle tissue behind Subai began to riot. A moment later, a pure white dragon head emerged from Subai's back. The white dragon's body continues to extend outwards, which is Subai's ultimate singularity. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora at the door looked at the white dragon that came out with complicated expressions. Of course, they knew Subai's ultimate singularity, white dragon. It can be said that a big part of the reason why Subai was able to defeat them was because of Bailong's help. But this time, after the white dragon came out, the changes on Subai's back did not stop there. In the shocked eyes of Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora, the muscle tissue on Subai's back suddenly exploded, and two giant white wings slowly spread out. The white wings are like angels' wings, covered with fine and smooth dragon scales, creating a sparkling visual effect under the reflection of light. Terrifying energy fluctuations began to erupt from Subai's body, like surging waves, crashing towards the surrounding sea blue community. The moment Subai reacted, he suppressed the terrifying energy fluctuations in his body. At this time, Xiaohei was lying on the ground with his butt raised, his head held with his two cat paws, and his whole body was trembling. At this moment, Xiaohei's body suddenly shook. Then the panic in its eyes turned into a hint of joy, because it broke through. Xiaohei was originally at the peak of S-class, and just now he absorbed a lot of energy from the limit breakthrough stone. To Subai, it was very little. With the energy released when Subai broke through, Xiaohei successfully broke through to the special S level. Meow. Xiaohei originally wanted to meow excitedly after the breakthrough to express his joy. But the next moment, Subai's even more ferocious and violent roar was heard. Roar! It frightened the meowing black boy Sigma. Honking. At this moment, Pandora, who had been prepared, deployed a psionic shield around Subai's villa. This energy shield does not have strong defensive capabilities, but it has a strong sound shielding effect. On the grass, Subai's completely alienated body slowly stood up. He has now broken through to the ST level, an existence beyond SSS level. The white dragon behind him roared wildly in the air with excitement. With Pandora's energy shield, it is not afraid of sound transmission. At this time, Subai began to feel the pair of huge dragon wings behind him. Like Bailong, this is the powerful alienation point that Subai obtained after his body broke through the limit. With a slight wave, a strong gust of wind suddenly rose in the backyard park. Subai's body left the ground and slowly flew into the air. Subai's eyes lit up with excitement. After breaking through to the ST level, he actually evolved into white dragon wings. Moreover, the ability of the white dragon wing is not just flying, it also has other powerful derivative skills. Of course, all of these require Su Bai to conduct practical research in the later stage. Chapter 184 Recruiting Plant Species, Extraordinary Servant of the Villa. Su Bai in midair suddenly lowered his head and looked at Xiao He, who was shivering on the grass. He gathered the energy fluctuations emanating from the space around him and asked Xiao He below, "Did Xiao He break through?" Hearing Su Bai's questioning voice, Xiao He on the grass stood up instantly, raised his little black cat head and meowed proudly at Su Bai. "Meow. Hee hee. Master, I have broken through to the special S level." Xiao He looked excited. Without Su Bai's suppressing breath, Xiao He held his head high and chest puffed out. Zhang Xiaoman and the other two who were standing at the backyard door couldn't help but chuckle when they saw Xiao He's arrogant cat look. Su Bai looked when he heard the sound, and then his figure flying in the air flew towards the direction of the four people. Sushi also came here more than an hour ago and waited for Su Bai to complete the breakthrough. When Zhang Xiaoman and the other three saw Su Bai flying over, they all greeted him. The white dragon wings behind Su Bai only waved lightly, but his figure seemed to teleport to the air in front of the four people. The speed was so fast that Su Shi and the others couldn't catch it at all. You have to know that Zhang Xiaoman, Pandora, and the Death Knight King are all SSS-level extraordinary people. Zhang Xiaoman shouted excitedly, and there seemed to be stars shining in her pink eyes. Wow, is this the power of ST level? Sushi looked excited and spoke in an excited tone. Brother, is this the level beyond SSS level? Ugh, bro is so strong. Pandora and the Death Knight King also had shocked expressions, especially the Death Knight King, who is more familiar with Su Bai's current aura, because once, when he was alive, he was also at this level. Moreover, the Death Knight King could feel that Su Bai's strength was even more terrifying than his. Even in his heyday, he was probably not as strong as Su Bai is now. Master, have you broken through to the Demon King level? The Death Knight King spoke with a somewhat surprised tone. Then he made a respectful gesture towards Su Bai. He was not surprised that Su Bai could break through to the Demon King level, but he did not expect Su Bai to be so terrifying after the breakthrough. Su Bai responded lightly. Then his body landed on the ground, and the white dragon wings behind him slowly folded up. Su Bai turned his head to take a look, and then the white dragon wing was taken into his body. The white dragon behind him stretched out its head and rubbed it on Su Bai's face. Su Bai reached out and stroked the white dragon a few times. Okay, Xiao Bai, you go back first. Although he was a little reluctant, Xiao Bai still obediently shrank back behind Su Bai. Puff. Su Bai's body was also released from its completely alienated form and restored to a normal human body. The effect of this breakthrough far exceeded his expectations. Su Bai came in front of Zhang Xiaoman and the other three. At this time, Xiao He also ran over from the grass behind. Meow. Master, what should we do with these guys? What Xiao He was referring to were naturally the plants that had just been infected by the energy that overflowed when Su Bai broke through. At this time, in the park in the backyard of the villa, there are at least 20 extraordinary plants with emerging consciousness. After they become extraordinary, their sizes become much larger. Each one is several meters long, and some are even giant plants with a body length of over 10 meters. Moreover, the lowest level of these extraordinary plants is B. The strongest one has reached AR level. Su Bai looked back at the extraordinary plants all over the yard and began to think. How about killing them all? Rustle, rustle. Hearing Su Bai's voice, those extraordinary plants that had already developed intelligence began to move strangely. They began to panic and move, trying to escape. The next moment, the powerful S-level pressure from Xiao He emanated and directly covered these extraordinary plants. Suddenly, more than 20 extraordinary plants were frightened by Xiao He's pressure and trembled, not daring to move. Xiao He finally showed his power at this time. It feels good to show off in front of weak, extraordinary plants. Asterisk sigma, sigma. Just when Xiao He was about to go over and kill these weak, extraordinary plants. Master, wait a minute. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman's voice came, and she continued. The master's ability is just enough to control the extraordinary powers of these plants. Perhaps we can keep them and use them as labor. Zhang Xiaoman came in front of Su Bai, and a hint of cunning appeared on the girl's face. Labor force. Su Bai also became a little confused after hearing this. Yes, master. The villa is so big that it definitely requires a lot of manpower to clean it on a daily basis. I can control them to do housework in the villa, and they can also guard around the front and backyards to warn intruders. When Su Bai heard Zhang Xiaoman's proposal, his eyes lit up. His villa is very big and does need to be cleaned and maintained on a regular basis. Moreover, they are all extraordinary, and Su Bai still has many secrets. so it is obviously impossible to hire outsiders to clean up. Ding. Mission released. Mission name: Recruiting Extraordinary People. Mission introduction: How could you own a huge independent villa complex without extraordinary servants? Host: Please recruit at least 10 extraordinary creatures within a week to serve as servants of the villa to perform daily cleaning and patrol of the villa. Mission reward: 1 system point. When Subai heard the task released by the system in his mind, his eyes lit up again. This is really a good way to earn points. He had originally planned to accept these extraordinary plants and use them for cleaning the villa. Then do as you say. Subai agreed with Zhang Xiaoman's idea. Okay, Zhang Xiaoman responded playfully. Then she walked towards the extraordinary plants in the backyard park. Subai signaled Xiaohei to remove its pressure. Xiaohei retracted his aura of pressure and retreated to Subai's side. Zhang Xiaoman came in front of these extraordinary plants, and a green energy light surged from her body, then spread towards these extraordinary plants. The originally restless extraordinary plants gradually became docile after being infected by Zhang Xiaoman's green energy. Zhang Xiaoman closed her eyes slightly, as if she was using her mental power to communicate with these extraordinary plants. After a moment, she opened her eyes and spoke softly to Subai behind her. The master is ready. Now they are all under my command. I will have them dispersed to various edge locations in the villa area to patrol. As Zhang Xiaoman finished speaking, the extraordinary plants on the park's grass began to move. More than 20 colorful plant species began to head to the positions assigned to them by Zhang Xiaoman. 10 of them stayed in the park in the backyard of the villa and patrolled the backyard, and the other 10 went to patrol the lawn in the front yard of the villa. The remaining 4 are responsible for daily cleaning and housework in the villa area. Ding. Mission: Recruiting Extraordinary People completed. Mission reward: 1 system point. The system prompt sounded in his mind, and Subai was in a good mood. This is a direct and free way to earn system points. Chapter 185: Going to the shopping mall after the disaster. 8 o'clock in the morning. Subai and the other 3 got on his little Pegasus. Due to the arrival of Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora, there were no daily necessities for them in the villa. Therefore, Subai planned to take the 2 of them to buy some daily necessities today. 4 people got into the car, and Xiaohei suddenly jumped in from the passenger window. Meow. Master, you left me behind. Seeing Xiaohei jumping onto Sushi's legs and complaining with some dissatisfaction, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Subai drove his Pegasus to a large shopping mall near them. However, while driving, Subai also noticed a problem. Their Qingfeng city had just suffered 2 SSS-level extraordinary crises. Although the crisis has been resolved now, but after what Pandora and Zhang Xiaoman did, the city has now turned into a ruin. Hey, bro, what happened? Sushi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a shocked look on her face. She stuck her head outside to check the situation on the roadside. She did not participate in the extraordinary crisis that occurred in Qingfeng City before, and basically stayed in the villa area all day yesterday. Therefore, Sushi didn't know about yesterday's extraordinary white fog and sea of flowers. Didn't I tell you yesterday that this was all caused by Xiaoman and Xiaola? Subai directly threw the question to the 2 people in the back seat. Why? Yesterday, Subai only briefly introduced the true identities of Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora. She didn't know the specific events and reasons. Hearing Subai say this, the girl immediately became interested. Sushi stretched her head back and looked at Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora curiously. Xiaoman, what happened to Sister Lala yesterday? Why did Qingfeng City seem to have experienced the apocalypse in just one day? Seeing Sushi's curious look, Zhang Xiaoman felt a little embarrassed. Qingfeng City became like a city in the midst of a doomsday disaster, and of course it was all their fault. Well, Xiaoxi, actually the thing is like this. Zhang Xiaoman began to tell Sushi what happened yesterday. So the current state of Qingfeng City is all caused by you and Sister Lala? Hearing Sushi's somewhat surprised tone, Zhang Xiaoman corrected her. We didn't do it, we just caused it indirectly. That's not your fault. As the 2 discussed, the little Pegasus soon stopped. Feeling the Pegasus stop, co-pilot Sushi's puzzled voice rang out. We're here so soon. In fact, it was not that Subai and his team had reached their destination, but that the road ahead was blocked by a pile of collapsed rubble. It seems that driving over there is not an option. Subai uttered a helpless sound. Then he parked the Pegasus in a relatively intact roadside parking space. 4 people and a cat got off the car, and Subai and his companions planned to walk over. Now that Qingfeng City has been destroyed like this by Chao Fan, Subai estimates that the shopping mall may be gone. But since everything is out, Subai might as well take it as a chance to relax. Looking at the ruins and rocks piled several meters high in front of her, Sushi looked at Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora meaningfully. The two of them felt a little guilty. Although these destructions were not directly caused by them, they were closely related to the dimensional rifts they opened. Zhang Xiaoman changed the subject and said with a smile, "Just think of it as a walk. Maybe you can get something for free." That's right. With a situation like this, I guess there won't be anyone working in the shopping mall. At this time, Pandora, who had always been aloof, spoke. "I don't actually need those things." There was no expression on Pandora's face. Because she had maintained a cold demeanor for a long time, it was difficult for her to change for a while. Zhang Xiaoman spoke after hearing this. Since Sister Lala has come to live in this world, she still needs daily necessities. Sushi also echoed. "That's right. If I take a shower or something without a change of clothes, I can't wash them." Bath. Pandora heard the two people's persuasion and repeated the sentence softly. Because Pandora had never been to this world before. Therefore, she doesn't know much about life on Blue Star. Fortunately, extraordinary creatures have abilities of understanding and mastery far beyond those of ordinary people. It only took Zhang Xiaoman and Sushi a few hours last night to teach Pandora the basic knowledge of Blue Planet, such as going to the toilet and taking a bath. Is taking a bath really as comfortable as you say? Pandora couldn't help but feel a little excited. According to Sushi and the others, humans on Blue Star take a bath every day to clean their bodies, but it also allows them to relax and unwind. As for cleaning the body, Pandora, as a powerful, extraordinary being, can always keep her energy attached to her body and not be attached to dust. Pandora is mainly concerned about relaxing her mind afterwards. She had always been in the foggy world before, where there was no leisure time at all. On the contrary, it was very dangerous. Along the way, Su Bai and his friends saw various traces of destruction caused by extraordinary creatures around them. Collapsed high-rise buildings, crumbling bungalows, and cracks on the ground can be seen everywhere. In addition, the most common things are human corpses, some of which have been eaten so much that only a skeleton is left. However, this tragic scene did not affect Su Bai and the others. Zhang Xiaoman, Pandora, and Xiao He are all extraordinary people in the dimensional world, so they are not surprised by such things. As for Su Bai and Su Shi, they had experienced scenes that were countless times more tragic than this. The ruins and wreckage before my eyes were relatively gentle. The 4 people and 1 cat are all extraordinary, so they walk very fast. In less than 10 minutes, Su Bai and his friends were close to the shopping mall they were heading to. Suddenly, a vague voice was heard. "Save me, save me." The sound was very subtle, but Su Bai and the others were not ordinary people, so they naturally caught the cry for help. Several people paused for a moment. Su Shi and the other 2 were waiting for Su Bai's decision. If it were them, they could completely ignore such things. Su Bai continued to move forward towards the shopping mall in front, and his meaning was very clear. Faced with weaklings like ants, they have no reason to save them. Rescuing the survivors of these disasters is the job of SOD and rescue agencies, and has nothing to do with Su Bai and his team. Su Bai would not waste their current time on this. A billionaire would not buy a piece of bread for an ant starving to death on the roadside. Meow. Xiao He called out softly, then followed Su Bai and the others. There are still many survivors in Qingfeng City who need help, and Su Bai will not be too compassionate. Chapter 186, Ruins Mall, Su Bai's Thoughts. When they arrived at the shopping mall, Su Bai and his friends met several survivors who were asking for help. Most of these people were hiding in the mall and were not discovered by the supernatural creatures, but were buried by the collapsed buildings. Su Bai and others ignored them. Now the supernatural crisis in Qingfeng City has been resolved, and the supernatural creatures have basically all been eliminated. SOD rescue team members are conducting a large-scale search and rescue operation. As far as Su Bai could perceive, there was a search and rescue team not far away heading to the mall for rescue. In order to avoid trouble, Su Bai and his friends also need to complete the shopping before the other party arrives. It's called shopping, but in fact it's more like searching for supplies in the ruins. This shopping mall has basically collapsed, and the shopping center that is dozens of meters high has become a ruin. Originally, Su Bai could purchase these daily necessities directly online. But online shopping takes time, and Zhang Xiaoman and her friends need these things now. Su Bai and his 3 companions came to a clothing store that was not completely destroyed. Looking at the relatively intact clothing store in front of them, the 3 of them walked in and prepared to pick out some clothes for Zhang Xiaoman and the others to wear on a daily basis. As for Su Bai, he strolled around the surrounding ruins mall. Qingfeng City, after being destroyed by the SSS-level extraordinary, has a different scenery. A desolate city, broken concrete streets, and the faint cries for help from some survivors. For a powerful transcendent like Su Bai, there is no sense of crisis at all. On the contrary, He was tired of the usual unchanging city landscape, and occasionally looking at this kind of disaster scene would make Su-bai feel more emotional. Looking at the ruined city ahead, Su-bai's eyes became determined. He needs to get stronger. All disasters and misfortunes are for the weak. In this extraordinary crisis, Su-bai was strong enough, so he was not affected at all. He could even dominate this extraordinary situation and control the life and death of others. But what if a crisis arises that even he cannot handle? My sister and I will definitely fall into that kind of danger again and feel that kind of pain. Su-bai will never let this happen again. I need to become stronger. ST-level is not enough. Su-bai needs to keep getting stronger. ST-level is just his starting point. Su-bai couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and his mind thought of the genetic modification company. Now he has broken through the limit of SSS-level and reached the stronger ST-level. Su-bai whispered to himself. Now, I should be able to fight those guys from the genetic modification company, right? The host currently does not recommend that you seek revenge directly from the genetic modification company. Su-bai was a little surprised when he heard the voice of the system suddenly appearing in his mind. Why? Host. Based on this system's observations and speculations about your blue star supernatural beings and the supernatural beings in the dimensional world during this period. This system believes that the foundation of the genetic modification company may be more than ST-level. They may even possess even more powerful extraordinary combat power. Even more powerful extraordinary combat power. That's right, host. There are higher levels above the ST-level. But for now, apart from the Dark Knight King who is suspected to have surpassed the ST-level, this system has not found any other existence above this level. Although the system did not discover it, it does not mean that there are no extraordinary people beyond the ST-level on Blue Planet. Su-bai responded softly to the system in his mind. I see. I still have to be careful about everything. Although my current ST-level strength is invincible, the extraordinary people in this world are definitely not as simple as I see. Although Blue Star has not openly announced any extraordinary beings above the SSS level, as far as Su-bai knows now, ST-level extraordinary beings definitely exist. In fact, Su-bai didn't plan to seek revenge on the genetic modification company right now. He planned to wait until the school here was on vacation, and then go to the magic city in the south to pick up Xiaodian and others. Xiaodian and others were the 16th batch of mutators who escaped from the genetic modification company, with Su-bai and others. Before, Sushi stayed with them to resist the pursuit of the genetic modification company. Su-bai stood on the huge rocks of the ruins and thought a lot, until a crisp cry brought him back to reality. Brother, we are good. Sushi and the other two walked out of the clothing store and headed towards Su-bai's location. The selected clothes have been put into Sushi's space bracelet. It is worth mentioning that Pandora and Zhang Xiaoman each have their own exclusive space for storage. However, the space they control is very small and cannot be compared with Su-bai's dimensional space at all. Coming to Su-bai's side, the four of them found several daily necessities stores. 10 minutes later, the supplies that Su-bai and his team wanted to purchase have basically been met. I feel that the SOD search and rescue team is coming here. Su-bai said to the three women beside him. Now that we have bought everything, let's go back. Meow. Although it is called purchasing, in fact, this shopping is more like searching for supplies in the ruins of the end of the world. The advantage is that they don't have to spend any money. It's completely free. In this case, monitoring is of no use at all. As for being investigated later, there is no need to worry at all. The four people and the cat started to return the same way. During this time, Su-bai's phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Zhang Tianlong. The content of the message roughly said that the extraordinary white fog in Qingfeng City has been basically resolved, and now it is their SOD's urban search and rescue. Moreover, after Pandora and her friends' extraordinary invasion this time, the extent of damage to Qingfeng City reached a terrifying 80%. This still includes some remote suburbs and water areas in Qingfeng City. Otherwise, the proportion would be even greater. Moreover, Zhang Tianlong also told Su-bai about the arrival of the executive. Su-bai looked at the basic information about the executive sent by Zhang Tianlong on his mobile phone. Su-bai's eyes grew slightly serious. Is there an existence beyond the 10th level order? So, it is very likely that the opponent's strength has reached ST level? Of course, it is not certain. Anyway, Zhang Tianlong told Su-bai that the extraordinary crisis in Qingfeng City had been resolved, and the extraordinary person who knocked Lin Juechen unconscious had also disappeared. The other party will only stay in Qingfeng City for 2 or 3 days, and will leave after all the extraordinary people here are completely dealt with. Su-bai actually wanted to meet this executive of SOD. He now wanted to know who was stronger, himself or the top extraordinary person in Dragon Country. Hurry up, bro. The girl's urging voice came from the front, interrupting Su Bai's thoughts for a moment. Su Bai smiled helplessly, then quickly followed. Along the way, Pandora found some new things about Blue Star. This was her first time to come to this world in person. She had been here several times before, but they were all her derivatives. Chapter 187 School Holidays, Plans Ahead. 2 days passed in a flash. During these 2 days, many foreign extraordinary people came to Qingfeng City. Most of them are extraordinary people who saw the news on the official website of Chaofan and came to Qingfeng City to take advantage of the bargains. It's a pity that the SSS-level supernatural creatures in Qingfeng City have basically been eliminated, and all the supernatural creatures in the city have also been dealt with by SOD. These extraordinary people made a wasted trip. After 2 days, Jiu Yuanli, who stayed in Qingfeng City, did not find any trace of the SSS-level extraordinary person. After confirming that the SSS-level extraordinary people in Qingfeng City had been completely eliminated, and after explaining things to Zhang Tianlong, Jiu Yuanli left Qingfeng City. After all, he is an executive in the top combat force of SOD. It is impossible for him to stay in a small Qingfeng City for a long time. As for Lin Juechen, he woke up from a coma a day ago. But after the battle with Pandora, he is now in a very weak state. I guess I will have to rest in Qingfeng City for a few days before I can go back. The order team that came with Lin Juechen to provide support also stayed. Now that the extraordinary crisis in Qingfeng City has just been resolved, the whole city is in a desolate and dilapidated state. As the official supernatural force of Dragon Country, they, SOD, need to be responsible for the recuperation and reconstruction of Qingfeng City. Zhang Tianlong, sitting in the minister's office, was looking at a document in front of him. Over the past 2 days, his order makers have already calculated the damage caused by the battle in Qingfeng City. Qingfeng City is just a small to medium-sized city in the southern part of Longhua, not even a medium-sized city. The number of people living in the city all year round is about 2 million. This time, the extraordinary white mist directly reduced this number by half. This does not include the number of injured. As for the extent of damage to the city, it reached a terrifying 90%. It can be said that there are basically few intact buildings in the urban area of Qingfeng City. Of course, the sea blue area where Su Bai is located is still intact. As for the reason, it was of course the SSS-level Death Knight King who stayed in the villa area. Just the pressure of the SSS-level extraordinary aura alone was enough to make no mist creature dare to approach within a few miles. Therefore, the entire Hylon community was protected by the Su Bai number 66 villa area and was spared from destruction. At this time, Su Bai was lying on the sofa in the living room of the villa, watching the shaking on his phone. Beside them, Su Shi, Zhang Xiaoman, Pandora, and Xiao He were all lying there decadently like salted fish. Several people were looking at the electronic products in their hands, as if the apocalyptic scene outside had nothing to do with them. Buzz! Suddenly Su Bai's cell phone vibrated, and a text message popped up on the message bar. Su Bai clicked on Eye of the White Dragon Emperor in surprise to view it. When he saw the content of the message, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Wow! At this moment, Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, let out a slightly excited exclamation. Su Shi, Pandora, and Xiao He, who were sitting on the sofa, all turned their heads to look. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman's pretty face was slightly rosy, and she seemed to be in a good mood. She spoke to Su Shi and Pandora with a happy expression on her face. Because of this extraordinary crisis, our school has decided to skip the final exams and have a holiday. Hearing Zhang Xiaoman's unstoppable joyful voice, Su Shi and Pandora were much calmer. They don't have to go to school, so they don't feel much about the school's exemption from exams and early holidays. Su Shi said as if it was a matter of course. Our Qingfeng City has been destroyed like this. It's normal that schools are closed. When Zhang Xiaoman heard what Su Shi said, she felt that it made sense. Maybe the school is gone now? That seems to be true. Omega? Listening to 3 people and a cat chattering about the holidays. Su Bai on the sofa had other ideas. At this time, Zhang Xiaoman noticed Su Bai, who was lost in thought on the sofa beside her. She came to Su Bai and asked in confusion, "Aren't you happy that the master is on holiday?" Su Shi and Pandora also noticed Su Bai. "Yeah, brother. Now that we have the holiday, shouldn't we go out and have some fun?" Compared to Zhang Xiaoman's confusion, Su Shi was more concerned about how to spend the holiday time. She's already tired of staying at home like this every day. Well, Xiaoxi, Qingfeng City has become like this now. Where do you think we can go to have fun? You're right. Forget about having fun. Many people in Qingfeng City don't even have a place to live. As the 3 continued their discussion, Su Bai spoke. Su Bai interrupted their discussion. Since we have an early holiday, Let's go find Xiaodian and the others in advance. Xiaodian. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora were both confused when they heard what Subai said. When Sushi heard Subai mention Xiaodian, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, that's right. Xiaoyu and the others are still in the Magic City, right, triangulary operators? Seeing the conversation between Subai and Sushi, Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora became even more confused. Even Xiaohei next to him said he didn't know either. Xiaoxi, who are Xiaotian and the others. Seeing the curiosity of Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora, Sushi explained to them with a smile. Xiaotian and the others can be considered as our partners. They were the ones who escaped from the genetic modification company with us. Then Sushi told the two of them some of the things that happened between her and Subai. Xiaohei, who was standing nearby, came over curiously to listen to the story. After a while, Sushi roughly recounted what had happened before. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora were both surprised. I didn't expect that you and the master had such a tragic story, Xiaoxi. Zhang Xiaoman clenched her pink little fist and said with a somewhat angry expression, that damn genetic modification company. I will grind them all into minced meat and feed them to the flowers. Pandora thought of more and asked Subai, Master, you have now broken through to the ST level. Aren't you still a match for that genetic modification company? Hearing Pandora's question, Subai spoke calmly. It is currently known that the other party has at least extraordinary combat power beyond the SSS level, but I still know too little about them. So now is not the time to go back for revenge. Once I have confidence, I will destroy the genetic modification company sooner or later. As Subai spoke, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The debt owed by the genetic modification company can only be offset by its destruction. Okay, let's not talk about this now. The coldness in Subai's eyes faded, and he changed the subject. I originally wanted to wait until the holiday to go visit Xiaodian and the others. Now that the holiday has come early, it would be useless to stay at home. I might as well go to the Magic City. Sushi exclaimed excitedly when she heard this. Great. The Magic City is much more prosperous than here. Chapter 188, Journey to the Magic City. Qingfeng City has been destroyed, and there is nothing good to stay here for the time being. After deciding on the plan, Subai directly ordered 4 tickets to the Magic City on his mobile phone. As for the Death Knight King, he cannot be directly exposed to the public due to his unusual body shape. On this trip to the Magic City, there were only 4 people including Subai, plus a little black dog. Subai ordered a flight on his phone for tomorrow morning, and now they need to prepare. The Magic City is different from Qingfeng City. It is one of the core cities in the southern region of Dragon Country. In terms of economy and urban area alone, Demon City is located in the southern region of Dragon Country and is definitely among the top 3. The geographical location of Shanghai is the center of the southern region. It is located on a major transportation route, and the surrounding cities are all large and prosperous cities. In comparison, Qingfeng City is like a rural city in a remote and poor area. Subai was still lying on the sofa, staring at his phone. As for the task of packing the luggage, it was left to Su Shi and the other 3. When they heard that they were going on a long journey, the 3 of them became quite enthusiastic. Especially Su Shi. Ever since she found Subai, Sushi has basically become a stay-at-home girl, lying at home all day long, and is almost going moldy from boredom. Naturally, she was most excited about being able to travel far away this time. The next morning, the 4 of them got up early and prepared at the entrance of the villa area. Qingfeng City is too far away from Shanghai, so Subai bought the plane ticket very early. At this time, Sushi was still a little sleepy, and it was obvious that the girl was not used to getting up so early. Seeing that they were ready, Subai spoke. Let's go. The Death Knight King, who was standing at the door of the villa, watched Subai and the others leave. Looking at the happy backs of Su Shi and the others, the Death Knight King actually felt a little envious. The Death Knight King also knew that because of his body shape, Subai could not take him out with him. At this point, the Death Knight King secretly made up his mind. He must break through to the ST level as soon as possible and return to his peak combat power before his death. Because he has reached the Demon King level, the Death Knight King has the ability to change his appearance. The other side, Subai and the other 3 rode on Pegasus to the airport in Qingfeng City. The original airport in Qingfeng City was destroyed by Chaofan, so the city officials urgently built a new airport to provide temporary passage for citizens of Qingfeng City and support for Qingfeng City from other cities. Although the facilities and buildings of the new airport are not yet perfect, normal aircraft grounding can still be achieved. Due to the collapse of the road, Subai and his companions abandoned the Pegasus halfway and started walking. Sushi stored all the luggage into the space bracelet, so they didn't need to carry it. Thanks to their speed, they soon arrived at the airport and boarded the plane within the specified time. The estimated flight time from Qingfeng City to Shanghai is 12 hours. Since pets are not allowed on the plane, Xiaohei was stuffed into Sushi's backpack by Subai. Of course, this alone will not be enough to avoid the inspection by the tester's instruments. Xiaohei has the ability to conceal himself. Hiding in a backpack, Xiaohei must always remain hidden. Come on the plane. Su Shi and Zhang Xiaoman looked around curiously. It was their first time on a plane. As for Pandora, she was not interested in these things. She followed Su Bai quietly. It was also Su Bai's first time on a plane, although he appeared to be cool and indifferent on the surface. But there is still a bit of novelty about flying. The four of them headed in the direction of their own location. Su Bai was not short of money, so he always booked the most luxurious first-class seats. The passengers in the surrounding seats all had expressions of envy and jealousy when they saw Su Bai was accompanied by three beauties. In terms of appearance alone, Su Shi and the others are definitely at the top level. Of course, Su Bai's good looks also made many female passengers on the plane turn their heads to look at him. The four of them were like dazzling spotlights, attracting all eyes wherever they went. Soon Su Bai and the others came to their seats and sat down. The plane took off in 10 minutes. As the flight began, the four of them gradually began to feel bored. Sushi took out her tablet from her backpack and planned to continue watching the drama. Zhang Xiaoman also leaned over curiously. As for Pandora, she was staring at the scenery outside the window, not knowing what she was thinking. Subai was also a little bored. So he simply opened Sushi's backpack and took out Xiaohei from it. Omega? Xiaohei, who originally wanted to sleep, had a confused expression. Meow. What happened to the master? Since they were on the plane, Xiaohei communicated directly with Su Bai's consciousness. A smile flashed in Su Bai's deep eyes. Come to think of it, Xiaohei, you are a cat, and I don't think I have ever petted you. Su Bai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and put Xiaohei on his lap. Since the seats in the first-class cabin are all luxury versions, you can't see Xiaohei at all unless you stand in front of Su Bai. Su Bai has a powerful perception field and is not afraid of being discovered by the staff here. Su Bai reached out and began to touch Xiaohei. Xiaohei's hair is very smooth, as if it had been treated with rejoice. It feels soft and smooth to the touch. Su Bai gradually relaxed as he stroked it in his hand. The feeling was very nice. Meow. Being stroked by Su Bai's big hand, Xiaohei couldn't help but let out a comfortable meow. A passenger sitting behind Su Bai and his friends noticed the shouting. Mom, I seem to hear a kitten's cry just now. Sitting in the seat behind Su Bai was a mother and daughter. At this time, the little girl was looking ahead with curiosity, her little hand pointing at Su Bai's position. Her mother actually heard the kitten's cry just now. At this moment, a staff member suddenly came from the aisle at the back. As if she noticed the problem between the mother and daughter, she walked forward. May I ask how I can help you? The staff member smiled professionally and asked the mother and daughter. Mama originally said it was nothing, but the little girl next to her suddenly spoke up. Sister, I just heard the sound of a kitten up ahead. The staff was a little surprised when they heard this. Normally, due to the security check before boarding, it is impossible to bring pets on board the plane. But there are exceptions, and some passengers will find ways to bring their pets on board. The staff turned their attention to the seats of Su Bai and others in front, preparing to go over to check. However, when he arrived at Su Bai's seat, he took a quick look but did not find anything suspicious. Su Bai and his friends put their luggage into the space bracelet, and the only luggage they had at this time was Su Shi's small backpack. Just when the staff wanted to check further, suddenly Su Shi, who was sitting at the seat, spoke. The cat meow that the little sister just made was actually my imitation. Chapter 189. The cold Pandora arrives in the Magic City. Omega? Not only the working lady looked at Su Shi with a confused look on her face. Even Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting next to her, and Pandora, who was looking out the window, came to their senses and looked at Su Shi strangely. In this situation, Su Shi suppressed the shame in her heart, and a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. The girl's eyes deliberately glanced at Su Bai beside her in front of the working lady. Although nothing was said, a glance was enough. The young lady at work also understood it immediately. Young people just like to be innovative. I see. The young lady at work gave Su Shi a knowing smile, then left quietly. Seeing the working lady leave, Xiaohei, who was hiding in the small backpack, also quietly crawled out. Meow. That was a close call. At this time, Su Shi picked up Xiaohei, held it in her arms, and pulled its cat face. I was almost discovered just now. Meow. Xiaohei said that he didn't mean it. It was just that Su Bai made him feel so good just now. Xiaohei stretched out his two cat paws towards Su Shi and started dancing with joy. Su Shi was not angry and started playing with Xiaohei. Su Bai couldn't help but smile as he looked at the man and the cat playing together beside him. Soon Zhang Xiaoman, who was sitting next to Su Shi, also joined in. Although Xiao Hei's main body is as big as a truck, his kitten form is very cute. Su Shi and Zhang Xiaoman were both addicted to petting the cat and couldn't help themselves. But in this way, Su Bai would have no cat to pet. Su Bai fell into boredom again. Su Bai ignored the two girls who were playing with Xiao Hei beside him. He looked at Pandora, who had been very quiet. At this moment, the other person was looking out the window quietly, his enchanting purple eyes unblinking. As if she had noticed Su Bai's gaze, Pandora suddenly turned her head and looked over. The two looked at each other, and Pandora's eyes were calm, as if there were no ripples in an ancient well. Su Bai smiled at Pandora. He always felt that Pandora was missing some emotion. After spending these 2 days together, Su Bai felt that Pandora was like a robot. Although he showed friendliness towards Su Bai and others, he lacked emotional fluctuations. Su Bai thought secretly in his heart, is this because of her previous personality? Before, Pandora had always been the ruler of the misty world, like the queen of those misty species. This also caused Pandora to have a strong and cold personality. Su Bai believes that if he wants to change Pandora's character, he needs to take it slowly. Su Bai withdrew his gaze and began to close his eyes to rest. As time passed, the sky outside soon began to darken. Su Bai and his cruise plane are about to arrive at their destination, the Magic City. Dear passengers, your destination, the Magic City, is about to arrive. Please prepare in advance and leave in an orderly manner. As the broadcast on the plane began to repeat, Su Bai opened his eyes. Is it finally here? Yeah, we're almost in the Magic City. I'll contact Xiaoyu and the others. Sushi beside him took out his cell phone, entered WeChat, and started typing to communicate. Su Bai turned his head and saw that the other party's prestige profile picture was a cute angel. Su Bai asked in a curious voice, is this Xiao Qinyu? Sushi heard Su Bai's voice and said excitedly, yeah, this is Xiaoyu's prestige. I'll contact them now and have them pick me up at the airport later. Didn't you say before that you were being hunted down by those extraordinary people from the genetic modification company in the Magic City? They still have time to pick us up at the airport? Su Bai asked in a somewhat surprised tone. Sushi showed an awkward smile when she heard this. Brother, we were indeed being hunted by those guys before. But this is the Magic City. Sushi continued with a smug look on her face. Modu is not a small city like Qingfeng City. The SOD here is the headquarters of the southern part of Dragon Country, guarded by the most powerful level 10 orderers. So even if they are being pursued by the genetic modification company, they dare not be too ostentatious in the Magic City. Usually they act very cautiously when hunting us down, and they basically don't dare to attack us directly in public. Subai was a little surprised to hear Sushi's answer. Is the SOD deterrent here so strong? Even the extraordinary people from the genetic modification company have to comply with it. Hehe, of course not. After all, this is the southern headquarters of Dragon Country SOD. Even SS-level extraordinary people dare not provoke us in the Magic City. As for the SSS-level extraordinary people, if they go too far, they will also be punished by SOD. Brother, you should know that this is the Magic City. It's a super city in the south, guarded by a level 10 orderer. We fled directly to the Magic City in the first place, and that's how we avoided being hunted down by those pursuers from the genetic modification company. While Sushi was chatting with Subai, she was typing on WeChat on her phone. The other party quickly replied to Sushi's message. I grew up eating cuteness. Okay, Xiaoxi, when you get off the plane, don't leave first. Brother is the best. Yeah, it's settled. Subai suddenly noticed Sushi's prestigious nickname, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Brother, don't peek at girls' chats. Sushi noticed that Subai was looking at her mobile phone, so she turned sideways to block Subai's view. Soon the plane arrived and Subai and the others got up and got off the plane. When I walked out of the plane door, what I saw was a sea of people. Wow, there are so many people here. If I kill them all and convert them into life energy, Asterisk? Asterisk? Asterisk. Zhang Xiaoman had a look of greed and stupidity on her face. The first half of the sentence is still normal, but the second half directly exposes his true nature. Hey, Xiaoman, be a little more well-behaved here. This is the southern headquarters of SOD, and there might be ST-level extraordinary people here. Subai reminded the girl in a serious tone. Zhang Xiaoman couldn't help but giggle when she heard that. Hey, I was just joking. As she spoke, Zhang Xiaoman tilted her head, and her pink hair tilted to the side as she shook it. She made a cute gesture towards Subai, and her movements looked playful and adorable. If she hadn't heard what Zhang Xiaoman said before, she would have been a completely lovely, beautiful girl at this moment. Subai let out a sigh of relief, then looked forward. The Magic City itself is a super city, and its population is dozens or even hundreds of times that of Qingfeng City. In addition, this place is located in the Shanghai International Airport, which has a very large flow of people. Okay guys, stop looking, let's find a spot and wait for Xiaoyu and the others. Sushi suggested to Su Bai and the other two beside her. There are too many people waiting here, it's impossible to find each other. However, this kind of problem is not a problem at all for Su Bai. Su Bai has infinite consciousness, and he can find a target quickly and accurately even among a crowd of billions. Chapter 190 Airport Pickup. Su Bai and others came to a relatively open place and waited. A few minutes later, a cry of joy came from a distance. Su Bai and others looked over when they heard the sound. I saw a pretty figure flying towards Su Bai. Su Bai showed helplessness on his face and opened his arms to hug the newcomer. Qianyu's excited voice sounded in front of Su Bai. Ah, brother Su Bai misses you so much, Anaji. Though. Su Bai could feel that the other party was exerting too much force, causing their bodies to be severely squeezed together. The pair of round breasts also pressed against Su Bai's body wantonly, soft and elastic. After a moment, Hey, Xiaoyu, have you hugged enough? Su Bai was hugged tightly by Qianyu and hadn't spoken yet, but Sushi beside him couldn't help it. It was not enough for Qianyu Guang to hug Su Bai. She also buried her head in Su Bai's arms and sucked hard, just like a nymphomaniac. Sushi came up and forcibly separated Qianyu and Su Bai. Sushi said, even for Xiaoyu, there is a time limit for hugging her brother. Oh, Qianyu was forcibly pulled away by Sushi. An expression of dissatisfaction appeared on her pretty face, and she made a whimpering sound. Qianyu was separated by Sushi, and she stood in front of Su Bai. The girl was wearing a cute light yellow dress, with a layer of white silk wrapped around her exposed calves, and small red leather boots on her feet. Qianyu is also very beautiful, not inferior to Sushi and the other girls, and she also has similar golden hair to Sushi. The girl looked at Su Bai with her watery eyes, as if mist was about to overflow. Brother Su Bai, wow, I thought I would never see you again. When Xiaoxi told us that she had found you, we didn't believe it. Su Bai saw that Qianyu was about to cry, and he couldn't bear to reach out to comfort the girl, so he whispered, Don't worry, your brother Su Bai is so powerful, there's no way he could die so easily. Qianyu was touched on the head by Su Bai, and the girl behaved very well, like an obedient little black boy. Xiaohei, meow, are you offended, Omega? At this time, several voices were heard not far away. Xiaoyu still likes brother Su so much. Brother Su, long time no see. Su Bai turned his head to look. In the direction where Qianyu was running, 3 people were walking towards Su Bai and the others. One is handsome, one is strong, and the other looks weak with his face hidden by a baseball cap. The 3 of them came with Qianyu to greet Su Bai and others. Seeing this, Su Bai smiled and greeted the 3 people. Xiaodian, Azu Xiaofei, long time no see. The man who was particularly strong walked forward with a sincere smile on his face. Brother Su, I didn't expect to see you again. As he said that, Azu stretched out his big, thick hand and patted Su Bai's shoulder. Suddenly, a strong energy was released by him, but Su Bai's body did not move at all. Su Bai was not angry because of Azu's behavior. This is Azu's character. Haha, Azu, it looks like you've lost a lot of weight. Well, it's because those guys have been chasing us all the time, forcing us to be on guard all day long. When Azu said this, a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and a trace of violent energy fluctuations emanated from his body. Then he instantly gathered his energy, and his eyes returned to normal. Let's not talk about those guys. Brother Su, we must have a good meal when we reunite today. Yes, Brother Su, we haven't decided the winner yet. Xiaodian on the side also stepped forward and said to Su Bai. Hearing Xiaoyan's voice, Su Bai suddenly smiled inexplicably. Okay, this time we'll definitely be able to decide the winner. Xiaodian saw Su Bai's confident eyes and responded unwillingly. Hee, I have been working hard to improve myself during this period. The 3 of them began to talk to each other about what had happened on both sides during this period. Su Bai also introduced Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora to Xiaodian and others. For a moment, everyone was in a happy mood, happy for their reunion. Brother Su, you guys must have been on the plane for a long time. We have already booked a room at the Tianwan Hotel. You should go back and rest first. Yeah, my butt is sore from sitting there. Omega. Under the leadership of Xiaodian and others, Su Bai and others all got on an extended, enlarged, luxurious, and supreme version of Pegasus. A small Pegasus of this level is more than enough to accommodate Su Bai and his 8 companions. In the car, Su Bai looked at Chu Feizhua, who hadn't spoken much since they met. Su Shi, who was sitting next to Su Bai, suddenly spoke to Chu Feizhua. Xiao Fei still looks so shy. For boys, they need to be more sunny and lively. Chu Feizhua, who was sitting quietly in the corner, responded weakly when Sushi talked to him. Yes, yes. Hey, then take off your hat. Xiaoman and the others haven't seen what you look like yet. Sushi had a playful smile on her face and suddenly reached out and pulled up the baseball cap on Chu Feijua's head. Ah, Sister Xiaoxi. Chu Feijua was suddenly attacked, and the hat on his head was taken off by Sushi. Suddenly, an exquisite and cute little face appeared in front of everyone. He's actually a Shota. Xiaodian and the others were fine, as they had all seen Chu Feijua's face. Wow, it's so cute. It looks like a doll. When Zhang Xiaoman saw Chu Feijua's delicate little face that looked like a porcelain doll, she couldn't help but utter a word. Chu Feijua became even more shy after hearing this. He buried his head even lower and didn't dare to look up at the crowd. Well, Sister Xiaoxi, my hat. Chu Feijua's voice was as thin as a thread, as soft as the sound of a mosquito flapping its wings. Upon hearing this, Sushi returned the baseball cap to Chu Feijua. After all, she knew that this little boy was timid and shy. Hee, don't be so shy. After all, we are all family. Although he agreed, the little boy had no intention of taking off his hat. Subai watched the scene and smiled without saying anything. Although Chu Feijua is very timid and shy, his strength is that of a real SS level. It is also ranked among the top 5 in the gene sequence ranking of the 16th phase. Seeing Sushi and the others continue to discuss Chu Feijua, the latter blushed. Subai opened his mouth to end the conversation. Okay, Xiaoxi, you guys better stop teasing Xiaofei. Okay, Omega. After Subai spoke, Sushi and the others stopped discussing Chu Feijua. This made Chu Feijua look at Subai with gratitude, although he was too embarrassed to say thank you. Subai naturally didn't care. It takes more than 10 minutes to get from the airport where they are to the Tianhua Hotel. On the way, Qianyu seemed to have turned into a little bird, chirping nonstop in front of Subai. They talked about the interesting things that happened in their life in Shanghai during this period and complained that Sushi did not tell them immediately after she found Subai. Subai is like a brother to Qianyu. Once in the cage, Sushi and Subai were her closest people. She had always thought that Subai was dead, but now that she saw Subai again, the girl seemed to have endless words to express in her heart. Subai also rubbed the girl's head very gently. When facing Qianyu, there was also pampering and tenderness in his eyes. Chapter 191, entering the Grand Hotel and discussing. Soon Xiaodian drove the car into the Tianhuan Hotel. The Central Hotel is one of the top hotels in Shanghai. An ordinary suite here would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars just for one night. Moreover, if you want to stay at the Park Central Hotel, you don't just need to be rich. The Park Central Hotel is also a symbol of identity and status. Those who can make reservations here are basically extraordinary people with strong strength or status. As for ordinary people, they are not qualified to live here. Xiaodian and his companions are SS-level transcendents, and their strength is top-notch even in the Magic City. So we can easily book a top suite at the Grand Central Hotel. Xiaodian parked his Pegasus car in the hotel's exclusive parking space, and 8 people got out. Looking at the magnificent palace-like Tianhuan Hotel, the smell of money is everywhere. Brother Su, let's go. Xiaodian and Azza came up to the group and took Subai and the others into the hotel. Sushi and Qianyu were on Subai's left and right, and Qianyu directly squeezed out Zhang Xiaoman's original position. This made the latter a little dissatisfied, and her pink face was puffed up, which made Pandora beside her laugh. However, Qianyu was Subai's companion, so Zhang Xiaoman didn't say anything. On the way, Xiaodian began to tell Subai about their development in the Magic City during this period. According to Xiaodian, the group of transformed people who escaped at that time basically came to the Magic City to survive. Led by Xiaodian and other strongest SS-level transformers, they have also developed their own forces in the Magic City in the past 2 years. In addition, the Magic City SD is very powerful, and even SS-level extraordinary people dare not cause trouble. Xiaodian and his team have been fighting with the people from the genetic modification company for the past 2 years by using the tug-of-war tactics. After 2 years, more than half of their batch of reformers died. The rest are all scattered all over the Magic City. Originally, they planned to stay in the Demon City like this. But not long ago, Sushi sent a message saying that she had found Subai. A glimmer of hope was rekindled in the hearts of Xiaodian and others. The few of them talked as they walked, and soon they arrived at an extra-large luxurious private room. This suite was booked in advance by Xiaodian and his friends, and there were 2 service staff standing at the door. Hello, sirs. Hello, sirs. The 2 waitresses bowed to Xiaodian and the others. Xiaodian waved his hand, asked them to leave, and began to deliver the ordered meals. Then Xiaodian opened the door and walked in with Subai and others. Subai and his crew set out in the morning and took most of the day to get there by plane. Adding in the time difference, it's already evening in the Magic City. It's just dinner time. As soon as you enter the suite, you will see all kinds of shiny decorations and furnishings. The extra-large space and luxurious decoration style are enough to prove the high-end nature of this suite. Subai and others found a seat and sat down, and soon the waitress started bringing in dinner. Round after round, all kinds of luxurious dishes. Everyone started eating, during which Subai talked about the purpose of his visit. Subai looked at Xiaodian and said with a serious expression, "Xiaodian, how many people are left in the top 30 of your sequence ranking?" The sequence ranking that Subai mentioned refers to the ranking of their 16th batch of Transformers. Xiaodian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he began to think. Including the four of us, there are 10 people left. Speaking of this, Xiaodian's tone couldn't help but sound a little heavy. Originally, when they came to the Magic City, there were more than 20 people ranked in the top 30. In 2 years, this number has been reduced to only half. The ranking that Subai mentioned are all genetically modified people with extraordinary strength of S-level and above. Of course, some of them are not in Shanghai. Subai's expression remained unchanged as he continued to speak to Xiaodian. "Well, ask these people tomorrow how many of them are willing to leave with us." Qianyu, who was standing by, was a little surprised when she heard Subai's words. She looked at Subai in confusion. "Brother Subai, are we going to leave here?" So where are we going?" "Go to Qifeng City." Subai thought for a while and then spoke to Qianyu and the others. "I plan to take you to Qifeng City for development. Qifeng City is located on the southern edge of Longhua and recently suffered an SSS-level extraordinary crisis. At present, it is most suitable for Subai and others to develop as a base." "Qifeng City?" "Well, a small city in the south." At this time, Xiaodian on the side took over and said, "I know Qifeng City. It is said that an SSS-level extraordinary crisis broke out 2 days ago. It seems that all the executive officers of SOD have been dispatched. Brother Su, you guys were staying in Qifeng City before, so you shouldn't have encountered any danger, right?" Hearing Xiaoyan's somewhat worried inquiry, Subai smiled faintly. "Not only did I not encounter any danger, I also managed to eliminate the SSS-level extraordinary person there." "What?" Xiaodian and the others were all surprised when they heard this. But on second thought, Subai himself is an extremely powerful SSS-level transformer. Resolving an SSS-level supernatural crisis is nothing. Okay, don't make a fuss. It's just an SSS-level extraordinary. Brother is so strong that he beat the 3 SSS-level modifiers in the genetic modification company without any chance of fighting back. Sushi on the side started to flatter her. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora beside them felt a little embarrassed when they heard this. Because the SSS-level extraordinary people that Subai dealt with were these two. And now they have become Subai's subordinates. "Brother Su, you can leave, but I have some things to deal with here first, which may take 2 days. You no problem, I'll wait for you here for a few days. And those guys who are ranked lower, you should also tell them. If they are willing to live in Qifeng City, I can guarantee their safety." Hearing Subai's confident tone, Xiaodian and the others couldn't help but feel a little surprised. You must know that although Subai has the strength of an SSS-level transformer, it is still not enough to compete with the behemoth that is the genetic modification company. Now that he can make such a confident guarantee, it means that Subai's strength has become even stronger. Xiaodian asked Subai with a somewhat surprised tone. "Brother Su, can you break through?" As soon as these words were spoken, Azu, Qianyu, and Xiao Zhentai around them all looked at Subai with surprise in their eyes. Subai responded calmly. There was a brief silence among the four, followed by excitement and ecstasy. "With extraordinary combat power beyond the SSS level, we won't be afraid of the genetic modification company." Qianyu said with some excitement that Subai's breakthrough was just like her own breakthrough. Sushi, who was sitting next to him, held down Qianyu, who was about to jump up. "Xiaoyu, don't get excited. Omega. Brother Su, have you really made a breakthrough?" Asa repeated Xiaoyan's question again and confirmed it with Subai. Subai felt helpless. "I don't like jokes." Chapter 192, Trapped, Enemy Attacks. Subai's breakthrough in strength undoubtedly brought a huge surprise to Xiaodian and others. Xiaodian said with a firm tone, "Brother Su, now that your strength has broken through the SSS level, those guys will definitely be willing to go to Qifeng City with us." "Well, there's no need to force them. Take those who are willing to leave with you, and forget about those who don't want to." Sushi asked Xiaodian with some confusion. "Brother is so strong, how could anyone not follow him?" Upon hearing this, Xiaodian looked at Sushi and explained, "After all, the Magic City is protected by SOD. As long as we are careful, it will be difficult for those people from the genetic modification company to do anything. And they've been living here for 2 years, and many of them have established a certain life and new identity in the Magic City. Some people have even changed their identities and disguised themselves as ordinary people to live in the Magic City. Not everyone will reveal their identity as a transformer and leave with us." After hearing Xiaoyan's explanation, Subai nodded slightly. He had actually thought of all these, so he asked Xiaodian to ask for the opinions of those reformers first. Although his ST-level strength is invincible, it does not necessarily mean that the genetic modification company does not have the combat power to compete with it. This is also the conservative idea in Subai's mind. He must keep getting stronger. Xiaodian has already booked several suites adjacent to this suite. After dinner, Sushi and the others returned to their suites to rest. Subai stayed and continued to communicate with Xiaodian and Azu. Subai wanted to know what they had experienced in the Magic City in the past 2 years. There is also the recent situation of the genetic modification company and the distribution of their power in the Magic City. Now Subai has become more powerful and can launch a preliminary counterattack against the genetic modification company. Brother Su, the genetic modification company currently has a branch company in Magic City, which has an SSS level and several SS level people. However, due to the limitations of SOD, the SSS level transformer will not easily attack us. As for those SS level transformers, we often have battles with them. Subai listened to Xiaoyan's story with a somewhat surprised expression. You can actually hold your own against them? Azu, who was standing by, heard Subai's surprised voice and started to explain. No, Brother Su, actually every time they find us, we will move to a new place to develop. Well? Azu said it more directly. Xiaodian smiled at Subai somewhat awkwardly. That's how it is, Suji. Although we are both SS level, we basically don't fight each other. We just run away when we meet. Since we are all SS level, it is difficult for them to keep us. That's not right. The genetic modification company should have more than this much combat power. Logically speaking, the remaining 16th generation transformers in the Magic City are the most numerous, so they should send more people to hunt you down. Subai felt a little strange. We don't know about this, Brother Su. But they always give me the illusion that the genetic modification company doesn't seem to take the hunt for us very seriously. Speaking of this, Subai suddenly thought of something. Bang! The invisible energy fluctuations from Subai's body suddenly spread out, shattering some fragile items in the suite. Brother Su? Xiaodian and Aza looked at Subai in surprise. They didn't understand why Subai suddenly had energy fluctuations. Subai did not restrain his aura. He raised the fluctuation of his aura to the SSS level and spread it around the hotel. Subai looked at Xiaodian and Azu in front of him helplessly. It seems that we have been tricked by each other. They should know that I'm not dead yet, and they will definitely come looking for you. So the people from the genetic modification company have been fighting with you in the Magic City. They don't kill you. The purpose is to lure me over here. It seems that their main target is still me. Subai narrowed his eyes dangerously. He saw through the plan of the genetic modification company, but he was not afraid. After all, he is now broken through to the ST level. This time, Subai wants to get rid of all the people from the genetic modification company in Magic City. What? Xiaodian and Azu, who were sitting in their seats, reacted and exclaimed in surprise. No wonder they have SSS-level transformers but still can't defeat us. I always thought it was the SOD in the Magic City that restricted their actions. It turns out we have been used as bait all along. Xiaodian and Azu both smiled bitterly. Brother Su really got you into trouble this time. Subai didn't care about their apologies, he just raised the corners of his mouth slightly. In order to lure me out, I spent 2 years fighting with you in the Magic City. The genetic modification company is really patient. So what should we do now, Brother Su? Why don't we just leave here overnight? No need. Since they want to catch me so much, I will give them a chance. Of course, they have to have the strength to catch me too. Suddenly Subai raised his eyebrows slightly. Here it comes. Hearing Subai's voice, Xiaodian and Azu reacted instantly. How did they know we were at the Grand Central Hotel? Xiaodian felt a little confused. In order to avoid the people from the genetic modification company, they usually purchase the identity information they use from the Hunter Association. As a neutral world-class supernatural force, the Hunter Association will not help any supernatural force. Humph, after all, the genetic modification company is also a world-class supernatural force, so it's normal for them to be well-informed. Subai stood up from his seat. Azu, go call Xiaoxi and the others and prepare for battle. Okay, Sugo. Azu didn't waste any time and quickly left the suite and walked towards the suite where Sushi and the others were. Looking at Azu who was leaving, Xiaodian said, Brother Su, this is the Grand Central Hotel. The other party shouldn't just. Bang. Wow. Before Xiaodian could finish saying, let's do it in the hotel, the glass window of their suite suddenly broke. There was a loud shattering sound, accompanied by a large amount of glass fragments falling into the room. A man in plain clothes rushed in from outside. Xiaodian was startled by the visitor, and then his expression became serious. Because he couldn't even sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the other party. Xiaodian's strength has reached the peak of SS level. Even the extraordinary existence that he cannot sense is only at SSS level. Unlike Xiaodian who was standing beside him with a look of formidable enemy, Subai had a hint of disdain on his lips at this moment. He looked at the person who came, and his eyes gradually turned into a platinum color. Name, Zhang Haoran. Category, extraordinary, genetically modified. Gender, male. Gene modification, bloodthirsty night bats. Level, SSS. Skills, nightfall, bloodthirsty power, blood eyes, bat incarnation, super nightclub. Singularity. Current state, contempt, complacency. Chapter 193, bloodthirsty night bat, SSS level. Seeing the person coming, Subai's expression remained unchanged. He could easily deal with a mere SSS-level genetic modifier before his breakthrough, not to mention that he has now broken through to the ST level. Are you the only one? Subai's faint voice came, which made Zhang Haoran slightly stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Haha. As expected of you, you are the number one of the 16th term, the Great White Dragon. It seems like you don't take me seriously. Xiaodian, step back and meet up with Xiaoxi and the others. Subai said to Xiaodian in front of him, then he slowly walked towards Zhang Haoran. Call all of you out, or the battle will be boring. Subai's arrogant words made Zhang Haoran feel a little angry. Don't underestimate me. As Zhang Haoran shouted, his figure rushed towards Subai at this moment. A pair of black wings suddenly grew out from Zhang Haoran's back, as disgusting and ugly as bats' wings. At the same time, Zhang Haoran's arms, legs, and torso also expanded and grew rapidly. Brown and black hair covered his body, and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted at this moment. Bloodclaw. In a flash, Zhang Haoran entered the completely alienated form of bloodthirsty night bat. A 4 or 5 meter tall humanoid bat swung its sharp claws towards Subai. Subai could see the cold light and murderous intent on the sharp claws. The next moment, Subai's frivolous voice was heard. Too slow. In midair, Zhang Haoran, whose claws were about to touch Subai, trembled all over. What? There was no time to think about it. The next moment, Subai's fist was as fast as lightning, and Zhang Haoran couldn't see Subai's attack movements at all. Bang! Zhang Haoran only felt a severe pain in his head, and the next moment his body flew backwards at a high speed like a cannonball. Bump! Zhang Haoran's body hit the wall of the hotel suite directly, and the wall could not withstand the powerful impact. Almost without any pause, Zhang Haoran's body instantly smashed through the wall and flew outside. At the same time, Subai's figure also flew out. Hoo-hoo! Arriving in the air outside the hotel suite, Subai spread his white dragon wings and floated quietly in the air. He looked at the direction where Zhang Haoran was knocked away. After flying backwards for hundreds of meters, the opponent's body stopped high in the air. Zhang Haoran's body suddenly exploded and turned into a large amount of blood-red energy particles floating in the air. The next second, these blood-colored energy particles began to gather and transformed into small blood bats flying in the air. Bloodbat incarnation. Night is falling. As Zhang Haoran's angry and roaring voice sounded. The next second, the sky around Subai suddenly darkened. Not only the position in the air where Subai was, but also the surrounding area of several kilometers including the Tianhuan Hotel was plunged into darkness. Many ordinary people passing by began to panic. Even the extraordinary people in the Tianhuan Hotel looked terrified and uneasy after feeling this terrifying energy fluctuation. Someone started notifying the SOD in the Magic City. High in the sky outside the hotel, Subai looked at Zhang Haoran's domain ability and a hint of interest appeared on his face. Another dark domain ability? Subai opened the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, and a platinum-colored light flowed in his eyes. With the blessing of the Eye of the White Dragon Emperor, this ability to block vision is completely ineffective on him. The ability is similar to that of Guiyi that Subai encountered before, but the Zhang Haoran in front of him is obviously stronger than the latter. There are also obvious differences in their abilities. Guiyi's dark ability is to release dark energy from himself, filling the surrounding space to form his domain. Zhang Haoran's Nightfalls is different. It is more like directly plunging the surrounding environment into an extremely dark situation. There is no energy fluid in the air. If it were his previous strength, Subai might have to spend some effort to break it. But now with Subai's ST-level strength, it is too easy to break Zhang Haoran's Nightfalls. However, Subai did not directly break through the opponent's dark curtain. A hint of amusement appeared on Subai's lips, and he floated quietly in the air, waiting for the other party to launch an attack. Subai's attitude also completely angered Zhang Haoran. Although he knew that Subai was the strongest among the 16th batch of Transformers, his strength was far beyond the average SSS level. But as a Transformer of the same level, Subai looks down on him so much. Delta. Bloodthirsty attack. Countless bloodbats transformed by Zhang Haoran rushed towards Subai's position at a high speed. Although each of them is only the size of a palm, the energy fluctuations that erupt from their bodies are extremely terrifying. Bloodbats with red eyes and sharp fangs rushed towards Subai. Subai could feel that the speed of these bloodbats was even faster than when Zhang Haoran attacked before. Snort. But even if it became faster, it was still slow in Subai's eyes. The next moment, as a large number of bloodbats approached, Subai's two arms instantly transformed into white dragon claws. Subai swept his claws towards the group of bloodbats in front of him. Powerful white energy overflowed from his dragon claws and directly hit these bloodbats. Puff, puff. The bloodbats couldn't get close to Subai's body at all. They were blown up by Subai in midair and turned into a scarlet energy mist. In less than a second, Subai killed all the bloodbats. But the next moment, the blood mist in the air began to change. The blood-colored mist gathered directly in the sky to form a huge figure. Die. The moment Zhang Haoran completed the bloody state, he launched an attack towards Subai. The terrifying demon claws were like the god of death's scythe, huge and hideous. Subai looked at the bloody giant claws waving towards him, his expression unchanged. Bump. The next moment, Su Bailong's claws and Zhang Haoran's bloody claws collided, and terrifying energy fluctuations spread towards the surrounding space. Subai was flying in midair without moving. Zhang Haoran on the opposite side was shocked. As expected of the greatest white dragon, I have the power of darkness, but I can't hurt him at all. Zhang Haoran now knows that he is no match for Subai. The next second, he retracted his attack and prepared to retreat. Bump. The huge blood-colored monster exploded directly, dispersing into a ball of blood-colored mist in the sky, trying to fly away. Subai sneered when he saw this. Do you think you can get away? The next moment, the white dragon wings behind Subai suddenly flapped, and at the same time, his figure caught up with the blood mist that Zhang Haoran turned into at a terrifying speed. What? Zhang Haoran was shocked when he saw the figure blocking his way. It would be fine if Subai could simply ignore the darkening effect of his darkness falls. However, the opponent's speed was actually faster than the speed of his own darkness arrives. Chapter 194. Kill in one move and leave the Tianhuan Hotel. Come on, leave your life behind. Subai's calm voice sounded. At the same time, an invisible aura of pressure was spreading from his body towards Zhang Haoran's position. At this moment, the blood-red mist actually showed abnormal fluctuations. Zhang Haoran was actually scared. What a terrifying energy fluctuation! Is this the extreme white dragon? Zhang Haoran felt a little regretful. Originally, he came here just to confirm whether Subai's identity information was correct. If you were sure that the other party is the Great White Dragon, then go back and report to the headquarters immediately. But he was courting death and just wanted to test Subai's strength. I am an SSS-level mutator from a genetic modification company. If you kill me, the company will come after you at all costs. Zhang Haoran wanted to use the company to scare Subai. But Subai didn't buy it. Genetic modification company? I'll ask them to come down and keep you company then. Subai's cold voice came. He waved his white dragon wings, and suddenly a strong wind blew in the surrounding air, and a sonic boom sounded where Subai was. The next moment, Subai's figure had arrived in front of the blood mist transformed by Zhang Haoran. Subai's eyes raised evilly and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. Die. A bright white light suddenly appeared on his right dragon claw. Then the white energy light continued to expand and spread, and its diameter instantly reached about 3 meters. At the same time, Subai also swung his right claw violently towards the blood mist in front of him. White Dragon Claw Cannon. The terrifying white light instantly enveloped the place where Zhang Haoran was. Accompanied by a heart-pounding energy wave, a horrific explosion occurred in the darkness. Due to Zhang Haoran's Darkness Falls field ability, the explosion in the sky was completely concealed. Before the silent white explosion, Subai was floating quietly. If he was still at SSS level, this attack might not have killed the opponent. However, after reaching the ST level, Subai's energy attack was enhanced by several times. Even though he had just broken through not long ago, Subai was confident that he could kill Zhang Haoran with one strike. 10 seconds later, the violent white explosion dissipated, and pieces of blood-red fragments slowly fell from the sky. Since Zhang Haoran's body had turned into a ball of blood mist before, his current corpse is not in normal human shape. High in the air, Subai looked towards the hotel suite next to him. Subai sent a message to Zhang Xiaoman in the suite. Xiaoman's body is in your hands. At this time, in front of the big hole in the wall that Zhang Haoran had knocked open before, Zhang Xiaoman and her group were looking in the direction of Subai. They had been here before. It's just that Xiaodian and the others are too weak to see through Zhang Haoran's dark curtain-coming area. Only Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora were able to see the battle taking place in Darkness Falls. Hearing Subai's message to her, Zhang Xiaoman showed a hint of excitement on her pretty face. After all, Zhang Haoran is also an SSS-level extraordinary person, and his corpse can convert a large amount of life energy for her. Zhang Xiaoman did not hesitate, and a huge vine grew out of thin air on the ground around her. The vines grew extremely fast, and in an instant they extended Zhang Xiaoman's body to the air where Zhang Haoran's body was falling. With the death of Zhang Haoran, the darkness covering the Tianhuan Hotel and the surrounding areas gradually dissipated. In the hotel, in the suite where Subai and Zhang Haoran had fought before, Xiaodian and others also regained their sight. What on earth just happened? While everyone was shocked and confused, Subai and Zhang Xiaoman flew in from the wall of the suite. At this time, Subai had already freed himself from the white dragon transformation and was standing on the same vine as Zhang Xiaoman. The two walked down the vines, and Zhang Xiaoman retracted the vines under her feet. Brother, what just happened? Asa said you gathered us urgently? Could it be that the genetic modification company's modifiers were chasing us just now? Looking at everyone discussing curiously, Subai explained. Just now, it was indeed the genetic modification company that came up to me, but I dealt with it. It's not safe here now. Let's leave first. What? They actually dared to start a fight right in the Grand Central Hotel? Qianyu sounded somewhat shocked. Aren't they afraid of SOD sanctions? Hearing Qianyu's puzzled voice, Xiaodian on the side smiled bitterly. Xiaoyu, we've all been fooled. Xiaodian repeated Subai's analysis to Qianyu and the others. After a while. What? We are all used to lure out brother Subai. A look of surprise appeared on Qianyu's delicate face. Her eyes widened, as if she suddenly realized something. Not only Qianyu, Sushi and the others also had surprised expressions. No one expected that the genetic modification company had not taken them down for a long time in order to lure out the big fish Subai. Since they came to our door this time, I guess the genetic modification company has already received the news that brother Su is not dead. So what do we do now? Everyone looked at Subai, waiting for his decision. Subai thought for a moment and then said, Don't panic, Xiaodian. Didn't you say that the strongest fighter in the Magic City is only an SSS-level transformer? Well, from what I understand, the genetic modification company only has one SSS-level modifier stationed in the Magic City. In this case, you should follow the previous plan and take care of your affairs first. But brother Su. Subai directly interrupted Xiaoyan's hesitation. Don't worry, don't you still believe in my strength? Since Subai is not afraid of the other party, he naturally has his own confidence. But we can't stay here any longer. Let's go to another hotel first. Otherwise, I might not be able to sleep well at night. Subai was not afraid of people from the genetic modification company or SOD coming to him. But in this case, they definitely won't be able to rest peacefully at night. Well, I'll contact my friend in Magic City and arrange a hotel for us. As for the problems at the Tianhuan Hotel, Subai and others didn't care at all. Anyway, they will leave here in 2 days. Even if SOD people come looking for them, the worst that can happen is that they will have to pay compensation. Xiaodian didn't waste any time and directly took out his cell phone to contact the hotel. As an SS-level extraordinary person, Xiaodian has accumulated a lot of connections and networks during the 2 years he has lived in the Magic City. Soon Xiaodian contacted a large 5-star hotel. Subai and others prepared to leave. Of course, I definitely didn't leave through the front door. The big noise they made in their suite must have attracted the attention of the hotel staff. Maybe the SOD orderers from the Demon City are already heading here. Subai and his team left directly through the hole in the wall that they had previously drilled. The lowest among them had SS-level strength, and it was easy for them to leave under the noses of some hotel staff. Subai and others came directly to where Xiaodian parked his car. Everyone got in the car and quickly left the scene. Chapter 195 The Extraordinary is integrating into the lives of ordinary people. 10 minutes later, Xiaodian drove to an urban area. Although it is already 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening, there are still people coming and going on the street, and various sports cars are shuttling back and forth on the road. From time to time, a few good-looking young ladies passed by the roadside. The warm yellow light illuminated the street, and it seemed as if the night did not exist at all. Even if it is just an ordinary commercial street in the Magic City, it is more lively than the most prosperous city center in Qingfeng City. This is the nightlife of a megacity. Led by Xiaodian, Subai and others walked towards the largest building on the roadside. Flower Hotel. This is the 5-star hotel that Xiaodian just asked someone to book. Although its appearance and scale are not as good as the Central Plaza Hotel, even so, those who can enter it must be rich, noble, or powerful extraordinary people. There are at least hundreds of 5-star hotels like Huahua Hotel in Shanghai. This is not to say that 5-star hotels are worthless or are everywhere. On the contrary, 5-star hotels are the social ceiling for ordinary people. Following Xiaodian, everyone walked into the Huahua Hotel. The interior is decorated in grand and bright colors, which looks high-end and classy. Xiaodian came to the front desk and found the working lady to match his identity information and get the suite key. Seeing that Xiaodian had booked the highest-end diamond suite, the young lady working there immediately became respectful and spoke in a humble tone. Xiaodian booked a total of 8 diamond suites. Soon a young lady from work took them to the suite. Subai came to his suite, took a shower in the bathroom, and then lay down directly on his soft big bed. Just as Subai was about to take out his cell phone, the door was knocked. Subai seemed to have thought of something, and he went to open the door reluctantly. Sure enough, standing at the door was Su Shi, with a smile on her face. Brother, I'm here to sleep with you. Omega, no, no. Subai wanted to close the door as he said that. But Sushi was quick-witted and quickly blocked the door with her body. Whoa, please, bro. Didn't we agree before that we could sleep together? There was a pitiful expression on Sushi's little face, as if she was a kitten about to be abandoned by her owner, weak, pitiful, and helpless. After a moment, Subai sighed softly. Okay, come in then. Yeah, sigma greater than over equal to? Less than over equal to. Sigma brother is the best. The girl cheered, and then walked briskly into the suite. Sushi went straight to Subai's big bed and tossed around on it, seeming to be in a good mood. The girl seemed to start fantasizing. In the hotel room with my brother. The girl muttered to herself, with a look of infatuation and shyness in her eyes. When Subai closed the door, he saw Sushi's expression. Omega? Hey, don't make that expression. Subai said speechlessly to Sushi. Have you showered? Not yet. Then go wash first. Don't peek, bro. Wait until Sushi goes to take a shower. Subai lay down on his big bed. He took out his mobile phone and planned to watch some videos before going to sleep. A few dozen minutes later, Sushi walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. The girl was wearing her pajamas at this time, which she took out from the space bracelet. After blowing her hair dry, Sushi went straight into Subai's quilt. The quilt in the hotel is very big, not to mention 2 people. Even 5 people can sleep on it. The girl became restless as soon as she entered the quilt, and she kept squirming around in the quilt like a kitten. Subai, who was looking at his mobile phone, was affected by Sushi's behavior. He pulled the girl out of the quilt. Xiaoxi, if you move around, I'll throw you out. I know. Sushi was caught red-handed by Subai. She couldn't break free with her strength, so she could only stick out her tongue in front of Subai to show her submission. Okay, go to bed early. Tomorrow, when Xiaodian and the others are dealing with things, we can go to the Magic City for a stroll. Hearing Subai's words, Sushi said in a happy tone. Brother, I know where to go in the Magic City for fun. Let's go there when the time comes. Sushi mentioned a lot of names that Subai had never heard of. Seeing that the girl wanted to continue talking, Subai interrupted her directly. Okay, let's go directly tomorrow. Letting Sushi go, Subai lay down on his side and continued looking at his phone. He was browsing the Magic City section of Chaofan's official website. Compared with Qingfeng City, the Chaofan official website in Modu District is much more lively. Subai was browsing the extraordinary posts in the Magic City area, with new posts being published almost every moment. Basically, you can keep viewing posts by just keeping refreshing, and they are all the latest posts without any repetitions. In fact, the supernatural organization in Dragon Country is now subtly introducing supernatural into the ordinary people. This kind of introduction is not yet obvious in small cities like Qingfeng City, but it is more obvious in a megacity like Shanghai. Most of the ordinary people here know about the existence of extraordinary things. Even if you ordinary people encounter some supernatural phenomena on the road, you will find it normal. Moreover, the extraordinary people here have a higher status than ordinary people, although it is not openly displayed. Looking at the extraordinary posts on his mobile phone, Subai felt a lot of emotions in his heart. No one knows when the extraordinary people in this world appeared. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, perhaps thousands of years ago, or perhaps from ancient times to the present, the extraordinary has always existed in human life. And nowadays, with the continuous development of technology, human beings have reached the supernormal level in many fields. For example, the genetic modification company where Subai worked before. The other party is actually an extraordinary company that secretly specializes in studying the genes of supernatural creatures. It's just that they use ordinary people's bodies to do XX, which is a prohibited behavior in SOD's rules. There are many legal supernatural companies or enterprises in Longwa and even on Blue Star. Subai saw a lot of posts from legitimate super companies on the super official website in the international zone. XX Pharmaceutical Company has successfully developed a high-tech drug that can extend human lifespan. The company's CEO said, living another 10 or 20 years is easy. The future fighter, newly developed by XX Aerospace Company, has been tested, and its maximum speed has exceeded Mach 10. It is expected to be put into small-scale mass production by the end of this year. A giant unknown creature is suspected to have been detected in the deep sea of XX. In order to ensure the safety of surrounding coastal cities, various countries have dispatched aircraft carrier-class warships to explore. XX Pharmaceutical Company successfully cracked the most difficult terminal illness in human beings in early July this year. The terminal stage of terminal illness will no longer be scary. Subai looked at the post that shocked Longhua and the world. This news is undoubtedly shocking and exciting to the general public. However, for them, the extraordinary people, these things have long been commonplace. Chapter 196 Surveillance of Genetic Modification Companies. The next morning, Subai woke up to a soft feeling. Sushi was lying beside him in an ungraceful manner at this moment. She seemed to be having a sweet dream, with a little sparkle at the corners of her mouth. Pushing away Sushi, who was still sleeping, Subai got up and got out of bed. After tidying up, Subai and she prepared to leave the room. Today Xiaodian and the others are going to deal with matters in the Magic City, so Subai and the others can move freely. The two came to the door, and Subai just opened it. I saw a pretty girl standing at the door. Chinyu seemed to have been waiting in front of Subai's door for a long time. The girl was wearing a light yellow coat with cute cartoon patterns printed on it today. She wore a super short red plaid skirt, which made her look youthful. Chinyu, who originally had a happy look on her face, instantly turned into a look of surprise after seeing Sushi next to Subai. Xiaoxi, why are you in brother Subai's room? Hearing Qianyu's questioning voice, Sushi hummed softly beside Subai. Of course, what's the problem with that? Looking at the slightly raised arc and a hint of complacency on Sushi's lips, Qianyu felt provoked. Qianyu stood there in silence, thinking secretly in his heart. Damn it, I didn't even think of a night raid. Looking at the confrontational atmosphere between Sushi and Qianyu, Subai waved his hands helplessly. Okay, you two. Why do you feel like you're about to start fighting as soon as you meet? Subai walked out of the suite, and Zhang Xiaoman, Pandora, and others had also come out. There was also Xiao He, who was originally staying in Sushi's suite. At this time, he was looking at Subai and the others with some surprise. Meow. Zhang Xiaoman and the others gathered towards Subai. The 5 people and the cat arrived, and Subai and the others walked downstairs. While walking on the road, Subai asked Qianyu with some curiosity. Xiaoyu, don't you have anything to deal with? Well, I don't have any friends or businesses in the Magic City. I can leave any time if I want. Sushi, who was standing by, heard Qianyu's voice and interrupted. Brother, Xiaoyu has always been eating and drinking at Xiaoyan's place. She doesn't usually find anything to do, and she doesn't have any property to deal with. Upon hearing that all her past was exposed by Sushi, Qianyu's pretty face turned red. Xiaoxiyu. It doesn't matter if it's said in front of outsiders. But at this time Subai was still by her side, and her beautiful image was exposed by Sushi. Qianyu's shame turned into anger, and she rushed directly towards Sushi, who was standing beside her, and started fighting with her. The 5 people left the Flower Hotel and came to the intersection outside the hotel. Sushi and the others were still planning their destination for today, but Subai discovered hidden energy fluctuations nearby. Subai's infinite consciousness perception field expanded, taking control of everything around the hotel. In a building not far from them, there were several strong fluctuations of aura at this moment. There are 4 SS-level transcendents in total. Are they all from the genetic modification company? Subai thought to himself that the hotel they had just changed was found by the other party so quickly. However, these transformers did not launch a direct attack. After all, this is a street, and any extraordinary person who starts a fight will be sanctioned by SOD. Moreover, Subai possesses SSS-level combat power, while the opponents are only 4 SS-level ones, and they dare not attack him head-on. At this time, it is located in an office building opposite the Huahua Hotel. 4 men in plain clothes were hiding in a hidden window and observing Subai and others. All 4 of them are SS-level transformers from a genetic modification company, and their mission today is to monitor the actions of Subai and others. A man holding a mini telescope spoke to the person next to him. Brother Liang, that guy is the Great White Dragon? At this time, he was observing Subai and the other 4 with the ultra-clear telescope in his hand, asking as he watched. Except for Qianyu and Sushi, Subai, Zhang Xiaoman, and Pandora all appeared for the first time. And their ultimate goal after lurking in the Magic City for 2 years is that man. The man called Liang Gu has a scar on his face and a trace of vicissitudes between his eyebrows. He is the oldest of the 4, and he is also the team leader of the 4. Yes, that man is our target. We came to the Magic City and hid for 2 years, fighting those guys ranked below number 2, all the time, just to lure out the number 1 of the 16th issue, the ultimate white dragon. Well, since the target has appeared, what are we waiting for? Let's catch them all and go back to the headquarters to report. Seeing Zhang Xian's somewhat excited look, Brother Liang said in a condescending manner. Xiao Xian, you are still too young. Liang said with a stern face while looking at the other 3 people. If the Great White Dragon was so easy to kill, the company would have killed it long ago. Zhang Xian, although you are an SS-level transformer, Don't forget that the extreme white dragon is an SSS level 1. What's more, last night Boss Zhang said he would go and check it out first, but he hasn't come back until this morning. And now they are here in good condition. What does this mean? Liang Ji's eyes became serious and his tone was a little heavy. Last night, the strongest transformer in their Magic City branch, Zhang Haoran, explained this to them before leaving. He told them to first check whether the identity of the Great White Dragon was true and asked them not to act rashly. However, until this morning, Zhang Haoran still hadn't returned. An idea arose in the minds of the four people. Liang said with a heavy face, "That's right, Boss Zhang is probably dead. I notified the headquarters this morning and also told them that Boss Zhang might have been killed. Dr. Xie said that he would send a transformer who surpasses the SSS level as soon as possible. A transformer that surpasses SSS level." When Zhang Xin and the other two heard Liang Ji's words, they couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. Dr. Xie said that we must catch the Great White Dragon this time and we can't let him get away again. Now all we have to do is monitor their whereabouts before the reinforcements arrive." As he spoke, Liang couldn't help but turn his head and glanced through the window with a gloomy look at Su Bai and his group on the opposite side of the road. 2 are SS level, 1 is SSS level, and the extraordinary levels of the other 2 are unknown. However, no matter how strong he is vulnerable in front of the transformers in their company that surpass the SSS level. Just as Liang was thinking this, suddenly, Su Bai, who was standing on the side of the road in the distance, turned his head and looked in his direction. Liang Ji's muscles tensed instantly, and he turned sideways with all his strength, hiding next to the wall. Call. Leaning against the wall, Liang exhaled deeply. Zhang Xin and the other 2 who were standing near the window also quickly avoided the window's view. The 4 of them were still frightened. If they were discovered by Su Bai, they would be crushed with their SS level strength. I was almost discovered by the Great White Dragon just now. Such a powerful perception ability. Is this the perception of an SSS level transformer? Chapter 197. Crush, Eliminate 4. Liang and his 3 companions huddled close to the wall, not daring to look towards the window. On the roadside of Huahua Hotel, Su Bai looked at the building where Liang and the others were with a playful look in his eyes. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, Removing the Spy. Mission introduction. The host has been targeted by the Genetic Modification Company. Please eliminate the enemy within the next hour. Mission reward, 1 system point. A barely perceptible smile flashed across Su Bai's eyes. What happened to Brother Su Bai? Qinyu noticed Su Bai's gaze and turned his head to look curiously. Hearing Qinyu's question, Su Shi and others turned to look at Su Bai in surprise. Nothing. Su Bai smiled faintly and continued. I suddenly remembered that I left something in the hotel. Please wait here for me. After saying that, Su Bai turned around and walked towards the hotel. Su Shi and others originally wanted to come along, but Su Bai's speed was too fast. By the time they reacted, Su Bai's figure had disappeared from the spot. Su Shi looked at the direction where Su Bai disappeared and asked in confusion, Brother, what do you have? Qinyu, Omega? However, Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora's expressions seemed to have noticed something. Of course, Su Bai didn't leave anything in the hotel. At this time, Su Bai had already arrived at the office building where Liang and the others were. Liang and the other 3 were still squatting by the window with a vigilant look on their faces, discussing the next tracking plan in a low voice. Little did they know that a young man was walking in this corridor, strolling towards their location. Su Bai had arrived at their floor without knowing when. There was a smile on his face, and he walked without making any noise. There was no aura fluctuation at all, as if it had no presence like air. This also meant that Liang and the others did not notice Su Bai's approach for a while, until Su Bai's faint voice came. Are you guys waiting for me? When they heard Su Bai's voice coming out of nowhere, Liang and the other 3 were startled. After they reacted, a trace of anger rose in their hearts. They were powerful SS-level transformers, but they were actually scared by someone from behind. Damn it, who is so blind? As the 4 of them turned around and looked, Zhang Xian's scolding stopped abruptly, because in the corridor behind them, there was a very handsome young man standing. Su Bai's eyebrows and eyes were as sharp as a knife. When he heard Zhang Xian's scolding, his eyes were cold, and his powerful aura was undoubtedly displayed. There was a moment of silence. The next second, a trembling voice came from the mouth of an SS-level transformer. Extremely, extremely, extremely. Because he was so frightened, the SS-level transformer even stuttered when he spoke. Su Bai's cold eyes suddenly narrowed, and the next moment he appeared out of thin air in front of the SS-level transformer and then punched him. Bang! The terrifying force instantly struck the SS-level transformer's head, causing his head to explode on the spot and his soul to ascend to heaven. A faint white light appeared on Subai's body. He attached the energy to the surface of his body to avoid being contaminated by the splashing liquid. Puff! Wow! A large amount of red and white liquid splashed out from the body of this SS-level transformer and splashed onto the faces of Liang Gu and the other two. For a moment, they were still in shock. Subai looked at the guy in front of him who had been shot in the head by him, with no emotion in his eyes. He withdrew his arm and turned to look at the other three. Run quickly. Looking at Subai's murderous gaze and feeling the chilling and terrifying aura around him, Zhang Xen finally couldn't help but feel the fear in his heart. He let out a cry of surprise, then turned around and ran in the opposite direction of Subai, regardless of Liang Gu and the other SS-level transformer. As Zhang Xen was running away, a gray-brown, rock-like substance appeared on his back. This is his awakened ability, Earth Rock. Zhang Xen can use his ability to transform his body into a very hard rock-like substance, or summon earth and rock in the surrounding space. At this time, he transformed his back into solid earth and rock, trying to prevent Subai from attacking him from behind. However, Zhang Xen still overestimated his abilities. This kind of defense method seemed ridiculous to Subai. The gap between ST level and SS level cannot be made up by an awakening ability alone. Zhang Xen's escape also made Subai focus his attention on him. After all, in this situation, whoever runs away first will definitely be attacked first. Omega? Die. The light voice echoed in the long corridor. To Zhang Xen, it sounded like the whisper of death. But at this moment his heart was already filled with fear, and he just wanted to escape from Subai's sight. Zhang Xen used all his strength, and the stones on the ground under his feet were dented by his strength. The power of the earth and rock behind him was also released to the extreme by him. But in Subai's eyes, all this was useless. The next moment, Subai's figure appeared in the air behind Zhang Xen like a ghost. An arm wrapped in white light easily penetrated the earth and rock armor behind Zhang Xen. Bang! Puff! Zhang Xen's running steps suddenly stopped. The severe pain in his back and abdomen made his pupils contract and his body tremble uncontrollably. A cool feeling spread from the bottom of his heart to his whole body. Well, Zhang Xen seemed to want to say something, but Subai's attack prevented him from speaking. Plop! Zhang Xen bent his legs and knelt on the ground. The next second, Subai pulled out his arm. Puff! Puff! Zhang Xen's half-kneeling upper body fell directly to the ground in front of him, and he lay face down on the ground. After doing all this, Subai turned around and looked at the remaining two guys. Okay, it's your turn. Looking at Subai's evil mouth and emotionless eyes. At this moment, Subai was like a devil from hell. Liang Gu and another SS-level transformer who were still standing by the window had grim expressions on their faces, and their hearts seemed to have sunk to the bottom. Just now, Subai first killed one of their SS-level companions, and then killed Zhang Xen who was trying to escape. In just a few seconds, 2 of the 4 of them died. Subai's fighting power is even more fierce than crushing them. How can they play? No, don't. Extreme generation. Puff! Puff! Subai took care of Liang Gu and the other man with 2 quick strikes. He didn't have time to listen to their pleas for mercy. After killing the last SS-level transformer, the system prompt sounded in Subai's mind. Ding! Mission: resolving the spy is complete. Mission reward: 1 system point. Subai's lips curled up slightly as he looked at the tragic bodies of the 4 people, and then he put them into the dimensional space. SS-level extraordinary corpses can be fed to Xiaohe or given to Zhang Xiaoman to be converted into life energy. Chapter 198, Eye of the Demon City, Ride the Ferris Wheel. On the side of the road, while Su Shi and others were still waiting, Subai had appeared beside the 4 of them without them noticing. Su Shi was even more frightened by Subai's appearance and couldn't help but utter a whisper. Ah, brother, how come you came here without making any noise? You scared me to death. Su Shi punched Subai lightly to express her resentment. Brother Subai, have you got your things? Well, let's go. After getting rid of the 4 SS-level spies from the genetic modification company, Subai estimated that the other party would not have any high-end combat power to harass them in the short term. Xiaodian and the others were handling matters in the Magic City, while Subai took Su Shi and the other 3 to travel in the Magic City. It is said that Subai took them, but to be more precise, it should be Qinyu who took Subai and the others to play. After all, Qinyu had been in the Magic City for 2 years, during which time she had been avoiding the pursuit of the genetic modification company. which also made her more familiar with the magic city. Brother Subai, let's go to the Eye of the Demon City to play. Chinyu came up to Subai and the others and smiled. When She heard the word Eye of the Demonic City, a hint of happiness appeared on her face. Yes, brother, we're going to the Eye of the Demon City. Looking at the excited expressions of the two women, Subai and the other two were completely confused. Xiaoyu, what is this Eye of the Demon City? It's no wonder that Subai and the other two looked confused. Any normal person would find it strange when hearing the term Eye of the Devil City. When Xinyu heard Subai's doubt, she explained with a smile on her face. Brother Subai, the Eye of the Magic City is actually a Ferris wheel. However, it is the largest in the Magic City, and it is said that its diameter is over 300 meters. Zhang Xiaoman, who was standing next to him, also let out a sigh when she heard about the 300-meter Ferris wheel. 300 meters? That's really big. Looking at Zhang Xiaoman's shocked expression, Subai was speechless. If others said it was big, it would be understandable, but Xiaoman, her real body is much taller than this. Then let's go for a ride? I've never ridden a Ferris wheel before. Subai looked at Pandora beside him and asked for her opinion. When Pandora saw Subai's gaze, she responded calmly with a cold and arrogant face. I can do anything. Subai raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Okay, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Subai took out his mobile phone and searched for the specific location of the Eye of the Demon City, and then called a Didi on his phone. A moment later, a small car slowly drove up to Subai and the others. When Master Didi saw Subai and the others, a look of surprise appeared on his face. A man with 4 top-notch beauties, even Master Didi, who is in his 50s, couldn't help but envy this lineup. Because there were 5 of them, Subai specially called a Didi that could accommodate 5 people. As for Xiaohei, he was held by Qinyu and did not take up any space. The Eye of the Demon City was not too far from the Flower Hotel where they were. Didi drove for more than an hour and arrived at the destination. Subai and 4 others got off the car. From a distance of several hundred meters, Subai and others could see the huge Eye of the Demon City. The height of over 300 meters is indeed eye-catching, especially compared with the tiny buildings around it. It further highlights the grandeur of the Eye of the Demon City. Soon, Subai and the other 4 walked towards the project entrance of the Eye of the Demon City. However, when they arrived at the ticket counter, they discovered a serious problem. As the largest Ferris wheel in Magic City, the reputation of the Magic City has spread to several surrounding cities. Therefore, there are countless tourists coming here to ride the Eye of the Magic City. Not to mention the ticket price of $998 per person. Subai asked the staff here and found out that the online reservations alone are already booked until next year. When Subai heard that if he made a reservation now, he would have to wait until next year to get a seat, the corners of his mouth twitched. Just when a few people thought that their trip was in vain, Qinyu suddenly smiled mysteriously. Normal people can't sit on the Eye of the Demon City, but... Hearing Qinyu's mysterious voice, Sushi asked curiously, Xiaoyu, do you have a way for us to sit on it? It's not me. You know I'm idle all day long. Hearing Sushi's question, Qinyu quickly waved her hand to deny it, and then she continued. It's Brother Xiaotian. With Brother Xiaotian's connections, there must be a way for us to sit on the Eye of the Demon City right now. After hearing Qinyu's words, Sushi also suddenly realized. Oh, that's right. Xiaotian has such strong interpersonal relationships. He must have a way to help us get tickets to the Eye of the Demon City. As Sushi was speaking, she had already taken out her cell phone to contact Xiaotian. Soon Sushi explained their current problem to Xiaotian. Xiaotian also said it was a small matter and asked Sushi and the others to wait for a while. After a while, Xiaotian sent another message saying that the tickets had been arranged and Sushi and the others could enter. Yeah. When Sushi saw the message from Xiaotian, she cheered, then pulled Subai towards the ticket gate. Seeing this, Qinyu, Zhang Xiaoman, and the other 2 behind him also followed. Subai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw Xiaotian solve the problem of tickets to the Eye of the Demon City in just a few minutes. Does Xiaotian have such powerful connections? Yes, Xiaotian has relied on his SS-level extraordinary strength in the past 2 years to get to know many people in the top circles in the Magic City and has many green channels. After verifying their identities, several people successfully entered the entrance of the Eye of the Demon City with the help of Xiaotian. And there's no need to queue. Soon the 5 people entered a skyscraper. As the most luxurious Ferris wheel in Shanghai, the decoration inside its eye is also very gorgeous. And the space is large enough to accommodate the 5 of them. Great. Sushi and the other 3 sat around Subai and chatted happily. As the Eye of Demon City began to rotate, the 4 of them looked out the window curiously. Xiaohei and Qinyu's arms opened his big black gemstone eyes and looked outside. It was also his first time to ride a Ferris wheel. Although this height is nothing for them, they can sit together with their closest people and appreciate the scenery from high in the sky. This warm feeling makes them very comfortable. Subai also leaned back and relaxed on the seat, with Sushi sitting on his left and Qianyu sitting on his right. As for Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora, they sat opposite each other. Originally, Zhang Xiaoman also wanted to sit with Subai, but there was no way because all the seats were taken. As Subai's subordinate, she naturally could not force her way to grab a seat with Su Shi and the others. Zhang Xiaoman didn't pay attention to the gradually rising scenery outside the sky eye. She held her fair little chin with both hands, glanced at Subai, and looked at Subai's handsome face with a fascinated look. Zhang Xiaoman thought that the scenery outside was nothing compared to Subai, who was standing opposite her at the moment. After all, she is a face control. However, the two people sitting next to Subai made Zhang Xiaoman feel a little envious. Damn it, I want to sit with the master too. Epsilon equals epsilon sad face duh. No. Chapter 199 SSS-level team, Gun Killer. Due to the huge size of the Eye of Demon City, it takes Subai and his team about half an hour to take a ride on it. Just when the Ferris wheel where Subai and his friends were sitting reached the highest position, suddenly, a black dot shot towards Subai and the others at a high speed from a distance. The black spot was moving so fast that even Zhang Xiaoman and her SSS-level colleagues could barely react. Su Shi and Qianyu didn't even notice the bullet that was coming towards them. That's right, within Subai's infinite consciousness perception field, what was flying towards their sky eye was an oblong black bullet. The bullet shooting process is fleeting. The next moment, Subai stretched out a hand. Bang! A loud bang suddenly appeared in this skyscraper, and a strong airflow hit Su Shi and others in the skyscraper. For a moment, even Qianyu's skirt was blown up by the terrifying wind force carried by the bullet, which was enough to prove the fast shooting speed and strong power of this bullet. Zhang Xiaoman and Pandora reacted instantly. They both stood up from their seats and took defensive postures. They looked at Subai's palm vigilantly. On Subai's outstretched right hand, a black bullet was sandwiched between his index finger and middle finger. This bullet has a somewhat peculiar appearance. Unlike ordinary bullets, this black bullet has a layer of complicated patterns on its long conical body, like a curse mark. And these patterns are very unusual. At this time, the bullet had been wrapped by the white energy on Subai's fingers. Subai felt that as long as he released his control over the energy of the bullet, it will absolutely explode in an instant. This is the judgment given to Subai by infinite consciousness, and the power of the explosion will be extremely terrifying. Of course, I don't want to hurt him, but I might hurt Su Shi and the others. Subai narrowed his eyes slightly and began to analyze in his mind. The sound of the system task being released rang in Subai's mind. Ding. Mission released. Mission name, Sniper Kill. Mission summary. The host has been targeted by a powerful sniper who is now sniping at the host from an unknown location. The opponent has a very strong long-range shooting ability. Please find the opponent and kill him within the next hour. Mission reward, 3 system points. Hear the task description issued by the system. Subai was a little surprised. Sniper. Could it be that they are being pursued by the genetic modification company? No, they should have defeated the strongest, extraordinary fighters in the Magic City. Subai looked at the cursed bullet between his index and middle fingers. The owner of this bullet is at least an SSS level or even stronger transcendent. At this time, Su Shi and Qianyu, who had reacted from Ma Qian's eyes, also stood up from their seats. Su Shi looked at the special bullet in Subai's hand and said with some surprise, "Is this a supernatural weapon?" Hearing the girl's voice, Subai nodded slightly. "That's right. There are extraordinary people sniping us with extraordinary weapons from a distance. What should we do? Master, how about we just leave here now?" Zhang Xiaoman beside them suggested that she had the ability to control vines and could summon giant vines to take them away from the top of the eye of the demon city. No need. The enemy's attack method is bullet shooting, so if we leave from a high altitude, we will become a sitting duck for the enemy. Just sit still and I will find that guy. As Subai spoke, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He doesn't care who the assassin is. If he dares to hunt him, he must die. Xiaoman, Xiaola, you stay here and protect Xiaoxi and Xiaoyu's safety. After all, Zhang Xiaoman and the other person both have the ultimate SSS level strength, so even if the other party has companions, the two of them can easily deal with them. Subai stood up and attached the energy to his body surface. The next second, a pair of white dragon wings spread out behind him, and he flew directly out of this skyscraper. Call. Subai's figure was flying high in the sky, and the perception field of infinite consciousness was extending wildly towards the periphery of the eye of the demon city. Soon, Subai sensed a powerful energy fluctuation somewhere in the distance. He raised his head and looked in that direction. Subai subconsciously sensed the distance between the two and said with some surprise, "This distance is a bit far." In Subai's infinite consciousness perception, the other party's current location is hundreds of kilometers away from him. Even for a normal SSS-level extraordinary person, it would be very difficult to carry out assassination at such a long distance. Moreover, in this mission, the system gave a reward of 3 system points. This is enough to show the opponent's strength, and he is not just a small fish or shrimp. But you should never, ever, ever choose to assassinate me. The color of Subai's eyes has turned into a platinum dragon's pupil, revealing a fierce look. As the white dragon wings behind Subai began to swing vigorously, his figure also rushed towards the sniper at a high speed. At the same time, in a dilapidated area somewhere in the Magic City, in an abandoned building that had long been scrapped, there were 4 people standing on it at this time. One of them was holding a black sniper rifle that was taller than the others. He was the extraordinary person who wanted to shoot Subai before. Yifan put away the sniper rifle in his hand, looked at the other 3 teammates, and said in a serious tone, "The target was killed unsuccessfully." Hearing what Yifan said, the 3 people on the rooftop were all surprised. One of the young men, wearing a black jacket and holding an oversized heavy machine gun in his hand, looked at Yifan and spoke in a teasing tone. "What? Did I hear that correctly? How could a sniper ranked 9th on the assassination list have a target that he can't kill with 1 shot?" Another member of the team jumped down from the top of a cable box nearby, carrying an oversized turret on his shoulder. He looked intimidating. Mo Buffon said towards the position of the man in the black jacket, "Hey, Likai, don't say that. The target of this sniper attack is the 8th-ranked Ultimate White Dragon on the Extraordinary Hunting list. The opponent has an SSS-level combat power. Not only is she very strong, but she is also said to be very beautiful. The last of the 4 is a girl." Kina raised the red spear in her hand, and blue arcs of electricity kept flashing on the spear. The 4 are an extraordinary hunting team active internationally. Moreover, all 4 members of the team are extraordinary people who specialize in extraordinary firearms. Not only are all the team members top-level extraordinary people who have reached the SSS level, but their extraordinary firearms are also all made from the corpses of SSS-level extraordinary creatures. Their team also has an internationally renowned code name, Gun Killer. Chapter 200 Controversy, Subai arrives. The 4-member Gun Killer is an internationally renowned SSS-level super team. Moreover, their team generally does not hunt extraordinary creatures, but specializes in hunting bounty missions on the official website of the Extraordinary. Therefore, their team has another terrifying name, Extraordinary Killers. Some extraordinary people who are wanted internationally and listed on the official website of Supernormal or those on the SOD blacklist. As long as you hear the name Gun Killer, you will be afraid of him from the bottom of your heart. Since the team was established, Yifan and his team have hunted down several SSS-level extraordinary people, and the number of SS-level extraordinary people is far more than double digits. Basically, all the top extraordinary people listed on the official website of Chaofan were killed by gun killers. Yifan sensed through his death tracking that Subai was flying towards them. He came up to the other 3 and spoke. "And that guy has already chased us here." Although he said that Subai was heading here, there was no emotion on Yifan's face. He was confident that even if Subai caught up with them, the 4 of them could definitely defeat Subai easily. "They're chasing me," Mo Buffon said in a shocked voice. "How far was the sniper's range this time?" Yifan said calmly. "About 120 kilometers. "What?" Li Kai was also a little surprised to hear Yifan's answer. "How did the other party track us down from such a long distance?" "I'm not sure, but he should have a supernatural power similar to my death tracking, right? Wanna run? If we have a distance of 120 kilometers, we should be able to escape before the enemy catches up with us." When Li Kai heard Mo Buffon's question, a look of disdain appeared on his face. He placed the oversized heavy machine gun in his hand upright on the ground. "Run? You must be joking. We have 4 SSS-level warriors, and the other side has only 1. Mo Buffon frowned when he heard this. Li Kai was just too confident in himself. "Li Kai, you are too arrogant. After all, the opponent is the Extreme Generation White Dragon. According to the data provided by the Genetic Modification Company, the opponent could fight 1 against 3 2 years ago, and he was suppressing the opponent. Even if he is the greatest white dragon, so what? Are all of us gun killers of SSS rank vegetarians?" Li Kai raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Mo Buffon with some provocation in his eyes. Or are you scared? Hearing Li Kai's unscrupulous ridicule, Yi Fan and Kana on the side also frowned. In fact, they also hate Li Kai. At the beginning, Li Kai had a good character, but as their gun killer team became stronger and stronger, their reputation grew. As they hunted one after another, after hunting the SSS-level extraordinary people on the list, Li Kai changed. His personality started to become inflated, and he became gradually arrogant and proud. Li Kai, you want to fight? Mo Buffon was not so good-tempered either. He raised the giant turret on his shoulder and pointed it towards Li Kai's position. The four of them have their own advantages and disadvantages in their extraordinary weapons, and in terms of strength, they are all SSS grade. Therefore, the team does not have a formal captain, and the four of them usually discuss and make decisions among themselves. It seemed that the two were about to fight. Yi Fan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. No need to argue, that guy is coming. As the last word of Yi Fan's voice fell, a white suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Because Li Kai and the other two did not have Yi Fan's death-tracking reconnaissance skills. That's why they only saw Subai now. Snort. Mo Buffon snorted coldly and pointed his giant artillery at the white in the distant sky. Li Kai also made a tisk sound, then picked up the heavy machine gun on the ground and looked in the direction where Subai was flying. The same is true for Kana and Yi Fan. For a moment, the four of them focused all their attention on Subai, who was flying at a high speed from the distance. After all, according to the information given in the mission on Chaofan's official website, Subai has the ability to fight against 3 SSS-level masters without being at a disadvantage. Prepare. Before Yi Fan could finish his words, an object came rushing towards the roof of the building where they were at a high speed. The terrifying impact force instantly blew the top of the abandoned high-rise building into pieces, causing it to tremble continuously. Smoke rose from the rooftop, and for a moment dust and fog filled the air, obscuring the view. Yi Fan and the other 3 also retreated quickly and gathered together. The 4 of them were interlocked, looking ahead seriously. Subai's appearance alone gave them a great sense of oppression. Yi Fan whispered as he felt the abandoned building that was already crumbling beneath his feet. This guy is very strong. The other 3 did not speak. They held the extraordinary weapons in their hands with serious eyes. After a moment, a strong wind suddenly blew, dispersing the smoke on the roof. At this time, Subai was standing on the edge of the roof. A pair of huge white dragon wings behind him made Subai's figure look even larger and more ferocious. Subai only mutated his arms and did not enter a completely mutated form. He looked at the 4 people in front of him with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Feeling the energy fluctuations from them, Subai was slightly surprised. Because the distance was too far at the time, and Li Kai and others had not experienced any energy fluctuations before. Therefore, Subai thought that there was only one sniper here. 4 SSS level 1s. Ding. Serial missions released. Mission introduction. The sniper actually has other companions. Please kill them all if possible to eliminate the root of the problem. Mission reward. 3 system points for each kill. The system's voice rang in his mind, and Subai actually triggered a series of tasks. When Subai heard that he could get 3 system points for each kill, his eyes lit up. For 4 people, that's 12 system points, which is equivalent to 1 system lottery. Subai suddenly grinned, and he began to walk slowly towards the location of Yi Fan and others. Yi Fan and the other 3 opposite all had serious expressions on their faces. They felt the aura fluctuations emanating from Subai, which was completely different from those SSS-level transcendents they had hunted before. Subai will become even more powerful. Li Kai said, the pressure this ultimate white dragon gives me is far greater than that of an ordinary SSS-level dragon. It really is something. Nonsense. Can one person fight 3 SSS levels? Can they be the same? Mo Buffon interrupted. Okay, you too. It's already this late, and you're still arguing? Kina was speechless, and a blue arc of electricity flashed from the stun gun in her hand. Electric currents like blue snakes were moving and flashing on it. The next moment, she rushed towards Subai and was the first to attack. Seeing this scene, Li Kai and Mo Buffon also waved the extraordinary weapons in their hands and rushed towards Subai. As for Yi Fan, he jumped to the back. He is the only ranged player among the 4.